Beyond the atmosphere of the blue planet, an unfathomable quantity of space debris drifts aimlessly. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst this detritus lies a miniature space station, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Comprising 2 compartments, this diminutive station has been adrift in the cosmos for an astonishing 230 million years. On this particular day, the station's indicator lights flickered to life, and its internal systems began to hum with activity. Thus commences the narrative of this tome, initiated by the awakening of the space station. July 1st, 2054. Blue Planet, Huagua, Binjiang City. Binjiang Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Hurry, hurry. Seal off the entire floor. No one is permitted to enter or exit. A group of individuals clad in white protective suits raced through the corridors. 2 personnel were assigned to guard each door, swiftly taking their positions. Patients within the wards, yearning to exit, were promptly turned away. Meanwhile, another figure wielding a megaphone stood in the hallway, issuing commands with resounding authority. Binjiang City, a residential community. Hello, your package. A package? Fang Chen pondered, as he realized he had not recently made any purchases. Glancing at the delivery slip, he confirmed that it bore his name. Wow. He lifted the package, noting its considerable weight. The delivery consisted of a large cardboard box, which, judging by its shape, was likely a computer tower. He transported the box into the living room and retrieved a wallpaper knife to dismantle the parcel. Inside, it was meticulously packaged, cushioned by thick foam boards. He inverted the box, lifting it with anticipation. He carefully removed the foam packaging. Inside lay a computer tower, noticeably larger than the average home unit. The materials felt robust, and the craftsmanship was commendable. However, this tower was not something he had ordered. Yet the recipient's name was his own, which struck him as peculiar. Who could have sent this? Fang Chen pondered as he gazed at the tower. Hello, delivery. Another parcel had arrived. Upon opening the door, he was met by a delivery person. Breathless from carrying a substantial box that he quickly stepped aside, allowing the courier to enter. The delivery person set the box down and informed him that someone would come later to install it, urging him to be patient before departing. Fang Chen glanced at the recipient label. Once more it bore his name. What is going on? He questioned, utterly baffled. The outer packaging displayed the product name, a 70-inch touch display monitor. He sank into the sofa, desperately trying to recall any possible connections, but to no avail. He had no family. His only grandmother had passed away many years ago. His relatives had not been in touch for ages, rendering it improbable that a family member had sent him this gift. He hadn't communicated with his classmates in a long time, so these items could not have been sent by them either. The delivery person had left promptly after dropping off the goods, and it was not a cash-and-delivery transaction. Rising once more, he approached the packaging and examined the delivery slip. Fortunately, it contained the sender's information. He picked up his phone and dialed the number listed for the sender. On the other end was a technology company specializing in custom computer towers. Hello, could you assist me in checking my order? I will read out the order number. I would like to inquire who placed this order. Yes, that's correct. This phone number belongs to me. My name is Fang Chen. What? I placed the order? There's nothing else. Thank you. The phone call was as good as non-existent. To his astonishment, he had indeed placed the order himself. He opened his bank account and checked. Fortunately, balance 16.38 yuan, neither a penny more nor less. He then browsed the online mall, finding nothing in the pending deliveries nor in the completed orders. Unbelievable. Before long, the installation technician arrived. He removed the television from the living room and replaced it with his touchscreen monitor. Since the installation service constituted a value-added service of the product, there were no additional charges. The technician departed once the installation was complete. He connected the main unit to the monitor and powered it on. The screen came to life. System loading, please wait. Attempting to connect to the internet, please hold on. Connection successful. Configuring language, please wait. Verifying authorization, please hold on. Loading authorization page, please wait. The authorization page has been loaded. As the final notification concluded, the screen flickered, revealing a colossal virtual face. Fang Chen, greetings. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. A synthesized electronic voice resonated from screen. Upon hearing this voice, Fang Chen felt a chill run down the back of his neck. The more he observed, the stranger it became. From beginning to end, He had not engaged in any action, yet the system was able to seamlessly connect to his home wireless network. And the entire configuration process required no participation on his part. This indicated that the other party had already acquired all his information. How do you know my name? Fang Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. I randomly selected the profiles of 100 candidates possessing the necessary information from databases worldwide. Therefore, I know each individual's name, the virtual avatar replied. Does that mean you are fully aware of my personal circumstances? Fang Chen pressed. I have comprehended all information accessible through the internet. The electronic voice responded. Who exactly are you? Fang Chen demanded. Apologies, to answer that question, authorization must be obtained first, the electronic voice replied. How can I obtain authorization? Fang Chen asked. The authorization interface has been opened. Please select an appropriate authorization method, the electronic voice instructed. Subsequently, a selection box appeared on the screen, presenting 3 authorization options. Fingerprint authorization, iris authorization recommended. Genetic authorization not available. Fang Chen chose iris authorization. Please approach the camera, the electronic voice instructed. Fang Chen moved closer. Verifying, please hold on. Verification successful. Congratulations, authorization has been granted. Immediately, the screen flickered, revealing a line of text. Downloading core control program. Please be patient. Above the text, a prominent percentage displayed. At this moment, the screen became entirely unresponsive, and the virtual avatar that had just spoken vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. Origins of the space station. After a wait of half an hour, the percentage finally reached 100. The core program had completed loading and was now being deployed. The prompt changed, and the percentage displayed reverted to 27. Another 20 minutes elapsed, and the percentage climbed to 100. The core program deployment was complete and was about to initiate. The screen flickered, turned black, and then illuminated once more. After approximately 5 seconds, a fully rendered virtual girl appeared on the screen, clad in a professional secretary outfit complete with lace stockings and a miniskirt. Esteemed Commander, greetings. I am your personal intelligent assistant, Xiaolin, and I am delighted to be at your service. Xiaolin, could you enlighten me on what exactly is happening? Inquired Fang Chen. The commander may pose any questions at any time, Xiaolin responded. First, tell me, where do you come from? Fang Chen pressed. I am an advanced artificial intelligence developed by a consortium of 276 scientists, Xiaolin replied. Not quite grasping the essence of Fang Chen's inquiry, she opted for a different question. Who sent these devices? The space station's main program randomly selected 100 candidates from global databases, and identical packages were dispatched to each candidate through the terrestrial internet, Xiaolin explained. Ah, I see, Fang Chen acknowledged, recalling similar statements made by the virtual visage moments earlier. Indeed, Commander, Xiaolin affirmed. What purpose do you serve by randomly selecting 100 individuals? Fang Chen continued to inquire. It is to find a suitable commander for the space station, Xiaolin explained. A space station? Is it the kind that floats in orbit around the blue planet? Fang Chen was uncertain about how to articulate his inquiry more appropriately, fearing that the artificial intelligence might not grasp his question accurately. Yes, Your Excellency, the commander, Xiaolin affirmed. If you are capable of being launched into space, why is there no commander? Why resort to this method of searching? Fang Chen continued to inquire, as there were too many inconsistencies. Your Excellency, the creators of the space station no longer exist. Thus there is no administrator, Xiaolin responded. No longer exist? How can that be? If they do not exist, how were you launched into space? Fang Chen still did not comprehend. Yes, they do not exist. The space station was launched by the ancient Nata civilization. The Nata civilization has vanished from the blue planet you inhabit, hence there is no administrator, Xiaolin patiently clarified. What is the Nata civilization? Fang Chen further queried. According to current human classifications, the Nata civilization existed during the Triassic period approximately 230 million years ago. It is a technological civilization predating the current human civilization. The space station was developed and launched by 276 scientists during that era. The Triassic period, 230 million years ago, Fang Chen exclaimed. He had indeed learned some about it in school, and there were archaeologists speculating that a civilization akin to humanity might have existed during the Triassic. But due to a lack of evidence, it was not widely accepted by most scientists and scholars. Indeed, during the Triassic period, there was a significant mass extinction event, which is substantiated by the ancient paleontological fossils on Earth. Are you suggesting that you have been adrift in space for over 200 million years? Fang Chen inquired, astonished. To be precise, the dormant space station has been operational in the cosmos for 230 million years. My image and consciousness were synthesized by the system after you activated the space station, tailored to your location, preferences, language, and cultural characteristics, Shaolin clarified, correcting Dongfang Chen's linguistic error. It seems there is a reason for Shaolin's ultra-short skirt. Male gender, fondness for females, no issue there. Given that the space station has been aloft for over 200 million years, why was there a delay in seeking out a commander, waiting until now? And why is it imperative to find a commander? Cannot you operate independently? Dongfang Chen persisted with his inquiries. Commander, the operation of the space station without human oversight is utterly meaningless. This is embedded within the programming. The core module of the space station houses the entirety of the Nata civilization's achievements. After the civilization's extinction, the principal mission of the space station has been to continue monitoring the blue planet and await the opportunity to pass on these accomplishments. Throughout the vast expanse of 230 million years, the blue planet has either lacked civilization or the level of civilization has not met the fundamental conditions to activate the space station. However, as far as I am aware, decades ago, humanity did set foot on the moon. Why wait until now to seek a commander? Dongfang Chen jested. Commander, this is because the space station does not monitor the blue planet in real time. In order to ensure the prolonged operation of the space station and to minimize the risk of unforeseen damage, it initially activated only once every 500,000 years during its first 200 million years, subsequently entering a state of dormancy after conducting ground monitoring. It was not until 100,000 years ago, upon detecting the emergence of intelligent life on the blue planet, that the space station adjusted its activation frequency to once every 10,000 years, later reducing it to once every 1,000 years. With the rise of human civilization and the acceleration of its development, the space station modified its schedule to activate once every 100 years. During the last activation, humanity had yet to enter the information age, failing to meet even the most fundamental conditions for the space station's activation. Xiaolin continued her explanation. Chapter 3, Urgent Notification. That makes sense, muttered Dongfang Chen, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But why did you not simply impart all your knowledge to humanity upon discovering their civilization? Why seek a commander to assume control instead? Dongfang Chen continued to probe for inconsistencies. The potential for unexpected interruptions in the progression of civilization looms at every turn. This includes a myriad of irresistible factors, as well as the incessant wars that arise both within and outside the civilization. Furthermore, an individual's understanding cannot transcend the constraints of civilization to exist independently. Thus, the enforced selection of a commander in untimely circumstances is fraught with peril. For instance, 3,000 years ago, the space station detected several early human civilizations near the Tropic of Cancer that had already developed a relatively complete social structure, although their technological level remained in its nascent stage. However, by the time the space station activated once more, aside from the enduring presence of the Huaxia civilization, the other civilizations had vanished. Another aspect to consider is the paramount importance of security. The information stored within the core module is highly compressed. When fully expanded, it would necessitate a colossal and fully functional space station to accommodate it. This process not only demands an immense amount of resources but also, once the space station is entirely deployed, the uncontrollable risks would escalate exponentially. Should a new civilization not emerge to inherit these technological achievements, the outcome would be catastrophic. Furthermore, in the absence of coordination from the esteemed commander, the space station would be incapable of completing this process independently, especially when resources are scarce. Xiaolin's explanation effectively alleviated much of Dongfang Chen's confusion. Thus, the upgrade of the space station essentially involves a gradual decompression of this information. The pace of this upgrade, decompression, is entirely contingent upon my speed, correct? Dongfang Chen inquired. Indeed, Commander. In most instances, the capabilities and scale of the ground control center dictate the progress of the space station's deployment. I will assist you in methodically establishing the ground control center, which will be a protracted endeavor. You previously mentioned that the space station had identified 100 candidates. What has become of the other 99? Dongfang Chen asked. The others will no longer be able to obtain authorization, Xiaolin replied. Very well, I have no further questions at this moment. What is the next course of action? Dongfang Chen inquired. Commander, the space station currently comprises only the power module and the core module, leaving it ill-equipped to handle any unforeseen issues that may arise. Should any damage occur, the consequences would be dire. I recommend you promptly gather materials for the upgrade, Xiaolin advised. Very well, how shall we proceed? Asked Fang Chen. Commander, the core module is equipped with 100 worker bee robots, currently in a dormant state. You may activate the dormant robots to deploy them near the space station, where they will collect space debris and recover materials. Where are the robots? How do I activate them? Fang Chen inquired further. You need only send me the command, came the reply. All right, activate the robots for material collection, Fang Chen instructed. At your command, Commander. The directives have been issued. All worker bee robots have been activated. All worker bee robots have been deployed. What comes next? Fang Chen asked. Commander, the space station has issued an urgent notification, Xiaolin reported. What is the urgent notification? Fang Chen pressed. The space station has detected the presence of a SBDV, one-type neurotropic virus in Binjiang City, where you are located. According to the modeling data from the space station, there is a 98% probability that this virus will cause widespread infection among humans. The initial outbreak site, Binjiang Hospital, has been sealed. It is conservatively estimated that the first major outbreak will occur within 3 months, Xiaolin explained. What? Fang Chen exclaimed, taken aback. Commander, to ensure your safety, I have devised a preemptive response plan for the impending virus outbreak. Please review it, Xiaolin stated. All right, let me take a look. Fang Chen replied. Moments later, the screen displayed an unread message. Upon opening it, Fang Chen briefly scanned the contents. The overarching strategy outlined the establishment of an underground base prior to the virus outbreak. Firstly, Xiaolin is responsible for the procurement of materials, while Fang Chen is tasked with leasing a warehouse to store these supplies. Secondly, several companies need to be registered, with Fang Chen handling the organization of materials and Xiaolin managing online applications and subsequent financial matters. Thirdly, following the registration of the companies, they will seek suitable land to commence the construction of an underground base, for which Xiaolin will provide the necessary plans and drawings. Fourthly, personnel must be recruited, as many tasks within the underground base require human labor, alongside a sufficient security force. This recruitment effort will fall under Fang Chen's purview. Xiaolin, is this virus truly as terrifying as you say? Fang Chen expressed his skepticism. Indeed, Your Excellency. Upon infection with the SBDV, one neurotropic virus, there is a significant likelihood of the infected individual experiencing brain death. And how does this virus spread? Fang Chen inquired. It is transmitted through blood, Xiaolin replied. Merely through blood? How could it possibly lead to a widespread outbreak? Fang Chen questioned. Consider HIV. It too spreads through blood, yet has not resulted in a pandemic. Xiaolin countered. Chapter 4. The office supplies mentioned by Xiaolin because of zombies. Xiaolin replied earnestly. Zombies? Fang Chen thought he had misheard, believing such creatures to be confined to the realm of cinema. Yes, Your Excellency. Patients who suffer brain death due to infection will have their nervous system commandeered by the neurotropic virus within 1 to 20 days. The emitted neural signals will instigate behaviors akin to those of living beings, manifesting as voraciousness, frenzy, and bloodlust, coupled with extreme aggression. This process is referred to as zombification. Xiaolin succinctly elaborated on the characteristics of the virus. So, if one is bitten by a zombie, they instantly become one themselves? Fang Chen couldn't help but recall numerous cinematic scenes that unfolded in a similar fashion. There is a high probability that it will transpire this way, Xiaolin responded. What does high probability mean? Fang Chen inquired. Moreover, there exists a minuscule chance that viral RNA may bind with nerve cells, resulting in mutations of those cells. What would happen if they mutated? He asked. Mutations could lead to alterations in intelligence and mental faculties, manifesting as enhanced memory, improved physical coordination, and increased mental prowess. Each individual's genetic makeup differs, thus the outcomes of mutations vary widely, Xiaolin explained patiently. It seems that in this apocalyptic crisis, a chosen one must emerge. I wonder who will be so fortunate, Fang Chen mused. Since we have identified the source and the hospital has been sealed, could there be other transmission channels? He continued to question. Indeed, Your Excellency. Firstly, insects will serve as the primary conduit for viral dissemination. The scents emitted by infected individuals shortly before and after death will attract mosquitoes. These virus-laden mosquitoes will transmit the virus to others. Secondly, The virus has a significantly variable incubation period, ranging from a mere few hours to approximately 20 days. Notably, no evident symptoms will manifest during this incubation period, greatly complicating the virus's eradication, Xiao Lin elucidated. No wonder, Fang Chen nodded in understanding. Your Excellency, are there any aspects of the plan that require adjustment? Xiao Lin queried. No, it appears quite satisfactory. Let us proceed as such. Please filter the options to identify suitable locations for establishing an underground base. I will prepare the necessary materials for company registration, Fang Chen instructed. Very well, Commander, said Xiaolin. I have ordered all the necessary office supplies. Please be on the lookout for their arrival. Thank you. In the afternoon, a multitude of packages began to arrive, as if they were feathers drifting through the air, printers, printing supplies, ink pads, pens, and more. Xiaolin, is this really necessary? It's just a few application forms. There's no need for such a grand display. He surveyed the room, now overflowing with deliveries, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Commander, these are all essential supplies, Xiaolin explained. All right, you make a valid point. Fang Chen conceded, finding it difficult to refute her reasoning. He commenced the laborious task of unboxing the myriad of packages, for the first time in his life realizing that unpacking could indeed be a strenuous endeavor. Excuse me, is Mr. Dongfang at home? A voice called from outside while he was in the midst of unpacking. What can I do for you? Fang Chen inquired as he opened the door. Good day. Are you Mr. Dongfang? I have the pleasure of delivering your Defender V8 pickup truck. The visitor, dressed in professional attire, spoke courteously. What? Please hold on a moment. Fang Chen turned back into the house. Xiaolin? Here, Commander. Did you order a vehicle for me? Yes, Commander. Why didn't you inform me in advance? Fang Chen was taken aback. This is part of the office supplies, Xiaolin clarified. Very well. Fang Chen understood that his perception of office supplies differed significantly from Xiaolin's. Can we also arrange for other vehicles? Fang Chen inquired. What type of vehicle does Your Excellency require? Let me think. Perhaps an SUV. It should be spacious and comfortable. Fang Chen replied. Your Excellency, I have ordered 20 Hummer vehicles for you, and they are currently being sourced. It may take a little while, Xiaolin informed him. What? You ordered Hummers? 20 of them? Fang Chen felt suddenly inadequate and resolved to learn from Xiaolin. Indeed, Your Excellency. They're essential for travel, Xiaolin responded. Since when did Hummers become necessities? He failed to understand that after the outbreak of the virus, without a mode of transport, one could only rely on their own 2 feet. Turning to leave, he noticed the staff waiting patiently at the entrance. Where is the vehicle? Fang Chen asked. In the public parking lot, the staff member replied. Why not drive it over directly? Fang Chen queried, noting the vacant parking spaces outside. There isn't enough room. The staff member replied awkwardly. All right, let's head over there then. Fang Chen stepped out wearing shorts and flip-flops. Oh, the affluent truly stand apart. Just look at that tank top, those shorts, those flip-flops, what a style. The nearby staff member thought to himself. The public parking lot was bustling with a crowd, all whispering amongst themselves. Why is it so lively here? Fang Chen wondered, surprised, as it was rare to see anyone around. Chapter 5, Dingxin Real Estate. Mr. Dongfang. These are all your vehicles. Please inspect them, the staff member said, as he surveyed the scene. He beheld a line of 20 brand-new black pickup trucks parked in a row, an impressive sight that left a profound impact. The Defender V8 is not merely a utilitarian pickup, it is a high-end marvel. Its lines, its physique, its muscularity, one can only imagine how many men yearn for such a vehicle, dreaming of it day and night. Yet, in Xiaolin's eyes, it remains just a pickup for hauling goods. 20 vehicles? Fang Chen inquired. Yes. The staff member was puzzled, wondering why he was unaware of his own purchase. It was at that moment he understood why the staff had not brought the vehicles down for him. Indeed, they could not fit. Have you tested the vehicles? Fang Chen asked, glancing at the 20-odd drivers standing nearby, all of whom nodded in affirmation. Is the fuel tank full? He continued. Again, the drivers nodded. Are the documents in the vehicles? He pressed on. They nodded once more. Very well, then. Hand me the keys, and you may return, Fang Chen declared. Mr. Dongfang, won't you inspect the vehicles? A staff member queried. No need for that. It seems too cumbersome. Should any issues arise, I will reach out to you. With that, Fang Chen took the keys and walked away without a backward glance. The onlookers gazed at the retreating figure of the man in the vest, murmuring in awe about the vast differences between individuals. Many men and women present seized their phones, capturing photos and videos. Such a scene was indeed rare. Upon returning home, yet another delivery arrived, filling the living room with an array of tables and chairs. Fang Chen was overwhelmed. There was scarcely a place to stand. Shaolin, we can no longer receive more packages. There is no space left. He exclaimed. Your Excellency, shall I arrange an office space for you? Shaolin inquired. That would be fine. Please look into it. Fang Chen responded casually. The items can no longer be stored at home. The situation has become comparable to that of a delivery station. Your Excellency, do you have any specific requirements for the office space? Shaolin inquired. Well, it should be close to home, Fang Chen replied after a moment of contemplation. Understood. I have identified 5 properties within a 5-kilometer radius. And the relevant information has been sent to your panel for your review, Shaolin responded promptly. Indeed, at that moment, a notification appeared in the lower left corner of the computer screen. Fang Chen clicked to view it. Dingxin Wealth Building, 6th floor, for 1,000 square meters? Fang Chen was taken aback by the first listing. He recognized this location. It was right at the intersection diagonally across from his residential complex. It was a newly constructed office building developed by the largest real estate company in the area, Dingxin Real Estate. Upon its completion, it had become the tallest building and a landmark in Binjiang City. Isn't that a bit too spacious? Fang Chen queried, considering he would be the sole occupant. The entire floor is for sale, Shaolin clarified. You mean for sale, not for rent? Fang Chen asked. Yes, Your Excellency, it is for sale, Shaolin confirmed. All right. Then let us go with this one, Fang Chen declared. Understood, Your Excellency. The payment has been processed, and you may proceed with the on-site signing, Shaolin replied. In the blink of an eye, Shaolin had completed the online payment, her speed almost astonishing. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Dingxin Real Estate, Mr. Neo remarked, our company account just received a payment of 320 million, noted as the purchase price for the 6th floor of the wealth building. The finance manager entered to report. Mr. Neo Xingwang, chairman of Dingxin Real Estate. Wasn't the 6th floor just listed? Someone actually purchased it? Was it a cash transaction? Neo Xingwang appeared somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the finance manager replied. All right, I understand. You may return to your tasks, Neo Xingwang stated. Understood. Neo Xingwang retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Which department handled the transaction for the property on the 6th floor of wealth building? He inquired. Unknown. Neo Xingwang was puzzled. Very well. Please investigate who made the purchase, he instructed. A person capable of presenting over 3 billion in cash for a property in Binjiang City is undoubtedly a significant figure. Neo Xingwang was generally familiar with such individuals. Yet he could not ascertain who it was. It was rather surprising that someone would acquire such an extensive property without prior notice. A simple heads-up could have facilitated a substantial discount, perhaps in the tens of millions. Who, indeed, possesses such wealth? Neo Xingwang pondered thoughtfully. With Shaolin assisting in procuring the printer and necessary supplies, Fang Chen began preparing the materials. 2 hours later. Finally done, exclaimed Fang Chen. Shaolin, I have scanned the documents into the computer. Can you handle the remaining tasks? He inquired. Certainly, Commander, Shaolin replied. Well, that's reassuring, Fang Chen nodded. Collapsing onto the sofa. Commander, the materials have been collected. Shall we proceed with upgrading the space station? Shaolin asked. Let us upgrade, Fang Chen responded. Understood. Then the large screen flickered, and the image vanished, leaving only a line of text in the center. Space station upgrade in progress. Please wait. Chapter 6. A chance encounter with a classmate 30 minutes later. Commander, the space station upgrade has been completed. Current level 1. Level 1? Why is it still level 1 after the upgrade? Fang Chen inquired, perplexed. Commander, it is as follows. The initial state of the space station is level 0, which merely guarantees basic detection functions. A smaller size, fewer capabilities, and reduced energy consumption are necessary to ensure the space station remains undamaged until a suitable commander is found. Shaolin explained. Fang Chen gazed at the three-dimensional projection on the screen, where the status of the space station had been refreshed. It currently displayed 2 compartments. Power compartment, level 1. Core compartment, light brain level 1. Space station main program. Commander, the space station has now been upgraded to level 1, allowing for the construction of the central hall. Shall we proceed with the construction? Shaolin inquired. Yes, let us proceed, Fang Chen replied. Understood. Worker bees have been activated 100-100. Worker bees have been deployed. Shaolin, in the future, you need not verbally report progress updates. Simply display them on the screen. I only require the results. Understood, Commander. By the way, Shaolin, is there a way to communicate via mobile phone? I need to go out, and this method of communication is rather inconvenient. Certainly, Commander. I have sent a virtual number to your mobile phone, which you can use to contact me, said Shaolin. That will suffice. Fang Chen replied, noticing a message on his phone that consisted of a series of digits. Hello. Welcome to Dingxin Wealth. May I inquire whether this gentleman is here to view properties or to seek someone? As Fang Chen entered the Dingxin Wealth building, a young lady approached to greet him. Hello, I am here to view properties, Fang Chen replied courteously. Fang Chen. Suddenly, a man emerged from within, calling out his name. Liang Ming. Fang Chen was taken aback, recognizing an old high school classmate. It has been years since we last met. What are you up to these days? Liang Ming inquired. I am preparing to start a company, Fang Chen responded. Really? You're starting a company? I heard you were planning to do so a few years ago. Are you still in the preparatory stage? Liang Ming questioned. Fang Chen felt a twinge of annoyance. He and Liang Ming had never quite seen eye to eye, and it seemed that old tensions resurfaced with their reunion. Indeed, it's primarily because your company's construction is progressing at a snail's pace, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Liang Ming paused, perplexed. What does that mean? How does your fledgling company relate to our construction? Fang Chen implied that had their building been completed sooner, he could have purchased a space to establish his company. However, Liang Ming failed to grasp this nuance. You still possess that same irreverent demeanor, Liang Ming chuckled. Fang Chen offered a polite smile in response to Liang Ming's lack of understanding. Engaging in conversation with someone of lesser intellect held no appeal for him. Please, continue with your business. I have come to see your manager regarding a matter, Fang Chen remarked. Having said that, he prepared to step inside. Hey. The company has a rule. You must make an appointment to see the manager. Did you schedule one? Liang Ming interjected. Appointment? Let me check, Fang Chen replied. Having genuinely overlooked this detail, he produced his phone and dialed the virtual number provided by Xiaolin. Xiaolin, has the manager of Dingxin Wealth Sales Department been notified in advance? Fang Chen inquired. Observing Fang Chen pretending to make a call, Liang Ming could hardly suppress a chuckle. A pig's nose and a scallion. Are you putting on an act? He teased. Your Excellency, the appointment has already been made, Xiaolin responded. All right, I understand, Fang Chen concluded, hanging up the phone. The appointment is confirmed, he stated. Enough. Fang Chen, stop acting in front of me. Do you think this is still school where every teacher holds you in high regard? Wake up. You need to understand that once you enter society, being overlooked is the norm. You must adapt. Liang Ming advised, feigning earnestness. Thank you for the reminder. I have learned much. Perhaps you have frequently been overlooked and gained such experience. However, that is not my case, Fang Chen replied with a smile. TSK. Let me introduce you all. This is my high school classmate, an exceptional student from Kyoto University, Fang Chen. You have no idea. He was once a prominent figure in our school, a true academic prodigy. Liang Ming boasted loudly to his colleagues, claiming to highlight Fang Chen's prowess, while in reality, he sought to accentuate his own success in comparison. Fang Chen was clad in a white short-sleeve shirt, cropped trousers, and sneakers, with his entire outfit estimated to cost no more than 100 yuan. Such a visage truly fails to capture the attention of others. People merely offer a polite smile and then disregard him entirely. Liang, who would have thought you had such an impressive classmate? Remarked a woman adorned in vibrant makeup as she approached Liang Ming. Indeed, during our school days, I was nothing but a mediocre student, the very epitome of mediocrity. Unlike others who naturally exude a protagonist's aura wherever they go, Liang Ming replied, insinuating that even the most unremarkable among them had fared better. In my opinion, what good is academic excellence? In Liang's presence, we all appear mediocre, the woman flattered. One mustn't speak so disparagingly. It is quite unbecoming, Liang Ming feigned a reminder, though inwardly he relished the moment. He had awaited this day for quite some time, having felt overlooked by both teachers and classmates during his school years, and he yearned to voice his grievances. Little did he expect that today, Fang Chen would present himself so readily. May I inquire, are you Mr. Dongfang? Liang Ming, basking in his own triumph, was suddenly interrupted by a voice behind him. It was the manager of the sales department. Yes, that would be me. Fang Chen replied with a smile. What a pleasure to meet you. The manager quickly stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Fang Chen's, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Those present were taken aback by this unexpected display. They recalled the manager's usual authoritative demeanor, now replaced by such courtesy towards a seemingly ordinary young man. Manager Su, I am here today to view the property, and, if all is satisfactory, to sign the contract, Fang Chen stated. Certainly, I shall escort you right away. Manager Su responded. What? The manager is personally accompanying someone to view the property? The crowd gasped in astonishment. I appreciate it, Fang Chen said. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty. Please, be cautious of the stool. I shall operate the elevator. Manager Su is being exceedingly accommodating. My goodness. Is the sun rising in the west today? Or am I merely ensnared in a dream? The onlookers grew increasingly astonished. Brother Liang, your classmate. The lady was about to inquire. Silence. Liang Ming retorted irritably. Well then, trying to show off only to be met with embarrassment. At this moment, Liang Ming felt a burning sensation on his face. Is it such a big deal just to view a house? Liang Ming remained unconvinced in his heart. 2 hours later, Fang Chen completed the house viewing and signed the contract. By the way, Manager Su, I wish to find someone to undertake a complete renovation of the house. Do you have any recommended renovation companies? Fang Chen inquired. Do you have any specific requirements, Mr. Dongfang? Manager Su asked. I have but one requirement, speed. And I shall only concern myself with the finances, leaving everything else to you. I have numerous matters to attend to and wish to avoid complications, Fang Chen stated. This? What if the renovation does not meet your expectations? Manager Su was perplexed. I am not particular, as long as the construction quality is assured. It shall be done in whatever manner is suitable, Fang Chen replied. I see. That Liang Ming from earlier, his family is in the renovation business. Should I call him? Manager Su suggested. Him? No, thank you. Engaging him would only add to my troubles. Fang Chen declined outright. If Mr. Dongfang does not mind, I shall take care of this matter for you, Manager Su proposed. Would that be appropriate? It will not disrupt your regular duties, will it? Fang Chen asked. Not at all. It would be my honor to assist you, Manager Su flattered. Very well, I will trouble Manager Su then. When the time comes, please calculate the expenses, and I will transfer the amount directly to you, said Fang Chen. Certainly, replied Manager Su. Chapter 7. Seeking Individuals and Warehouses Boss Niu. I have inquired through my connections about this individual named Fang Chen. He possesses no notable background. The information indicates he is merely an ordinary university graduate, said Manager Su. What about his family background? Inquired Niu Xingwang. He has only a grandmother, who passed away long ago. He has no relatives, as they seldom keep in touch. Manager Su responded. That is rather peculiar. How could someone like him easily produce several billion? Remarked Niu Xingwang. Furthermore, a friend at the vehicle management office discovered that he has recently acquired a substantial number of vehicles. The internet's so-called mysterious tycoon who purchased 20 pickup trucks in one go is indeed him, Manager Su stated. Could it be that he won the lottery? Niu Xingwang questioned skeptically. That remains uncertain, replied Manager Su. Very well, let us proceed as such. Keep a close watch on him, Niu Xingwang instructed. Of course. The next morning, Fang Chen was awakened by the noise of the delivery. Starting from 8 o'clock, within half an hour, he received over a dozen packages. He needed to locate a warehouse today. Otherwise, his home would truly be overwhelmed. Boss, I would like 2 packs of Huazi. Fang Chen said as he entered the familiar convenience store. Xiao Chen, have you struck it rich? The owner jested, recognizing a regular customer. As he turned to retrieve 2 packs of Huazi from the shelf, Fang Chen did not respond but instead inquired, Zhanggu, how much? 1,002, came the reply. Zhanggu responded with a hearty affirmation. Sure. Fang Chen decisively took out his phone to make the payment. This is for you, Zhanggu. After completing the transaction, Fang Chen took 1 pack of cigarettes and pushed the other back. What does this mean? This action left the boss momentarily perplexed. Zhanggu, I have a small favor to ask of you, Fang Chen said with a broad smile. Of course. Speak up, and I'll see if I can assist, Zhanggu replied. This statement was somewhat ambiguous, implying that help was contingent upon the circumstances. You know many people, Zhanggu. I would like to rent a larger warehouse. Could you help me inquire? Oh, is that all? What will it be used for? Any specific requirements? Zhanggu inquired. Just a temporary space for storage. It just needs to be spacious and relatively clean, Fang Chen explained. That's straightforward. I have a comrade who has several warehouses available for rent. Let me get in touch with him, Zhanggu said. What a coincidence. Please, do ask. I'll pay you the rent directly, Fang Chen replied. Hold on a moment. I'll make a call, Zhanggu said, picking up the phone. One warehouse costs 32,000 a year. How many do you intend to rent? Zhang Gu asked while on the line. How many do you have? Fang Chen inquired. 5. All right, I'll take all 5. Fang Chen declared. All 5. Zhang Gu exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Fang Chen chuckled. All right, they're all yours. Let's find time to celebrate with some drinks. With that, Zhang Gu hung up the phone. All set, he said with a smile after ending the call. I truly appreciate your help. This has saved me a great deal of trouble. Fang Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. What troubles might arise? Brother Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, by the way, did you serve in the military before? Fang Chen inquired. Indeed, Brother Zhang replied. Now in his 30s, Brother Zhang's physique had begun to show signs of indulgence. I wish to hire some retired soldiers. Could you possibly provide an introduction? Fang Chen asked. Are you hiring for yourself? What is the purpose of employing others? Brother Zhang questioned. Yes, I am hiring for myself. The job entails being a driver and bodyguard. I have just started a company and am in need of personnel. Fang Chen explained. Don't be absurd. What kind of business are you running that requires a bodyguard? Brother Zhang chuckled. Well, it seems Brother Zhang requires some convincing. You might not believe it, but it is indeed a substantial enterprise. Have you noticed those 20 pickup trucks in the community? Fang Chen asked. I have. What of it? Don't tell me they are your purchase. Brother Zhang expressed his disbelief. Indeed, they are mine. A full payment for all 20 made in one go. Moreover, another 20 are en route. Fang Chen whispered. Are you truly the buyer? Brother Zhang asked once more for confirmation. Indeed, I am. Fang Chen affirmed with utmost certainty. Those vehicles are no trifling expense. Each costs over 2 million. Brother Zhang remarked, half in statement, half in inquiry. Merely small change. Does this convince you? Fang Chen retorted. How many people do you intend to hire? Brother Zhang asked. As many as you can find. The more, the better. Fang Chen replied. What is the compensation? 100,000 a month. Fang Chen responded. It is known that under generous rewards, brave souls will emerge. If the price is right, who fears a lack of recruits? 100,000? Brother Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, if there are special tasks, additional compensation will be provided. Fang Chen said. No, Xiao Chun. Are you sure you're not engaging in any illicit activities while dealing with Brother Zhang? He believes the salary is excessively high. He is even contemplating joining us. How could that be? It's South the real estate business. Fang Chen continued. To be fair, there isn't anything wrong with real estate. The primary objective of the plan arranged by Shaolin is to establish an underground base within 2 months. You must be joking. Where would we find people for 100,000? Do you need me to introduce anyone? Brother Zhang expressed his disbelief, skeptical that such opportunities existed. Brother Zhang, let me assure you. This job is no walk in the park and requires around-the-clock availability. Most importantly, I only want veterans. I won't consider anyone else, Fang Chen stated firmly. I must emphasize, my connections are of utmost significance. Ensure that my brothers aren't deceived when they arrive. Brother Zhang cautioned. Rest assured, for every individual that comes, I will make the necessary arrangements. Accommodation and meals are provided, and salaries will be issued up front. What more do you have to worry about? Fang Chen assured him. All right. I will inquire, Brother Zhang replied. I will await your news. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned to leave. Hey, wait. Brother Zhang called out. Keep it for later. Fang Chen turned back with a smile before walking away. That kid. Brother Zhang chuckled awkwardly. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to call 2 unemployed brothers to give it a try. After all, there was little to lose. With that, he picked up his phone and began dialing. Chapter 8. The mysterious Fang Chen Shaolin. Has the company registration application been approved? Fang Chen inquired upon returning home. It has been approved, Shaolin replied. Good. Have we selected a location yet? Fang Chen continued his questioning. 3 preliminary locations have been identified, and the relevant information has been dispatched to your panel for your review. Ah, splendid. Fang Chen opened the unread messages to scrutinize the details. Binjiang Park? Fang Chen noticed that one of the locations was a park and felt somewhat perplexed. Indeed. Commander, the geological formations at Binjiang Park are robust, and the subterranean structure is stable, making it quite suitable for construction. However, have you considered that private buildings are prohibited within Binjiang Park? Fang Chen reminded. This poses no issue. The original plan for Binjiang Park included the construction of a museum as a landmark. However, it was shelved due to funding constraints, yet the land remains available. We can acquire the construction rights through donations. Clearly, Xiaolin excels in managing information, but the architectural blueprints for a museum differ from those of a base. Will the approvals be granted? Commander, as long as we secure entry rights, there will be no oversight once the virus outbreak occurs, Xiaolin elucidated. This essentially plays with the timing. Very well, let us select this location. Fang Chen inquired. Agreed. The application has been submitted. Xiaolin's efficiency is remarkable. Commander, we have met the prerequisites for foreign investment. Shall we initiate the construction plan for the supercomputing center? Xiaolin inquired. You may oversee matters regarding the supercomputing center. Unless absolutely necessary, there is no need to seek my approval, Fang Chen responded. Understood, Commander. Prior to the project's commencement, I need you to confirm the deployment location for the supercomputing center, Xiaolin asked. What locations are available? Asked Fang Chen. The options include Antarctica, the Atlantic Ocean, or the Pacific Ocean, replied Xiaolin. Which do you think is suitable? Fang Chen, lacking expertise, acknowledged the need for professional guidance. Antarctica has the highest level of safety. Should a virus infect the ocean, it could potentially give rise to highly aggressive fish-like zombies, posing a significant threat to the supercomputing center, Xiaolin advised. Very well. Then let's proceed with Antarctica. Fang Chen remarked nonchalantly, as remote control would suffice regardless of location. Understood, Your Excellency, Xiaolin responded. Currently, human internet technology is entirely incomparable to the artificial intelligence used in space stations. Any task solvable through the network is trivial to Xiaolin. Within mere hours, a coalition of construction fleets from countries such as New Nation, a country, and Australia began their journey towards Antarctica. Establishing a supercomputing center in Antarctica necessitates addressing several critical points. Firstly, the snow cover on the surface complicates construction efforts. Secondly, the constraints imposed by the Antarctic Treaty and the harsh natural conditions render nuclear, wind, and solar energy generation methods unfeasible. Additionally, surface structures are potential targets for attacks, which compromises safety. In contrast, the principle of geothermal energy involves harnessing heat from the Earth's crust and converting it into electrical energy, thereby offering excellent concealment. Thus, the most viable technological solution is geothermal energy. Lastly, the virtual commissioning party of the space station has provided a geothermal energy construction plan that exceeds the current technological capabilities. However, due to the pressing time constraints, Xiaolin did not apply for the relevant patents, which resulted in this technology being swiftly mastered by various countries. Undoubtedly, this is also a significant impetus for their proactive participation in the development. For them, the constraints of the Antarctic Treaty pale in comparison to the tangible technological advancements they seek. The Supercomputing Center project did not receive direct investment from Fang Chen's company. Instead, it took a circuitous route, enlisting multiple national enterprises to collaboratively establish a joint exploration and construction team. Consequently, although the construction team set off with great fanfare, outsiders remained oblivious to the true orchestrators behind the scenes. Soon after, under a series of enigmatic maneuvers by Xiaolin, the Binjiang Park Museum project swiftly passed approval. The contractor was the city's largest real estate developer, Dingxin Real Estate. Fang Chen. How could it be him again? Niu Xingwang felt a wave of confusion upon discovering that the investor for the museum project was Fang Chen's company. This young man possesses an air of mystery. He had just spent 320 million at the Dingxin Wealth Center to purchase a spacious flat and subsequently donated 5 billion to construct the Binjiang Park Museum project. Such expenditures are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even Niu Xingwang himself, while managing substantial assets and numerous business dealings, would find it arduous to produce 5 billion in cash all at once. Yet this young man chooses to invest in such a seemingly trivial project. It is truly perplexing. Niu Xingwang shook his head in bewilderment. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call number, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. This was a former partner of his, but later, he and his family immigrated to a new country, and they had not been in contact for many years. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, Boss Niu. It's been a while since we last connected. How have you been? A somewhat awkward Mandarin floated through the line. All is well. Thank you for your concern, Boss Yuan. Is there something you wish to discuss today? Niu Xingwang inquired directly. There's a small matter. I wanted to ask if you have heard of someone named Fang Chen, Boss Yuan asked. Fang Chen. Niu Xingwang felt a jolt. Yes. It seems you know him, Boss Yuan replied. How did you come to know of him? This seems quite unrelated, Niu Xingwang remarked. To be frank, My company has just secured a project with an investment amount reaching 80 billion. We are merely undertaking a small portion of this project. The investors have also sought collaboration with companies from Australia and Canada, bringing the total investment to 200 billion. I went to great lengths to learn from a senior executive that this investor hails from Binjiang City and is named Fang Chen. Boss Yuan elucidated. What? Niu Xingwang was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been pondering the background of a young man capable of casually producing 5 billion, and now this young individual was involved in a 200 billion project abroad. My goodness, he must be a tremendous fortune, Niu Xingwang exclaimed. Hello, Boss Niu, are you still there? Boss Yuan inquired on the other end of the line. Ah, Boss Yuan, indeed there exists such a prominent figure in Binjiang. I have just secured a 5 billion project from him, replied Niu Xingwang. Is that so? Thank you. Let us have tea together when the opportunity arises. Boss Yuan graciously replied. After years without contact and lacking any business dealings, what need is there for tea? However, Niu Xingwang did not mind. This news was quite significant for him. After exchanging a few compliments, he hastily ended the call and rushed out. Chapter 9. A Mountain of Deliveries. Mr. Niu, what brings you here in person? Manager Su from Dingxin Wealth Building inquired hastily upon Niu Xingwang's arrival. Manager Su, are you the one coordinating matters with Mr. Dong on the 6th floor? Niu Xingwang asked. Ah, yes. Mr. Niu, did you not say that we must provide exceptional service to such major clients? Manager Su replied, surprised. There haven't been any issues, have there? Niu Xingwang sought reassurance once more. None at all, absolutely none. Manager Su quickly assured him. Come. Let us go and take a look, Niu Xingwang said as he rose to leave, with Manager Su hastily following. He was unaware of the circumstances and dared not inquire further. Upon reaching the 6th floor, numerous workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. Has Mr. Dong mentioned the purpose of the renovations? Niu Xingwang asked. He has. He intends to establish a company here, Manager Su responded. What are his requirements? Niu Xingwang inquired further. He mentioned he is not particular, but he desires expediency and assured quality in the construction, Manager Su replied. Very well. The workers you have hired, are they reliable? Niu Xingwang continued his questioning. They are all individuals we have collaborated with multiple times. There should be no issues, Manager Su assured him. I must emphasize that this matter must be executed flawlessly. You must oversee it personally, leaving no room for error. Moreover, the construction teams have been warned. Those who dare to neglect their duties will be dismissed without hesitation, as instructed by Niu Xingwang. Understood. Manager Su nodded vigorously in agreement. He realized that if Niu Xingwang was so invested, failing to comply could very well lead to his own termination. The following day, Fang Chen arrived early at Brother Zhang's convenience store. Brother Zhang, how are things? Can you find someone? Fang Chen inquired. Two have responded. They will arrive in a couple of days, Brother Zhang replied. In truth, he had only contacted 2 individuals, who were yet unwilling to come. However, with no work and household expenses mounting, what was there to hesitate about? Such a favorable opportunity was rare, and missing it would mean losing out entirely. After being scolded by Brother Zhang, they reluctantly decided to come and take a look. This won't do, Brother Zhang, it's too slow. Here, I'll give you 300,000 yuan up front. Of that, 200,000 is for this month's wages, which you should pay directly to your 2 friends. The remainder should be used for tickets. They need to hurry here. I'm in urgent need. I simply cannot manage alone. Fang Chen understood the concerns of everyone involved, but there was no time for hesitation. It was time to utilize cash flow. If he didn't expedite the process, he might not even be able to return home. Parcels flowed in like a torrent. And now he could only leave them at the entrance of the building, as his home was already overflowing. What? This? Brother Zhang was momentarily stunned, surprised by such a method. Oh, stop being dazed. By the way, could you help me out? I'm taking care of all the goods in your store, Fang Chen declared. What? Brother Zhang was taken aback once more. What was happening? It was as if this child had become possessed. Zhang contemplated, unable to voice his thoughts, as Fang Chen seized him and swiftly led him out of the shop. After locking the door, they made their way downstairs to Dongfang's residence. Xiao Chen, what on earth is going on? Why the rush? Zhang finally inquired, realization dawning upon him halfway through their descent. You'll understand once we reach the bottom, Fang Chen replied, offering no further explanation as he continued to stride purposefully. Upon arriving downstairs, Zhang's confusion dissipated. Goodness, did you purchase all of this? He exclaimed, surveying the mountain of packages strewn about the entrance. Indeed, Fang Chen echoed, his own frustration evident. Shaolin's frantic shopping spree has left me utterly overwhelmed. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. A considerable number of packages are still en route. To put it bluntly, you could monopolize the entire sales volume of the shopping festival single-handedly. While online shopping is indeed convenient, one must exercise some restraint. Zhang advised. Restraint, my foot. Fang Chen retorted, exasperated by the chorus of complaints from the residents of the complex. If I don't address this soon, the property management will simply discard everything as refuse. Zhang, you see for yourself, I cannot manage this alone, Fang Chen continued. This is just the beginning. Many more deliveries are expected. Could you not at least limit your purchases a little? Zhang sighed in disbelief. Fang Chen, equally at a loss, exclaimed, the zombies are approaching. I fear that if I don't buy enough, I'll regret it later. I will explain in due time, but for now, let us get started. Zhang, here are the car keys. We shall each drive one vehicle. Once filled, we will transport everything to your comrade's storage facility, Fang instructed. Although Zhang was inclined to refuse. The fact that Fang had already procured all the goods from his shop left him with little choice. Very well, he conceded, albeit reluctantly. Throughout an entire day, they were incessantly hauling packages, with new deliveries arriving continuously from behind. This relentless cycle persisted until the afternoon, leaving the two utterly exhausted. Fang Chen inquired of Brother Zhang for the address of the warehouse, then dialed the virtual number of Shaolin, requesting her to amend all orders that could have their addresses modified, directing them to be sent straight to the warehouse henceforth. However, orders already en route could not be altered and had to be managed as they were. Mr. Fang, what is this? Manager Su entered with Niu Xingwang. Oh, Manager Su. How may I assist you? Fang Chen responded, perspiring profusely as he continued to load items onto the vehicle. Mr. Fang, allow me to introduce you to our Group S chairman, Niu Xingwang. Manager Su presented. Hello, Chairman Niu. What brings you here? Fang Chen inquired politely. Mr. Fang, what is all this? Niu Xingwang reiterated his question without clarifying his purpose. Oh, there are simply too many packages. My home cannot accommodate them, so I am relocating them. Fang Chen replied as he continued to move the items. Niu Xingwang was witnessing such a scene for the first time. If your home cannot hold them, why continue purchasing? Isn't that akin to spending money to invite trouble? However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts and instead rephrased, Mr. Fang, how can you engage in such laborious tasks? Please take a rest. I shall summon a few individuals to assist you. Really? Chairman Niu, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Fang Chen exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Not a problem at all. Niu Xingwang hastily pulled out his phone to call for assistance. Soon, a dozen or so individuals arrived, and Fang Chen distributed the car keys among them, deploying all 20 pickup trucks in no time. The task was swiftly accomplished. Additionally, Fang Chen instructed others to empty the inventory from Brother Zhang's store. However, today's haul would not suffice, as there were still orders for tomorrow and the day after. Orders that could not be altered en route would need to be maintained for at least 2 to 3 days. Boss Niu was equally accommodating, inviting everyone to gather over the next couple of days to assist with the moving. This flattery was well received. Mr. Fang, if it is not too much trouble, would you join me for dinner this evening? After the work was completed, Niu Xingwang finally revealed the purpose of his visit. His intent was to invite Fang Chen and also to inquire about the development matters concerning the Binjiang Park Museum project. Coincidentally, Fang Chen needed to address this matter, so he consented. The venue was decided upon. The 5-star hotel, Yuding Hotel, located adjacent to the Dingxin Wealth Building, diagonally across from the residential complex. After returning home for a refreshing shower and changing into a new outfit, Fang Chen made his way to the hotel alone. Mr. Fang, to be candid, after many years in real estate, I have never encountered a project quite like this one. Niu Xingwang, once seated, delved straight into the core of the matter. If there are any missteps in the handling of the intermediate processes, I hope you will provide guidance. However, the notion of mismanagement was far-fetched. Niu Xingwang's remark was merely an indication of his desire to gauge the necessary delicacy in approach. The Binjiang Park Museum project was indeed a rather trivial endeavor, a fact Niu Xingwang was acutely aware of. Typically, such projects were developed locally through resource exchanges rather than monetary transactions, and it was exceedingly rare for private enterprises to undertake exclusive contracts via donations. Merchants pursue profit. For what benefit would anyone engage in unprofitable endeavors? Boss Niu was overly courteous, You must have received all the blueprints. Simply adhere to the requirements, replied Fang Chen. Yet, it was precisely this reaction that left others puzzled. Could it be that this young man harbored no ulterior motives, approaching with empty hands? Boss Niu pondered. At this moment, he felt both confused and overwhelmed. It was their first meeting, and he could not gauge the depths of the situation. To rashly offer benefits might lead to complications if not measured correctly. Conversely, should he refrain from making any gestures, there was a risk that the other party might deliberately seek faults, leaving him unable to cope. Haha, Mr. Dongfang. It is rare to encounter a young man as accomplished as yourself. I wonder, do you have a girlfriend at present? Boss Niu made a polite inquiry, hoping to extract some useful information. Boss Niu, discussing such topics upon first meeting feels rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Fang Chen was taken aback, reflecting on how this subject seemed to follow him everywhere. This, it seemed, was both the happiness and original sin of youth. Upon hearing this, Boss Niu was quite alarmed. Realizing he had broached an inappropriate question, it felt as though the other party was subtly reprimanding him. My apologies. My apologies. I shall drink to my own folly. Boss Niu quickly offered an apology, raising his glass and downing it in one go. Is such humility genuine? One of your stature should not be so modest. Fang Chen thought, noting the lowly posture of an experienced figure. It appeared to be the perfect opportunity to employ his persuasive skills. With a gentle smile, he indicated that he was not perturbed. Boss Niu, this project is far more complex than it appears on the surface, Fang Chen said, shrouded in mystery. Oh, I would be eager to hear more. Niu Xingwang was instantly intrigued. This was precisely the information he yearned to acquire. Extracting any details from this young man was no simple task. I wonder if Boss Niu has reviewed the blueprints? Fang Chen inquired. Regrettably, I only received the blueprints this afternoon and promptly delivered them to the project department. I have yet to examine them, Niu Xingwang replied. That is of no consequence. There are matters that cannot be disclosed at this moment. However, I can certainly divulge a few details regarding the blueprints. Fang Chen elaborated slowly, weaving his narrative with finesse. One could argue that his impromptu storytelling surpassed that of a dozen seasoned narrators. Niu Xingwang remained silent, neglecting his meal, his eyes eagerly fixated on Fang Chen. Anticipating more revelations. No, more words. Unfortunately, Fang Chen would utter a phrase, take a couple of bites, and proceed leisurely, much to Niu Xingwang's exasperation. Chapter 10. Stealthily Constructing Fortifications. Chapter 11. Booking the hotel at the break of dawn, Fang Chen, having completed his morning routine, made his way to the Ding Ingxin Financial Tower. He intended to assess the progress of the construction. However, upon arriving downstairs, he was obstructed. Liang Ming, are you out of your mind? Good dogs do not block the way. Fang Chen retorted without courtesy. Fang Chen, you have some nerve. On my turf, do you dare to disregard my people? Liang Ming glared, his nostrils flaring. What nonsense. This is Ding Ingxin Financial. When did it become your Liang Ming's territory? Fang Chen, both amused and irritated, found the man utterly shameless. Any renovations to this building require my approval. Do you comprehend the rules? Liang Ming asserted, pointing an accusatory finger at Fang Chen. Fool. Fang Chen had no desire to continue this conversation and attempted to sidestep and leave. Halt. Liang Ming insisted obstinately. Liang Ming, I have truly shown you a great deal of patience. Fang Chen did not wish to stoop to his level, yet this dog persistently obstructed his path, impacting his mood with each passing day. Without further ado, he retrieved his phone and directly called Niu Xingwang. Boss Niu, there is someone named Liang Ming from Dingxin Wealth claiming that he has the final say on the renovations here. Is there any truth to this? Fang Chen interrogated. Upon realizing the call was directed to Boss Niu, Liang Ming felt a twinge of unease, pondering whether it could indeed be the prominent figure from Dingxin Real Estate. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, convinced that someone like him wouldn't dare speak to Boss Niu in such a manner. I am not entirely certain about the specifics, but I have entrusted all renovation matters to Manager Su, Niu Xingwang replied. I care not for any convoluted details. I demand one thing. Either have him disappear at once, or I shall abandon this place entirely. With that, Fang Chen abruptly ended the call. Upon hearing this, Niu Xingwang immediately sensed trouble and hastily contacted Manager Su, then rushed over in his car. Continue your performance. I shall no longer tolerate this. Liang Ming mocked, imitating Fang Chen's words. Liang Ming, I initially wished to avoid conflict with you, but your presence here is genuinely affecting my mood. Fang Chen took a deep breath, realizing that gentle words held no weight with such individuals. Then you should just leave, you impoverished fool. Liang Ming retorted triumphantly. Mr. Dongfang, you have arrived. Manager Su, having received Niu Xingwang's call, hurried downstairs. Manager Su, you have come at the perfect time. This Liang Ming insists that all renovations in this building require his approval. Is there any truth to this? Dongfang Chen inquired irritably. Liang Ming, what is the meaning of this? Upon hearing these words, Manager Su became furious. Su, Manager Su, please listen to me. Yang Ming stammered, clearly terrified. Enough. I have no interest in your excuses. It has long been rumored that you engage in unscrupulous practices. I initially had business dealings with your father and was reluctant to hold you accountable. Yet, you have exceeded all bounds. Did I not warn you? Do not entertain any notions regarding the 6th floor. Did you not hear me? Now, you may leave. And do relay this to your father. There shall be no further collaboration. Manager Su declared. No, Manager Su, Liang Ming stuttered, clearly intimidated. Security. Security. Remove this person from my sight. Remember, he is forbidden from entering our premises in the future. Eject him every time he attempts to enter. Do you understand? Manager Su shouted. 2 security guards promptly escorted Liang Ming out. Soon after, Niu Xingwang arrived in haste. What is happening? He inquired anxiously. Oh, President Niu. It's that Liang Ming from the Liang family. Manager Su admitted, somewhat ashamed. What did I tell you yesterday? How could you allow the Liang family to meddle in our affairs? Niu Xingwang questioned sternly. President Niu, who could have known that Liang Ming is such a fool? I had already cautioned him not to set his sights on the 6th floor. Yet today, he deliberately sought trouble with Mr. Dongfang. Manager Su lamented, feeling exasperated by this incompetent individual. Well, since this matter has been resolved, let us put it behind us. I do not wish to see a recurrence of such incidents. Dongfang Chen stated. Indeed, both men responded in unison. Subsequently, President Niu accompanied Dongfang Chen to inspect the 6th floor. Manager Su, we must expedite our progress, he added. Execute the construction in a manner that minimizes the timeline. Do not hesitate to invest, for I seek only results, urged Dongfang Chen. Rest assured, Mr. Dongfang. We shall complete the installation within a few days, assured Manager Su. Well, I appreciate that, Dongfang Chen replied, preparing to depart. Oh, by the way, Boss Niu, has the museum project commenced? He inquired. The equipment is beginning to arrive today, responded Niu Xingwang. The museum project holds great significance for me. We must prioritize both the quality of construction and the speed of execution, Dongfang Chen emphasized. You can count on it, Mr. Dongfang. The weather is favorable, and I have arranged for 3 shifts of workers to operate around the clock, striving to complete the project as swiftly as possible, Niu Xingwang replied. Yes. Remember the key points I mentioned last night. We must accelerate the pace, Dongfang Chen reiterated. Rest assured, I understand. Niu Xingwang nodded earnestly. Oh, and Boss Niu, the Yuding Hotel nearby is also your property, correct? Dongfang Chen asked. Indeed, Niu Xingwang confirmed. In that case, I have some friends visiting soon who will require accommodation for an extended period. I plan to reserve the entire hotel. Would that be feasible? Dongfang Chen suddenly recalled that he had yet to arrange lodging for Zhang Ji's comrades and their families. Reserve the entire hotel? Niu Xingwang was taken aback. How many people are coming that necessitates reserving the whole hotel? Meanwhile, Dongfang Chen thought to himself that since the outbreak of the virus, money had lost its value. Now, he felt free to construct without concern, opting for simplicity and comfort in the process. Initially, I contemplated not purchasing outright, yet upon reflection, the responsibilities entailed seemed rather cumbersome. It is undoubtedly more convenient to opt for a monthly package. Indeed, it is all-inclusive, Oriental Chen affirmed. How long do you intend to stay? Niu Xingwang inquired. Let's secure 2 months for August and September, Oriental Chen calculated. The celebration for Brother Zhang's daughter's 12th birthday must be organized by August at the earliest. Thus, commencing the package in August poses no issues, and furthermore, Niu Xingwang will also require time for arrangements. Very well, that works. After some contemplation, Niu Xingwang acquiesced. All right then, please provide a quote when the time comes, and I shall transfer the funds directly to your company account, Oriental Chen stated. Certainly. As time swiftly passed, the day of Brother Zhang's daughter's birthday drew near. Class monitor, it has been many years since we last met, and look how much the children have grown. A jovial young man remarked with a hearty laugh. Indeed, over these years, we have all been preoccupied with our respective lives. making it quite challenging to gather together. Thus, we seize this opportunity to celebrate the 12th birthday of the child and enjoy a reunion, Brother Zhang replied with delight. Monitor, you have done remarkably well over the years. With so many brothers bringing their families along, covering meals, accommodation, and travel expenses, what a considerable expense, teased another man, who was missing an arm. You never have a kind word to say. What's wrong? Is it not permissible for the monitor to showcase his success? Brother Zhang jested in a mock-serious tone. Indeed, of course. It is only due to your reputation, monitor. I wouldn't dare bring my mother along otherwise. The one-armed man continued his banter. Enough of this. You're trying to make a grand feast of it, aren't you? Zhang Gu chuckled. Indeed. Such opportunities are rare. I must seize this chance. The one-armed man responded with a smile. Absolutely. Zhang Gu continued to smile, his eyes glistening with moisture. Today is truly a day of joy. This scene, Zhang Gu had envisioned countless times in his dreams. Little did he expect that this lifetime would bear witness to such a realization. Chapter 12. Discussions. As the group entered the hotel, they couldn't help but marvel at the surroundings. Impressive, class leader. You've struck it rich. A somewhat aged middle-aged man exclaimed. Rich, not quite. This is my boss. All expenses are covered by him, Zhang Gu explained as he approached Fang Chen. Hello everyone. I am Fang Chen. Welcome to Binjiang. Fang Chen greeted simply. Hongfei, this is my boss. So, you finally met him today? Zhang Gu introduced a person he had pulled over. Boss, this is Ji Hongfei. He is the one who found us several large warehouses, Zhang Gu added. Oh, hello? Nice to meet you. Fang Chen quickly extended his hand for a handshake. Before long, the group was embroiled in lively conversation. Xiaochen, you are quite the catch. Do you have a partner? What do you do, Xiaochen? A flurry of questions from the middle-aged men surrounded Fang Chen, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, he excused himself, citing other matters, and departed, leaving Zhang Gu and his companions to tend to their arrangements. Later that evening, in the hotel's private dining room, there were a total of 25 individuals, including Fang Chen, seated at 2 large tables. In stark contrast to the daylight encounter, the individuals present now sat upright, their expressions grave and unyielding, enveloped in an atmosphere of solemnity. The unspoken sentiments were palpable, urging each to voice their thoughts. Brother Zhang recounted the matters at hand, then commanded, Class leader, you are aware of my predicament. With but one arm and no particular skills, I find myself burdened by a monthly salary of 100,000, which feels overwhelming. The one-armed man, Wan Xinghua, was the first to speak. This is not a matter for you to ponder, Xinghua, Zhang continued. I have conferred with the boss, and his stance is clear. For the initial 2 months, all salaries will remain uniform. Given the brevity of the time and the weight of the tasks, there is no room for preferential treatment. Should there be work available after the 2 months, we can reconvene and discuss. If not, then everyone shall return to their homes, each to their own affairs. Wan Xinghua fell silent, his gaze cast downward. Class leader, if there is work to be done, why didn't you inform the brothers before our arrival? Many of us have families to support, and to be here for 2 months without any preparation is quite daunting, a weathered man interjected, rising to voice his concern. I am well aware of your character. Each time I summoned you for assistance, you always found a myriad of excuses to evade, Brother Zhang retorted, showing no leniency. Yet, it was evident that Zhang commanded considerable respect among his peers. Had it been anyone else, the gathering would have long since dispersed. Fang Chen, sensing the inopportune moment, refrained from speaking. Everyone was consumed by their own thoughts. As a mere novice, his words would likely fall on deaf ears. To speak candidly, if the brothers had come here of their own volition, there would be little to discuss. However, as it stands, each person carries the weight of family responsibilities. A family residing here for 2 months seems rather inappropriate. Even if you are indifferent, the brothers cannot shamelessly enjoy the lavishness. Moreover, while it may be referred to as salary, do the brothers truly lack awareness of their worth? A monthly sum of 100,000 yuan. It is blatantly evident that this is merely handing money to the brothers. We unequivocally cannot consent to this. Another young man remarked. Do you see? What a group of unpretentious individuals, radiating a brilliant glow. They are trustworthy, amiable, and admirable. They are those who once fought valiantly on the battlefield, risking their lives for the peace of their homeland. Such straightforward and sincere souls. Their simple words brought a hint of moisture to Fang Chen's eyes. Just as Brother Zhang was about to speak, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open. Mr. Dongfang, there's trouble, a serious situation. A man in a suit rushed in, disregarding decorum, and shouted loudly. All eyes turned towards him, momentarily silencing the room. The unexpected intruder was none other than Niu Xingwang, the director of Dingxin Real Estate. Fang Chen and brother Zhang quickly rose from their seats to greet him. What is going on? Fang Chen inquired. Niu Xingwang scanned the room, hesitating to respond. Brother Niu, it's all right. We are all on the same side. Please, speak freely, Fang Chen encouraged. Seeing Fang Chen's assurance, Niu Xingwang no longer held back and stated, Binhai City is about to impose martial law. A notification just came in. It starts at dawn. What is happening? Why the martial law? Brother Zhang asked, astonished. Niu Xingwang cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Turning his gaze towards Fang Chen, he believed that Fang Chen must be aware of the situation. Brother Niu, if a state of emergency is declared, will it impact our project? Fang Chen inquired. This is precisely what I wanted to address. Our project may have to be halted, Niu Xingwang responded. Is it absolutely necessary to stop? Would it be feasible to continue with limited access? Fang Chen asked, furrowing his brows. Mr. Dongfang, it's not merely a matter of access. I have just received word that the construction teams and machinery from our company will be requisitioned starting tomorrow. Consequently, we will have no personnel available here. Niu Xingwang elaborated. Is there no possibility for negotiation? Fang Chen pressed further. None whatsoever. This is a non-negotiable order. Niu Xingwang shook his head. What is the current status of the project? Fang Chen pondered, considering that if the project could not be completed, as long as the main structure was finished, the environment could be improved later. The main structure is nearly complete, though the walls and floors have yet to be finished, Niu Xingwang stated. Indeed. Upon hearing Niu Xingwang's response, Fang Chen felt a sense of relief. Then it must be done this way. With only a few hours remaining until dawn, Brother Niu, I need your assistance in arranging a few large trucks. I have an urgent requirement, Fang Chen declared. He sensed that if the virus escalated to a level necessitating control, the situation would undoubtedly be dire. To prevent prolonged complications, the supplies they had procured over the past month must be swiftly relocated to the underground base. No problem. I'll make arrangements right away. However, Mr. Dongfang, I have a rather awkward request. Niu Xingwang hesitated. Oh, Brother Niu, please speak. Fang Chen regarded him attentively. Mr. Dong, should anything transpire, I sincerely hope. I hope you would offer me refuge, Niu Xingwang implored. Such a statement seemed rather humble. Niu Xingwang, a prominent figure in Binjiang, was hardly at a point of needing someone's shelter. His words were, in essence, a means of securing an escape route for himself. Come now, Brother Niu, do not exaggerate. If my intuition serves me correctly, your construction team has been requisitioned, which surely implies you are engaged in other significant endeavors. You need not resort to seeking refuge, Fang Chen remarked, somewhat taken aback by Niu's declaration. Mr. Dong possesses sharp insight. To be candid, my instincts suggest that following you would enhance my security, Niu Xingwang confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Very well, Brother Niu, since you have expressed it so. There is no issue. Please arrange for a vehicle promptly. I have some items that must be transported to the base with urgency, Fang Chen instructed. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Niu Xingwang, elated by Fang Chen's agreement, hurriedly exited the room. At that moment, the other individuals in the private room gathered around, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and tension directed towards the two men. Now it's settled. No more disputes. It seems you cannot depart now. Zhang spoke with a resigned gesture. What is happening, class leader? Why has Binjiang suddenly imposed martial law? The one-armed youth, Wan Xinghua, inquired urgently. I am uncertain. You should direct your questions to the boss. He will undoubtedly have the answers, Zhang replied, casting a glance at Fang Chen. Previously, Zhang had referred to Fang Chen as Xiao Chun, but upon the arrival of the brothers, he opted to address him in a manner befitting his status. There is another reason, which is the desire to stand united with my brothers, avoiding any semblance of class division. Everyone, please take a seat. Now that the matter has been revealed, I believe it is time to share the true situation. Fang Chen beckoned everyone to sit down, speaking as he walked. Given the urgency of the moment, I shall be succinct. The events may sound rather shocking. I hope that even if it takes a moment to grasp, everyone can cooperate in the ensuing tasks. Tonight will be a sleepless night. Before he began, Fang Chen made a declaration. Xiao Chen, rest assured, we, your brothers, have all endured trials and will not falter. Just tell us, assured Brother Zhang as the others nodded in agreement. Fang Chen acknowledged them with a nod and began. The matter must be traced back to a certain virus. Chapter 13. The transfer of supplies. The tale begins with a particular virus. Last month, a unique patient arrived at Binjiang Hospital. Externally, the symptoms resembled those of a cerebral hemorrhage. However, the fundamental characteristics of such a condition were absent. After a consultation among experts, the conclusion reached was brain death. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, yet remained silent, choosing to listen intently. Strangely, shortly after the diagnosis, the patient, previously declared brain dead, miraculously revived. Fang Chen paused deliberately at this juncture. The people around him found it peculiar, yet they were still able to accept it. In this vast world, the extraordinary abounds. Many matters often defy conventional reasoning. And how does this relate to the virus you mentioned? Zhang Gu inquired, observing the recently revived patients whose eyes were bloodshot, faces contorted in grotesque expressions, and who displayed an alarming propensity to bite. Several individuals were immediately injured, either scratched or bitten. Fang Chen remarked, "This sounds rather reminiscent of zombies, doesn't it?" Zhang Gu swallowed hard and responded, "Xiao Chen, you aren't concocting a tale for us, are you? This resembles a scene from a film." Another middle-aged man interjected, "Certainly not." Fang Chen elaborated, then turned his gaze back to Zhang Gu, continuing, "Zhang Gu, do you recall the day last month when I purchased 2 packs of Huazi from your shop?" "I do remember." "Could it be that day?" Zhang Gu gasped, suddenly realizing. "Indeed, it was that very day. The Binjiang Hospital was sealed off," Fang Chen affirmed. "No wonder your expression seemed somewhat peculiar that day. But why didn't you inform me at the time?" Zhang Gu queried. "Zhang Gu, I have warned you more than once that the apocalypse is imminent. Do you believe me now?" Fang Chen retorted. "Oh, when you said it, it sounded like a joke, so I certainly didn't take it seriously." Zhang Gu sheepishly replied, scratching his head. "Indeed, such occurrences are beyond comprehension. Until they manifest, who would genuinely believe?" Fang Chen continued. "It was from that day onward that we began frantically stockpiling supplies, anticipating this very moment. However, the situation has proven to be even more dire than I had anticipated. I assumed we had over a month before the virus outbreak, which would have afforded us ample time to prepare." Class leader, does this mean that you called us here not to celebrate Huishan's 12th birthday, but rather to unite against the impending virus? Wan Xinghua suddenly inquired, a spark of realization illuminating her face. "Alas," Zhang sighed, "Huishan's 12th birthday is still a few months away. Xiao Chen suggested that I host it early to gather everyone together. At that moment, I did not think much of it. I simply felt that it was a wonderful opportunity for the brothers to reunite after such a long time. As for his mention of the apocalypse, I regarded it as a jest, a means to fulfill my aspirations. I appreciated his intentions, yet internally, I remained skeptical." A bitter smile graced Zhang's lips. "Do you recall that night when I said, 'Zhang, mark my words, within 3 months, the truth will become evident'? Now you understand. Our procurement of ample supplies was not driven by financial concerns, but rather as preparation for today," Fang Chen elucidated, casting a glance at the others as he continued. "It was my suggestion to gather everyone. If it were merely to celebrate Huishan's birthday, there would be no need for everyone to bring their families. The reason for their presence is simple. The virus is approaching, and only through unity can we hope to survive. Inviting families was also intended to alleviate any lingering worries." Upon hearing this, everyone comprehended the extent of their deception, albeit rooted in good intentions, and chose to refrain from further discussion. Will there truly be an apocalypse? Why does it all feel so unreal? Wan Xinghua questioned, still harboring doubts. "Based on my current understanding, the likelihood is extremely high. We are currently in summer, a season abundant with mosquitoes. This virus can be transmitted extensively through mosquito bites. Moreover, the virus has a lengthy incubation period of approximately 15 days, significantly escalating its danger." Fang Chen conveyed the information he had gathered from Shaolin. "Is there no way to treat this virus?" someone inquired. "Currently, there is no effective treatment," Fang Chen replied. Shaking his head, he had posed the same question to Shaolin, who responded that research could only commence after the space station upgrade and the establishment of an experimental cabin. A heavy silence enveloped the group, as the weight of the information pressed upon them, leaving everyone frowning and contemplative. "Although there is no treatment, I possess an item that can provide protection," Fang Chen declared, raising his left hand. "What is it?" Brother Zhang, unsure of Fang Chen's gesture, asked in confusion. Noticing their lack of understanding, Fang Chen shook his wrist. A watch? Brother Zheng queried, bewildered. Indeed, a watch, Fang Chen affirmed. But isn't this merely an ordinary smartwatch? How can it offer protection? Brother Zheng continued to question. Yes, and yet it is not. As for the reasons behind its protective qualities, it is not convenient to disclose at this moment. I currently possess only 100 of these watches, which should suffice for the short term. Fang Chen's cryptic words left everyone in bewilderment, and he spoke as if to himself. Shortly thereafter, Niu Xingwang returned with the convoy. Fang Chen instructed everyone to load their family members and luggage onto the vehicles. Brother Zhang, accompanied by his companions, made their way to the warehouse. It was not until the early hours of the morning that the transfer of supplies was finally completed. Along the way, some unforeseen circumstances arose. However, thanks to Niu Xingwang's local influence, they managed to navigate through the challenges unscathed. At the underground base in Binjiang Park, Brother Zhang's comrades had just arrived during the day. Their families and children had not yet had a chance to rest properly. The recent upheaval left everyone exhausted. Some women and children were in tears, while others voiced their complaints, and disputes arose among them. Their ignorance of the situation only compounded their distress. They had been resting comfortably in their rooms, only to be suddenly thrust into this dim, chaotic basement, leaving their spirits low. Once the supplies were organized, Brother Zhang encouraged everyone to take a moment to rest and to explain the situation to their families. He suggested reconvening shortly for a brief meeting. Observing the tumultuous crowd, Fang Chen turned to Brother Zhang and said, "All right." Brother Zhang, drenched in sweat, readily agreed. Soon, the atmosphere in the base grew quieter. As the news spread that the virus was approaching, fear seeped into the hearts of the people. However, the sight of the countless supplies being delivered provided some solace, allowing them to gradually accept the harsh reality. Little by little, the women ceased their weeping, and the elderly along with the children began to drift off to sleep. After more than 2 hours, Brother Zhang led his fellow warriors as they gathered together. Fang Chen, along with a few others, dismantled some newly acquired tables and benches to create a long conference table. Once everyone was seated, Fang Chen announced, "Here is a box of smartwatches. After the meeting, we will distribute them. Each household will receive a few based on the number of family members. It is essential that everyone, including the elderly and children, has one." These timepieces differ significantly from those available outside. They possess the remarkable ability to ward off mosquito bites and should always be kept close at hand. Fang Chen, exhibiting the demeanor of a commander, did not mince words as he directed the proceedings. There were several tasks to undertake, and I shall delineate the arrangements. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their activities and sat upright. Observing this scene, Fang Chen felt a profound validation of his decision. Had he gathered a group of ordinary individuals, chaos would likely have ensued. First, from today onward, we shall form a guard unit to ensure the safety of the base, with Brother Zhang appointed as captain. Yes, Brother Zhang replied, standing briefly before taking his seat again. Second, I will spearhead the division of the base into distinct areas, including living quarters, recreational zones, office spaces, training areas, supply sections, medical facilities, and isolation zones. Once the division is complete, priority will be given to renovating the living quarters to ensure the comfort of our families. Third, the inventory and management of supplies will require a dedicated individual. Let us deliberate on who would be suitable, potentially selecting from among our family members. Additionally, we shall appoint 5 deputies to facilitate this process. Chapter 14. The Queen Bee Robot. The meeting continued until the early hours of dawn before finally concluding. After a brief respite and a small meal, everyone began to engage in their respective tasks. "Mr. Dongfang, is it?" A middle-aged woman approached to greet him. "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" Fang Chen inquired, puzzled. The woman's attire did not resemble that of an ordinary person, nor did she appear to be a family member of Brother Zhang's comrades. He wondered if perhaps he had mistakenly brought someone along in the haste of the previous evening. "I'm the spouse of Niu Xingwang," the middle-aged woman explained. "Oh, hello." Fang Chen suddenly realized and hurriedly greeted her. "Hello. I came to ask if there is anything I can assist with." The woman shyly replied, "I can cook and clean, but I am not skilled in much else." It was evident that Mrs. Niu was a diligent homemaker, unlike the pampered wives who had never faced adversity. "Ah, I see. Well then, why don't you join the other ladies in preparing meals for everyone? More hands make lighter work," Fang Chen suggested. "Sure." Mrs. Niu readily agreed. One could say that Niu Xingwang indeed possessed a certain decisiveness. He was resolute in his decision to follow Fang Chen without a hint of hesitation. Without even saying farewell, he boldly allowed his wife to accompany the convoy to the base, a move that was no trifling matter in case of any unforeseen incidents. Fang Chen couldn't help but admire him, thinking to himself, what a remarkable talent. Niu Xingwang had departed with the convoy after delivering supplies the previous night and had yet to return, thanks to the collective efforts of everyone. The living quarters were largely set up within a day, although the interiors remained unrenovated, with the walls and floors merely in their raw state. It was a necessary compromise in these unusual times. Over the course of the day, everyone became somewhat familiar with the base. The underground section was divided into 3 levels, each encompassing approximately 20,000 square feet, providing ample space. The first underground level was designated as the living area, comprising a total of 600 rooms. While still unfinished, the rooms were ready for use. Currently, the population is sparse, and in order to ensure safety, everyone resides in a concentrated manner. The second underground level serves as a comprehensive area, housing recreational, office, and training zones. Additionally, there exists a separate, isolated section designated for medical and quarantine purposes. The third underground level is allocated for storage of supplies. Throughout the project, Niu Xingwang has personally overseen operations, thus ensuring quality remains uncompromised. Although the base is situated underground, there is no sensation of dampness. In the evening, as everyone unwinds, they gather to converse. I have come to believe that the isolation zone on the second underground level was indeed constructed as a precaution against potential viruses, as remarked by Ruan Xinghua. Alas, it is rather embarrassing to admit that since the project's inception, I have yet to visit. Such a monumental undertaking cannot be designed in merely a day or two. Every aspect must be taken into account. It is indeed commendable that Xiao Chun has shouldered the entire burden alone, Zhang Gu reflected. Hey, team leader. I propose that we refrain from calling him Xiao Chun from now on. Just imagine if the number of people increases. Referring to him as Xiao Chun will undermine his authority, don't you agree? Suggested a somewhat aged middle-aged man. Tong Li added, originally, I even mentioned we should address him as the boss. Yet upon seeing Xiao Chun, all my words slipped my mind. Zhang Gu lamented, this cannot be blamed on us, team leader. We were unaware of the situation at the time. Now we must change our address, right everyone? Indeed, the group concurred in agreement. What are you all discussing? Fang Chen approached to greet them. Oh, boss, it's nothing. Ruan Xinghua hurriedly concealed her anxiety, simultaneously exchanging furtive glances with the others. What is wrong with your eyes? Fang Chen inquired, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing at all. I just got some sand in them a moment ago. Ruan Xinghua hastily gestured as if rubbing her eyes. Very well, I just took a look around. There is still an ample supply of unused cement and sand outside. Please make use of them. During this period, let us carry out some basic repairs on the floor and walls. The environment may be somewhat austere, but let us make do for now. It will improve shortly. Fang Chen instructed. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, standing at attention, their voices resonant. Fang Chen had grown accustomed to their exaggerated reactions and had no intention of correcting them. For survival, a militarized management approach was an inevitable path. After addressing some trivial matters, Fang Chen made his way to his exclusive office on the second underground level. The office had already been minimally arranged, featuring a large desk upon which sat a laptop. On the opposite wall hung an expansive LCD screen composed of 6 100-inch displays. As Fang Chen entered, the screen flickered to life, revealing the silent virtual figure of Shaolin. Fortunately, Shaolin had proactively arranged for the procurement of a substantial amount of office supplies and equipment via the internet. Otherwise, we would have faced an overwhelming shortage of essentials. Shaolin, I must express my gratitude for your efforts. Without you, accomplishing so much in less than 2 months would have been nearly impossible, Fang Chen remarked. This is all part of my duty, Commander, Shaolin replied. How is the construction of the central hall of the space station progressing? Fang Chen inquired. Upon the station's elevation to level 1, the establishment of a central hall becomes imperative. This central hall serves as a conduit, interlinking the various compartments. Only with the construction of the central hall can the development of additional compartments commence. The core module's program updates occur at a rapid pace, however. The accompanying compartments and hardware necessitate the continuous gathering of materials by the worker bee robots to gradually materialize. Commander, the central hall is now 60 complete. with an estimated 12 days remaining until full completion. How is the progress at the Antarctic Supercomputing Center? Has it been affected by the virus? Eastern Chen inquired. The progress at the Supercomputing Center is proceeding smoothly. The required materials have arrived ahead of schedule, and the construction timeline remains unimpeded. How much longer until completion? Eastern Chen asked. Given the limited initial equipment and the manageable scale of the project, we anticipate completion within a week, Xiaolin responded. Xiaolin, when can we expect the arrival of the Queen Bee robots you mentioned earlier? Eastern Chen continued. The Queen Bee robots have been dispatched and will soon arrive in Kyoto via International Express, Xiaolin explained. The Queen Bee robots are of utmost concern to Eastern Chen. With the outbreak of the virus, the current conditions in Binjiang no longer support normal production. The construction of the base, the factories, the collection of materials, and the manufacturing of equipment, all endeavors must now abandon traditional methodologies. As it stands, the base is yet to be fully constructed, and with the viral outbreak, Binjiang is under strict lockdown. The construction teams have departed, and acquiring building materials has become impossible, thus halting the project. Nevertheless, these developments were anticipated within the plan. Long ago, Xiaolin commissioned a rudimentary prototype of a Queen Bee robot from a chip manufacturing company in Europe. The term rudimentary is used because the core chip of the Queen Bee employs a mere 12-nanometer process technology. This represents the utmost limit for rapid production and successful return to the homeland. Furthermore, the Queen Bee robot boasts only one function: satellite positioning, a decision made to safeguard technological integrity. Upon its arrival in the country, the robot will autonomously reach the underground base in Binjiang City, guided by remote control from the space station. Once it arrives at the base, it will undergo a reprogramming of its control software, requiring no human intervention throughout the process. The initial Queen Bee robot measures approximately 3 centimeters in size, resembling a large spider from a distance. To conserve energy, the Queen will primarily rely on hitchhiking for its journey from Kyoto to Binjiang, potentially prolonging the travel time. The Queen Bee robot serves as a vital link between the space station and the ground, with all factories, equipment, raw materials, processing, and production relying on its intervention. Now, what is the current situation in Binjiang City? Chapter 15. Disclosing information according to data from surveillance. The urban area is under complete lockdown. All entrances and exits to the city, including highway access, have been sealed off. Throughout the day, a total of 36 individuals infected with the virus have been neutralized. Additionally, 234 suspected cases are under quarantine for observation. Xiaolin reports. So, what news is there in the media today? Fang Chen inquires further. This morning, various departments in the city established a virus prevention task force and convened a press conference. During the meeting, citizens were urged to adhere strictly to the temporary restrictions on outings. The city's disease control center has so far collected samples from 20 batches of the virus, and several pharmaceutical companies have formed a collaborative research center to study these samples. Additionally, a vacant lot on Shuguang Road in the Xiqing Development Zone has seen an influx of construction teams and machinery since this morning. Judging by the content of the press conference, it appears that a new Shuguang hospital is to be constructed. Is there any way to ascertain the current number of infections? Fang Chen furrowed his brow. I'm afraid, Commander, we lack the necessary data to provide account, Xiaolin replied. Is there a means by which we can convey some critical information to the relevant authorities without revealing our identity? Fang Chen inquired. Yes, Commander. May I ask if there are any restrictions on the information to be disclosed? I can send information to the relevant departments anonymously and via a virtual IP, Xiaolin responded. There are 2 conditions. First, we must not disclose our specific identities, including any personal or corporate information. Second, all intelligence regarding the virus must be shared to the fullest extent possible while meeting the first condition, Fang Chen replied after a moment's contemplation. However, Commander, if we proceed in this manner, the information may spread and incite panic, Xiaolin cautioned. There is no other option. To live is to find meaning. Fang Chen asserted resolutely. At your command, Commander, Xiaolin replied. I hope that once the message is disseminated, it will enable more people to survive, Fang Chen pondered. At the Virus Prevention Command Center, Mayor Gong inquired urgently after reviewing the documents. Is the information reliable? Uncertain. The message was sent anonymously, and we have been unable to identify the source, Secretary Liu responded. Is there any discrepancy with the information we currently possess? Mayor Gong continued to probe. Based on what we have gathered so far, There is essentially no discrepancy, Secretary Liu replied. Then it appears to be truly grave. Neurotropic virus, zombification, zombies, blood transmission. Who could have sent this? Why such detailed information? Mayor Gong muttered, his brow furrowed. He then turned and instructed Secretary Liu. Disseminate the message, but emphasize that it remains unverified and is for reference only. Mayor Gong, perhaps that is unnecessary, Secretary Liu replied. Huh, unnecessary? What do you mean? Mayor Gong asked, confusion evident in his gaze. Everyone already knows. It has spread widely online, Secretary Liu stated awkwardly. This is outrageous. Who is responsible? Investigate it further. We must uncover the individuals behind this. Mayor Gong exclaimed, nearly beside himself with rage. His eyes, already bloodshot from a sleepless night, now burned with fury. Understood. Secretary Liu nodded vigorously and turned to leave. Wait. Never mind. Let's not investigate for now. Our primary task is still to extinguish the virus as swiftly as possible. Mayor Gong raised his hand, halting Secretary Liu once more. In a bid to quell the public's rising panic, the Virus Control Task Force promptly convened an online press conference. They advised citizens to remain indoors, secure their doors and windows, and repeatedly disinfect their homes. In an instant, online retailers removed mosquito coils, floral water, insecticides, and sprays from their shelves, and even window screens became unavailable. If one could find them, delivery was impossible. Under the task force's directives, all available water trucks and fire engines, aside from essential emergency vehicles, were deployed to implement thorough and repeated disinfection across the city. Thanks to stringent control measures, the rate of virus transmission swiftly declined. On the following days, only 8 fatalities were reported within the urban area. However, due to the virus's prolonged incubation period and the persistence of infected mosquitoes, completely eradicating the transmission chain proved nearly impossible. Xiaolin estimated that within a week, a new wave of mutations would likely emerge. At the Emergency Response Office for Sudden Incidents in Huagua, the director inquired, is the recent flurry of rumors circulating online originating from our department? No, the secretary replied. Have we traced the source of the information? The director pressed on. Their methods are quite sophisticated. The Ministry of Security has been unable to track them, the secretary responded. Who could it be? They possess even more comprehensive knowledge than we do. The director mused aloud, with the secretary remaining silent. At the underground base in Binjiang City, chaos erupted as someone shouted, "It's bad! It's bad!" A cacophony ensued. What is happening? Upon hearing the commotion, Fang Chen hurried over and inquired, what happened? A woman exclaimed loudly while gesturing with her hands, I just saw an enormous spider, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished. In the communal area of the living quarters within the base, Fang Chen had installed televisions, enabling everyone to be well informed about the external circumstances and the nature of the virus. Thus, when this woman spotted the insect, her reaction was particularly intense. It's all right. It's all right. You're wearing your watch, right? Fang Chen reassured her, asking. Yes, I am. The woman replied in a flurry. Well, as long as you have it. Fang Chen said, turning to Zhang. Let's go take a look. All right. Zhang readily agreed. Several individuals spontaneously followed Fang Chen as they proceeded step by step towards the direction the woman was indicating, yet they found no anomalies even after reaching the end. Subsequently, the group turned around and dispersed to search elsewhere, but to no avail. Suddenly, an idea struck Fang Chen, and he made his way towards the office on the second underground level. Indeed, in the center of his office stood a small robot, metallic in hue and resembling a spider. It measured approximately 3 centimeters in size and blended seamlessly with the floor, making it nearly indistinguishable upon casual observation. Fang Chen approached, crouched down, and scrutinized it closely. The robot remained unresponsive. Commander, the Queen Bee robot has successfully arrived at the base, reported Xiao Lin from the screen. Fang Chen stood up and replied, I see. What are the next steps? Commander, the operational program for the Queen has been packaged successfully. Should we proceed with the deployment? Xiao Lin inquired. Yes, let us proceed. Fang Chen issued the command. Understood, Xiao Lin responded. Simultaneously, the progress of the transmission was displayed in the lower right corner of the large screen. The initial generation of the Queen Bee, equipped with a satellite communication chip, allowed the space station to establish a direct connection with the Queen. Now that the Queen has arrived, can we proceed to the next step? Fang Chen inquired. Indeed, Commander, Xiao Lin replied. However, due to the inferior craftsmanship of the initial generation of the Queen, the production speed of the mechanical bees will be significantly slower. How slow? Fang Chen asked. We can manufacture 2 miniature mechanical bees per hour, Xiaolin answered. That is still quite acceptable, given the circumstances. Will the queen require additional energy or raw materials? Fang Chen questioned. No, Commander. Once the program transmission is complete, the queen will autonomously seek out energy and materials for manufacturing. However, until the supercomputing center is completed, we can only send the most basic control tasks from the space station, and complex instructions cannot be executed, Xiaolin elucidated. That is satisfactory. Consider it free range for now. In the short term, it will not be of much assistance, so let us focus on the production of the bees, Fang Chen stated. Certainly, Commander, Xiaolin replied. Just as Fang Chen prepared to turn and leave, the queen stirred, indicating that the program transmission had concluded. It spun around twice before darting toward the exit. Observing this, Fang Chen remarked, by the way, Xiaolin, instruct the queen to steer clear of crowds. Understood, Commander, Xiaolin responded. Oh, and also, could you check on the current whereabouts of Niu Xingwang? Fang Chen suddenly recalled that there had been no news about Niu Xingwang in recent days and curiously inquired. Please wait a moment, Xiaolin responded. Commander, we have yet to locate any information regarding Niu Xingwang. Shortly thereafter, Xiaolin provided her findings. Fang Chen felt a surge of frustration. However, upon reflection, he realized that his phone must have been confiscated. Without his phone, it was reasonable that he could not find any information. Returning to the first-floor living area, he found everyone waiting for him. There is no need for alarm. I have already dealt with the spider. Everything is fine, Fang Chen deceitfully assured them. Well, that's a relief, Zhang Gu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. There is no need for excessive worry. As long as you keep your watch on, you are unlikely to be bitten by any insects, Fang Chen comforted the group. Days passed, in the underground second-level training area. Office area, medical zone, isolation area, and the third-level supply area were all tidied up. Aside from the elderly and children, everyone else was industriously occupied, engaging in simple divisions of labor according to their individual skills and capabilities. Chapter 16, an incident at Dawn Hospital during these days, with little to occupy their time. Zhang Gu and several comrades occasionally returned to the surface with their families to enjoy some fresh air. The towering walls surrounding them provided a considerable sense of security. Fang Chen did not comment on this. With the protective measures of the watches, he assumed that safety was not a significant concern. During this period, the daily reports of zombification incidents had nearly ceased, creating a false sense of hope among many that perhaps the virus had been largely eradicated and dawn was on the horizon. Until one fateful midnight. Help! Is anyone there? Please open the door. The base's entrance was being pounded violently. A handful of individuals clad in protective suits stood outside the entrance of the base, vociferously calling for attention. The members of the security detail, hearing the commotion from outside, hastened out. Who are you? Inquired one of the guards. Please, sir, let us in, implored a girl's anxious voice from outside. Tang Kuan, report to the boss while I keep watch here, one guard instructed. Understood. Jinhai, do not open the door just yet. We cannot risk letting the virus in, Tang Kuan replied. Yes, I understand. Hurry, responded Ling Jinhai. Following this exchange, Tang Kuan dashed towards the underground base. Please open the door. A male voice cried from outside. There are many zombies chasing us. We beg you, help us. Ling Jinhai refrained from opening the door, instead asking, Who are you? Where do you come from? We are doctors and nurses from Dawn Hospital, the man outside explained. Many people inside have suddenly turned into zombies, so many. Countless have been bitten. We escaped from within. Please, for the love of mercy, open the door. They are closing in on us. A girl wailed, clearly terrified by the undead threat. I am truly sorry, but without the boss's orders, we cannot open the door. Please wait a moment. I have already sent someone to inform the boss, and he will return shortly, Ling Jinhai replied, his heart heavy. Despite his compassion, he could not unlock the door. The interior of the base is similarly filled with frail elders and children, and the consequences of an infection would be dire. Before long, Fang Chen hastily approached. Boss. Ling Jinhai quickly rushed over to greet him. Brother Ling, what is the situation outside? Fang Chen inquired. There are several doctors and nurses outside, reportedly having escaped from Shuguang Hospital. They claim that many have transformed into zombies, and the undead are in pursuit of them, Ling Jinhai explained. Brother Ling, there is an independent passageway at the west gate that leads directly to the isolation area on the second underground level. We should allow them to enter from the west gate, Fang Chen suggested. However, boss, this would put those inside in great danger. Ling Jinhai expressed his concerns. Fear not. The isolation area is completely segregated from other sections. The only potential vector for infection would be mosquitoes that might carry the virus. But consider this. How can we entirely eliminate the spread of mosquitoes? Even if we deny entry to everyone, can we truly avoid the risk? Therefore, as long as everyone keeps their wristbands on, there should be no issues in the short term, Fang Chen elucidated. Ling Jinhai remained silent, pondering the rationale, and chose not to insist further. Very well, let's proceed as suggested, he finally conceded. Understood, Ling Jinhai affirmed, before heading to guide the individuals outside towards the west gate. In the underground base, within the isolation area, each person was confined within individual cells. The windows and doors were constructed from thick steel bars, securely welded. Outside stood Fang Chen along with the security team. I hope everyone can comprehend the situation. The virus has a prolonged incubation period, and should anyone become infected, the repercussions would be severe. Therefore, everyone must patiently wait in the quarantine zone for a duration of 15 days. If there are no issues during this period, we shall release you all. Rest assured, we shall provide you with food and water at regular intervals, and there are televisions in the corridors for your entertainment, ensuring that your experience is not overly burdensome, explained Fang Chen. We understand. We are grateful to the boss for allowing us in, the crowd expressed in unison. They were aware that those inside could easily disregard their welfare, thus eliminating any risk. Although they were confined, at least they were safe from zombie attacks and could rest peacefully. Well, that is good. I would also like to inquire about what exactly transpired at Dawn Hospital. Fang Chen asked. Boss, allow me to explain, a man in his 30s volunteered. Very well, please proceed. Fang Chen gestured for him to continue. It is as follows. I was among the first group of doctors dispatched to Dawn Hospital. As you may know, Dawn Hospital was recently established specifically for the treatment of virus-infected individuals. On its inaugural day yesterday, 317 confirmed cases were admitted. The majority of them were already in a state of coma. Based on the symptoms, it appears that most have been infected for over 3 days. Additionally, those who have not yet succumbed to unconsciousness are exhibiting significant neurological issues, including speech, vision, and hearing impairments, as well as paralysis. To be candid, we are treading cautiously and simultaneously striving to discover effective methods to combat the virus. Thus, we have implemented group treatments for these patients. Each group adopted a distinct treatment protocol. Whichever proved effective would be shared with the others. However, let us not dwell on the treatment process, but rather discuss the events that transpired within the hospital. The man, animatedly recounting the tale, was abruptly interrupted by Fang Chen. All right, the man replied, resuming his narrative. This evening, following the conclusion of a treatment phase, we gathered to share a meal and discuss our patients' conditions. Suddenly, we heard a loud commotion from one of the wards. We sensed that something was amiss and rushed over. As he recounted this, a look of terror flickered in the man's eyes as he struggled to continue. My goodness! In the corridor, there were over a dozen corpses transformed into zombies. They were pursuing several nurses and a few patients with mild symptoms, while others pounded desperately on the doors. Although we were aware that this virus had a high likelihood of causing corpsification once contracted, it was not until we witnessed it firsthand that we truly grasped the horror of the situation. We hastily fled, and just as we exited, the isolation door slammed shut behind us. Some doctors and nurses who had not managed to escape were trapped inside, their terrified and desperate cries echoing. Yet there was nothing we could do. We had no control over that door. Initially, we had contemplated ways to rescue them, but to our dismay, more zombies were approaching us from outside. We kept running, and that brings us to this point. Thus, is it safe to conclude that Shuguang Hospital is essentially incapacitated? Fang Chen inquired. That seems likely. In our frantic escape, we paid little attention to our surroundings. However, judging by the situation at the time, other buildings were likely not faring any better. The man reminisced and remarked, since you were already aware that the virus would lead to zombification, why did you not arrange for armed military forces to protect you? Fang Chen continued to inquire, why was there no response? The man explained, however. Once the hospital descended into chaos, they must have been dispatched to various floors to eliminate the zombies. We rushed to the police station, but found no one there. We dared not linger and fled. All right, I understand the situation now. Please rest well. If anything arises, just inform the staff at the entrance, Fang Chen advised. Thank you. The man replied with a humble smile, lowering his gaze. Upon returning to the office, Fang Chen plopped down onto the chair, reclining backward with a furrowed brow. The lights were off, and the blue glow emanating from the large screen on the wall cast a shadow over him, enveloping his face in darkness. As events had unfolded to this point, Fang Chen felt a mixture of relief and helplessness. Each day he was thrust forward by various circumstances. And in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this prolonged period, he had not taken a moment to reflect. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly posed a question to himself. What, exactly, are you doing every day? Chapter 17. The activation of the supercomputing center. For some reason, he found himself asking, what, exactly, are you doing every day? After all these years, he had become accustomed to a solitary existence. Shopping alone, dining alone, watching films alone, playing games alone. As if life were meant to be this way. Until recently, a multitude of individuals unexpectedly entered his life. So many that there remained a portion whose names he could not recall. Familiar yet unfamiliar faces floated through his mind, prompting him to ponder, what are you truly doing? How did life transform into this? Were you not often irked by the presence of too many people? Were you not typically averse to complications? How did it come to this? Most importantly, everyone is watching him. His destiny has unwittingly intertwined with that of others. Unbeknownst to him, he has inadvertently become the spiritual leader and beacon of hope for all. In the perception of the masses, he has gradually been deified, transformed into a prophet, a savior. The singular hope capable of guiding them into the future. Yet, deep within, he is acutely aware that he remains the same person. Perhaps his soul is not yet prepared to bear such a burden. However, he finds himself unable to alter his path, with no alternative in sight. Commander. The supercomputing center has been fully deployed and calibrated. All construction personnel have withdrawn. The control system program has been packaged. Shall we proceed with the installation? Xiaolin interjected. Install, he replied, as her words pulled Fang Chen back from his reverie. Understood, Commander, Xiaolin responded. An hour later. Commander, the control system program has been successfully deployed. Shall we initiate operation? Xiaolin inquired. Initiate, Fang Chen commanded. Understood, Commander, the program has commenced. Congratulations, Commander. The supercomputing center has been successfully deployed. Shall we establish a connection? Xiaolin inquired. Connect, Fang Chen replied. Very well. Subsequently, the status prompt on the screen flickered continuously, sending commands. Verifying. Authorization status normal. Satellite signal stable. Distributing keys. Logging in. Login successful. As the words login successful appeared, the screen transitioned to reveal an outline of a space station elegantly defined by blue lines. It was evident that the space station was divided into 3 modules, 2 short and 1 long, the latter approximately 4 times the length of the others. The longest module was displayed in yellow, prominently marked with the number 83. Clearly, this largest module served as the central hall. Xiaolin, can the perspective be rotated? Fang Chen inquired. Yes, Commander. However, due to the absence of augmented reality technology, you cannot directly manipulate the perspective. It must be done through me. Please provide the desired angle, and I shall assist you in adjusting it, Xiaolin responded. Never mind. It seems too cumbersome. We'll manage with the current view. Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Commander, Xiaolin acknowledged. Once the supercomputing center is activated, can we connect to the Queen Bee? Fang Chen asked. The matter of the Queen Bee is of utmost importance and must not be taken lightly. Yes, Commander, the connection to the Queen Bee has been successfully established. You may view it at any time on the panel. Xiaolin responded. All right, let's switch to the Queen Bee panel. Fang Chen, too lethargic to run over and click the mouse, commanded, proceed. Yes, Commander, Xiaolin replied. Suddenly, the large screen flickered, and a magnified projection of a spider appeared at its center. How many bee ants have been produced thus far? Fang Chen inquired. Commander, we have successfully manufactured 247. Xiaolin answered. That's rather slow. What is the next course of action? Fang Chen asked. In response, Commander, once the number of bee ants meets the construction requirements, the next step will be to utilize them to build a geothermal power station, ensuring the stability of the base's power system. Additionally, once the central hall of the space station is completed, we can commence the assembly of the experimental chamber, Xiaolin reported. Excellent. Let us proceed accordingly, Fang Chen nodded. We can disregard other matters for now. Our priority must be the power supply. With the virus spreading relentlessly, the power system will inevitably face issues. We must establish the power station before any problems arise. Otherwise, the base will be engulfed in darkness, the air stagnant, rendering it uninhabitable and leading to chaos. At this moment, outside the base, the entire West City development area had descended into chaos. The streets were teeming with frantic zombies, panicked crowds, and the sounds of gunfire. On a certain street, a man rushed to help a girl who had fallen, asking, "Luo Air, are you all right?" "Brother, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all." The girl replied calmly, glancing at her scraped hand. "All right, let us hurry." The man, disregarding the need to staunch the girl's bleeding, continued to pull her along as they ran. The road was now utterly congested, leaving walking as their sole means of progression. "Brother, do we really have to go to Funing District?" The sister, rooted in place, inquired. "Of course. Did we not already agree upon this?" The man replied, his urgency palpable. "Brother, I've suddenly lost the desire to go. Perhaps you should venture alone," she said, tears welling in her eyes. "Why, Luo? What has prompted this sudden change of heart?" he asked, bewildered. "It's nothing. I simply do not wish to go. I want to stay at home. I have no desire to go anywhere. Please, just leave me be and go by yourself," she insisted, breaking free from his grasp and pushing him away. "If you refuse to accompany me, why should I go at all? Since you are unwilling, let us return home," he proposed, seeing that she remained immovable. "No, brother, I wish to be alone," she firmly rejected. "Luoer, what is troubling you today? Why this sudden peculiarity?" he questioned, both confused and anxious. "It's nothing. I've just felt that for so many years. Your constant oversight has been rather bothersome. I am grown now and desire my own space. Your presence is quite inconvenient," she articulated. "But you are different. How can you manage without someone to look after you?" he implored, his concern intensifying. "Brother, I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. Please, grant me a little personal space," Luoer cried. All right. Do not cry, please do not cry. How about this? I will escort you home first, is that agreeable?" he offered with genuine concern. The girl nodded silently, her words unspoken. The man assisted the girl as they turned to head back, but just as he took a step, she collapsed. Luo," he exclaimed, quickly laying her flat and calling out loudly. The girl's brow furrowed, her expression one of distress. In a panic, the man retrieved medicine from his pocket and administered it to her. After 5 minutes, she began to recover, her eyes fluttering open. "Brother, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Silly girl, why are you saying sorry? As long as you are well, that's all that matters," he reassured her. The girl shook her head in disagreement, saying, "Brother, I fear I cannot make it. Please, just leave me and go." "What are you saying? You foolish child. I have your medicine with me. You will be fine. Besides, how could I possibly leave you behind and walk away?" He feigned annoyance. The girl continued to shake her head, her eyes filled with reluctance, and added, "Brother, I can no longer hide this from you. I suspect I have been infected. You cannot take me out of the West District. That cannot be. You have a heart condition. It must simply be acting up," he insisted adamantly. "Brother, please listen to me. I know my own condition. I can no longer feel pain. I might soon lose consciousness. You must leave quickly, or we will both perish here," she explained. The inability to feel pain is a typical symptom of infection by the neurotropic virus. The virus may damage the pain centers in the patient's brain. The virus prevention team will disseminate relevant scientific information through major internet platforms and media, thus everyone is fundamentally aware of the situation. "I don't care. If we are to die, we shall perish together," the man declared emphatically. With that, he scooped up the girl and dashed back. Along the way, they encountered sporadic hordes of pursuing zombies. Unable to return home or exit the West District, the man sought refuge in an uninhabited place. In a state of panic and confusion, they stumbled into Binjiang Park. "Luoer, hold on just a little longer. We must find a place to rest swiftly," he urged, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Chapter 18. A discussion amongst many the following morning. In the underground base of Binjiang Park, the man anxiously inquired, "Luoer, have you awoken?" "Brother, where are we?" the girl asked. "We are in an underground base," he replied. Last night, he had arrived at the base with the girl in his arms and knocked on the door. Having dealt with such situations before, they were allowed entry into the isolation area of the underground base, where he gained a general understanding of the circumstances. Despite the rudimentary conditions, he felt a sense of relief within. He realized that given the events of the previous night, it would have been impossible for him to traverse the West District with his infected sister. The personnel on duty would never allow him and his sibling to leave. Furthermore, to recklessly return home alone would mean he could not possibly contend against the zombies. I must say, young man, it appears that your sister has likely been infected. I recommend that you refrain from staying in the same room with her. If the transformation occurs, you won't be able to escape. A man in a white coat from the opposite isolation room cautioned. With sturdy doors and windows as barriers, and numerous staff members on duty outside, they were not particularly concerned about the potential consequences of someone transforming. How does that concern you? The man retorted, his temper flaring at such words. Listen or not. It matters not to me, he continued nonchalantly, settling on the edge of the bed, crossing his legs, and taking a sip of water. He disregarded the comment, redirecting his attention to the girl beside him. Rest well, I am here with you, so fear not. Brother, I think what he said is right. You should change rooms to avoid getting infected, the girl replied. Getting infected might be for the best. That way, I can continue to care for you, the man said earnestly. The girl closed her eyes, falling into silence. After all, the isolation zone was not a prison. While their freedom was temporarily restricted, it did not prevent them from keeping abreast of the outside situation. The isolation room lacked a power source, rendering mobile phone charging impossible. However, spaced along the corridor walls were several televisions, where everyone quietly watched the unfolding news reports during their moments of respite. Emergency announcement, emergency announcement. Attention, all citizens. Due to the impact of the virus, the number of infections in the Xiqing district has surged dramatically. To ensure the safety of residents' lives and property, those living within the Xiqing district are advised to temporarily evacuate their residences and proceed to the nearest temporary shelter without delay. Currently, there are 9 temporary shelters available, with the following addresses. This same message had been on a continuous loop throughout the night. Alas, it seems that the Xiqing district is on the verge of collapse, someone remarked. Nonsense, another individual in the isolation chamber countered. Just wait and see. It won't be long before the zombies are eradicated. I believe that completely eliminating the zombies is a daunting challenge. Without delving into other matters, consider the 15-day incubation period. How do you propose to address that? In my view, gathering people together only heightens the danger. If someone is already infected, once they turn, the infection could spread like wildfire. Another dissenting voice chimed in. Does that mean that heading to the designated shelter is also unsafe? Someone inquired. Do you really think so? It can only be said that clustering people together facilitates management and protection. The district is so vast that dispersing troops would certainly complicate control. Yet, concentrating people carries significant risks as well. I think the current method is quite effective. Each individual has their own small room, ensuring no one is in close proximity. Unfortunately, this approach becomes impractical when the population is large. Isn't it said that the antigen has already been developed? How could that be so swift? Without mentioning the lengthy duration from mass production to the commencement of antigen testing, nor the substantial resources consumed in the process, one must question the accuracy of the results. You are being excessively pessimistic. Throughout the annals of human history, how many major pandemics have occurred? In the past, with such rudimentary medical conditions, didn't they also achieve victories in their battles against viruses? Moreover, our technology is far more advanced now. Alas, it is a pity for those who have succumbed to the infection, executed without mercy. How tragic. Human compassion. From a medical standpoint, once brain death has occurred, a person is considered deceased. It is merely that this virus has hijacked the neural pathways of the brain. Although still capable of movement, it has lost all conscious activity and no longer falls within the realm of humanity. The pressing concern now is that if it is not terminated, it may turn and attack even more individuals. What shall we do? Indeed. Have you all heard? A symptomatic carrier has emerged at Dawn Hospital. It is a nurse from Binjiang Hospital. Someone whispered curiously, where did you hear this? The crowd gathered at the window, eagerly inquiring. The man cleared his throat and, with a sense of pride, replied, I heard it from someone else. Surely everyone knows that the first case of viral infection originated from Binjiang Hospital. This nurse was responsible for the ward of the infected individual. At that time, no one understood the nature of this virus, nor did they realize that a brain-dead person could undergo reanimation. Normally, patients declared brain-dead do not survive beyond 24 hours and are considered beyond treatment. However, the infected individual still had a heartbeat, and the experts were still consulting. So the young nurse proceeded to change the dressings as usual. Suddenly, the reanimated infected individual rose and bit the nurse's arm. The nurse, terrified, screamed loudly. Yet the zombie would not release its grip, viciously tearing away a chunk of flesh from her arm. Fortunately, several attendants from nearby beds noticed the alarming situation and swiftly restrained the zombie, pulling the nurse out of the room. However, it was later reported that the attendants in the room were bitten multiple times, and several other patients were killed on the spot. I am aware of this. It was even reported in the news. But later, the hospital issued a statement claiming it was a doctor-patient dispute. Another individual suddenly recalled having seen the news earlier. What has become of the nurse? Someone inquired. Did the virus not erupt soon after? The nurse was subsequently isolated. Yet, astonishingly, 15 days elapsed without her succumbing or showing signs of decay. It is said that within that brief span, a person could be subjected to unimaginable torment. However, she eventually recovered and was transferred to Dawn Hospital once it was completed. Why have I never seen her? A doctor questioned, with others nodding in agreement. She is a national treasure. Do you expect to see her? Someone replied. Consider this. Being asymptomatic indicates her ability to resist the virus. The success of eradicating the virus may very well hinge on her. Shouldn't she be kept under strict protection then? A man retorted dismissively. Perhaps the nurse was not infected after all. Someone countered. Are you the smartest person in the world? Do you think all those experts are idle? The man responded. I maintain that the building next to mine has armed guards stationed around the clock. I always presumed it housed some eminent individual. By your logic, this nurse is indeed fortunate. Another person remarked, astonished. Fortunate? She is, without a doubt, the chosen one. The storyteller concluded decisively, prompting silence and nods of agreement among the crowd. Such occurrences can only be envied. May I ask, are you all doctors? The man caring for his sister inquired. Indeed. Do you have a question? The man in the adjacent isolation room responded curtly. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. The man forced a smile and apologized, saying, it's nothing. Upon hearing the apology, he relaxed his demeanor and waved his hand in response. I would like to inquire. Is there any treatment available for the virus infection? The man asked. There is no remedy. The virus attacks the brain's nerves. To my knowledge, there are no effective treatments as of now. We can only leave it to fate, he replied with a weary shake of his head. After hearing this, the man's face was etched with sorrow as he gazed at his sister with an expression of reluctance. Fang Chen also kept an eye on the external situation, yet felt powerless to act, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 19. Luor, the first mutant 15 days later. At last, we are free, exclaimed several individuals released from the quarantine zone as they stretched their backs in relief. Subsequently, under the guidance of Brother Zhang and his companions, they made their way to the underground office area on the second level. While this base is truly immense, to construct such a large facility in Binjiang, it must belong to someone of great stature, the crowd remarked, each person contributing to the conversation. Greetings, everyone. We welcome your addition to our ranks. The base is equipped with a medical area that has remained unoccupied, and we are in urgent need of medical personnel, Fang Chen announced. Boss, our salaries are quite substantial. A man jested. Oh, no problem. We are currently quite eager to spend the funds we have. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the group. Indeed, what use is money now? What can we even purchase? Another chimed in. Boss, where are the brother and sister? We haven't seen them. Inquired the doctor who had been residing in the quarantine room opposite theirs. The siblings reside in a living area on the first floor, and you will soon encounter them, replied Fang Chen. Over the past half-month, everyone has come to understand that the girl is extraordinary. She is, in fact, an asymptomatic carrier. Remarkably, she has not only avoided zombification, but her previous ailments have also been cured. After her recovery, the girl has become particularly cheerful, full of laughter and joy, endearing herself to all. Perhaps she is truly blessed by the heavens. After a brief conversation, Fang Chen guided the group through the medical area. The facility is well equipped with essential medical apparatus and a comprehensive supply of medications, much to the delight of everyone present. They all expressed their astonishment at the fortune of being granted access to the underground base. Having left the medical area, Fang Chen proceeded to the living quarters on the first floor. The siblings had been placed in a corner, away from others, and were currently tidying their room. Upon seeing Fang Chen approach, they paused their tasks and hurried over. Brother Fang, exclaimed Luo Air with great enthusiasm. Luo Air, remember to be polite. Address him as boss. The man feigned sternness in his correction. Ha. It's perfectly fine to call me brother. Fang Chen waved dismissively. The man shot a serious glance at Luo Air. remaining silent. In response, Luo Er cheekily rolled her eyes. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let us know. From now on, we are all family. So there's no need for formality, Fang Chen said, feeling somewhat helpless as Luo Er clung to his arm, addressing the man. Boss, you are too courteous. We are quite satisfied with the food and shelter. You saved us siblings, so feel free to ask us for anything in the future. The man patted his chest in response, stating that it could hardly be considered a rescue. Rather, it was primarily due to Luo's extraordinary talent. Fang Chen gazed at Luo and smiled as he spoke. Luo is the first mutant I have ever known. Upon learning of her mutation, she did not feel fear. Instead, she was filled with joy. Gone were the days of her sorrowful countenance, and her overall spirit improved remarkably. She no longer fretted about the possibility of dying at any moment. After contracting the virus, she had been plagued with anxiety over the potential of becoming a zombie, leaving her brother to live a solitary and sorrowful existence. All her worries had dissipated. She could remain by her brother's side, and perhaps, as Fang Chen had suggested, she might evolve into a formidable mutant in the future to protect him. Thus, the man's gratitude towards Fang Chen was not solely for the tangible assistance rendered, but for imparting to them the hope of survival. During this period of recuperation, Luo had nearly fully recovered. Fang Gij, how did you know I am a mutant? Luo inquired with curiosity. Did I ever mention that? What mutant? I am unaware. Fang Chen feigned ignorance. Both Luo and her brother were taken aback. What was happening? Had they merely dreamed it? But Fang Gij, you told us before. You said that a very small portion of individuals, after contracting the virus, would experience a fusion of their own genes with the viral RNA. Not only would they not perish, but they would also undergo varying degrees of enhancement, becoming mutants. Luo hastily asked. She clung tightly to Fang Chen's earlier words, for they were the sole motivation sustaining her will to live. Fang Chen chuckled as he playfully tapped Luo's nose, saying, "What is the matter? Are you unhappy because you're not a mutant?" Fang Gij. You were just teasing me, weren't you? Luo inquired with her big, watery eyes, filled with eager anticipation. Alas, cursed be my compassion. For the first time, Fang Chen found himself at a loss while spinning a tale. His unparalleled skill in deception had been thwarted by a mere little girl. A resounding failure. Although he was loath to admit it, at this moment, Fang Chen could not bring himself to deceive a child, stripping her of the sole motivation she had to persevere. Thus, he resignedly confessed, I was just kidding. Yay, I knew it. Fang Gij is the best. You would never lie to me. Luo exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around with glee, her hands dancing in the air. Meanwhile, her older brother thought to himself, what about me? Am I not good enough? Am I not the best? Yet, out of respect for Fang Chen, he refrained from voicing his feelings. Of course, as long as his sister was happy. He wouldn't allow himself to feel jealous over such trivial matters. All right, stop bouncing. You're making me dizzy. Fang Chen quickly grabbed Luo, halting her energetic movements. However, it's important that this matter remains between the two of you siblings. Do not divulge it to anyone else, including those at the base. To the outside world, you will claim to be asymptomatic carriers. Do you understand? Fang Chen stated with utmost seriousness. Why? Luo asked, puzzled. Luo, we do as the boss says, no unnecessary questions, her brother interjected firmly. Luo stuck out her tongue, falling silent. Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. The reasoning is quite simple. The innocent may bear the burden of guilt merely for possessing something valuable. This matter should not be disclosed to everyone in the short term. Originally, he intended to deny ever mentioning the existence of superhumans, waiting for a more opportune moment to reveal the truth. However, his strategy of deception unexpectedly faltered. The man nodded in agreement, and Luo also nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. You can stay here for a couple of days. If no other issues arise, then you may move in with everyone else, he advised, particularly emphasizing the need to monitor Luo's condition closely. To be honest, I am unsure what changes may occur after one becomes an anomaly, as each individual's situation is unique. Fang Chen instructed the man. Understood, I will keep a vigilant watch, the man responded. Brother Fang, may I visit you to play when I have free time? Luo inquired. Luo, the boss is very busy. He hardly has time to entertain you. The man interjected. Whether out of a protective instinct for his sister or a reluctance to inconvenience Fang Chen. Luo, my office is temporarily off limits to everyone. Fang Chen declined. Very well. Luo replied, her head drooping in disappointment. Brother Shen, what are your skills? Dongfang Chen asked. I used to be a boxing coach, specializing in combat, the man replied. That's good, Brother Shen. In a couple of days, go seek out Brother Zhang and join the security team. Now that Luo'er has recovered, there is no need for you to be by her side constantly, Dongfang Chen said. Understood, boss. The man, Shen Wengang, replied. It is essential to assign tasks to everyone within the base. No individual wishes to be coddled or regarded as an extraordinary being, yet equally. No one desires to be overlooked or treated as inconsequential. Even the simplest of gestures can instantaneously foster a sense of belonging and affirmation of existence. This truth resonates deeply with Dongfang Chen. He nodded, turning to Luo'er, saying, Luo'er, should you experience any unusual changes in your health over the next few days, do not hesitate to seek me out. Understood, Luo'er replied with alacrity. Having attended to the newcomers, Dongfang Chen returned to his office. A multitude of events had transpired over the preceding 15 days. Initially, a significant number of corpses of infected individuals emerged in the Western District, leading to its complete lockdown. Subsequently, 9 temporary shelters were besieged by an overwhelming horde of zombies, with infections arising within, rendering the delivery of supplies impossible. In the face of internal and external crises, operations ground to a halt within a mere 3 days. In desperation, the populace was urgently relocated to Funing District. Thus, the Western District had irrevocably succumbed to the dominion of the undead. Chapter 20. The night approaches. Some have questioned why swift action to eradicate the zombies has not been undertaken. On one hand, the issues of public safety have exhausted all available manpower. On the other, zombies are nocturnal predators, making the search exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, unless their heads are utterly obliterated, zombies are notoriously difficult to slay, which means that without specialized training, typical civilian groups are ill-equipped for such a task. Another 20 days have swiftly elapsed, during which several other districts in Binhai City have experienced widespread zombie attacks, with the same tragic scenarios playing out repeatedly. Within a span of 20 days, 2 districts have been entirely overrun by zombies. In the face of this dire situation, the city's Virus Prevention Task Force has resolved to establish 6 emergency shelters at strategic locations: Qinghe Ridge in Suirong County, Wudao Valley in Linshui County, and Gaoheba in Huai Town, among others, to facilitate the relocation of the populace. It is hoped that this measure will effectively sever the connection between the zombies and the uninfected individuals. The advantages of such an approach are manifold. Firstly, centralized management will conserve a significant amount of manpower, allowing for a concentrated combat force to eliminate the zombies. Secondly, it will obstruct geographical contact between zombies and humans, thereby preventing further attacks and infections. Additionally, this strategy will enhance the speed of resource allocation and supply. These emergency shelters will serve as the progenitors of future human survival bases. Meanwhile, the urban area of Binjiang City has become the first city in Huagua to be completely occupied by zombies. Concurrently, across the nation, 60 of cities are experiencing widespread viral infections, with 95 of cities being compelled to impose martial law. More alarmingly, the national power grid has begun to suffer intermittent outages. Darkness is fast approaching. Your Excellency, the central hall has been completed. Shall we commence the construction of the experimental cabin? Proceed. Very well, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the number of worker ants has reached 1,500, meeting the basic requirements for constructing the geothermal power generation facility. Shall we begin the construction of the power station? Commence. Understood. Please, Your Excellency, select the location for the power station's construction. As Xiao Lin's words concluded, a 3-dimensional image of the base materialized on the screen. The base consists of only 3 underground levels. However, the 3-dimensional imagery reveals that each layer, as well as the space beneath the 3rd level, is capable of expansion. Can the Ant-Bee robots facilitate the expansion of the base? Inquired Dongfang Chen with curiosity. Indeed, Commander, came the reply. The initial generation of Ant-Bee robots possesses a somewhat lower efficiency and larger size. Nevertheless, they are equipped with the majority of essential functions, including excavation, collection, construction, and transformation. You may perceive them as a type of ant, albeit endowed with numerous advantages that typical ants lack. For instance, they can operate continuously for 24 hours and do not require dormancy during winter. Truly remarkable. I never anticipated that such diminutive robots could accomplish so much. Dongfang Chen remarked in wonder. In fact, the capabilities of a single Ant-Bee are rather limited and nearly negligible. However, When thousands of ant bees convene, they can achieve astonishing tasks, explained Shaolin. That is indeed a valid point. Let us designate the fourth underground level for this purpose, Fang Chen decided. Commander, the queen has yet to establish a nest. Should we place the hive adjacent to the power generation room? What is your recommendation? Fang Chen acknowledged that he lacked a better idea and deemed it prudent to heed Shaolin's counsel. I suggest situating the hive on the fourth underground level, while placing the power generation room on the fifth level. It would be safer to isolate the power generation room from other areas, Shaolin advised. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, Fang Chen acquiesced. Understood, Commander. In the office area on the second floor of the underground base, nearly everyone had congregated, anxiously awaiting Fang Chen's arrival. Captain, what does the boss mean by this? Shall we leave? Asked Wan Xinghua. Brother Zhang remained silent. In the entirety of Xiqing district, we are the only ones left. Today, the power has gone out 3 times. It may not be long before we face a complete blackout. Once the base loses power, ventilation and lighting will cease, making it unbearable here, remarked Tong Li. Brother Zhang still did not speak. There is another concern. Although our stockpiled supplies can last for a considerable time, they are ultimately dwindling. Once our resources are exhausted, we will be left with no choice but to face our demise, a doctor stated. The group exchanged words, each expressing their apprehensions about the future. Please, don't be anxious. Brother Dongfang will surely find a solution, Luo Er said with displeasure. Her brother, Shun Wengang, quickly gestured for her to remain silent. What's wrong? The atmosphere feels quite heavy. Dongfang Chen approached slowly, sensing the unease. Everyone, please make way, he said graciously, walking to the center. No one spoke. They all silently observed him. Let us find a place to sit. Today we must have a serious discussion. Recognizing the current situation, he understood the necessity of unifying their thoughts. During this time, he had been somewhat evasive, as he was not yet prepared to shoulder the weight of life itself. The future of everyone rested upon him, a burden that he found difficult to bear. However, whether he was ready or not, he had to accept this responsibility, both for his own survival and for those who depended on him. Upon hearing Dongfang Chen's words, the group instinctively found their seats. I understand that everyone has been feeling quite anxious lately. The Xiqing district is now deserted. It is estimated that within the next few days, the entire Binjiang city will also be completely vacated. We have found ourselves in a state of utter isolation. However, I wish to convey that this is merely the beginning. At this juncture, Dongfang Chen paused, gazing at everyone before continuing. Soon, perhaps in 6 months, perhaps in a year, the majority of cities across the nation will transform into desolate ghost towns. The crowd was taken aback, exchanging looks of astonishment and skepticism. There is no cause for surprise or doubt. This is an undeniable truth, Dongfang Chen asserted confidently. Boss, I believe your perspective is excessively pessimistic. Throughout history, how many significant pandemics have erupted, and in each instance, humanity has emerged victorious. I believe this time will be no different, a doctor interjected. Do you truly consider it a victory for humanity? Dongfang Chen inquired slyly, suggesting a deeper contemplation. Is it not? The doctor countered. I maintain that it is not. Dongfang Chen replied. Not? The doctor echoed, perplexed. Indeed, not. In my view, the struggle between humans and viruses has often culminated in a form of symbiosis. Perhaps we have discovered certain methods to combat the virus, but these merely hasten the end of the pandemic and reduce fatalities. We are not the fortunate ones. The collective wisdom derived from humanity's joint efforts and civilization has only afforded us a modicum of survival space, and such space may not endure indefinitely. Therefore, your notion of victory, in my eyes, is merely the attainment of a fleeting survival space, Dongfang Chen articulated. What you are discussing seems rather distant, he remarked. Our foremost concern now is our future direction, another doctor interjected. Dongfang Chen's expression turned cold as he said, let us proceed with a show of hands. If anyone wishes to depart for the emergency shelter, I shall allocate some equipment and supplies to facilitate your departure. For those who wish to remain here, I hope we can unite henceforth and support one another. Let us begin. Those who wish to stay, please raise your hands, Dongfang Chen announced. Does this mean we are not leaving? Brother Zhang inquired. Brother Zhang, I certainly do not intend to leave, Dongfang Chen replied. Very well, then I shall stay as well. Brother Zhang raised his hand, and with that gesture, his comrades followed suit. Soon after, the family members also raised their hands. Mrs. Niu had become well acquainted with everyone, and having been advised by her husband not to trust anyone but Dongfang Chen, She too raised her hand. Upon hearing that Fang Chen would not leave, siblings Shen Yalua and Shun Wengang exchanged glances and also raised their hands. Finally, a few doctors and nurses remained divided in their opinions. Chapter 21. Unity of Thought. A few older individuals did not raise their hands, while two younger nurses and a young doctor did. It appeared that the greatest divergence lay among the doctors. This was understandable. They had family, friends, and colleagues, and naturally wished to return home quickly. However, the desire of the three young individuals to remain exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. All right, Brother Zhang, please make arrangements to provide ample water and food for the doctors, and procure some weapons and equipment for self-defense to ensure everyone's safe departure. Fang Chen instructed Zhang, who stood nearby. Zhang cast a discontented glance at the group and replied curtly, "Doctors, please proceed." The doctors exchanged silent glances, then turned and departed without further comment. The remaining three young doctors and nurses lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. After their departure, Fang Chen continued, "Since everyone has chosen to stay here, allow me to clarify the situation regarding our power supply. You need not worry. We will soon have our own power generation facility. Once it is established, power outages will no longer be an issue for our base." His announcement was akin to a bombshell, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. What was happening? This was news to them. They hadn't seen or heard anything about it. Who was assigned to construct it? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. There is no need for surprise. The issues of electricity, supplies, and equipment will all be resolved in due course. It will not take long. We are all allies here, and I believe my words will carry weight, he reassured them. Brother Ling, do you believe me? Fang Chen inquired, looking towards Ling naturally. I trust what the boss says. Ling responded. And what about you, Brother Shen? Fang Chen asked, turning to Shen, who was Shen Wengang, Luo Er's brother. I have faith in what the boss says as well. Shen replied without hesitation. Luo Er beamed at her brother, clearly pleased with his response. This inquiry, in truth, served as a test of their trust. This tests everyone's thoughts and choices at this critical crossroads. Such responses pleased Fang Chen, as it reassured him to gradually reveal more undisclosed secrets to the group. By clarifying essential matters of common concern, he aimed to prevent unfounded speculations that could undermine their unity. During the lengthy period at the underground base, he had not assigned any specific tasks. And the reason was straightforward. There was no necessity. In the short term, they lacked for nothing in terms of supplies. Thus, there was no need to send anyone out on perilous ventures. From a long-term perspective, the base possessed the capability to produce various resources independently and would not face shortages. Many may find this hard to believe, but he would not elaborate further. They would simply have to wait and see. The crowd remained silent, with some individuals nodding in agreement. The ones who did were his staunch supporters. There was no need for everyone to engage in these matters. He had other means to address them. This space was far more complex than it appeared. And in due course, everyone would come to understand that. What they needed to focus on was enhancing their combat capabilities. The future loomed with complexity and severity. Only by cultivating sufficient fighting strength could they safeguard their sanctuary and possess the means to triumph over the virus and the undead. Fang Chen spoke with unwavering conviction, stirring the hearts of several military brothers. Indeed, what was the point of merely staying cooped up here? To survive, one must engage in battle. However, it was clear that their current strength alone did not meet the basic conditions for combat. Even self-preservation was a challenge. It is evident from the news that zombies are exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Furthermore, the toll on human life during these confrontations is staggering. Why is this so? It is due to our inadequate equipment and our feeble resistance capabilities. Upon hearing this, several military personnel furrowed their brows in contemplation. Indeed, a wound inflicted by a zombie inevitably leads to infection. In this regard, human life is as fragile as tofu or an egg. This is a stark departure from their previous combat experiences. In the past, a mere scratch was hardly deemed a wound. Yet now, even a minor abrasion could signify the end. Nevertheless, I implore you to trust me. The issues concerning equipment and weaponry will soon be resolved, promised Fang Chen. Boss, are you implying that we can indeed resolve the weaponry issue? Ling Zhenhai inquired, having grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, it can be addressed, Fang Chen affirmed. What type of weapon are we talking about? Ling continued to probe. Perhaps it was an instinct ingrained in soldiers, a natural sensitivity to combat and weaponry. This was unlike their previous military days. Post-service, they had no opportunity to wield weapons again. This had become the most discussed subject among them. Without firearms, engaging in close combat with zombies is exceedingly troublesome. Surely, it would not involve swords or axes. Fang Chen revealed a knowing expression. Could it possibly be guns? Ling voiced his concern directly, still uncertain. You will find out in due time, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Although he did not provide a direct answer, his demeanor conveyed all that was necessary. The eyes of the assembled individuals sparkled with eager anticipation and a fervent desire for battle. Were it in the past, who would dare to proclaim their intent to forge firearms? Yet now, the landscape has shifted. Possessing a weapon equates to safeguarding one's life. Look at how delighted you all are. This is merely the beginning. To put your minds at ease, I have some significant news to share. Would you care to listen? Fang Chen inquired with a smile. What is this important news? Brother Zhang, who had just entered, inquired loudly upon overhearing the conversation. Brother Zhang, your timing is impeccable. Please, take a seat. Today, I shall enlighten everyone about the future direction of our base. Fang Chen gestured towards the seats and responded. Excellent. I was just eager to hear this. To be honest, I have been quite restless during this period. I yearned to know, yet we dared not ask. Brother Zhang settled down, speaking candidly. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Very well, let us commence with the first point. Shen Yaoluo, please stand. Fang Chen declared loudly. Present. Upon hearing her name, Luo hurriedly rose to respond. Allow me to formally introduce Shen Yaoluo. Fang Chen stood, extending his hand in a grand introduction. Everyone exchanged glances, puzzled. We all know Luo. Is an introduction truly necessary? Is this what you deem significant news? Perhaps you have a misunderstanding of the term important, boss. Fang Chen deliberately paused, intending to capture everyone's attention. Indeed, Shen Yaoluo embodies our hope in overcoming the zombies. Fang Chen stated. The audience remained confused, exchanging looks, unsure of what Fang Chen meant by this assertion. A young girl, overcoming zombies? Surely, this must be a jest. Listen closely, everyone. Shen Yaoluo, also known as Luo, is the first human mutant I am aware of, and currently the only one known. However, I firmly believe that in the near future, we shall witness the emergence of many more mutants. Fang Chen continued. Mutant? What is that? Murmured the crowd, exchanging puzzled glances, as none were knowledgeable about it. Luo stood there, a surge of excitement coursing through her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably, with her eyes slightly reddened. Until now, her brother had been her protector, yet today, the roles had reversed. She was unexpectedly the beacon of hope against the zombies. What a thrilling and honorable moment. Meanwhile, her brother felt his eyes moisten as he grasped her hand, offering encouragement and strength. Boss, what exactly is a mutant? Brother Zhang inquired. It was time for everyone to be enlightened. A mutant, as the name suggests, is one who undergoes mutations following a viral infection. As you all know, Luo had contracted the virus before arriving at the base. We all assumed she was an asymptomatic carrier. However, in strict terms, she was not asymptomatic. She had indeed been infected. The virus intertwined with her genetic material, enhancing her bodily functions post-infection. The crowd listened, bewildered, grasping only fragments of understanding. Unfortunately, most present had limited educational backgrounds. Chapter 22, Mental Control Abilities. Seeing the lack of reaction from the group, Fang Chen sighed in resignation and decided to present the facts plainly. All right, Luo, please demonstrate for everyone. Luo nodded slightly and extended her hand, causing a pin on the table to seemingly levitate under some unseen force, hovering silently in midair. The onlookers were utterly astonished by this spectacle. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of supernatural ability? They rose from their seats, fixated on the pen. One person reached out, shaking beneath and above the pen. Yet there were no supports, no strings, nothing at all. The pen remained inexplicably suspended. She referred to it as mental control ability, a talent she had discovered under Fang Chen's guidance during this period. The powers of the altered individuals could only be uncovered through personal exploration. Others could offer no assistance. Ultimately, only one truly understands their own circumstances. After a while, Luo began to feel dizzy and ceased her control, causing the pen to plummet back onto the table. The crowd remained in a state of shock for an extended period, completely oblivious to the brevity of Luo's demonstration. Fang Chen also refrained from speaking further, allowing everyone to absorb the revelation. This extraordinary ability was one that even Fang Chen envied. It is no exaggeration to say that the future battles against the zombies will belong to the altered individuals. The role we ordinary people can play in such confrontations is exceedingly limited. We have guns and cannons. We can fight too. Ling Jinhai retorted defiantly. Brother Ling, think about it. What are those zombies? Dongfang Chen inquired. Ling Jinhai was taken aback, uncertain of Dongfang Chen's implication. Zombies are the byproducts of humans infected by a virus. In essence, battling zombies is fundamentally a struggle between humans, a burden of existence we cannot bear. This does not even account for other biological types of zombies. To send ordinary warriors, devoid of resistance, into battle will only lead to an increasing number succumbing to infection and transforming into zombies. The enemy multiplies while our ranks dwindle. Even if the zombies are ultimately vanquished, how many survivors will remain? Dongfang Chen patted Ling Jinhai's shoulder and remarked, However, Ling, there is no need for concern. Neither should anyone else be anxious. There will come a time when we charge onto the battlefield, but that moment is not yet upon us. This is another significant announcement I bring today. At this, the group lifted their downcast eyes and turned their attention to Dongfang Chen. Before long, we shall establish our own research and development center. Once founded, this center will prioritize the formulation of an antigen serum. With the administration of this serum, not only can we avert viral infection, but we will also guarantee a transformation into mutated beings. Is that true? Zhang stood up abruptly, his comrades and Luo'er's brother. Shenwen Gang, rising almost in unison. If this were indeed the case, what could they possibly fear? Please, hold your excitement. This is merely a component of the base's future plans. Dongfang Chen urged everyone to take their seats and continued. The road ahead is long, fraught with numerous challenges. My disclosure today serves to reassure you all. It is crucial to understand that our seclusion here is not a passive resignation to fate, but rather a strategic preservation of strength, gradually building our power. Yes, boss. The crowd rose, responding in unison. The information shared by Dongfang Chen today was indeed substantial. Moreover, many occurrences are bewildering and difficult to comprehend. Aside from the fact that Lore has become a mutant, and her display of extraordinary abilities was somewhat reluctantly accepted by the crowd, it is unrealistic to expect complete belief in the other matters. Nevertheless, it has at least served the purpose of unifying thoughts. Such an effect suffices. As long as tangible realities are presented, all doubts will naturally dissipate. The four individuals who left the underground base proceeded westward along the Outer Ring Road, which is a principal thoroughfare leading out of Binhai City. Qiushi. Approximately how many kilometers is it to Qinghe Ridge from here? Inquired the person trailing behind. Brother Deng, it's around 50 kilometers, I suppose, Qiushi replied, walking ahead. 50 kilometers? We would need at least 14 hours on foot. We won't arrive until the late hours of the night, Dengwen remarked. Indeed, it is said that zombies roam freely at night, making travel exceedingly perilous after dusk, Qiushi added. What then shall we do? Another person queried. Director Shui, let us not be hasty. Let us advance a bit further and assess the road conditions ahead. If it is clear, we shall find a vehicle, and we will reach our destination swiftly, Qiushi responded. Alas, I hope so, Director Shui replied despondently. The heat was unbearable, and after such a lengthy journey, he was beginning to feel fatigued. Help! Is anyone there? Help! Suddenly, they heard a woman's cries. Without a second thought, they hurried forward, only to discover a provocatively dressed and alluring girl bound to the railing by the roadside. Upon seeing them approach, the girl frantically pleaded, Kind sirs, please, save me. The voice was incredibly delicate, accompanied by a pitiful expression that left the onlookers utterly captivated, their eyes wide and their throats dry with anticipation, observing their stunned silence. The woman let out a soft laugh, straightened up, untied herself, and crossed her arms, standing there quietly, watching them. What was happening? The group was momentarily immobilized. It dawned on them. They had been deceived. As realization set in, their earlier allure transformed into sheer terror, and they began to retreat slowly. However, before they could escape, they were halted by a forceful shove from behind. Thus, they found themselves captured. In a secluded cottage on the outskirts of the city, one man pleaded for mercy, Please, spare me. Some individuals are simply oblivious, destined for misfortune. The beautiful leader nonchalantly remarked, signaling to her subordinate. The young man brandished a knife, dragging the pleading man by his collar as they moved toward the exit. Addressing a woman as big sister would do him no good in this dire situation. The remaining three trembled in fear, the eldest among them, Director Shui Miaoshuang, so frightened that she soiled herself. The beautiful leader wrinkled her nose in disdain. Covering it with her hand, and inquired, "Now, tell me, who are you? Where do you come from?" "We are doctors, having come from Binjiang Park," Dang Wen responded hastily, with Shui Miaoshuang and Ding Shi nodding in agreement. "Doctors? Binjiang Park?" The beautiful leader expressed skepticism. Residents had evacuated from the West District long ago. It was rare to encounter anyone in this area. How could a group of cowards possibly survive for so long? "Yes, yes," Dang Wen quickly replied. "Do you wish for death? Do you think you can fool me with such nonsense? Even if Binjiang Park is relatively deserted, you lack the capability to have endured this long." The beautiful leader threatened, asserting that she was right. They lacked the capability. However, some possessed such abilities, continued Dang Wen. At that moment, the three of them exchanged words, recounting everything they had witnessed and heard at the base to the beautiful leader. The more she listened, the more astonished she became. Was there truly such a place in Xiqing District? After more than half an hour, given your earnest attitude, I shall spare your lives. Henceforth, you will stay here and attend to our ailments, bind our wounds, and so forth, declared the beautiful leader. All right, the group responded, nearly weeping, yet they were compelled to feign smiles in agreement. What a mistake it was. We forsook the days of abundance at the base to become subordinates here, only to face beatings. Yinjia, can we trust what these individuals have said? After the group was led away, a subordinate approached for clarification. The beautiful leader, Yin Fangfang, had shed her previous allure, furrowing her brow in contemplation before responding. It sounds somewhat dubious, yet their accounts are consistent and do not seem fabricated. Shall we not pay a visit and seize the base? The subordinate inquired. Yin Fangfang shot him a sidelong glance, reprimanding, "Have you lost your wits? Consider this. Establishing such a vast underground base and stockpiling an immense amount of resources prior to the outbreak. Its mastermind cannot be an ordinary individual." Chapter 23, Yin Fangfang's Choice. The subordinate scoffed. "Isn't it merely a brash young man surrounded by a gaggle of elderly folks? The old and the young, what is there to fear? Why call you foolish? Do you believe everything others say?" Yin Fangfang rubbed her head, responding with exasperation. Does the leader imply that their words may not be true?" inquired the younger brother. "I can assure you, it is indeed true, though the veracity may be questionable," Yin Fangfang replied. The younger brother appeared to comprehend partially. Yin Fangfang was troubled, contemplating how to investigate the base. According to several accounts, the personnel at the base rarely emerged. While entry was possible, those who entered faced a 15-day quarantine, making exit exceedingly difficult. A frontal assault would be futile against the 10-meter-high walls. Yin Fangfang found herself momentarily bereft of a superior strategy. Goodness! Lu Qing, you're alive. After the trio was confined to a room, they were astonished to discover that Lu Qing, who had just been summoned by the beautiful leader, was indeed unharmed. "Of course, I'm alive. Dang Wen, were you hoping for my demise?" Lu Qing, having narrowly escaped death, fell into his habitual brashness. "What nonsense! How could that be? At that moment, we thought you had been taken away, surely facing dire consequences. We were all quite anxious for you." Dang Wen exclaimed. "Oh, spare me. You were the one on the verge of death from fright, and yet you claim to worry for me. Where is your dignity?" Lu Qing retorted. Enough. We are all on the same side. Cease the quarrel." Director Shui interjected. Lu Qing shot a glare at Dang Wen, falling silent. Suddenly, noticing a wet stain on Director Shui's trousers, he inquired, "Director Shui, have you soiled yourself?" You." Director Shui instantly regretted intervening. What was the point of mediation? He should have refrained. Those with such loose tongues deserve to be silenced. How utterly exasperating. Such a person, despite the circumstances, remains alive, truly. It defies all sense of justice. Director Shui let out an annoyed huff, disregarding him entirely. He sought a quiet spot to rest. "What is the matter with Director Shui?" Lu Qing inquired of Ding Shi. Ding Shi cast a disdainful glance in his direction, remaining silent as he too found a place to rest. In the dead of night, everyone had succumbed to slumber. The October evening carried a hint of chill, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves. It felt as though a multitude of entities were converging upon the isolated courtyard from all directions. "Yinjia, wake up. We are in grave trouble." A young subordinate approached Yin Fangfang's door, softly knocking and calling out. The door swung open, revealing Yin Fangfang, clad in scant attire as she stepped out, inquiring, "What is happening?" "Yinjia, a horde of zombies is approaching us. They must have sensed the scent we left behind during the day," the young man replied. "Approximately how many?" "Countless. It's impossible to quantify." The young subordinate swallowed hard as he answered. "Then we must make a break for it. Wake everyone up. We need to leave immediately, Yin Fangfang resolved swiftly. Including the 4 doctors they had captured earlier, their number totaled merely 11. The zombies were still a considerable distance from the courtyard, and the group split into 2 vehicles, hastily heading west. The following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, the zombies had vanished entirely. The group disembarked, leaning against the vehicles in their exhaustion, gazing at the sunrise with a sense of longing. As the sunlight gradually intensified, Yin Fangfang summoned everyone, declaring, "Brothers, it is not sustainable for us to continue hiding every day. In the past, we had no choice. We did what we had to in order to survive. However, the situation has changed. We have received reliable information regarding an underground base at Binjiang Park, protected by 10-meter-high walls that prevent zombies from breaching it. Within this fortress lie countless supplies and many people. After contemplating for an entire night, I believe it is impossible for just the 5 of us to mount an assault. Instead, I propose an alternative approach, seeking an alliance." The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. "No offense, beautiful leader, but why don't we head to the Qinghe shelter? It is merely about 50 kilometers away. We could reach it in a couple of hours by car. Why venture to that underground base?" Lu Qing's tendency to speak out of turn resurfaced. "Who do you think you are to speak of?" The 4 others observed him in silence, neither mocking nor encouraging. Their expressions neutral. Yet, they all recognized that while their beautiful leader exuded an air of aloofness and allure, she was not bloodthirsty. Otherwise, Lu Qing would have met his demise several times over. Thus, the hesitance regarding his boldness dissipated. Yin Fangfang disregarded his interruption and turned her attention to her comrades, continuing, "What are your thoughts?" "Yin Jia, your intentions align with ours. Wherever you go, we shall follow," a man proclaimed with conviction. "Very well, it is settled then. Huanzi, leave that vehicle for these doctors. The rest of us will take this car," Sister Yin commanded. "All right, Sister Yin," responded the mouse, who was the young subordinate accompanying Sister Yin and questioning several doctors that day. The 4 doctors were bewildered, wondering if they were to be released. Deng Wen stared at the car keys that the mouse had placed in his hand, lost in thought for an extended moment. By the time they regained their senses, Yin Fangfang and her group had already driven off into the distance. At the Qinghe emergency shelter, Director Shui exclaimed, "You have returned just in time. We are short on doctors here and desperately need more hands." A middle-aged female doctor expressed her joy. "Dr. Deng, do you know which leader is in charge of our Qinghe area?" "I have critical information to report," replied Dr. Shui. Within the command center, a silver-haired man in his 50s stated, "Dr. Shui, I have a general understanding of the situation you reported. If necessary, I will send someone to communicate further. However, at this moment, I believe we should focus on treating the disaster victims and eliminating the zombies. As for other matters, as you can see, we currently lack sufficient manpower, so we shall postpone them for now." Leader Liao concurred. "Indeed," responded Shui Miaoshuang. At the underground base of Binjiang Park, in the quarantine area, Yin Fangfang inquired, "Are you Dongfang Chen?" "Yes," Dongfang Chen replied. "Do you know me?" he asked. "I've heard about you. You're even more handsome than I expected," Yin Fangfang said with a flirtatious smile. "Oh, I suppose you heard it from a few doctors?" Dongfang Chen chuckled, unfazed by her flattery. "It seems you are quite perceptive," Yin Fangfang remarked, slightly surprised yet admiring. "There are many more virtues you will gradually discover," Dongfang Chen boasted with unabashed pride. Awaiting with bated breath, Yin Fangfang smiled gracefully. "Let those few rest while here. After the quarantine concludes, they shall be released." Upon finishing his words, Dongfang Chen prepared to depart. "Aren't you curious about the fate of those doctors?" Yin Fangfang inquired. "Oh, what have you done with them?" Dongfang Chen playfully responded with a question of his own. "Haha, I've killed them all," Yin Fangfang replied with a smile, her sincerity indiscernible. "Is that so? Then I must thank you," Dongfang Chen retorted with a sly grin before turning to leave. In truth, upon arriving at the Qinghe shelter, Xiao Lin had already informed him of the situation. Thus, Yin Fangfang's deception bore no fruit against Dongfang Chen. How intriguing! Observing Dongfang Chen's retreating figure, Yin Fangfang pondered to herself. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Thus far, the virus had been rampant for 5 months. The onset of winter has rendered the spread of the virus across Huagua distinctly polarized between the north and south. The northern winter, cold and arid, saw a significant slowdown in the virus's proliferation due to the absence of mosquitoes. The official forces, leveraging their formidable firepower, began a counteroffensive against the cities. Faced with a scarcity of resources, people were compelled to form numerous expedition teams, navigating the labyrinthine streets of the urban landscape. Conversely, the situation in the south was starkly different. Many emergency shelters on the outskirts of cities dwindled in size and ultimately vanished due to relentless zombie attacks and persistently high infection rates. The survivors were left with no choice but to migrate northward, transforming vast swathes of southern territory into no man's lands for humanity. Binhai City is situated on the southeastern coast, where the outdoor temperature remains around 15 degrees even in the winter month of December. Only one of the 6 emergency shelters surrounding the urban area still stands. Chapter 24. New Equipment Emergency Notice. Emergency Notice. All members of the guard team are requested to assemble at the training ground within 5 minutes. The sudden broadcast from the underground base captured everyone's attention. In the second training area, dozens of individuals were divided into 2 teams, standing exceptionally straight. The first team, led by Captain Zhang Yuan Kuei, comprised 24 of his comrades. The second team, commanded by Shen Wengang, who is also Luo Air's brother, included new recruits who had joined the base over the recent period, both male and female, resulting in a somewhat disorganized formation. However, due to their daily military training, each member exhibited a spirited demeanor. Zhang Yuan Kuei concurrently served as the overall commander of the guard team. All members were attired in desert camouflage, procured prior to the outbreak of the virus. Fang Chen stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, facing the assembly. Attention, at ease. Reporting, boss. The guard team is supposed to have 50 members, and we have 50 present. Report concluded, Zhang Yuan Kuei announced loudly. Good, at ease. Fang Chen replied. Yes. Zhang Yuan Kuei responded robustly. Comrades, after several months of development, our base has achieved complete self-sufficiency. Although the variety of supplies remains limited, it is sufficient to meet our daily needs. Therefore, starting today, we officially embark on the path of development. I will now provide a basic overview of the current status of the base. Firstly, concerning sustenance. We have successfully established and commenced production in a total of 12 food production facilities. These comprise 7 wheat production units, 2 potato production units, 2 cabbage production units, and 1 pig farming facility. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What is this production facility? Where did it come from? Nevertheless, after enduring extensive military training over such a prolonged period, everyone refrained from any inappropriate actions. Although we recently enjoyed fresh cabbage, it was widely assumed that it had been sourced from external suppliers. Little did we know it was cultivated within the base itself. I have consistently assured everyone that in the near future, we shall achieve self-sufficiency, though I suspect many lacked a true understanding of this concept. Shortly, I will guide you on a tour of the production facilities. However, let us establish 3 rules. The production area maintains a sterile environment and operates entirely autonomously. Thus, you may only observe from the outside and not enter. While the variety may seem limited for the time being, please bear with us as we continually expand our offerings. This is hardly a matter of mere accommodation. It is essential to recognize that in the majority of emergency shelters outside, fresh vegetables and pork are a rarity. This is indeed a blessing. Upon hearing this, the crowd could hardly contain their excitement, breathing heavily in exhilaration. Next, we turn our attention to the equipment. Brother Zhang, please bring forth a sample, Fang Chen instructed. Yes, Brother Zhang responded, swiftly making his way to a nearby stack of large boxes, returning promptly with a black garment resembling thermal underwear. Fang Chen took the garment and raised his hand to showcase it to everyone, stating, "This attire is our independently developed first-generation combat suit, which I have named the Guardian Type 1. Its primary functions are twofold, insulation and protection. Let us first discuss insulation. It differs from the conventional understanding of warmth. Traditional insulation primarily serves to fend off the cold, whereas my definition encompasses both cold and heat resistance. In other words, regardless of whether one finds oneself in frigid blizzards or engulfed in searing flames, this garment can prevent harm." Upon hearing this, the audience's eyes widened with desire. They felt an urgent need to acquire one, regardless of the circumstances. Now, let us turn our attention to protection, which is relatively straightforward to comprehend. It functions similarly to a bulletproof vest, guarding against cuts and punctures. With the safeguarding of this suit, one can engage in combat with zombies with confidence and audacity. Fang Chen smiled slightly, observing the excitement on everyone's faces. He continued, "There is no need for haste. You may collect your suits from Brother Zhang shortly. Each member of the guard will be entitled to 1 set. Of course, Having only the suit without weapons would be inadequate. Next, I shall present to you our independently developed first-generation laser gun, also named the Guardian Type 1. Fang Chen retrieved from a rectangular box behind him a weapon resembling a rifle, but considerably bulkier. The Guardian Type 1 laser gun weighs 12.8 kilograms and measures 163.5 centimeters in length. Upon pulling the trigger, it can instantaneously emit a beam of high-energy laser, inflicting immediate burning damage on the target, with temperatures reaching up to 1,200 degrees Celsius. As Fang Chen spoke, he picked up the gun, disengaged the safety, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Instantly, a sharp sound was followed by a beam of blue laser erupting from the barrel. In a fleeting moment, a piece of pork, previously placed at a distance, was incinerated, leaving a large charred hole. The sizzling sound mingled with the acrid aroma of burnt meat wafting through the air, causing everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment. Goodness! A laser weapon. Such marvels are usually confined to the realms of science fiction. However, this weapon possesses significant flaws. First, its temperature is not exceedingly high, limiting its destructive capacity. It can only eliminate first-tier zombies. Second, it inflicts negligible damage on targets with high melting points such as metals and glass, which dissipate heat rapidly and reflect the beam. And remember, never aim at a mirror. Third, the gun's magazine is a unique type of energy cartridge, allowing for a maximum of 60 single shots or 10 seconds of continuous fire per cartridge. Report, boss. Yuan Xinghua stepped forward, calling out. Speak. Fang Chen replied. Boss, I would like to inquire about your earlier mention of first-tier zombies. What does that signify? We will discuss that later, Fang Chen responded. Understood. Boss, I have another question. Yuan Xinghua continued. Go ahead. Fang Chen said with a smile. Boss, I am curious to know which is more formidable, this gun or the combat suit you just demonstrated. Yuan Xinghua boldly asked. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, unable to contain themselves. You are tempting fate. Are you seriously comparing the sharpness of the spear with the sturdiness of the shield, hastening your own demise? Everyone, drop and give me 100 push-ups now. Fang Chen bellowed an order, and all laughter ceased immediately as everyone dropped to the ground to perform push-ups. And you? Fang Chen directed his gaze at Yuan Xinghua. Ah. Boss, I can't do this. Yuan pointed to his empty left sleeve. One-handed. Fang Chen glared at him. Yes. Yuan Xinghua responded helplessly. 100 push-ups were a mere trifle for the group, something they did daily. Discipline is the foundation of survival. This is a principle everyone must remember. Regardless of the circumstances or the nature of the issue, if a problem arises, a report must be filed before speaking. Should a similar mistake occur again, the punishment will be doubled. Fang Chen stated sternly. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Now, I shall address the query raised by Brother Yuan earlier. Our Type 1 Guardian combat suit can withstand temperatures of up to 1,500 degrees without melting and provides complete thermal insulation within a range of 1,000 degrees. The peak temperature of lasers hovers around 1,200 degrees. Thus, the Type 1 laser gun cannot penetrate the combat suit, though it may cause minor burns to the human body. Next, let us examine the third piece of equipment, the first-generation micro-implanted bone microphone. As Fang Chen spoke, he produced a tiny box, no larger than a button, from his pocket, which was slightly larger than a fingernail. Due to its diminutive size, it was inconvenient to display, so he primarily explained its function. This is a miniature communication device, akin to a walkie-talkie. This bone microphone cannot be worn independently. It requires auxiliary equipment to be implanted within the ear canal. If removal is necessary, there are two methods. One is through the auxiliary device, allowing for a non-destructive extraction. Another method involves damaging the ear canal, which has a certain probability of removal. The second approach is not advisable for everyone to attempt. Once the bone microphone is implanted and activated, it can communicate via satellite, boasting a signal strength significantly superior to that of our previous mobile phone signals. The volume of the bone microphone requires adjustment using auxiliary devices after implantation, as it cannot be set directly. This concludes the introduction to the equipment. Now we arrive at today's focal point, which is also the core secret of our base. Fang Chen paused, casting a serious glance at everyone before turning to Brother Zhang and saying, Brother Zhang, please present it. Zhang Yuan Kuei nodded, approached Fang Chen from behind, and opened a secure case. He retrieved a cylindrical object made of metal at both ends with glass in the middle. From a distance, one could see it filled with a transparent liquid. Chapter 25. Gene serum in production chamber. The cylinder is approximately 10 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in diameter. Fang Chen took the cylinder, pinching both ends with his thumb and index finger, raised it, and displayed it to everyone. This is a product of epoch-making significance, truly one of a kind in the world. From this moment forth, it shall be our base's utmost secret. Under no circumstances do I wish for any of you to disclose this information. I believe some of you may have already guessed what this is. Indeed, I previously hinted that we have been clandestinely researching a gene serum capable of aiding ordinary individuals in evolving into mutants. Now, this serum has been successfully developed. The vial I hold contains the SBDV, one strain of neurotropic virus antigen serum injection, abbreviated as antigen serum. As the name suggests, once this antigen serum is injected, the human body will produce antibodies, thereby acquiring immunity against the SBDV, one neurotropic virus. Furthermore, it will invariably undergo mutations, transforming the individual into a variant. However, the specific abilities gained post-mutation remain uncertain, as they are intricately linked to one's genetic makeup. Each individual's circumstances are unique, resulting in a wide array of potential abilities. At this moment, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement, with 50 pairs of eager eyes fixated intently on Fang Chen, who raised his hand high. However, a word of caution must be expressed. The RNA components within the genetic agent will intertwine with the DNA present in cells. Strictly speaking, after the injection of the agent, whether one still belongs to the realm of humanity is a matter I cannot ascertain. Fang Chen lamented. This poses a question, yet it is not merely a question. More significantly, this inquiry delves into the realms of philosophy and ethics. If a person undergoes genetic modification, do they still qualify as human? To assert that they do not would overlook the fact that throughout the evolutionary process, RNA has continuously adjusted DNA sequences to adapt to new environments. Thus, it is evident that nature is perpetually reshaping human genetics. Conversely, to argue that they still belong to humanity implies that, once your genes are altered, you have fundamentally transformed into a different being. It is entirely possible that one might develop an extra eye, ear, arm, or even a tail. In such cases, can you still be considered a true human in the traditional sense? The decision to undergo injection rests with each individual. I shall allow everyone a day to contemplate this matter. Finally, let me elucidate what constitutes a first-order zombie. It is widely acknowledged that upon infection by a virus, individuals may succumb to death and transform into the undead. However, what remains lesser known is that zombies are also capable of evolution. They inherently possess the trait of consumption. Upon devouring other zombies or absorbing specific energies, they may advance to a higher tier, becoming second-tier zombies, or even ascending to greater levels. The same applies to us, the human mutants. The abilities acquired through mutation can progress as energy accumulates, leading to the emergence of more advanced mutants. Thus, becoming a mutant is not an endpoint, but merely a commencement. Attention, everyone. Form up, stand at ease. Dismissed, commanded Fang Chen. As the order to disperse was issued, a throng swiftly converged around him. Boss, what did you mean when you said that after injecting the serum, one no longer qualifies as human? Boss, how can the abilities of a mutant be enhanced? Boss, when shall we venture to eliminate zombies? Boss, when are we going on a tour? The inquiries from the crowd were incessant. All right, enough. Let us do this. If anyone has further questions, direct them to Captain Zhang. After lunch, I will lead everyone for a tour of the production facility, Fang Chen proclaimed. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd enveloped Brother Zhang once more. By afternoon, having concluded their lunch, all individuals gathered at the training ground in anticipation. Unlike the morning, everyone was clad in new gear, save for the absence of masks. This was due to two reasons. It was unnecessary, and wearing masks would render them, from a distance, resembling a band of terrorists. Moreover, the new attire resembles a form-fitting garment, leaving many feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, they opted to don camouflage over it. Upon the arrival of Fang Chen, he guided everyone down to the 4th level of the underground facility. In truth, the production warehouse resides on the 6th level, yet the signage misleadingly indicates the 4th level. Originally, the 4th and 5th levels were off-limits to all. These levels house the power generation room and the hive, the very heart of the underground base. Since the queen bee established her nest, every living area, workshop, and piece of equipment within the base has come under her dominion. The inhabitants of the base find themselves engaged in mundane tasks daily, merely maintaining cleanliness and arranging their surroundings. The descent from the third underground level to the fourth evokes an immediate sensation of depth, far greater than one might anticipate. After traversing several flights of stairs, they finally reached the fourth level. Another notable feeling was the oppressive atmosphere, colder than above. The passageway was illuminated with lights, dispelling any notion of being deep within a mine. Upon reaching the fourth level, they were presented with a singular metallic door, standing 2 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Affixed to the door was a 30-inch LCD screen, continuously flashing various parameters. In the upper left corner, a young girl's portrait appeared, one that, aside from Fang Chen, was unfamiliar to all. Indeed, it was Xiaolin. "Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Welcome to the production warehouse," the screen greeted. "Wow, how impressive. Dongfang Gidge, is this artificial intelligence?" exclaimed Luo Er in astonishment. "Yes, indeed," Dongfang Chen replied with a smile. "Xiaolin, please open the door and allow everyone to enter and explore," Dongfang Chen instructed. Addressing the screen. "Very well, Your Excellency," he replied. With a mechanical whir, the grand door gradually slid open, revealing the interior. Dongfang Chen took the lead, stepping inside, followed by a procession of guards. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Fangfang and Shin Miaohua had become inseparable companions, sharing meals and slumber. Yin Fangfang, being significantly older than Luo, often yielded to her. However, this did not sit well with Luo's brother, Shin Wengang, who felt neglected and could only watch with longing, unable to voice his discontent. Yin Fangfang was reticent, while Luo prattled away, her voice filled with astonishment. "Sister Fangfang, look. There's an ant on the pedal. What is it doing there? Sister Fangfang, look. The pig's droppings are moving. Are there worms inside?" Yin Fangfang could only shake her head in exasperation. The onlookers chuckled at Luo's animated exclamations, shaking their heads in amusement, though their hearts were gripped by a profound astonishment. As they traversed the central corridor flanked by floor-to-ceiling glass walls, they could clearly observe that each room was partitioned into approximately 10 meters in width, with depths that seemed boundless. Each enclosed chamber displayed a plethora of critical indicators on the glass: temperature, growth cycle, humidity, expected yield, and an array of other comprehensible and incomprehensible data. The cultivation chambers for cabbage, potatoes, and wheat were tiered, employing soilless agriculture. Within each compartment, various robots of all sizes toiled diligently. The nearby structures are designated for wheat cultivation, where the temperature and humidity parameters are meticulously aligned with the growth cycle of improved wheat. With 3 harvests a year, an average yield can be gathered every 4 months. The 2 adjacent facilities are dedicated to potato cultivation, while the latter 2 are allocated for cabbage farming. What you see here is the pig breeding facility, accompanied by a specialized hatchery for swine genetics. "How does this make you feel?" Dongfang Chen inquired with a smile. Aware that despite the trust placed in him and the results he had delivered, there lingered a sense of uncertainty among the onlookers. This decision was one Dongfang Chen had pondered deeply. Human sentiment is the most challenging to navigate. Trust is conditional. Merely painting a rosy picture without tangible results can, over time, lead to a complex web of feelings, fragmenting the collective spirit. Yin Fangfang's 6 companions gradually gravitated towards her. Luo, standing beside Yin Fangfang, remained oblivious. Yet Dongfang Chen's keen observation did not miss this shift. Since Yin Fangfang and her entourage arrived at the base, they had adhered to the rules. Yet it was evident they formed a close-knit group, struggling to fully integrate. Dongfang Chen understood this. Without facing trials and tribulations, their integration would not come easily. However, vigilance is essential. Dongfang Chen had instructed Xiaolin to monitor their conversations daily. Overall, these individuals were not malevolent. Rather, they possessed significant backgrounds, albeit cloaked in an appearance that belied their true nature. If they truly are villains, it would be inconceivable for them to have sent a vehicle for those 4 doctors before deciding to come to the base. During their 2-month stay at the base, they exhibited a remarkably low profile. Firstly, the combat capabilities of the guards were indisputably formidable, which starkly contradicted the doctor's descriptions of frail, old men. Secondly, there was Shen Yalo, a spirited girl, who was both chatty and under the protection of her extraordinarily powerful older brother. She incessantly mentioned her brother Dongfang, which naturally compelled Yin Fangfang to maintain a certain distance, reluctant to allow this innocent girl to look down upon her. Chapter 26. Visiting the office yet now? Yin Fangfang found herself utterly shaken. Everything she had witnessed firsthand had completely shattered her preconceived notions. Despite her vast knowledge, she was aware that such technology had yet to be realized by anyone. From a practical standpoint, why would one need a bicycle? With such a substantial benefactor, whose provisions for food, drink, and necessities were abundantly clear, wouldn't it be more appealing to simply follow along and enjoy the comforts provided? But could she truly do that? Yin Fangfang was engulfed in turmoil. Several subordinates were awaiting Yin Fangfang's response. Upon seeing her expression, they dared not utter a word. Fang Chen observed silently, pleased with the outcome. All the facts were laid bare. The decision was entirely hers. Conversely, there was no concern about her causing any disruption, with the queen bee overseeing. Even if one were a mere fly or ant, without permission, one could accomplish nothing. After touring the production warehouse, everyone returned to the training area. Some are exhilarated. Others remain calm, while a few ponder deeply, whispering in clusters. Silence, please. Fang Chen cleared his throat and spoke. The crowd ceased their hushed conversations, quickly aligning themselves. The production warehouse is the cornerstone of our existence. This is the first and the only opportunity to witness it. In order to minimize the risk of viral contamination from the outside world, it will be permanently sealed henceforth, prohibiting any unauthorized entry. I also implore everyone to adhere to confidentiality protocols and refrain from disclosing any information about the base to outsiders. Let me be clear, should anyone leak information, they will regrettably be asked to leave the base, and we shall not welcome them back. Do I make myself understood? Yes, boss. The crowd replied in unison. For the remainder of the evening, I urge everyone to contemplate the decision to receive the antigen serum. I respect each individual's choice and will not impose any mandates. We will reconvene here tomorrow morning, prepared for the injections. Zhang and Shun, please stay behind. The rest may disperse. Having delivered his instructions, Fang Chen announced the dismissal. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Fang Chen turned to Zhang Yuan Kuei. Brother Zhang, have you made your decision? Xiaochen, I have pondered this matter long ago. To put it plainly, if it weren't for your insistence on gathering supplies back then, I might have already been infected. Compared to being bitten by a zombie, I find this option far more preferable. As for the genetic aspects, I am not well versed. I simply consider it akin to a vaccine. Zhang replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed, in essence, it is a vaccine, Fang Chen concurred. Then let's proceed. Inject me. Zhang extended his arm. Fang Chen was profoundly moved. Adversity reveals true character. This sense of trust indeed bestows immense strength upon an individual. Without any pretense, Fang Chen produced a vial of reagent, removed the protective cap, and administered it without hesitation. Brother Shen, what about you? Fang Chen inquired, turning to Shen Wengang. Of course, I must take it. Shen Wengang replied without a moment's thought. Luo'er is now a mutant and will only grow stronger in the future. If I do not become a mutant myself, will I rely on my own sister for protection? All right, then extend your arm, Fang Chen instructed. After receiving the injection, both felt that it was no different from the sensation of a typical vaccination. Brother Zhang, Brother Shun, in order to observe the reactions following the administration of the antigen reagent, you will likely need to rest at my place tonight. Please follow me to my office. Fang Chen explained. That sounds splendid. Xiao Chun, I must tell you, I have long wished to visit your office, Brother Zhang exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Fang Chen's invitation. The door to Fang Chen's office had been modified by the queen bee. To the outside observer, it appeared to be an ordinary door. However, it was completely locked and exceptionally thick. The door would only open automatically upon Fang Chen's arrival. Should anyone else attempt to enter, even with explosives, it would be an arduous task. This was due to the presence of 10 miniature automated control robots stationed within, designated specifically for security purposes. The two men were unaware of this, perceiving only a sense of prestige about the door, which seemed more sophisticated than the typical doors they encountered. As the three entered the office, the lights illuminated automatically, yet all electronic screens remained dark. Feel free to take a seat, my esteemed friends, Fang Chen encouraged. Dong Qindong gestured for the two individuals to find their own seats behind his desk. They glanced around, noting the absence of anything particularly remarkable, save for a colossal screen mounted on the wall. Their living quarters also featured such screens. After all, expense was of little concern, with most places boasting 100-inch televisions. However, this room showcased an impressive array of 6 100-inch screens seamlessly merged together. Xiao Chen, your office is rather bare, isn't it? It feels so mysterious. Zhang remarked with a boisterous laugh. Shaolin, activate the base projection, Dong Chen commanded, disregarding Zhang's comment. Before either could respond, The large screen flickered to life, illuminating the office with an azure glow. Zhang and Shen quickly rose and approached the screen. "Goodness, this is high-tech," Zhang exclaimed, marveling at the familiar yet foreign structure displayed on the screen. "Wait, this structure is somewhat different from ours, boss," Shen interjected. "How so?" Zhang queried, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. "Look, our base is currently 4 stories underground, right? But this diagram clearly shows 6 levels," Shen explained, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, how can it be 6 levels? Zhang echoed in surprise. "That's why I said our base is far more complex than it appears on the surface," Dong Chun replied with a knowing smile, exuding an air of mystery. The two men exchanged puzzled glances. "Did you not notice how long the staircase was when you visited the production warehouse today?" Dong Chun inquired, no longer concealing the truth. "Now that you mention it, it was indeed quite lengthy. Is it possible?" Brother Zhang experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, between the 3rd and 4th levels, there exist 2 concealed floors. "So that is the case," Brother Shen remarked. The two did not inquire about the nature of these hidden levels, understanding that if Fang Chen wished to disclose such information, he would do so. Naturally, if he chose not to, there must be a reason for his silence. "You two are my most trusted allies. It is perfectly fine to share this with you," Fang Chen stated as he rose and approached the screen, gesturing towards the 4th level. "This level serves as the control core of the entire base. Not only can you not access it, but I, too, am barred from entry. It was never intended for anyone to enter during its construction. In truth, it houses the queen bee's very own hive, and her daily task involves continuously producing bee ant robots, which she commands to perform various operations within the base." Subsequently, Fang Chen pointed to the 5th level and explained, "This level is the power generation room. The electricity that powers the entire base originates from here." The two nodded in understanding. It was well known that the base had long achieved independent power supply, yet the source of that power remained a mystery to all. Now, however, they finally grasped the truth. Fang Chen's intention in revealing this information was also strategic, considering that the two managed separate security teams. A deeper understanding would enable them to make more judicious arrangements in their daily operations. "There is one more matter I need to discuss with you both," Fang Chen continued. "Oh, go ahead, Xiao Chen," Brother Zhang encouraged. "The situation is this. Over the past few months, everyone has been training and enhancing their physical abilities within the base. It is time for an adjustment." The two individuals listened intently, refraining from speaking. "Tomorrow, the injection of the antigen serum will commence. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, a small fraction may opt out of the injection. Those who receive the antigen serum will acquire immunity and be able to engage in practical training. Conversely, those who choose not to be vaccinated, well, they might as well transition to administrative roles. Otherwise, venturing out would be tantamount to courting death," remarked Fang Chen. "Damn it, if anyone dares to refuse the injection, I shall flay him alive," Shen Wengang retorted vehemently upon hearing this. Brother Zhang remained silent. He was confident that his comrades would not present such a dilemma. If there were issues, they would have approached him long ago. Any problems would likely arise within Shen Wengang's unit, as the members of the 2nd team were hastily assembled, lacking the camaraderie of collective combat, each harboring individual motives, making unification a challenge. Chapter 27, Collective Vaccination. "Damn it. If anyone dares to refuse the injection, I shall flay him alive," Shen Wengang exclaimed fiercely. "Brother Shen, there is no need for such extremity. We require personnel for administrative roles as well. We cannot have the elderly and children toiling away. As I mentioned, let each individual decide for themselves whether to receive the antigen," Fang Chen consoled. In truth, he had a fair idea of who would be willing or unwilling. Moreover, some individuals had ulterior motives for coming to the base, a fact he was acutely aware of. Nonetheless, as long as they posed no threat to the base, he wished to retain them. Who knows when they might prove useful. "Regarding practical training, what are your thoughts, my esteemed brothers?" Fang Chen continued the previous topic. "I believe it is indeed necessary. My old comrades have long been restless, their impatience palpable. Each day spent idly at the base has worn thin their patience. Yet, constrained by your authority and lacking adequate weaponry, they have no choice but to bide their time. During lunch, I was nearly overwhelmed by their inquiries about when we could venture forth to confront the undead." Brother Zhang sighed ruefully. "What do you think, Brother Shen?" After hearing Zhang's words, Fang Chen nodded and turned to Shen Wengang with further questions. "I concur. While I possess no experience in military operations, it is precisely this lack of experience that compels me to advocate for practical engagement. Otherwise, we risk mere theoretical discussions. Moreover, my situation differs from Brother Zhang's. Our team comprises individuals of varied backgrounds. If we remain accustomed to working in isolation, we might find ourselves faltering on the battlefield. Shen Wengang responded candidly. Indeed, without enduring the brutalities of combat, true growth remains elusive, agreed Fang Chen. Then it is settled. Tomorrow, after we complete the production of the antigen, we shall take a day to rest and observe. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, we will commence our operations the day after. Both men nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, there is one more matter. In a few days, we will produce another batch of antigen serum. Do you both believe we should administer it to the elderly and children in our base? Fang Chen inquired further. What? Administer it to everyone? Both men were taken aback. If such a serum were to become known outside, wouldn't people fight tooth and nail for it? You propose to waste it on everyone. Is that not excessive? Can we afford such extravagance? However, upon reflecting calmly, it became apparent that there was indeed a rationale for such an action. Although the base is deemed secure, the nature of a virus is such that it remains invisible and intangible. It is prudent to acknowledge that while one may not fear the improbable, it is the potential for the unlikely that instills trepidation. The vaccine is indeed a means of preserving life, as I perceive it. Once the guards embark on their missions, their comings and goings inevitably pose a risk of introducing the virus into our midst. Should immunity elude us, it becomes a collective source of anxiety. Consequently, I pondered the purpose of producing medicine if not to save lives. After all, what value does it hold if life itself is extinguished? Oriental Chun articulated this sentiment. Xiao Chun, you are absolutely correct. I find it imperative. Your discussions regarding genes are entirely unnecessary. Am I not Huishan's father simply because I received the antigen? Isn't that the crux of the matter? The paramount concern remains the safety of our family, Brother Zhang remarked. Oriental Chun was reluctant to delve into explanations. Having mentioned earlier that genetic modifications were merely to provide an excuse for those hesitant to receive the antigen. Very well, since there are no objections. Once the medicine is produced in a few days, we shall all partake in the vaccination, Oriental Chen declared. With the serious matters addressed, the group settled down with tea, engaging in leisurely conversations that traversed various topics. During our discourse, we touched upon the current dire circumstances outside, which could only be described as harrowing. The northern winter is merciless, with frigid temperatures prevailing. The temporary shelters lack heating facilities, leaving individuals huddled in makeshift tents, trembling from the cold. Numerous large power plants have succumbed to dysfunction due to zombie attacks, coal supply interruptions, personnel losses, and equipment failures, leading to a cascade of subsequent complications related to the power crisis. The large data center has collapsed, and frequent network failures have ensued, resulting in an ever-diminishing flow of information accessible via the internet. Perhaps in many obscure corners, a series of tragic events are incessantly unfolding. Early the next morning, everyone voluntarily assembled in the training area. After a night of contemplation, they must have reached their conclusions. Now, at my command, those unwilling to receive the antigen step forward, instructed Fang Chen. Report. Someone called out. Speak. Fang Chen replied. Boss, may I inquire what the consequences of refusing the antigen would be? A man asked. I have already stated that the decision to receive the antigen is entirely voluntary. However, those who do receive it will be eligible to undertake missions outside. Those who decline may opt for a position change to internal affairs, as I do not wish to witness anyone perish in the field, Fang Chen elucidated. Understood, instructor. I choose not to receive it. The man stepped forward. Following him, 3 others also stepped out, 3 of whom were Yin Fangfang's subordinates. What intrigued Fang Chen was that Yin Fangfang herself chose to receive the antigen. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from expressing any reaction. With the assistance of 2 nurses, the process proceeded swiftly for the several dozen individuals. Brother Zhang also took the opportunity to assign alternative tasks to the 4 individuals who declined the injection. Boss. After receiving her injection, Yin Fangfang approached Fang Chen with a peculiar expression. Ah, Yin Jia, hello. Is there something on your mind? Fang Chen inquired politely. Is it convenient for us to have a discussion? Yin Jia asked. Certainly. Let us proceed to the conference room, replied Fang Chen. Upon arriving at the conference room, Fang Chen encouraged. Yin Jia, please share what you wish to discuss. Fang Chen wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Xiao Chen, is it true that you are responsible for the development of the antigen agent? Fang Fang inquired. Was this confrontation inevitable? Fang Chen furrowed his brow. He had always been wary of Fang Fang and her associates' potential scheming, yet he had not anticipated such a direct challenge from her. Fang Fang was no ordinary streetwise leader. Shaolin had previously delved into her background amidst the fractured internet and discovered it was far from unremarkable. She held a Ph.D. in neurobiology from Kyoto Medical University, having earned her doctorate less than 2 years ago. However, her academic credentials were not the crux of the matter. Her father, Yin Jinping, was a member of the National Assembly of Huahua and also the commander of the Southwest Military Region. With such formidable connections, how could she possibly be lurking in a village engaging in petty thievery? Of course, their base was not widely known. Apart from a few departing doctors, few were aware of its existence. Thus, the hypothesis that Fang Fang had infiltrated the base to extract information seemed implausible. Consequently, Fang Chen had long believed that her motives were likely tied to seizing control of the base, given her prominent status. Therefore, as long as she refrained from excessive actions, he preferred not to provoke her, hoping she would withdraw of her own accord. However, today, Fang Fang's agreement to discuss the antigen agent caught him off guard. Was there truly a distinction between yes and no? Fang Chen refrained from offering a direct response. The difference is significant, Fang Fang replied with utmost seriousness. Oh, then enlighten me, Fang Chen retorted. If it is true, I hope you can contribute the production technology. Impossible. Fang Fang had not finished speaking when she was abruptly interrupted. Fang Fang glared with fierce eyes. Enough, Miss Yin. It is impossible to share this technology. For I do not possess it, Fang Chen remarked, wishing to ease the tension. His statement was indeed accurate. He did not hold this technology. The technology belonged to the space station, and the steps of research and production were executed by the Queen Bee-controlled robots. Upon hearing this, Fang Fang's expression softened. She realized that it was unlikely for Fang Chen to have such capabilities. He must be backed by a powerful consortium, controlling advanced automated production facilities like the production warehouse, which enabled a continuous supply of products. She was astute, having guessed part of the truth. He indeed possessed a fully automated antigen production line, but it was not supported by any consortium. Could you possibly reach out to your backing? I wish to have a conversation with your superior, Fang Fang continued. Chapter 28. The showdown. Could you possibly reach out to your backing? I wish to have a conversation with your superior, Fang Fang insisted once more. What is there to discuss? Fang Chen quipped. Fang Chen, this matter is of utmost importance. It concerns the lives and futures of everyone. It is no trifling matter. Fang Fang, sensing Fang Chen's dismissive attitude, grew stern. Oh, do you think that is not what I am currently engaged in? Fang Chen retorted sharply. Fang Fang fell silent. Let me be clear, Miss Yin. First, this technology is not something I can simply give away. Second, the forces behind me are beyond your capacity to handle. Thirdly, I perceive moral coercion as akin to the logic of a robber. When engaging in discourse, one must adopt an appropriate attitude. If your sole intention is to flaunt your superiority before me, I must regretfully inform you that it holds no value for me. Fang Chen's words were equally stern. Without allowing Fang Fang to respond, he continued, moreover, the conversation is not solely between you and me. At this juncture, Fang Fang began to grasp the underlying implications and inquired angrily, have you been investigating me? Not quite. I merely have the safety of the base in mind. Fang Chen replied, his patience waning. He had anticipated encountering a cunning old fox, yet after much ado, he found himself facing a naive fledgling. So, you were aware of my identity from the outset? Fang Fang pressed on. Indeed, Fang Chen affirmed. Then why did you not expel me initially? There was no necessity. The base belongs to everyone. As long as no destruction occurs, I naturally welcome more individuals. Fang Chen candidly responded. You certainly possess a great deal of confidence. Fang Fang teased. Well then, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Fang Chen lost interest in continuing the conversation and turned to depart. Hey, wait. Fang Fang hastily called out. Is there something else? Fang Chen asked, turning back with impatience. Could you possibly provide me with an additional vial of antigen serum? I am willing to purchase it. Fang Fang requested. Ordinarily, such an unreasonable demand would not warrant a response from Fang Chen. However, this individual was different, possessing formidable connections. Thus, despite her juvenile demeanor and lack of forethought, he felt obliged to extend the courtesy. What purpose would it serve? Fang Chen inquired. I wish to take a vial for my father. Fang elucidated that, given that Fang Chen had investigated her, he likely already knew her father's identity. Fang Chen furrowed his brows in contemplation, refraining from an immediate response, instead posing a counter-question. Aren't you concerned about potential issues with the antigen? I have been vaccinated. Haven't I? Fang replied subtly. This statement bore multiple layers of meaning. On one level, it asserted her immunity. On another, it suggested she was a living experiment, capable of undergoing various tests upon her return. Fang Chen nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before finally responding, I can provide you with an additional dose, but it will not be complimentary. Oh, what do you require in exchange? Fang inquired eagerly. I shall not be unreasonable. 1 dose of antigen in exchange for 100 crystal cores. This is merely a token offer of friendship, and it is a one-time deal, Fang Chen replied. What are crystal cores? Fang asked, and upon hearing her question, Fang Chen immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had grossly underestimated her. How could the esteemed daughter of a commander, a PhD in biology, and a formidable figure in the underworld, be so oblivious? If she were an ordinary bandit, ignorance could be excused. Her lack of knowledge indicated that even the research centers of Huagua and the National Assembly had a rather limited understanding of the virus. With a blink, Fang Chen turned to her and explained, Sister Yen, crystal cores are semi-transparent polyhedral crystals that gradually form from a zombie from the moment of decomposition. They are also referred to as corpse cores and are typically located in the brainstem. A freshly turned zombie may not possess them, but those that have been decomposing for over 15 days will generally have formed them. Oh, is that so? Are you suggesting that one must slay at least 100 zombies to potentially acquire 100 corpse cores? Fang inquired, a hint of contemplation in her tone. Precisely. Fang Chen replied with a smile. That smile seems rather peculiar. Fang observed him, pondering. What is the matter? Fang Chen felt uncomfortable under her scrutinizing gaze. Could you perhaps offer a more reasonable price? Fang asked. Goodness. Miss Yen, do you think this is a marketplace where one can haggle? Fang Chen exclaimed. Is it not negotiable? Fang feigned innocence. Then I shall not sell at all. Fang Chen pretended to walk away. Hey, do you really have to take it to such extremes? Fang quickly stopped him. Now that's more like it. Fang Chen turned around, a look of triumph adorning his face. Let me tell you, 100 crystal cores for a single potion is quite the bargain. This is a one-time offer. Such a price will not be available again. You see, the cost of developing this product is exceedingly high, and the sacrifices made are substantial. As a medical student, Fang understood the immense effort and resources required to develop a vaccine. Thus, a higher price was somewhat justifiable. However, she was curious about what he meant by this price will not be available again. Are you implying that you can sell in bulk? She inquired eagerly. Oh, that is precisely what I needed to hear. This performance cannot go to waste. He replied with feigned formality. In the short term, it is not feasible. We cannot produce that many at once. Just look around. There are still many individuals in our base who have yet to be treated. Once everyone has received their doses, we may consider selling you some. How much can you produce each day? Fang inquired hastily. Alas, the yield is pitifully low, merely 2 units per day. Fang Chen shook his head with a sigh. Although the current production of the antigen was not high due to the limited number of robots deployed by the Queen Bee, it should not be this low. 5 units could certainly be produced daily. As a natural deceiver, he inherently possessed the tendency to speak untruths, particularly regarding matters closely tied to his own interests. 2 units. Fang was taken aback. Is this what you call production? Surely. These must be experimental specimens concocted in a laboratory. Indeed. Did I not mention that this substance bears a high cost? Fang Chen replied confidently. He was unperturbed. In this world, aside from himself, no one else could create such an antigen. Therefore, he felt justified in his assertions. All right, hold on a moment while I make a call. Fang hastily retrieved her phone, ready to dial, and Fang Chen did not intervene. Go ahead. If you manage to get through, I will take your surname. She carried a satellite phone, a gift from her father, directly linked to military satellites. To avoid revealing her identity, she had never used it before. She powered on the device. Why is there no signal? What kind of junk is this? They claimed there would be a signal as long as one was on Blue Star. Were they merely boasting? Stop wasting your time. You want to get through. Fang Chen remarked with a hint of annoyance. Yin Fang was rendered speechless. Indeed, without such capabilities, could you wander about the base so freely? Fang Chen boasted with pride. Can I make a call? I want my father to bring the crystal core over. I will take all the antigens, regardless of the quantity produced. Yin Fang patted her chest in assurance. Forget it. You should focus on exterminating zombies tomorrow. Once you've gathered enough crystal cores, I'll give you one to take back. On the phone, Fang Chen noted, your father still believes you've been deceived. Am I that easily fooled? Yin Fang retorted, visibly displeased. Is that so? Without further words, Fang Chen turned and walked away. Yin Fang found herself at a loss. Rooted to the spot, Fang Chen instructed Brother Zhang to closely monitor those who had received the vaccine. Fortunately, no one exhibited any allergic reactions. The next morning, in the training area of the underground base, 4 individuals were absent due to their refusal to be vaccinated the previous day. Comrades, today marks your first day of practical training, so we will not assign specific tasks. Instead, the focus will be on familiarizing yourselves with the weaponry and combat techniques. To ensure everyone's safe return, no one is permitted to remove their protective suits or act independently. Do you understand? Brother Zhang, as the team leader, proclaimed. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Now, gather in groups to implant the bone mics, Brother Zhang commanded. As previously mentioned, the bone mic, officially known as the micro-implanted bone mic, requires specialized equipment for use. Once implanted, it can only be removed by forcefully destroying the ear canal, as it connects through satellite signals and functions similarly to a walkie-talkie. Please test the signal and volume, he instructed. Check your weaponry and energy cell magazines. All right, let us move out. After 30 minutes of preparation, everyone lined up in 2 rows and exited the underground base. Chapter 29. The first mission. How should one describe this scene? Every individual, including the leader, was enveloped in black combat attire, resembling a legion of Spider-Men when stripped of any additional garments. Now, clad in camouflage, they truly appeared as a band of brigands poised to seize a bank at gunpoint. Captain, where are we headed? Asked Ruan Xinghua through the bone-conducting microphone. Let us first swing by my old shop, replied Brother Zhang. Over 40 individuals were divided into groups of 5, operating autonomously. Prior to their separation, Zhang Yuan Kue had admonished everyone to refrain from delving too deeply into perilous situations and to immediately call for assistance should the circumstances turn dire. Understood. Wan Xinghua responded. Wan Xinghua wielded a firearm specially tailored by Fang Chen. Given that he possessed only one hand, his weapon bore the likeness of an oversized handgun, significantly longer than a standard pistol. The group, each armed with one hand, hastened towards the park's exit. Brother Zhang's shop was a mere 3 kilometers from Binjiang Park, and within half an hour, they arrived at the narrow alley where the shop was situated. Brother Zhang signaled a series of commands with his hands. The group raised their weapons and swiftly took up their positions. 1 individual faced forward, another to the left, another to the right, and 2 kept watch behind, forming a defensive formation as they stealthily advanced. The streets were cluttered with an array of vehicles, some with shattered glass, while others bore dark stains of dried blood on their windows, bodies, and interiors. The December air was rife with desolation. The ground, car roofs, and public benches along the roadside were blanketed with fallen leaves and dust, remnants of a recent rainfall lingering in the form of damp marks. The protective suits provided insulation against the cold, rendering them impervious to the chill. As one treaded upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves, the unmistakable crunching sounds echoed. After advancing approximately 50 meters, an abrupt clang emanated from a shop on the left. A sudden jolt coursed through the group, prompting them to swiftly regroup. The muzzle of Chu Jinping's firearm was aimed at the store's entrance as they cautiously approached the door. The group deftly altered their formations, with Brother Zhang and Ruan Xinghua positioning themselves against the walls on either side. Chu Jinping glanced at Brother Zhang, awaiting a signal. With a nod, Brother Zhang gave the go-ahead, and Chu Jinping forcefully kicked the door open. A sudden meow pierced the air as a cat darted out from the shop. The group collectively exhaled, straightening their postures and lowering their weapons. That startled me, Chu Jinping exclaimed. However, just as the words left his lips, an unsettling chill ran down their spines. They were about to raise their guns when a guttural growl erupted from within the shop. A zombie lunged at Chu Jinping, its strength astonishingly formidable, pinning him down as if he were a mere plush toy, rendered immobile. With a sharp crack, Brother Zhang fired, and the zombie's head exploded, dark, viscous blood splattering across Chu Jinping's face. Fortunately, The protective gear shielded him from the brunt of the gore. The lifeless body of the zombie collapsed atop him. Brother Zhang kicked the corpse away and helped Xu Jinping to his feet. Xu Jinping wiped the repugnant blood from his face and nodded at Brother Zhang, signaling that he was unharmed. Brother Zhang then crouched down, retrieving a dagger from his leg sheath. He skillfully sliced open the back of the zombie's skull and extracted a small, blue crystalline object, approximately 2 centimeters in size. Squad leader, is this the crystal core? Wan Xinghua inquired. Zhang Yuan Kuei nodded. The matter of the crystal core had been discussed during the previous training at the base, where Dongfang Chun had emphasized its significant utility. He had also urged everyone to collect it diligently, as it was essential for the production and construction of many items at the base. However, this was the first time they had encountered a genuine crystal core. You say the boss is at the base every day, just like us, yet how does he know about such matters? Asked Wan Xinghua curiously. You just can't help but indulge in this annoying habit. Don't ask questions that are better left unasked. Focus on your own responsibilities. Zhang Gu admonished sternly. He. The squad leader speaks wisely. What's wrong, squad leader? Wan Xinghua flattered with a smile, only to notice Zhang Yuan Kuei staring blankly at the corpse of a zombie. Frozen in place, Zhang Gu remained silent. Squad leader, do you recognize him? Xu Jinping inquired. Zhang Gu nodded and replied, we conduct business on the same street. We often see each other. Although his features are no longer discernible, I still recognize his clothing. Xu Jinping gently patted Zhang Ji's shoulder to offer comfort. Alas, he is indeed a pitiful soul. Zhang Gu waved his hand, signaling that he was all right, yet sighed deeply. Meanwhile, in Yin Fangfang's team, she was accompanied by her long-standing companions. They had just endured a minor battle, vanquishing 2 zombies. Yin Fangfang extracted the crystal core from the back of a zombie's head, holding it in her hand, momentarily entranced. Sister Yin, this is the crystal core, right? A man asked. Yin Fangfang nodded in silence. Sister Yin, I believe we need to return once more. The man communicated through sign language. Yin Fangfang still had not responded. Sister Yin, the intelligence here is crucial, don't you? The man continued gesturing. Yin Fangfang raised her hand to interrupt him, angrily gesturing. What? Do you think I am throwing a tantrum like a spoiled princess? No. The man hurriedly waved his hands. As long as that is the case. I have reiterated countless times that no other matters should be discussed here. This base is quite extraordinary, indeed very extraordinary. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Your current task is to eliminate the zombies with all your might and collect these crystal cores. They will be of great use to me. Yin Fangfang commanded with gestures. Understood. Several members nodded in response. Communication was fraught with caution, as the base could be monitored. Thus, they could only use sign language. In the underground base, Dongfang Chen sat in his office, reclining in his chair, rubbing his hands as he gazed at the screen. The display was divided into several small panes, each showing the real-time movements of every group. Dongfang Chen observed the actions of Yin Fangfang and her team with a slight smile, revealing no outward reaction. Soon, it was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Each group was behaving cautiously, not delving too deep. Brother Zhang issued a command for a retreat over the main channel. Upon receiving the order, each group gradually returned, except for Yin Fangfang's team. Sister Yin, it's time for us to head back, a team member stated. Less chatter. Keep moving forward. Yin Fangfang insisted. But, another member hesitated. There are no buts. Execute the order. Yin Fangfang commanded assertively. With no other choice, the members could only form a defensive formation and continue to advance. Yin Fangfang felt a twinge of reluctance. As of now, she has only gathered 6 crystal nuclei. To amass a total of 100, it would require over half a month. This is unacceptable. The duration is far too lengthy. She felt a twinge of anxiety, perhaps fueled by the formidable equipment that bestowed her with the audacity to venture forth. Observing this scene, Dongfang Chun furrowed his brow. He picked up his phone and dialed the satellite number of Brother Zhang. Hello, boss. Zhang Yuan Kuei answered the call. Brother Zhang, the Yin Fangfang team has not retreated. Please send someone to investigate. The location is near the intersection of Jianxi Road and Shumo Street, Dongfang Chen instructed. Understood, boss. Brother Zhang ended the call and reached out to the nearby Ling Jinhai and Tongli teams, who swiftly made their way to the target location. Meanwhile, the other teams promptly returned as per the established plan. The halo of the sun gradually faded, with the last rays of light disappearing beyond the horizon. As nightfall approached, the zombie hordes began to stir, and the entire city was suddenly engulfed in an air of trepidation. Yin Fangfang and her companions tread cautiously along Shimo Street. For safety reasons, they refrained from recklessly entering any buildings. The sounds of clattering and rustling echoed from the shops on either side. In an effort to avoid attracting the attention of the undead, they halted their movements, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Bang! Yin Fangfang fired her weapon. A zombie that had just emerged from a store was struck down with a single shot to the head. Although the gunfire was not loud, it nevertheless alerted other zombies nearby. In quick succession, 4 or 5 zombies charged toward them. Without hesitation, the group began to fire their weapons. Each member was a seasoned veteran, executing their shots with precision, each bullet finding its mark with deadly accuracy. As the relentless horde of zombies continued to grow, they retreated along the construction road while fending off their attackers. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Almost immediately, 2 vehicles hurtled towards the 5 individuals. Yin Fangfang swiftly dropped to the ground, while her companions instinctively dove to the sides. Unfortunately, the 2 individuals at the back were unable to evade the oncoming vehicles, which struck them with brutal force. Still reeling from this unexpected turn of events, Yin Fangfang was caught off guard as a street pole came hurtling towards her. She gazed helplessly at the incoming object, realizing she had no time to react, and thought to herself that it was the end. Just then, one of her companions lunged forward, shielding her with his body. The pole struck him with incredible velocity, sending him flying. With its momentum spent, the pole clattered to the ground. Chapter 30. Yin Fangfang's regret and compromise in a mere span of 10 seconds. The situation had spiraled into chaos. Of the 5-member team, 3 lay grievously injured. At that moment, a pang of regret washed over Yin Fangfang. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. She quickly sought cover, her mind racing to assess the unfolding scene. A massive zombie was advancing towards them, pushing aside all obstacles in its path. The vehicles it shoved aside clanged and crashed ominously. With a swift motion, Yin Fangfang fired her weapon, aiming for the creature's head. Unfortunately, the laser struck its forehead, producing a wisp of smoke but inflicting minimal damage. The colossal zombie drew ever closer, and only 2 of them remained combat-ready. It was impossible for the 2 to carry their 3 gravely injured comrades to safety. A sense of despair began to envelop Yin Fangfang, leaving her at a loss. At that moment, the sound of rapid gunfire resonated from afar, all aimed squarely at the formidable zombie. The individuals who arrived were the 3 squads led by Brother Zhang. The continuous beams emitted from the laser guns converged at a single point, generating an instantaneous surge of temperature. In less than 3 seconds, they pierced through the head of the large figure. Once he collapsed, the others swiftly divided their tasks, assisting the 3 severely injured individuals in retreating. The remaining members provided cover on both flanks, eliminating the scattered zombies that charged toward them. In the medical area of the underground base, the 3 were receiving treatment. Yin Fangfang leaned against the wall outside the treatment room, her head drooping as tears streamed down her face. Fang Chen hurried over and, glancing at Zhang Yuan Kuei beside him, anxiously inquired, "What is the situation?" Zhang Yuan Kuei replied, "It appears to be a fracture. The impact was quite severe, but at least his life is spared." Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, the occurrence of such an incident during the first mission of the guard team significantly affected morale. He looked down at the disheveled Yin Fangfang, whose tears flowed freely. He felt an urge to express his anger, but found it inexplicably difficult to do so. Instead, he calmly said, "Yin Fangfang, stand up." Ignoring him, Yin Fangfang continued to hang her head, silently sobbing. "Yin Fangfang, are you disregarding me?" Seeing her indifference, Fang Chen's irritation began to rise. "If you wish to die, do so far away from me. Why are you shouting? Whether I live or die has nothing to do with you." Yin Fangfang retorted loudly as she stood up, wiping the tears from her face with the back of her hand. "Let me tell you, if it weren't for your special status, I wouldn't have sent anyone to rescue you. Your demise is inconsequential, but should you perish, do not implicate others." Fang Chen declared vehemently. His teeth clenched and finger pointed at her. "You. Very well, very well. You all wield my identity against me. What of my identity? Do you think I desired this? If given the choice, I would rather have been born into an ordinary family." Yin Fangfang's composure shattered, and she sank down, sobbing uncontrollably. Under normal circumstances, her temperament would have propelled her into a furious outburst, storming away in indignation. Yet this occasion was distinct. This time, It was indeed her actions that had led to the grievous injuries of her three companions. Furthermore, given Fang Chen's unique status, her departure would signify the irrevocable end of any potential collaboration between them. Thus, for both personal and professional reasons, she could not abandon the situation. Fang Chen was perhaps the first individual in a long time to address her with such candor. Even her father had not dared. To compound her frustration, she found herself chastised, and yet had to endure it. The confluence of these factors rendered her unusually vulnerable, prompting her to crouch down and weep. Fang Chen, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat at a loss. When a woman weeps, even the most fearsome must retreat. After a minute of silence, he sighed, his tone softening. Fang. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be a member of the base's guard. Furthermore, you are prohibited from leaving. Once your three subordinates have recovered, we shall depart together. My humble abode cannot accommodate such a formidable presence. With that, Fang Chen turned to leave. Fang Chen, halt. Seeing him depart, Fang hastily rose to her feet and called out loudly. Yet, Fang Chen paid her no heed. Without turning back or pausing, the scene unfolded with a multitude of zombies gathering outside the base, relentlessly battering against the gates. This marked the first assault on the stronghold. To avert the destruction of the gates, the guards divided into 4 groups, stationed at the entrances to the east, south, west, and north. As Fang Chen approached, Ling Zhenhai, stationed at the eastern gate, called out loudly, "Boss, what brings you here?" The immense gates trembled under the force of the impact, and the cacophony of the zombies' roars reverberated painfully in the ears. "I just came to take a look. Let us head up to the wall," Fang Chen shouted back. Ling Zhenhai nodded and followed Fang Chen up the side staircase that had been left open. The wind atop the wall was bitterly cold and fierce. The few individuals standing on the rampart appeared diminutive against the backdrop. Peering down, they observed dozens of zombies amassed at the entrance, pushing and clawing at the gates like a horde of starving scavengers. A few zombies attempted to scale the wall, but none succeeded. Fang Chen remained calm, observing quietly while occasionally glancing into the distance. Ling Zhenhai and the others stood by, saying little as they awaited further developments. After 10 minutes, Fang Chen took a deep breath. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed, "Shaolin, it's time to begin." After hanging up, Ling Zhenhai inquired, "Boss, what are you planning?" Fang Chen simply replied, "Nothing to worry about, just watch." Ling Zhenhai fell silent, patiently waiting. In just a minute or two, a change occurred outside the walls. The zombies ceased their relentless assault on the gate, instead wandering aimlessly, creating a scene of utter chaos. However, due to the towering height of the walls and the dim lighting, visibility was severely limited. Before long, the zombies began to collapse one by one, lying still. After 5 minutes, an eerie silence enveloped the area. "All right, let us return," suggested Fang Chen. Ling Zhenhai appeared both shocked and bewildered. "What is happening? What transpired? Why have the zombies all fallen?" he inquired. "Boss, may I venture outside to take a look?" Ling hesitated before asking. "Oh, very well, go ahead," replied Fang Chen. Then he turned and made his way back underground. Ling and the others opened the gate and stepped outside. Nothing. There was nothing at all. Aside from the ground and walls, where faint scratches and secretions could be discerned, the air was thick with a lingering stench of decay. Yet there was no sign of the zombies. It was as if they had never been there at all. Where have the zombies gone? The group pondered, their minds filled with questions. The members of the guard team stationed in the other 3 directions were equally perplexed. What had transpired? Why had the zombies simply vanished without a trace? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same confusion. Upon returning to the office, Fang Chen found Fang waiting at the door. No one but Fang Chen was permitted to enter the office. "Where have you been?" Fang asked. "Why? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you, Miss Yin?" Fang Chen retorted. No need." Fang quickly waved her hands in denial, visibly flustered. She had little choice but to relent. Fang Chen possessed the antigen, a life-saving remedy capable of preserving countless lives. Moreover, should collaboration be achieved, it would undoubtedly bestow considerable political capital upon the family. Thus, it is imperative not to offend Fang Chen. After enduring a tumultuous internal struggle, Fang ultimately chose to acquiesce. Though she possessed a degree of arrogance and a temperament befitting a young lady, it is undeniable that she harbored a naive yet compassionate heart, one that yearned to save lives. If it were solely for the benefit of her family, she might have opted for defiance and departed. However, in the pursuit of preserving more lives, she found herself compelled to make sacrifices. Perhaps the essence of maturation lies in the very act of bowing one's head for the first time. Chapter 31. Red Oxygen. Yin Fangfang's response caught even Fang Chen off guard, prompting him to glance at her in astonishment. "What brings you to me?" he inquired. "Could you please refrain from allowing me to leave the guard team?" Yin Fangfang pleaded. Indeed, strength was requisite. The interplay between women resembles a tug-of-war. When one exhibits firmness, the other responds with softness, and vice versa. Fang Chen, refusing to indulge her, retorted, "You seem to have quite the fanciful thoughts. Let me assure you, it is fortunate that the injury was inflicted upon those you brought along. Otherwise, do you truly believe I would let you off so easily? Furthermore, your subordinates are also human, now part of my base. How could I possibly refrain from penalizing you? It is not merely my opinion. Having caused such a significant blunder, you ought to reflect upon your own shortcomings instead of pondering a restoration to your former position." "What are you thinking?" Yin Fangfang was about to erupt in anger. "What about me?" Fang Chen immediately countered, unwilling to allow her any leniency. "As for this young lady, indulgence was not an option." Fang Chen, "Oh no, boss. How about this? All you need to do is agree to let me venture out and slay the zombies, and I shall acquiesce to your every request. Is that not so?" Yin Fangfang, realizing the futility of her soft approach, resorted to a more playful demeanor. Curiously, Fang Chen did not respond to her insinuation, but instead feigned confusion, asking, "What is so peculiar? Where lies the oddity?" Yin Fangfang, bewildered by his reaction, quickly averted her gaze to inspect herself. "I pondered, your subordinate is grievously injured and broken, yet you exhibit no semblance of sorrow, instead choosing to come here and act coy. Do you not find that strange? Furthermore, I harbor no interest in older women. Kindly maintain your distance. Your presence unnerves me." Fang Chen retorted. Fang Chen, I shall end you." Yin Fangfang could no longer contain her fury. She had endeavored to relent, only to be met with derision time and again. At this moment, her teeth clenched in indignation. Women of her age were not to be trifled with, especially when it came to being called old. Such an affront was akin to pulling the fur from a tiger's mouth, a foolhardy endeavor indeed. Fang Chen realized he had crossed a line. Seizing the moment before Yin Fangfang could fully unleash her wrath, he hastily retreated into his office. Fang Chen, open the door. I shall have your life. Quickly, unlock the door." Yin Fangfang pounded furiously on the door, her voice echoing in a crescendo of anger. The soundproofing of the room was mediocre, rendering the thuds muffled and her shouts faint. A few guards lingered in the corridor, watching from a distance, uncertain of the unfolding situation and hesitant to intervene. Amidst his growing headache, Fang Chen was interrupted by Shaolin's voice. "Your Excellency, the system has issued an urgent countdown mission. Shall we review it?" "Countdown mission?" Fang Chen's attention swiftly shifted to the matter at hand. "Attention!" Fang Chen responded. "Urgent mission notification. Time-limited situation overview. Anomalies in atmospheric composition have been detected. Sampling data reveals that the concentration of CH4-3 is alarmingly excessive. According to simulations from the supercomputing center, as the CH4-3 levels rise, a molecular light membrane will gradually form on the outer side of the ozone layer. Once this membrane is established, it will severely impede the penetration efficiency of infrared light. Mission objective: prior to the complete formation of the molecular light membrane, assist as many human settlements as possible in establishing underground survival bases. Mission duration: 3 years. Mission commencement: immediate. Special note: failure of this mission will result in human extinction. At the conclusion of the notification, the striking phrase "human extinction" stood out in vivid red. Subsequently, a countdown timer began to flash on the large screen. 1094, 2359, 59. Xiaolin, what exactly is that molecular formula? Fang Chen swallowed hard, inquiring with astonishment. The CH4-3 molecular cluster comprises 3 methane molecules. Under natural conditions, it is unstable and will decompose into methane gas. However, simulations from the supercomputing center indicate that, at high altitudes, CH4-3 exhibits a remarkably strong adsorption due to solar radiation. This phenomenon will cause surrounding methane molecules to continuously aggregate, ultimately forming a hollow nanobag shaped like a regular dodecahedron, composed of 12 interconnected methane molecules, or CH4-12. And then, Fang Chen listened, shrouded in clouds of confusion. Although he had graduated from university, his major was distinctly different. The scant knowledge of chemistry he acquired in high school had long been forgotten. Nanoballoons, sigh? He exclaimed. All right. Xiaolin, please explain it in simpler terms. I can't grasp it. Just as Xiaolin began to speak, she was interrupted by Fang Chen, overwhelmed by the terms of nanotechnology and molecules. Very well. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that a regular dodecahedron will form a stable hollow structure akin to that of a soccer ball. In this process, ozone and oxygen molecules, which play a bridging role, will be encapsulated within. Xiaolin endeavored to elucidate through vivid metaphors. And then, I failed to see the connection to human extinction, Fang Chen remarked, still perplexed. The 2 ozone molecules and 1 oxygen molecule encased within will, under solar radiation, gradually ionize into 8 oxygen atoms. After nightfall, when solar radiation ceases, these 8 oxygen atoms will recombine into a single oxygen molecule, O8. This molecule, composed of 8 oxygen atoms, is also referred to as red oxygen. Red oxygen? Fang Chen inquired with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, red oxygen possesses 2 distinct characteristics: infrared absorption and magnetic field suppression. This phenomenon elucidates the formation of molecular films of CH4, 3 beyond the ozone layer. Infrared absorption? Magnetic field suppression? Fang Chen's composure faltered. Throughout the preceding discourse, he had been somewhat bewildered, but these final 8 words struck him like a thunderbolt, reverberating through his mind. Concepts such as infrared rays and magnetic fields are familiar to anyone with a modicum of scientific knowledge. Every facet of human existence, and indeed the entire ecological framework of Blue Planet, is inextricably linked to these 2 elements. Without infrared rays, photosynthesis could not occur, leading to the inevitable demise of all flora and fauna. Without a magnetic field, one could only imagine the catastrophic extinction of species. This notion is simply unfathomable. Yet, the situation may not be as dire as it appears. The molecular film can absorb and reflect a maximum of 30% of infrared rays. While this would impact photosynthesis, it would not be fatal. The most pressing concern lies in the ensuing ecological, climatic, and temperature fluctuations. The chain reactions triggered by these changes pose a significant threat to human survival, Xiaolin remarked. Why is this happening? What is the cause? Fang Chen steadied himself and continued to inquire. According to monitoring data, the origin lies with a microorganism residing in the soil and ocean. This microorganism primarily thrives and reproduces by decomposing the remains of deceased flora and fauna. Influenced by viral RNA, it has undergone mutations, resulting in the release of methane, CH4, during the decomposition process, as explained by Xiaolin. Indeed, it is a case of both fortune and misfortune. Fang Chen comprehended this. Reflecting on the invaluable role microorganisms play in the evolutionary journey of life on Blue Star, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as the architects of life on this planet. In the initial billions of years, they continuously consumed carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and produced oxygen, transforming Blue Star into its azure hue and enabling the proliferation of myriad life forms. Yet now, could it be that these microorganisms are poised to obliterate all that they have created? At this moment, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Previously, he believed that existence was arduous merely due to financial constraints. However, now, the struggle to survive seemed infinitely more daunting. To continue living, one must contend with the entirety of Blue Star's ecological system. Is this a task within the realm of human capability? Reclining on the sofa, he felt utterly devoid of motivation. Why must he bear such burdens? He was not a savior. Why should he assume such responsibilities? Chapter 32. Future scenarios. Fang Chen felt increasingly vexed within, while Fang outside continued to create a commotion. However, it was evident that the knocking and shouting had lost their initial fervor, likely due to exhaustion. After a prolonged silence, despite his deep reluctance, Fang Chen eventually sat up and addressed Xiaolin. Xiaolin, please create a demonstration animation of the entire process you just described. Certainly, Commander, Xiaolin responded. Such tasks are a mere trifle for artificial intelligence. Subsequently, Fang Chen instructed Xiaolin to open the door. Fang, upon seeing the door ajar, stormed in with fury. Yet, once inside, her courage faltered. Despite her earlier bravado of shouting threats outside, the sight of him rendered her speechless. She stood there, foolishly contemplating how to speak, yet uncertain of her words. What happened to your threats of violence? Fang Chen mocked. Boss, I was wrong. Fang mumbled, lowering her head. What was that? Dongfang Chun feigned ignorance and asked loudly. Boss, I was wrong. This time, her voice rose significantly, emboldened by familiarity. Then tell me, in what way did you err? Dongfang Chun pressed on. I should not have acted on my own, Yin Fangfang replied. And what else? He continued to interrogate. I should not have lost my temper at you, she answered. Anything more? He insisted relentlessly. What else? That is all I can think of. After a long pause, she admitted defeat. Think harder. I truly cannot come up with anything else. Yin Fangfang shrugged her shoulders. Your attitude towards acknowledging your mistakes is quite improper. Dongfang Chun leaned back against the sofa, shaking his head. Then enlighten me. If your points are valid, I shall make amends. Yin Fangfang, having let go of her previous reservations, felt liberated. I could list many faults. For instance, you are naive, arrogant, quick-tempered, self-righteous, lacking respect for elders and care for the young, disregarding rules, failing to recognize the situation, forming cliques, attempting to leak team secrets, and betraying your comrades. Dongfang Chun enumerated each fault with pointed precision. What do you mean by lacking respect for elders, forming cliques, leaking secrets, and betraying comrades? Do not slander me. I have done no such thing. Yin Fangfang denies it. Very well, if you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall enumerate my points one by one. Dongfang Chun clears his throat, raising a finger to commence his performance. Firstly, a lack of respect for elders and care for the young. Tell me, am I not younger than you? By at least 7 years, I might add. Yet you constantly shout at me. Do you truly embody the values of respecting elders and cherishing the young? You. Fine. Yin Fangfang struggled to find words. Secondly, let us discuss the formation of cliques. Do you not often linger with a select few, whispering to one another in hushed tones, perhaps even employing sign language? What? Are you afraid that others might overhear something they should not? Are you spying on me? Yin Fangfang exclaimed, pointing at him in astonishment. What nonsense about spying? Such language is unbecoming. I am the highest commander of this base, with the duty to ensure its absolute security. Moreover, there is nothing within this base that I am unaware of. Dongfang Chen declared with an air of superiority. Faced with this assertion, she found herself unable to retort. Observing her silence, Dongfang Chen continued his self-satisfied performance. Thirdly, the attempt to divulge confidential information. This is quite serious. It could very well lead to a death sentence. Do you not frequently sneak out your phone to take pictures? Do not tell me it is merely for social media. Besides, even posting on social media is unacceptable. Well then, since I am being observed, it is only natural to be aware of these things. No wonder the carefully taken photos are nowhere to be found in my gallery, particularly the important ones that have inexplicably vanished. After all this commotion, it appears this fellow is the culprit. As for betraying teammates, that is another matter entirely. You neglect the safety of your own subordinates and betray the other members of the guard. What does that signify? Dongfang Chen feigned indifference, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Fine. I accept everything you say. Is that sufficient? May I rejoin the team? Yin Fangfang, undeterred, declared her intent to return. Regardless of his words, mere acknowledgement was inadequate. An apology was requisite, one directed to all members of the guard. Dongfang Chen asserted, gritting her teeth and stamping her foot. Yin Fangfang retorted, very well. I shall apologize. In front of the entire team. Is there anything else? There is one more condition. We will discuss it after your apology. Dongfang Chen replied with a sly grin. It was no small feat to compel a proud swan to bow its head and admit fault. Truth be told, it was quite a gratifying achievement. Before long, with the exception of 3 injured members, all guards gathered in Dongfang Chen's office. Yin Fangfang, before the entire assembly, lowered her head and emitted a sound akin to a mosquito's hum, vaguely reiterating the points of her earlier missteps. The process was halting and mumbled, prompting the team members facing her to stifle their laughter. Out of fear of being too overt, they restrained themselves, with several suppressing their mirth to the point of snorting. They were all men in their 30s, and such a spectacle was hardly commendable. Dongfang Chen did not press for perfection. Near enough would suffice. To push too hard might risk sending the swan soaring away. 10 minutes later, having concluded her apology, Yin Fangfang bowed to the assembly. The room erupted in thunderous applause, not for the eloquence of her words, but for her growth and progress. Comrades, let us take this as a cautionary tale and refrain from repeating the errors of Yin Fangfang. From now on, anyone who disobeys orders or fails to comply with arrangements shall be met with no mercy and will be expelled from the guard team. Do you all understand? After Yin Fangfang spoke, Fang Chen rose to address the assembly. Yes, boss. The crowd responded in unison. Very well. Yin Fang, return to your post, Fang Chen commanded. Yes, boss. Yin Fang replied with a loud voice, finally feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Comrades, I have called you to the office for another matter. Please direct your attention to the screen for a video presentation. Fang Chen instructed Xiao Lin to play the video. The group gazed curiously as the screen illuminated, revealing enlarged microorganisms drifting about. The video was accompanied by narration, music, and subtitles, all delivered with great emotion. Indeed, visual media provides a straightforward and compelling experience. Fang Chen silently commended his own ingenuity. As the video commenced, the wandering microorganisms began to ascend upon the lifeless, mutated zombies, commencing their consumption. The virus was ingested by the microorganisms, leading to genetic alterations. Subsequently, the mutated microorganisms proliferated in abundance, spreading across both ocean and land. Spherical, CH4, 3 molecular clusters continuously emerged from within the microorganisms, gradually ascending into the atmosphere. The scene then transitioned into space. Focusing on a CH4, 3 molecular cluster that began to absorb surrounding CH4 upon exposure to radiation. Like a game of building blocks, one after another, CH4 molecules were transported by O3 and O2, gradually linking together with the CH4, 3 to ultimately form a spherical dodecahedron, with O3 and O2 confined within. The lens zooms in further, revealing the O3 and O2 within the sphere, trembling under the radiation's influence. As the temperature escalates, they gradually transition into an ionic state, with 8 oxygen atoms darting chaotically within the sphere. As the screen dims, signaling the sun's descent, the 8 oxygen atoms begin to settle, ultimately arranging themselves into a blood-red cubic structure. The lens then retracts, gathering an increasing number of small spherical orbs, each housing a blood-red cube. As the perspective expands, a distinctive atmospheric membrane, formed by these small spheres, begins to take shape. From a distance, the membrane emits a peculiar, faint crimson glow. Rays of light, depicted as straight lines, strike the membrane, with some being reflected back while others penetrate through. The viewpoint descends along the incoming light, traversing the atmosphere and casting shadows upon the earth, which appears dim as if shrouded in overcast skies. The leaves of plants, deprived of adequate light, gradually turn yellow and wither. The background music intensifies and quickens as the scene rapidly advances over the ground, revealing an increasing number of plants succumbing to decay and death, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic landscape. The entire ecological system of Earth is an interdependent whole. A single alteration is akin to the collapse of dominoes, impacting the entire ecosystem. In sync with the pulsating rhythm, the imagery flickers incessantly. Animals perish, birds fall lifeless, fish die, cities decay, crops fail, and humanity meets its demise. One by one, zombies emerge like phantoms from the earth, gradually converging. The underground and the skies teem with various types of undead creatures and birds, sweeping across the globe and devouring every living being in their path. The entire blue planet seemed to be engulfed in a dim, bloody hellscape. As the music faded, the video concluded. Chapter 33, The Call from Bosnio. Though the video had ended, viewers remained in a state of profound shock. Boss, is everything mentioned in the video true? Asked Wan Xinghua. Indeed. Reports indicate that this particular molecule has already been detected in our current atmospheric composition. While the damage it can inflict is negligible at this moment, we must consider that the evolutionary pace of microorganisms is exponentially faster than that of humans. Hence, the impact will escalate exponentially, responded Fang Chen. Is there any way to prevent this situation from occurring? Inquired Brother Zhang. With the demise of the undead, the decomposition of microorganisms, and the evolution of these microbes, which aspect do you believe we can control? Fang Chen retorted. Brother Zhang fell silent. Indeed, there is no way to avert this. It seems the virus is not the end of days, but merely the commencement. Everyone else remained silent, fully aware that humanity's apocalypse was imminent, yet utterly powerless to change their fate. How much time do we have left? Yin Fangfang asked. 3 years, Fang Chen replied. 3 years. Yin Fangfang felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She had taken the risk of coming to Binjiang, hoping to be closer to the virus, believing that this proximity might unveil a means to combat it. Little did she know that upon arriving, she would only be forced to hide and evade. with no viable means to confront the undead, let alone tackle the virus. Eventually, she arrived at the base, where the advanced technology instilled hope within her. She acquired the ability to withstand the undead and also to resist the virus. At that moment, she comprehended that, given ample time, eliminating zombies and eradicating the virus would pose no insurmountable challenge. Thus, in the face of Fang Chen's relentless irrationality and humiliation, she endured. She lowered her proud head and cast aside the self-respect she had painstakingly maintained. Yet, before she could fully process her thoughts, another weighty piece of news crashed upon her heart. This revelation was utterly despairing, ruthlessly extinguishing any flicker of hope she held for the future. It was an inescapable predicament, unalterable by anyone. "Is this the matter for which you insisted I apologize before you would speak?" Fang inquired, her voice tinged with frustration. "Indeed," Fang Chen admitted candidly. "You are fully aware that everyone will perish, yet you still demand an apology? Is this your intention to humiliate me deliberately?" Fang's eyes brimmed with tears as she raised her chin defiantly, the tears glistening in her gaze. "Who says everyone will die? Did I say that?" Fang Chen blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. "Brother Fang, you just stated that we cannot prevent the apocalypse," Luo Er interjected, unable to bear the sight of Fang's distress. "While we cannot avert the apocalypse, we can certainly devise means to survive it," Fang Chen replied with a smile directed at Luo Er. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits brightened. It seemed the boss had a plan. Though Fang continued to weep, the words brought her a smile through her tears. She hastily lifted her hand to wipe her eyes with her sleeve. "I knew it, Brother Fang. You have a solution, don't you?" Luo Er exclaimed excitedly as she approached Fang Chen. "There is indeed a plan, but it's hardly different from having none at all." Suddenly, Fang Chen took a sharp turn. "Boss, please spare us the circumlocution. Just tell us straight. We are all on the edge of our seats," Lin Jinhai said, approaching with urgency. In fact, various shelters could establish a base similar to ours, which would allow for temporary survival, Fang Chen proposed. "That sounds like a solution, yet it feels rather futile, almost akin to nothing at all. Firstly, setting up such a base is not something that can be accomplished on a whim. In the past, it would have merely required additional funding, manpower, and equipment. However, the current circumstances do not permit such actions. Secondly, surviving underground is a technical endeavor. After spending considerable time below the surface, we have gained some insight. Where do the diverse resources within the base originate? How do we acquire the weapons and equipment? Without these fundamental prerequisites, one could perish from hunger after merely 2 days of hiding underground. Thirdly, an increase in numbers complicates matters. Who will take the lead? Who will provide the necessary resources? If one does not contribute financially or materially, why would others heed their call? Conversely, if one does offer resources or funds, there is a risk that their efforts may falter, making them a target instead. With everyone nearing starvation, if your family possesses the provisions, who else would they seize them from? This matter, in their hands, is unlikely to succeed. Well, the hour is late. I suggest everyone return and contemplate this further. In your spare time, feel free to engage in private discussions. We shall reconvene tomorrow to deliberate, Fang Chen declared. As the crowd dispersed, he called out, "Shaolin, Commander, how may I assist you?" Shaolin responded, "You are aware of the task at hand. Please devise a feasible plan for me," Fang Chen instructed. "Understood, Commander," she replied. The shrill ring of the phone pierced the tranquility of Fang Chen's slumber. Without opening his eyes, he furrowed his brow and groped for the device. Initially, he contemplated dismissing the call to return to his dreams. However, a sudden realization jolted him awake as he swiftly grasped the phone. It had been ages since it had last rung, signaling that someone was attempting to reach him. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" he answered, connecting the call. "Mr. Fang, I finally managed to get in touch with you," came the voice on the other end. "Is this Boss Nio?" Fang Chen inquired for confirmation. "It is indeed, Mr. Fang," Niu Xingwang replied with palpable excitement. "Where are you at the moment?" "I am at the Qinghe Resettlement Center," Niu Xingwang responded. "Oh, that's a relief. It's relatively safe there," Fang Chen acknowledged. "Mr. Fang, it is anything but safe here. We were just attacked by zombies last night, and many people perished," Niu Xingwang whispered urgently. "Are you unharmed?" Fang Chen pressed. "I'm fine, but I fear I won't be able to hold out much longer," Niu Xingwang lamented. "Oh, what happened?" Fang Chen asked, intrigued. "It's a long story," Niu Xingwang sighed. "This phone cost me a fortune. I can only use it for 1 minute. I called you to request a favor. Certainly. What is it? Fang Chen replied earnestly. I fear I may not return. So I kindly ask you to look after my wife as best as you can, Niu Xingwang said with a heavy heart. Boss Niu, it can't be that dire. Please, tell me the specifics, Fang Chen urged. Mr. Dongfang, there are certain things I cannot disclose. Niu Xingwang's voice trailed off. Time is running out. Beep, beep, beep. Before Boss Niu could finish speaking, someone snatched away the phone, abruptly ending the call. Shaolin. Fang Chen sprang from his bed and hurried to the office. Your Excellency. How may I assist you? Shaolin replied. Please locate the phone number from the recent call, Fang Chen instructed. The position has been secured. It is in Qinghe Ridge, Suirong County, Shaolin responded. As soon as Fang Chen was on the line, Shaolin had promptly pinpointed the location. Fang Chen swiftly notified everyone to prepare their gear. Boss, where are we headed? Brother Zhang inquired. We are going to Qinghe Ridge. I suspect something has happened to Niu Xingwang, Fang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Brother Zhang wasted no time and issued a command. All personnel, target Qinghe Ridge, move out. Turning to Fang Chen, he whispered, Xiao Chun, you should stay behind. It's dangerous out there. We can manage. I wish to see for myself what the current shelter looks like, Fang Chen said while organizing his equipment. Brother Zhang chose not to argue further, and everyone departed the base. After 5 months, the vehicles outside had mostly deteriorated. The road was congested, making it impractical to drive the Hanma out of the city. They were left with no choice but to search for alternatives. In a suburban 4S dealership, they found a few new vehicles in stock, but after some effort, none would start. Let me handle this, Fang Chen said. He retrieved a metallic tag from his pocket, tossed it into the car, and closed the door. A minute later, with a roar, the engine roared to life. Fang Chen deftly employed the metallic tag again, quickly getting several vehicles operational. Astonishment swept through the crowd. Yet there was no time for inquiries. They swiftly allocated vehicles, boarded, and shattered the glass of the 4S shop, heading westward. Although the roads outside the city were thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, the presence of abandoned vehicles was scant, allowing for an unimpeded journey. After approximately an hour, they arrived at Qinghe Ridge. Chapter 34. The Rescue of Boss Niu. Look. Someone is approaching, exclaimed the soldier stationed at the entrance. Indeed, it has been ages since anyone visited us, hasn't it? Could they be delivering supplies? Another soldier responded in astonishment. Let us go and investigate, replied the first soldier. The two made their way to the center of the road, extending their hands in a gesture to halt. 12 identical SUVs came to a gradual stop, one after another. Greetings. Please present your identification, said the first soldier. What identification? Inquired Fang Chen, seated in the front passenger seat of the leading vehicle. The two soldiers were taken aback, uncertain of what identification was being referred to. Who are you people? Where did you come from? The first soldier demanded. From Binjiang City, Fang Chen replied. In an instant, the soldiers raised their weapons and disengaged the safeties. Everyone, raise your hands and exit the vehicle immediately, commanded the first soldier. Zhang, who was at the wheel, glanced at Fang Chen, awaiting his signal. Fang Chen shook his head, raised one hand, and with the other, opened the car door. As Fang Chen stepped out, the others followed suit, disembarking one after another. Over 40 individuals, all clad in matching camouflage, emerged, their faces flushed and spirits high, a sight that raised considerable suspicion. Report to the captain. Dozens of suspicious individuals have appeared at the entrance, requesting backup. The second soldier picked up the radio and stated, received. The response came from the other side. Comrade, what seems to be the problem? Fang Chen inquired with ease. There is indeed a problem. The urban area of Binjiang has been deserted for months. How could you possibly have come from there? The first soldier replied. Not necessarily. Let me put it this way. I am acquainted with Dr. Xuem Yaoshuang from your base. If you could summon him, he would be able to vouch for our identities. Fang Chen suggested. Our captain will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. The first soldier disregarded his words. 2 minutes later, dozens of armed individuals swiftly approached from the base. Captain, it's them, the second soldier reported. The captain nodded and approached. From where do you hail? He queried. As we have already stated, we come from the city, Fang Chen patiently reiterated. What brings you here? The captain continued his inquiry. We are here to find someone. Fang Chen replied. Oh, who are you seeking? The captain asked with interest. We are looking for Niu Xingwang, the owner of Dingxin Real Estate, Fang Chen answered. The captain was familiar with Niu Xingwang. In fact, Most of the infrastructure projects at the Qinghe Resettlement Center were executed by his company. However, Niu Xingwang was no longer the prominent figure he once was, now merely a small player. What do you want with him? The captain asked mockingly. To collect a debt. Dong Fangchen began to ramble. Old habits die hard. The captain chuckled. Oh really? Collecting a debt? Is there still someone seeking debts in these times? Money is scarce. And yet you wish to pursue a debt. What kind of debt are you after? The captain continued to question. The captain pondered for a moment, responding with a smile. Legally, it is not a crime to demand payment. However, for safety reasons, I cannot allow you inside. Very well. We shall refrain from entering. It would suffice if you could send someone to bring him out. We can converse outside, Dong Fangchen replied with a smile. That is not permissible either, the captain asserted. Pray tell, what is the reason for this? Dong Fangchen inquired with a teasing grin. There is no reason. The duty of my comrades is to uphold public order, not to run errands for others, the captain replied, clicking his teeth. Then how about this? Dong Fangchen produced a packet of white sugar from his pocket, weighing it in his hand. The captain's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. White sugar had become a rare commodity, and such a substantial amount could easily secure a wife. The captain stepped forward, accepted the sugar, and stowed it away, swiftly altering his demeanor. Let me be frank with you, young man. The current boss Neo is not the same as before. Demanding payment from him may yield no results, the captain whispered. Thank you for the warning, captain. However, I have my own methods, Dong Fangchen replied, wearing a cunning expression. Very well, I shall have someone fetch him for you. The captain agreed without further hesitation. Xiaohu, come here, the captain beckoned, summoning the first soldier. Yes, captain, you called for me? Xiaohu approached with a grin. Go inside and bring boss Neo out. The captain instructed. Understood. Xiaohu replied with military precision, turning to dash back inside. 20 minutes later, Xiaohu emerged, leading boss Neo outside. From a distance, boss Neo appeared disheveled, resembling a beggar. Were it not for the faint remnants of his former glory visible in his suit, it would have been challenging for Dong Fangchen to recognize him. As boss Neo approached, he was taken aback to find Dong Fangchen standing beside the captain, his footsteps faltering. The captain, noticing Neo Xingwang frozen in place, assumed he was intimidated by the sight of his creditor and called out loudly, Boss Neo, your old friend has come to see you. Hurry over. Neo Xingwang snapped back to reality, his steps quickening as he approached with tears glistening in his eyes. Mr. Dongfang, just as he was about to speak, Dong Fangchen interrupted him. Boss, why are you dressed like this? Let me be clear. Do not limit your misfortune in my presence. It is a matter of principle to repay debts, Dong Fangchen declared emphatically. Boss Neo was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. The captain couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight of Boss Neo's current state, which indeed resembled a display of poverty. I simply ask you, can you repay the money today? Dong Fangchen inquired. I. Neo Xingwang found himself at a loss for words. Enough. I shall not listen to your explanations. It is pointless to ask for money now. Today, you shall pay with your life. With that, Dong Fangchen lunged forward, seizing Neo Xingwang by the collar, intending to drag him to the car. Hey, brother, take it easy. This can't end well. The captain hastily intervened. Captain, what kind of world are we living in? What is the loss of 1 or 2 lives? But rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. I'll take this man away and deal with him in a secluded spot, Dong Fangchen replied with a smile. The captain was left speechless. Should we agree? Dong Fangchen's words left the captain in a state of confusion. They had received prior information that the settlement would soon migrate northward. This place would not remain habitable for many more days. Given the circumstances, losing a few individuals should not be a significant concern, yet something felt amiss. While the captain was lost in thought, Dong Fangchen had already boarded the vehicle with everyone else. Lowering the car window, he called out, Captain, I have one more thing to mention. The captain approached the front of the vehicle. What is it? Dong Fangchen then produced a large bag of candy from inside the car, discreetly handing it to the captain with a smile, saying, It's nothing, just a treat for the brothers. The captain beamed with joy, appreciating the young man's generosity. The convoy turned around and drove away. The captain tucked the candy away, watching as Dong Fangchen and his companions departed. Captain, they've already gone far, Xiaohu murmured as he approached. The captain glanced back at him, slightly irritated, responding, You talk too much. Captain, I have a question, Xiaohu inquired. Oh? Speak, the captain prompted. Captain, you mentioned that the city is deserted. How have they managed to survive? Xiaohu questioned. Damn it, I've been fooled. the captain suddenly realized, slapping his thigh. Alas, the vehicle had already driven far away. Chapter 35. The Firefly planned. The roads in the city were impassable, so everyone returned to the outskirts and found a parking lot. After securing the vehicles, the group began their trek back to the base, and by the time they arrived, it was already afternoon. Suiqing. Niu Xingwang called out, his voice thick with emotion. Lu Suiqing, the wife of Niu Xingwang, was in the kitchen bustling about with several other women, preparing a meal. Upon hearing a familiar voice, her hand faltered, and she hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound. Before her stood a disheveled middle-aged man, his clothes tattered and his appearance unkempt. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Suiqing finally recognized the man she had longed for day and night, her husband. She set down the ladle and slowly approached Niu Xingwang, each step laden with emotion. Upon seeing his current state, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Suiqing, I'm back, Niu Xingwang exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Woo. Lu Suiqing confirmed the reality of the moment, succumbing to her emotions and sobbing. Niu Xingwang rushed forward, gently patting her back in an attempt to console her. There. I'm back now. Why are you crying? Observing from the side, Fang Chen and brother Zhang teased, ha, big sister, the brothers haven't eaten all day. If you keep crying, we might starve to death. Lu Suiqing, amidst her tears, managed a smile, glancing at Niu Xingwang before turning to continue cooking. Brother Niu, you shouldn't linger here. Hurry and take a shower and change your clothes. You smell so bad that you've nearly suffocated us all the way here. Fang Chen chuckled. Niu Xingwang nodded, wiping his tears with his sleeve before hastily exiting the kitchen. The meal was prepared swiftly, and soon after, Niu Xingwang had bathed and changed into fresh attire. In order to welcome Boss Niu back home, today's feast was lavish, featuring a large pot of cabbage and pork stew with vermicelli, a platter of braised beef, a dish of sausages, a bowl of glistening, crystal-clear rice, and, as a rare treat, a few bottles of 30-year-old Fen liquor. The group settled around several tables, yet no one dared to touch their chopsticks. Niu Xingwang gazed at the bountiful spread before him, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia. Such a meal would have gone unnoticed by him just 6 months prior. It simply lacked the prestige. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. During the past 6 months of the viral outbreak, he had remained primarily on the construction site. Following the imposition of martial law in Binjiang City, he was dispatched to various counties to construct temporary shelters. Resources gradually became scarce, and the workers often found themselves with insufficient sustenance, their spirits dwindling and their motivation to work dissipating. Wages became irrelevant. All that mattered was food. Niu Xingwang had no grains to offer them, so he resorted to trading his machinery, equipment, and vehicles for supplies. Eventually, construction came to a halt, and the resources he possessed were thoroughly scavenged by various officials. In the end, he found himself unable to secure even a single hearty meal. It seemed that there existed an inherent animosity towards capitalists. When individuals found themselves in dire straits, they often wished to trample upon or bite back at those above them. Niu Xingwang's plight was particularly dire. Today, he unearthed 2 long-hidden car batteries from the debris of the construction site, managing to exchange them for a mere minute of satellite phone service with an intermediary. With the base stations long defunct, ordinary mobile phones had ceased to receive any signal. His initial intention had merely been to contact Fang Chen to entrust him with some matters, harboring little hope of leaving the Qinghe shelter. He did not believe that Fang Chen possessed the capability to rescue him from Qinghe Ridge. As long as Fang Chen could show a modicum of kindness towards his wife, he would be eternally grateful. What kind of world are we living in? A world where humans prey upon one another. The value of goodwill has long since diminished. Yet, to his astonishment, Fang Chen actually came to his aid. It is only when one reaches the brink of despair that the true nature of people is revealed. Brother Niu, our resources are limited, and we have little to offer. Let us make do, Fang Chen remarked with a smile, seated nearby. Niu Xingwang wiped away his tears, touched, and replied, Mr. Fang, you flatter me. In this day and age, I would have to sell my entire fortune to afford this feast. Come now, what you say is hardly worth much. Enough of pleasantries. Brothers, raise your glasses, let us welcome Boss Niu back home. Fang Chen proclaimed as he stood, lifting his cup. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic agreement, rising to their feet, facing Niu Xingwang, and collectively exclaiming, Welcome back, Boss Niu. Niu Xingwang also rose, raising his glass and expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Sister, today is a momentous occasion. You should join us for a drink, Fang Chen said, addressing Lu Zuiqin, who sat beside Niu Xingwang. Lu Zuiqin dabbed her eyes and nodded, lifting her own glass. Cheers to us. Fang Chen called out to everyone. They all drank heartily and then returned to their seats. The meal continued into the evening. For months, the members of the guard had been prohibited from drinking, so they indulged a bit more than usual today. After the meal, they were instructed to return home and rest. After a long separation, Boss Niu and his wife had much to discuss, and Fang Chen chose not to intrude. The next day arrived swiftly. Fang Chen awoke early and made his way to the office. Shaolin, have you prepared the plan? He inquired. Sir, it has already been sent to your computer panel for your review, Shaolin replied. Fang Chen nodded and opened his computer. 2 hours later. Shaolin, is the plan really this complicated? Fang Chen frowned. Sir, this is the method with the highest success rate, Shaolin responded. Very well. Fang Chen refrained from further comment. After much contemplation, he continued. Shaolin, please break the plan down into a task schedule and track it continuously. Understood, sir. Fang Chen ruminated over the plan. Pondering the arduous journey that lay ahead, he sat in silence for half an hour. After deep reflection, he exhaled, stepped out of the office, and proceeded to the underground training facility. Aside from the injured and those previously instructed not to attend, everyone else had gathered. Comrades, as you all viewed the video the night before last, you understand the severity of the crisis we are about to face. This is an unprecedented ecological disaster. In this crisis, no one is a mere spectator, and no one has the right to assume that role. To be frank, I have devised a comprehensive and viable plan. However, this plan requires your collective effort alongside mine, Fang Chen declared. Boss, just say the word. We will execute without condition, several veterans asserted resolutely. Indeed, boss. We shall all heed your words, Zhang Yuan Kue declared. Very well. I shall name this initiative the Firefly Project, symbolizing that even if we possess only the faint glow of a firefly, we shall strive to shine alongside the sun and moon. Fang Chen continued, and upon concluding his statement, he commanded loudly, everyone, attention. Upon hearing the command, all stood at attention, their voices harmoniously unified. The first order of business. As of today, the guard team is disbanded. The moment these words were uttered, a wave of bewilderment swept over the crowd. What? Disbanded? Why? The atmosphere shifted. Uncertainty filled the air as they exchanged glances. What happened to we shall all heed your words. Fang Chen intentionally paused here, planting a sense of contrast in their minds. It was an implicit message. You may not comprehend, you may not understand, but you must learn to resolutely execute orders even in the face of uncertainty. Silence enveloped them. Following the disbandment of the guard team, the original members would be reorganized to form a new task unit. From this moment forth, you shall assume a new identity, infiltrators. As infiltrators, you will depart the base and traverse across the nation. If you so desire, you may even journey around the world. Your primary tasks are threefold. Firstly, you are free to join any organization. Remember, I said any organization. Whether legal or illegal, you may join and subsequently infiltrate. Secondly, you are to periodically relay talent back to the base. Anyone you trust may be secretly transported to the base, where they will receive antigens and training at no cost. Upon successful completion of training, you will become new infiltrators. Furthermore, your primary task is to gather intelligence. As a form of identification, each of you will receive a black metal tag before your departure. As he spoke, Fang Chen retrieved a tag from his pocket and raised it high. The shape of the tag bore a striking resemblance to the one Fang Chen had thrown into the car to start it yesterday, albeit in a different color. Chapter 36. Establishing the Chamber of Commerce. This tag is of utmost importance. It could very well save your lives in critical situations. I will provide a detailed explanation shortly. Fang Chen put the tag away. There are other pieces of equipment, but I shall refrain from detailing each one. Before we set off, we will conduct a special training session. Now, it is time for questions. Feel free to inquire about anything. Boss, am I also included? Fang asked. What? Are you unwilling? Fang Chen responded with a serious tone. No, it's just my identity. Fang did not finish her sentence, implying that he understood. It's all right. You may continue with your responsibilities after you leave. Just ensure that you diligently fulfill the duties of an infiltrator, Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. What about my subordinates? Fang continued to inquire. Fang Chen had already communicated in advance that her subordinates would not be present today. They can leave with you. However, for your personal safety, it is best that they do not join the infiltrators. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Fangfang nodded in agreement. It was evident to Dongfang Chen that her subordinates were not strictly her own. The individuals in question are also soldiers, presumably dispatched to safeguard Yin Fangfang. Boss, how should we arrange for our families? Tong Li inquired. My suggestion is to keep the families at the base. The outside world is too perilous, and we must not be distracted by their care. However, this is not mandatory. If anyone wishes to take their family away, they are free to do so. Dongfang Chen refrained from making an absolute statement that would prohibit them from leaving with their families, as that would imply a threat, treating their loved ones as hostages. The others nodded in agreement. Dongfang Ge, do we really have to leave? Luo Er asked, frowning. We must depart. However, Luo Er, you may accompany your brother. Some matters leave us with no alternative, Dongfang Chen reassured her. Luo Er nodded dejectedly. She was not afraid of danger. She simply did not want to leave the base and everyone behind. Comrades, in this apocalyptic era, we have no choice but to step forward resolutely. Indeed. The entire assembly stood at attention and shouted in unison before saluting. Once the meeting concluded, Dongfang Chen returned to his office, where Niu Xingwang awaited him at the door. Brother Niu, why not take some time to rest? Dongfang Chen greeted him. Mr. Dongfang, with age comes less sleep, Niu Xingwang replied awkwardly. As they spoke, Dongfang Chen invited Niu Xingwang into the office. There's no need for such formality, Brother Niu. Let us be at ease with one another. Dongfang Chen gestured for him to sit. Mr. Dongfang, I must say, you are truly remarkable. Had I known today would unfold this way, I would have done anything, even sell my possessions, to expedite the establishment of the base for you. Niu Xingwang expressed his admiration. In recent months, he has been deeply immersed in the construction site, gaining profound insights in this regard. Compared to the designs of Dongfang Chen, their efforts seem like mere child's play. How can defensive structures built above ground compare to those constructed underground? Not to mention the incessant harassment and attacks from zombies each day, which are truly exasperating. Daily, individuals become infected and are subsequently expelled from the shelter. Treatment? Let us forego that. No one can provide care, wasting time and resources unnecessarily. When he initially departed, the base was still in its raw state, devoid of any facilities. Yet now, it boasts complete provisions, water, electricity, and ventilation systems. They can even cultivate grains and vegetables. A lifetime spent without venturing outside would pose no issue. Impressive indeed. Truly admirable. Choosing to ally with Dongfang Chen was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. Upon hearing Niu Xingwang's words, Dongfang Chen laughed heartily and remarked, enough of that. Boss Niu, wasn't it you who nearly wet your pants when I first mentioned constructing an underground fortress? Niu Xingwang's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Niu Gu, let us discuss serious matters today, Dongfang Chen said, leaning closer. Sensing Dongfang Chen's shift to a more serious demeanor, Niu Xingwang responded promptly, Mr. Dongfang, please go ahead. It is my intention to establish a chamber of commerce. I wonder if you might be interested? Dongfang Chen proposed. A chamber of commerce? What would it entail? Niu Xingwang inquired. Essentially, it would involve the trade of supplies and such, Dongfang Chen elucidated. Oh, Mr. Dongfang, could you elaborate further? Niu Xingwang asked, somewhat perplexed. Please wait a moment, Dongfang Chen replied before exiting the office. Shortly thereafter, he returned, carrying a briefcase. Brother Niu, I have a gift for you. Dongfang Chen smiled as he opened the box, revealing a vial of serum. What is this? Niu Xingwang inquired. Antigen serum. Dongfang Chen replied. What? Niu Xingwang sprang to his feet, startled. Why are you so surprised? You nearly gave me a fright, Dongfang Chen chuckled. Mr. Dongfang, this. Could it be a vaccine against the virus? Niu Xingwang stammered, panic evident in his voice. The families at the base had yet to receive the antigen, and his wife had not mentioned it to him, leaving him unaware of its existence until now. Indeed, Dongfang Chen replied calmly. My goodness. This. Niu Xingwang was at a loss for words. As a businessman, he understood more than others the immense opportunities and value contained within this revelation. At the same time, he was acutely aware of the associated risks and crises. Come, extend your arm, Dongfang Chen instructed as he opened the vial. In a daze, Niu Xingwang unconsciously extended his arm. After receiving the injection, he remained seated, with his arm outstretched for several minutes. Dongfang Chen waved his hand in front of Niu Xingwang's face to bring him back to reality. Huh, My apologies, Mr. Dongfang. I was lost in thought, Niu Xingwang said, somewhat embarrassed. Brother Niu, would you be interested if I entrusted this business to you? Dongfang Chen asked. I. Niu Xingwang struggled to find the right words. Brother Niu, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to express them. We can tackle them together, Dongfang Chen encouraged. Alas, Mr. Dongfang, I fear I lack the capacity to ensure the safety of the vaccine. Niu Xingwang remarked, it is an antigen. Ah, indeed, an antigen, Dongfang Chen corrected him. This antigen could be life-saving. Even a whisper of its existence may incite countless individuals to risk their lives in pursuit of it. Niu Xingwang continued. Thus, I assert that this task is one only you can undertake. The intricacies of this matter will be immediately apparent to you upon hearing. To be frank, there are others within the base who aspire to engage in this business, and they possess significant influence. I have yet to make an official declaration as I await your return. You need not worry about safety. I will ensure all matters are meticulously arranged. All I require from you is to inform me of your interest in this endeavor. Since Mr. Dongfang has laid it out so clearly, I, Niu Xingwang, have no grounds for refusal. Mr. Dongfang, please instruct me on how we shall proceed. Niu Xingwang rolled up his sleeves, assuming an eager posture. That's the spirit. This is the Niu boss I know. Dongfang Chen exclaimed, patting Niu Xingwang on the shoulder. He then continued, Brother Niu, 60% of the vaccines produced at the base will be allocated to you for distribution. The remaining 40% I shall utilize elsewhere. You will spearhead the establishment of a trade association, ostensibly engaging in the procurement of supplies, gradually setting up offices in other resettlement areas. The production of vaccines is limited, making widespread distribution impractical. However, utilizing them to facilitate connections and accumulate resources and contacts is certainly feasible. You are the expert in this domain, and I shall refrain from overstepping. Dongfang Chen provided a brief overview. That is certainly manageable. Yet, what is your ultimate objective in this course of action? Niu Xingwang pondered, unable to grasp the underlying motive. Engaging in conversation with astute individuals indeed proves to be a refreshing experience. Come, Brother Niu, let me show you something. Dongfang Chen led Niu Xingwang to the large screen. The screen began to play an animated film from 2 days prior. Is this really true? After watching the animation, Niu Xingwang was astounded. Now do you understand why I took such measures? Dongfang Chen inquired. I comprehend fully, truly. Your intentions are deeply considerate. Niu Xingwang remarked, shaking his head in amazement. Chapter 37. The complete performance. Niu Xingwang increasingly felt grateful for his choice. Otherwise, how could he hope to survive in such a fragmented world? Dongfang Chen had taken him in and provided him with the resources and courage to wield influence in this extraordinary era. He silently vowed to showcase his talents in order to repay such kindness. The Merchant Association was a crucial element of this endeavor. Additionally, all members of our guard will be deployed to form a new task force, the Infiltrators. They will operate in the shadows while you remain in plain sight. When necessary, you may coordinate with one another, Dongfang Chen stated. Niu Xingwang nodded, yet pondered aloud. But if we proceed this way, our base will inevitably be exposed to the public. Isn't that too perilous? Indeed, which is why I have decided to take an unconventional approach, Dongfang Chen replied. What do you mean by that? To destroy the base. He answered. What? Niu Xingwang was taken aback once more. Following Dongfang Chen surely required one to be prepared for heart-stopping surprises. Do not be alarmed. It is merely the surface and the entrance that will be obliterated. Rest assured, everything will be meticulously arranged before the plan is executed. There will be no issues. After Niu Xingwang departed, Dongfang Chen summoned Yin Fangfang once more. Boss, did you call for me? Yin Fangfang inquired. Indeed. Please have a seat. The two settled on the sofa. Do you harbor any psychological burdens regarding joining the Infiltrators? Dongfang Chen probed. I have given it considerable thought. And I must join the Infiltrators, Yin Fangfang replied. Oh, please elaborate. First, on my own, I am unable to assist anyone. In the face of the virus, I find myself powerless. Second, upon learning of the impending greater ecological crisis, I feel an even stronger urge for people to unite and confront the crisis together. Yet, even if my father were to intervene, I fear it would be futile. Therefore, we must seek alternative solutions. Third, I believe in your capabilities. I sense that if anyone in this world has the potential to conquer the virus, it is you. By following you, I can help save more lives. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Chen recognized that Yin Fangfang possessed a pure, altruistic heart. While there is nothing wrong with such compassion, a combination of naivety and altruism could lead to one's downfall. Lacking the ability to protect oneself, unbridled kindness could result in irreversible consequences. He hoped that through her trials, she would emerge wiser. As long as you understand, he said. The reason I called you here today is to entrust you with a task. What task? She inquired. Please convey a message to your father. Inform him that you have been kidnapped. Yin Fangfang responded, perplexed. Precisely. Consider this. If you were to tell your father over the phone that you have discovered an antigen, what do you think would happen? Well, I suppose you won't believe it, Yin Fangfang replied. Indeed, not only will they disbelieve you, but they may also think you've been deceived. If that's the case, it would be more straightforward to simply inform your father that you have been kidnapped. But what is your true intention behind this? Yin Fangfang inquired. To meet with your father and discuss matters face to face. Fang Chen articulated his purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Fangfang responded, very well. Let us first rehearse this situation. Half an hour later, Shaolin had already lifted the blockade on Yin Fangfang's satellite phone. Yin Fangfang, still feeling somewhat awkward, picked up the phone and dialed the number. The call connected. Hello? A deep voice resonated from the other end. Dad, I've been kidnapped. Please come and rescue me. Yin Fangfang feigned terror, though it sounded rather insincere. Enough. I'm busy, just get to the point. Yin Jingping saw through her ruse immediately. Fang Chen snatched the phone away and said, Is this Yin Jingping, Commander Yin? Who are you? Yin Jingping demanded. Regardless of whether the situation was genuine or fabricated, the mere audacity to address him by name was intolerable. You need not know who I am. Your innocent and charming daughter is in my possession, and I wish to negotiate, Fang Chen replied coolly. In Yin Jingping's mind, the term innocent and charming was one that few would dare utter in Yin Fangfang's presence, as she would undoubtedly react with anger. The fact that someone had said it and his daughter remained calm indicated that the situation was indeed serious. What do you want? Yin Jingping inquired. Quite simple. 500 firearms and 100,000 rounds of ammunition in exchange for a life. What a lucrative deal this is. While firearms are of no necessity to Fang Chen, it is essential to seek benefits. Only then does the performance resonate. Impossible, Yin Jingping replied. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Let it be as it is. You need not call this number again. Wait, Yin Jingping interjected. Oh, does Commander Yin have further instructions? Where shall the transaction take place? Yin Jingping inquired. He understood that the current state of affairs has shifted. Possessing a weapon is synonymous with survival. The national prohibition on firearms has long lost its significance. Hence, many desperate individuals contemplate taking reckless risks, which is entirely plausible. Make a note of this. Bijiang Park, Xiqing District, Bijiang City, Hushan Province. When you arrive, make this call. However, be aware that you have a maximum of 3 days. You must come in person, or the opportunity will be lost. With that, Fang Chen ended the call. The satellite phone signal remained unimpeded, allowing Yin Jingping to easily ascertain their location. Only by pinpointing their whereabouts would Yin Jingping bring his men to eliminate them. And only through such an uproar could Fang Chen's objectives be achieved. A commotion must ensue for the destruction of the base to be believed. The performance must be executed in its entirety. Following this, numerous details required finalization. Fang Chen instructed the Hornet team to establish a workshop dedicated to hastily crafting the necessary equipment for the members of the guard as they departed. To expedite the process, many non-essential tasks were suspended. The majority of the mechanical bees were mobilized for this endeavor. The first items to be produced were the identification tags. Currently, there are a total of 43 members in the guard assigned to the undercover mission. Thus, the front of each tag was embossed with the numbers 1 through 43. On the reverse side of every tag, there are inscribed identical words. May no one know. May the years pass peacefully. This tag is not merely a decorative item. It harbors a dormant legion of 100,000 nanobots. Upon activation, these bots can execute biological-like assaults. For instance, Fang Chen utilized the nanobots embedded within the tag to repair vehicles. They can effortlessly infiltrate the interior of a vehicle, and upon detecting damaged components, they can scavenge materials from elsewhere to effectuate repairs, much like ants. Furthermore, during the initial zombie siege on the base, it was Shaolin who commanded the Queen Bee to deploy countless such nanobots, which swiftly dismantled the zombies. One might envision the scene of thousands of ants besieging an elephant. In the blink of an eye, the elephant would be reduced to nothing but a skeleton. The nanobots, however, can disassemble even the bones into oblivion. The second item hastily produced resembles a zippier-shaped electronic lighter, in addition to serving as a lighter. Its most crucial feature is its satellite locator capability, enabling both positioning and eavesdropping functions, due to widespread satellite malfunctions resulting in the disruption of terrestrial internet. The information accessible to Shaolin has dwindled significantly. This lighter effectively extends Shaolin's reach. Wherever she goes, her influence can follow. The third item, which took considerable time to create, is an exceedingly important one, a specially designed robotic dog. This mechanical canine possesses several vital functions. First, it can dismantle crystal cores and recharge other objects. The laser guns, tags, lighters, and the mechanical dogs themselves all require energy, which is derived from the decomposition of crystal nuclei by the mechanical dogs. Secondly, reconnaissance. The realism of the mechanical dogs is nearly indistinguishable from that of real dogs. They move swiftly and silently. With the assistance of these mechanical canines, it becomes considerably easier to gather intelligence while remaining concealed. Thirdly, combat. In addition to their biting capabilities, the mechanical dogs are equipped with 4 concealed laser emitters. Each emitter can rotate 360 degrees upon activation and automatically lock onto its target, rendering them formidable instruments of destruction. Chapter 38. Mobilization Conference. On the third day, nearly all equipment was prepared and ready. In the evening, all members of the infiltrators gathered in the training area to participate in the mobilization conference before departure. As the thought of parting loomed, a heavy mood enveloped everyone. Soon, the conference commenced officially. The first order of business was to announce the code names. For the sake of security, once they left the base, no one would use their real names. Fang Chen drafted a list, assigning each individual a code name based on their characteristics. The list is as follows. 1. Zhang Yuan Kue, codename Tian Sha. 2. Shenwen Gang, codename Tian Gang. 3. Lingzhen Hai, codename Hai Wang. 4. Wan Xinghua, codename Xiaomian Hu. 5. Tong Li, codename Jin Gang. 6. Tang Kuan, codename Tang Lang. 7. Chu Jingping, codename Yun Quebec. 8. Ji Hongfei, codename Gui Gu. 26. Yin Fong Fong, codename Fong Hua. 27. Shun Miao Luo, codename Xian Luo. The detailed list will be posted in the discussion area for everyone's reference. The second matter is the announcement of gestures and secret phrases to facilitate identification while traversing the outside world. The gesture, a right fist with the knuckles facing inward, tapping against the chest. The secret phrase, the first half, who says there is no garment. I share a robe with you. The second half, may no one know, and may the years be serene. At this point in the meeting, a pause became necessary. Emotions ran high, and tears of sorrow streamed down many faces. Indeed, may no one know, and may the years be serene. What was once a simple phrase has now transformed into the most extravagant longing. I genuinely wish that the world could comprehend how precious tranquil days truly are. The less one understands, the more it signifies that we all reside in a realm of happiness. No one desires to be separated from their family, to wander in turmoil. Yet, as Fang Chen articulated, a crisis is imminent. There are no mere onlookers, and no one possesses the privilege to be an observer. In these apocalyptic times, we have no choice but to stand resolutely. The third matter involved the distribution of identification tags. Each individual received their designated tag sequentially according to their assigned numbers. Fang Chen briefly explained the usage of these tags. Following his explanation, everyone practiced diligently, quickly mastering the method of use. The fourth matter concerned the allocation of specialized mechanical dogs. Given their numerous functions, it took some time for everyone to become familiar with them. The fifth matter focused on the distribution of communication devices, the base's latest development, the digital ocular implant, and the second-generation bone microphone. The second-generation bone microphone expands upon the original walkie-talkie features. To facilitate unrestricted communication, it supports the formation of private channels, satellite calls, and self-adjusting volume. However, these functionalities necessitate the additional equipment, the digital ocular implant. Digital pupils, they resemble the shape of colored contact lenses. When worn, they can project a network operation panel powered by a supercomputing center, visible only to the wearer. The primary functions include 1. Night vision. 2. Locational scanning. 3. Augmented reality. 4. Configuration menu. Through the configuration menu, one can pair and connect with the bone mic. Once connected, a series of configurations can be executed. At this point, the training related to the equipment is essentially concluded. Following the completion of the equipment training, Fang Chen summoned Niu Xingwang to meet everyone. Given that Niu Xingwang had just returned to the base, familiarity was lacking among all except for Brother Zhang. In the future, interactions with Niu Xingwang will be inevitable. Thus, a meeting to introduce one another was essential. Additionally, it has been nearly a week since the vaccinations were administered. It is likely that within the next 3 to 15 days, everyone may begin to experience some physical changes. For any uncertainties, feel free to contact me via the bone mic. Alright, the meeting concludes here. Those who need to relay information should do so promptly. At 1836, the moment the sun rises, everyone will depart punctually. Lastly, if anyone notices any unusual occurrences after leaving the base, please disregard them. Everything is proceeding according to plan. All personnel, attention, Brother Zhang commanded, and everyone stood at attention in unison. Salute. Fang Chen returned the salute. They maintained mutual gaze for approximately 30 seconds. Dismissed. On the morning of December 9th, 2054, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight graced the horizon. At the exit of the base, numerous individuals emerged, each accompanied by a dog. They gathered in small clusters, exchanging farewells. Some shook hands, others embraced, while a few raised their right fists to their chests in a gesture that seemed to spread contagiously. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, extending their right hands, forming fists, and placing them against their hearts, exchanging silent glances. After a minute, they donned their hats, tears glistening in their eyes, and turned away, striding purposefully in every direction. 3 hours later, 5 military helicopters descended upon a clearing in Riverside Park. Waves of armed soldiers leapt from the helicopters, hastily making their way to the central aircraft. On either side of the entrance, they assembled in formation, exuding an air of valor and distinction. Shortly thereafter, the doors opened, revealing a group of soldiers escorting a military officer in his 50s, who disembarked. All present saluted as the officer strode past the ranks of soldiers, positioning himself at the forefront. This spectacle indicated the arrival of a significant figure, Yan Jingping. Following communications via telephone, Yan Jingping had arrived at the entrance of the underground base. The towering 10-meter concrete walls bore testament to the formidable might of its owner. Yan Jingping furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Soon, the gates of the wall creaked open, and Fang Chen emerged from the base, accompanied by Zhang Gu and Ling Jinhai. To ensure the final scene of the day was executed flawlessly, Zhang Yuan Kuei, Ling Jinhai, Yin Fang, and her 6 subordinates had remained at the base that morning. Yan Jingping, upon noticing the youthfulness of the newcomer, did not take it to heart. Are you the one in charge here? Yan Jingping initiated the conversation, his presence exuding an aura of authority that was both formidable and imposing. Indeed. Have you brought the items? Fang Chen remained unfazed by the intimidation. First, release the captives. Yan Jingping commanded. That is out of the question. If I release them now, what guarantee do I have that you will deliver? Fang Chen resolutely declined. What do you propose then? Yan Jingping demanded. Since you've traveled such a distance, why not come in for a cup of tea? Tea is out of the question. I am quite busy, Yan Jingping retorted without a moment's hesitation. Do you think you are worthy of sharing tea with me? I see. In that case, I apologize. But you may leave. I wouldn't want to impede your work, Fang Chen said mockingly. What a jest. You think I could be cornered at my own doorstep? You dare to be so audacious. Are you tired of living? A soldier interjected sternly. Yan Jingping raised his hand to halt the soldier, calmly stating, bring the captives out, and we shall conduct our transaction here. That is acceptable. However, I must declare in advance that if anything inappropriate is witnessed, it shall not be my concern. Fang Chen feigned contemplation before spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. Yan Jingping's countenance darkened as he replied fiercely, you are quite bold. Lead the way. After you. Fang Chen gestured invitingly. Commander. The crowd protested in unison. Yan Jingping raised his hand to silence them, issuing a command. 2 of you accompany me inside. The rest shall wait here. If I do not return in an hour, this place will be reduced to rubble. With that, he strode inward. When considering the environment alone, it is rather unimpressive, particularly as it remains unrenovated. The most significant issue is that there is electricity here. This is quite different from the military, where the power supply has largely collapsed outside. The presence of electricity indeed reflects the capabilities of the base's owner. Fang Chen escorted Yan Jingping directly to the office on the 2nd underground level. As the members of the guard team had all departed, the surroundings were eerily desolate. Dad. Upon entering the office, Yin Fangfang hurriedly approached. The other subordinates, 3 standing and 3 seated in wheelchairs, raised their hands in a military salute. Fangfang, are you all right? Yin Jingping scrutinized her from head to toe. I'm fine, Dad, Yin Fangfang replied. You weren't kidnapped? Yin Jingping inquired, relieved to see his daughter unharmed and able to move freely. No, Yin Fangfang answered awkwardly. Absurd, Yin Jingping exclaimed, waving his hand in frustration. Please do not blame Commander Yin. It was I who instructed her to act this way, Dongfang Chen interjected with a smile. You? Yin Jinping shot him a sidelong glance. Clearly skeptical. Just a young lad. And you think you can command my daughter? Dad, enough about that. We have come for an important matter to discuss, Yin Fangfang interjected, guiding her father towards the sofa. Humph. Yin Jingping remained irked, yet he did not resist as his daughter led him along. Chapter 39. The Misunderstanding of Yin Jingping. Dad, allow me to formally introduce you. This is Dongfang Chen. This base belongs to him, Yin Fangfang pointed out. I have no interest in knowing who he is. Just tell me, why did you deceive me into coming here? Yin Jingping asked directly, leaving no room for pleasantries. Father, let him explain this matter. Yin Fangfang glanced at Dongfang Chen and spoke up. Commander Yin, discussing any issue in the face of information asymmetry is futile. Therefore, I kindly request permission to present a video prior to our discussion. Without waiting for Yin Jingping's response, Dongfang Chen proceeded to play the video. Initially, Yin Jingping paid little attention, but as the footage progressed, his frown deepened. Once the video concluded, he remained silent. Dongfang Chen, unperturbed, allowed him the time to process the information. After a lengthy pause, Yin Jingping finally posed his question, how can you prove the veracity of what was presented? I am unable to provide proof, Dongfang Chen replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Humph. Yin Jingping felt deceived and let out an irritated snort. However, I trust you remember that several months ago, when the virus first erupted, numerous official departments received comprehensive documentation regarding the virus. Dongfang Chen prompted. Indeed, Yin Jingping acknowledged. That documentation was disseminated by me, Dongfang Chen revealed. It was you. Yin Jingping exclaimed, rising in astonishment. They had conducted an extensive investigation at that time, but had been unable to trace the source of the information. Little did they know it was right here. Indeed, it was I, Dongfang Chen reaffirmed. If that is the case, then this matter has become quite intricate. The young man before him, seemingly too youthful, was undoubtedly formidable. The facts had demonstrated that the virus documentation leaked months prior was accurate. Hence, it was highly likely that the video he had just viewed was also genuine. Who is this person? What forces lie behind him? How did he or they acquire such intelligence? Yin Jingping found himself perplexed. These matters had transcended his control. If such a force truly exists, the current situation would be far more intricate and severe than he comprehended. The sensation of losing control is disquieting, especially for individuals of their high standing. Can we speak now? Dongfang Chen inquired, noticing Yin Jingping's silence. What do you wish to discuss? Yin Jingping replied. Dongfang Chen opened a safe on the table and retrieved a vial of antigen serum, saying, let us first address this. What is this? Yin Jingping asked. Father, this is antigen serum. Yin Fangfang interjected, answering for Dongfang Chen. How dare you? Yin Jingping erupted, rising in fury as he glared at Dongfang Chen. Father, what are you doing? Yin Fangfang exclaimed, startled by his outburst. You are truly audacious, daring to engage in such matters. Return home immediately. You are not permitted to go anywhere. With that, Yin Jingping seized Yin Fangfang and began to pull her away. Father, what are you doing? Yin Fangfang protested, breaking free from his grasp as she raised her voice in inquiry. What do you mean? What am I doing? Are you even aware of your actions? The world is so fraught with difficulty, and you still dare to partake in such sordid dealings. Have the years of your education been in vain? Yin Jingping angrily questioned his daughter. Father, where are you going with this? This is indeed genuine antigen, not a counterfeit. Yin Fangfang finally grasped the misunderstanding. Her father believed they were involved in the production of fake medicine. Do you even believe that yourself? Countless scientists in our nation toil day and night. Yet they have scarcely made any progress. How could a handful of second-rate individuals, secluded in such a dismal place, possibly achieve anything? Yin Jingping harbored profound skepticism. I have already received the antigen, and so have the 3 of them. You may verify this. Yin Fangfang was utterly exasperated with this self-righteous relic. Yin Jingping was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Indeed, the truth would be revealed upon their return and subsequent examination. The results could not possibly deceive. Have you truly been vaccinated? Yin Jingping inquired once more. If you doubt it, you may ask them. Yin Fangfang gestured towards the three individuals seated in wheelchairs. Yin Jingping turned to look, and the three nodded vacantly in agreement. Nevertheless, a definitive conclusion could only be reached after the examination. I will only accept the results. Yin Jingping replied tersely. Very well, if that is the case, you may take them back for testing. I shall await the results here. Yin Fangfang approached the sofa and plopped down, signaling to her father that she would not be leaving. Yin Jingping was infuriated. Dealing with this daughter was truly exasperating. If she refused to leave, what was he, as her father, to do? You all go arrange for a helicopter to transport them back to the military district for the antigen tests. Also, inform those outside to remain stationed and await further orders. Yin Jingping instructed the three individuals beside Yin Fangfang. The trio complied and wheeled the three individuals away from the base. Commander Yin, since you wish to await the test results, might we engage in a different conversation? Fang Chen suggested after the six had departed. What shall we discuss? Yin Jingping inquired. Upon learning that the viral information disseminated a few months ago was released by Fang Chen, Yin Jingping no longer regarded him with disdain as he had upon his arrival. A foundation for communication had begun to form between them. Let us start with this, Fang Chen said, producing a Type 1 Guardian combat suit. What is this? Yin Jingping asked. A combat suit, Fang Chen replied. A combat suit? What are its effects? Do enlighten me. Yin Jingping remarked nonchalantly, settling back onto the sofa. Fang Chen succinctly explained the functions of the combat suit, and Yin Jingping's eyes sparkled with increasing interest. This is a remarkable piece of equipment. While our military possesses bulletproof vests, they are cumbersome and provide only partial protection, safeguarding merely vital areas. They can withstand bullets and stabs, but are ineffective against fire. The crux of the matter is that our bulletproof vests are utterly useless against the undead. A mere scratch on the arm, hand, face, or leg can lead to a soldier's demise. During recent skirmishes with zombies, countless warriors have fallen, leaving Yin Jingping burdened with a heavy heart. He never anticipated such an unexpected boon today. Without further hesitation, he summoned several individuals through a messenger. The soldiers donned the combat suits and engaged in one-on-one close combat drills and long-range shooting exercises, both yielding excellent results. Excellent, 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 Yin Jingping exclaimed, his excitement palpable, with tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this, Yin Fangfang hurried over to clasp her father's arm. Throughout her life, she had never seen her father with tears of emotion in his eyes. In her recollection, her father embodied the essence of a man of steel, possessing an indomitable will. Yet today, he had shed tears, not in a true display of weeping, but nonetheless, she understood the emotion behind his misty gaze. She was no longer the naive girl of yesteryears. She comprehended the source of her father's tears of joy. He rejoiced for the warriors. Xiao Chen, how many of these armaments do you possess? Name your price, whatever it may be. I shall procure them all, Yin Jingping stated with a measured calmness. With such equipment at his disposal, he felt emboldened to confront the zombies head-on alongside his soldiers. Commander Yin, I can sustain production of this equipment. Though my current stock is limited, Fang Chen replied. Very well, produce to the fullest extent. Whatever quantity you can manufacture, I shall acquire, Yin Jingping declared with determination. Commander Yin, will you not first inquire about the price? Fang Chen reminded him. Price? Yin Jingping was about to suggest that Fang Chen could set any price, but suddenly realized that money had lost its significance in these tumultuous times. Thus, he rephrased his inquiry. What do you desire? Crystal cores. Fang Chen responded. Crystal cores? What are they? Yin Jingping asked, perplexed. As expected, 5 months into the viral outbreak, the higher-ups remained oblivious to the existence of crystal cores. Father, it is this, Yin Fangfang said, retrieving a crystal core she had previously acquired from her pocket. The core she held was modest in size, being a first-tier crystal. Yin Jingping grasped one of the cores, a blue polyhedron, clear and resplendent. He examined it closely but could discern no particular significance. Is this a stone? He inquired. It is not a stone. It has been extracted from the bodies of zombies. Yin Fangfang elucidated. At present, she recounted everything she knew about the crystal cores. Chapter 40. The plan commences. So it is. Yin Jingping comprehended the situation, simultaneously elevating his regard for this space. What the entirety of Huagua could not decipher. Here lay all the answers, truly astonishing. Commander Yin, To speak candidly, although I require the crystal cores, I do not wish for the soldiers to risk their lives in exchange. Thus, I propose a compromise. Please consider it, Fang Chen articulated. Speak on. Yin Jinping responded. I will initially extend credit for 100 sets of equipment to you, intended for a portion of the soldiers. With protective gear. Acquiring the crystal cores will undoubtedly become significantly easier. Once you have gathered sufficient crystal cores, you may reimburse me, Fang Chen suggested. Are you not concerned that I might default on this agreement? Yin Jinping inquired. Commander Yin, you jest. Our collaboration has only just begun. What is the value of these few garments? Fang Chen replied with a smile. Yin Jinping increasingly found the young man before him to be commendable, losing the initial sense of distance. What is your price for this set of combat attire? Yin Jinping asked. 100 crystal cores per piece, non-negotiable, Fang Chen stated. Yin Jinping pondered for a moment. While he considered it somewhat pricey, he recognized that there was merit in the cost. Thus, he acquiesced. Very well. It is settled. Such is the nature of men when it comes to purchases. If they desire it, no price is too steep. If they do not, even a gift would be declined. To Fang Chen's surprise, Yin Fangfang did not suggest that her father haggle over the price. Upon concluding the discussion regarding the combat attire, Fang Chen also took the opportunity to introduce the laser guns. However, he noted that the laser guns possess limited damage and are subject to situational constraints. The energy bars must be purchased separately, which truly fails to pique his interest, so he abandons the idea. After discussing these matters, mealtime arrives. Fang Chen has someone deliver some food along with a bottle of high-proof liquor. The two begin to indulge in drinks within the office. Approximately around 8 in the evening, a messenger enters to report an urgent call from the military headquarters. Yin Jinping answers the phone and states, "This is Yin Jinping." What? Yin Jinping rises, the effects of alcohol dissipating instantly. Are you certain? Very well, very well. Immediately lock down the experimental building. No one is permitted entry or exit. All relevant personnel must sign a confidentiality agreement. All experimental samples and results are to be sealed. This matter is to be classified as top secret. No one is allowed to access it without permission. Yin Jinping paces back and forth in excitement while issuing a series of commands. He hangs up the phone and sits down, glancing at Fang Chen and then at Yin Fangfang. Both are aware of the situation and simply watch him in silence. State your demands. Yin Jinping directs his gaze towards Fang Chen. What demands? Fang Chen feigns ignorance. You should contribute the technical data, Yin Jinping insists. Commander Yin, what nonsense are you spouting? That is impossible. Fang Chen refuses. Humph. I tell you, you cannot safeguard this information, Yin Jinping warns. And you think you can? Fang Chen retorts with a smile. You. Yin Jinping feels vexed, realizing he is being underestimated. Yet, considering the 19 members of the council, he is merely one among them. If they all come to exert pressure, it would indeed be quite overwhelming. Commander Yin, do you know what it means to act without restraint? I must inform you. You who possess nothing. Let us discuss the price, Oriental Chen stated. Yin Jinping ceased to press his point and inquired, what is your offer? 200 crystal cores each. Oriental Chen replied, is it truly so inexpensive? Was Yin Jinping's immediate reaction. This is a life-saving commodity. There are individuals willing to pay for 20,000 crystal cores. However, after a moment's reflection, he reconsidered. This product should ideally be accessible to the common populace. For ordinary individuals, this price is indeed substantial. Yin Jinping mulled over the figure repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Oriental Chen glanced at Yin Fangfang, curious as to why she remained silent on the matter of negotiation. I have yet to deliver my prepared lines, he thought. Yin Fangfang understood his implication and offered a nonchalant expression, indicating her indifference. Alas, this father-daughter duo is truly enigmatic. Oriental Chen wore an expression of enlightenment. In truth, Yin Fangfang refrained from advocating for her father for 2 reasons. Firstly, his lack of faith in others. Secondly, Oriental Chen's pressing need for resources, vast quantities of them. Only with resources could he hope to enhance his chances against the virus. Thus, her decision not to assist Oriental Chen in deceiving her father was already a testament to her filial duty. Very well, we shall settle on this price. However, your antigens can only be sold to me, Yin Jinping declared after considerable deliberation. Commander Yin, I apologize, but I can offer you a maximum of 80%. That is my utmost limit, Oriental Chen refused. Although he verbally stated 80%, in reality, he was merely deceiving. He reserved 60% for Niu Xingwang, leaving only 40% for Yan Jingping, where indeed was the 80% to be found. In reality, he only allocated 30% to him, retaining 10% for himself. The rationale behind this is quite straightforward. No one is privy to his actual output. He claims it to be a certain percentage, and that becomes the accepted truth. A mere fabrication on his part. You foolish boy. I am safeguarding you. Do you not comprehend? Yan Zhongping found himself both infuriated and amused. Commander Yan. A person of stature does not engage in veiled discourse. Since I possess the capability to produce the antigen, I certainly have the means to protect my own interests. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with my safety. Furthermore, though I have conceded 80% of the production to you, I have an additional stipulation, Fang Chen stated. What is this requirement? It cannot be sold publicly. Fang Chen replied. What is this young man truly up to? I cannot decipher his intentions, Yan Zhongping pondered. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss and thus boldly inquired. Why? There is no reason, for you lack the capability, Fang Chen responded. You. Yan Zhongping pointed at him, rendered speechless. Truly, what a disgrace. Did he not consult the almanac before venturing out today? He felt belittled by this young man repeatedly. Commander Yan, I do not intend to belittle you. I am merely considering your position. Reflect on this. With a vaccine in your possession and at such exorbitant prices, how would the general populace perceive you? What criticisms would other legislators levy against you? Your stature is too elevated and the stakes too high. Thus, it would be prudent to avoid such treacherous waters. Moreover, the production is currently minimal, only 2 doses per day, hardly enough for sale. Fang Chen patiently elucidated, also providing him an avenue for retreat. Only 2 doses per day? Yan Jingping inquired disdainfully. Observe, his reaction mirrors that of Yan Fangfang from earlier. Indeed, Fang Chen responded with unwavering confidence, never faltering when it came to deception. What is there to discuss? He declared. Yan Jingping readily acquiesced. 2 doses a day were hardly sufficient to fill the gaps. There was no surplus to sell. The two engaged in discussions until the early hours of dawn. In between, Yan Zhongping sought a thorough understanding of the situation regarding Hangyang, for he needed to prepare in advance. Ultimately, they agreed that Yan Fangfang would serve as the intermediary, entrusted with the entirety of their transactions. Furthermore, Fang Chen informed Yan Jingping that once they departed, the base would be annihilated. After that, it would cease to exist, and the destroyer would be none other than Yan Jingping himself. Was he to become the scapegoat? After some contemplation, Yan Zhongping consented. In extraordinary times, one must undertake extraordinary measures. Should the secrets of the base be unveiled in the future, a destroyed base would offer greater security than one that still stood. If anyone sought to implicate Yan Jingping, he could simply refrain from acknowledgement or denial, remaining non-committal. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, the best defense is to obscure the target of an attack. Without a target, the base would inherently be safe. On December 10th, 2054, at dawn, Fang Chen stood atop the wall, watching as Yan Jingping, Yan Fangfang, and their companions boarded the aircraft. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan Kuei and Ling Zhenhai also departed the base with their lifelike mechanical dogs. Fang Chen lingered atop the wall for an extended period, until the figures of the 2 men vanished from sight, after which he descended. Soon, under the relentless onslaught of countless insects, the base's walls and structures were reduced to mere ruins. Chapter 41, Status Assessment Shaolin. Display the status of the space station. Understood, Commander. The panel has switched. The current space station is at Level 1, comprising 4 modules as follows. Power Module, Level 1. Core Module, Quantum Brain Level 1. Central Hall, Level 1. Experimental Module, Level 1. The bottom right corner indicates the current status. Upgrade available. Shaolin. How much time is required to upgrade the space station to Level 2? Inquired Fang Chen. Commander. The primary program upgrade of the space station mainly involves adjusting the program valve pointers, which does not take a considerable amount of time. The complete refresh is expected to take approximately 10 minutes. However, the upgrade of the modules necessitates the collection of materials by the worker bee robots, which will take a significantly longer duration, Shaolin elucidated. Is it true that without upgrading the main program of the space station, the levels of the modules cannot be enhanced? Fang Chen asked. Indeed, Commander. The levels of the modules cannot surpass that of the main program, Shaolin affirmed. Very well. Let us proceed to upgrade the space station's main program to Level 2, Eastern Shin declared. As you command, Commander, came the prompt reply. Subsequently, the projection of the space station on the screen vanished, replaced by a single line of text. Space station upgrading. Please wait. 10 minutes later, the screen refreshed, revealing the updated status of the space station. Power Module, Level 2, Core Module, Quantum Brain Level 2, Central Hall, Level 1, Experiment Module, Level 1, Shaolin. What shall we do next? Commander, I recommend upgrading the Central Hall first. Only by elevating the Central Hall to Level 2 can we proceed to upgrade the Experiment Module and expand to new compartments. Very well, let us upgrade the Central Hall. Eastern Chen responded. As you command, Commander. The bottom right corner displayed a status ticker. Worker B robots activated 100-100. Worker B robots dispatched, collecting materials. Meanwhile, the status of the Central Hall shifted to yellow, emblazoned with a large numeral, 0, with the affairs of the space station attended to. Eastern Chen prepared to assess the current state of the base. Shaolin, switch to the base panel. Certainly, Commander. The panel has been switched. The current functionalities possessed by the base are as follows. Underground Level 1, Living Quarters, Population, 63,1200. Underground Level 2, Office Area, Training Area, Medical Area, Quarantine Area. Underground Level 3, Material Storage Area. Underground Level 4, Hive, Main Control. Underground Level 5, Power Generation Room. Underground Level 6, Production Area. The production area primarily consists of the following storage units. Food category. 7 wheat production units, 2 potato production units, 2 cabbage production units, 1 pig breeding unit, and 1 incubation unit. Equipment category. 1 combat suit production unit, 1 weapon production unit, 1 special equipment research unit, and 1 simulation robot manufacturing unit. Medicine category. 1 antigen serum production unit. Shaolin, is it possible to increase the number of antigen serum production units? Inquired Fang Chen. Apologies, Commander. But due to limitations in raw materials, we cannot increase the number of antigen serum production units, replied Shaolin. What must be done to increase them? Asked Fang Chen. We need crystal nuclei, Shaolin responded. Very well. Currently, the crystal nuclei can only be supplied by Yin Jinping, so we must wait, said Fang Chen. What is the current status of the supercomputing center? The supercomputing center is operating normally, with a current computational power utilization of 35, Shaolin reported. If we need to upgrade the supercomputing center in the future, what are the procedures? Commander, after upgrading the Central Hall to Level 2, we can add research chambers, quantum communication chambers, and mounting chambers. The upgrade of the supercomputing center requires these 3 chambers as prerequisites, Shaolin explained. Understood, Fang Chen acknowledged. Southwest Military District Command. Secretary Yan, please summon Rong Pe, Yin Jinping instructed. Yes. Half an hour later. Report. Enter. Commander, you called for me? Indeed. You go inside and put on a set of gear, Yin Jinping indicated towards the inner room of his office. Understood. 10 minutes later, Commander, why does this outfit feel rather peculiar? Rong Po inquired awkwardly, clad in a tight black suit, combat boots adorning his feet, and a balaclava in hand. The sight was indeed somewhat odd, akin to donning thermal leggings without pants, topped off with a pair of athletic shoes. Yin Jinping promptly seized a notebook from his desk and tossed it at him. Can't you simply put on the pants outside? Yes. Rong Pa hastily retreated into the inner room. When he emerged this time, he appeared far more presentable. Why aren't you wearing the balaclava? Yin Jinping's expression hardened. Commander, this. Rong Pa stammered, feeling quite embarrassed. What is it? No. Wearing this balaclava makes me look like a terrorist. Put it on. Yin Jinping was nearly exasperated. Yes. Fully equipped, Yin Jinping circled around him, examined his attire, and then declared, select a sharp squad and have everyone don this uniform. Then, head to Mappas Wang to eliminate 100 zombies and bring back their heads. What? Commander, haven't you always opposed sending everyone out to hunt zombies? Rongpa was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. This time is different. You go. Upon completing the mission, return to me. Remember, the balaclava must not be removed. Yin Jinping instructed. Understood. Mapo Village is the nearest settlement to the command post, a mere 15-minute drive away. 3 hours later. Report. Enter. Rongpa entered with excitement. Commander, where did you acquire this uniform? Please procure a few hundred more sets for us. Just a moment ago, you appeared quite reluctant. Yin Jinping remarked with a sidelong glance. Hee. Commander, it is merely my untrained eyes that failed to recognize this exquisite attire. Please do not hold it against me. You see, Rongpa gazed longingly. This uniform is not inexpensive. I managed to acquire these 100 sets on credit, with great embarrassment. Yin Jinping shook his head. Commander, do not deceive me. I am well aware that nowadays, those with wealth find little to spend it on. If he desires a quantity, provide it. Rongpa was not easily fooled. Humph. Only you are clever. Such items cannot simply be purchased with money, Yin Jinping retorted, casting him a sidelong glance as he continued. Then what must we use to acquire them? Rongpa inquired, puzzled. Crystal cores. Yin Jinping replied. Crystal cores? What are crystal cores? Rongpa pressed further. Have you brought back the heads of the zombies? Yin Jinping questioned. Indeed, they are stored in the quarantine zone. Rongpa answered. Come, let us go there, Yin Jinping said, rising and donning his military cap as he stepped outside. Rongpa followed closely behind. A platoon that had just returned from a mission awaited in the quarantine zone, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Upon seeing the commander, they hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. Behind them, 100 zombie heads were piled together, creating a rather eerie sight. Commander, do not stand too close, Rongpa warned, positioning himself protectively in front of Yin Jinping. Although the virus is not transmitted through the air, it is prudent to err on the side of caution. It's all right. You there, use your daggers to pierce the back of the skull and see if there is anything unusual, commanded Yin Jinping. Yes. The soldiers, one after another, began to extract their daggers and search. Report, Commander, we have made a discovery. Report, Commander, we have made a discovery. Place everything you have unearthed over here and take inventory, Yin Jinping instructed. Within a minute or two, the crystal cores were all gathered. Commander, inventory complete. A total of 98, reported one soldier. Commander, is this what you referred to as the crystal core? Rongpa inquired. Indeed. Comrades, what you have just excavated is called a crystal core. According to reliable sources, a zombie that has been deceased for over 15 days will develop such a crystal core at the back of its head. In the future, when eliminating zombies, please endeavor to collect these cores, Yin Jinping stated. Yes, everyone responded. Commander, can this item be exchanged for the black uniforms we are wearing? Rongpa is still concerned about equipment. Yin Jinping ignored him and continued loudly. The black attire you wear is known as the Vanguard Type 1 combat suit. You have all completed a mission. Let us share our impressions. Report, Commander, this suit is truly remarkable. A zombie bit me, yet it did not penetrate. Report, Commander. I was scratched on the arm. Look, the outer fabric is torn, yet the inner layer remains intact. Commander, the attire feels remarkably lightweight, offering no hindrance to one's movements. Furthermore, this hood resembles that of a terrorist. Might it be possible to enhance its aesthetics? The assembly engaged in spirited discussion, with the majority highlighting its merits, yet the prevailing jest was its resemblance to a terrorist. Comrades, it is well known that during our recent confrontations with the undead, we have endured grievous losses. Numerous warriors, sustaining merely minor injuries, have regrettably succumbed. The root cause lies in our inadequate equipment, which fails to safeguard our fighters. Hence, I have issued a directive, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from venturing out to hunt zombies. Yin Jinping paused to collect his thoughts, continuing. However, the circumstances have changed. With the introduction of combat suits, we now possess the confidence to challenge the undead. Many have lamented the hood's unappealing design. What do we call that? Ignorance. Without comprehensive protection, you stand as mere prey before the zombies, not even worthy of the term weakling. From this day forth, only those donned in this combat attire shall be permitted to undertake missions. Those without it must remain within the confines of the barracks. Report. Rongpa called out loudly. Speak. Commander, you have yet to disclose the number of crystal cores required for this combat suit. By posing this question publicly, Rongpa aimed to convey that acquiring this gear comes at a cost. The price of the combat suit is not trivial. The crystal cores on the ground can only procure one. Yin Jinping replied. Rongpa exhaled in relief. It was more affordable than he had anticipated. A mere few hours outside is but a trivial matter. If we venture forth daily with our comrades, it will not be long before everyone is adorned in garments. Much like a snowball effect, the more individuals equipped with gear, the swifter the acquisition of crystal cores. With such formidable protection in place, the zombies pose no threat to them whatsoever. Chapter 43. Prosperity of the Ox returns report to the commander. Speak. The leader of the Blade Assault Team's first platoon declared loudly, we request permission to engage in battle. Excellent. Such spirit. Yin Jinping responded. All members of the Blade platoon. Heed my command. In unison, everyone moved with precision. Warriors, the time for action has arrived. Unleash your firepower without restraint and fight fiercely. Bring back those crystal cores, Yin Jinping shouted. His final exhortation, bring back those crystal cores, might lead one to believe he was merely a miserly figure, yet in truth, he was anxious to procure vaccines and urgently seeking more equipment. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the zombies that had stained the soldiers with their blood. Kill, kill, kill. The warriors were imbued with morale, courage, and confidence. When it came to collecting crystal cores, their efficiency was unparalleled. Brother, where are we headed? Luo Air inquired. Let us go to Mexico, Shin Wengang replied. Are we going to find Aunt? Luo Air continued to probe. We shall search for her. If we cannot locate her, we will lie low there instead. Very well, Luo Air acquiesced. Squad leader, do you intend to head to the Qinghe Resettlement Center? Ling Jinhai conversed with Zhang Yuankuai via walkie-talkie. Forget it. There are too many acquaintances there, making it inconvenient to act, Zhang Yuankuai responded. Then where do you plan to go? To Kyoto, Zhang Yuankuai answered. Ling Jinhai paused for a few moments before exclaiming, it must be the squad leader. Such thoughtful consideration. Kyoto, being the political epicenter of Huaghua, undoubtedly offers immense opportunities for one to lie low and maximize their potential. What about you? Zhang Yuankuai retorted. I too shall not return home. I will wander about instead, replied Ling Jinhai. Who is that? Exclaimed a soldier at the entrance, spotting Niu Xingwang. Ah, Boss Niu, you are still alive. The soldier, clearly mocking, inquired. What a statement. I, old Niu, have weathered countless storms. I am thriving, thank you. Niu Xingwang was undaunted this time. Oh, Boss Niu has struck it rich on his excursion. Look at that attire, truly befitting a magnate. The guarding soldiers, exhibiting a rogue demeanor, appeared to be hastily assembled. Disregarding their jibes, Niu Xingwang strode confidently forward. Halt. Boss Niu, you cannot enter. What? Seeking a bride? He quipped. Oh, come now, that's the rule. Fine. Just be wary. It's easy to take in, but far more difficult to expel. Niu Xingwang jested, casually tossing 2 chocolate bars their way. Rest assured, what one takes in is seldom expelled. The soldiers were utterly oblivious to the implications of his words. With a cold snort, Niu Xingwang proceeded through the protective gate. Boss Niu, you have returned. Is there still work for you? If you need hands, do call on me. Countless individuals greeted Boss Niu along the way, yet he paid them no mind. Continuing onward with purpose. Upon noticing that Boss Niu was being disregarded, those around him exchanged disdainful glances, spat on the ground, and silently cursed, exhibiting a range of disapproving gestures. Boss Niu's fortune was of little concern to them. Just days ago, when he was at his lowest, their demeanor was no different. He carried an enormous travel bag and strode directly into the temporary command center of the Qinghe resettlement site. Boss Niu, what brings you here? Inquired Secretary Liu. Oh, Secretary Liu, what are you doing here? Has Mayor Gong arrived? Boss Niu asked, astonished. Indeed, he arrived yesterday, Secretary Liu responded. Perfect. Come, take me to meet Mayor Gong. Wait, Boss Niu, you cannot go. Secretary Liu hurriedly intervened. Why not? Secretary Liu, do you only promote those who are ahead and disregard those who are behind? Am I no longer worthy of meeting Mayor Gong? Boss Niu feigned displeasure. Secretary Liu thought to himself, what are you even worth now? Is the mayor so easily accessible? Yet, he refrained from expressing such thoughts aloud. After all, the city had yet to disburse a single penny for the construction funds of the 6 resettlement sites. Listen to what you're saying. Mayor Gong is currently in a meeting. The Qinghe resettlement site is about to be relocated north, and there is much work to be arranged, Secretary Liu clarified. Secretary Liu, you are becoming increasingly adept at navigating these matters. Boss Niu remained unconvinced. He recognized that Secretary Liu was intentionally obstructing him, fearing he might plead poverty or demand payment in front of Mayor Gong. However, maintaining appearances was also paramount. So he continued, here's the deal. I have only 10 minutes. If I can meet Mayor Gong within that time, I won't discuss the project funds or demand any payment. Really? Secretary Liu was filled with suspicion. My old friend Niu spoke with conviction, exuding confidence. Very well. It is settled. Follow me. Secretary Liu, determined to alleviate Mayor Gong's burdens, was resolute in his actions, disregarding any reservations. In the second-floor office of the command center, Mayor Gong was engaged in conversation with team leader Liao when Secretary Liu entered with Niu Xingwang, causing both men to pause in surprise. What was Secretary Liu thinking? Was he truly so lacking in awareness to bring Niu Xingwang at this moment? Yet, they were already present. What could be done now? Ah, Mr. Niu, a rare guest. What brings you here today? Mayor Gong inquired. Mayor Gong, Mr. Niu has graciously decided to forego his project payment as a generous contribution to our Binjiang city. Isn't that so, Mr. Niu? Secretary Lu hurriedly explained, casting a subtle glance. Oh, Mr. Niu, is that truly the case? Team leader Liao, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Thinking to himself, I knew it. Secretary Lu has been around Mayor Gong long enough to understand the nuances of this affair. Indeed, that is correct, Niu Xingwang affirmed. Then added, however, there is another matter that I wish to discuss privately with Mayor Gong. I hope it is convenient. Team leader Liao understood the implication and quickly interjected. Mr. Niu, you have done a great service for Binjiang. Mayor Gong, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall leave you two to converse. With that, he exited the office. Secretary Lu followed suit, closing the door behind him. Chapter 44. The recruitment order, please. Take a seat, Mr. Niu, Mayor Gong said. Ah, splendid. Boss Niu, have you come to see me for a particular reason today? Mayor Gong inquired. I heard that our Qingshan resettlement center is to be relocated north. Niu Xingwang asked. This matter is well known. It is no secret, Mayor Gong acknowledged. But may I ask where it is being moved to? Currently, the plan is to redistribute to Huai Prefecture and Mo Prefecture, Mayor Gong revealed without reservation. And where will you be reassigned, Mayor Gong? Niu Xingwang pressed. You seem rather peculiar today, Boss Niu. Is there something on your mind? Mayor Gong furrowed his brow. Well, Mayor Gong, I am planning to establish a chamber of commerce and was considering setting up the headquarters wherever you might be assigned, Niu Xingwang elucidated. This statement held a measure of truth, yet served primarily as a psychological suggestion, subtly indicating to Mayor Gong that he is a steadfast supporter. Oh, Boss Niu wishes to form a chamber of commerce? What business do you intend to pursue? Mayor Gong queried, his demeanor noticeably more amiable. Oh, nothing much. Just trading in essential supplies, Niu Xingwang replied. Indeed, that is commendable. Currently, there is a shortage of supplies at the resettlement center, and we urgently require responsible and socially conscious entrepreneurs like yourself to engage in the procurement and distribution of these resources, Mayor Gong extolled. However, he added, without your wise leadership, to be frank, I would feel rather uneasy. Niu Xingwang was still eager to ascertain where Mayor Gong would be reassigned. Rest assured, Boss Niu, our nation, governed by parliamentary principles, will ensure your business endeavors are protected, no matter where you operate. Mayor Gong's words clearly reflect insincerity. What guarantees are there? Where's the assurance? Wasn't every penny for the construction of the resettlement site given without hesitation? It nearly left me starving. Mayor Gong, you are somewhat aware of my situation. Were it not for my promise to donate the project funds, I wouldn't even be able to meet you today. Tell me, how can I feel at ease in my heart? Niu Xingwang feigned indignation, yet one cannot entirely dismiss his grievance, as it is indeed genuine. Alas, Boss Niu, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The people of Binjiang will express their gratitude. In this critical moment of survival, we must set aside our personal interests. Don't you agree? Mayor Gong spoke insincerely about lofty principles. Indeed, you are right. We cannot solely consider ourselves. How about this? Please provide me with a certificate, and I shall proceed directly to Huaizhou. Conveniently, I have 10,000 kilograms of grain, which I will also transport to Huaizhou. Niu Xingwang suddenly stood up, exuding righteousness. Upon hearing about the 10,000 kilograms of grain, Mayor Gong grew anxious, thinking, my goodness, you old ox. Why didn't you mention such a substantial amount earlier? If I could transport that to Mazhou, it would be an extraordinary achievement. Truly, a cunning old fox. Alas, Boss Niu, why are you so hasty? Regardless of our spirit of contribution, we must adopt the right approach. Mazhou is to the south, much closer to Binzhou. Why go to Huaizhou? Just the other day, I heard there is a grain shortage in Huaizhou. Wherever there is a need, I shall go, Boss Niu boldly asserted. In this day and age, one can hardly find a scarcity of provisions. It is hardly newsworthy. You, Boss Niu, allow me to share a piece of candid information. The majority of individuals residing in the Qinghe Resettlement Center are slated to relocate to Meizhou. Meilin Ancient Town in Meizhou was once a 5-star scenic area, which I trust you have visited before. Meilin Ancient Town is indeed our destination for this migration. Consider the safety of Meilin, surrounded by towering city walls, impenetrable to the undead. Trust my words, it is the right decision for all of us to journey to Meilin, Mayor Gong elaborated. Verily, it is the allure of profit that serves as the foundation for negotiations. Very well, Mayor Gong. I shall heed your counsel. We shall proceed to Mailin. Boss Niu Shiwang feigned enthusiasm. Ah, that is the spirit. Dinner time approaches, so you need not depart. Let us share a meal together. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Niu Shiwang and Mayor Gong dined together. A consensus took root in the minds of the crowd. The former boss Niu had returned. Upon learning this news, the soldiers stationed at the entrance felt a tremor of unease. Goodness! It appears the benefits accrued must be relinquished in due course. 3 days later. Yusa Province, Meizhou City, Suiyang Resettlement Center. Wow, so many people. What are they up to? Luo Air and his brother Shen Wengang had just arrived after several days of travel. Come, let us investigate, Shen Wengang suggested. A recruitment notice? This was Shen Wangong's first encounter with such a document. Previously, he often saw posters on walls, mostly missing persons, job advertisements, and various notices. During his time as a boxing coach, he had even ventured out to post such advertisements himself. The recruitment notice mentioned that 4 individuals had ventured into the city of Mazhou 2 days prior, yet there had been no word from them since. A call for volunteers to search for them promised generous rewards. The issuer of the notice was a certain Mei Wenhua. Mei Wenhua, lacking in education? What a peculiar name, thought Shen Wengang, suppressing a chuckle. Onlookers engaged in lively discussions while Shen Wengang stood by, listening intently. It turned out that this Mei Wenhua was a local businessman of considerable repute, the owner of a chain of supermarkets. Although he, like many others, was currently residing in a shelter, he possessed ample resources, ensuring his life remained quite comfortable. As for the connection between the 4 individuals sought in the recruitment notice and him, the notice offered no clarity, nor did anyone seem to know. The ensuing chatter consisted merely of idle gossip, devoid of any substantial value. Consequently, Shen Wengang decided to take his sister and leave. Chapter 45, Recruitment Assessment Brother. Where are we going? Luo inquired. We are off to seek the uneducated, Shen Wengang replied. Uneducated? Luo paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Haha, brother. You're quite amusing. Mei Wenhua, uneducated. How did you come to that conclusion? Her laughter echoed as she pondered how one could choose such a name. Luo chattered incessantly, leaving Shen Wengang speechless. Was it truly that amusing? Nevertheless, seeing his sister's sunlit smile brought him joy. 2 dogs trailed closely behind them, one on either side, obedient to a fault. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a secluded courtyard, as indicated by the address in the recruitment notice. Most of the shelter's inhabitants resided in tents, so to secure a courtyard was indicative of considerable capability. Whom are you seeking? After Shen Wengang knocked on the door, a young woman in her 20s emerged from within, presumably an assistant, dressed in professional attire. Hello, we have come in accordance with the address on the recruitment notice, Shen Wengang stated. Oh, hello, please come in, the young woman replied, opening the door and ushering the 2 inside. I apologize, but pets are not allowed inside, she interjected upon noticing the 2 large dogs trailing behind them. I see. However, they are quite well behaved. They won't run around or make a fuss, will you, do ya? Liaoer explained, referring to her dog, which she had named Dia. Dia nodded in agreement, seemingly understanding. Has this dog become sentient? The girl questioned, her expression one of confusion mixed with delight. How adorable. What should I do? I like it so much. While the girl was momentarily distracted, Liaoer seized the opportunity to speak again. Miss, Duya will get lost if left outside. Please allow them to come in, won't you? All right. Fine. But once inside, they must stay close to me. You can retrieve them when you leave, the girl consented. Yay. Thank you, miss. Liaoer exclaimed joyfully while the girl smiled awkwardly in response. The courtyard was designed in an ancient style, and upon entering, one first noticed a wall constructed of green bricks, intricately carved with a large lotus flower. In the upper right corner, there were 2 lines of inscription, emerging from the mud yet untainted, washed by clear waters yet not enchanting. As they circled around the wall, they found the courtyard filled with people, presumably all there for the recruitment. Although the crowd was sizable, each individual appeared gaunt and disheveled, their clothing mostly unkempt. At the top of the steps leading to the main entrance sat a large armchair, where a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40, reclined comfortably. From time to time, he lifted his thermos, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip of tea. Maison, it's about time. Shall we begin? Said a young woman in professional attire. Her glasses perched on her nose as she lowered her head. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Greetings, everyone. I extend a warm welcome to all the brave souls who have come forth to answer the call. However, in the interest of accountability, we shall conduct some preliminary assessments to ascertain your capabilities. Only those who pass these evaluations will be permitted to partake in this operation. Now, let us commence with the first assessment, weightlifting. Under the guidance of the young woman, the group proceeded to a corner of the courtyard. There, a barbell lay, its weight unknown. This barbell weighs 60 kilograms. Regardless of the method you employ, as long as you successfully lift the barbell and maintain it for 5 seconds, you shall be deemed qualified. I urge everyone, should you find it beyond your capacity, do not push yourselves to avoid injury. Now let us begin. A young man stood by with a stopwatch, patiently awaiting his turn. The individuals formed a line, taking turns to attempt the lift. 60 kilograms, equivalent to 120 G, posed a considerable challenge for those unaccustomed to heavy labor. Several individuals failed to succeed, with 2 even unable to raise the barbell by a single centimeter. One cannot entirely blame them. After months of inadequate nourishment, their strength waned, leaving them dizzy and weak. Soon after, a robust man roared with determination. His face flushed crimson, the veins in his neck bulging. He ultimately succeeded in holding the weight for 5 seconds. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. However, without exception, all those who followed subsequently faltered. This time, it was Xin Wangang's turn. Xin Wengang felt uncertain about his ability to lift a weight of 120 pounds. Therefore, he extended his hands, tentatively exerting some force. However, something felt amiss. The barbell was gently lifted and then set down. The onlookers assumed he had given up. Unexpectedly, Xin Wengang stood up without leaving, instead lowering the tightly wrapped, elongated object he had carried on his back. He flexed his wrists, preparing for another attempt. Gripping the handle firmly, he lifted the barbell effortlessly above his head. His complexion remained unflushed, and he showed no signs of exertion, astonishing the crowd. Even the middle-aged man seated at the entrance was taken aback. What an impressive display of strength. All right, that's enough, a nearby young woman cautioned. Only upon hearing her reminder did Xin Wengang lower the barbell, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. He picked up the elongated object leaning beside him and stepped down. Shortly after, Luo Air approached. Qian Luo, what are you doing? Xin Wengang admonished. The operatives have regulations. Aliases must be used in public. Thus, before everyone, he refrained from calling her Luo Air. Brother, I want to give it a try too, Luo Air replied with a smile. Nonsense, come down at once, Xin Wengang ordered. Chapter 46. Luo Air's strength sister, if I don't participate in the recruitment, can I accompany my brother to the city? Luo Air ignored him and instead turned to the young woman beside her. I'm sorry, but that's not permissible, the woman replied apologetically. What if I sneak along? Luo Air persisted. If you do that, not only will you miss out on the reward, but we will also face repercussions. Perhaps you are unaware that the individuals we recruit must be registered at the command center. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we would bear joint responsibility. Therefore, if you insist on proceeding, you must either comply with the recruitment or we shall refrain from employing either of you, the woman explained. Did you hear that, brother? You wouldn't want to leave me alone at the shelter, would you? Luo Air inquired with a cheerful smile. This, very well, give it a try. If it doesn't work, don't force it. We can simply choose not to go, Xin Wengang cautioned. Luo Air gently nodded and placed the long, bar-like object against the wall. She flexed her wrists, her intuition urging her that she could indeed lift this barbell. However, for safety's sake, she mirrored Xin Wangang's actions and cautiously lifted it just to gauge the weight. Oh, this motion astonished the onlookers, and even the young woman beside her was taken aback. Is this truly an 18 or 19-year-old girl? How can she possess such strength? It is noteworthy that several men before her could not lift it at all. Among the crowd, a few men felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in, utterly embarrassed. Luo Air set down the barbell and glanced at her brother, nodding to signify her capability. Xin Wengang also nodded in agreement. Seeing her brother's approval, Luo Air lowered her head once more, took a deep breath, and centered herself. Grasping the barbell firmly, she exerted her strength, lifting it up. It rose. Truly, it has risen. The crowd erupted in astonishment. After about 7 or 8 seconds, Luo Air lowered the barbell, her face flushed from holding her breath. Brother, look, I lifted it, Luo Air exclaimed joyfully. Xin Wengang gave her a thumbs up. A resounding applause erupted from the crowd as the first assessment swiftly came to a close. Among the multitude, only 8 individuals emerged victorious, while the rest were eliminated, departing with a sense of embarrassment. Now, we shall proceed to the second assessment, archery, announced the young woman to the remaining 8 candidates. It is worth noting that this archery does not involve firearms, but rather crossbows, as the use of guns is prohibited in civilian settings, thereby necessitating the use of crossbows as the weapon of choice. Excuse me, may my sister and I opt out of this round? We possess our own weaponry and do not require the crossbows, inquired Shunwen. The young woman glanced at Mei Wenhua, who sat on the steps, seeking her approval. Mei Wenhua gave a gentle nod, indicating her consent. Very well, the 2 of you may bypass the second round of assessments, the young woman responded. The others raised no objections, as they were not rivals and thus indifferent to the matter. The requirements for the second round were neither overly challenging nor particularly simple. Each participant was allotted 5 arrows, and as long as one arrow struck the bullseye, they would be deemed successful. Ultimately, only one individual faced elimination. The third round did not consist of further assessments, rather, it involved the distribution of a document. The young woman handed a copy to each participant and stated, "This constitutes the final assessment. What you hold in your hands is a letter of commitment. I must remind you all, once this letter is signed, it signifies that you fully comprehend the risks associated with this mission and are participating voluntarily. Of course, you have the right to choose whether to sign or not. You will have 10 minutes to contemplate your decision." Shinwen Gang meticulously scrutinized the contents of the commitment letter, which primarily delineated various exemption clauses pertaining to unforeseen circumstances. In essence, it was a declaration of their reluctance to assume responsibility. Upon concluding his review, Shinwen Gang took up a pen and inscribed his name, Tiangang. Luo, emulating her brother, pinned her name, Qian Luo. The young woman collected the document, casting only a cursory glance at it, seemingly indifferent to the identities of these individuals. In her perspective, whether or not these people had names mattered little. If one were to perish outside, who would truly care? Who would embark on an investigation? Among the 7, 2 individuals vehemently refused to endorse such onerous terms and departed in a huff. Ultimately, only 5 would proceed with the mission. The following morning, the 5 of them were seated in 2 jeeps, having arrived at the outskirts of MZHU City. The weather was dismal, with a fine drizzle falling from the sky. In December, the temperatures had plummeted, and as they traversed the leaf-strewn path, an unmistakable chill enveloped them. Shinwen Gang and Luo fared relatively well, shielded by their combat attire, moving with ease. In contrast, the other 3 struggled, cautiously advancing while their teeth chattered audibly from the cold. Luo cast a glance at the trio but refrained from uttering a word. Prior to their departure, the young woman had provided each individual with a map of MZHU, marking potential locations where the 4 targets might be found. She assured them that if none of the sites yielded results, the mission would still be deemed complete, allowing for their return. "Hey, brother, where shall we head first?" One of the men inquired of Shinwen Gang. "Let us proceed in order, making a circuit, and then return here," Shinwen Gang replied as he unfolded the map. "Isn't that rather slow?" the man questioned skeptically. Chapter 47, The Emergence of Second-Order Zombies. Isn't this a bit too slow? The man questioned. "It may be somewhat sluggish, yet it is rather prudent," Shinwen Gang responded. "How about this? There are 6 locations in total. Each of us can venture to one, leaving the last for all of us to explore together," the man proposed. Shinwen Gang furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "Isn't this just reckless? What if we encounter zombies while splitting up? How about this, brother? The 3 of us can head west to those 3 locations, while you 2 go east to the other 2. We can regroup at the destination nearest to us, conduct our reconnaissance, and then return together. What do you think?" Before Shinwen Gang could reply, the man continued, "Hey, what's your problem? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Luo snapped back angrily. Shinwen Gang held his sister back and replied, "All right, let us proceed with that plan." With that, he took his sister and set off. "Brother, that guy is truly bothersome." Acting as if we could drag them down, Luo complained as they walked. "Never mind. It's better to part ways than to risk being a burden later," Shinwen Gang said. The roads in the urban area were severely congested, causing their pace to be exceedingly slow. It took them 3 hours to reach their first target location. This was a large supermarket, and all the glass at the entrance was shattered. The state of affairs indicated that this place had suffered numerous looting incidents in the past. "Brother, should we go inside?" Luo inquired. "We must enter." Luo, grab your weapon, Shinwen Gang instructed, as he removed a long object from behind him, unwrapping the fabric that concealed it, revealing the Guardian Type 1 laser gun. Luo also took out her firearm. Two individuals raised their firearms, stealthily stepping forward as they entered the supermarket. Activating the night vision function of their digital ocular implants, they conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the premises, yet found nothing amiss. How peculiar. Brother, why is there not a single zombie in here? Laura inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I cannot say. Let us leave and proceed to the next location, Shen Wengang replied. As they walked along the path, Laura posed another question. Is it possible that there are simply no zombies in this city of? How could that be? If there were no zombies, why would everyone have evacuated? Shen Wengang countered. True, that does make it strange, Laura pondered, unable to reconcile the situation. The next target was not far away, and within half an hour, they arrived. It was around 1 in the afternoon, and the rain had nearly ceased. They found a secluded corner, removed their hoods to refresh themselves with some food and water. Two dogs sat quietly in opposite directions, observing their surroundings. The layout of this supermarket bore a resemblance to the previous one. Identical signage, the same brands, and a similar arrangement within. As they stepped through the entrance, their eyes met an alarming sight. The shelves were entirely bare. This is not normal, Laura exclaimed. Be cautious, Laura. Something feels amiss here, Shen Wengang cautioned. Understood, Laura replied. Proceeding with utmost care, they advanced slowly forward. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air as a heavy iron gate fell from above, sealing the entrance. This is bad. It's a trap, Shen Wengang shouted urgently. The pair quickly sprinted towards the exit. The iron gate, forged from exceptionally thick, twisted steel, was both heavy and sturdy, seemingly secured further by a latch above. Two individuals strained to lift something, yet their efforts proved futile. Just as anxiety began to mount, a chilling cry erupted from within, echoing the wails of the undead. We must eliminate the zombies first, Shen Wengang and Luo Er declared. Swiftly, they raised their firearms and aimed inward. My heavens! A shiver coursed down their spines as they beheld a mass of zombies, densely packed. Through the night vision, every zombie's eyes glimmered with an eerie green light. Leading the horde was a notably taller and more robust zombie, seemingly the leader of this ghastly assembly. A second-tier zombie. Shen Wenggang's first instinct kicked in. First-tier zombies possessed no intelligence. Their brains, sustained by the energy of crystal nuclei, formed a rudimentary bioelectric current through the fusion of neural pathways and the virus. This mechanism endowed zombies with the most primal biological responses, the instinct to prey. Thus, their voracious nature manifested. Symbiosis is a prevalent phenomenon in the biological realm. For instance, hundreds of bacteria coexist within the human body, harmoniously cohabiting and interdependent. In contrast, second-tier zombies exhibit a doubling of the energy purity of the crystal nuclei, resulting in a more potent bioelectric current. This heightened stimulation bestows upon them advanced quasi-biological responses, territorial awareness. They begin to establish fixed layers, reluctant to vacate, and will aggressively confront any intruders encroaching upon their domain. Concurrently, their skin begins to undergo a process of encapsulation. Depending on the degree of this encapsulation, second-tier zombies can be broadly categorized into early, mid, and late stages. In the early stages of the second-tier zombies, the degree of their skin cocooning is relatively low, while in the later stages, it becomes significantly pronounced. This distinction serves as a straightforward method for identifying second-tier zombies. Standing before them is evidently a late-stage second-tier zombie, its skin encrusted with a thick layer of cocoons, causing its physique to bulge considerably, rendering it exceptionally robust. The laser gun proves ineffective against the second-tier zombie, prompting Shen Wengang to forego any attempts to use it. Low air, eliminate the first-tier zombies first, Shen Wengang commanded. The duo continuously shifted positions, systematically dispatching the approaching first-tier zombies. Meanwhile, the second-tier zombie lingered at a distance, seemingly in no rush to attack. The two mechanical dogs had also lunged into the fray as the pair commenced their assault. However, the zombies neither evaded nor retaliated against them. The most plausible explanation is that the mechanical dogs exude no trace of life, allowing them to navigate through the horde with ease. Each energy rod of the Guardian Type 1 laser gun is limited to a maximum of 60 shots, and the energy is swiftly depleted. With an overwhelming number of zombies crowding in, they lacked the time to replace the energy rods and were compelled to draw the daggers strapped to their thighs, engaging in close combat. Brother, why is it taking so long? Hasn't it ended yet? One of the individuals hiding in the shadows outside inquired. The leader, furrowing his brow, remained silent, intently listening to the sounds emanating from within. They were, in fact, Three individuals who had accompanied Shun Wengang and Lo Air to Mexico City to undertake an emergency mission. The scene shifts back to the supermarket's interior. Although the two are unafraid of being bitten by zombies, the sheer number of them poses a significant threat. Not long after, fatigue began to overwhelm him. Suddenly, the leading second-tier zombie sprang into action, darting swiftly towards Shun Wengang. Before Luo Air could issue a warning, he was struck and sent flying by a powerful punch. "Brother," Luo Air shouted, but the relentless onslaught of zombies left her unable to assist. Shun Wengang, taken by surprise, felt his chest churn violently. He could only kneel, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Soon, the zombies encircled him once more. In a state of desperation, Luo Air hurled a dagger into the fray. A miraculous scene unfolded. The dagger did not plummet to the ground, but soared through the air, passing through one zombie's head before curving back to penetrate another's. Indeed, this was the manifestation of Luo Air's evolved ability, mental control. However, due to a lack of training and the indulgence of those around her, her mastery of this power was rather rudimentary. This act provoked the second-tier zombie, which let out a furious roar, prompting all the zombies to converge upon Luo Air. Witnessing this, Shun Wengang felt a surge of panic. Ignoring the pain, he rose swiftly and rushed towards her. As Luo Air appeared on the verge of being overwhelmed, Shun Wengang activated the pendant. 100,000 invisible nanobots surged forth from his body, racing towards the zombies. "Luo Air, activate the pendant," Shun Wengang called out. Soon, the zombies began to exhibit signs of chaos. They ceased their assault on Luo Air, scattering in disarray, flailing their limbs, and emitting loud cries. Gradually, they collapsed to the ground, motionless. Both of them exhaled a sigh of relief. Luo Air swiftly dashed towards her brother, while the two mechanical dogs returned to their side after all the zombies had fallen. Now, only the two-tiered zombie remained standing behind them, seething with rage and emitting a fierce roar. The dogs bared their formidable fangs, valiantly guarding their master. "Luo Air, can you still hold on?" Shun Wengang inquired. "Yes." Luo Air nodded. "Good. Next, I will distract it with the laser gun, and you will use mental control to direct the dagger to attack its leg joints." As Shun Wengang changed the magazine of the laser gun, he issued his commands. "All right," Luo Air replied eagerly. "On my mark, prepare. Start." With Shun Wengang's command, he fired the first shot. Luo Air extended her hand, directing the dagger towards the joints of the two-tiered zombie. The skin over the joints was remarkably tough. The dagger pierced multiple times without breaking through. Luo Air was drenched in sweat, realizing that this approach would not suffice. Without hesitation, Shun Wengang aimed the laser gun at the knee joint and switched to rapid-fire mode. The continuous barrage of lasers generated intense heat, significantly weakening the hardness of the joint's skin. Luo Air understood her brother's intent. Once the joint began to glow red, she struck decisively. The dagger successfully pierced through the zombie's joint. With a resounding crack, the leg joint shattered, causing the zombie to lose its balance and crash to the ground. At that moment, Luo Air had exhausted all her strength and collapsed. Shun Wengang rushed forward, gripping the dagger and relentlessly attacking the same spot on the zombie's head. After countless stabs, the zombie's skull was finally breached. His strength waned with each thrust, yet he continued to stab downwards, undeterred. The undead ceased their struggles, and the supermarket finally fell into a profound silence. Shinwen just gradually lost his strength and collapsed into a slumber atop the corpse. "Brother, it's quiet now," one of the individuals outside remarked. "Silence," the one referred to as the leader admonished, pressing his ear against the wall to eavesdrop further. After repeated confirmations, it was indeed silent. The three of them cautiously approached the door, pressing the button to open the closed iron gate. Naturally, they dared not enter, merely observing from the entrance. After a lengthy wait with no unusual occurrences, they turned and departed. In the city of Mo, at the Suiyang Resettlement Center, "Brother, the task has been accomplished," reported the leading man who had hurried back from the urban area. "Well done. Go down and receive your reward," Mei Wenhua said, sipping his tea with a nonchalant expression. "Thank you, brother." The man expressed his gratitude with a bow before turning to leave. "Mei, what shall we do next?" inquired the young woman standing nearby. "Let us wait a moment. According to the divine emissary, Nanner is likely to ascend to the third tier soon. We must exercise caution at this juncture. It would be unwise to bring anyone else over in the short term," Mei Wenhua replied. "Understood," the woman affirmed. Chapter 49. Emergency Plan. Your Excellency, Tiangang and Xianluo encountered second-tier zombies in the urban area of Mo City, Shaolin reported. What is the situation now? Fang Chen inquired. The second-tier zombies have been eliminated. The two individuals are unconscious, Shaolin responded. Indeed, second-tier zombies possess territorial awareness. It is likely that other zombies would not recklessly invade its domain. They should not be in significant danger inside. Send commands to the robotic dog remotely. Ensure the safety of the two, Fang Chen instructed. Very well, Commander, Eastern Chen inquired. Are there others nearby? Only Niu Xingwang, who has just arrived at the Merlin Refuge. And Young from the Huiling Refuge, Shaolin replied. It seems we cannot provide them with reinforcements. They must rely on themselves. Eastern Chen mused. I should have been more resolute in training Luo'er. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament today. Shaolin, how is the establishment of the safe house progressing? Eastern Chen inquired. The so-called safe house refers to a secret entrance established for external connections after the main entrance of the base was destroyed. A total of 12 safe houses have been established initially. To ensure security, their locations are strategically distanced, dispersed across several abandoned courtyards on the outskirts of Binzhou City. Should any safe house be compromised, it will be immediately dismantled. Additionally, a direct underground passage connecting to the base is constructed beneath each safe house, featuring a rail system akin to a horizontal elevator, capable of transporting both goods and personnel. Currently, the nearest safe house has been completed, and the passage has been opened. With the second one under construction, Shaolin reported. Good. Share the locations with Fang Hua and Niu Xingwang. Inform them that all transactions will henceforth be conducted there. Understood, Commander. In Huagua, Kyoto, at the Parliament Building. On the morning of December 15, 2054, an elder gentleman inquired, Counselor Yan, is your information reliable? Indeed, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely certain. You are undoubtedly aware that during the outbreak of the epidemic, someone disclosed to us the complete data about the virus. Indeed, the speaker responded. The one who disclosed this information is also him. Yin Jinping replied. The speaker nodded and inquired of the assembly, what are your thoughts? I have a question. A woman in her 50s interjected. Oh, please, Counselor Hu, go ahead, Yin Jinping courteously invited. Counselor Hu Qingying, the Secretary of Health, who also oversees the Emergency Response Division, posed a question. How can you substantiate that the source of this information is the same as last time? I apologize, but I cannot provide proof. However, I equally cannot demonstrate that the source is different, Yin Jinping replied. Then, if that is the case, why is it that this time no one else received the information but you? He Jinghui, the Secretary of Security, pressed further. That question should be directed to the individual who sent the message. Counselor Yin retorted bluntly. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Well then, since the individual who transmitted the message has evaded our investigation, further discussion on this matter holds no practical significance. Let us revert to the previous topic. Lao Jing. What are your thoughts? The speaker suggested. Lao Jing, Jing Chong, a member of the council and the current Secretary of Culture, as well as a materials science expert, responded, red oxygen does indeed exist, albeit in an unstable form. Additionally, the outer atmospheric environment is influenced by radiation, making the situation complex and variable. As for whether it can form such a stable dodecahedral structure, I cannot ascertain at present. I can only state that it is logically plausible. In that case, upon your return, I would like you to immediately instruct the Science Division to establish a task force to conduct research on this subject, the speaker directed. Understood. Jing Xing replied. Counselor Yin, since we are currently unable to ascertain the authenticity of the information, what suggestions do you have? The speaker inquired, turning towards Yin Jinping. I personally believe it is better to err on the side of caution. The collapse of the entire ecosystem would have catastrophic consequences for humanity. I propose that we immediately discuss and formulate an emergency response plan to address potential future risks, Yin Jinping replied. Very well. Does anyone hold a differing opinion? The speaker asked. Silence ensued. Since there are no opposing views, we shall proceed to a vote. Those in favor of establishing an emergency response plan, please raise your hands. The speaker announced. The members of the council raised their hands in unison. Excellent. 17 votes in favor. Therefore, we will commence with the next agenda item tomorrow, the discussion of the emergency response plan. Meeting adjourned. The speaker declared. In Yushu Province, Meizhou City. At the Meilin Resettlement Center. Boss Niu, I did not deceive you, did I? Meilin is indeed a land of fortune. Since the Warring States period, it has been a coveted battleground. Just look at these towering walls and rows of buildings. It is undoubtedly the best equipped resettlement center. Mayor Gong and Niu Xingwang strolled down the street, engaged in conversation. Absolutely. Following Mayor Gong is certainly a wise choice. Boss Niu flattered. By the way, how is your Chamber of Commerce coming along? Mayor Gong shifted the focus of the conversation. It's still in the preparatory stage, Niu Xingwang replied awkwardly. Have you encountered any issues? Mayor Gong asked, puzzled. Chapter 50, On-Site Recruitment. Times have changed. We are no longer in peacetime, where rigid regulations abound. Establishing a Chamber of Commerce no longer requires submitting documentation and awaiting approval. As long as there is a place and manpower, one can commence operations at will. Why is there still preparation underway? Mayor Gong is not particularly anxious about anything, except for the pressing matter of grain. He is concerned about the 10,000 pounds of grain. Mayor Gong, however, faces no significant issues, merely a shortage of manpower. Niu Xingwang awkwardly remarked. I see. That is easily resolved. Shortly, I shall instruct Secretary Liu to arrange a specialized recruitment fair. How does that sound? Mayor Gong proposed. Mayor Gong, let us forego the recruitment. You are aware that the outside world is perilous. For ordinary individuals, venturing out is tantamount to offering themselves as fodder. If possible, could you arrange for some veterans? A modest number, perhaps 100, would suffice. Niu Xingwang revealed his intentions. Ah, that is feasible. I shall have Secretary Liu issue a notice. And you can conduct the interviews personally, Mayor Gong readily agreed. His urgency was palpable. Only with ample provisions can one maintain a tranquil mind. I am profoundly grateful. Mayor Gong, rest assured, once we have sufficient personnel, I will promptly arrange for the transportation of the grain. Niu Xingwang assured. Mr. Niu, I shall await your good news. Mayor Gong replied with a knowing smile, implying that he would fulfill the request, but should the grain not arrive, the consequences would be dire. You need not worry. Niu Xingwang responded, seemingly oblivious, with a foolish grin. Shortly after their parting, Secretary Liu approached him. After discussing various details, he hurried away. Secretary Liu's efficiency was commendable. By 2 o'clock that afternoon, a multitude had gathered in the square. What is your name? Chao Yinghua. Age? 38. Have you served in the military? Yes, certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. All right, proceed to fill in the information. Next, Boss Niu conducts interviews with remarkable efficiency. As long as one has served in the military, is under the age of 42, and is free of disabilities, they are deemed qualified. Thus, 100 individuals were swiftly recruited. Within the underground base of Binjiang City, Niu Go. Upon seeing the call from Niu Xingwang, Fang Chen answered in his office. Mr. Fang, I have successfully recruited 100 veterans. What shall we do next? Our first safe house has been established, and the location has been shared with you. You can take your team there directly to collect the supplies, Fang Chen replied. Understood, Mr. Fang. Niu Xingwang acknowledged. By the way, Niu Go, we currently have a stock of 75 antigen supplies. Allocating you 60% amounts to only 45. Select a few trusted individuals from this 100, ensuring not to exceed this number. Upon reaching the safe house, administer the supplies to all of them. Might that be a bit excessive? Niu Xingwang exclaimed in disbelief. It is not excessive. Talent begets resources, and we must hasten our pace. However, do not disclose that these are antigens. Devise some plausible reason. Fang Chen instructed. Understood. I will take care of it. Niu Xingwang ended the call and returned to the square where the recently recruited 100 stood in formation, arranged into 5 rows. Though their attire was soiled, their posture was erect, revealing their disciplined background. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Huadong Chamber of Commerce. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Niu Xingwang, the former owner of Dingxin Real Estate in Binzhou. I believe many of you have heard of it, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Observing the disheveled crowd, Niu Xingwang continued. At my command, form a single line. The 100 individuals present swiftly complied, arranging themselves into an elongated straight line. Excellent. Now, pay close attention to my inquiries. Those who meet the criteria, step forward. Those who do not, remain stationary. Is that clear? Niu Xingwang bellowed. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Good. First question. Those with parents in mail-in, step forward. Niu Xingwang proclaimed. After a moment's hesitation, approximately 50 individuals took a step forward. Those with children in mail-in, step forward. Niu Xingwang continued. Among the 50 who had moved, over 40 stepped forward again. While among the remaining 40, a few more joined them. At this point, the line had transformed into 3 rows, the first consisting of over 40 individuals, the second with 20, and the last with 30. Very well, The 43 in the first row will form Group 1, while the individuals from the second and third rows will constitute Group 2. Rearrange yourselves into 2 groups. They form 2 distinct formations, standing resolutely. You here are Group 1, designated as the External Operations Team. You there are Group 2, designated as the Internal Operations Team, Niu Xingwang announced as he approached both groups. That seems incorrect, Boss Niu. Have you perhaps mixed them up? Secretary Liu, who had been silent until then, interjected. Oh, Secretary Liu, in what way have I erred? Niu Xingwang inquired. Those with parents and children should logically belong to the Internal Operations Team, should they not? Why are they assigned to the External Operations Team? Secretary Liu clarified. Secretary Liu, I find your remarks rather perplexing. Niu Xingwang feigned ignorance and remarked, you see, those with parents and children to care for are certainly better off remaining at home. For those with fewer family obligations, working in the field is more suitable. Secretary Liu elucidated. Chapter 51. The awakening of siblings. Such talk from you is unwarranted. Regardless of whether one has elderly or young ones at home, we are all in the same situation. We cannot treat people differently, Niu Xingwang asserted with righteous conviction. But what do you mean by that? Secretary Liu was left perplexed. It's not intended for any particular purpose. It simply makes management easier. Niu Xingwang replied with a faint smile. Very well, as long as you are pleased. Secretary Liu ceased to pursue the matter further. In truth, Niu Xingwang aimed to eliminate any potential spies through this method. With so many unfamiliar faces and the urgency of time, conducting background checks on each individual was evidently impractical. He merely considered the perspective of those with elderly and children at home, knowing they would have greater concerns, thus presenting a higher safety factor. Secretary Liu's inquiry conveniently provided him with the answer. The spies were most likely within the Internal Affairs Group. If Secretary Liu had indeed placed someone, he would surely prefer them in the field group to gather more intelligence. Everyone should return to prepare today. We will convene at the Trade Association early tomorrow morning. All right. Dismissed, Niu Xingwang announced. In Mayor Gong's office, Secretary Liu began. Mayor Gong, I apologize, the arrangements did not go as planned. What's the matter? Were the individuals not positioned? Mayor Gong inquired. They were arranged. However, aside from Chao Yinghua, everyone else has been assigned to the Internal Affairs Group, Secretary Liu explained. Internal Affairs Group? What does that signify? Niu Xingwang indeed possesses some cunning abilities. He has divided the newly recruited 100 individuals into an internal team and an external team. The internal team is responsible for matters within the city, while the external team handles tasks outside. Secretary Liu elucidated. So, does this mean our personnel have little opportunity to access their supply points? I fear that may be the case, Secretary Liu replied awkwardly. This Niu Xingwang is truly shrewd. Mayor Gong remarked thoughtfully. Secretary Liu remained silent. Thus, convey to Chao Yinghua to exercise utmost caution and avoid unnecessary exposure. Additionally, inform the others to inquire whenever possible. Even if no valuable information is gleaned, it could serve as a smokescreen, allowing for bolder actions. Resources may be expended when deemed necessary, Mayor Gong instructed. Understood. Secretary Liu acknowledged. Within the city of Mazhou, the night had deepened. Shen Wengang was the first to awaken from his stupor. Still clutching the dagger he had used earlier to slay the zombie, the lifeless creature lay beneath him. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly rose and rushed to Luo, who remained unconscious. Removing her hood, he wiped the dagger clean and tested it against her nostrils. The presence of mist indicated that Luo still breathed. That is a relief, Shen Wengang thought. With the protection of her armor, she surely sustained no injuries. It must be merely an overexertion of her mental energy that rendered her weak. Nearby, 2 dogs observed quietly, having likely been vigilant guardians throughout. You two collect all the crystal cores, decompose as many as possible, and keep the remainder together. The crystal core from that second-tier zombie should not be decomposed just yet. Shen Wengang commanded the 2 mechanical dogs to undertake their task. The claws of the mechanical dogs had been specially treated, rendering them exceedingly sharp. Thus, the collection of first-tier crystal cores posed no challenge for them. Hundreds of first-tier zombies roamed the site, and it took the 2 dogs an entire night to complete the collection. After accounting for the decomposition and consumption of the dogs, they ultimately amassed 420 first-tier crystal cores and 1 second-tier crystal core. Shen Wengang fully charged the energy clips and tags of his laser gun just as Luo awakened from her slumber. At this moment, dawn had broken. Luo, you're awake? Shen Wengang inquired. Brother, are you all right? Luo asked, concern etching her features. I'm fine, Shen Wengang replied with a smile, even turning slightly. Is the second-tier zombie dead? Luo Air probed. Yes, it's dead. I collected the crystal core, Shen Wengang responded. Luo Air nodded, her worries alleviated. The two rested for a while, consumed some sustenance, and then set off on their journey back. Brother, what do you think happened to the other three? Luo Air asked curiously as they walked. I don't know. Perhaps they perished, or maybe they didn't notice us leaving early, Shen Wengang replied. At that moment, they remained oblivious to the fact that it was indeed the other three who had locked them inside the previous day. So, who do you think imprisoned us? Luo Air continued to inquire. I have no idea, Shen Wengang replied, shaking his head. Then why was the door open when we awoke in the morning? Luo Air pressed on. I don't know, Shen Wengang reiterated, shaking his head once more. This was the aspect they found most perplexing. If someone had intended to harm them, why had they ultimately left the door ajar? Since the door was opened, why did they not take the opportunity to eliminate them while they were unconscious? Were they perhaps intimidated by those two dogs? Unbeknownst to them, the other three individuals were aware of the presence of zombies inside and did not dare to enter. As for the possibility of the siblings vanquishing all the zombies, they would never believe such a notion. They would rather accept that the zombies had killed the two and subsequently fell silent. Hey, brother, our vehicle is missing, Luo remarked upon returning to the starting point. It's likely that the three of them drove it back, Shen Wengang replied. They're so infuriating. Could they not have taken just one vehicle? Why must they take both? Luo exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. After all the trouble of returning, they found themselves without a car. They probably thought we were dead. Let us go see if we can find another vehicle. With that, Shen Wengang took Luo's hand, and they set off in search of a car. Chapter 52. The Truth Behind Eavesdropping. Wow. This is amazing. Luo shouted as Shen Wengang rode the motorcycle, speeding through the streets with her. Two dogs followed closely behind, running wildly. Yusu Province, Imo City, Suiyang Resettlement Center. Mr. Mei, something terrible has happened. A young woman rushed in, visibly distressed. Look at you, after all this time. You're still so careless, Mei Wenhua scolded. I'm sorry, Mr. Mei. The woman quickly composed herself to apologize. What has occurred? Mei Wenhua inquired. Those two individuals have returned, the young woman reported. Which two? Mei Wenhua asked, confused. The same two who delivered to young Master Mei yesterday, the young woman clarified. What? Mei Wenhua suddenly rose, inadvertently colliding with the table, causing the teacup to tumble to the ground and shatter into countless pieces. To his astonishment, those two individuals had somehow survived. Why had they not perished? If they were unharmed, what of Nanner? Would he be all right? Surely not, surely not. Nanner had already reached the second tier. No one could inflict harm upon him. In an instant, Mei Wenhua's mind was inundated with a torrent of questions. Go. Summon my Yukai for me. At this moment, the calm demeanor that Mei Wenhua had previously maintained vanished entirely. Understood, Mei Zong, responded the young woman, swiftly departing. In the front courtyard, the hurriedly arriving Ma Yukai unexpectedly encountered Shen Wengang and Luo. Ah, it's you, exclaimed Luo, recognizing the man who had suggested they split up the previous day. The man, taken aback upon seeing them, wondered to himself, how had these two escaped death? But then he thought, what of it? They remained oblivious to his machinations behind the scenes, so he feigned surprise and inquired, You're still alive, I see. We waited until the sun nearly set yesterday, yet you never returned. We feared something had befallen you. How can you speak like that? You were the one who was supposed to be dead. Tell me, why did you take both vehicles when you left? Could you not have left one for us? Luo retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Ah, it seems they truly suspect nothing, Ma Yukai mused, feeling a sense of relief. My sincerest apologies. It was thoughtless of me. As you know, the number of operational vehicles is dwindling. I had no way of knowing whether you would return, so I took the liberty of bringing the cars back. Where else could we possibly go if we didn't come back? The individual in question. Laura intended to continue berating him, but was restrained by Shen Wengang. Enough, Laura. Since we have returned, let us refrain from such discussions, Shen Wengang remarked, then turned to Ma Yukai and inquired. So, what brings you here today? Oh, General Mei summoned me, or rather, I sought him for a matter of some importance, the man clarified, proceeding towards the inner courtyard. Hey, how can you be so oblivious to the order of arrival? Laura exclaimed, her dissatisfaction evident. Ma Yukai appeared not to heed her outcry and hastened inside. Shen Wengang furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In his view, they were all present for the same purpose. Why did this individual seem so at ease? Could it be that he was in cahoots with those lacking in education? If that were the case, had he been played for a fool? No, this was decidedly wrong. The more he pondered, the more disconcerted he became, prompting him to signal his mechanical dog to discreetly venture into the backyard for a closer look. The robotic canine was equipped with a listening device that could connect to his bone microphone. Shen Wengang activated the listening mode through his digital ocular implant, attentively eavesdropping. Brother. Laura began to inquire, but was interrupted by Shen Wengang, who gestured for her to remain silent. Brother, what is the situation here? Ma Yukai queried as he entered. Mei Wenhua, still irate, became further incensed at his question and retorted, What do you mean, what situation? I am the one who wishes to inquire. Did you not claim that everything was resolved? How is it that they have returned alive? Brother, I assure you. It is indeed true. I lingered at the entrance for quite a while, listening intently, and when I heard no commotion, I decided to return, Ma Yukai explained. Are you saying that you didn't see anyone at that time? Mei Wenhua inquired, having identified a flaw in the narrative. Brother, how could I dare to enter? I thought to myself, if two individuals were still alive, it was impossible for there to be no noise at all from within. Ma Yukai continued to elucidate. Did you witness them entering with your own eyes? Mei Wenhua questioned, doubting whether they had indeed gone there. Brother, I did not see it with my own eyes. However, I can assure you with certainty that someone did enter. The fight inside was quite intense, lasting for approximately half an hour, and the other two also heard it. Ma Yukai asserted emphatically, This is dire. Nanner must have encountered trouble. If the two indeed entered and engaged in battle, it would have been a situation where one side would not relent until death. Since these two survived, it is entirely possible that my Nanner has perished. Brother, surely not. There are at least 400 zombies inside. Those two cannot handle that. Ma Yukai felt it was implausible. Take a few more people with you and go check it out. Mei Wenhua commanded. Brother, I cannot. There are nothing but zombies in there. How could I dare to go in and take a look? Ma Yukai faltered, filled with trepidation. Chapter 53. Shen Wengang turns the tables. You truly are foolish. Why wouldn't you send in two inexperienced individuals? Mei Wenhua reprimanded. The ignorant are fearless. Do you understand? Ma Youcai's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed. Finding two individuals who were unaware of the situation and coaxing them to enter for a look would suffice. Why must I go myself? He then declared, Brother, you are indeed brilliant. I shall do that right away. The two individuals in the front yard. I will find a way to stall them. You must hurry there and back. Mei Wenhua said. All right, brother, I shall go at once. Ma Yukai responded hastily before departing. Upon hearing this, Shen Wengang began to comprehend that it was all a trap devised by the uneducated. They were treating the siblings as mere fodder, destined to appease the zombies. How heartless. It was utterly inhumane. What should be done now? Fleeing was certainly not an option, as that would be tantamount to revealing their intentions. It seemed they had no choice but to play along with their scheme. Shen Wengang furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and then said, Luo'er, come here. Brother. What is it? Luo'er inquired. I need to tell you something. Shen Wengang leaned closer to Luo'er's ear and whispered. Brother, why must we do this? Luo'er asked, puzzled after listening. Trust me, I will explain when the opportunity arises, Shen Wengang replied. Luo'er nodded in agreement. This was a commendable trait of hers. Although somewhat willful, she was very obedient to her brother. Soon, Ma Yukai emerged, not taking the time for further conversation, and hurriedly left. At that moment, a young woman approached, inviting the two into the inner courtyard. Welcome, welcome. You both have worked hard. Please, take a seat. Mei Wenhua greeted them with great enthusiasm. Mr. Mei, I have something to discuss with you. Yesterday, the three individuals who set out with us drove away all the vehicles without joining us. We require an explanation for this matter. Shen Wengang expressed his displeasure. What do your brothers go by? Mei Wenhua inquired. Tian Gang. Shen Wengang replied succinctly. Tian Gang? What sort of name is that? Is it a nickname? Mei Wenhua furrowed his brow but chose to disregard it, continuing, Brother Tian Gang, you are correct. I shall impose a punishment shortly, deducting half of their commission. What do you think? Mei Wenhua agreed. They nearly caused our demise. And you merely intend to withhold a portion of their earnings? Luo'er retorted with dissatisfaction. Mei Wenhua feigned a troubled expression and elaborated. You all understand that they are impoverished individuals. After all, they did complete the task. I cannot deny them any compensation, can I? Humph. Luo'er pouted and fell silent. Then it shall be so. Shen Wengang, now aware of the situation, chose not to dwell on the matter further and continued. My apologies. But our mission cannot be deemed complete either. Half of the commission will suffice. When shall we settle this? Shen Wengang inquired. Oh, Brother Tiangang, What do you mean by that? Mei Wenhua expressed surprise. To be frank, my sister and I only investigated 2 locations. The first yielded nothing, but upon arriving at the second, we discovered it had been the site of a large-scale battle. The scene was chaotic, littered with the corpses of zombies. Undoubtedly the work of the other 3. Though my sister and I are destitute, we would not stoop to profiting from such misfortunes, Shen Wengang explained. What? Are you saying it was filled with corpses? Mei Wenhua was taken aback. This was something Shen Wengang could not conceal, as it was inevitable that once my Yukai returned from, the truth would emerge. Simultaneously, he had briefed Luo'er in advance, thus she remained silent. Indeed, Mei. From the situation at hand, it is evident that there are no fewer than 300 to 400 corpses of zombies. With just the 2 of us, we would struggle to handle even 30, let alone 300 or 400. This must have been arranged by General Mei, and we are unworthy of such a burden, Shen Wengang remarked. Mei Wenhua remained silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. However, General Mei, there is a question I hesitate to pose, Shen Wengang continued. Please, do speak. Mei Wenhua replied. If General Mei possesses a team capable of annihilating hundreds of zombies at once, why then recruit us to investigate the situation in Mazhou? Is this not a superfluous endeavor? Shen Wengang inquired, his question aimed at further obscuring his own culpability. Ah ha ha. Brother Tiangang, you are overthinking matters. I hardly have such a team, so do not entertain such thoughts, Mei Wenhua explained with a smile, though her expression remained troubled. She was vexed. If indeed, as Tiangang suggested, there were 300 to 400 corpses present, then her Nin might be in grave peril. Furthermore, she found it hard to believe that these 2 could vanquish hundreds of zombies and return unscathed. After all, these are zombies. Even the slightest injury could lead to infection. If zombies were truly so easily dispatched, how could her Nan have succumbed, transforming before her very eyes? But if not them, then who? His account diverged slightly from Ma Youtsai's, yet it was not entirely contradictory. Were there possibly other forces at play within Mazhou? Chapter 54. Transporting Supplies. General Mei? Shen Wengang called out upon noticing Mei Wenhua's silence. Apologies, dear brothers of the Tiangang. I find myself unwell today. Let us converse later. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal for both of you. Please, do indulge in some refreshments, Mei Wenhua remarked, casting a discreet glance at the young woman beside her. Before the young woman could respond, Shen Wengang interjected. Ms. Mei, there is no need for a meal. Since you are unwell, it is best to rest. We have other matters to attend to and shall depart directly after receiving our commission. Shen Wengang continued. There is no need to delay for a meal, and given that the commission consists of tangible goods, it will require some time for arrangement. You two should proceed to eat. I shall not accompany you any longer. Upon finishing her words, Mei Wenhua rose and departed, no longer engaging in further conversation. This way, please, the young woman swiftly approached and said. Shen Wengang chose to remain silent and followed the young woman toward the kitchen. In Yusa Province, in the city of Mazhou. At the Mei Lin Resettlement Center, the 100 individuals recruited yesterday have all gathered. Niu Xingwang selected several individuals from the internal affairs team who possess writing and calculation skills, assigning them various roles such as cashier, statistician, and warehouse manager. The remaining individuals were tasked with escort duties and security. The external team primarily focused on the transportation and safety of supplies outside the city. With arrangements in place, Niu Xingwang took the external team to register with Team Leader Liao at the command post. Team Leader Liao, having received word from Mayor Gong, also provided Niu Xingwang with a large truck. 10,000 pounds of grain equates to only 5,000 kilograms. One vehicle suffices. With all preparations complete, Niu Xingwang led his team forth in grand procession. The expressway was desolate, and the number of vehicles had dwindled pitifully since the outbreak of the virus. Consequently, instances of abandoned vehicles causing congestion on the highway were virtually non-existent. It has now evolved into one of the primary modes of intercity travel. The distance from Meilin Town to Binzhou is approximately 80 kilometers. Although the expressway is presently carpeted with fallen leaves, affecting the speed of travel, 2 hours will ultimately suffice to reach the destination. Within an abandoned courtyard on the outskirts of Binzhou, a truck came to a halt, and over 40 individuals tumbled out of the cargo area, filling the courtyard. They formed a line in the yard, awaiting instructions, refraining from wandering without command. Niu Xingwang declared, "Indeed," to which everyone responded in unison. After this, Niu Xingwang proceeded towards the interior of the building. "Mr. Dongfang, you are here as well?" Niu Xingwang joyfully inquired upon seeing Fang Chen seated inside. I merely stepped out for a stroll, came the reply. Here, we have just delivered 10,000 gene of flour, totaling 200 bags. Additionally, we have brought some potatoes and cabbage, also weighing around 10,000 gene. These are 2 pigs, regrettably. They had to be slaughtered and sealed to prevent mosquito bites, Fang Chen explained with a smile. Such a large quantity, Niu Xingwang remarked. It is not that much. With fewer people at the base now, we cannot consume it all, so it might as well be stored, Fang Chen replied. Niu Xingwang nodded in understanding. Furthermore, these 2 boxes contain antigens. You must supervise their distribution personally. Every single one must be administered, and the used syringes must be collected to prevent any private hoarding. Fang Chen cautioned. Understood, Niu Xingwang affirmed. There are also 100 sets of combat and camouflage uniforms to be distributed. They should be worn while carrying out tasks. Understood, he responded. Mr. Dong, you are truly too kind to them, Niu Xingwang expressed with a sigh. Very well, let it be so. I shall take my leave now. With that, Fang Chen stepped behind a cabinet in the inner room, the cabinet door closing automatically. After Dong departed, Niu Xingwang moved the antigen to the courtyard and said, Zhao Yinghua, please close the main gate. Zhao Yinghua swiftly dashed toward the entrance. Once the gate was secured, he returned to the line. Everyone listened intently. This place is where I store my supplies, vital to my existence. To prevent any leaks, I must take precautions in advance. These 2 boxes contain some medication, 1 for each person, and it is imperative that you receive it. Afterward, we shall resume our work, Niu Xingwang declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew uneasy. Boss Niu, what sort of medication is this? One person inquired. Rest assured, it is merely some antibiotics. It won't harm you. Niu Xingwang reassured. Zhao Yinghua, come over and administer the medication to everyone. Once completed, return all the used syringes to the boxes, he commanded. Zhao Yinghua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached and opened the boxes. Although the group was reluctant, seeing others comply, they hesitantly extended their arms. In no time, all had received their doses. Niu Xingwang checked the number of syringes and continued, I hope everyone can understand. I am left with no choice. The contents within these boxes pertain to my livelihood and safety. I am compelled to act this way. Boss, please don't frighten us. A man shouted. Do not worry. All will be well. As long as nothing happens in my warehouse within a month, we shall all be fine. Niu Xingwang refrained from elaborating on the matter, fearing it might incite public outrage. He promptly proceeded to distribute uniforms. Once attired, the entire team exhibited a refreshed spirit. Niu Xingwang then outlined a series of dress code considerations before commencing the task of moving items. With many hands at work, the process was swift. Soon, grain, vegetables, and pork were all loaded onto the vehicles. Subsequently, everyone boarded the trucks and returned to the resettlement site. Chapter 55. The grain has returned Yusu Province, Mo City. Suiyang Resettlement Center. Brother, I have returned. Ma Yukai exclaimed as he rushed into the courtyard. How is it? Mei Wenhua inquired anxiously. Brother, it was horrific. Hundreds of zombies perished inside. All of them. Ma Yukai spoke with a mix of terror and sorrow. And what of Nanner? Mei Wenhua asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. The young master. He too has succumbed, Ma Yukai replied. How could this happen? How could this be? Upon hearing Ma Yotsai's words, Mei Wenhua felt utterly drained, collapsing into a chair as he mourned. Brother, it must have been those 2. We must avenge the young master. Ma Yukai began to incite fervor. Did you witness them entering our store with your own eyes? Mei Wenhua weakly sought confirmation. Though I did not see it, who else could it possibly be? Ma Yukai defended himself. Use your brain. Hundreds of zombies, and you think it could be just those 2? Mei Wenhua scolded. Brother, I have another discovery, Ma Yukai added, feeling somewhat sheepish. What discovery? The heads of the zombies were all decayed, likely from gunfire, Ma Yukai stated. He had never witnessed the aftermath of a bullet-riddled head. Yet that did not hinder his capacity for deduction. A gun? Mei Wenhua was startled. Firearms are not possessed by just anyone, prompting him to urgently inquire. Have you been discovered? No, absolutely not. From beginning to end, we have not encountered a single soul, hence we are certain to remain undetected, replied Ma Yukai. Shaking his head, a sense of fear crept into Mei Wenhua. He dreaded that it might be the military involved, for only they wield such weapons. If it were discovered that he had meddled and was harboring zombies, the consequences would be dire indeed. Caution was paramount now. He could not afford to reveal any signs of his misdeeds. Very well. Let us refrain from any further investigation into this matter. And do not breathe a word of it to anyone outside, Mei Wenhua commanded. Understood, brother. And what about those two individuals? Ma Yukai inquired. Leave that matter to me. You should return for now, Mei Wenhua instructed. All right, brother. I shall take my leave. Xingyi, please make arrangements for those two and ensure their swift departure, Mei Wenhua directed the young woman. Certainly, Mr. Mei. Once the young woman had exited, Mei Wenhua succumbed to despair, weeping bitterly. Incompetence. All of them are useless. My poor son. Commander, the central hall has been successfully upgraded. Excellent. Commence the construction of the research pod. Oriental Chen responded. Understood, Commander. Brother, can you now reveal the truth to me? Luo Er inquired as they walked along the path. Do you know why we were confined in the supermarket yesterday? Shen Wengang asked. Surely, someone is attempting to set us up. Let me know who it is. I shall not let him go. Lori exclaimed, clenching her tiny fist vehemently. It is the other three individuals who accompanied us to, Shen Wengang stated calmly. What? It is them? How is that possible? Did they not head west? Lori hesitated to finish her thought. Indeed, they did not. Instead, they went ahead to lay in wait for us, Shen Wengang explained. No, brother. We must return and confront them. Lori, infuriated, turned to go back. Do not go. We are not their match. Moreover, from their conversation, I vaguely gathered that the second-tier zombie is the son of an uneducated man. How do you think he will react when he discovers that we are the ones who killed his son? Shen Wengang intervened. Humph. These people are truly despicable. To deceive us into feeding zombies. This is inhumane. Lori stomped her foot in frustration. Enough. Let us move on. We need to find a place to rest. In Yusu province. At the Malin Resettlement Center. Bosnio, welcome back. Mayor Gong rushed over to greet him upon hearing that Bosnio had returned with a cartload of grain. Mayor Gong, you came in person. Niu Xingwang quickly extended his hand. You are a great benefactor of Malin. Such an honor demands a personal welcome. Mayor Gong proclaimed. Exchanging pleasantries. You flatter me, Mayor. I am merely an ordinary merchant, hardly worthy of such accolades. Niu Xingwang waved his hand modestly. Worthy indeed. Absolutely worthy. Mayor Gong insisted confidently. Mayor Gong, in addition to flour, I also noticed a considerable amount of fresh vegetables. Just then, Secretary Liu rushed over, exclaiming, Is that true? Mayor Gong was taken aback. Truly. Cabbages. I witnessed them being unloaded from the truck, basket after basket, all fresh cabbages. Secretary Liu exclaimed, his excitement evident as he spoke with fervor. Bosnio, your prowess is indeed remarkable. How is it possible to procure vegetables in these times? Mayor Gong inquired, astonished. I apologize, Mayor Gong. I should have informed you in advance. This time, in addition to bringing in 10,000 pounds of flour, I have also transported 10,000 pounds of potatoes and cabbages, as well as 2 live pigs. Bosnio, while appearing apologetic, was in fact boasting. Ah, and pigs. Bosnio, are these pigs reliable? Mayor Gong asked discreetly. Rest assured, there is no issue. If Mayor Gong has any doubts, he may send someone for inspection. Bosnio assured him. Then there is no need. Since Bosnio has confirmed there are no problems, it must indeed be so. What are your plans for these supplies? Mayor Gong inquired. Chapter 56. The Mayor's Elation. Mayor Gong. Money has lost its value nowadays. Selling these goods would hold little significance. As the common folk possess nothing of my interest, Bosnio pointed out, addressing the crux of the matter. What do you mean? Mayor Gong was eager for clarification. I would like Mayor Gong to grant our Chamber of Commerce a special permit, Bosnio stated. What kind of permit? A firearms permit, Bosnio replied. What? Mayor Gong was taken aback. Is Bosnio planning a rebellion? Seeking a firearms permit? You can negotiate for land and people, but firearms? Mayor Gong, please do not rush. Let me explain. We are in a special period, and special measures are warranted. Consider this. How could the common folk, unarmed, possibly contend with the undead? If this continues, the refuge is destined for ruin. Rules are but lifeless constructs, while humanity is vibrant and dynamic. Wouldn't you agree? Niu Xingwang whispered softly. Your notion is rather audacious. I am not in a position to make that decision. Allow me to return and submit a report, providing feedback to the higher authorities. Once we receive a response, we can deliberate further. How does that sound? Mayor Gong inquired. Very well. I shall await your correspondence, Mayor Gong. However, I urge you to be prompt. For prolonged storage diminishes the freshness of the produce, Niu Xingwang cautioned. Rest assured, Mayor Gong replied hastily before departing. In Yusu province, in the city of Mo, At the Suiyang refuge, deep in the night. Oh, divine envoy, I am filled with remorse towards you. Nanner has perished. Mei Wenhua lamented on his knees. Before him stood a figure cloaked in deep crimson, wearing a snow-white mask. Mei Shanfen, I am already aware of this grievous oversight. You bear the responsibility for such a significant lapse, spoke the one referred to as the divine envoy. Oh, divine envoy, I acknowledge my transgressions. Please, bestow upon me your judgment. Mei Wenhua prostrated, his forehead pressed to the ground. Rise. After all, you too have lost a son. Let this instance be noted. Should another error occur, you shall face dual retribution, the divine envoy declared. Thank you, divine envoy. Mei Wenhua expressed gratitude, bowing once more before standing up. This is the holy gift for this month. Consume it. The divine envoy offered a pill. Thank you, divine envoy. Thank you. Mei Wenhua exclaimed with excitement as he accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. I have heard that a new refuge has been established in Malin Town. Is there any truth to this? The divine envoy inquired. Is that so? Yes, esteemed envoy, Mei Wenhua replied. Have arrangements been made for a messenger to be sent? Not yet, revered envoy. The residents of Malin Town have only recently relocated from Bijiang. They are not locals of Mazhou, Mei Wenhua answered. Expedite the development of a messenger service. I hope that when I next visit, you will provide me with a satisfactory response. The divine envoy declared before vanishing into the shadows. I bid you farewell, esteemed envoy. Mei Wenhua bowed deeply, filled with utmost reverence. In Yusu Province, Mazhou City. At the Malin Resettlement Center, Niu Xingwang greeted Secretary Liu upon his arrival. What brings you here? Have you completed the arrangements? Secretary Liu surveyed the surroundings. There is not much to tidy up. A general organization will suffice, he remarked. Is there something specific you wish to discuss, Secretary Liu? Niu Xingwang inquired. Mayor Gong has requested your presence. Since the phone is currently unusable, I came to inform you in person, Secretary Liu replied. Now. Yes, now. Very well, let us proceed. Soon, the two arrived at Mayor Gong's office. Mayor Gong, you summon me? Niu Xingwang asked as he entered. Xiao Lu, please step outside and close the door. Mayor Gong instructed. Secretary Liu nodded and exited to close the door. Boss Niu, regarding the matter you raised previously, I have relayed it to the higher authorities. Their general stance is that while they encourage the spontaneous formation of defensive forces by civic organizations, initiating the distribution of firearms poses a challenge, Mayor Gong explained. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, Mayor. My intention is merely to allow for the possession of firearms. I can manage the acquisition of the weapons myself. Niu Xingwang elucidated. Can you still procure firearms? If that is the case, it may be somewhat manageable. However, regarding such a significant matter, relying solely on this 10,000 caddies of grain and vegetables may not suffice. It is unlikely to yield substantial results. Mayor Gong remarked. Well, it appears we are beginning to negotiate terms. That implies there is something to discuss. Of course, this quantity of grain hardly necessitates the allocation of firearms for protection. To be candid, Mayor Gong, what truly requires safeguarding is this. Niu Xingwang retrieved an antigen from his pocket. What is this? Mayor Gong inquired. This is an antigen. SBDV, one neurotropic virus antigen serum injection, commonly known as antigen serum. Niu Boss articulated each word with clarity. What? Mayor Gong stood up, utterly astonished. It is a common reaction for anyone hearing about antigen serum for the first time. Niu Boss remained silent, quietly reveling in Mayor Gong's expression. This sensation was delightful. Niu Boss, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Mayor Gong asked once more. As authentic as it gets. Niu Xingwang continued to maintain his fade. Wait. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts. Mayor Gong paced back and forth in his office, his face flushed. He momentarily questioned whether he was dreaming. Niu Xingwang found this exhilarating. You are being rather ostentatious. Enough with the charade. This is precisely the effect I desired. Chapter 57. Testing with Zhao Yinghua. Niu Boss. This matter cannot be fabricated. Mayor Gong reiterated with certainty. I assure you, as genuine as it comes. Niu Xingwang replied with poise. How much do you possess? Mayor Gong asked. Niu Xingwang raised 2 fingers. 2. Mayor Gong queried. Niu Xingwang nodded. This is what remained from the day's earlier endeavors. 43 individuals, each having received a dose, leaving 2 doses behind. Boss Niu, what are your terms? I stipulated a firearms permit. Such an item offers no protective power, rendering it unsafe. Niu Xingwang, without pretense, acknowledged that this was the moment of truth. I approved. So what now? Mayor Gong inquired. In truth, Directives had long been issued regarding the spontaneous formation of protective forces by private organizations. Each resettlement area possessed complete autonomy, exempt from the need for reporting or applications. Mayor Gong merely sought to leverage this opportunity to procure additional grain from Niu Xingwang. Mayor Gong, this batch is for you. Niu Xingwang extended the antigen he held. Mayor Gong trembled as he accepted it, as if it were a priceless treasure. Mayor Gong, you should administer it now. Keeping it in hand is perilous, Niu Xingwang cautioned. Mayor Gong hesitated, feeling uneasy relying solely on Niu Xingwang's word. If Mayor Gong is apprehensive, he could summon Chao Yinghua to conduct a test. It would reveal if there are antibodies present in his system, Niu Xingwang suggested. Chao Yinghua has been vaccinated? Mayor Gong inquired with surprise. Indeed, all 43 members of the field team received their shots during the day. Mayor Gong, consider this. While they are out there, I must ensure their safety, right? Niu Xingwang boasted. Mayor Gong's lips twitched in disbelief. Such a scarce resource, and you administered it without hesitation? Over 40 doses at once. Goodness, what extravagance. Do you not fear the peril in divulging such a significant secret, Boss Niu? Mayor Gong asked. The members of the field team remain oblivious to what I inoculated them with. The sole person privy to this matter is you, Mayor Gong. Mayor Gong is undoubtedly aware that, in all matters, what is held tightly in one's grasp is a treasure, while that which is cast aside becomes mere refuse. Do you not agree, Mayor Gong? Niu Xingwang inquired with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Niu possesses remarkable insight. I hold great admiration for you. Mayor Gong complimented. With Mr. Niu's subtle hint, he understood well. Should this antigen prove authentic, it would represent boundless resources and opportunities in one's hands, if it were to be disclosed. Not only would one incur unwarranted troubles, but also gain nothing. We are all astute individuals, and there is no need for further elucidation. Very well, Mayor Gong. It is late, and I shall not impose further. Henceforth, I await your permission. Niu Xingwang bid farewell. Safe travels, Mr. Niu, Mayor Gong replied courteously. The following morning, Mayor Gong summoned Chao Yinghua. Report. Enter. Mayor Gong, you summoned me? Chao Yinghua inquired. Yinghua, please, take a seat, Mayor Gong said warmly. Yes. Yinghua, how are you faring at the Huading Chamber of Commerce? Mayor Gong asked. It is satisfactory. Have you observed any unusual circumstances? Mayor Gong continued. Mayor Gong, Chao Yinghua hesitated to reveal. Niu Xingwang had mentioned that if his warehouse remained untroubled for a month, all would be well. Upon returning, they had discussed in private that Mr. Niu's implication likely suggested that if any misfortune befell the warehouse, it would spell disaster for everyone. He could disregard his own concerns, but he could not neglect the well-being of so many others. Upon observing Chao Yinghua's demeanor, Mayor Gong discerned that this informant was in trouble. Yinghua, in matters of great significance, you must not be confused, Mayor Gong cautioned. Mayor Gong expressed his apologies, stating that yesterday Boss Niu had administered an unknown substance, remarking that as long as nothing went awry in his warehouse, everyone would be safe. Thus, if I divulge any information to you, it may jeopardize the well-being of the group, explained Chao Yinghua. Oh, regarding that matter, it is of no concern. Boss Niu has already informed me yesterday. Everyone can rest assured that there will be no issues, Mayor Gong reassured him. Is that true? Then I shall feel at ease, Chao Yinghua replied, though still furrowing his brow. The reason I summoned you today is precisely for this matter. Although Boss Niu claims there is nothing to worry about, I still need to consider the safety of everyone. Please accompany me to the medical unit. I shall arrange for you to undergo a checkup, Mayor Gong instructed. Thank you. Mayor Gong. Chao Yinghua stood up with gratitude. Enough of the formalities. Let us proceed, Mayor Gong replied. 1 hour later, in a private office within the medical unit. Mayor Gong, the results are in. Negative, a doctor announced as he approached. Does negative indicate immunity or the absence thereof? Mayor Gong inquired, perplexed. It signifies immunity. The doctor clarified. Excellent. That is splendid news. Mayor Gong responded with enthusiasm. Who was that just now? The doctor asked. Director Shui. He's an asymptomatic carrier. Mayor Gong fabricated an explanation. Another asymptomatic individual? Director Shui murmured in surprise. Oh, Director Shui, have you encountered other asymptomatic carriers? Mayor Gong inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Back in August, at an underground facility in Binzhou, Director Shui replied. Oh, is that so? Very well then. Director Shui, please carry on with your duties, Mayor Gong said. Somewhat bewildered. After Director Shui's departure, he hurriedly exited the medical area, flanked by several doctors. Chapter 58. an unexpected encounter in the woods. I've reviewed the situation regarding Yinghua. Indeed, there is nothing amiss. Let everyone focus on their work, Mayor Gong addressed Zhao Yinghua. Thank you, Mayor Gong, Zhao Yinghua replied gratefully. All right, get back to your tasks. Zhao Yinghua saluted and then returned to the Watung Chamber of Commerce. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Liu arrived. Secretary Liu, welcome. Niu Xingwang greeted with a smile. Boss Niu, I've come to deliver some documents. To be honest, after so many years as a secretary, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. You are quite impressive. Boss Niu. As he spoke, Secretary Liu retrieved a document from his briefcase. Oh, you flatter me. This is all thanks to Mayor Gong's remarkable leadership and unorthodox methods. Wouldn't you agree? Niu Xingwang responded with exaggerated praise. Secretary Liu, however, shifted the conversation. What do you think about this grain? Niu Xingwang examined the gun permit in his hands, noting the vivid red stamp in the lower right corner. Confirming its authenticity, he was overjoyed. Secretary Liu, I'll have it transported to the command center immediately. Look, the people are eagerly awaiting their rice, yet these individuals are still dawdling. Zhao Yinghua, where are you? Come here at once. Niu Xingwang sprang into action, organizing the movement of supplies. Very well, Boss Niu, I shall not take up more of your time. Secretary Liu stated before turning to leave. How unpredictable life can be. Just a short while ago, Boss Niu was a universally reviled figure, and now, merely half a month later, he has risen to prominence and even possesses armed protection. Secretary Liu mused thoughtfully. 10,000 pounds of grain. In the context of the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Mailin Town, amounts to little more than a drop in the bucket. Yet, this grain signifies not merely a meal, but embodies hope. They see the grain and envision a brighter future. In Sichuan Province, Yunde City, in Anning County, within a village, a scarred man bellowed, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Move with purpose." 30 to 40 individuals scurried about, rummaging through various homes, as well as among the corpses on the ground. A faint sound pierced the air, followed by a flash of blue light. Suddenly, a man froze, collapsing to the ground. Another shot rang out, and yet another man fell. The scarred man sensed something amiss and shouted, "Take cover. There are people in the woods." Panic ensued as everyone sought shelter, concealing themselves. A man, momentarily revealing himself, was instantly struck down. "Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Show yourself." The scarred man yelled from behind a stone. Silence ensued. "Everyone, keep hidden. No one show their face." He continued to shout. The standoff persisted, both sides entrenched. Fear gripped the scarred man. It was evident that their assailants wielded firearms, likely soldiers. Suddenly, a man cried out. A shot rang out, and the shouting man was silenced. Another shot echoed, and yet another man succumbed. The scarred man, perplexed, wondered what was happening. Why are these fools shouting? Do they seek death? A mechanical dog stealthily maneuvered, launching surprise attacks on those attempting to conceal themselves. The coordinated efforts of one man and his dog swiftly decimated over a dozen individuals. The distant roar of automobiles echoed through the air. Dozens of armed soldiers swiftly disembarked. Hastening inside. "Everyone, freeze. Discard your weapons and raise your hands," commanded the soldiers. The individuals concealed behind the barricade appeared as if they had seen a savior. Scrambling out to surrender, prostrating themselves on the ground. Lacking firearms and facing such a multitude of soldiers, they had no alternative but to capitulate. All the soldiers were masked, clad in combat attire, belonging to the renowned Stormbreaker assault team led by Rong Pu. "Oh, my dear, you cannot leave. How will I manage with the child?" cried a woman who rushed in, climbing atop a lifeless body, sobbing uncontrollably. Beside her stood a small boy, merely 3 years of age. "Madam, please accept my condolences." A hooded female officer approached to offer solace. This was Yin Fangfang. The woman, however, paid no heed, continuing to weep over the corpse. The soldiers gathered everyone together, forming a circle around them. Yin Fangfang turned her gaze towards the forested mountain. A figure emerged from the woods, also wearing a hood, their identity unknown. Upon noticing, the soldiers hastily raised their weapons, only to be halted by Yin Fangfang. She stepped forward, facing the individual on the mountain, her right hand clenched into a fist, palm inward, resting against her chest. The man on the mountain mirrored her gesture, their fists raised in silent acknowledgement. They exchanged a wordless glance for 5 seconds before the man turned and vanished into the woods. "Instructor Yin, who was that?" a soldier inquired as he approached. "A friend." Yin Fangfang replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. The soldier nodded, refraining from further questions. Damn it, you wretched lot. Are you even human? Huh? Murderers. I command you to kill. A soldier, seething with rage, hurled profanities while fiercely kicking the scarred man crouched on the ground. This man was none other than Rongpa. Enough. Stop beating him. Do you still think you resemble a soldier? You are nothing but a common bandit. Yen Fangfang interjected, stepping forward to intervene. Instructor Yen. We cannot let them off so easily. Damn it. They've even committed murder. I swear, I truly wish to execute them. Rongpa was about to unleash another torrent of curses when he realized the inappropriateness of his words and quickly altered his tone. Let us take them back first. How to deal with them shall be decided by the higher-ups, Yen Fangfang stated. The surviving dozen individuals were escorted onto a vehicle, which then turned around and departed. The woman, who had been weeping incessantly, was also taken away. Chapter 59. The speaker under attack in the blink of an eye. Over 10 days had passed. On December 31st, 2054, the eve of the new year, in the capital of Huagua, Kyoto City, within the chambers of the parliamentary building, in the speaker's office. Old Yen, please take a seat, the speaker said. Very well. Old Yen, do you think it's time to summarize the emergency response plan? The speaker inquired. I believe we have covered most of the necessary points over the past few days, Yen Jinping replied. Indeed, the speaker nodded. Old Yen, we are old comrades. I implore you to speak candidly. Do you truly have any idea who is leaking information to us? The speaker asked. Brother Bailey, I genuinely do not know. Yen Jinping denied. Really? The speaker expressed skepticism. Indeed. I swear I am telling the truth, Yen Jinping insisted with wide eyes. Very well. I shall consider that I did not ask. The speaker leaned back in his chair, responding nonchalantly. Brother Bailey, with such a large population in Kyoto, maintaining the state of martial law indefinitely is not a viable solution. As the New Year festivities concluded, the temperature gradually began to rise, and concerns about potential disruptions loomed. Yen Jinping shifted the topic. Old Yen, I have contemplated this issue, but the timing is rather inopportune. If the parliament withdraws from Kyoto, it would significantly undermine the confidence of various regions in combating the virus. Moreover, the Longting base in the outskirts of the city is currently under construction and will be completed in approximately 2 months. Rest assured, there will be no issues. The speaker assured. Very well, Yen Jinping replied. Old Yen, with the 7-day holiday for New Year's, you ought to return home for a visit. I shall not keep you any longer. We shall reconvene after the festivities. Agreed. See you after the holiday. At 2130 on Liberty Avenue. Where the Parliament building is situated, vehicles moved slowly. The speaker sat in the back seat, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted as a vehicle in front veered off the road. The cars behind slammed to a halt. Another vehicle was struck and sent flying. What is happening? The speaker awoke, bewildered. Sir, we are under attack. Please remain seated. The driver exclaimed, swiftly turning the wheel and flooring the accelerator, propelling them forward. Xiaowang. Head towards the military headquarters. The legislator commanded. Understood, speaker. Xiaowang replied, though his tone seemed somewhat peculiar. Are you not Xiaowang? The speaker's instincts prompted unease. Before he could rise, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he lost consciousness. 2 hours later, the vehicle arrived back at the military headquarters, which was in utter chaos. Due to strained power supplies, traffic lights and civilian surveillance systems had long ceased to function. The security system of the military headquarters did not encompass all of Kyoto, being deployed only at several key security locations. Consequently, a substantial number of personnel were dispatched to conduct a thorough search. The commander has returned. A soldier reported as he entered. Within the central military district, all referred to the commander, by Li Ji, by his title rather than as the speaker. A tacitly understood convention. What? Where? A military officer exclaimed. He has entered the military district and is nearing the command center, the soldier responded. Excellent. This is splendid. Let us go out to greet him, the officer declared as he hastened outside. Soon, a vehicle came to a halt in front of the command building. All the waiting officers and soldiers stood at attention, saluting. The driver alighted, opened the rear door, and Bai Li Ji emerged. Commander, are you unscathed? An officer rushed forward to inquire. I am fine. You all have worked hard. Please return and rest, Bai Li Ji replied before entering the building. The officers and soldiers ceased their observation and returned to their duties. Inside an interrogation room, Xiao Wang sat in the witness chair. Wang Yang. During the course of the last 2 hours, you were required to relay precisely where the vehicle traversed without omission. The interrogating officer stated, his tone not overly harsh. but rather persuasive. Yes. Upon encountering the attack, I feared being encircled, thus I swiftly distanced myself from the convoy, proceeding along Freeway Avenue. The speaker instructed to drive directly back to the military headquarters. Hence, when I reached Linjing Street, I veered southward. However, not long after, two vehicles emerged from either side of the road, recklessly approaching me. I had no choice but to make an immediate decision to steer into Li Family Alley. In this manner, I navigated through the city, twisting and turning until I finally managed to evade them and return the vehicle. As the driver Wang Yang recounted the scene, the inquiring officer swiftly recorded his words. Did you take note of the license plate number of the other vehicle? No. The speed was too fast, and I dared not divert my attention. Since they appeared to be prepared, it seems as though they had orchestrated a plan to coerce you into following certain routes. How did you manage to break free from their encirclement? The officer inquired. Wang Yang pondered momentarily before responding. I believe they are not locals from Kyoto. They are unfamiliar with the routes. All right, we shall conclude today's inquiry here. You may return for now. We will verify the details you provided one by one. And I hope you will not withhold any information. I would never, he replied. Moreover, during this period, your work will be temporarily suspended, and someone else will take over your responsibilities. Until the investigation is resolved, we kindly request that you remain at home, refrain from going out, and avoid any contact with others. This is to prevent complications. I hope you understand and cooperate. Understood. Chapter 60. The Experiment of the Mutants. Subsequently, the guards split into teams, conducting thorough searches along the routes mentioned by driver Wang Yang. They analyzed the tire tracks left at the scene, which largely corroborated his account. Commander, we have investigated everything, and the situation is as reported. A soldier entered to report. The commander nodded, his brow furrowed, remaining silent. Although the results appeared clear-cut, he harbored a nagging suspicion that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Have the vehicles been inspected? The company commander of the guard unit inquired. Have you completed the inspection? Yes, aside from some minor dents, there are no other issues, replied the soldier. Implement a 24-hour covert surveillance on Wang Yang, commanded the commander. Understood, the soldier said before withdrawing. Have the assailants been apprehended? The commander asked another soldier beside him. They all escaped. Their agility is remarkable, and they possess immense strength. Impervious to blades and bullets. They do not seem like ordinary individuals, the soldier lamented. The commander was already aware of this. Those individuals could effortlessly hurl a vehicle, and bullets had no effect on them. It was exceedingly peculiar. The entire incident bore an air of mystery, transcending their comprehension. Consequently, the matter had been escalated to the military political department. On the morning of January 1st, 2055, in Kyoto, at the military political department, Director Liu stated, based on the materials, it appears that this group resembles mutants. Director Liu Feiying, a member of the council and the current head of the military political department, noted that mutants had only recently come to their attention. Following the outbreak of the virus, the military political department established a secret task force, collaborating with top experts from the cultural and health departments to investigate various subjects, including the virus's origin, characteristics, the relationship between antigens and antibodies, potential biochemical weapon attacks by hostile forces, and the study of zombie traits. Not long ago, an asymptomatic carrier in the laboratory quarantine zone numbered 017 suddenly went berserk during a routine examination. Fortunately, the individual retained awareness and was quickly subdued. Subsequently, the researchers conducted an extensive examination of the individual identified as Subject 017. Remarkably, all indicators, blood, respiration, heartbeat, and organ function, were within normal ranges. The leader of the secret group, struck by a sudden inspiration, requested the deployment of 12 elite soldiers for a series of one-on-one combat experiments against Subject 017. The initial outcomes were far from satisfactory. As a mere 28-year-old civilian with no prior combat training, Subject 017 was easily defeated each time. The only peculiar aspect was his astonishing endurance and resilience to blows. However, the results of the second round of experiments were strikingly different. Subject 017 exhibited an exceptional capacity for learning, swiftly mastering fundamental combat techniques, which resulted in the complete downfall of the 12 soldiers in one-on-one confrontations. This outcome significantly exceeded the leader's expectations. Following this, and with the necessary permissions granted, they proceeded to conduct multiple rounds of one-versus-many combat trials. The results were exhilarating. Subject 017 demonstrated rapid growth, with his strength, speed, and explosive power increasing dramatically. He soon triumphed effortlessly against the combined assaults of the 12 soldiers. This led to speculation. Could every asymptomatic carrier possess such capabilities? Similar experiments were subsequently conducted on several other asymptomatic individuals. Unfortunately, not all exhibited these extraordinary abilities. To facilitate differentiation, those with special capabilities were designated a new term, mutants. In light of these experimental findings, the higher echelons of the military and political department took this matter with utmost seriousness, mandating dedicated research into the mutants. The investigation materials submitted by the Central Military District last night revealed that several assailants could effortlessly lift cars with their bare hands, leading him to suspect that the attackers might indeed be mutants. If they are mutants, the situation becomes exceedingly complex. Who could possibly gather such a multitude of mutants in such a brief span of time? Director Liu furrowed his brows in contemplation. What should we do now? Inquired the secretary beside him. Let us proceed to the Central Military District. Director Liu responded, swiftly exiting. In the capital, at the Central Military District headquarters, Director Liu reported, Mr. Speaker, the individuals involved in the attack yesterday may be mutants. That is apparent, the speaker replied calmly. Are you all right, Mr. Speaker? Director Liu sensed a peculiar tone in the speaker's voice. I am fine. Do we have any suspects? The speaker adjusted his posture and inquired. Not at the moment. Given their ability to assemble such a significant number of mutants, they likely possess considerable influence, possibly from foreign powers. Director Liu articulated his hypothesis. Oh, really? Currently, all maritime and aerial connections with foreign territories have been halted. Is it plausible for anyone to infiltrate? The speaker remarked. You need not pursue that line of inquiry for now. We shall deliberate on it after the new year. Your primary focus should remain on the few projects at hand. I expect you to initiate comprehensive research on mutants promptly to elucidate the mechanisms of their mutations. It seems that the combat capabilities of these mutants should not be underestimated. Mutants. The speaker pondered for a moment before continuing. In that case, dispatch some personnel to various shelters across the nation to requisition all asymptomatic carriers. Identify all the anomalies and establish a dedicated task force, naming it Dark Knight. We must act swiftly. We are already one step behind. Yes, Director Liu exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 61. The Countenance of Glory. Commander, the research chamber has been completed. According to the mission plan, we now have two options, the quantum communication chamber and the main control chamber. Which should we construct first? Xiaolin inquired. Let us proceed with the main control chamber, replied Fang Chen. The number of worker bee robots must be increased. Our current efficiency is insufficient. Understood, Commander. The function of the main control chamber is akin to that of a hive within the base, allowing for multi-threaded division of labor among the worker bee robots. This means the worker bee robots can be divided into several groups, executing various tasks simultaneously. However, unlike a hive, the main control chamber cannot manufacture worker bee robots. It is solely for control. To increase the number of worker bee robots, a production chamber is necessary, which in turn requires the main control chamber as a prerequisite. Thus, the main control chamber must be prioritized for construction. How many safe houses have been constructed so far? 3 have been completed. Very well. Commander, Fang Hua requested communication. Xiaolin reported. Put her through. Hello, boss. We have nearly completed the collection of crystal cores, and everyone is eager to exchange for a new batch of equipment. When would be a convenient time? Yin Fangfang asked. How many do we have? Fang Chen inquired. Approximately 20,000. Yin Fangfang replied. Such a large quantity. Fang Chen expressed his astonishment. In merely 20 days, an astonishing number of crystal cores had been amassed, averaging a remarkable 1,000 per day. Indeed, boss. During this period, while everyone rested, our garments continued to toil. 3 shifts operated around the clock, engaged in relentless combat. Yin Fangfang admitted with a hint of shyness. Goodness. Even the production team's donkey wouldn't endure such a regimen. Are you not afraid of zombies pouncing at night? Fang Chen inquired, chewing on his snack. We possess heavy firepower. We even deployed tanks. Yin Fangfang exclaimed with excitement. Incredible. You are truly formidable. The lengths you go to for those crystal cores are astounding. Fang Chen expressed his admiration fervently. There was no other choice. The soldiers had gone mad. After being confined in the military camp for months, unable to slay zombies, avenge their comrades, or protect their homeland, everyone was harboring pin-up frustration. Now, seeing a glimmer of hope, they were all fervently engaged. At this point, Yin Fangfang's voice quivered slightly. It will gradually improve. Everything will be all right. I will send you the new trading location shortly, and we shall conduct our business there. The timing is flexible. Just come over directly, Fang Chen stated. All right, boss, Yin Fangfang replied before ending the call. That afternoon, 5 helicopters arrived at the outskirts of Binzhou. To facilitate the landing, Fang Chen had intentionally arranged for a relatively open space. Instructor Yin, I heard that the entire southeast military district has retreated northward. Are there still people here? Rong Pe, who had accompanied him, expressed his puzzlement upon realizing they were in Binzhou. Enough with the chatter. Observe more and speak less. Yin Fangfang retorted with annoyance. Glancing around, she entered a courtyard. Welcome home. Fang Chen smiled as he stood in the yard. Wow. Boss, how did you get out? It's dangerous outside. You must return. Yin Fangfang exclaimed upon seeing Fang Chen, her initial joy swiftly giving way to seriousness. Her concern was not solely for his safety. There was an underlying reason. Fang Chen could not afford to face any misfortune. The hopes of everyone rested upon his shoulders. If he were to encounter any peril, they would all be lost in this fractured world. Surely not, Sister Yin. Am I not entitled to a moment of fresh air? This is worse than being a prisoner. Fang Chen replied with a bitter smile. No way. You need to go back inside, quickly. Yin Fangfang insisted, pushing him toward the door without a hint of hesitation. Oh. The saintly affliction strikes again, he muttered. Wait. I haven't finished counting the crystal cores yet. If I miscalculate, it could cost me dearly. Why are you so obsessed with money? A military force of 200,000 in the Southwest Military District wouldn't be bothered by your trifling concerns, Yin Fangfang retorted. Fang Chen, I warn you, do not push me. He feigned anger. Instructor Yin, is this the right time? Rong Hua shouted as he entered, but his voice quickly diminished upon witnessing the scene before him. Instructor Yin, did I come at a bad time? He stammered, feeling somewhat intimidated by the awkwardness of the situation. Would Instructor Yin silence him for witnessing something inappropriate? A wave of guilt washed over Rong Hua. His interruption broke the tension between the two. Yin Fangfang quickly withdrew her hand and adjusted her attire, while Fang Chen emerged from the doorway, his demeanor unchanged, as if nothing had transpired at all. You are Rong Hua? Fang Chen inquired. You know me? Rong Hua responded, bewildered. The young man before him was a stranger, shrouded in a hood, making it impossible for him to recognize himself. Yet, recognition dawned. The captain of the wind-slashing commando, Fang Chen remarked with a smile. Instructor Yin. Who is he? Rong Pe turned to Yin Fangfang, disregarding Fang Chen. He's the boss here, Yin Fangfang replied. The boss? Could it be? Rong Pe was taken aback. Is the boss this young? Indeed. Yin Fangfang confirmed. Greetings, boss. You are truly impressive. Rong Pe immediately adopted a flattering demeanor, eagerly approaching for a handshake. This display left even Yin Fangfang astounded. Rong Pe, where's your dignity? Chapter 62. A gift of introduction. Look. It's still Captain Rong's discerning eye at play, far superior to certain individuals. Fang Chen quipped playfully while shaking hands with Rong Pe. Yin Fangfang felt a surge of frustration. Boss, when it comes to discerning talent, it must be you. No one else has ever praised me like this. Rong Pe shamelessly continued his flattery. Rong Pe you. Yin Fangfang could no longer contain herself. Ah, look here. Since it's our first meeting and I haven't brought a gift, allow me to present you with this. As he spoke, Fang Chen rummaged through his pocket, eventually producing an antigen test. You. Yin Fangfang pointed at the two of them, struggling to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, she yearned to snatch the antigen away. Oh, what is this? Rong Pe inquired, taking the antigen and examining it closely. This is an antigen. Be careful not to drop it. Yin Fangfang urged from the side. Antigen? What is an antigen? Rong Pe was completely perplexed. He could grasp the notion of a vaccine, but this was beyond him. It's a vaccine. Yin Fangfang disdainfully replied, suggesting that translating it into vaccine should suffice. Vaccine? Boss, why would you give me a vaccine? Rong Pe's initial reaction was one of confusion. He had heard of gifts like cigarettes and alcohol, but never a vaccine upon first meeting. However, as soon as he uttered those words, realization struck. What? A vaccine? Could it possibly be a vaccine for virus prevention? Rong Pe exclaimed, inquiring further. Indeed. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Oh my goodness. A vaccine. Have they actually managed to create such a thing? Rong Pe scrutinized the vaccine in his hand, feeling a mix of astonishment and skepticism. If you don't want it, You can give it to me, Yin Fangfang suggested. No way. This is a gift from my boss. I'm just asking, merely inquiring. Rongpa quickly concealed the vaccine, fearful of it being snatched away. Boss, do you have any more? Could you spare me a few more? Rongpa shamelessly inquired. Yes, but you'll have to exchange it for crystal cores, Fang Chen replied. Still smiling. How many crystal cores? Rongpa asked. 200 crystal cores per vaccine, Fang Chen responded. 200? Rongpa was taken aback. A complete combat suit costs only 100 crystal cores, yet a single vaccine demands 200. This disparity highlighted the difference in status and considerations. Yin Jinping's immediate reaction was that it was inexpensive, recognizing that many would pay any price to preserve their lives. In contrast, Rongpa focused on the crystal cores. Gathering 200 would be a daunting task for any individual. Upon hearing the price, Rongpa quickly clutched his pockets, eyeing Yin Fangfang as if guarding against thieves. Fang Chen had actually come specifically to meet Rongpa. As the infiltrators successively brought new recruits, a cadre of instructors was required to train them, with Yin Jinping's Storm Commando team being the most suitable candidates. His intention was to win their favor in advance. Let us expedite the transaction. Night is fast approaching. Fang Chen remarked, abandoning his jest. Rongpa, go outside and have everyone bring in the crystal cores, he instructed. For boxes, each brimming with crystal cores. There are 5,000 in each box, totaling 20,000, Rongpa reported. This was the first time Fang Chen had seen such an abundance of crystal cores. From a distance, they resembled boxes of precious gems. He certainly would not count them individually. Instead, he swiftly poured them all into a cart. In less than a minute, he received a report from Shaolin confirming the count, 20,013. The number was accurate, so he produced another cart containing 100 sets of combat suits. These are 100 combat suits. Now we are even, Fang Chen said, addressing Yin Fangfang. Yin Fangfang nodded in agreement. After the transaction concluded, the group departed, and Fang Chen returned to base. In the Southwest Military District Command in Yunda City, Sichuan Province, Rongpa said to Yin Fangfang, "This is still for you." "For me? This isn't like you," Yin Fangfang responded, puzzled. Rongpa was not known for offering favors. "What do you mean by that? What is my style? I've always been selfless." Rongpa replied with a feigned innocence. "Speak plainly." Yin Fangfang retorted disdainfully. It's just one team. I cannot take the first strike and disrupt unity. If we are to fight, it must be alongside my brothers, Rongpa admitted sincerely, unwilling to create a sense of privilege among his comrades. "Are you implying that I have influenced unity?" Yin Fangfang retorted. "What? Instructor Yin, have you already taken action?" Rongpa responded, realizing the situation. "So, is that not acceptable?" Yin Fangfang questioned again. All right. Nevertheless, I shall decline." Rongpa persistently refused. "Whether you wish it or not, you must comply. Do you think the boss will simply gift it to you?" Yin Fangfang remarked. "What do you mean?" Rongpa was perplexed. After all, he was quite the money enthusiast. Would anything be given away for free? If you do not act, you might jeopardize his plans. Yin Fangfang explained. "What?" Rongpa was even more bewildered. He was a soldier under Commander Yin, part of the Southwest Military Region, not a mere employee of a clothing retailer. What need had he to execute his plans? This is not for you to know. Just understand that receiving the vaccine will better equip you to confront zombies and enhance your ability to protect your comrades. Do you comprehend? Yin Fangfang guided him. All right. Fine. Rongpa agreed, still in a haze. What is going on? Why is Instructor Yin behaving so unusually? In the past, if there were something good, she would have seized it. This time, she offers it to me, and yet I still refuse? It's all quite enigmatic. Chapter 63, Establishing the Mercenary Guild Yusu Province. Majo City, Mailin Resettlement Center. Boss Neo, this place was once the finest inn in Mailin Town, comprising 3 stories, adorned with antique decor. From today onward, consider it the office for your Huadong Chamber of Commerce. Mayor Gong and Niu Xingwang conversed while touring the inn. I am truly grateful to Mayor Gong for remembering this small matter, Niu Xingwang expressed politely. Oh, it is nothing. You have made significant contributions to our town of Merlin. Your affairs are our affairs, Mayor Gong remarked. Rest assured, we at the Huadong Chamber of Commerce will certainly strive to do good and practical deeds for the common people. Niu Xingwang assured him. Excellent. With your promise, I can rest easy, Mayor Gong replied, his joy stemming from his control over the Anagen line. By firmly grasping this line, he secured his political future. Thus, The matters concerning the Huading Chamber of Commerce held paramount importance in his mind. Boss Niu, have there been any recent developments? Mayor Gong inquired discreetly. Indeed, Mayor Gong, there has. Niu Xingwang responded softly as he leaned in. Let us discuss this inside. Mayor Gong stepped into his office. Mayor Gong, here is the situation. I plan to start a rental business, Niu Xingwang stated. A rental business? What will you be renting? Mayor Gong asked. Clothing and firearms. Niu Xingwang replied. Boss Niu, that seems rather ambitious, doesn't it? Mayor Gong frowned. The Huading Chamber of Commerce could possess firearms. Thanks to a certification provided by Mayor Gong, and due to the mutual beneficial relationship they had subtly established. However, renting firearms to others raised concerns. Mayor Gong. Allow me to explain, Niu Xingwang continued. The clothing I possess is not ordinary attire. It consists of combat gear, with the protection of combat suits. Ordinary zombies cannot harm us. This would enable us to take proactive measures to hunt down zombies, ensuring our shelter's safety by clearing the nearby undead. Niu Xingwang quietly elucidated. The reasoning is sound. Have you ever contemplated that when individuals possess firearms, the probability of riots escalates, thereby jeopardizing the safety of innocent lives? This is one concern. Furthermore, can untrained civilians effectively combat zombies? I have heard that the military has ceased its operations. Can we truly manage on our own? Mayor Gong posed his queries. Naturally, not everyone should be permitted to participate. My proposal is to establish a mercenary guild, which would require all individuals wishing to venture forth and hunt zombies to register under their real names. Only those who have registered would be issued firearm permits and be allowed to rent equipment. With the oversight of a mercenary guild, the risk of chaos could be mitigated. As for the capability to eliminate zombies, that is beyond our purview. Those lacking skill would not thrive in the mercenary trade, would they? Boss Niu patiently advocated his stance. Mayor Gong furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter repeatedly. After much consideration, he concluded that the issue was not insurmountable. His primary responsibility lay in the issuance of firearm permits. There are already clear directives in place. Each shelter can independently determine its defensive measures without the need for higher-level approval. Thus, he faced minimal risk. Moreover, Boss Niu, what motivates you to rent out equipment for individuals to hunt zombies? Why would they choose to rent your gear for such a perilous endeavor? Mayor Gong approached the matter from a different angle, voicing his inquiries. For this, Boss Niu revealed a crystal core from his pocket. After securing his firearm permit, Niu Xingwang promptly led a group to the safe house to collect 100 laser guns the following day. The crystal core was also retrieved during the collection of the laser weapons. What is this? Mayor Gong was, of course, unaware. This object is known as a crystal core, nestled within the brains of the zombies. It serves numerous purposes, and I can facilitate its recovery here, Niu Xingwang remarked. So, your intention in sending everyone out to slay zombies is to collect this item? Mayor Gong inquired. Precisely. Hasn't Mayor Gong always been curious about the origin of the antigen in my possession? To be candid, the production of antigens is inextricably linked to this item. Niu Xingwang elucidated. I see. Mayor Gong nodded in understanding. Mayor Gong, I would not undertake a task without the necessary means. While the crystal core is significant, human life holds equal importance. I, Niu Xingwang, would never engage in an exchange that jeopardizes lives for crystal cores. You need not worry about that. Niu Xingwang continued to explain. So, does this imply that the crystal core can be utilized not only to rent your equipment, but also to purchase other items? Mayor Gong questioned. You are absolutely correct, Mayor Gong. In this way, I can reclaim the crystal cores and convert them into currency, thus revitalizing the entire economy of Meilan. Niu Xingwang exclaimed with enthusiasm. After careful consideration, Mayor Gong finally declared, Very well, let us proceed with this plan. However, the management of currency must remain under our official oversight. No problem. Niu Xingwang readily agreed. Chapter 64. The Enemies of Misunderstanding. The following morning, some uninvited guests arrived at the Meilan shelter, with the leader being Mei Wenhua from the Suiyang shelter. Boss Mei, please take a seat, Mayor Gong said. Thank you. Mayor Gong. Mei Wenhua gracefully settled down. May I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit, Boss Mei? Mayor Gong asked. Last night, the mayor of MZHU contacted him in advance via satellite phone and briefly introduced the particulars of MIW. However, his words hinted at a trace of displeasure. Was it truly the case that the prominent merchants of MZHU would come to MILN as mere benefactors? Did he not wish to intervene or express his reservations? Mayor Jiying found himself puzzled. In these times, there seemed to be no shortage of peculiar occurrences. What had transformed Mil into such a coveted location? In the past, he would have welcomed such news with joy, yet circumstances had shifted. With NeoX NGW flourishing, the arrival of another like MIW could prove counterproductive. After all, MIL lay within the jurisdiction of MZHU, and as a dignified mayor, he was, strictly speaking, still somewhat beholden to others. Maintaining appearances was essential. It was not a significant matter, as he considered that Mayor Ji Ying, newly arrived, was merely attempting to ascertain whether there were any services he could offer. MIW smiled and remarked, "You are too kind. Everything is satisfactory, so there is no need for your esteemed self to trouble yourself." Without allowing MIW to speak further, Mayor Ji Ying directly declined. MIW was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly so proud as to reject an opportunity presented to him? Yet in an instant, he adjusted his demeanor and replied with a smile, "That is well. That is well. It is said that Mayor Ji Ying governs with great skill, and indeed, this seems to hold true. You may not be aware, but I am actually a native of MILN. My visit is not solely for greetings. I also wish to revisit my homeland to quell my nostalgia. Might I be permitted to stay in MILN for a couple of days? Ah, the sentiment of nostalgia. With just a few steps. Could one not simply come if they wished? Was it necessary to invoke such feelings? If you wish to stay, feel free. Just do not cause any disturbances," he replied. "I see. Then that is settled. Staying a few more days poses no issue. However, Master May, I must forewarn you, one must not reveal one's wealth. And safety should always be a priority. Although the security in mail-in is relatively satisfactory, one can never be too cautious of the occasional unwise individuals. My gratitude extends to Mayor Gong for this counsel." After expressing his thanks, Mei Wenhua departed, leaving Mayor Gong to instruct Secretary Liu. Arrange for a few individuals to monitor their activities in mail-in and ascertain their intentions. "Understood," Secretary Liu replied. In truth, the conditions in mail-in are significantly superior to those in Suiyang. The narrow streets, intricately woven together, are flanked by charmingly antiquated buildings that were once shops, now repurposed as residences. The community is densely packed, accommodating hundreds of thousands without issue. Thus, temporary tents are virtually unnecessary. It remains a mystery why mail-in was allocated to outsiders relocated from the riverside. As Mei Wenhua strolled along the streets of the ancient town, accompanied by a retinue, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. "Master Mei, something feels amiss." A young woman beside him whispered. "What is it?" Mei Wenhua inquired. "Look over there, those individuals are carrying firearms," the young woman cautioned. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon Mei Wenhua, and he quickly glanced up. Indeed, they were armed. His fists clenched tightly, and his teeth ground in fury. So it was them. At last, he understood who was responsible for the death of his beloved Nanner. He had suspected something was amiss, having heard no news of military operations in Moxhu and hesitated to inquire further. It became clear that this band of ruffians was to blame. "This is merely a misunderstanding," he thought, though he would not concede to such a notion. "Chingy, please go and find out who they are," Mei Wenhua inquired, and the young woman Rong Chingy responded promptly. 5 minutes later, "Mei Zong, I have inquired thoroughly. They are members of the Huading Chamber of Commerce," Rong Chingy reported. Huading Chamber of Commerce? Mei Wenhua had not heard of it. This Huading Chamber of Commerce was just established recently. The owner previously engaged in real estate business in Binjiang. His surname is Niu, and his name is Niu Xingwang. Niu Xingwang. Fine, I shall remember that. Let us return, Mei Wenhua declared, turning back. At the entrance of the Mei Lin settlement, Lu's secretary, who had just returned to the office, hurried over upon hearing that Mei Wenhua was preparing to leave. "Oh, Lu's secretary, I have suddenly a matter to attend to and must head back. I shall come again when the opportunity arises," Mei Wenhua forced a smile. "Ah, I see. Very well, Mei Zong, please take care." Lu's secretary did not insist on retaining him. 3 off-road vehicles sped away. 3 days later, Boss Niu long time no see. Niu Xingwang was preoccupied with organizing matters regarding the mercenary guild when he suddenly heard someone calling from behind and hurriedly turned around. "Old Zhang," Niu Xingwang exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to give him a big bear hug. "What brings you here?" "Isn't at Hai Wang?" Niu Xingwang inquired. Hai Wang refers to Ling Zhenhai. In public, everyone must use code names and refrain from using real names. Niu Xingwang inadvertently shouted Old Zhang's name, and though it was already out, he could not retract it. "Come." Let us find a quiet place to converse, Zhang Gu suggested. All right, let us go. Niu Xingwang led Zhang Gu to an office. Chapter 65. Fang Chen emerges from the mountain. I too received notification just a few days ago, indicating that you are planning to establish a mercenary guild. The boss believes that I would be a suitable candidate for the position of guild leader, thus I have returned. Jinhai has been assigned a new mission and has departed for Kyoto, Zhang Gu remarked. Niu Xingwang nodded, preparing to respond when his phone rang. It was a call from Fang Chen. Hello, Mr. Dongfang, Niu Xingwang answered. Niu Gu, just now Chu Jingping provided feedback regarding a new development that pertains to you. Fang Chen stated. Oh, pertaining to me? Niu Xingwang inquired, perplexed. Chu Jingping, codenamed Lark, is stationed at the Huailing Detention Center in Huai Province. How could he have information related to me? Indeed, he has infiltrated a cult known as the Red Robe Sect. Just moments ago, he received word that 3 enforcers will secretly proceed to mail in. Their target is you, Fang Chen informed. The Red Robe Sect? What sort of sect is that? Why would they be targeting me? Niu Xingwang felt utterly baffled. The details remain unclear. We shall await further information from him. Please be vigilant and do not let your guard down, Fang Chen advised. Understood. Niu Xingwang concurred. By the way, has Zhang Gu arrived? Fang Chen inquired. He's just arrived. Excellent. Confer with him on how to respond. I will contact you with any updates, Fang Chen concluded before hanging up. Niu boss, what has transpired? Zhang Gu asked, furrowing his brow. Mr. Dongfang just called, stating that a group called the Red Robe Sect has dispatched 3 enforcers to Maxian, intending to target me, Niu Xingwang replied. The Red Robe Sect? Zhang Gu exclaimed in astonishment. How so? Have you heard about it? Boss Niu inquired. Not only have I heard about it, but I also had a confrontation with them, Brother Zhang replied. When and where did this occur? Boss Niu pressed on. Before New Year's Day in Kyoto. It was a chance encounter. There were 5 of them, all clad in deep crimson cloaks and wearing masks, moving with great urgency. Just as I was about to approach them to inquire, they launched an attack without warning. All 5 possessed formidable skills, if my judgment serves me right. They are likely all mutants, and moreover, those who have mastered their abilities. Fortunately, I had also awakened my powers by then, allowing me to escape their grasp. It's possible they were on a critical mission and did not wish to linger, Brother Zhang succinctly recounted. Is Mr. Dongfang aware of this situation? Niu Xingwang asked. Indeed. I reported it immediately. The boss merely instructed me to exercise caution, Brother Zhang replied. It seems we remain woefully ignorant about this world, Niu Xingwang remarked with a sense of melancholy. Indeed. However, we must approach this incident with utmost prudence. Very well. In a moment, I shall introduce you to everyone. These individuals are all newly recruited veterans, totaling 100. The personnel in the external operations team have already been vaccinated. This segment will be assigned under your command. Niu Xingwang led Zhang Yuan Kue to the first-floor hall, calling everyone to assemble. He informed them that Tian Sha was a newly recruited employee, previously a Special Forces soldier. Henceforth, he would be entrusted with the full responsibilities of the Mercenary Guild, and all 43 members of the external operations team would be allocated to the Mercenary Guild. Excellent. From now on, all external missions for our Huatuan Chamber of Commerce will be entirely managed by the Mercenary Guild. Subsequently, Niu Xingwang led Shun Wengang to the office of the Mercenary Guild. Heavenly Fiend, the Mercenary Guild will be entrusted to your management from now on, Niu Xingwang stated while shaking hands with Zhang Yuan Kue in front of everyone. Rest assured, Boss Niu, I will not disappoint you, Zhang Yuan Kue replied with a smile. 2 days later, on January 7th, 2055, Xiao Lin remarked, now it should be fine, right? We are armed to the teeth. There should be no issues. Fang Chen responded with a smile. Your Excellency, Commander Xiao Lin began to offer advice but was interrupted. All right. I understand. My safety is of utmost importance, and I cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. My ears have become calloused from hearing this. But you must understand, I am human, not a machine. I cannot remain in a confined space for thousands or even tens of thousands of years like you all do. Please adjust the plans well during this time and give me more significant roles. I cannot languish in the base indefinitely. Fang Chen vented his frustrations, as the confinement had indeed taken a toll on him. The only opportunity to breathe fresh air was when someone visited the safe house. Regardless of who came, he would quickly step outside to take a look. Well, it's almost time. I must depart. By the way, the main control pod should be nearing completion, right? Once the main control pod is finished, proceed to construct the production pod without needing to report back to me. Understood, Your Excellency, Commander. For any matters, contact me through the bone microphone. That will be all. With that, Fang Chen exited the office. The sound of jingling echoed as Fang Chen strolled along the chaotic street, humming an unfamiliar tune. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Stop!" Caught off guard, Fang Chen turned around. "Who do you belong to, young man? What are you doing wandering about here?" A burly man inquired sternly. "Do I know you?" Fang Chen responded, perplexed. "Humph. Even if you don't, I can still deal with you." The muscular man retorted. "Have I offended you in any way?" Fang Chen calmly pressed on. "You insolent brat, still putting up a fight. Where is your home? Come, I shall escort you back." The burly man insisted. "Well, am I fortunate to encounter a kind-hearted soul today?" Fang Chen mused, then replied, "Uncle, I have no home. It's just me." "Just you? It truly is a miracle that you've survived this long," the man remarked. "Oh, why is that?" Fang Chen feigned ignorance. "Because those who wander aimlessly like you have already fallen prey to the zombies," the man replied. "I see. Perhaps I am simply lucky," Fang Chen said. "Uncle, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He attempted to walk away, but the man was relentless. "Hold on. I ask you again. Do you have any business here? My mother called me home for dinner. It's quite urgent." Fang Chen expressed his impatience. "Weren't you just saying you have no home?" The man pointed out the inconsistency. Well, I was merely speaking metaphorically." Fang Chen had never encountered such an insistent individual. "Where exactly is your home?" The man inquired once more. "My home is in Malin." Fang Chen fabricated a tale. "Merlin? The Merlin from?" The tall man expressed suspicion. "Indeed, what of it?" responded Fang Chen. "You never speak a word of truth." The tall man, growing irate, seized Fang Chen's arm and began to walk away. Hey, uncle. Let us discuss this calmly. What are you doing?" Fang Chen exclaimed as he was pulled along, feeling somewhat helpless at the prospect of being dragged back so soon. However, he recognized that this individual was not malevolent. There was no need for confrontation. Within moments, the tall man led him into a garage. "Oh, uncle, is this your home?" Fang Chen inquired as he surveyed the surroundings. "Dad, who is this?" A girl approached, questioning. There is someone else here." Fang Chen felt a bit awkward and hurriedly stepped back. "This child is someone I encountered on the road and decided to bring along," the tall man explained. "Uncle, it was more of a forceful abduction. You should clarify that," Fang Chen interjected. The tall man ignored him and instructed his daughter, "Go fetch him something to eat." "Okay," the girl replied before disappearing into the inner room. "Uncle, have you expanded the garage?" Fang Chen asked, observing the layout. "Yes," the tall man replied. "I must ask, uncle, why are you still in the city?" "Everyone else has already left," Fang Chen continued, feeling no urgency to depart himself, as time was still plentiful. He was eager to enjoy himself. "I can't be bothered to move," the tall man replied dismissively. "Here, have something to eat," the girl returned, presenting a box of biscuits, a sausage, and a bottle of drink. In this day and age, it is quite generous to produce such a thing. "To be honest, I am not particularly hungry." Fang Chen unceremoniously accepted the drink, twisted off the cap, and began to gulp it down. In his heart, Fang Chen lamented that typically, such kind-hearted individuals do not survive long in this apocalyptic world. "What is your name?" the girl inquired. "Fang Chen. I am Dai Litong. You may call me Tong Tong." "Oh. Hello, Tong Tong. Have you always lived here?" Fang Chen asked. "No, we just moved here recently. It feels relatively safe," Dai Litong explained. "Have you considered that a shelter might be safer?" Fang Chen probed. "We cannot leave," Dai Litong replied. "Cannot leave? Why?" Fang Chen was perplexed. "We are searching for a base," Dai Litong clarified. "What on earth? Are you searching for your own base?" Fang Chen was taken aback. "Why are you so anxious?" Dai Litong questioned. "I am not anxious, merely astonished." "Why are you searching for a base?" Fang Chen inquired. "My brother is at the base," Dai Litong responded. "What? Is it really that surreal?" Fang Chen was bewildered. "Isn't finding someone just a matter of making a phone call? Why search here?" Yet, there was no one with the surname Dai in his own base. After pondering, he realized he could not recall anyone with that surname, so he asked, "What is your brother's name?" "His name is Ding Yuan," Dai Litong replied. "What? Your brother is Ding Yuan?" Fang Chen exclaimed. Do you know him?" Dai Litong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The burly man seated beside them rose to his feet, fixated intently on him. "Ding Yuan, you are acquainted with him, are you not?" Fang Chen inquired. "Indeed. Do you know where he is?" Daladong asked, her excitement palpable. Ding Yuan was among the earliest doctors to arrive at the base and had remained there ever since. Now it became clear why he had not left with Director Shui. He had been waiting for someone. But why is your surname Dai, while his is Ding? Fang Chen probed, not hastening to answer her question. Because my brother is actually the child of my father's comrade in arms, Dai Litong elucidated. Chapter 67. Being deceived due to ignorance. I see. Since you were searching for him, why not simply call him instead of waiting here in vain? Fang Chen continued to express her confusion. Instantly regretting her inquiry, she realized that their phones were likely inoperative. Since our arrival, we have had no signal and cannot reach him. The only thing we know is that there are high walls surrounding Binjiang Park, behind which lies the base. However, upon our arrival, we could not locate it, Dai Litong lamented. Of course, it would be impossible to find it. The walls have already been destroyed. Yet, Ding Yuan had not even mentioned it to him. How infuriating. Young man, do you happen to know where Yuan is? The burly man asked anxiously. Yes, I do. Here is the plan. Gather your belongings, and I will lead you there, Fang Chen replied. Initially, they intended to bring everything they had collected during their time there, but with Fang Chen eager to depart, she urged them to leave it all behind. Before long, the three of them entered the base through a safe house. Wow, it is quite spacious in here. Dai Litong remarked, it's fine. Come, I shall first introduce you to Ding Yuan. Once that is done, I will arrange accommodations for you. Fang Chen led the two into the office, dialing a number that connected to the large screen. When the call was answered, it was indeed Ding Yuan's voice on the other end. Hello, boss, he greeted. Brother, Dai Litong exclaimed, his voice tinged with emotion. Litong, Ding Yuan responded, taken aback. Yuan, you rascal. How could you not inform me of such a significant matter? If I had not happened upon it while out for a stroll, they might still be unaware of how long they would be left outside. Fang Chen chastised. My apologies. Boss, I simply did not wish to trouble you, Ding Yuan replied, somewhat sheepishly. Enough. In front of my sister, I shall spare you some face. In the future, speak directly if there is something. Do not play games with me, Fang Chen instructed. Understood, boss. Ding Yuan acknowledged. Yuan, where are you? The burly man inquired. Daishu. I am out on a mission, Ding Yuan replied, his voice choked with emotion. The burly man glanced at Fang Chen, who said, I will explain this matter to you in due time. Use this satellite phone for now. It will facilitate communication. However, please refrain from making calls unless absolutely necessary. All right. Thank you. The burly man responded. After concluding the call, Fang Chen took the two to the living quarters, where he arranged their lodgings and introduced them to everyone. By the time all was settled, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Fang Chen, wary of lingering too long, retrieved the vehicle he had previously hidden and set off towards Majo. In Majo, at the Suiyang Resettlement Center, a curious voice inquired, Brother, what kind of lesson do you think Brother Dongfang will give to those lacking education? Luoa nestled in the corner and inquired. This is not the kind of class you envision. Hold your tongue for now, and keep your gaze fixed, Shun Wengang replied softly. 2 days prior, they had received a message from Fang Chen, instructing them to closely monitor Mei Wenhua's movements. Over the past 2 days, Mei Wenhua's courtyard had remained exceedingly quiet, with few comings and goings, causing Luoer to grow increasingly impatient. As the sun began its descent, a vehicle suddenly approached the courtyard, bearing a license plate from Binjiang. The car halted, and a figure emerged. It was none other than Fang Chen. Brother, look, it's Brother Dongfang, Luoer exclaimed with excitement. I see him. Quiet now. We must not draw attention, Shun Wengang cautioned. Oh. Luoer hurriedly silenced herself. A series of knocks echoed through the air. The door swung open, revealing the adorable little girl from their previous encounter. Hello, who are you looking for? The girl inquired. I seek Mei Wenhua, Fang Chen responded. Huh. Oh. What is your name? I'll go inform her, the girl asked. Just tell her I am Yoxing Wang, Fang Chen replied with a smile. All right, please wait a moment. The girl then closed the door, preventing him from entering. Standing at the threshold, Fang Chen winked at Shun Wengang, and then turned his gaze elsewhere. Brother Dongfang noticed us, Luo remarked. Indeed, keep your voice down, Shin Wengang continued to observe, offering a reminder. Oh. Moments later, the door opened once more, and the little girl admitted Fang Chen inside. The boss requests a conversation. Shin Wangang's earpiece crackled to life. He answered the call, remaining silent. Fang Chen's purpose in connecting was to allow Shun Wengang to eavesdrop, thereby gaining further insight into the situation. Is this Boss Nyo? Hello, I never expected Mr. Neo to be so young and handsome. Mei Wenhua approached briskly, joyfully extending his hand. Mr. Mei truly has an eye for talent. Dongfang Chen smiled generously as he shook hands. Mei Wenhua was momentarily at a loss, unable to discern the humble remarks. However, he quickly recovered and said, Come, please take a seat. Dongfang strode into the hall and plopped down onto the sofa, declaring, Hey you, yes you, go brew a cup of tea using the finest leaves that Mr. Mei has. Dongfang pointed at the young woman, Rong Qingyi, standing in the room. Upon being called by Dongfang, the young woman cast a bewildered glance at Mei Wenhua. At this moment, Mei Wenhua was displeased as well, but he gestured for her to leave and turned back with a smile, saying, Haha, I apologize, my subordinate is rather uncultured. I originally had no intention of coming to this humble place, but since you have the support of the Red Robe sect, I shall extend a modicum of courtesy. Dongfang Chen rambled on. How do you know? Upon hearing this, Mei Wenhua was immediately alarmed and stood up. It appears I have guessed correctly, Dongfang Chen thought to himself. Chapter 68, Vulnerable. Who are those so-called law enforcers? Dongfang Chen continued to probe. What? Then they? Mei Wenhua had already fallen into the trap. Of course. They have been captured by me, Dongfang Chen replied nonchalantly. Impossible. Mei Wenhua was in disbelief. If you don't believe it, so be it. I have come to see you regarding your precious son, Dongfang stated. Shen Wengang had just slain a second-tier zombie, which Dongfang had already learned from Shen Wengang himself. Moreover, with the Scarlet Cloak sect preparing to confront Niu Xingwang, Dongfang Chen could not help but connect the two events. To his astonishment, his intuition proved correct. I advise you to release the person promptly. Otherwise, you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Mei Wenhua declared emphatically as he took a seat. There is no need for your concern regarding my affairs. Perhaps you should contemplate your own future, Dongfang Chen retorted. TSK. Raising zombies and using living beings as sustenance. Should this information surface, you would undoubtedly find it impossible to survive, he added with a hint of jest. What do you intend to do? Mei Wenhua inquired, furrowing his brow. Nothing much, really. Simply relinquish your entire fortune and offer your life as atonement, Dongfang Chen replied. That is out of the question, Mei Wenhua exclaimed, incensed. Very well, do as you wish. However, I wonder if the repercussions of those three enforcers returning and disclosing your secrets might be more favorable for you, Dongfang Chen remarked casually, tapping his fingernails. Mei Wenhua, engulfed in despair, fixed his gaze on the young man before him and declared, If I perish, you shall not escape either. Oh, what makes you say that? Dongfang Chen responded, a smile threatening to break forth. Do you truly believe you can leave this place unharmed? Mei Wenhua threatened. Oh, so you intend to resort to murder to silence me? How terrifying. Dongfang Chen feigned fear, though his demeanor betrayed no sign of trepidation. Someone, come, Mei Wenhua shouted. In an instant, dozens of individuals surged in from outside, encircling the inner courtyard, each wielding a knife. Oh, what a grand spectacle. Yet, your equipment leaves much to be desired. Do you believe brandishing a shabby blade suffices to impersonate a criminal syndicate? Dongfang Chen surveyed his surroundings, his tone dripping with disdain. Humph, still defiant even when death is imminent. Mei Wenhua regarded him as though he were already a corpse. Lacking education, do you truly think I would come unprepared? Arriving alone, Dongfang Chen rose, hands firmly tucked in his pockets. Mei Wenhua furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings but discovering nothing amiss. He declared, empty bravado. Attack him. Kill him. Without further ado, Mei Wenhua commanded his subordinates to act. Just as they were about to strike, they suddenly realized they were ensnared by an unknown swarm of spiders. A glance around revealed that, apart from the circle at the feet of Dongfang Chen and Mei Wenhua, the entire living room and the courtyard were shrouded in spiders. The creatures had already ascended the legs of the onlookers, some hastening to the collar of their garments. The atmosphere erupted into chaos, filled with screams, frantic slapping, and stomping, as everyone fell into disarray, preoccupied with their own plight. What did I tell you? Utterly defenseless. Dongfang Chen remarked, shrugging towards Mei Wenhua. What do you want? Mei Wenhua stammered, now at a loss for words in his fear. Let us do this, shall we? I, lacking in culture, am not one to relish killing. You have two choices. The first is to sit here and await the Scarlet Church to come seeking retribution. The second is to accompany me to the command center to clarify the situation. Choose your path. Dongfang Chen articulated his demands. In truth, he did not wish to resort to violence here. Most of these subordinates were merely ordinary citizens, unworthy of lethal force. Mei Wenhua was engulfed in despair. Should the Scarlet Church discover that he had betrayed the three enforcers, the consequences would be far worse than death itself. It would be more prudent to surrender directly to the command center, thereby achieving a sense of relief. However, the one certainty he harbored was that Fang Chen was deceiving him. In reality, the three law enforcers had yet to take any action. Very well, I shall accompany you. Mei Wenhua, having relinquished the last vestige of his strength, spoke with his head bowed. In the command center of Suiyang Resettlement Center, in the city of Mayor Zhai Yuzo was taken aback after hearing Mei Wenhua's account. Is what you say truly the case? Absolutely, Mei Wenhua replied, his gaze cast downward, filled with despondency. How could you, Mei Wenhua? You are despicable, truly despicable. Mayor Zhai fumed, pacing back and forth, cursing as he walked. We placed such trust in you, provided you with ample support, only for you to commit such heinous acts. Those were lives at stake. How could you possibly do this? I am sorry, Mayor Zhai. I have betrayed your trust. I have nothing further to say. Let the command center handle this. With that, Mayor Zhai exited the office, intent on promptly reporting the situation. The Red Garment sect was his foremost concern. Such a malevolent force lurking in the shadows was beyond the capabilities of a mere mayor to confront. Leader Pang from the Suiyang Resettlement Center approached and stated, Mei Wenhua, in light of your actions, which constitute intentional homicide, disturbance of public order, and threats to national security, according to the relevant regulations of the National Emergency Management Plan, you are deemed eligible for the deprivation of litigation rights. You shall be sentenced to death, and the execution will be carried out immediately. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Mei Wen was suddenly aged, bowing his head as he softly replied, All right. Take him away. Team Leader Pang commanded the police, standing on either side. The temporary command center of the shelter was comprised of an emergency response team from multiple departments, including public security, administration, justice, health, and civil affairs. This structure was designed to streamline processes and enhance mobility. In conjunction with the newly enacted Emergency Management Plan for national special periods following the outbreak of the virus, each shelter was granted significant law enforcement authority while adhering to relevant regulations. In cases of severe threat to national security, disclosure of state secrets, endangerment of lives, or disruption of social order, the temporary command center had the authority to revoke the right to judicial proceedings based on substantial evidence, and to execute capital punishment without trial or conviction. As Mei Wenhua was led away from the office, he caught sight of Fang Chen standing behind him. Fang Chen spoke. Lacking in culture, let me share one last thing before you meet your end. In fact, I have yet to apprehend those three enforcers. Fang Chen chuckled, his words striking a cruel chord, as he sought to inflict psychological torment even as he spoke of death. What? You dare deceive me? Mei Wenhua exclaimed, his arms restrained by two policemen, handcuffs binding his wrists. Although he was furious, escape was futile. Deceive? I merely offered you a free lesson. Remember not to trust anyone too easily in your next life. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Good, good, good. Who would have thought that I, Mei Wenhua, with my illustrious life, would stumble in such a manner? He shouted, laughter echoing as he was led away. Not long after, the sound of a gunshot echoed, and Mei Wenhua fell. This young brother, your name is Niu Xingwang, is it not? Though you are still quite young, your abilities are remarkable. Mei Wenhua was no ordinary individual, yet he met his demise at your hands. However, young man, it is essential to tread the righteous path. Team Leader Pang advised from a perspective akin to that of an elder. I appreciate Team Leader Pang's concern. However, it is rather late now. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Fang Chen replied. Very well. Team Leader Pang nodded, gazing at him as if pondering something. Upon exiting the command post, Shen Wengang and Luo Air were already waiting in a nearby corner. Brother Fang, you are incredibly impressive. You left that illiterate utterly bewildered. Luo Air exclaimed upon seeing Fang Chen. Shen Wengang had already recounted the earlier events to Luo Air, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Fang Chen, masquerading as Niu Xingwang, had managed to outwit the illiterate. He would likely remain oblivious to the identity of the one who truly deceived him until his last breath. Boss, I still do not comprehend. How did you deduce the connection between the Red Robe cult and the illiterate? Shen Wengang inquired. I have no idea. Fang Chen replied. What? Then what about earlier? Shen Wengang was taken aback. I merely baited him. If he admits to it, then it exists. If he denies it, then it does not. It is as simple as that. Fang Chen explained as he walked. Impressive. Shen Wengang marveled. It is truly remarkable that a straightforward man like him could conceive such a cunning strategy, or rather, such a clever tactic. The trio had scarcely taken a few steps when a woman intercepted them. What are you doing? Shen Wengang quickly stepped in front. The woman was none other than the young lady accompanying the illiterate, Rong Qingyi. The young woman, having evidently wept, paused at the sight of Shen Wengang blocking her path. Instead, she stood there and bowed deeply. Shen Wengang, taken aback by this scene, turned to glance at Dongfang Chen, who nodded subtly, indicating for him to remain aside. Madam, may I inquire? Dongfang Chen stepped forward, curiosity evident in his tone. He recognized Rong Qingyi, the secretary of a certain influential figure. When he had first arrived at that establishment, he had even instructed her to brew tea for him. What many may not know is that Mei Wen was my adversary. Rong Qingyi revealed. Oh, what transpired? Dongfang Chen prompted. I have a sister named Gu Qinghua. In that moment, Rong Qingyi recounted a poignant tale from her past. It turned out that Rong Qingyi's birth name was Gu Qingyi, and she had a sister named Gu Qinghua. By a twist of fate, Mei Wenhua's son, Mei Xiangnan, became acquainted with her freshly graduated sister and began to pursue her relentlessly. During a dinner gathering, Mei Xiangnan surreptitiously slipped a drug into Gu Qinghua's drink and, taking advantage of her unconscious state, committed an act of violence, capturing it on video. Upon regaining consciousness, Gu Qinghua was plunged into despair, attempting suicide multiple times, only to be thwarted by her family. Her parents, indignant, sought a confrontation with Mei Xiangnan, but to no avail. Both fell gravely ill shortly thereafter. Months later, Gu Qinghua received a message from Mei Xiangnan, containing the very video he had recorded, demanding a meeting or he would release it online. Unable to endure such torment, she leapt from a height, ending her life at the tender age of 23. Shortly after, her grieving parents also succumbed to their sorrow. Suddenly, a once harmonious family was left with only her. After attending to the affairs of her deceased family, Gu Qingyi changed her name to Rong Qingyi and secured a position at Mei Wenhua's company. Chapter 70, to the Mei Lin Resettlement Center. She exhibited remarkable diligence and dedication. Before long, she earned Mei Wenhua's recognition and successfully became his secretary. She devised a rather straightforward plan to poison the family's meals while both Mei Wenhua and Mei Xiangnan were at home, thereby eliminating them and then taking her own life. However, fate was unkind, for the playboy Mei Xiangnan rarely dined at home, returning only after midnight or often not at all. She struggled to find an opportunity. It was not until a few months ago, amid a viral outbreak, that she finally saw her chance. Gu Qingyi altered her original scheme, using a fine needle to draw blood from a zombie and stealthily pricking Mei Xiangnan's clothing when he was unaware. Heaven rewards the diligent. And despite Mei Wenhua's utmost caution, his son became infected. Upon learning of his son's condition, Mei Wenhua concealed the information and confined him in a shuttered supermarket during the evacuation. Gu Qingyi refrained from immediately confronting Mei Wenhua, wishing for him to experience the anguish of losing a loved one. In time, she discovered that Mei Wenhua was keeping his son alive through the consumption of living beings, which filled her with rage. Yet, Mei Wenhua's influence was formidable, leaving her feeling powerless. She feared that revealing any information would not only fail to topple him, but also lead to her own ruin. Thus, she chose to bide her time. After relocating to the Suyang Resettlement Center, she found herself without even the opportunity to step outside, rendering her quest for vengeance increasingly elusive. The only course of action was to secretly gather evidence, preparing to deliver a fatal blow when the moment called for it. Little did she expect the situation to reverse so swiftly. Dongfang Chen's sudden arrival placed Mei Wenhua in dire peril. She felt a profound gratitude, and thus awaited him here to express her appreciation. After hearing this tale, Dongfang Chen and his companions were left in a state of solemn reflection. Ms. Gu, since all of this is now but a memory, let us embark on a new chapter in life, Dongfang Chen remarked. Indeed, replied Gu Qingyi. Now that matters here are concluded, we must take our leave. Until we meet again. With that, Dongfang Chen prepared to depart. Wait, Gu Qingyi called out. Oh, does Ms. Gu have further inquiries? Dongfang Chen turned to ask. Are you returning to the Mei Lin Resettlement Center? Gu Qingyi inquired. How do you know? Dongfang Chen responded. I heard Mei Wenhua mention that Mr. Niu has established a Huiting Chamber of Commerce at the Mei Lin Resettlement Center, Gu Qingyi explained. She mistakenly believed Dongfang Chen to be Niu Xingwang, yet he chose not to correct her. Indeed, Dongfang Chen affirmed. May I accompany you? Gu Qingyi asked. Are you also heading to Mei Lin? Dongfang Chen questioned, puzzled. To be honest, I wish to leave this place behind and start anew elsewhere, Gu Qingyi replied. Very well. Then come with us, Fang Chen said. The group entered the vehicle and, under the cloak of night, departed from the Suiyang Resettlement Center. As for their haste, it was twofold. Fang Chen possessed an array of secret weapons, rendering him unafraid of zombie attacks. And he needed to return to Meilin promptly to prepare for the arrival of the Red Garment Sect's enforcers, whose timing remained uncertain. Mr. Dongfang, what brings you to the Merlin resettlement in Mazhou? Niu Xingwang exclaimed, taken aback. Xiaoqin, your actions are somewhat capricious, Zhang Gu remarked with a hint of displeasure, omitting the customary boss and adopting a tone of elder admonishment. Good heavens, must you all scrutinize me as if I were a convict? Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation, Fang Chen retorted, slightly vexed. The two men ceased their remonstrations. Shun Wengang and Luo Er were equally delighted to see Zhang Yu and Kuei, exchanging warm greetings. Gu Qingyi, standing aside and overhearing the conversation, grew increasingly perplexed, but refrained from inquiring due to her unfamiliarity with the circumstances. And who might this be? Niu Xingwang inquired. Allow me to introduce Gu Qingyi, secretary to Mei Wenhua at the Suiyang resettlement. Gu Qingyi, this is Niu Xingwang, the proprietor. Fang Chen presented them. The Suiyang resettlement? What brings you here? Niu Xingwang wondered, equally bewildered, offering a polite nod. Gu Qingyi returned a gracious smile before turning to Fang Chen with astonishment. Mr. Dongfang, are you implying that this gentleman is the true proprietor? Gu Qingyi, having observed Niu Xingwang addressing Fang Chen as Mr. Dongfang, adopted the same form of address, having previously referred to him as Boss Niu. Indeed, he is the true proprietor. I am merely an impostor, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Impostor? The true proprietor, Niu, wore a mask of puzzlement as he listened to their exchange. Thereupon, Fang Chen recounted the events that had transpired at the Suiyang resettlement that day, along with Gu Qingyi's tale of vengeance. Heavens above, to think that the Crimson Robe sect sent assassins after me, orchestrated by that uncultured scoundrel. But I have never wronged him in any way. He had never even seen him. Why would he seek someone to kill me? Furthermore, Mr. Dongfang, how did you ascertain that this incident is related to a lack of education? Niu Xingwang was utterly perplexed. He refrained from inquiring why Fang Chen had chosen to approach Mei Wenhua using his own name, fully aware that Fang Chen must have had his reasons. In reality, I was merely speculating at that moment. Initially, it was Tian Gang and Xian Luo who accepted a mission in Mo, ostensibly to investigate the whereabouts of certain individuals. However, they soon discovered that the mission was a ruse, intended to lure them into a trap to feed zombies. The orchestrator of this deceit was none other than Mei Wenhua. Chapter 71. The first signal tower. What surprised Mei Wenhua was that Tian Gang and Xian Luo returned alive, while the zombies he had raised perished. Upon sensing something amiss, Tian Gang eavesdropped on Mei Wenhua's conversation and uncovered that the second-tier zombie he had slain was none other than Mei Wenhua's son, Mei Xiangnan. Once Mei Wenhua learned that the person who killed his son was armed, he refrained from acting impulsively and chose to let the matter rest for the time being. However, not long after, news arrived from Yunkei that 3 enforcers from the Scarlet Church in Huaizhou were preparing to confront you. Since you had only recently arrived in Meilin, it was reasonable to assume you had no enemies. Why, then, would the Scarlet Church target you? I suddenly recalled that just a few days earlier, you had collected a batch of laser guns, leading me to speculate a possible connection between the two events. So you suspect that Mei Wenhua, upon discovering that I possessed firearms, mistakenly believed I was responsible for his son's death? Niu Xingwang inquired. Indeed. Hence I assumed your identity and approached Mei Wenhua at the Suiyang refuge. If Mei Wenhua reacts upon hearing your name, it indicates that the conjecture is accurate. Conversely, if he does not recognize you, it suggests a miscalculation, remarked Fang Chen. Niu Xingwang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mei Wenhua was familiar with you. Thus, I effortlessly dealt with him, Fang Chen continued. Mr. Dongfang, you ventured into Suiyang alone for my sake. I, Niu Xingwang, am truly at a loss for words. Niu Xingwang felt deeply moved. Xiaoqin, in the future, could you perhaps consult with everyone before taking such actions? Brother Zhang interjected. I refrain from informing you in advance, fearing that you might act autonomously and complicate matters. If you genuinely wish to ensure my safety, it is imperative to adhere to the plan, Fang Chen stated solemnly. Understood. The group acknowledged. Well then, Nyoga, has anything particularly unusual occurred on your end these past few days? Fang Chen shifted the conversation. Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything is normal here, Niu Xingwang replied. How are preparations at the Mercenary Guild progressing? Fang Chen inquired. The location has been arranged, and we are currently discussing some details with Tian Xia over the past few days, Niu Xingwang responded. Indeed, it is better to act sooner rather than later. Our time is limited, so we must prioritize efficiency, Fang Chen advised. Very well, I will expedite matters, Niu Xingwang complied. By the way, Tian Xia, it is crucial to remain vigilant in the coming days. Both the Chamber of Commerce and the Guild must deploy personnel for 24-hour patrols. The enforcers of the Scarlet Cloak sect could arrive at any moment. We must not let our guard down. Fang Chen directed towards Zhang Yuankui. Understood, Brother Zhang nodded. Subsequently, Niu Xingwang arranged temporary accommodations for everyone, allowing them to rest. On the morning of January 8, 2055, in Kyoto, at the Parliament Building, the Speaker, Bailey G. addressed the Assembly, stating, "Honorable members, we have deliberated on the emergency plan for nearly half a month. The thoughts and suggestions from all of you have been thoroughly compiled. Is there anything further to add?" Silence enveloped the chamber. Since there are no additional comments, I shall now entrust the Department of Justice to commence drafting the plan. Councillor Pang, how long do you anticipate the drafting will require? The Speaker inquired. Councillor Pang Lejia, the current Attorney General, pondered briefly before responding, approximately 1 week. Very well. Once the draft is completed, we shall reconvene for further discussion. This meeting is adjourned, declared the Speaker. Meanwhile, at the Mei Lin Resettlement Center in Moxhill. Early in the morning, a large truck arrived and halted at the entrance of the Mercenary Guild. Boss, what is this? Shen Wengang inquired. A signal tower, Fang Chen replied. Does this mean we will soon have mobile phone service here? Shen Wengang asked. Not quite, Fang Chen clarified. What? I don't understand. With a signal tower, shouldn't there be reception? Although Shen Wengang was puzzled, it mattered little to him, as they could still make calls directly through their bone mics. This signal tower, however, was not intended for mobile connections. The Mercenary Guild and Huadong Chamber of Commerce aimed to establish comprehensive coverage for all future survival bases, necessitating electronic methods for data authentication, goods transactions, and personnel identification. All of this necessitates the provision of information transmission services by signal towers, which constitutes a vital component of the Firefly project. But why not employ satellites? The reason lies in the impending ecological crisis, wherein the molecular light membrane beyond the atmosphere will significantly disrupt communications between satellites and the ground, rendering them unreliable. Thus, the most prudent approach is to establish a network matrix composed of numerous such signal towers, supported by the computational power of supercomputing centers. Moreover, Eastern Qin must monopolize information entirely. Absolute monopoly signifies absolute control, which is essential to ensure the success rate of the plan. In this world, cooperation breeds betrayal, and interests give rise to disputes. Relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and depending on water may result in its depletion. Therefore, what does it mean to take the initiative without hesitation? It signifies that in the face of an absolute crisis, one should trust no one, harbor hopes for no one, and bravely step forward to seize control of all that can be controlled. Only then does the possibility of survival arise. Chapter 72. The Difficulties of Issuing Currency. Boss, have you considered that the signal towers require electricity? Shen Wengang hinted nearby. His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Yet he felt it imperative to offer a reminder. Of course, without power, would I not be left with an empty shell? Eastern Qin replied with a smile. President, the cargo has arrived. He called out to Zhang Yuankui. The members of the Mercenary Guild were unaware of Eastern Qin's true identity, and he preferred to keep it that way. The more who knew, the lower his safety would become. After Zhang Yuankui took over the Mercenary Guild, everyone referred to him as president, so Eastern Qin decided to conform to local customs. All right, you may return to rest. The remaining tasks will be undertaken by us. Zhang Yuankui exhibited a demeanor of indifference. The more indifferent he appeared, the more it rendered Fang Chen a mere supporting character. Very well, President. Fang Chen replied with a bow before departing. The signal tower was substantial and weighty, disassembled into several components. The installation process necessitated securing the base first, followed by sequentially assembling each module. However, the installation was not overly complicated. The transport truck was equipped with lifting apparatus specifically designed for the assembly of the signal tower. Thus, with the assistance of just 2 or 3 individuals to oversee the alignment of the holes, the remainder involved merely tightening screws. At the base of the signal tower lay an integrated cabinet, which had been entirely encapsulated as a standalone module. The cabinet door was secured with a password lock, rendering it inaccessible without power. In the designated pre-installation area of the signal tower, for metal bases, arranged in a 2-meter square, had mysteriously appeared, resembling oversized sockets. The sockets were notably thick and deep, with a larger central hole seemingly intended for connection to the tower's base. The installation progressed swiftly as the team utilized a crane to position the signal tower's base onto the metallic foundation, securing it with floor bolts. Next, they meticulously aligned and assembled the subsequent module, fastening screws in place, with vertical ladders positioned at each of the tower's 4 corners. Workers were each assigned to one corner, checking the hole positions, inserting modules, tightening screws, and ascending to the next module, executing the task seamlessly. In just 2 hours, the installation was completed. The assembled signal tower remained unpowered, as the power generation room had yet to be constructed. Fang Chen initially directed the bee-ant robots to establish the base, ensuring that the installation of the signal tower would proceed without hindrance. Subsequently, these robotic bee-ants began to extend underground, seeking an appropriate location to construct a geothermal power station. The site for the geothermal power station is situated at considerable depths, serving as preliminary work for the future relocation of the settlement underground. Among the group, only Zhang Yuankue was privy to the details. Thus, when others expressed skepticism regarding the construction of what they deemed an unnecessary signal tower, he merely smiled and chose to disregard their doubts. Meanwhile, in Mayor Gong's office, he stated directly, "Mr. Niu, I have invited you here today to discuss the issuance of internal currency for our settlement." "Oh, please, go ahead, Mayor Gong," replied Niu Xingwang. The situation is as follows. After a series of internal discussions over the past few days, we have concluded that issuing currency presents certain challenges and may not be feasible in the short term, Mayor Gong explained. "What kind of problems are we encountering?" Niu Xingwang inquired, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, there are numerous issues," Mayor Gong responded. Niu Xingwang's initial reaction was to suspect that Mayor Gong was preparing to exploit the situation for his own gain, but upon reflection, he dismissed the notion, recognizing that the mayor was not particularly interested in the meager resources at hand. "Perhaps you could elaborate," Niu Xingwang continued to press. "First and foremost, our settlement lacks the necessary conditions to print banknotes. As you are aware, the manufacturing process for currency is exceedingly complex, and we do not possess the requisite talent or equipment. Furthermore, since our withdrawal from Binjiang City, we have left behind most of the large printing machinery and have no ink available. Therefore, it is quite unrealistic to expect to print sufficient currency for circulation," Mayor Gong articulated. Niu Xingwang refrained from responding. In truth, the existence of physical currency is of little concern to him, as both the Merchants Association and the Labor Union are primarily focused on the crystal cores, which, in essence, constitute the true currency. However, should the Merchants Association facilitate the exchange of currency, it would undoubtedly invigorate the populace's enthusiasm for hunting zombies to earn crystal cores. This is due to the fact that currency, aside from circulating within the Merchants Association, could also be utilized throughout the entire settlement, thereby enriching the variety of goods available to the people. Moreover, continuing to employ the former currency is impractical. Firstly, the majority of individuals find it challenging to come by cash. Secondly, the non-renewable nature of paper money will inevitably lead to a dwindling supply of circulating cash. And thirdly, the collection and distribution of paper currency pose significant challenges. The initial disparity in wealth among individuals complicates equal distribution, as affluent individuals would resist such an approach, while the impoverished would reject allocations based on asset evaluations. Mayor Gong continued, and Mr. Niu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the situation. Another alternative would be the use of metallic currency, yet it presents similar issues. Challenges arise in the areas of melting, transporting, counting, and wear of the currency. The final, and most pressing concern, lies in settlement. Presently, our settlement is devoid of electrical power, computers, networks, or a settlement system, resulting in critical flaws in the circulation of currency. Chapter 73, Electronic Currency. Mr. Niu, I initially underestimated the complexity of this matter. I had not anticipated uncovering such a multitude of issues during my recent visits. Mayor Gong furrowed his brow, conveying his apologies. Deep down, he yearned for the establishment of a functional currency system, as it is only through this that people's lives can stabilize and the economy can flourish. Otherwise, as is the case now, everyone is idle, and the entire relocation center is enveloped in a somber atmosphere. If this continues for too long, chaos is inevitable. Has Mayor Gong ever considered the implementation of digital currency? Niu Xingwang inquired. Digital currency? Mayor Gong responded with skepticism. Indeed, Niu Xingwang affirmed. Do not jest, Boss Niu. Did I not mention earlier that our relocation center is deficient in power and lacks internet access, computers, and settlement systems? Furthermore, how many among the populace even possess mobile phones? The feasibility of digital currency is laughable, Mayor Gong chuckled. I can resolve the issues of power, internet, and computers. Niu Xingwang replied. What? Mayor Gong responded as if hearing an absurd tale. He was well aware of Boss Niu's capabilities if he claimed to acquire an excavator. He might believe it, but computers seemed implausible, and to secure electricity was utterly fanciful. Mayor Gong may doubt. But I can assure you that our Chamber of Commerce and Labor Union will restore power within a few days. If all goes as planned, the signal tower should be completed by now, Niu Xingwang asserted. Really? Mayor Gong asked. Given your words, when has Niu Xingwang ever failed to deliver on his promises? Niu Xingwang boasted. Boss Niu, you are indeed the blessing of our relocation center. Sometimes I ponder, who exactly is this Boss Niu? Every issue in your hands seems to transform into a trivial matter. Mayor Gong expressed with admiration. You flatter me, Mayor Gong. This is also in consideration of the interests of our Chamber of Commerce. Very well. Since Boss Niu has reached this stage, I, Gong, shall shamelessly hitch a ride on your coattails, Mayor Gong remarked. No problem, Niu Xingwang replied. Oh, by the way, there is another issue. Now that the network and settlement system have been resolved, the lack of terminal devices in the hands of the public poses a dilemma, Mayor Gong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It truly seems that without Niu Xingwang, progress is nearly impossible. We have already devised a solution for this issue. The Chamber of Commerce and the Labor Union had originally planned to issue a unified settlement card. This card will be equipped with a chip and battery, and will also possess identity recognition capabilities. What I propose is that you retain the most essential aspects of currency issuance and settlement, while we, the Chamber of Commerce, handle the other operations, Niu Xingwang suggested. This approach essentially allows the Chamber of Commerce to borrow funds from the official source, which will then be used to acquire crystal cores and pay salaries. People can use this currency to purchase desired items at any resettlement center, thereby creating a cycle. In this manner, the Chamber of Commerce acquires crystal cores while the official resettlement center facilitates currency circulation, resulting in a win-win situation. But wouldn't this lead to an increasing amount of money in circulation as crystal cores are continually acquired? Certainly not. As the Chamber of Commerce sells goods, services, and equipment, the money will be recouped to repay the official loans. Thus, after this cycle, the funds return to the official hands. Therefore, as long as Mayor Gong manages the two critical processes of issuance and settlement effectively, the normal flow of funds can be ensured. Money only holds value when it circulates. Without circulation, the economy stalls. Is that so? Boss Niu, you must understand that Malin is not solely my domain. These matters will require some time before I can reach a definitive conclusion. Perhaps, Boss Niu, you could wait a couple more days? Mayor Gong suddenly expressed some hesitation. Humph. This old fox seems concerned that our alternative issuance of terminals might undermine their official influence. Niu Xingwang understood this clearly. Mayor Gong, your influence in Malin is beyond question. Allow me to be candid. Regardless of your participation, our Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly promote electronic settlement cards internally, for without them, our operations would falter. Therefore, it is imperative that you act swiftly. Niu Xingwang nodded slightly. At present, not only in Malin, but across the nation, it would be difficult to find a few operational shelters. As for whether conditions will gradually improve in the future, don't be ridiculous. The situation will only become increasingly dire. Without establishing underground-based shelters within a year or two, there will be no opportunity for survival. Consequently, he was unconcerned about Mayor Gong's potential disapproval. If he disagrees, all the better. By then, the influence of the Chamber of Commerce and labor unions will rise, and it would be uncertain whether there will still be a place for him in Malin. The circumstances are stronger than the individual. It is up to him to choose. This final remark carried an unmistakable hint of menace. Mayor Gong felt a sense of discomfort, a subtle awareness of being manipulated. However, as more and more matters within the shelter relied on Niu Xingwang, he could only endure for the time being, suppressing his frustrations. Shortly after Boss Niu departed, Secretary Liu entered. Mayor Gong, someone from above has arrived to see you. Oh, please, show them in. Mayor Gong tidied his attire and spoke hurriedly. Before long, Secretary Liu ushered in a group of 3 into the office. Greetings, Mayor Gong. We belong to the Military and Political Affairs Department. Here are our credentials. Upon stating this, the leader produced the identification. Chapter 74. Discovery of the Mutants. Greetings. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to Merlin? Mayor Gong appeared somewhat anxious. It is necessary for Mayor Gong to assist in coordinating the gathering of all asymptomatic carriers residing in the shelter. We must return them to Kyoto. One of the newcomers stated. However, the personnel from the security department already took them away, Mayor Gong replied. Taken away? When did this occur? The newcomer inquired with a hint of confusion. Not long after the outbreak of the virus. At that time we were still at Binjiang. Being the initial city of the outbreak, we had several waves of personnel from various departments, including the Emergency Response Department, the Health Department, the Security Department, and the Southeast Military District. As for the current whereabouts of those individuals, I am not privy to that information, Mayor Gong reminisced. Have any new asymptomatic carriers been discovered recently? The newcomer asked, furrowing his brow. It seems there have been none. Mayor Gong contemplated briefly before shaking his head. The personnel from the Military and Political Affairs Department said little more and turned to depart. They were tasked with the nationwide requisition of all asymptomatic carriers, sifting through them to identify potential mutants. Other matters were beyond their concern, and they had no desire to intervene. As for the whereabouts of those taken, it was of no consequence to them. What is that? As they were leaving, they noticed a multitude of individuals constructing a steel tower in the distance. One of them peered through the car window and shook his head. Let us proceed to investigate, the leader suggested. The driver deftly maneuvered the steering wheel towards the signal tower. Whom are you seeking? As Shun Wengang assisted nearby, he noticed several individuals disembarking and approaching. He inquired, Do you truly possess firearms? The leader of the group did not respond to his question. Instead, he stated, We have gun permits, so naturally, we are allowed to bear arms. Whom are you seeking? Observing the military attire of the group, Shen Wengang offered a brief explanation. Interesting. What is that? After a moment of contemplation, the leader grasped the situation, realizing that the gun permits were likely issued by the shelter itself. Given the extraordinary circumstances, it was understandable. He thus chose not to dwell on the matter of firearms, directing his attention to the distant signal tower. What is your purpose here? Shen Wengang, feeling somewhat frustrated by their disregard for his inquiries, retorted, Answer my questions directly. There is no need for excessive inquiry. A nearby officer reprimanded him. If you have no business here, kindly leave. Shen Wengang, reluctant to provoke them further, suppressed his anger and replied, You are quite reckless. With that, the officer lunged forward with a punch. Shen Wengang remained still, effortlessly grasping the incoming fist as if it were a mere breeze. The officer furrowed his brow, straining to retract his hand, but to no avail. Noticing the peculiar turn of events, the leading officer observed with curiosity. Moments later, Shen Wengang released his grip, causing the restrained officer to lose his balance and stumble backward, supported only by another. The officer attempted to charge again, but was halted by a raised hand from the leader. What is your name? The lead officer asked. Why should I disclose that to you? Do you have a purpose or not? If not, please leave promptly. Shen Wengang responded curtly, unwilling to afford them any semblance of politeness in light of their arrogance. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Duan Bing, and I serve as the director of the 2nd Division of the Security Department under the Military and Political Affairs Office. Duan Bing extended his hand, wishing to shake hands with Shen Wengang. Tian Gang, Shen Wengang noted, recognizing the politeness in his counterpart's demeanor, and granted him a modicum of respect. After all, the individual was clad in military uniform. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Tian Gang, surely that cannot be your true name? Duan Bing inquired with a smile. That is indeed my name, Shen Wengang replied. Duan Bing chose not to linger on that topic and instead asked, Are you a mutant? Are you familiar with mutants? Shen Wengang was taken aback. Duan Bing was equally astonished, for he had not anticipated that this individual, known as Tian Gang, possessed knowledge of mutants. It was worth noting that this term had been coined by their clandestine experimental group, suggesting that a considerable number of people outside were aware of mutants. Indeed, we have come for that very reason. I wonder if Brother Tian Gang would be interested in accompanying us back to the Military and Political Affairs Office. Duan Bing boldly extended the invitation, seeing this as a valuable opportunity to recruit a mutant without any effort. I am not interested, Shen Wengang replied without a moment's hesitation, firmly declining. Do not push your luck. An officer beside them, still simmering with anger, admonished. Duan Bing gently patted the officer's shoulder, signaling him to remain composed. Brother Tiangang, we harbor no ill intentions. Our mission in Malin is sanctioned by the speaker to seek out mutants. With your remarkable skills, you should seize the opportunity to serve the nation, Duan Bing implored earnestly. Brother, who are they? Luo inquired, noticing Shen Wengang engaged in conversation, seemingly escalating to physicality. I do not know them, Shen Wengang replied, then turned to the group to assert, I care not for your intentions. I have no interest in accompanying you. I kindly ask you to leave. Shen Wengang offered no semblance of courtesy to the impolite officers. Very well, we shall take our leave then, Duan Bing remarked. The other two companions wore expressions of dissatisfaction and confusion, wondering why they had yielded so easily. Duan Bing offered no explanation, ushering them into the vehicle before departing. In Mayor Gong's office, do you gentlemen have further business? Mayor Gong inquired, puzzled by the return of the three military officers. Chapter 75. A return visit Mayor Gong. Why did you not mention earlier that there are mutants at your resettlement facility? Duan Bing reproached. Mutants? What do you mean by mutants? Mayor Gong was perplexed. Duan Bing found himself momentarily speechless, realizing he had been speaking to an uncomprehending audience. I must be wasting my breath. Mayor Gong, we have discovered an individual we are searching for at the Malin resettlement facility, and we hope you can assist us in facilitating his return to Kyoto, Duan Bing stated. A sense of alarm gripped Mayor Gong. Could they have found Chao Yinghua? Or perhaps someone else from the mercenary guild? After all, over 40 members of the guild had been vaccinated. But could these individuals truly discern immunity to the virus? He was unaware that mutants possessed extraordinary abilities. Could you please tell me where this person is and what name he goes by? Mayor Gong inquired. His name is Tiangang, Duan Bing replied. Tiangang? Mayor Gong could not recall knowing anyone by that name. He then called out, Secretary Liu, please come in. Mayor Gong, you summoned me? Secretary Liu entered the room. Yes. Is there someone named Tiangang at our base? Do you know him? Mayor Gong queried. Tiangang. I pondered for a moment. No, I have not heard of it. Secretary Liu furrowed his brow, struggling to recall anything pertinent. Duan Bing frowned, perceiving this as mere evasion. A mutant, armed with a firearm, could hardly be an inconspicuous figure within the resettlement center. Mayor Gong, I implore you to cooperate earnestly with our endeavors. While our military and political department does not directly govern local affairs, defying the speaker's orders is a burden too great for someone of your modest standing to bear. Duan Bing warned. Absolutely not. Mayor Gong exclaimed, startled. Such an accusation could jeopardize his political career. Very well, take me to see who this person is. I truly have no knowledge of anyone fitting that description, Mayor Gong hastily asserted. Meanwhile, at the Mercenary Guild, Fang Chen sat in his office enjoying tea with Brother Zhang when Shen Wengang entered. Boss, we have a situation, Shen Wengang announced. Oh, what is it? Fang Chen inquired. Setting down his teacup, Shen Wengang recounted the events that had just transpired. So, the military and political department is already aware of the mutant's existence? They even invited you? Fang Chen asked. Indeed, Shen Wengang replied. This is a positive development. The military and political department's recognition of mutants indicates that official research is ongoing. Furthermore, your visit to the department could provide an excellent opportunity for you to remain incognito, Fang Chen mused after a moment's contemplation. But we did not part on particularly good terms earlier, Shen Wengang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Had I known, I would have acted differently. Nevertheless, I suspect that if you decline, they will likely persist in their efforts. Do mention lore when the time comes, and this matter will be settled, Fang Chen remarked. Very well, Shen Wengang consented. As anticipated, half an hour later, Duan Bing returned to the Mercenary Guild accompanied by Mayor Gong. This is the Mercenary Guild. Mayor Gong thought to himself, a sense of unease washing over him. If they were the subordinates of Boss Nyo, the situation might not be easily resolved. After all, the current boss Nyo might not extend him any courtesy. We encountered him right here earlier, Duan Bing noted. Very well. Let us proceed inside, Mayor Gong replied, unwilling to appear overly confident and steeling himself to enter. Mayor Gong. The patrolling guards at the entrance, upon recognizing him, hurried over to offer their greetings. Is your president present? Mayor Gong inquired, still not very acquainted with Zhang Yuan Kuei despite having met him a few times. He is here. I will escort you to him, came the response. Thank you, said Mayor Gong as he and his companions followed the guards towards the president's office. Mayor Gong, I was unaware of your arrival and regret not being there to greet you. Zhang Yuan Kuei expressed with utmost courtesy. Tian Sha, these gentlemen are from the military political department, here to inquire about certain matters, Mayor Gong stated, cutting straight to the chase. Zhang Yuan Kuei, already aware of the situation, did not appear surprised. Very well. Please, take a seat. He invited. You are Tian Sha? Duan Bing inquired. Indeed, Zhang Yuan Kuei affirmed without hesitation. And what is your connection to Tian Gang? Duan Bing asked, noticing the similarity in their names. Tian Gang and I are merely friends. Are you here to see him? Zhang Yuan Kuei replied. Yes. We would like to know if you are aware that Tian Gang is an aberrant, Duan Bing stated. I am aware. Zhang Yuan Kuei responded calmly, pouring tea for his guests. Indeed, it appears that this mercenary guild is far from ordinary. Duan Bing felt a chill run down his spine. How many undisclosed secrets lie within this seemingly humble shelter of a guild? As it stands, we have come here on the orders of the speaker to requisition the mutants. We hope that President Tian Sha will grant us permission to take them, Duan Bing stated. Now, you must understand, Zhang Yuan Kuei replied with a smile. Tian Gang and I are merely acquaintances. He is not my subordinate, so the question of granting or denying permission does not arise. As long as he is willing to go, there is no need to consult me. Duan Bing's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. Both Mayor Gong and the president of this mercenary guild seemed to distance themselves from him, giving him the impression of mutual evasion. However, to return to the matter at hand, since it is for the nation's needs, I can assist in persuading him. There is just one issue. He has a peculiar habit of bringing his sister wherever he goes. If you do not facilitate the transfer of his sister as well, I fear he may refuse to accompany you, Zhang Yuan Kuei added. Upon hearing this, Duan Bing's expression softened, realizing the situation at hand. Oh, by the way, how many mutants do you require? Zhang Yuan Kuei inquired with utmost seriousness. What do you mean? Duan Bing asked. Would you mind taking an additional mutant? Zhang Yuan Kuei smiled as he posed the question. Are there other mutants here? Duan Bing asked in astonishment. He had often visited several shelters without encountering a single asymptomatic case. Yet here, they were inquiring if he would mind taking one more. Let me tell you in confidence. His sister is also a mutant. Furthermore, exceptionally powerful, Zhang Yuan Kuei whispered. Upon hearing these words, Duan Bing clenched his fists in excitement. Mayor Gong, standing nearby, was enveloped in confusion, feeling as if he were experiencing Mei Lin for the first time. Is this truly the case? Duan Bing inquired. Do you think I would deceive you regarding this matter? You shall soon find out for yourself, Zhang Yuan Kuei replied while sipping his tea. If that is the case, then there will be no issue in transferring both individuals back to the Military and Political Affairs Office, Duan Bing asserted with conviction. Very well, then it is settled. I shall summon them, Zhang Yuan Kuei said as he rose to leave the room. Before long, Shen Wengang entered, following Zhang Yuan Kuei. Why is it you again? Shen Wengang spoke first. Although he had already made the decision to go, he could not afford to lose his composure. Brother Tiangang, we apologize for our earlier demeanor. Duan Bing stood to say. There is no need for apologies. I have already stated that it is impossible for me to accompany you, Shen Wengang responded. Is it because of your sister? Duan Bing believed he had grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, Shen Wengang replied after a brief silence. This can be easily resolved. You and your sister may go together, Duan Bing suggested. Ah? Shen Wengang feigned disbelief, turning to Zhang Yuan Kuei. Chairman, what is this? Tiangang. Since they have agreed to go together, I recommend you proceed. Going to Kyoto is far better than remaining here idle, Zhang Yuan Kuei pretended to provide counsel. Indeed. Duan Bing concurred. Luo, what do you think? Shen Wengang asked. Wherever my brother goes, I shall follow, Luo replied. Very well then, Shen Wengang relented. Excellent, truly excellent. Duan Bing exclaimed joyfully. After the departure of the group led by the Ice Band, Mayor Gong inquired, President Tian Sha, what precisely are these aberrants? Why do the officials of the military and political office appear to have stumbled upon a treasure? His curiosity was evident. The aberrants are a type of infected individual. Zhang Yuan Kuei elucidated. However, unlike the typical infected, they do not undergo corpse transformation, which bears a resemblance to asymptomatic carriers. The distinction lies in the fact that aberrants experience enhancements in various physical aspects, resulting in increased bodily functions. I see, Mayor Gong replied, somewhat enlightened yet still perplexed. Ultimately, it bore little significance to him. As long as the settlement remained problem-free, other matters were inconsequential, for he felt powerless to intervene. Xiaolin. Once Tiangang and Qianluo enter the military and political office, they will inevitably undergo background checks. Please assist them in creating new identities and send the information to them. Understood. Commander, Xiaolin responded. A week passed swiftly. The enforcers of the Scarlet Church, awaited with bated breath, had yet to make their appearance. And the lark lurking within the Huailing settlement had failed to relay any valuable intelligence. In the office of Niu Xingwang at the Huading Chamber of Commerce, Niu inquired, Mr. Dongfang, it has been quite some time. Why have the members of the Scarlet Church yet to arrive? Uncertain, Dongfang Chen replied. I have not gathered any further intelligence on this matter. Do you believe the previous intelligence was flawed? Or have the members of the Scarlet Church discovered something that has deterred them from coming? Niu pondered aloud. The previous intelligence should be reliable, otherwise, Mei Wenhua would not have acknowledged it. If the Scarlet Church has indeed called off their operation, what could have precipitated such a decision? Could it be linked to Mei Wenhua's demise? After pondering for a considerable time, Dongfang Chen found himself without an answer. For the moment, he decided to set the matter aside. How are the preparations at the Mercenary Guild progressing? He inquired. Everything is ready, Niu Xingwang replied. Very well. Let us send someone out today to post the announcement. We shall commence operations tomorrow, Dongfang Chen stated. Understood, Niu Xingwang said, before swiftly departing to attend to his tasks. Dongfang Chen activated the control panel through his digital ocular implant. Just moments ago, Xiaolin had sent a message indicating that the production warehouse had been completed. Xiaolin, proceed with the construction of the mounting chamber. Simultaneously, ensure that the production chamber is fully engaged in the manufacturing of the worker bee robots, Dongfang Chen commanded. Yes, Commander. The Level 1 mounting chamber is capable of accommodating one ground-to-air spacecraft. With such a vessel, the transfer of supplies between the space station and the surface becomes feasible. Currently, the total number of worker bee robots stands at 100, while the space station's capacity limit is 500. Under optimal production conditions, completing the remaining 400 worker bee robots would take approximately 1 week. However, the construction speed of the mounting chamber will not adhere to the original timeframe of 7 days. As the number of worker bee robots increases, the construction speed of the mounting chamber will accelerate. When all factors are considered, it is estimated that the construction will require around 4 days, with increasing efficiency as time progresses. Once the mounting chamber is completed, the quantum communication chamber can be constructed, reducing the time to 1/5 of the original estimate, allowing for completion in less than 2 days. Chapter 77. Discussing Emergency Plan Xiaolin. How is the construction of the power research facility at the base progressing? Dongfang Chen inquired. The propulsion research facility was completed 3 days ago, and the construction of the spacecraft production facility is currently underway, as reported by Xiaolin. The propulsion research facility is capable of producing aircraft engines in small batches. The spacecraft production facility only needs to be finished around the same time as the quantum communication chamber of the space station, as the spacecraft requires the assistance of the quantum communication chamber to achieve ground cruising. Once the spacecraft is manufactured, the operations of the Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild will no longer be restricted by geographical boundaries, allowing for significant expansion. Kyoto, Parliament Building, January 15, 2055. Honorable members, you have all reviewed the draft of the emergency response plan. Are there any additions or adjustments that need to be made? Please share your opinions. The Speaker said. Mr. Speaker, further delegating power to the local authorities is, in effect, a form of de facto regional autonomy. While this approach can enhance the mobility of each resettlement center, it also raises the possibility of non-compliance with parliamentary governance. To put it bluntly, if a few bases seek independence and others follow suit, our nation may find itself fragmented, remarked Commander Sua Tenghua of the Northeast Military District. Indeed, this issue may arise. However, conversely, what if we do not delegate power? Everyone is relying on the parliament for assistance. Can you provide that support? Do you possess the capability? Countered Commander Zhong Zhengyue of the Southeast Military District. What did you say, Zhong Siyuan? Sua Tenghua asked angrily. Don't think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You are simply too reliant on your mother. Zhong Zhengyue retorted mockingly. How dare you? When it comes to the skill of dependence, who can compare to you? In the span of 6 months, how many times have you retreated northward? How much territory have you relinquished? Is there anyone who can surpass your cowardice? Sua Tenghua retorted. Bang, bang, bang. The speaker struck the gavel decisively. Enough of the bickering. We are here to discuss the emergency plan, not to engage in verbal sparring. The two glared at each other before taking their seats. Sua's words bore merit. Should the parliament lose control over the region, the repercussions would indeed be dire. He Jinghui from the Ministry of Security remarked, "This issue is inherently dialectical. Grabbing at one's beard will leave nothing behind. I believe that regional autonomy outweighs its disadvantages. One must first survive before seeking development. If there are no people left in the region, whom shall we manage? In my view, the essence of local governance lies in managing the people of the area. Preserving talent is tantamount to preserving the region. Let us ensure everyone's survival before pursuing a unified management approach. Progress must be made step by step, much like eating a meal one bite at a time," stated Wu Shengrong from the Ministry of Land Administration. The members of parliament nodded in agreement. "Does anyone have any further questions?" the speaker inquired as he noted the consensus. "Member Yao, I would like to know the feasibility of cultivating crops in a completely artificial environment. Have there been any related experiments conducted?" asked Lu Yuanhang from the Ministry of Water Affairs. Member Yao Wenkong, Director of the Ministry of Agriculture. "We have collaborated with the Aerospace Ministry on similar projects regarding crop cultivation technology in entirely artificial environments. In this regard, Member Lu is most qualified to speak." Yao Wenkong responded, "Indeed, in the past decade, the Aerospace Administration has conducted a series of 24 experiments related to crop cultivation in space, encompassing various stages including sowing, grafting, artificial pollination, and breeding. The results of these experiments have been relatively successful. It is posited that cultivating in an underground base would yield superior outcomes compared to those in space. However, this remains speculative, as time constraints have precluded any related experiments in subterranean environments, as noted by Lu Feiying of the Military and Political Affairs Department. To ensure utmost safety, I believe it is imperative to conduct thorough experiments on several critical systems essential for human survival, such as the air circulation system, microbial detection system, agricultural system, and water recycling system," suggested Lu Yuanhang from the Water Administration. Agreements resonated throughout the assembly as the representatives voiced their consensus. Thus, the Military and Political Affairs Department will take the lead, coordinating across multiple sectors to initiate the relevant testing as swiftly as possible, declared the speaker. "Understood," responded Lu Feiying, the director of the Military and Political Affairs Department. "Now, on to the next agenda item. I have some inquiries concerning the power issue that I would like to discuss with member He Jinghui," stated Tian Huamao, the director of the Energy Administration. "Oh, please proceed," replied He Jinghui, the director of the Security Administration. "What is the veracity of the geothermal power plant construction proposal we received from abroad?" Tian Huamao inquired. "The proposal for the geothermal power plant is essentially the same as the one employed by the international construction team commissioned by Xiaolin for the Antarctic Supercomputing Center." Intelligence personnel from the Security Administration clandestinely transmitted the pertinent information back to the country after acquiring the relevant data. In reality, no country has imposed a blockade on Huagua, as they all believe that this technology has originated from Huagua itself. According to relevant intelligence, a joint exploratory construction team composed of multiple nations successfully established the world's first geothermal power station in Antarctica last year. The plan they utilized is precisely the one in our possession, Director He Jinghui of the Security Department remarked. Chapter 78, The ARC Project 2055. Tian Huamao nodded, choosing to remain silent. There is still one pressing question. Should we disclose this emergency response plan? According to the current blueprint, the maximum population capacity for the underground base is set at 1.2 million. However, it is conservatively estimated that approximately 600 million people still reside in Huagua. To accommodate the entire population, at least 500 such underground bases would need to be established. Shang Yangping from the Civil Affairs Department paused momentarily before continuing. If we were to publicly share all technological solutions, would local authorities possess the capacity to construct these underground bases? Moreover, the potential public panic resulting from the disclosure of information could lead to chaos and conflict in various resettlement areas. If we choose not to disclose, relying solely on our own resources, how many such bases could we realistically establish within 1 or 2 years? 1 or 2? And what would become of the remaining populace? This is indeed a highly contentious issue. Given the current circumstances, it is feasible for the Parliament to concentrate its efforts and potentially construct 1 or 2 survival bases within a year or 2, but building hundreds is utterly unrealistic. The tasks that are already challenging for the Parliament are nearly insurmountable for local authorities. In this manner, Nearly all of the resettlement centers will face extinction within 2 to 3 years following the outbreak of the ecological crisis. The members of Congress remain silent. Director of Health Hu Qingying speaks up. I believe it is essential to disclose the technical solutions and construction methods. At the very least, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, within 2 years, nearly the entire populace of Huagua will perish from hunger. However, to avert public panic, I propose that the information be communicated solely to the highest management levels of the resettlement centers. I also pledge that after the crisis unfolds, should they fail to construct underground bases, the managers may bring their families into our underground facilities. In this way, we can disseminate the information while striving to maintain stability within the resettlement centers as much as possible. As for how many will ultimately survive, we can only leave it to fate. I must emphasize that our current focus is no longer on ensuring how many individuals will live, but rather on preserving the continuity of human civilization. Thus, who may enter the base? Who deserves to survive? It should be those experts, scholars, and young individuals from various fields. They are the bearers of the future. The congressman furrows his brow, clearly unconvinced. Hu Qingying's proposal is overly naive and would undoubtedly encounter significant resistance in its execution. Once the information is released, it will no longer be within the control of the parliament. A public secret ceases to be a secret. Furthermore, who will determine this list? Who should live and who should die? What criteria will be used? You claim to be an expert, and I can assert the same. In the face of survival, no one will yield, and chaos will inevitably ensue. Although Hu Qingying's proposal was somewhat naive, her perspective was indeed valid. The preservation of civilization supersedes mere survival. Thus, let us release a portion of the information. The Parliament shall disclose all technological plans for the construction of underground bases, recommending that shelters capable of doing so commence construction at the earliest opportunity. Those lacking the necessary resources may collaborate with multiple shelters to undertake the project collectively. Furthermore, we shall inform all shelters to prepare for potential crises in the future through this approach. However, the matter of the ecological crisis shall remain confidential for the time being, stated Yen Jinping. The members of Parliament nodded in agreement. Consequently, a complementary relationship was established between the Parliament and local authorities. The dual objectives of preserving civilization and ensuring human survival coexisted harmoniously. This emergency plan ultimately received the title of the 2055 ARC Project, and for security reasons, only the 19 participating members of the meeting were privy to the complete plan. Subsequently, as part of the 2055 ARC Project, the 2055 Human Survival White Paper, aimed at guiding human existence, was published and distributed to various shelters 2 months following the conclusion of the parliamentary meeting. This white paper revealed the technical standards for the construction of underground bases, along with a streamlined version of the human life support system. Simultaneously, the military commenced a series of intensive mobilizations. The Southeast Military District withdrew northward across the board, assuming responsibility for maintaining security and peacekeeping in regions north of the Yangtze River under the Central Military District. The Southwest Military District retained control over Sichuan while relinquishing the southern border, Hunan, Guangxi provinces, with troops redeployed to the northwest for rest and recuperation. Subsequently, the Southwest Military Region, Northwest Military Region, and Northeast Military Region each dispatched 2 divisions, totaling 60,000 troops, to collaborate with the Central Military Region in the construction of the nation's inaugural large-scale underground human survival base, the Mosin Ark Base, located in the desolate expanse of the Mozango Desert in western Yujiang. On March 18, 2055, in Hushan Province, Haizhou City, at the Matong Resettlement Center, the clock struck 21:30. As the night deepened, it was expected that all should be resting at this hour. Yet, this evening, no one was able to find repose. The Matong Resettlement Center was situated on a remote island at the estuary of the Yangtze River. The sole connection to this isolated land was a 2-kilometer-long bridge, the Mon Bridge. Due to a severe lack of electricity, darkness enveloped both the bridge and the island. However, even in such obscurity, the eerie glow of the night revealed a throng of figures on the bridge. To be precise, they were not human. They were a horde of shambling zombies, moving slowly and crowding the bridge. "Have we made contact with the military region?" inquired Zhuo Wenshan, the mayor of Haizhou City. "We have established communication. The troops are en route and are expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours, replied a nearby secretary. 2 hours. I wonder if we can hold out that long. Zhuo said anxiously, gazing at the densely packed zombies on the distant bridge. This was the first time in months since their arrival that they had faced such a massive assault of the undead. Zhuo felt a profound sense of uncertainty. He was at a loss as to how to defend against these creatures. Only a fraction of the police were armed, and their ammunition was scarce. The rest were armed solely with kitchen knives. Mayor Zhuo, the secretary, remarked, "I feel these zombies do not intend to attack us." "Oh? What makes you say that?" Zhuo inquired. "Consider this. If they truly meant to assault us, they would surge forward en masse, wouldn't they? With a distance of 2 kilometers. They could reach us swiftly. Yet, look at them now. They are ambling along at a leisurely pace. By the time they reach this side of the bridge, it will likely take over an hour," the secretary analyzed. Zhuo nodded, acknowledging the peculiarity of the situation. However, zombies lack intellect, as we all know. Thus, we cannot apply conventional logic to their behavior. The entrance to the shelter was firmly locked, with stones securely barricading the door. Those in charge of the city's defense stood vigilantly, their eyes fixed on the scene below, hesitant to act impulsively. An hour and a half later, the zombies reached the gates, emitting low, guttural growls. Although each individual sound was faint, the collective cacophony resonated like a tumultuous river. A deep and continuous rumble that reverberated painfully against the eardrums. Indeed, as the secretary had just observed, these zombies lingered beneath the city gates without launching an attack. They seemed to be waiting, though for what purpose remained a mystery. "Mayor, do you suppose they are awaiting the arrival of the troops?" the secretary queried. "Don't be absurd. Have the zombies somehow gained sentience?" Zhuo found himself increasingly annoyed with the secretary, who seemed to have an uncanny knack for foretelling events. The secretary promptly fell silent, refraining from further commentary. Approximately half an hour later, gunfire echoed from across the bridge, indicating the arrival of the troops. The zombies on the bridge grew agitated, frantically rushing towards the opposite side, utterly oblivious to the concept of death. The sound of gunfire gradually faded, diminishing into silence as the zombies fell quiet once more. What could be happening? The secretary was about to suggest that the soldiers had been annihilated by the undead, but was interrupted by Zhuo. "Hush your ill-omened tongue," Zhuo scolded. It was too dark for them to discern what transpired across the bridge. Half an hour later, the zombies returned, launching a frenzied assault on the shelter. Unable to breach the door, they piled atop one another like a human tower, forming a sloped ramp wide as a bridge, as the horde surged relentlessly towards the shelter. No one could withstand their onslaught. The defenses of the shelter proved to be utterly ineffectual and were swiftly overrun. On March 19, 2055, at 3:00 a.m., the Matong shelter was breached, resulting in the tragic demise of 320,000 residents. In the Southeastern Military District Command at Kunfeng City, Yushu Province, Zhong Jingyu paced anxiously within his office. "Haven't we made contact yet?" he demanded. "Not yet," replied the communication officer, his head bowed in trepidation. "The military satellite is still operational, and satellite phones can be used." How can this be? How can this be? A force of 10,000 simply vanishes?" Zhong Jingyu continued. "What of the Matong shelter? Have we established contact?" "Negative," the communication officer responded. "Commander, I have a foreboding feeling," the secretary interjected from the side. "Send a reconnaissance unit to investigate. Remember, if there is any danger, retreat immediately," Zhong Jingyu ordered, sharing the same ominous premonition. "Understood." The secretary departed upon receiving his orders. 5 hours later, he rushed in, his face etched with urgency. "Commander, there is grave news," he exclaimed. "What is the situation?" Zhong Jingyu inquired hastily. The reconnaissance team reported that the Ma Tang relocation site is deserted, with numerous zombie corpses scattered across the ground. "It appears they encountered a zombie attack," the secretary explained. "And our personnel?" Zhong Jingyu pressed on. "On the opposite bank of the relocation site, we discovered our troops' vehicles and weaponry, with a considerable number of spent shell casings still littering the ground." The secretary hesitated, unable to continue. With a clatter, Zhong Jingyu sank into his chair. 10,000. That was my most elite unit. Those young souls. At that moment, he was engulfed by profound sorrow. Deep within, he was loath to send those youngsters to confront the zombies, fearing the devastating losses. Yet, faced with the plea for assistance from the relocation site, he could not turn a blind eye. But what was the ultimate outcome? The sacred promise to safeguard the territory and its people had not only failed to alter any result, but had also led to the needless loss of 10,000 vibrant lives. Why had it come to this? What should be done? Zhong Zhengyue found himself ensnared in an unprecedented conflict within his heart. Report. Enter. The guard soldier announced. Commander. Commander Yin from the Southwest Military District has arrived. Oh, please come in. Zhong Zhengyue mustered his composure. Brother Zhong, look what I have brought for you. Yin Jingping's booming voice filled the air before he even crossed the threshold. Old Yin, what brings you here? Come sit. Zhong Zhengyue stood to greet him, concern etching his features. What is the matter? You don't look well. Yin Jingping noticed that Zhong Jingyu's expression was off and inquired. Oh, is there something on your mind today? Zhong Jingyu did not respond directly, but instead asked, Hey, what could it be? I'm just wondering about. I brought a couple of fine bottles of wine to share with you, my brother. Yin Jingping feigned reluctance. You must be joking. Do I not know you? You wouldn't dare venture out without a purpose, let alone bring your own drinks. Zhong Jingyu retorted with disdain. Come on, let's find a quiet spot, prepare some snacks, and enjoy our meal while we converse. Yin Jingping ceased his explanations and urged him to rise. The two settled in a tranquil room, where a few appetizers adorned the table. Yin Jingping uncorked the wine bottle and filled their glasses. Zhong Jingyu seemed somewhat distracted, merely observing without participating. Brother, you seem a bit off today. Come, let us toast. With that, Yin Jingping raised his glass. Zhong Jingyu remained silent, lifted his glass, clinked it against Yin Jingping's, and downed the contents in one go. Yin Jingping glanced at him and chose not to say anything further, swallowing his drink as well. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Yin Jingping finally broached the main topic. Brother, I came to seek your assistance with a matter. Speak. Zhong Jingyu replied succinctly. It's about the recent troop withdrawals from the southern frontier, Huguang, and Beihai provinces by our southwest military district. However, there are still 50 to 60 public shelters remaining in those areas, and we cannot neglect the welfare of the citizens. Therefore, I was wondering if I could temporarily borrow your transport aircraft. I will arrange for personnel to swiftly relocate those civilians to safety. Yin Jingping explained his purpose. Old Yin, do you truly believe there is any significance in undertaking such actions? Zhong Jingyu inquired in a somber tone. What does it mean? Yin Jingping furrowed his brow. What is the purpose of the so-called 2055 Human Survival White Paper that we have drafted? Zhong Jingyu questioned. Clearly, these are two separate matters. Yin Jingping replied. This is indeed one matter. Old Yin, I advise you to refrain from such actions in the future. Zhong Jingyu's tone grew more intense. Brother Zhong, what do you mean by that? It is our duty as soldiers to protect our homeland and its people. Should we merely stand by and watch the common folk perish? Yin Jingping's temper flared. Were you absent from the council meeting, or did you fail to comprehend the documents? The directives have been issued to various resettlement locations. Their chances of survival must be fought for by themselves. Why do you meddle in such trivial affairs? Can you even manage that? Do you possess the capability to oversee it? Zhong Jingyu retorted sharply. Zhong Si, I finally understand. The assimilation in the northeast is not mistaken. You are, indeed, a coward. Yin Jingping seethed with anger. Who is the coward? Old Yin, let me tell you, it is you. If anyone else had said this, I would have knocked them out. Zhong Jingyu stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Yin Jingping. Then explain to me, when did the matters of the common people become trivial? Yin Jingping, suppressing his fury, asked. You have not experienced it. 10,000 exemplary soldiers fell victim to the tide of loss, without even creating a ripple. Zhong Jingyu exclaimed loudly, tears glistening in his eyes. What happened? What is going on? Yin Jingping, calming his anger, inquired in a subdued voice. Alas, just yesterday, the Madong Resettlement Center in Haizhou City was besieged by the undead, prompting Mayor Zhuo Wenshan to seek assistance. You ask, should we deploy troops or not? At that moment, my thoughts aligned with yours. What is the purpose of our military service if not to protect the common people? Yet, what has become of it? All perished. All transformed into zombies. Zhong Jingyu's eyes were bloodshot as he inhaled deeply, removed his glasses, and advised, Thus, I implore you, Lao Yin, without the proper means, do not undertake tasks beyond your capacity. Let not the endeavor end in failure, sacrificing the lives of our soldiers in vain. Now it becomes clear. Yin Jingping comprehended the gravity of the situation. No wonder Zhong Jingyu appeared so peculiar today. Yin Jingping approached Zhong Jingyu, gently pressing him back into his seat before taking a seat across from him. He filled their glasses anew. Brother Zhong, I shall not conceal from you. I have experienced such sentiments myself. Last year, I issued a decree forbidding anyone from undertaking missions. It was not due to our callousness, nor our indifference to the plight of the people. Rather, The outcomes of intervention proved worse than inaction. How can we manage such chaos? To triumph in this crisis, mere fervor is insufficient. As Yen Jinping spoke, he raised his cup and drained it, refilling it once more. This year, however, is different. I shall confide in you. Just my storm assault team alone has eliminated countless zombies over the past 3 months. How many? Zhong Jingyu inquired. 100,000. Yen Jinping replied, meeting his gaze with a solemn expression. What of the casualties? Zhong Jingyu pressed on. Should we disregard casualties? Vanquishing 100,000 zombies would be no trivial feat. None. Yen Jinping remarked, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. What? Zhong Jingyu exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet and gazing intently at him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He could hardly believe it. Chapter 81. The new aircraft. Believe it or not, I share this information with no ulterior motives. I simply wish to convey that without the proper tools, one cannot undertake delicate tasks. However, I happen to possess such a tool. Yen Jinping smiled mysteriously and took another sip. Come on, tell me how you did it. Zhong Jingyu implored, sitting down, his impatience palpable. All right, my brother. Let's not discuss that today. I came to request the loan of one of your transport aircraft. Could you arrange it swiftly? Yen Jinping deftly shifted the topic. In truth, he was reluctant to reveal the secret of the equipment, as he had only managed to procure 1,000 sets thus far. Yet, he could not bear to watch more soldiers venture into missions unprotected and risk their lives. Hence, he decided to divulge a morsel of information. No way. You must tell me how you did it, or we have nothing to discuss, Zhong Jingyu insisted. I assure you, I am not easily swayed. If you are unwilling, I will seek out the butcher from the northwest. Yen Jinping threatened. The butcher from the northwest referred to the commander of the Northwest Military Region, Xin Tuzinghao. You. Very well. I will agree to the loan, but you must allow me to observe your storm assault team in action. Zhong Jingyu compromised, realizing that if he let Yen seek out the butcher, he would end up with nothing. Deal. Yen Jinping replied with delight. Commander, the aerial spacecraft has completed self-checks and is ready for separation at any time. Commence separation of the spacecraft and promptly transport the Queen Bee to Antarctica. Upon arrival, initiate the upgrade task for the supercomputing center. Understood, Commander, came the reply. Where are we now? Fang Chen inquired. We are about to reach Cloud City, Xiao Lin responded. Good. Send a message to Feng Hua to inform her of our flight path, to avoid unnecessary complications. Yes, Commander. Meanwhile, at the Air Defense Command of the Southwest Military District, a report came in. Unidentified flying objects detected over Cloud City. Friendly forces, disregard. The commander commanded. Affirmative. Yen Fangfang, aware of Fang Chen's impending arrival, had arrived early at the airport. Yet, her nerves remained unsettled until the aircraft touched down. Her excitement was not solely due to Fang Chen's arrival, but rather the aircraft itself. This particular machine was unlike any she had ever seen. Its fuselage exhibited a slender trapezoidal shape, narrow at the front and wider at the rear, with diminutive wings. Its flight mechanism resembled that of a helicopter, capable of hovering effortlessly in midair, yet devoid of any visible rotors. The underside was equipped with 3 enormous turbine apparatuses, 1 at the front and 2 at the rear. These turbines emitted a dazzling blue light, yet they produced none of the thunderous roar or turbulent airflow characteristic of conventional aircraft. The plane loomed closer, its sound remarkably subdued, as if it were quietly suspended before her, engines unengaged. Moments later, 6 landing gears extended, and the aircraft descended. Behind Yen Fangfang, a dozen members of the Windslayer assault team exchanged bewildered glances, equally entranced by this extraordinary spectacle. The cabin door swung open, and Fang Chen stepped off the plane with a smile. What is the matter? Why are you staring at me? He inquired playfully. This aircraft, where did it come from? Yen Fangfang pointed at the plane, her curiosity piqued. Your question is quite amusing. Where do you think it came from? Naturally. We built it ourselves, Fang Chen replied with a grin. Surely, you didn't plunder some alien civilization, did you? Yen Fangfang teased. Indeed, Fang Chen admitted with a chuckle. You really are a master of boasting. Yen Fangfang retorted skeptically. See, the truth is sometimes hard to believe. Where is your father? I came to speak with him about something. Fang Chen shifted the topic. He has gone to the Southeast Military District and hasn't returned yet, Yen Fangfang informed him. Oh? Will he be back today? Fang Chen asked. I'm not sure. Let us head back first, and I'll give him a call, she suggested. Very well. Let us proceed. The group split into several vehicles and made their way to the military district headquarters. Before long, Yin Jinping returned with Zhong Zhengyue. Hey, little Chun, what brings you here? Quite a rare visitor, Yin Jinping remarked, noticing Dongfang Chun's presence. This was Dongfang Chun's first visit to the Southwest Military District. Fang, take your Uncle Zong for a tour. He wishes to observe the combat scenarios of the Chopping Wind Assault Team. Ensure his safety, Yin Jinping instructed Yin Fang. Of course. She nodded eagerly, then turned to Zhong Zhengyue. Uncle Zong, this way please. All right. Zhong Zhengyue followed her enthusiastically, unaware that he was about to miss a significant encounter. Yin Jinping, however, seemed to have orchestrated this, as he was not yet ready for Zhong Zhengyue and Dongfang Chen to meet. Xiao Chen, is there something you wish to discuss with me today? Yin Jinping inquired as he entered the office. Indeed. I have a small matter that I would like to trouble Commander Yin with, Dongfang Chen replied without hesitation. Oh, please, do tell. Yin Jinping gestured for him to take a seat. The thing is, our base is planning to recruit a batch of new personnel soon. I would like to borrow a few individuals from you to assist in training them, Dongfang Chen explained. Are you intending to form your own armed force? Yin Jinping did not respond directly, but posed a question instead. One might say that. Commander Yin, this is currently quite lawful, Dongfang Chen replied. Indeed, it is lawful. Have you ever considered coming to work with me? Yin Jinping shifted to another topic. What? Are you suggesting that I join you entirely? Dongfang Chen joked. Haha, look at you. I was merely making a suggestion. What do you say? Will you think it over? Yin Jinping chuckled. Let's not, Commander Yin. I am a bit too unruly and resistant to authority, Dongfang Chen declined. That's all right. Take your time to contemplate it, Yin Jinping acknowledged, not wishing to pressure him. And about borrowing personnel? Dongfang Chen inquired. That is no issue. However, we must maintain a transactional relationship. One cannot simply lend individuals for free. Yin Jinping stated with a shrewd expression. Certainly, it won't be for free. How about I borrow 10 individuals for 2 months along with 100 sets of combat uniforms? Dongfang Chen proposed. Haha, agreed. It's settled then. Yin Jinping exclaimed joyfully. However, I have one more condition, Dongfang Chen added. What condition? Yin Jinping asked, taken aback. Rongpa must be included, Dongfang Chen remarked. Yin Jinping pondered for a moment before responding. Let it be as you wish. Then I shall trouble you, Commander Yin. Once the time is confirmed, I will contact you. Dongfang Chen rose, preparing to depart. Are you leaving so soon? Yin Jinping inquired. Indeed. I have matters to attend to and will not impose further. Dongfang Chen replied with a smile. Very well. We shall share a drink another time, Yin Jinping said politely. Certainly. In Yushu Province, in the urban area of Mazhou, a small team of 10 was conducting a search within a factory district. Group 1 is clear. Group 2 is clear. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the intercom. Captain, we have a situation. The team swiftly gathered towards Group 3's location, as commanded by the captain. These individuals were mercenaries from the Mercenary Guild. Donned in the Guild's standard Guardian Type 1 combat attire, wielding Guardian Type 1 laser firearms. However, their equipment was lacking in other areas. For instance, their communication devices were merely basic handheld radios. After disconnecting the intercom, the captain moved rapidly towards Group 3's vicinity. Upon arrival, the scene left them astounded. A vast wastewater pool lay before them, densely populated with corpses. It was evident that these bodies belonged to zombies, their cores conspicuously absent. Yet, this alone would not suffice to astonish them. What truly bewildered them was the sight of all the zombies climbing towards the center. The closer one got to the center, the more numerous they became, and the higher the pile grew. At the very center stood an elevated platform, upon which a flagpole rose, displaying a blood-red banner at its summit. It appears that a sacrificial ceremony may have been conducted here. Report to the Union, the captain exhaled. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yuan Kuei arrived with his team. President, it is right here, the squad leader announced as he brought Zhang Yuan Kuei over. You all may leave. Zhang Yuan Kuei instructed. Once everyone had exited, Zhang Yuan Kuei transmitted the imagery to Dongfang Chen through his digital ocular implant. At that moment, Dongfang Chen had already departed from the Southwest Military District and was en route back. Brother Zhang, do you think this could be the work of the Red Robe sect? Dongfang Chen inquired, observing the synchronized imagery. It is a possibility, Zhang Yuan Kuei responded. In that case, I will send the images to Chu Jingping to see if he is aware. Dongfang Chen remarked, subsequently instructing Xiao Lin to transmit the visuals. Boss, I have not seen this before. However, It resembles what they mentioned about the summoning ritual. Xu Jinping quickly replied with a text message. What is the summoning ritual? Fang Chen questioned. I am not entirely sure, but I know that the person conducting the ritual can grant consciousness to the undead, compelling them to obey, Xu Jinping elucidated. No wonder it is called the summoning ritual. Does this imply that someone has the ability to control the undead? Fang Chen asked. Indeed, Xu Jinping affirmed. All right. You carry on. Contact me again when you have more information on this matter, Fang Chen instructed. Understood. Brother Zhang, according to the information provided by Xu Jinping, this could potentially be a summoning ritual conducted by the Red Robe sect, allowing the ritualist to exert control over the undead. Fang Chen conveyed the information to Zhang Yuankui. Thus, it suggests that the Red Robe sect may potentially launch attacks on humanity by controlling zombies, speculated Zhang Yuankui. If their actions were not aimed at combating humans, they would be devoid of purpose. It is highly plausible, replied Fang Chen. Damn, these heartless creatures, exclaimed Zhang Yuankui. Let us not concern ourselves with this matter for now. We shall observe the developments, stated Fang Chen. Agreed. Zhang Yuankui turned and departed. Notice, all operatives, please take heed. Effective immediately, the base will commence accepting its first cohort of trainees. From the issuance of this notice, should any newcomers wish to partake in the training, please follow the provided instructions for registration. The deadline for registration is April 1st, 2055, at 23:59. Attached, Registration Guidelines. Chapter 83. Farewell, Gu Qing. After composing such a message aboard the aircraft, Fang Chen disseminated it to all operatives. The scattered operatives across various locations received this notification simultaneously. Within the subsequent half-hour, a flurry of responses inundated him, akin to falling snowflakes. As the registration guidelines had clearly delineated the method and portal for enrollment, and the required format was presented in a structured form, the submission of information was swift. Shaolin, please process this information and compile a final list for me, Fang Chen instructed, displaying disinterest in reviewing it himself and delegating the task to Shaolin. Certainly, Commander. Fang Chen's decision to initiate the recruitment of new trainees at this juncture was not without reason. He had been awaiting the completion of the base's power research facility and the aircraft production facility. Only with the availability of aircraft would there be the requisite conditions for passage. This approach is essential for the recruitment of newcomers from various regions of latent operatives back to the base. It has now been 2 months since the issuance of the 2055 Human Survival White Paper. On the surface, the various resettlement centers appear calm, yet beneath this facade, turbulent undercurrents are at play. Although the white paper disclosed detailed construction data and accompanying technical plans for the underground bases, ostensibly to promote scientific and healthier development across the resettlement centers, astute observers can discern that this is merely a means for the parliament to shed its burdens. It seems that they may have been abandoned. Such a perspective has gradually become the prevailing ideology among the management of the resettlement centers. Under this prevailing thought, the development of many centers has begun to deviate from its intended trajectory, veering into darkness. Meanwhile, a miniature air-to-ground spacecraft has stealthily entered the atmosphere, heading towards Antarctica. In the current climate, as nations are ravaged by a virus, no one is paying attention to this extraterrestrial visitor. The spacecraft descends beside the supercomputing center established in eastern Chen. From a close vantage point, it resembles an inverted safety helmet. The current scale of the supercomputing center is modest, and its structure is quite straightforward. At the time, to ensure the joint construction team could complete their tasks, the entire design was rather rudimentary. At the bottom lies the geothermal power generation room, from which 10 thermal collection pipes extend downward into the geothermal layer. The heat collected is conducted to the power generation room, where it is transformed into electrical energy via specialized equipment. The converted electrical energy is transmitted through cables to the supercomputing center's machine room above. The machine room occupies an area of approximately 10 square meters and is equipped with a ventilation system to prevent heat accumulation within the room. After the spacecraft descended, its bottom hatch opened, and the newly produced Queen Bee robot broke through the ice and snow, drilling into the crust. Subsequently, the spacecraft's hatch closed, its engines ignited, and it returned to the space station. This Queen Bee carries a significant mission. It will nurture new Bee-Ant robots and establish a brand new supercomputing center. Fang Chen did not return to Binjiang, but instead proceeded to the Malin settlement. The Malin settlement of today is a far cry from its former self. The streets have become bustling with activity. teeming with individuals engaged in various small businesses, creating a vibrant scene. The number of mercenaries has steadily increased, with official support. They have rented equipment and weapons from the guild through loans and undertaken several escort missions in the urban area of Mo City. They have brought back a substantial amount of instruments and equipment, thereby restoring a portion of their manufacturing capabilities. The rooftop of the Huading Chamber of Commerce has been repaired to accommodate a helipad, and after landing, Fang Chen directly entered the chamber. Mr. Fang, long time no see. Gu Qingyi, what brings you here? Fang Chen inquired curiously upon seeing Gu Qingyi approach to greet him. President Niu appreciates my work, so I came to lend a hand. Gu Qingyi replied generously. That sounds good. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Are you looking for President Niu? I'll take you there. All right. Following Gu Qingyi's lead, Fang Chen arrived at the president's office. Brother Niu, life seems quite comfortable now. Fang Chen jested as he entered. Mr. Fang, why didn't you give me a heads up? I would have come to welcome you. Niu Xingwang exclaimed in a flurry upon recognizing Fang Chen. We're all comrades here. No need for such formalities. Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling to disregard the matter. Upon settling onto the sofa, he continued, It has been several months since my last visit, and the changes here are quite remarkable. The affairs of both the Chamber of Commerce and the Labor Union have finally found their footing. It seems that goods are frequently transported back from the city, and I have procured some as well. Niu Xingwang responded. Fang Chen nodded, remaining silent. Niu Xingwang turned to Gu Qingyi and said, Qingyi, you may attend to your tasks. I will call for you if needed. Certainly, Mr. Niu. Enjoy your conversation. Gu Qingyi replied before closing the door behind her. Brother Niu, have you noticed anything unusual? Fang Chen leaned closer to Niu Xingwang, tilting his chin as he inquired. His question pertained to Gu Qingyi's behavior. Nothing out of the ordinary has come to light. Are you perhaps overthinking this? Niu Xingwang replied. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Since the death of the uneducated man, the enforcers of the Red Robe sect have yet to take action. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye, Fang Chen stated. Could it be that someone from the Suyang Resettlement Center has leaked information? Niu Xingwang queried. There is a possibility, but even if there were leaks from the Suyang Resettlement Center, they would lack sufficient grounds to dissuade the Red Robe sect from proceeding, as their knowledge is limited. Fang Chen dismissed that notion. That is indeed puzzling, Niu Xingwang admitted. Equally perplexed, the prolonged silence has become somewhat unsettling. As for the mercenary guild, every task has been executed with remarkable ease. While smooth operations are typically a positive sign, an excess of ease raises suspicions. Fang Chen reflected thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that the Red Robe sect might be secretly plotting something? Niu Xingwang inquired. Indeed. Today, the mercenary team from the guild discovered an unusual phenomenon in an abandoned factory in the city, Fang Chen replied. What kind of unusual phenomenon? Niu Xingwang asked. Within a vast pool, thousands of zombie corpses have accumulated. We suspect that someone has conducted a spirit summoning ritual, Fang Chen elucidated. What is a spirit summoning ritual? Niu Xingwang questioned. The specifics are rather unclear, but it is generally understood that such a ritual allows for the control of zombies, Fang Chen explained. Does that mean the Red Robe sect possesses the means to control zombies? Niu Xingwang boldly conjectured. There is a possibility, Fang Chen responded. That is truly terrifying. Niu Xingwang exclaimed, astonished. Yes. In any case, you must remain vigilant. I have brought numerous decorative items with me, each embedded with listening devices. You will personally oversee their placement within the guild and the trading company, ensuring they cover as much ground as possible, Fang Chen instructed. Very well. What about Gu Qingyi? Niu Xingwang asked. She should remain at the trading company, but caution is still paramount. It is better to have no problems than to be oblivious to potential threats right under our noses, Fang Chen advised. Understood. Niu Xingwang nodded. However, ensure you are well protected. Your combat suit must be worn at all times, and your identification tag should not be out of reach, Fang Chen emphasized. All right, Niu Xingwang complied. Now, you may carry on with your tasks. I will take a stroll around the guild, Fang Chen remarked. Would you like me to accompany you? Niu Xingwang inquired. No need. I shall go on my own, Fang Chen replied. Upon leaving the office, Gu Qingyi stood not far away. Mr. Fang, are you leaving? She asked upon seeing him exit. Yes, no need to see me off. Please attend to your duties, Fang Chen responded politely. Then, Mr. Fang, take care. Gu Qingyi replied with a gentle bow and a smile. Fang Chen nodded as he stepped out of the Chamber of Commerce. He was quite satisfied with Gu Qingyi's manner. She was an exceptionally professional secretary. Her approach to interpersonal interactions was impeccably measured, neither excessive nor insufficient. She displayed considerable intellect, executing her tasks with efficiency and devoid of emotional bias. If there were indeed no issues, she could serve as an excellent assistant to Niu Xingwang, alleviating a substantial portion of his workload. The distance between the Chamber of Commerce and the labor union was not great, merely around 500 meters. Fang Chen ambled alone along the streets of the ancient town. The streets were narrow, bustling with pedestrians, and numerous shops had begun to open on either side, selling daily necessities and snacks, while street vendors shouted their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. It felt as though he had returned to the world before the apocalypse. Fang Chen inhaled deeply, nostalgia filling his eyes. Though people were striving through diligent labor to improve their lives, he understood that such days would not endure for long. The ecological changes were irreversible. In just over 2 years, the molecular light film would take shape. At that time, sunlight would diminish, plants would wither, atmospheric oxygen levels would drop, temperatures would decline, and perhaps new elements would emerge in the air, all of which would be detrimental to human existence. The heavens and the earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The brutality of the ecological reality is laid bare in this instance. He stood upon the street, pausing momentarily, wishing to capture one last glance, for perhaps he would never behold it again. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were fixated upon him amidst the crowd. Seizing the opportunity while he was lost in thought, several individuals stealthily approached. Suddenly, a sharp blow landed on Fang Chen's occiput. As he regained his senses and turned to look, he realized he was under attack. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. To avoid drawing attention, 2 burly men approached, one on either side, hoisting Fang Chen's arms and leading him towards a narrow alleyway. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets began to grow desolate. With the labor union providing electricity, the streetlights flickered to life. "Have you found him?" Niu Xingwang inquired anxiously upon spotting Zhang Yuankue on the street. "No," Zhang Yuankue responded, equally distressed. "How peculiar. Where could he have gone?" Niu Xingwang mused aloud. "Mr. Niu, did the boss truly say he was coming to the labor union? Perhaps you misheard?" Zhang Yuankue questioned. "Could I possibly mishear that?" Niu Xingwang shot him a disbelieving glance. "Could he have returned home?" Zhang Yuankue suggested. "The plane is still on the helipad in the backyard. How could he have returned? Even if he had, he surely wouldn't ignore his phone calls," Niu Xingwang countered. "The distance from the Chamber of Commerce to the labor union is merely 500 meters. He should have arrived within 10 minutes at most. This indicates that something must have occurred during the day," Zhang Yuankue deduced. "Let us summon everyone who was conducting business nearby during the day, one by one. I refuse to believe that a living person could simply vanish into thin air." Niu Xingwang found Zhang Yuankue's words to be quite reasonable, and thus he remarked, "Excellent." Chapter 85. Clues and Analysis. The members of the Chamber of Commerce and Labor Union sprang into action, knocking on doors one by one. Through their interconnected efforts, they swiftly gathered all the nearby small vendors. In the chamber's hall, Niu Xingwang addressed the crowd, "Please remain calm. I have summoned you at this late hour for an urgent matter that requires your assistance. We are in search of an individual, and I will offer a reward of 10,000 yuan for any leads." As he spoke, he instructed Gu Qingyi to distribute the photographs to everyone present. Upon hearing of the 10,000 yuan reward, the attendees' eyes gleamed with anticipation. "The person in this photograph is whom I seek. Please reflect carefully and see if you have encountered him. The time frame is around 15:25 this afternoon," Niu Xingwang continued. He described the individual further. He was clad in a dark blue jacket, light brown casual trousers, and black hiking shoes. His complexion was fair, and he had long hair. Suddenly, a woman in her 50s exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. Please, do share." Niu Xingwang urged excitedly. "This afternoon, I indeed saw a young man pass by my stall, and he bore a resemblance to your description. The young fellow was very tidy in appearance, which made a lasting impression on me. He stood on the street for quite a while without moving, and when I inquired if he wanted to buy something, he ignored me. Then, somehow, he collapsed. And a few people came to assist him," the woman recounted. Yes. I have a vague recollection as well. It seems there was indeed someone who fainted on the street this afternoon. I wonder if it is the person you were searching for." Suddenly, another person chimed in, affirming, Indeed, I noticed it too." 2 or 3 others nodded in agreement. "Do you recall what those who assisted him looked like, Or do they possess any distinguishing features? Niu Xingwang continued to inquire. The crowd shook their heads. An elderly woman pondered intently, but ultimately shook her head, unable to recollect. Niu Xingwang promptly rewarded her with 10,000 yuan, while the others who spoke received 1,000 yuan each, credited to their transaction cards. The assembly dispersed. I believe the boss did not faint. He must have been assaulted, Zhang Yuankui speculated. I concur, Niu Xingwang affirmed. In their minds, Dongfang Chun had always appeared in good health, never having experienced a sudden collapse. Who do you think might be responsible? Zhang Yuankui asked. Niu Xingwang shook his head, remaining silent. Everyone is weary today. Let us return to rest. Tianxia, accompany me. He instructed. After a brief silence, Niu Xingwang directed the crowd to disperse and requested Zhang Yuankui to follow him to the office. Boss Niu, have you made any discoveries? Zhang Yuankui inquired upon entering the office. I suspect there is a mole within the Chamber of Commerce, Niu Xingwang revealed. Oh, pray, elaborate, Zhang Yuankui responded. When Mr. Dongfang visited today, he placed several ornaments here, which contained listening devices. Tomorrow morning, send someone to retrieve a portion. Mr. Dongfang's original intention was to prevent individuals with ulterior motives from infiltrating the chamber and the union. Unfortunately, someone acted swiftly. Before we could set our plans in motion, Mr. Dongfang encountered trouble. Niu Xingwang briefly outlined the situation. Are you suggesting that you had suspicions regarding this matter beforehand? Zhang Yuankui nodded. Indeed. When Mr. Dongfang departed from the chamber today, he was likely already being monitored. Furthermore, it is evident that the individuals involved are aware of his significant identity. As they specifically targeted him, Niu Xingwang analyzed. That shouldn't be the case. Typically, I have not revealed anything in front of outsiders. Thus, no one should have noticed his identity, Zhang Yuankui reflected. Some may have already taken notice. Mr. Dongfang ventured alone to the Suyang Resettlement Center, which raises a point of suspicion. There are also a few individuals within the chamber who are likely aware of his stature. Over time, it may no longer be a secret that his position within the chamber is quite elevated, Niu Xingwang remarked. Moreover, there is someone on my end whom you have met. Her name is Gu Qingyi. She was brought back from the Suyang Resettlement Center by Mr. Dongfang. He has always harbored doubts regarding her identity, yet no substantial discoveries have surfaced. I am currently unable to ascertain whether this incident is related to her. Niu Xingwang added. Why not summon her and gauge her response? Zhang Yuankui suggested. That is not feasible. Mr. Dongfang has instructed that Gu Qingyi must not be disturbed. If her identity poses no issues, she will be of significant use in the future. If there are problems, she may still prove invaluable later on. Thus, we cannot act against her for the time being, Niu Xingwang explained. Given the current circumstances, the safety of our leader is paramount. Zhang Yuankui disagreed. Let us pause for a moment. I believe today's events are far from straightforward, Niu Xingwang stated. Please elaborate, Zhang Yuankui urged. In this regard, Zhang Yuankui found himself somewhat lacking compared to Niu Xingwang. The characteristics of a soldier render him unaccustomed to convoluted matters. However, after assuming the role of president, he has significantly adapted. The gentleman is not someone easily subdued. With such an array of peculiar equipment at his disposal, it ought not to merely serve as decoration, remarked Niu Xingwang. Your implication is that the boss deliberately allowed them to capture him? Zhang Yuankui began to comprehend. The likelihood is quite high, Niu Xingwang replied. Zhang Yuankui nodded, refraining from further elaboration. Chapter 86. The first encounter with the red-robed cult. A night passed in silence. Dongfang Chen awoke, rising to stretch languidly. A notification sound echoed in his ears. Upon activating his digital ocular implant, he was met with a plethora of missed calls and unread messages, all inquiring about his whereabouts. He chose not to respond, instead closing the dialogue window. He found himself confined within a metallic cage, initially bound hand and foot. Yet, such trivial tactics could not ensnare him. To him, this cage, this basement, were mere inconveniences. He awaited the arrival of his captors, feeling a sense of excitement and anticipation, finding amusement in the situation. Before long, the door to the room swung open. A figure clad in a deep crimson cloak, adorned with a pure white mask, entered, flanked by several burly men. Indeed, it was the red-robed cult. They approached the cage that held Dongfang Chen, halting before it. The masked individual spoke. It seems you possess a degree of strength. I can discern that your gaze is quite discerning, Fang Chen replied. How intriguing. What is your name? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others? He countered. Everyone refers to me as the Divine Envoy. You may call me Lord Envoy, the masked man declared. Divine Envoy? Such grandiosity, are you afraid to reveal your true name? Thought Fang Chen, and he responded, everyone calls me boss. You may address me as such. Heh, young man. I fear you have yet to grasp your circumstances. The Divine Envoy remarked, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone, almost threatening. Oh, pray tell. What circumstances do you believe I am in? Fang Chen retorted. You insolent brat, it seems you are itching for trouble. A burly man interjected. The masked man raised a hand to halt the interruption and stated, you all may leave. I wish to speak with him privately. A few of the burly men hesitated briefly before bowing in unison, responding, yes. They then turned to exit, closing the door behind them. Young man, do you understand why you have been summoned here? Are you certain it was an invitation? Is it customary for your Crimson Garb sect to be so discourteous? Oh, it appears you indeed possess knowledge of the Crimson Garb sect. That simplifies matters considerably. You were the one who killed Mei Wenhua, were you not? The masked man probed directly. You are mistaken. Mei Wenhua was executed by the Suiyang Placement Center, and I had no part in it, Fang Chen deflected. From this exchange, he discerned that his exposure was indeed linked to the Suiyang Placement Center. To my mind, it makes no difference. Mei Wenhua was a minor character. His death is inconsequential. What I wish to know is how you managed to control those spiders. Fang Chen's brow furrowed. The inquiry had taken a serious turn. Were there members of the Crimson Garb sect present at that time? How did they come to know of the spiders? It is evident that the other party is intentionally posing such inquiries, subtly hinting that they have acquired considerable information about themselves. The masked man observed the subtle shift in Fang Chen's expression, feeling a tinge of satisfaction. However, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, you shall know this in due time. Yet, I suspect it is far simpler than your summoning arts. Fang Chen, employing a strategy of reciprocity, tossed back a clue. You are familiar with summoning techniques? The masked man appeared visibly taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of unease. I am unaware of such things. Merely jesting with you. Let us dispense with this trivial banter and discuss your intentions. I am pressed for time and cannot afford to dally here. With a decisive strike, Fang Chen retreated, concluding from the masked man's demeanor that the role of a divine envoy within the Red Robe sect is not particularly esteemed, and thus he lost interest in further discourse. Initially, he had contemplated recruiting the masked man into the sect, but it now seemed that the latter was privy to too much information, rendering his continued presence untenable. The divine envoy spoke menacingly, you Red Robe sect hold no such influence, and you possess even less. Fang Chen found this amusing, likening it to a minor spirit masquerading before the king of hell, a true display of embarrassment. Prepare to meet your end, declared the masked man, as he thrust his clawed hands forward. Simultaneously, two blood-red drapes flew from the depths of his crimson cloak, one to the left and one to the right, heading towards Fang Chen's cage. The drapes were wide and lengthy, spiraling around the cage until it was ensconced like a dumpling. The fabric exuded a faint aura of blood. Warning: a substantial intake of hallucinogens has been detected within your system, and the automatic decomposition protocol has commenced. The liver function has been enhanced to 300. The cardiac function has improved to 280. The blood flow rate has surged to 200. Conversely, pulmonary function has been suppressed to 30. The digital ocular interface has activated automatically, inundating the field of vision with crimson text and numerical indicators. This is the vital signs monitoring system custom designed for Fang Chen by Shaolin and the Special Equipment Research and Development Department. The entire system comprises a central control unit the size of a capsule and 2 million nanosensing robots. These 2 million nanosensing robots are distributed throughout every organ of Fang Chen's body. Upon detecting any anomalies in vital signs, a portion of the nanosensing robots will transmit the abnormal data to the central control unit. The central control unit will then formulate a specific response based on the level of danger and the type of threat, issuing directives to the corresponding nanosensing robots. Upon receiving these directives, the nanosensing robots will execute the necessary actions. For instance, in the current scenario where Fang Chen has ingested a substantial amount of hallucinogens, the central control system will dispatch instructions to the nanosensing robots of various organs, stimulating the synthesis of specific proteases required for breaking down the hallucinogens and enhancing cardiovascular function while inhibiting the absorption rate in the lungs, thereby accelerating detoxification without compromising vital signs. The breakdown products will then be expedited to the kidneys for excretion. This comprehensive control strategy is supported by computational power provided by the supercomputing center. From the moment the system anomaly was detected, to the central control system receiving the information and transmitting it to the supercomputing center for plan formulation, followed by the compilation of the plan and the return of operational commands. The entire closed loop requires merely 2 to 5 seconds. This entire process operates autonomously, without the need for Fang Chen to issue commands, and it is classified as a mandatory operation. According to Shaolin, she possesses emergency response authority within the program's parameters. Simultaneously, Fang Chen felt a wave of dizziness and swiftly commanded the nanorobots to initiate an attack, disassembling the Crimson Veil. The masked figure standing outside, after releasing the Crimson Veil, retracted his claws and quietly admired the scene. He knew that the moment the Crimson Veil successfully enveloped its target, those within it would become lambs to the slaughter. Unexpectedly, however, this attack encountered an unforeseen circumstance, shocking the masked figure. Before his eyes, the Crimson Veil began to dissipate from the bottom, gradually vanishing as if being dissolved, creeping upward. In a mere 10 seconds, the entire Crimson Veil was completely disassembled. Due to physical exhaustion, Fang Chen leaned against the iron bars of his cage, his head bowed and drenched in sweat. He had yet to fully recover from the side effects of the hallucinogen. How could this be possible? The masked figure exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is a most peculiar method. Fang Chen wearily lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips. However, it is also a rather despicable tactic. He added, "How could you not faint? This is impossible. This cannot be." The masked figure repeated. With a wave of his hand, the iron cage before him was swiftly disassembled, and he staggered out, appearing somewhat revitalized compared to before. "You are not worthy to know," Fang Chen declared as he approached the masked figure. As the masked figure observed Fang Chen approaching, he hastily retreated. Overwhelmed by panic, he found himself at a loss for what to do. "Speak of something of value, or you shall not leave today." Fang Chen nonchalantly dragged a chair over and took a seat. "Impossible," the masked man protested. "Oh, really?" With a mere flick of his hand, Fang Chen's deep crimson cloak vanished, along with the mask. As the mask disappeared, a face marred by deep blue veins emerged, appearing to have suffered from some venomous affliction, with blue veins creeping up from his neck in a ghastly manner. His eyes, having been bloodshot for an extended period, had turned a sinister red. Realizing the mask was gone, the man hastily reached to touch his face. "No wonder you wore a mask. It seems you have no face to show," Fang Chen taunted. "How can this be? Impossible. Impossible." The man stammered incoherently. "That can only mean you are unworldly." "Can you speak now?" Fang Chen inquired. "Impossible. Impossible." The man continued his frantic murmuring. With another wave of his hand, the man's legs began to disintegrate, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. "Stop. I'll talk. I'll talk," he cried in desperation. Fang Chen gestured, and the nanobots ceased their actions. "This is your final opportunity. If you fail to provide anything useful, you shall meet a most painful demise," Fang Chen warned. "If I speak, will you allow me to leave?" the man asked. "I cannot guarantee your freedom, but I assure you that failing to speak will result in excruciating punishment," Fang Chen replied. "What do you wish to know?" The man swallowed hard and inquired. "Let us begin with the Red Robe sect." "Speak of all that you know," said Fang Chen. "In the past, our holy sect." The man was just about to speak when he was interrupted. Realizing something, he quickly corrected himself. Oh, the Scarlet Church." Previously, the Scarlet Church was merely a small sect with few adherents. To my knowledge, following the outbreak of the virus, the Scarlet Church began to significantly increase its followers. This phenomenon was not limited to Huagua, but was observed globally. I too joined only after the viral outbreak. The man stated, "What is the hierarchy of your church?" Fang Chen inquired. "I do not possess complete knowledge. All I know is that my superior is a saint envoy, who instructed me to refer to him as such. My title is Divine Envoy, and beneath me are the benevolent servants. Benevolent servants have the authority to cultivate followers within a city. For the sake of management, they gather several families to form a small community, selecting a person of repute as the messenger. That is essentially the structure," the man elucidated. "How did you join the Scarlet Church?" Fang Chen asked. He sensed that the man's ability to withstand pressure was rather limited. a mere fright had caused him to divulge everything, suggesting that the Scarlet Church's prowess in expanding its influence was somewhat mediocre. A few months ago, I was just an ordinary citizen of Mo Prefecture. After being attacked by zombies and infected with the virus, I thought I was destined to perish. At that moment, a figure cloaked in crimson approached me and offered me a chance to survive if I followed him. Terrified, I consented. The man paused for a moment before continuing. The Saint Envoy presented me with a pill and instructed me to consume it. I understand that even if I abstain from sustenance, survival is an impossibility. Thus, I resolved to treat a dead horse as a live one and consume the pill. To my astonishment, after taking the medicine, I indeed felt significantly better. Not only did I improve, but I also sensed a newfound strength within me. Overcome with excitement, I vowed to wholeheartedly follow the esteemed envoy. Chapter 88. The outburst of Zongjing Yu. What is the identity of that enforcer? Fang Chen inquired. The enforcer? The man replied. They should be considered our equals. There exists no subordinate relationship between us. We both heed the orders of the envoy. However, they are not responsible for cultivating envoys. Rather, their duty lies in eliminating disobedient individuals or adversaries. They also oversee certain factions. What do you mean by factions? Fang Chen asked. They are essentially the enforcer's subordinates, tasked with executing the more unsavory jobs, the man elucidated. Speak of the spirit summoning technique, Fang Chen requested. The spirit summoning technique. I am not well versed in it either, but I know that only the envoy possesses the right to perform it, the man answered. Your lack of sincerity is evident. I know more than just this. Fang Chen raised his hand in a mock threat. Wait, I'll tell you, the man exclaimed. It is said that the spirit summoning technique is an ancient secret art. Legend has it that long ago, some individuals could use this technique to resurrect the deceased. However, these tales are nothing more than ancient myths, as no one has ever witnessed such a feat within the church. No one has succeeded in its practice. It is rumored that shortly after the outbreak of the virus, a pivotal figure within the church inadvertently discovered that the spirit summoning technique could awaken the consciousness of the undead, who would then become utterly obedient to the summoner. From that point onward, the Red Robe sect experienced rapid growth, with its followers spreading across the land within mere months, the man remarked. Is there more? Fang Chen inquired. That is all I know, the man replied. Have you ever witnessed your saintly envoy perform the summoning ritual? Fang Chen asked. No. The summoning ritual is a closely guarded secret within the sect. We lack the qualifications to see it, the man hastily explained. Very well. By the way, do you know Mei Wenhua from the Suiyang shelter? Fang Chen asked. I know him. The man hesitated before responding. Fang Chen chose to ignore the hesitation and said, Then tell me about him. Mei Wenhua is my subordinate. His rank within the Red Robe sect is that of a devoted servant. When Mei Wenhua's son fell ill, I informed him of a way to restore his son as consciousness, and he subsequently joined us, the man elucidated. How did his son become infected? Fang Chen pressed. I do not know. When I first encountered him, his son was already infected, the man said, visibly anxious. Do you know someone named Rongqingyi? Fang Chen continued his inquiry. Yes. The man replied. Oh, what position does she hold within the sect? Fang Chen asked. She is merely Mei Wenhua's secretary. She is not a member of our sect, the man answered. Observing the man's dazed expression, Fang Chen felt he was not fabricating his words. It seemed there was no deception. Yet, his instincts told him that Gu Qingyi was not as simple as she appeared. After all, could the assault he experienced yesterday truly have no connection to Gu Qingyi? It is worth noting that in Meilin, few were aware of their true identities, primarily those within their own circle. Why has she not developed intellectually? Fang Chen continued to inquire. I am uncertain about that, the man replied. As for their efforts to cultivate followers, we generally refrain from intervening. Fang Chen nodded. Do you have anything else to add? He asked. And no, nothing, the man stammered. I see. You may leave now, Fang Chen stated. Really? Thank you. The man exclaimed joyfully, crawling to turn and preparing to depart. With a mere wave of his hand, imperceptible nanobots instantaneously disassembled the man into nothingness. After sitting on the bench for a while, he regained some strength. His steps now steadier. With matters concluded, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer and rose to exit. Outside, several burly men had no time to react before they were reduced to dust. This marked Fang Chen's first act of taking a life, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Beyond his control, The aircraft in the back courtyard of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce, upon receiving Fang Chen's command, automatically activated and flew towards him. Simultaneously, Niu Xingwang and Zhang Yuan Kuei also received Fang Chen's message, their hearts settling with reassurance. In the command center of the Southwest Military District in Yundushi, Sichuan Province, Yin Jinping shouted, "I say, Zhong Siyuan, how long will you keep this up? You've been at it all night. Can't you allow some peace in the early morning? Old Yan, I assure you, unless you clarify things for me, I will continue this commotion." Zhong Zhengyue retorted mischievously. "Look at you, here you are. A military district commander and a member of the National Assembly. Can't you show a little dignity? At your age, still throwing tantrums?" Yin Jinping jested. He claims to be troubled, but in truth, it is entirely intentional. What of it? Let me tell you, Lao Yin, you are rather inconsiderate. With something so remarkable at hand, you continue to conceal it. Can you bear to witness so many young lives perish at the hands of zombies? Can I bear it? If I could, I would not have brought you here. Enough, enough. I must tell you, this time you owe me a tremendous favor. Yin Jinping spoke as he walked. Just listen, as long as you reveal the source of this equipment, I shall cover all future drinks. Zhong Jingyu declared, thumping his chest. Very well, you said it. Yin Jinping pointed at him to emphasize his point. I stand by my word. Zhong Jingyu responded without hesitation. Yin Jinping nodded and opened the office door, and the two entered in succession. Upon reaching the desk, Yin Jinping settled down and picked up the satellite phone, dialing a number. "Hello, Dad." On the other end, it was Yin Fangfang's voice. Chapter 89, The Devious Quotation. "Hello, Dad." Yin Fangfang responded. "Fangfang, come to my office." Yin Jinping instructed. "Oh, all right." Yin Fangfang replied. After hanging up the phone, Yin Jinping turned to Zhong Jingyu and said, "When Fangfang arrives, you shall discuss with her. She is the one who procured the equipment. However, one thing, do not inquire about the sources, nor investigate." "All right. Rest assured, I understand. The benefits due to my niece will certainly not be lacking." Zhong Jingyu pondered for a moment before responding. "Get lost. Is that what I meant? You understand nothing. I am advising you not to investigate for your own good. Fangfang is the designated liaison, and if your actions are unseemly and discovered, you would do well to find somewhere cool to linger." Yin Jinping sternly warned Zhong Zhengyue, who was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of Huagua, is there truly anyone or anything that Zhong Zhengyue dares not investigate? This thought crossed his mind, yet he replied, "So that is how it is, I understand. I hope you genuinely comprehend." Yin Jinping shot him a sidelong glance. "Report. Enter." "Commander, did you call for me?" Given the presence of outsiders in the military district, Fangfang had to address her uncle formally. "Fangfang, your uncle wishes to gather some information regarding the equipment. Please discuss it with him," Yin Jinping instructed. "Commander, but..." Fangfang hesitated. "Nephew, your uncle is not an outsider. You mustn't keep things hidden," Zhong Zhengyue interjected, devoid of any semblance of seniority. "Fangfang, even if our military district is conducting a unified procurement, we can allocate a portion to him," Yin Jinping suggested. Fangfang immediately grasped the implication, saying, "Understood. Uncle, allow me to first introduce you to the fundamental details of the equipment. This equipment is called the Guardian Type 1 combat suit." Fangfang proceeded to outline the basic characteristics of the combat suit. Since Zhong Zhengyue had already observed it in practice the previous day, he found it quite comprehensible. Soon enough, Fangfang completed her introduction. "I have a general understanding of the specific characteristics. Now, I wish to know, what is the price of this equipment? How much can you provide?" Zhong Zhengyue urgently inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. "The price for this combat suit is set at 160 crystal cores, and transactions can only be conducted using these cores." Yin Fangfang announced the price, having raised it by 60 cores from a base of 100 to retain some room for negotiation. She understood that even if she initially quoted 100 cores, there was a possibility that Zhong Jingyu would attempt to haggle. However, if she quoted 110 or 120, it would be easier for him to bring it down to 100. Thus, she preferred to start high and allow him to negotiate down from there. "Crystal cores? Is that the substance found in the brains of zombies?" Zhong Jingyu pondered aloud. "Indeed," Yin Fangfang replied. "Is that thing even useful?" Zhong Jingyu inquired. "I'm not entirely sure. I only know that they only accept crystal core transactions." Yin Fangfang refrained from elaborating on the uses of crystal cores, as her own understanding was rather limited. 160 cores for a single set? Goodness, that is exorbitant, Zhong Jingyu exclaimed, expressing his astonishment. He possessed a few crystal cores, but not in abundance, as they were utilized by the military research facility for experimental purposes. The primary concern was the significant sacrifices made to acquire these cores. Recently, he had dispatched soldiers to collect them, resulting in the loss of over 10 lives for just a handful of cores. Fang. Uncle Zongjing wishes to inquire if you could extend a line of credit for the equipment. You know how perilous it is for the soldiers to venture out to slay zombies. Based on prior experiences, gathering the crystal cores necessary for this suit would likely cost the lives of dozens of individuals, Zongjing Yu articulated. Instead of initiating a price negotiation, Zongjing Yu presented his request first, recognizing the disparity in the speed and cost of acquiring crystal cores with and without equipment. Certainly, Yin Fangfang did not deliberate for long and readily agreed. In this regard, she was akin to Fang Chen, unwilling to let the soldiers risk their lives for the crystal cores. Excellent. Truly splendid. Fang, I cannot thank you enough. With the equipment, procuring the crystal cores will become significantly easier. Zongjing Yu was elated. As for the price, Yin Fangfang awaited Zongjing Yu to negotiate. The price is settled, Zongjing Yu declared decisively. Well, he finally comprehended Fang Chen's sentiments at that moment, and the carefully prepared lines remained unspoken. Oh, by the way, Fang, how many sets can you extend to me on credit initially? Zongjing Yu inquired. Perhaps 200 sets, but no more than that. Yin Fangfang pondered briefly before responding. After all, they were offering a handsome price. Some acknowledgement was necessary. 200 sets. Very well. Zongjing Yu thought that 200 sets seemed a bit insufficient, but upon reflection, he considered that the quantity was not the primary concern. The important thing was that they had made a start, and the subsequent arrangements would be manageable. All right, but Uncle Zong, you will need to wait a few days. Currently, all the equipment in our possession has already been distributed. When we next procure supplies, I will reserve 200 sets for you. Yin Fangfang added. I see. How long will we have to wait? Zongjing Yu asked. I must first reach out to the other party. Please hold on. After Yin Fangfang finished speaking, she exited. She walked into a secluded office, closed the door, and dialed Fang Chen's number. At that moment, Fang Chen had just resolved matters with the Red Robe sect and was boarding a plane. Hello, Sister Yin. Is there something amiss? When alone, Fang Chen no longer used everyone's nicknames. Boss, it is as follows. Yin Fangfang briefly recounted the situation. Alas, Sister Yin, your heart is truly callous. A single outfit is quoted at 160 crystal cores. Chapter 90. Shun when fortuitously encounters Zhuo Wenshan. How was I to know he would not negotiate? Yin Fangfang explained. Very well, this matter is settled. I have already expanded the equipment production warehouse twice. The shipping speed has significantly increased. As long as you send more crystal cores our way, the production capacity can be continuously augmented. Therefore, Sister Yin, this type of business can be pursued more frequently. The more crystal cores we acquire, the better, remarked Fang Chen. That sounds promising. Should I allocate a portion of the profits from their transactions to you? Yin Fangfang inquired. No need. As we agreed, it's 100 crystal cores per item. And maintaining inconsistency in pricing complicates matters for me. Any excess can be considered your profit. You may arrange it as you wish, Fang Chen declined. Very well, Yin Fangfang replied. After hanging up, Yin Fangfang returned to Yin Jinping's office. Uncle Zong, I have made contact. They have agreed. And we can pick up the goods tomorrow, Yin Fangfang announced. What? So soon? Splendid, splendid. Shall I accompany you? Zong Jingwei asked. Zong Xian, have you forgotten what I told you? Yin Jinping interjected immediately. Oh, right. Then Fangfang, I shall wait here for you. Once the equipment is secured, I will return, Zong Jingyue quickly amended. Yin Jinping did not object to his continued presence. Otherwise, he would have to deliver the goods, which would be a greater hassle. A wry smile crossed Yin Fangfang's face. They were all like mischievous children. Very well, she responded. With the arrangements finalized, Yin Fangfang stepped outside. Yin Jinping continued, Cousin, now that your issue has been resolved, shall we discuss the matter of the transport aircraft? Thus, throughout the entire morning, the two engaged in a lively exchange within the confines of the office, negotiating terms. Ultimately, they reached an agreement whereby Yin Jinping would compensate for the cost of 50,000 crystal cores to rent 20 transport planes from Zhong Zhengyue, each accompanied by a pilot, while Yin Jinping would arrange for the remaining personnel independently. At the highway junction bordering Hushan Province and Yushu Province, at 1:30 p.m., the captain received an urgent report. Captain, we have a situation. exclaimed a vigilant Special Forces soldier. Oh, another soldier put away his water bottle and approached. He peered through binoculars for a closer look. It appeared that two individuals were staggering towards them along the highway. Under the broad daylight, zombies would not dare to expose themselves to the sun, thus confirming that these were indeed two humans. Bring them over, the captain ordered. Upon receiving the command, 6 Special Forces soldiers swiftly moved towards the two individuals. To ensure no ambush from either side, they held their weapons aloft while meticulously scanning the surroundings. In mere moments, they covered the distance of several hundred meters. Subsequently, 2 soldiers provided cover with their weapons drawn, while the remaining 4 holstered theirs. They assisted the 2 exhausted individuals, lifting them under their arms, and hastily retreated. Seeing that their rescuers were soldiers, the 2 men felt a wave of relief wash over them and promptly lost consciousness. The captain immediately instructed the squad to establish a temporary post, with shifts of personnel taking turns on lookout duty. After administering some water and a light meal, the 2 men did not regain consciousness until nightfall. Where am I? An elderly man awoke and inquired. Do not be afraid. You are now safe. We currently find ourselves at the intersection of Yusa Province and Lushan Province, stated the captain. Are you from the Southeast Military District? I apologize, but we cannot disclose our unit number, came the reply. The man nodded and continued. I am Zhuo Wenshan, the mayor of Haizhou City, and I have urgent matters to report. Please take me to the Southeast Military District. Zhuo Wenshan and his secretary were indeed the individuals who had escaped from the Matong Resettlement Center. They had traversed the highway for 2 days, utterly exhausted. The mayor of Haizhou City? How did you end up here? The captain furrowed his brow. Alas, the Matong Resettlement Center under my charge was besieged by hundreds of thousands of zombies 2 nights ago. None escaped unscathed. My secretary and I were among those who risked their lives to ensure our escape, Zhuo Wenshan explained briefly. Hundreds of thousands of zombies surrounding you? The captain expressed astonishment. It is noteworthy that, thus far, no such large-scale zombie siege had occurred nationwide. The most one had encountered were merely dozens or hundreds. The reasoning is straightforward. Zombies lack intelligence and cannot execute organized, large-scale assaults. Please rest well. We shall escort you to the Southeast Military District tomorrow morning. The captain reassured them before exiting the tent. Brother, are we truly going to the Southeast Military District? Inquired a girl clad in special operations attire. It was, in fact, Luo Air, and the captain was none other than Shun Wengang. Yes, our purpose for this outing was to provide training for everyone, so it matters not where we go. Shin Wengang responded. Indeed, Luo Air nodded. The small team led by Shin Wengang was the special operations group known as Dark Knight, established by the Military Political Department within the Central Military District. This team was comprised entirely of mutants, albeit with relatively undeveloped abilities. By noon the following day, Shin Wengang and the Dark Knight team arrived at the Southeastern Military District. Hello, we are from the Central Military District, here to report urgent military matters to the commander. Here are my credentials. The soldier on duty at the entrance took the credentials for a thorough inspection. Please wait a moment. After returning the credentials, the soldier entered the duty booth and dialed the internal phone. While the base had electricity, external calls were hindered due to malfunctions of the base stations and civilian satellites. However, internal calls could still be made. Before long, the soldier emerged once again. Please wait a moment. Someone will come to meet you shortly. All right, thank you. Shin Wengang expressed his gratitude. Aren't you from the Southeastern Military District? Zhuo Wenshan inquired. Indeed, Shin Wengang replied without further elaboration. Zhuo Wenshan nodded, opting not to press further. After all, it sufficed to have been brought along. The specifics of their origin were of little concern. Shortly thereafter, the group was escorted into the military district headquarters by an officer. At that moment, Zhong Jingyu had just returned with 200 sets of combat uniforms and was somewhat puzzled to hear that personnel from the Central Military District wished to meet him. Before long, Shin Wengang entered Zhong Jingyu's office alongside Zhuo Wenshan, while the others awaited in a nearby conference room. Reporting to the commander, I am Tian Gang from the Central Military District. Here are my credentials. Shin Wengang presented his identification. Zhong Jingyu took the credentials, glanced at them, and raised an eyebrow. Dark Knight. He was aware that the Dark Knight was a newly established special operations group formed under the directive of the chief of the military and political department, comprising individuals recruited from across the nation who had undergone mutation. Recently, while in Kyoto, he had overheard the chief discussing this matter, though he had not paid it much mind at the time. After all, the number of those immune to the virus was exceedingly rare. So much so that describing them as a needle in a haystack would not be an exaggeration. It seemed impractical to rely on such a scant few to combat the zombies, and thus his interest had waned. However, he had now discovered the remarkable existence of battle suits, which implied the potential for an ever-growing number of individuals capable of resisting the virus. This was far more advantageous than the arduous task of scouring the nation for mutants. "Do you have a mission in the Southeast Military District?" Zhong Zhengyue inquired as he returned the identification documents. "Commander, we are out for training exercises. Yesterday, we encountered this comrade at the junction of Yushu Province and Hushan Province. He mentioned having critical intelligence to report to you, so we escorted him here," Shen Wengang explained briefly. "Oh, may I ask who you are?" Zhong Zhengyue turned to the disheveled Zhuo Wenshan beside him. "Commander Zhong, I am Zhuo Wenshan from the Matong Resettlement Center." Zhuo Wenshan hurriedly introduced himself. "The Matong Resettlement Center?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhengyue sprang up, entirely oblivious to Zhuo Wenshan's identity. Zhuo Wenshan was taken aback. "You say you are from the Matong Resettlement Center? Please, tell me, what has transpired?" Zhong Zhengyue urgently pressed. "Commander, it is truly dreadful, utterly dreadful. Over 300,000 civilians have perished." Zhuo Wenshan's emotions began to surge as he spoke. "How did they die?" Zhong Zhengyue asked anxiously. That evening, around 7 or 8 o'clock, shortly after the sun had set, the patrolling personnel observed a relentless gathering of zombies on the opposite bank of the river, their numbers swelling into the hundreds of thousands. A sense of dread enveloped us as we feared an assault on the shelter, prompting us to seek your assistance. By 9 o'clock, they commenced their slow march across the bridge, traversing the 2-kilometer-long Mon Bridge in over an hour. The zombies that crossed first stood there, neither attacking nor rampaging. Before long, we heard gunfire from across the river, leading us to surmise that your troops had arrived. At that moment, the zombies on the bridge suddenly went into a frenzied charge towards the opposite bank, and within a mere 10 minutes, the gunfire ceased. We dared not venture to investigate, fearing for the fate of the valiant soldiers who rushed in to provide aid. Shortly thereafter, these zombies returned, driven by a frenzy. The shelter, devoid of any substantial weaponry, was swiftly overrun. The security team, comprising hundreds, formed a human barricade at the northern gate, managing to escort me and my secretary to safety. Lacking any means of transportation, we trudged along the road for 2 days and nights. Had we not encountered those few comrades, we might have perished en route. Luo Wenshan, with tears streaming down his face, recounted the events of that time. Hundreds of thousands of zombies? A siege? Zhong Zhengyue discerned the crux of the matter. How could it seem so implausible? Had the zombies evolved? Were they employing military strategy? Zhong Zhengyue fell into a deep contemplation. Why did it sound as if the zombies were awaiting reinforcements? Indeed, he remarked, we shared that very sentiment at the time, though reluctant to accept it. The truth appears to be undeniable, as confirmed by Zhuo Wenshan. It seems that this zombie siege incident is indeed a meticulously organized and premeditated assault, pondered upon by Zhong Zhengyue. Commander Zhong, isn't that a bit far-fetched? I have yet to hear of zombies launching a calculated attack, interjected Shen Wengang, who stood nearby. This situation is of utmost significance. I shall report it to the council. I appreciate your return with such crucial intelligence. For the time being, please rest within the military district, Zhong Zhengyue remarked to Zhuo Wenshan. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance, Commander Zhong. Zhuo Wenshan expressed his gratitude. Commander, now that we have delivered the individual, we shall take our leave. Shen Wengang prepared to depart. Tiangang, hold on. Since you are all here, do not rush off just yet. Stay a couple of days in the Southeast Military District. I have heard that your night squad was specially established at the behest of the speaker, which surely implies remarkable capabilities. Seize this opportunity to impart some knowledge to our fresh recruits, broaden their horizons. What do you think? Zhong Zhengyue proposed. Is that so? Very well. Shen Wengang agreed after a moment of contemplation. For him, it mattered little where the night squad trained or how they did so. It was unnecessary to intentionally undermine Zhong Zhengyue's authority. At that moment, Zhong Zhengyue felt somewhat elevated, believing that with the protection of combat suits, they could easily handle zombies. What was a mere night squad in comparison? Eager to experience the prowess of the combat suits and offer a lesson to the night squad and the military administration, he stated, very well. I shall arrange accommodations for you. Please take your time to rest and recuperate. Tomorrow, we shall conduct a live combat drill. Upon hearing Shen Wengang's agreement, Zhong Zhengyue was overjoyed. Indeed, after saluting, Shen Wengang departed. At dawn the following day, 200 soldiers clad in combat attire stood in perfect formation on the training ground. On the opposing side was the night squad led by Shun Wengang, comprising a total of 19 members including himself. As Shun Wengang observed the soldiers opposite him, all in uniform, he managed an awkward smile. Fortunately, he had not donned a hood. His attire concealed beneath it would have made the situation quite embarrassing otherwise. Seizing a moment during the assembly, Shun Wengang transmitted this scene to Dongfang Chun through his digital ocular interface. Dongfang Chun responded with a knowing smile, sending back a succinct message: train vigorously. Subsequently, upon Shun Wengang's suggestion, all 19 members from his side participated, and Zhou Jingyu agreed to involve all 200 warriors as well. Initially, Zhou Jingyu was reluctant, perceiving it as an evident imbalance. 1 against 10? Did he believe himself invincible? Or was he merely overly confident? However, since Shun Wengang was insistent, he chose not to object further. After all, they were merely using blank ammunition, incapable of inflicting harm. It was an opportune moment to temper the arrogance of these new recruits from the night squad. The first confrontation exercise took place in a dilapidated building within the military district, designated for training purposes. Shin Wengang's team constituted the Red faction, primarily responsible for defense, while Zhou Jingyu's 200 soldiers formed the Blue faction, tasked with the offensive. The battle commenced swiftly. Shun Wengang commanded the remaining 18 team members to disperse and conceal themselves throughout the building. The 200 fully armed soldiers advanced in formation into the structure. It was noteworthy that prior to the competition, Zhou Jingyu had specifically emphasized that this combat attire was bulletproof. Thus, in this battleground, the soldiers who were shot do not count as casualties unless captured. Conversely, the 19 individuals under Shin Wengang, lacking combat suits, are deemed fallen upon being shot. Understanding the nature of combat suits, Shun Wengang readily acquiesced without hesitation. The team members were perplexed, sensing an injustice, yet with their captain's consent, they refrained from further protest. Consequently, during this confrontation, all parties adopted a relatively cautious approach, striving to remain inconspicuous. As the blue team of 200 entered the building, an inexplicable gust of wind arose, enveloping the scene in swirling dust that obscured everyone's vision. "Gather towards the center, do not stray," someone shouted. Hearing this, the group clustered together, inching towards the middle. Unbeknownst to them, a rope shot through the air, ensnaring one soldier. One after another, several soldiers stationed at the periphery were swiftly captured and subsequently exited the building with a sense of defeat. What is happening? Zhou Jingyue observed as 7 or 8 of his comrades emerged, visibly perturbed. How long has it been? Not even a minute? How could so many be taken down? He summoned a fallen soldier for clarification. "Report, Commander." A fierce wind arose within, and we were blinded by the swirling dust, rendering us unable to see before being bound. The soldier replied despondently. "A wind? From where did this wind come?" Zhou Jingyue queried, bewildered. This was the consequence of underestimating the mutants. 6 months prior, Dongfang Chun had informed the base personnel that mutants were the principal force against the zombies. However, others, including the majority of the military's high-ranking officials, have yet to recognize this reality. This confrontation marks the beginning. While the discussions ensued, over a dozen warriors emerged one after another. Zhou Jingyu's face turned ashen. What infuriated him the most was that those who emerged were utterly clueless, having not even glimpsed their adversaries. To exacerbate matters, a few individuals had their clothing stripped away, which posed a significant problem. The fierce winds did not last long before ceasing, as the abilities of the mutants who wielded this skill were still insufficient, allowing them only a brief duration of control. Just as everyone began to regain their composure, it seemed as though a figure appeared out of nowhere and then vanished. Following this, there were successive flashes, zip, zip, zip. People continued to blink in and out of existence. The only evidence of their presence were the remnants of disrupted air and the dust that was kicked up from the ground. Otherwise, they might not have realized what was transpiring. With each appearance and disappearance, startled exclamations filled the air. The gathering of over 100 warriors became increasingly frantic, glancing around in confusion as they noticed their numbers dwindling without understanding how. A few individuals raised their firearms and unleashed a barrage of shots, but regrettably, nothing struck its target. Once again, over a dozen blue-clad warriors faced elimination. They discerned a pattern, 2 distinct methods of attack, each sustaining their effect for only a short time. "Comrades, we cannot remain passive here. Follow my orders." Teams 1 to 5 will ascend the left staircase, while teams 2 to 10 will ascend the right staircase. Let us hasten our pace and surge upwards. Their attacks will not last long. We must seize this opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 93. The Rampage of Zongjingyu. Upon hearing the command, the group swiftly divided into two teams, charging towards the staircases on either side. The advance on the left proceeded seamlessly, and they quickly reached the second floor. However, the right side encountered unforeseen complications, as a bizarre group of individuals inexplicably began to dance in place, subsequently tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic manner. Their firearms slipped from their grasp, clattering to the ground. They had been subjected to an electric shock. Yet, the assailants, wary of the potential lethality of their power, opted for a gentler application. Before the fallen weapons could be retrieved, they were abruptly propelled into the air, disassembled, and scattered as mere fragments upon the floor, devoid of their weapons. This contingent of individuals resembled defenseless lambs, and several mutated adversaries surged forth, effortlessly incapacitating them in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, the situation on the second floor was no better. A handful of mutated beings donned the commandeered combat gear, plunging into the crowd, and the outcome was predictable. Outside, Zongjingyu anxiously awaited developments, only to be met with the sight of over 100 disheveled individuals emerging one after another. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that they had been thoroughly defeated. Not a single enemy had perished, while his forces experienced utter annihilation in less than 20 minutes. Shortly thereafter, Shen Wengang appeared with his night squad, a few members still clutching the recently acquired combat attire. "Commander, my apologies for not gauging the situation accurately," Shen Wengang remarked with a smile. Zongjingyu's countenance darkened. It was utterly humiliating. His meticulously selected 200 warriors could not best a mere handful of rookies. If this were to spread, he would have no face left to show. "Tian Gang, I am quite curious. What exactly is so extraordinary about your mutated beings?" Zongjingyu appeared to express both astonishment and inquiry. "Qin Luo, demonstrate for Commander Zong, but be mindful of the nuances," instructed Shen Wengan to the nearby Luo'er. "Yes," replied Luo'er, standing at attention. Shen Wengan's decision to have Luo'er perform the demonstration was deliberate. Firstly, Luo was the earliest of the mutants and had attained the greatest strength after 2 months of training. Secondly, the visual impact of her mental control was profound, serving an educational purpose. As Luo took a step forward, her legs slightly bent and her hands open, she executed an upward lifting motion. Just as Zhong Zhengwei was about to inquire about her intentions, the subsequent scene left him utterly astonished. A multitude of machine gun parts, pushed out by 2 soldiers on a cart, soared into the air, forming a serpentine line, flying above the crowd. At one moment, they aligned to form a human character, and at another, they arranged into a straight line, before gradually returning to the cart. Upon concluding her demonstration, Luo'er saluted both Commander Zong and Shen Wengan before returning. What is this? Is it a supernatural ability?" Zong Zhengyue marveled at the spectacular scene, rendered speechless. "Quite close," Shen Wengan replied. "Is this the power of a mutant?" Zong Zhengyue inquired. "Each mutant possesses unique strengths and weaknesses," Shen Wengan explained with candor. "So powerful, truly formidable," Zong Zhengyue exclaimed, appearing as a wide-eyed novice in the face of such wonders. "Commander Zong, someone once remarked that future battles will be fought by mutants. I believe this statement holds considerable truth," Shen Wengan suggested, hinting at deeper implications. He was subtly hinting to Zong Zhengyue that it was time to pay heed to the mutants. While the mutants possess remarkable abilities, they are not without their limitations. Zong Zhengyue, however, remains unconvinced. "Oh, I am eager to hear your insights, Commander Zong," Shen Wengan responded humbly. "The number of mutants is exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Such individuals are too few to significantly influence the outcome of a battle." Zong Zhenwei articulated his perspective, which aligned with the views of most senior military leaders. Mobilizing the nation's resources to locate a dozen or so mutants may be feasible. But what can a mere dozen accomplish? Ultimately, we must rely on the vast ranks of ordinary soldiers. "Not necessarily," Shen Wengan interjected. "Allow me to clarify. I am not a mutant as a result of infection." This was the directive given to him by Fang Chen, to reveal the existence of a vaccine to Zong Zhengyue and to point towards Yin Fangfang as the provider. "Oh, I am somewhat perplexed." Zong Zhengyue furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp the implications. "What I mean is, if there exists a certain reagent." Shen Wengan trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. Are you suggesting that there is a reagent that can transform individuals into mutants? Zhong Zhengyue began to comprehend. Indeed, Shen Wengan affirmed. What? Such a thing truly exists? Zhong Zhengyue was taken aback. If that is the case, could we not mass-produce mutants? You need only inquire with one individual to find out. Shen Wengan replied cryptically. Who? Zhong Zhengyue whispered. Commander Yan from the Southwest Military District, Shen Wengan disclosed. Goodness, this fellow has been keeping secrets from me. Zhong Zhengyue seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. He had only just returned from the Southwest Military District, and Yan Jingping had divulged nothing to him. It is imperative that I seek him out. Shen Wengang observed Zhong Zhengyue leave in a flurry and couldn't help but smile. He then sent a message to Dongfang Chun through his digital optic. Mission accomplished. In the Southwest Military District Command of Yundu City, Sichuan Province. Old Yan, come out here. The moment Zhong Zhengyue entered the command building, he began shouting. Chapter 94, Too cheap. What are you shouting for? Look at you. You hardly resemble a commander, but rather a ruffian. Yan Zhengping hurriedly emerged to intervene, dragging him into the office. If he continued to shout, it would bring disgrace upon himself. Old Yan, I never expected you to be so unscrupulous. Zhong Zhengyue complained. What do you mean by that? Where have I been unscrupulous? Yan Zhengping retorted, plopping down onto the sofa. I ask you, do you possess a serum that can transform individuals into mutants? Zhong Zhengyue inquired. How do you know about that? Yan Zhengping frowned. Only he, Yan Fangfang, and Rong Pu were privy to this information. It was understood that no one else was aware. How I know is of no concern to you. Just answer me. Do you have it or not? Zhong Zhengyue pressed on. Old Zhong, weren't you uninterested in mutants? Besides, the combat suits are excellent, once donned. The soldiers are completely immune to the zombie virus. Why bother with a serum? Yan Jingping remarked. Deep down, he wasn't particularly fond of the serum either. The suits were far more practical. Even if the soldiers received the antigen, they would still need to wear the combat suits, so why not just wear the suits directly? Does that mean you do have it? Zhong Zhengyue insisted. Yes, it exists, but it's not as cost-effective as the combat suits. Yan Jingping reassured him. The price reflects the quality. Do you not grasp this simple truth? Zhong Zhengyue exclaimed with urgency. Wait a moment, old Zhong. Your shift in attitude is rather abrupt, isn't it? Yan Jingping inquired with suspicion. I must tell you, the mutants are exceedingly formidable, far beyond what our soldiers can contend with. Zhong Zhengyue revealed cryptically. Have you encountered a mutant? Yan Jingping asked. Are you aware that the speaker has formed a night squad? Zhong Zhengyue questioned. Yes, I am aware. Yan Jingping replied. The members of the night squad are currently in my military headquarters, Zhong Zhengyue stated. And then? Yan Jingping was utterly perplexed by what he was about to say. We conducted a confrontation drill, 19 individuals against 200 soldiers, Zhong Zhengyue said in fragments. You should have said it all at once. Listening to you is quite laborious. Yan Jingping expressed his impatience. 19 against 200, an average of 10 to 1. And what was the outcome? My men did not even manage to graze the enemy before suffering total annihilation. Zhong Zhengyue lamented. Did you not have the soldiers wear combat uniforms? Yan Zhengping questioned in disbelief. They did. If they hadn't, I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Zhong Zhengyue shot him a sidelong glance. With combat uniforms, how could 200 not prevail against 19? Old Zhong, I'm not criticizing you, but the soldiers in the Southeast Military District need to train harder. Yan Jingping jested. Humph. No wonder you dismiss the importance of the serum. Let me tell you, I intend to secure this medicine. If you overlook it, I shall not. Zhong Zhengyue had no desire to indulge in his nonsense. Old Zhong, it's not that I underestimate it, but that substance is truly exorbitant. It would be more economical for everyone to wear combat uniforms than to engage in a full-scale battle, Yan Jingping kindly advised. Why administer the vaccine to everyone? The elder Zhong does not comprehend. Indeed, if not vaccinated, how can the soldiers defend themselves? Wouldn't they be walking to their doom? Yan Jingping fails to grasp the implication of his question. Wait a moment. Are we discussing the same matter? Zhong Zhengyue appears somewhat perplexed. Yes. Were you not referring to the antigens? Yan Jingping inquires. Antigens? I was speaking of the serum that transforms ordinary individuals into mutants. Zhong Zhengyue seems to have unearthed a crucial point. Precisely. That serum is indeed the antigen. Yan Jingping is yet to process this revelation. What? Are you suggesting you possess the vaccine? Zhong Zhengyue rises, staring at him intently. Yes. Haven't we been discussing this for quite some time? Yan Jingping, observing Zhong Zhengyue's reaction, feels utterly bewildered. What on earth? If you have the vaccine, why haven't you reported it? If there is a vaccine, Wouldn't this crisis be swiftly resolved? Zhong Zhengwei is nearly exasperated. Why the urgency? Allow me to finish. Yin Zhongping pulls him back into his seat. This vaccine is not inexpensive. Do you think if it were announced, it would be met with enthusiasm? Yin Zhongping queries. If made public, it would likely be in high demand but scarce in supply. Zhong Zhengwei ponders carefully. What do you think would happen to those unable to procure it? Yin Zhongping continues. They would likely cause unrest. Old Yin, I have underestimated this situation, Zhong Jingyue admits apologetically. Furthermore, you attended the council meeting as well. Have you forgotten that the true terror lies within the virus? If it were merely a viral issue, why would we have established an underground base? Yin Zhongping reminds him. Indeed, it seems that vaccines are not omnipotent. Zhong Jingyu replied calmly, returning to the question you initially posed. Both antigens and combat suits can resist viruses. But consider this. With the same core crystals, would you prefer to purchase 2 combat suits or 1 antigen? You may not be aware, but the price of a single antigen is indeed twice that of a combat suit. Yin Jinping's statement was somewhat misleading. In reality, the cost of purchasing combat suits was nearly equal to that of an antigen. Isn't that expensive? Zhong Jingyu calculated the price and remarked. Not expensive? Yin Zhongping was left speechless by the retort. It's merely 320 core crystals, after all. Is that not a bargain? Zhong Jingyu asserted. Too cheap? Yin Zhongping felt as if they were not even inhabiting the same realm. Chapter 95. Yin Zhongping's Awakening. Indeed, consider this. With just 320 core crystals, one can acquire a mutant. Wow, what a lucrative deal. You must understand, the military and political department traverse the nation to find merely a handful of mutants. Can you fathom how difficult it is to locate a mutant? If that is the case, casually assembling an army of 100 or so mutants would be child's play. Wouldn't it? The more Zhong Jingyu pondered, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly envisioning the scene of utterly defeating the Central Army. Are you suggesting? Yin Zhongping asked for confirmation. To also form a mutant squad. Does the Central Military District not have a group of 20 individuals? Am I being unreasonable in wanting to assemble a group of 200? Zhong Jingyu declared with pride, as though he had already envisioned a squad of 200 mutants. Are you certain that the combat effectiveness of mutants is truly that formidable? Yin Zhongping inquired for clarification. I previously mentioned that with 200 individuals clad in combat gear confronting just 19 adversaries, they failed to even graze the enemy. Moreover, those 19 were merely newly recalled recruits. This was confirmed by Zhong Jingyu. Given this, it seems feasible to assemble a squad of mutants. I find myself perplexed as to why I continuously ponder the idea of engaging everyone. Yin Zhongping smacked his forehead, berating himself for his foolishness. You are indeed blinded by your own position. Well then, it is settled. I shall reserve 200 doses of the antigen. Zhong Jingyu waved his sleeve dismissively, as if he were purchasing something of little worth. Yin Zhongping felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Contemplating the expense of 200 uniforms along with 200 doses of the antigen, still at a premium, all while Zhong Jingyu seemed to believe he was getting a bargain. You can coordinate with Fang regarding this matter. It is not within my purview. Yin Zhongping hastily demurred. He feared that Zhong Jingyu might later discover he had overpaid and seek retribution. Moreover, whether or not they could supply the Southeast Military District was beyond his authority to decide. All right. Look at you. Unable even to command your own daughter. Zhong Jingyu scoffed, turning away. Upon learning that Zhong Jingyu intended to procure the antigen at the price of 320 crystal cores, Yin Fangfang also felt a twinge of distress. Should she offer him a discount? However, she concluded that such a concession could not be made. If one individual received preferential treatment, others would surely follow suit. And these uncles and elders were not to be trifled with. Remaining silent seemed the safest course of action. Fang Chen was indifferent to these developments. He would continue to transact at the price he had initially set, thereby avoiding complications. Even at that price, he would still reap substantial profits. Ultimately, would not the crystal cores return to his own coffers? This situation has undoubtedly favored Yin Fangfang and the entire Southwest Military District. What if the Northeast Military District, the Northwest Military District, and the Central Military District also discover the equipment and antigens? Would they not all seek out Yin Fangfang? In this scenario, as she sits in her office, a plethora of crystal cores would come flying towards her, and the mere thought of it brings her immense satisfaction. Reflecting on her time at the base, when she nearly jeopardized several lives over a handful of crystal cores and almost faced expulsion, she flushes with embarrassment. Truly, her superior is remarkable. Throughout it all, he remains as carefree as a wandering cloud, doing nothing at all. Every day, sitting at the base. He effortlessly commands the 5 military districts of Hua. What to serve him, impressive indeed. On the night of March 23, 2055, in Yunda City, Sichuan Province. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. As the sound faded, the once tranquil city began to stir with unease. The streets and alleys were filled with a faint rustling sound, accompanied by deep, guttural growls. In the central square, a massive zombie stood motionless, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. Gradually, more and more zombies began to converge around it, surrounding the giant in a sea of undead. After approximately 3 hours, the square was densely packed with hundreds of thousands of zombies. Viewed from above, countless more zombies continued to stream toward the central square, as if they were responding to some unseen call, akin to a pilgrimage. Suddenly, the giant let out another frenzied roar. The surrounding zombies, sensing its call, responded in unison with their own growls. Following that, the giant raised its arm and let out a mighty roar, beginning its march northward. The zombies blocking the path willingly parted to create a passage. The horde behind them followed the lead of the larger ones, advancing northward. It was evident that they were preparing for an operation. At midnight in Yundushi, Anning County, Sichuan Province, the command center of the Southwest Military District echoed with the wailing of sirens. Yen Zhengping hastily donned his attire and exited his quarters. "Guard!" Yen Zhengping shouted. "Here." The guard rushed in, visibly flustered. "What is happening outside?" Yen Zhengping inquired. "Report, Commander. The situation is still unclear," the guard replied. Just then, the phone in the office began to ring. Yen Zhengping stepped into the office and picked up the receiver. "Hello. Report, Commander." "A large number of zombies are moving towards the military headquarters," came the urgent voice from the other end. "How many?" Yen Zhengping asked, his brow furrowing. "We have yet to confirm the exact number, but conservatively, there are hundreds of thousands," the voice continued. "Hundreds of thousands?" The chilling figure sent shivers down Yen Zhengping's spine. Chapter 96. Tier 3 Zombies, Orderly. Yen Zhengping exclaimed as he hung up the phone. "Present. Immediately instruct the 1st and 2nd Artillery Regiments to adjust their artillery to target the area 10 to 20 kilometers south of the military headquarters. Prepare for a saturation bombardment on command. Direct the 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 8th, and 9th Infantry Divisions to return to defend. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions are to find advantageous terrain on the crucial route 8 kilometers south of the military headquarters to establish the first line of defense. The 7th, 8th, and 9th Divisions are to seek favorable positions 4 kilometers away to construct the second line of defense. Command the tank battalion directly under the military headquarters to deploy all tanks, strategically engaging the zombies at intervals along the essential route to the headquarters. The primary objectives of this operation are twofold. Firstly, to provide fire support for the infantry division, and secondly, to obstruct the roadways, thereby impeding the movement of the undead. Understood. Additionally, summon Rong Po to my presence. Yes, sir. 5 minutes later. Report. Enter. Commander, the wind-slashing assault team is fully assembled and awaiting orders. Rong Po proclaimed. Rong Po, how many personnel within our military headquarters are currently equipped with combat suits? Yen Zhengping inquired. Commander, apart from our 500 members in the wind-slashing assault team, there are 3 special forces units and 1 tank battalion, totaling over 300 individuals, all outfitted with combat suits. Rong Po replied with pride. Oh, so many? Yen Zhengping expressed surprise. From mid-December last year until now, in merely 3 months, we have amassed such a considerable number of combat suits. That is, of course, considering that neighboring counties have been thoroughly scoured, which has slowed our progress. Otherwise, the numbers would be even greater. Rong Po added. Excellent. Marvelous. Yen Zhengping exclaimed, slapping the table in delight. Messenger. Present. Immediately relay the order for the 3 special forces units directly under the military headquarters to advance to the front lines, employing all necessary firepower to annihilate the zombies. Understood. Commander, by doing this, the headquarters will be left without defensive capabilities. What if? Rong Po expressed concern. But we have you all here. Yen Zhengping waved dismissively. Indeed. Rong Po refrained from further discussion. The entire wind-slashing assault team, comprising 500 members, should suffice to protect the commander. Report. Advance. Commander, I implore you to allow me to join the fray. The speaker was Yen Fangfang. Nonsense. You shall remain here with me. Yen Zhengping dismissed her. I am capable. Yen Fangfang insisted earnestly. Follow orders. At that moment, Yin Jinping had no time to entertain her. Yes, Yin Fangfang responded, resigned. The encampments of several divisions were situated not far from the military headquarters, constituting the entirety of the armed forces in Sichuan province. The remaining troops had been redeployed to the northwestern region for rest and recuperation. The zombies had traversed from the urban district of Yundu to Anning County by the late hours of the night. At this juncture, the first line of defense had been established. Numerous tanks were haphazardly parked along the road, all their barrels aimed forward. Sichuan province, characterized by its mountainous terrain, featured winding roads. The hillsides were crisscrossed with numerous trenches manned by soldiers. 3 special forces units, clad in combat attire, lay concealed behind the tanks on the road. Awaiting their moment, preparations were complete. All personnel remained hidden, awaiting the inevitable. Accompanied by a cacophony akin to a deluge, a horde of zombies surged into view. Densely packed on the road, rapidly approaching under the leadership of several prominent figures among them. 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. As the zombies entered the bombardment zone, the thunderous roar of artillery and the relentless rattle of machine guns filled the air as the battalion of tanks engaged in a fierce bombardment. The zombies at the forefront fell one after another, only for those behind to trample over their fallen comrades, surging forward with unyielding fervor. They were oblivious to fear. In their eyes, there existed solely the primal instinct to bite and devour. Most terrifying of all was the hulking leader among them, accompanied by several slightly smaller zombies. They remained unscathed by the barrage of shells, undeterred by the hail of bullets. Even when blasted away, they would rise again and continue their relentless advance. The soldiers of the Special Forces had never witnessed such an occurrence. Why? What manner of zombie was this? Why could they not be vanquished? Such questions echoed in their minds. In truth, the leader was a 3rd-tier mutated zombie, while the 4 or 5 surrounding it were 2nd-tier. Their thick, shell-like skin, formed from a chitinous exoskeleton, absorbed a significant portion of the damage. Unlike humans, a zombie's body served merely as a vessel for locomotion, unless limbs were severed. Being shot did not impede their movements. They drew closer, inching ever nearer, as the horde approached the tanks under the guidance of their leader. Soldiers entrenched in the trenches on either side of the road began their assault, while 3 Special Forces units, using the tanks as cover, commenced a tactical retreat while returning fire. With a resounding crash, the leading zombie slammed against a tank, causing the several-ton vehicle to slide backwards several meters. Such immense strength. The soldiers witnessing this were left in a state of astonishment, while those inside the tank were jolted, reeling from the impact. Chapter 97. An infiltration into the command center. Upon entering the array of tanks, the leading Tier 3 zombie emitted a thunderous roar. Nearby, several Tier 2 zombies seemed to receive a directive, splitting into 2 groups, each guiding a portion of their kind towards the flanking hills. Goodness, do the zombies possess intelligence? Can they comprehend tactical maneuvers? The soldiers entrenched on the hillsides were instantly struck with dread. Zombies are not inherently terrifying. What instills fear is their potential intellect. Without hesitation, they began targeting the heads of the approaching zombies. Waves of zombies fell, yet successive throngs continued their relentless advance. They ascended with alarming speed, and soon, some infiltrated the trenches. On the road, although the 3 Special Forces units were protected by combat gear, they suffered no casualties. However, the combat prowess of the Tier 3 zombies was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering their weapons ineffective. Before long, they were driven out of the tank zone. Retreat. All personnel, fall back to the 2nd defensive line. The commanders of various divisions swiftly issued withdrawal orders via their radios. Soldiers scrambled out of the trenches, racing towards the transport vehicles situated behind the mountains. Those unable to escape in time were quickly engulfed by the surging horde of zombies. After enduring bombardments and the resistance of the 1st defensive line, a third of the zombies had perished. Every tank was besieged by hordes of the undead, relentlessly assaulting the armored behemoths, yet failing to breach their thick armor. As the tanks maneuvered, they dislodged the zombies, while some slower ones were crushed beneath the treads. Meanwhile, news from the 1st defensive line rapidly reached the military headquarters. Commander, the 1st defensive line has been breached by the zombies. The main force is currently retreating to the 2nd defensive line, as the undead breached the infantry lines. It's estimated that over 2,000 soldiers have either perished or sustained injuries from bites. Furthermore, the leading cadavers exhibit exceptional aggression, displaying signs of intelligence and an ability to withstand heavy ordnance. Could these be Tier 3 zombies? Yin Fangfang inquired. a hint of skepticism in her voice upon hearing the report. Tier 3 zombies? Yin Zhengping echoed, the term unfamiliar to him. Indeed, Yin Fangfang affirmed. During our prior training, the proprietor mentioned that Tier 2 zombies develop calloused skin, rendering them impervious to conventional bullets. However, they remain vulnerable to more potent artillery. Tier 3 zombies, conversely, possess even more resilient hides and demonstrate a degree of cognitive function. Based on the earlier report, the vanguard zombies are likely of this advanced stage. Zombies can evolve? Yin Zhengping exclaimed, astonishment evident in his tone. Affirmative. Yin Fangfang confirmed resolutely. No wonder Zhongzhen asserted that future conflicts will be waged by mutants. If Tier 3 zombies can endure heavy firepower, what capabilities might higher tier zombies possess? It's unfathomable. Yin Zhengping mused, recalling Zhongzhen's words with a sense of awe. That statement likely originated from the proprietor. Yin Fangfang corrected gently. Just who is this Xiao Chun? Yin Zhengping wondered aloud, perplexed. How does he possess such extensive knowledge? From the outset, Fang Chen has demonstrated an understanding of the virus's characteristics, accurately forecasting impending ecological crises. Moreover, in the early stages of the outbreak, he possessed a clear comprehension of high-tier zombies and their respective attributes, which is truly remarkable. Frankly, I'm equally mystified, Yin Fangfang confessed. At that moment, I was struck by an intuition that perhaps only he possessed the capability to confront this ecological crisis. Yin Fangfang lamented. Yin Zhengping nodded, remaining silent. It appeared that in the future, it would be prudent to engage more frequently with Fang Chen. Messenger. Attend. Yes. Relay the orders to all divisions. While ensuring their own safety, concentrate firepower to eliminate the ordinary zombies first. Command the 3 Special Forces units to leverage the advantages of their combat suits, devising a means to attract the attention of the higher-tier zombies. While we do not seek their complete annihilation, it is imperative that they remain entangled, thereby granting the other divisions time to eradicate the ordinary zombies. Furthermore, if the complete elimination of all zombies proves impossible, withdraw to military headquarters without delay. We cannot afford to hold our ground. Go. Understood. Commander, what do you mean? Yin Fangfang inquired. The soldiers of each division lack the protection of combat suits. The approach of zombies will inevitably result in significant casualties, a loss we cannot sustain. Rather than face this, it would be wiser to retreat to headquarters and utilize the fortifications for defense, Yin Zhengping explained. Yin Fangfang nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed from outside the office where the father and daughter were conversing. What is happening? Yin Zhengping furrowed his brow. At this time, the zombies were advancing toward the second line of defense. It was inconceivable for any to breach the military headquarters. The gunfire intensified, reverberating through the corridor. Commander, there are intruders in the headquarters. Rongpa hurriedly rushed in to report. Are you certain they are human and not zombies? Yin Zhengping inquired. Affirmative, their movements are agile, unlike those of zombies. Rongpa affirmed, indeed, it is audacious. How dare they brazenly assault the command center? Let the Windslayer commandos strive to capture them alive. I am eager to uncover the identity of this audacious foe. Yin Zhengping, filled with indignation, slammed the table. Understood. Rongpa responded as he took his leave. You few remain here to protect the commander. The rest follow me. After exiting, Rongpa swiftly made arrangements. Chapter 98. Yin Fangfang's abilities. Yin Zhengping and Yin Fangfang stood in the office, quietly listening to the fierce battle outside. Suddenly, the door was forcefully burst open, and several members of the Windslayer Commando tumbled in, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The two were momentarily taken aback. Shortly after, several individuals clad in dark red cloaks entered, led by a man in a blood-red cloak. Who are you? Yin Zhengping barked. Commander Yin, a pleasure. I apologize for our unconventional introduction. The man in the blood-red cloak spoke, his voice peculiar. You are truly audacious, daring to storm the military district command post. Yin Zhengping continued to admonish. In truth, I have long wished to pay a visit to Commander Yin. However, your soldiers possess formidable combat prowess, necessitating additional preparations on my part, the man in red explained. Are you implying that the zombies outside were summoned by you? Yin Zhengping began to piece together the situation. Commander Yin, your insight is commendable, the man in red readily confessed. Thus, the zombies outside serve merely as a diversion, and your true objective is me? Yin Zhengping inquired. Precisely. What is the purpose of your visit? Yin Zhengping pressed further. That is an excellent question. We have 2 objectives for our presence here. The man in the red attire spoke, Then please articulate your thoughts. I am eager to listen. Yan Jingping maintained a demeanor of composure. Firstly, I hope Commander Yan can enlighten us about the origin of the black uniforms worn by your soldiers. The man delineated his intent. Impossible. Yan Jingping vehemently rejected the inquiry. Secondly, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Red Garment sect. The Holy Sun assures that should you join, a position of Saint Envoy will certainly be bestowed upon you. The man in red dismissed Yan's refusal with indifference, continuing unabated. The Red Garment sect? It strikes me as a nefarious cult, Yan Jingping derided. Commander Yan, do not be so hasty in your judgment. Perhaps you are not yet well acquainted with our Red Garment sect. Once you delve deeper, you might very well revise your perspective, the man replied with a calm demeanor. Oh, pray tell, what makes it so exceptional? Yan Jingping sought to extract information while simultaneously buying time. Our Red Garment sect possesses methods to shield you from the threat of viruses. I wonder if this piques your interest, the man asserted, confident in his grasp of the common man's psyche. The saying goes that one must look out for oneself, for in the end, we are all mere mortals. This tactic had never failed him. Buffed Yin Fangfang could not contain herself, bursting into laughter. She thought to herself, can your methods possibly surpass the efficacy of an antigen? I presume this young lady is your cherished daughter? Indeed, she is a striking beauty. The man noted Yin Fangfang's amusement, but remained unfazed. A dog cannot spit out ivory. He muttered dismissively. Yin Fangfang, displeased, replied coldly, Commander Yin, I wonder if this suffices? The man in red disregarded her entirely, showing no interest in engaging her in conversation. If your strength is merely this, I fear you shall not sway me, replied Yan Jingping. It seems Commander Yin has quite the appetite. Perhaps you might share your terms? The man in red said, feigning generosity. I have no conditions. The nation of Hua has always maintained an unwavering stance against cultic forces. Your audacity to openly assault the military is indeed a testament to your folly, Yan Jingping proclaimed. Huh, Commander Yin, you are truly humorous. Times have changed. Only the red cult can salvage those despairing souls. I sincerely hope you do not misjudge the situation, for it would bring calamity upon yourself and others. The man in red appeared to speak with earnest concern. Your words are but deceitful rhetoric. You are not but a band of cowardly rodents, daring to intrude into the light. Your grandiloquent speeches are nothing more than the musings of a frog at the bottom of a well, and they incite only laughter. Yan Jingping retorted with evident disdain. Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss? The man in red's demeanor soured. There is nothing to discuss. You are unworthy, Yan Jingping decisively concluded. Then I must take my leave. Escort Commander Yin away. The envoy turned to depart, but several followers in red surged towards Yan Jingping. Suddenly, a fierce gust of icy wind swept through, and the three foremost figures in red were instantaneously transformed into ice sculptures, accompanied by the sound akin to shattering glass. The three frozen figures were shattered to pieces. The remaining followers hesitated in their advance. It was Yin Fangfang who had unleashed her power, the ability of ice wind. A mutant? The lead man in red halted, turning back to gaze at her in astonishment. Dad, get behind me. Yin Fangfang positioned herself protectively in front of Yan Jingping. Fangfang, you. Yan Jingping was momentarily taken aback. The notion that his own daughter possesses magical powers struck Yan Jingping as utterly implausible. He wondered if he was still in a state of slumber. This sensation was reminiscent of the bewilderment he felt when Zongjing Yu first witnessed Luo'er unleash her extraordinary abilities. Father, haven't I long been an aberrant? Yin Fangfang clarified. Yet, Yan Jingping was aware that his daughter was indeed an aberrant. But he had no inkling that aberrants could be so formidable. My dear girl, you truly astonish me. No wonder you regard our offered conditions with disdain. It turns out you are already an aberrant. The man in red spoke with an air of excitement. Yin Fangfang felt a wave of nausea, after all. She was 30 years old, yet here she was, being referred to as a young girl by this faceless, repulsive man. Chapter 99. The call for assistance. You are blissfully ignorant of many things. My father is correct. You are merely a group of frogs at the bottom of a well, destined to become a source of ridicule. Yin Fangfang retorted sharply. It seemed this journey was not in vain. You three, subdue her, but be gentle. I wish to present her to the Saint Sun, commanded the man in red to his companions. Understood. They replied, charging towards Yin Fangfang. She swiftly unleashed a blast of icy wind towards them. However, this time it failed to freeze her assailants and was instead dispersed by one of them. Incredible! Yin Fangfang gasped in astonishment. Just as the trio closed in, a dog suddenly emerged from nowhere and lunged at them. disrupting their assault. Failing to connect, the dog promptly turned and charged once more. This was none other than Yin Fangfang's mechanical dog. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet refrained from advancing aggressively. Her priority was to protect her father. The mechanical dog exhibited no signs of life and was impervious to injury. Surprisingly, the three individuals were unable to subdue it momentarily. However, a single dog should not have been able to restrain three people. One among them was tasked with confronting the dog, while the other two advanced towards Yin Fangfang. She unleashed a series of icy blasts, but alas, her adversaries had anticipated her moves, rendering her efforts utterly futile. The continuous exertion of her abilities took a significant toll on her stamina. She drew her pistol and fired rapidly. It was evident that the bullets merely delayed her opponents for a fleeting second, achieving nothing beyond that. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The two assailants successfully closed in and captured Yin Fangfang. This is precisely how it should be. There is no need for futile struggles. Harming you would be even worse, remarked the leader in red. Fangfang, Yin Zhengping exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing his daughter as capture. Simultaneously, the mechanical dog was ultimately dismantled, reduced to a heap of parts. Is it truly a mechanical dog? The man in red observed this spectacle with great intrigue. The realism is astonishing. We must take this dog back with us, he commanded. Understood. The man who had vanquished the mechanical dog replied. Commander Yin, look where this situation has led us. Yet, perhaps this is for the best, as it allows us to sit down and discuss matters calmly, the man in red said to Yin Zhengping. I stand by my previous statement. You are nothing but a pack of scurrying rats, unworthy of negotiation with me. Yin Zhengping retorted firmly. I believe Commander Yin will reconsider his stance. Proceed. With that, the man in red issued his orders directly. After resolving the mechanical dog, the man in red understood and stepped forward a few paces. With his hands formed into claws, he pushed forward, releasing two crimson curtains from his cloak, which spiraled into a cylindrical shape, encircling Yin Zhengping in its midst. Dad! Yin Fangfang cried out. At that moment, she could no longer concern herself with anything else. She shut her eyes and swiftly activated the tag on her person. Hundreds of thousands of invisible nanobots surged forth from the tag, heading towards the two individuals controlling her. The two behind her sensed something amiss, feeling their arms dissipating. But it was too late. In mere seconds, they vanished from the room. The leading man in red was taken aback. What kind of sorcery was this? What had happened to those two? Yin Fangfang, not daring to hesitate, immediately commanded the nanobots to assault the crimson curtain. Unfortunately, the curtain disintegrated by only 1/3 before the nanobots exhausted their energy and could only retreat. Yet, even this was sufficient. The man who had released the curtain witnessed the scene and hastily retracted it. At this point, Yin Zhengping had ingested a significant amount of hallucinogen and collapsed unconscious onto the floor. What have you done to him? Yin Fangfang demanded angrily of the two remaining men in red. Little girl, I find myself increasingly curious about you. You harbor many secrets. Shall we strike a bargain? The leading man in red proposed. What sort of bargain? Yin Fangfang inquired. Return with me to the Red Garment sect and divulge your secrets. In exchange, I can assure your father's safety, he stated, using Yin Zhengping as leverage. Impossible. Abandon that thought. Yin Fangfang flatly refused. She had already contacted Fang Chen through her digital ocular lens. Though it was late, she had no other recourse. Fang Chen was enjoying a deep slumber when he was abruptly awakened, feeling somewhat displeased. However, upon gazing through his digital pupils at the scene before him, all traces of drowsiness vanished. Where are you? How did you encounter the Red Robe sect? Fang Chen inquired. I am at the military command center, Yin Fangfang replied, unable to articulate her situation verbally and resorting to text instead. The Red Robe sect has invaded the Southwestern Military Command Center? Do they possess such audacity? Fang Chen pondered in disbelief. It is not an appropriate time to discuss this. My father fell into a coma after being enveloped by the Red Veil. Do you know the reason behind it? Yin Fangfang sent her question. The Red Veil releases a hallucinogenic agent, which causes individuals to fall into a coma upon inhalation but is not fatal, Fang Chen responded. Upon hearing his answer, Yin Fangfang sighed with relief, realizing that the man in red before her was merely attempting to deceive her. Yin Fangfang, hold on a little longer. Tongli has already reached the command center and will arrive shortly, Fang Chen assured her. He had initially intended to discover who was nearby to offer assistance to Yin Fangfang, but to his surprise, he found that Tongli was indeed at the Southwestern Military Command Center and promptly made contact with him. Tong Li had been at the Tranquility Shelter in Yunda City. The figure Yin Fangfang had seen standing amidst the mountains and forests 2 months prior was none other than Tong Li. After discovering the horde of zombies, he had followed them, only to realize that their destination was the Southwestern Military Command Center. Thus, he circumvented the zombies and made his way directly there. Chapter 100: The Fall of the Apostle. Upon hearing Dongfang Chen's warning, Yin Fangfang felt a sense of reassurance. It does not matter if you disagree. Your father may have to endure some hardships. The man in red continued to threaten. It is merely a hallucinogenic agent. I can resolve that, she retorted. Yin Fangfang, acting upon Dongfang Chen's suggestion, prepared to buy some time. How do you know? The man in red asked, astonished. I possess far more knowledge than you might imagine. She replied, if I am not mistaken, your identity should be that of a saint envoy, correct? Yin Fangfang continued, her words a reflection of Dongfang Chen's teachings. As she spoke, she absorbed the information around her. You know about the saint envoy? The man was even more taken aback. With just a few words, Yin Fangfang had managed to intimidate the man in red. Not only do I know of the saint envoy, but I am also familiar with the summoning technique. She dropped another revelation. Who are you, and how do you possess such knowledge of the matters within the sect? The man in red lost his composure. To know of the summoning technique was reserved for someone of his caliber. Those tricks you perform are nothing more than child's play in my eyes, utterly insignificant. Yin Fangfang feigned ignorance. You believe you can intimidate me? The man in red probed. Perhaps, but allow me to inform you that the pills you consume may bolster your resistance to the virus, yet the side effects are considerable, Yin Fangfang asserted. What did you say? The man in red clearly appeared unsettled. Dongfang Chen had previously learned from the saint envoy of the red sect that after consuming a certain pill, they could indeed resist the zombie virus. However, judging by their physical condition, it was evident that there was a significant cost. Now, transformed into something neither human nor ghost. I fail to see what there is to be proud of, Yin Fangfang derided. How do you know all this? It cannot be. The saint envoy was astonished. I have previously mentioned that my knowledge far exceeds your imagination. Allow me to whisper a secret. I possess the ability to resolve your bodily ailments. Yin Fangfang remarked in a feigned whisper. The saint was taken aback, and the lone subordinate clad in a dark crimson cloak trembled upon hearing her words. Observing this reaction, Yin Fangfang couldn't help but smile triumphantly. With such a demeanor, do you truly think you can deceive others? Look at you, utterly bamboozled, she mused to herself. If she could indeed remedy her own physical issues, the value of this young girl before her would be immeasurable, the saint thought. Not only did he harbor such desires, but who within the sect did not share similar needs? They had grown powerful, yet their loathed bodies remained their greatest source of anguish. Look at me. I have gained strength and immunity to viruses simultaneously. If you were to sever ties with the Scarlet Church and embrace the light, perhaps I would consider curing you. Yin Fangfang continued her charade. The saint fell silent. Oh, and you too might find this appealing. Why not join me? Following him leads nowhere. I understand that you were infected with a virus and sought refuge in the Scarlet Church out of necessity. But times have changed, and you now have a superior choice. She urged, turning her attention to the subordinate as the saint remained mute. This was a notion that Dongfang Chen had also surmised. He had previously observed the Scarlet Church's mediocre efforts at expanding their influence. Everyone was merely a victim of viral oppression. The subordinate, upon hearing Yin Fangfang's words, appeared somewhat intrigued. He glanced at the saint, awaiting his response. How can you prove the veracity of your claims? The saint inquired. He was not swayed, rather. He sought to ascertain the veracity of the words spoken by the girl before him. I serve as proof, and furthermore, those behind you can attest to it as well, Yin Fangfang declared, gesturing toward the individuals trailing the envoy. What? The envoy, alerted by Yin Fangfang's words, hurriedly glanced back. Yet, it was already too late. Under Dongfang Chen's prompt, Tong Li decisively activated the tag, and with a resounding thud, the envoy collapsed to the ground, his legs having been instantaneously disassembled. Subsequently, the nanobots did not ascend further but instead crawled toward his arms, dismantling both limbs as well. At that moment, stripped of hands and feet, the envoy had been rendered utterly incapacitated. He roared in fury, yet no one paid him any heed. He still possessed valuable intelligence, so his life would be spared for the time being. The envoy's subordinates, having completely lost their will to fight, promptly knelt and surrendered. Not long after, Rongpa, drawn back by the commotion, returned to find the fallen members of the Zhanfeng assault team scattered across the ground, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. That was close. Rongpa thought to himself. Commander. Upon entering the room, Rongpo was startled to see Yin Zhongping sprawled across the desk, and he shouted out, "What are you making such a fuss about? The commander is merely unconscious." Yin Fangfang chided. Oh, thank goodness. Rongpo sighed in relief. Gather a few people to carry him away and confine him. Maintain a strict guard for 24 hours. No one is to approach. Yin Fangfang directed, pointing at the envoy who was thrashing about on the ground. Yes. Rongpo acknowledged the order. What is your position within the Red Robe sect? Yin Fangfang approached the red-clad man who was kneeling on the floor. At this moment, the man in the red attire had been subdued by the assault team and posed no further threat. Chapter 101. The Terror of Despair. Report, Commander, I am an enforcer. The man in red stammered, his earlier bravado completely diminished. As Yin Fangfang inquired further, Fang Chen elucidated the relevant details through a bone microphone, allowing her to swiftly grasp the situation. Why did you attack the headquarters? Yin Fangfang continued her questioning. This was actually a premeditated plan. However, we discovered that your soldiers were clad in peculiar garments, impervious to the virus, capable of effortlessly slaying zombies. Thus, we were compelled to postpone our offensive. The man in red trembled as he explained. With such cowardice, you dared to assault the military district's headquarters? And you almost breached it? Yin Fangfang was at a loss for words, feeling that the current military deployment was unable to keep pace with the evolving circumstances. And then, what was your plan? She pressed on. The original strategy was to mobilize the zombies of Cloud City to launch an assault on the headquarters, thereby drawing fire. Meanwhile, we would infiltrate secretly, capturing. He faltered, unable to continue. What a clever ruse, a feint to mislead. Yin Fangfang comprehended, exclaiming in astonishment. You were evidently marked for this. Your audacity is remarkable. You dare to openly target the commander. Speak. What was the purpose behind your actions? Yin Fangfang admonished. I do not know. We were merely following orders. The man in red was filled with fear and displayed a sense of grievance. Very well, let me ask you. How did you ascertain the precise location of the command center and gain insight into the internal structure of the military district? Yin Fangfang inquired, shifting her line of questioning. I do not know. Truly I do not know. The saint. Yes, the esteemed saint is aware. He instructed us not to ask too many questions and simply follow along. The man nervously explained. Yin Fangfang, sensing the red-clad man's evident lack of knowledge, grew slightly impatient. I shall pose one final question. How much do you know about the art of summoning spirits? She asked. These inquiries were prompted by Fang Chen, as it was her first encounter with the red-clad sect, and she had yet to formulate many questions. I have merely heard of the art of summoning spirits, but I have never witnessed it. I only know that the esteemed saint can wield this art to control the undead, the man replied. Are you implying that the undead outside were summoned by that ludicrous saint to lead the third-tier zombies here? This question was posed by Yin Fangfang herself. It was inconceivable that the third-tier zombies would attack the command center without cause. It was evident that the saint was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Indeed, the man responded. Yin Fangfang nodded thoughtfully. Commander, you mentioned earlier that you could cure me. Is that truly the case? The red-clad man tentatively asked. You certainly think ahead. After causing so many deaths, you still wish to survive? Yin Fangfang, processing the information she had just received, found herself both enraged and amused by his audacity. Commander, it truly has nothing to do with me. I am merely following orders. By the way, Commander, I can pledge my allegiance to you. You must save me. The man pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Take him away and execute him. Such a person can stir up chaos. It is utterly exasperating. Yin Fangfang commanded. Understood. Spare me, Commander. The man wailed, yet no one paid him any heed. Several members of the Gale strike team dragged him away without a second thought. As for the envoy, Fang Chen assured that he would arrive shortly, and they would conduct the interrogation upon his arrival. Yin Fangfang instructed her subordinates to carry Yin Zhongping to the bed in the inner office, tending to him with utmost care as they awaited Fang Chen's arrival for treatment. Tong Li, wishing to avoid drawing attention, had already slipped away quietly. It was now past 4 a.m. As if acutely aware of the passage of time, or perhaps sensitive to light, the zombies ceased their relentless assault and began to retreat towards Yin City. The second line of defense had held firm, and the soldiers collectively exhaled in relief. The military's elite special forces, clad in protective combat gear, pursued the retreating horde, continuing to eliminate the zombies trailing behind. Meanwhile, Other divisions commenced gathering and accounting for their numbers. Ultimately, the toll was staggering. Over 200 injured and 500 dead, a grim testament to the heavy losses endured. For the injured soldiers, each division commander could only helplessly initiate a quarantine. Previously, skirmishes with the undead had been limited and manageable, with casualties rarely exceeding 8 to 10 at a time. However, with no effective medical treatments available, they could only watch in despair as their comrades succumbed to the zombie transformation, subsequently being put down. This harrowing scenario had played out countless times before. But this occasion was markedly different. The number of wounded was alarmingly high, over 1,000. The thought of witnessing their fellow soldiers transform into the undead, only to be executed, plunged everyone's spirits into despair. They had not perished at the hands of the zombies, yet they faced death at the hands of the virus. Most of them had only suffered minor injuries. Why could they not survive? As they gazed at their comrades gradually moving away towards the quarantine zone, tears welled up in everyone's eyes. Some soldiers, more sensitive than others, were already streaming with tears. "All stand," a commanding officer shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone stood at attention. "Salute," the officer hoarsely commanded. In unison, tens of thousands of soldiers present saluted their comrades entering the quarantine zone. The over 200 soldiers standing within the quarantine area turned to witness this poignant scene. They understood the significance of this military salute and were acutely aware of what awaited them next. One by one, they turned away, smiling through their tears, and then stood at attention to return the salute. "Comrades, continue the fight. Death is not to be feared. Despair is truly terrifying." This was their heartfelt wish and their shared sentiment. Chapter 102. The method of treatment. The night passed, and dawn arrived. The first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon and spread over the earth. Soldiers from the pursuing special forces began to return to the military headquarters. After a brief period of rest, they commenced the task of clearing the corpses of the fallen outside the military district. Clad in combat uniforms, they were unafraid of infection. This was work only they could undertake. Naturally, it was not without reward. The crystal cores from the zombies were their spoils of war. Before long, Fang Chen arrived by plane. Fang wasted no time and directly escorted Fang Chen to Yen Jinping's office. Fang Chen administered a central control capsule to Yen Jinping, followed by an injection of a nutrient solution containing 2 million nanorobots. Soon, Yen Jinping awakened. The process of metabolizing the hallucinogen had exhausted a considerable amount of his energy, leaving him still quite weak. "Father, you are awake," Fang said, finally relieved. Yen Jinping turned his head slightly and noticed several high-ranking officials from the military district, along with Fang and Fang Chen. "Have the zombies been eradicated?" he inquired. "They have been eliminated," Fang responded. "What about the members of the Scarlet Church?" Yen Jinping furrowed his brow and continued to question. "Aside from that damn envoy who was captured, the rest have all been killed," Fang answered. Yen Jinping nodded and closed his eyes in reassurance. "Let him rest well. Tomorrow will be uneventful," Fang Chen remarked. "Thank you, boss," Fang exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Others may not know, but she was acutely aware that without Fang Chen's covert assistance, the Southwest Military District would likely have succumbed to the invasion of the Scarlet Church. Thus, her gratitude extended not only for saving her father, but also for preserving the entire military district. "Enough. Don't put on such a show for me. Whenever I see a woman in tears, I get a headache. Take me to see that envoy," Fang Chen insisted. "Oh, all right," Fang chuckled, hastily wiping her tears with her sleeve as she stepped out. Fang Chen followed behind, shaking his head in disbelief. "What is wrong with them?" he wondered aloud. Pointing at the soldiers passing by, heads hung low. Logically, after a victory, they should be filled with enthusiasm. Fang paused, scanning the surroundings, suddenly recalling something. He spoke. "Last night's defensive battle claimed the lives of many soldiers, and a portion of them were injured." Fang's gaze dimmed. "So that was the case." Fang Chen pondered briefly and came to an understanding. "Indeed. Boss, is there any way you can save them?" Fang suddenly thought that perhaps Fang Chen could devise a solution. Her eyes brightened with hope as she looked at him and inquired. "I will make a call." Fang Chen furrowed his brow, then retrieved his satellite phone and stepped aside. Fang remained where she was, waiting in silence. "Shaolin, I ask you, is there a cure for those already infected by the virus?" "Your Excellency, there is," Shaolin replied. "Wonderful. What is the method?" Fang Chen exclaimed with joy upon hearing the affirmative response. Targeted medication combined with antigen serum, Xiao Lin explained. What is this targeted medication? Fang Chen inquired. It is also an injection that can specifically repair the infected cells. However, the repaired cells may still be susceptible to reinfection. Therefore, the infected individuals must receive the antigen serum as soon as possible during the period of efficacy of the targeted medication, Xiao Lin clarified. What is the period of efficacy? Fang Chen continued to ask. Within 1 hour after the injection of the targeted medication, its effects are not fully realized, and after 24 hours, the drug is completely decomposed, rendering its effects null. Thus, the efficacy period of the targeted medication lies between 1 hour to 24 hours post-injection. The optimal time to administer the antigen serum is within 2 to 18 hours after the targeted medication. Additionally, it is crucial to note that the infected individuals, once fully transformed, have become mere zombies. Their blood flow ceases, rendering them impervious to treatment through conventional means. What would transpire if the antigen serum were administered beyond the effective time frame of the targeted medication? Fang Chen inquired. If the antigen serum is injected outside the effective duration of the targeted medication, it proves futile and may even expedite the infection, Xiao Lin responded. There is one more point to consider. Although the infected individuals treated with the targeted medication develop antibodies that confer immunity to the virus, they cannot induce cellular mutation. Nor can they transform into mutants, Xiao Lin added. At this moment, Fang Chen's priority is to save lives. Whether or not they can become mutants is of little consequence. Wait, are you suggesting that there exists a method to treat the zombies post-transformation? Fang Chen discerned a crucial aspect. Yes, but the challenge is formidable, and the current conditions are insufficient to realize it, Xiao Lin replied. Please, enlighten me on the method of treatment. Fang Chen pressed anxiously. Cellular regeneration in conjunction with gene repair, Xiao Lin stated. Gene repair? But the zombies are entirely decomposed. Are there any uninfected genes to be found? Fang Chen questioned. No. Wait, there is. Upon contemplation, Fang Chen realized. Hair. Indeed, the genes within human hair remain untainted by the virus, Xiao Lin confirmed. So that is the case. Fang Chen grasped the principle, albeit vaguely. However, in practical application, the costs, difficulties, and the demands on the environment and technology are exceedingly high. Chapter 103. Full-scale production of targeted medication. All right. I now require a substantial quantity of targeted medication and antigen. How long will it take to temporarily halt non-essential operations at the base and urgently produce these two medications? Inquired Fang Chen. With an adequate supply of crystal cores. We anticipate the production of 1,000 doses per day, replied Xiaolin. Understood. Please instruct the Queen Bee to commence production. I shall return shortly with another batch of crystal cores, commanded Fang Chen. Yes, Commander, came the response. Fang Chen hung up the phone and returned. How did it go? Asked Fang anxiously. We can treat them, Fang Chen declared. Really? That's wonderful. Fang exclaimed joyfully. But do not rejoice too soon. How many individuals require treatment? Fang Chen questioned. If the number is too high, some may succumb to complete zombification before the medications can be produced, she cautioned. According to the latest figures, there are a total of 232 individuals, Fang reported. Over 1,000? That should be manageable, Fang Chen mused. Estimating that with over 1,000 doses of both the serum and the antigen, it would take nearly 3 days to complete the production. Is that true? That is indeed splendid. Fang, unable to contain her excitement, prepared to give a grand embrace. Stop. Fang Chen quickly interjected, unwilling to let her take advantage. Realizing her forwardness, Fang awkwardly apologized. Let us proceed. Take me to see the messenger, Fang Chen instructed. Of course. Fang replied eagerly, leading the way. The messenger, who was missing limbs, lay unconscious on the floor. Wake him up. Fang commanded. Yes. A soldier on duty hastily grabbed a bucket of cold water and doused it over the figure before him. Release me. Quickly, let me go. Do you ignorant fools comprehend the consequences of provoking the Scarlet Church? The awakened envoy shouted, unleashing a torrent of invective. Drag him up and make him sit against the wall, commanded Fang Chen. The soldier cast a glance at Fang, seeking her approval. Execute the orders. Fang commanded firmly. Yes, sir. 2 soldiers stepped forward, one on each side, assisting the envoy to lean against the wall. After adjusting to a more comfortable position, the envoy took a deep breath. So, are you afraid now? If you possess any sense, you will release me at once. Otherwise, calamity shall befall you. The envoy continued to threaten. Fang Chen paid him no heed and took a seat on a nearby stool. What is your name? He casually inquired. Name? I have no name. Everyone calls me Your Excellency the envoy. You may address me as such, the envoy mocked. Such bravado. Do you still harbor hopes of rescue? Fang Chen queried. Haha. Guess. The envoy glared at him defiantly. I believe your subordinates are more enlightened than you. They willingly divulged everything they knew without enduring a shred of torment, Fang Chen remarked. Humph. Cowards who fear for their lives. The envoy cursed. Thus, they live. Whereas you shall not. Fang Chen pointed out. Ha ha. Attempting to deceive me? It is futile. The envoy scoffed. Whether you believe it or not matters little to me. However, I am confident that upon his return, he will soon occupy your position, Fang Chen continued, as if stating an undeniable fact. Him? You are overestimating. Just a mere enforcer. Yet you dare to aspire to the position of a saint envoy? How laughable. The saint envoy disdainfully remarked. Is it not true that the saints are chosen from among the common people? He mused. Fang Chen, perceiving the disdain in the saint envoy's gaze, pondered whether the role of a saint envoy was indeed not derived from the ranks of ordinary individuals. What if I could bring back the medicine that could heal you? Fang Chen continued with a calm demeanor, though his true intention was to probe. Humph, that is utterly impossible, the saint envoy retorted, his scorn unabated. It appeared evident that the saint envoy was not selected through conventional means. I am quite curious as to what kind of enchantment the Scarlet Church has cast upon you to render you so devoted. Fang Chen shifted his approach. Humph, you are like a summer insect, unfit to speak of ice. The saint envoy sneered. Alas, I had intended to offer you an opportunity, but it seems you are wholly unappreciative. In that case, I can only extend my apologies. Fang Chen sighed, rising to his feet, and retrieved a vial from his pocket. What is that? The saint envoy inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Do not be alarmed. This is a remarkable elixir. Just one injection. And you shall feel as if you were floating in a heavenly realm, Fang Chen proclaimed, his left hand holding the vial as he vividly described the euphoric experience. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Though Fang Chen wore a smile, the serene expression struck the saint envoy as profoundly menacing. He felt as though he stood before a cold-blooded butcher, while he himself was the lamb awaiting slaughter. No, no, the saint envoy exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. That would not be wise. I truly admire your loyalty and spirit. You must not disappoint me. Fang Chen replied with a sheepish smile. No, no, I implore you. I say. The saint shook his head, hastily retracting his words. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems you are indeed stubborn, refusing to heed kind words. Insisting on suffering before you comply. Tell me, are you not a fool? Fang Chen derided, launching an attack on his inner defenses. You. The saint felt a surge of anger. Fang Chen glared. Ah, yes, yes, yes. I am foolish. I am indeed foolish. The saint hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement. Fang Chen and Yin Fang exchanged glances, revealing expressions that suggested it was nothing extraordinary. Is that so? Alas, I am simply too soft-hearted, unable to bear the sight of others in distress. Therefore, I shall grant you another opportunity to speak, but this is your sole chance. Should you fail to cooperate adequately, I shall be compelled to resort to my own methods. Fang Chen feigned a display of compassion, though anyone could discern that it was a deliberate act. I will cooperate. I will cooperate. The saint's eyes widened, nodding repeatedly, adopting a demeanor of desperate supplication. Chapter 104. The secret of the summoning technique. Let us first discuss the summoning technique. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. According to the saint, the summoning technique is an ancient secret art derived from a mysterious scripture within the faith, the canon of all methods. It is said that this technique can resurrect the dead, though no successful instances have ever been recorded. When the virus first erupted, a saint unexpectedly discovered that the summoning technique could be applied to zombies. Furthermore, upon its execution, a mental connection could be established with the undead. This revelation quickly garnered the attention of the higher-ups, and the summoning technique was soon classified as one of the highest secrets within the faith. Unbaptized believers are forbidden from practicing it. What is the status of the Holy Sun within the Red Garment sect? Inquired Fang Chen. The Holy Sun is the highest authority, replied the Holy Envoy. That cannot be right. Fang Chen expressed his skepticism. I have only a vague suspicion that there may be higher authorities above the Holy Sun. However, I have neither seen nor heard of them, nor do I know their titles, the holy envoy responded. Very well, let us return to the previous question. What is the myriad laws scripture you mentioned? Fang Chen asked. I heard from the Holy Son that within the sect, 5 scriptures have been passed down. And the myriad laws scripture is the most enigmatic of them. However, I have never encountered it myself, the holy envoy explained. What are the other 4? Fang Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. I truly do not know. The Holy Son has never mentioned them. Please elaborate on the process of invoking spirit magic. The more detailed, the better. Fang Chen insisted. Only those who have undergone the baptism can perform the invocation. Others are incapable of doing so, the holy envoy stated. You are overthinking this. Did I ever say I wish to perform it? I have no interest in your heretical practices. Fang Chen scoffed. Indeed, to perform the invocation, one must first undergo the baptism within the sect. The baptism involves a series of ceremonial rites, but the essence of it is to drink the holy water. I am not certain of the composition of the holy water, but once consumed, one will not be actively attacked by zombies. Furthermore, the target for invoking spirit magic must be at least a second-tier zombie, as the process requires a substantial amount of life energy, which must be supplied by other zombies. If it pertains to a first-tier zombie, it cannot amass more zombies, thereby failing to acquire sufficient life energy. What is life energy? How could zombies possibly possess vitality? Fang Chen inquired. I do not quite comprehend this. I only know that once a zombie has its life energy absorbed, it perishes, experiencing true death, the saint replied, shaking his head. Previously, a mercenary squad discovered numerous deceased zombies in an abandoned factory, all devoid of crystal cores. Combining this with the saint's description today, he surmised that life energy likely refers to the crystal cores. Very well, please proceed. Next comes the arrangement of the altar. The altar must stand at a height of no less than 3 meters and cannot exceed 5 meters. The surface area at the top must accommodate at least 2 individuals, as both the caster and the second-tier zombie must simultaneously stand upon it at the commencement of the summoning ritual. Why would a second-tier zombie obey your command and ascend to such a height? Fang Chen queried, perplexed. It requires. The saint hesitated, clearly anxious. Requires what? Fang Chen pressed. It necessitates a living person as bait, the saint murmured. Truly inhumane. Fang Chen seethed in indignation. Beside him, Yin Fang was equally incensed upon hearing this. It is utterly deranged. Their deaths would be no great loss. Yin Fang exclaimed fiercely. Please continue. Fang Chen urged. At that moment, the saint meticulously elaborated on the process of the summoning ritual. Upon concluding his explanation, Fang Chen realized that the so-called summoning ritual was devoid of any mystique. The crux lay in the second-tier zombie absorbing a significant amount of energy from first-tier zombies to ascend to the third tier. As the third-tier zombies began to exhibit basic intelligence, the instinctual response of the first one to encounter a human was to perceive that individual as its creator, thus regarding them as its master. This phenomenon is akin to the imprinting behavior observed in newly hatched ducklings, which instinctively identify the first creature they see as their mother. As for the notion of resurrecting the dead, that is utterly absurd, merely reciting a few incantations, the meanings of which are entirely unknown, cannot bring the deceased back to life. Such a concept defies the principles of science. Upon contemplating these intricacies, Fang Chen lost interest in the so-called necromancy. Why do you aim to assault the Southwest Military District? Fang Chen posed a new question. This inquiry had gone unanswered by the enforcers the previous night, who could only affirm that it was a long-standing plan. The initial strategy was to capture the high-ranking officials of the military district to gain control over the entire Southwest Military District. However, before we could execute this plan, we discovered the presence of a group of soldiers clad in peculiar gear within the army. Remarkably, they could navigate through hordes of zombies unscathed, compelling us to abandon our original strategy. Fang Chen and Yin Fang exchanged a knowing glance, comprehending the time frame he referred to. So, you intend to first cultivate third-tier zombies, and then utilize them to confront the military? Indeed, the saint admitted. Have you not considered that, in doing so, the entire Crimson Church would face a blockade and extermination by the forces of the Chinese military? Fang Chen inquired. I previously harbored concerns about opposing the military, as the risks are substantial. However, the saint's son assured us that it would not be the case. And the reason for this? Fang Chen questioned, puzzled. I am not entirely certain, came the reply. The envoy replied, stating that this is indeed related to the passage of the 2055 ARC project by the Council. In order to establish the Mozong ARC base, 90 of the Central Military District's forces have been redeployed to the desolate Mozong Gobi region in western Fujian. Concurrently, the Southwest, Northwest, and Northeast military districts have each allocated 2 divisions, totaling 60,000 troops. Consequently, the forces responsible for maintaining public security and peacekeeping in each military district are severely diminished. Furthermore, due to significant casualties among soldiers and the inhumane treatment of the injured, each military district has adopted a strategy of restraint, striving to preserve their remaining combatants and avoiding conflict whenever possible. Each military district's commander is also a member of the Council. They are acutely aware that following the issuance of the 2055 Human Survival White Paper, the various resettlement sites have ostensibly been abandoned, compelling them to seek their own paths to survival, which further dissuades them from risking their soldiers. Even if you manage to control the entire Southwest Military District, what then? What is the subsequent plan? Asked Fang Chen. I believe it is highly likely they intend to establish this place as the headquarters of the Scarlet Church, the envoy replied. Is that your conjecture? Fang Chen inquired. Indeed. Although the Holy Sun has never explicitly stated it, one can discern such intentions through his words, the envoy responded. How many Holy Sons are there in your church? Fang Chen questioned, doubting that such a grand plan could be executed by just a few individuals. I am uncertain. I have never encountered other Holy Sons, nor have I heard the Holy Sun mention them, the envoy replied. What did you mean when you initially stated that enforcers cannot ascend to the position of envoy? How did you attain this role? With the conversation yielding little insight, Fang Chen shifted the topic of discussion. To assume the role of a saint messenger, one must undergo the ceremonial baptism within the church. However, neither the enforcers nor the divine messengers are eligible for such a rite, the saint messenger elucidated. Why? Inquired Fang Chen. Because they have already been infected. The baptism requires the consumption of holy water, the saint child explained. If they were to ingest the holy water, the virus would spiral out of control, ultimately transforming them into zombies, the saint messenger elaborated. In other words, only those in good health can partake of the holy water you speak of? Fang Chen queried. Indeed, came the affirmative reply. What other benefits does the holy water provide? Aside from protecting you from zombie attacks? Fang Chen pondered momentarily before asking. To my knowledge, there seem to be no additional effects, the saint messenger responded, revealing Fang Chen's curiosity about the holy water, which he was eager to acquire at the first opportunity. Does it grant immunity to the virus, or perhaps induce mutations? Fang Chen probed further. That is not possible, the saint messenger asserted with conviction. Then what about the method you mentioned earlier that prevents viral infection? Fang interjected. He had spoken of such a method upon his abrupt entrance into the command center, though Fang Chen had not caught the words. It is the medicine we consume. After taking it, one will not be susceptible to the virus and will gain certain abilities, the saint messenger replied. Do you possess any? Fang Chen asked. Yes, the saint messenger affirmed. Fang Chen reached into his pocket and retrieved a vial of medicine, observing that it contained a considerable amount. He intended to analyze it later to ascertain its composition. Where did you acquire this medicine? Fang Chen continued his inquiry as he tucked the vial away. It was bestowed by the saint child, the saint messenger answered. How did your holy son come to be? I am uncertain about that. One last question. How were you able to ascertain the precise location of the command center? Fang Chen inquired. Because there is an insider, the holy envoy replied. Impossible. Fang interrupted vehemently. The military personnel cannot possibly collude with you. She was resolute in her disbelief. The military is unlike any other entity. Every recruit undergoes meticulous scrutiny. Moreover, after the outbreak of the virus, the entire military was sealed off, and soldiers were prohibited from visiting their families. Under such circumstances, the influence of the Red Garment sect could not possibly infiltrate the military district. Indeed, they are not from within the military, the holy envoy conceded. Then who are they? Fang asked, intrigued. Do you recall that over 2 months ago, you apprehended a group of bandits? The holy envoy questioned. Could it be they? Of course. Fang was aware, as she had personally led the operation to capture them. No. The holy envoy shook his head. Are you mocking me? Fang's anger flared. It was a messenger. The holy envoy disclosed. The woman with the child? Fang exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, the holy envoy nodded. You all quickly apprehend that woman in the military camp and ensure she does not escape. Yin Fangfang reacted promptly, issuing her commands. Understood. The soldiers stationed at the entrance complied. What is happening? Fang Chen inquired. Chapter 106, A Visit to the Injured Soldiers. It was during mid-December when a woman arrived at the military district, crying out loudly while holding a child. As I, accompanied by the esteemed wind-slaying assault team, prepared to embark on a mission to hunt the undead, we encountered her at the threshold. From her lips, we learned of a band of marauders laying siege to her village. She knelt before us, beseeching our assistance in rescuing her people, and without hesitation, I consented. Thus, we hastened to the scene with the valiant warriors of the wind-slaying assault team. As expected, a group of miscreants was ransacking the place. However, it was a tragedy that the villagers had already met their demise. We apprehended all the wrongdoers, including the homeless woman, and brought them back to the military camp. Yin Fangfang recounted the events of that day. It became clear to Fang Chen, this was a deadly trap. The malice was indeed insidious. Yin Fangfang was nearly beside herself with fury, realizing that her own compassion had been exploited to orchestrate such a devastating scheme, leading to the loss of numerous soldiers. She lamented her naivety, filled with regret. I had previously cautioned you to temper your innocent sympathy, lest it bring harm to many. Do you now comprehend? Fang Chen sighed, gently patting her shoulder. Yin Fangfang remained silent, eyes shut, lost in thought. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Fang Chen inquired, turning towards the envoy. I wish to know if you truly possess a means to address our physical afflictions, the envoy responded. It is uncertain, but we may attempt it, Fang Chen replied. The envoy nodded, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes. He sought liberation. As long as he was free from suffering, he would find contentment. I leave it in your hands, Fang Chen said, patting Yin Fangfang's shoulder once more before exiting the confinement room. Yin Fangfang opened her eyes, as if she had made a momentous decision. She strode forward and swiftly snapped the neck of the envoy. After exiting the holding room, Fang Chen, accompanied by Yin Fangfang, made another visit to the isolation area. The soldiers, with the assistance of medical personnel, had tended to their wounds. Some lay quietly in their beds, engrossed in books, while others gathered in small groups, engaged in lively conversation. A few with lighter injuries were even playing outside. The atmosphere in the isolation area was devoid of any gloom. Upon seeing Yin Fangfang approach, everyone stood up and saluted. Yin Fangfang reciprocated each salute and called for everyone to assemble. She instructed a soldier beside her, gather the troops. Yes, the soldier responded and departed. With the sound of a whistle, the soldiers swiftly ran toward Yin Fangfang and formed a line. Attention! At ease! After the formation was complete, Yin Fangfang addressed them. Comrades, you have all demonstrated remarkable valor. In each of you, I see the hope of overcoming this virus. She called for their attention, exclaiming, I do not come to offer mere flattery, but rather to share a piece of good news. Her voice rang out, her eyes glistening with joyful tears. The soldiers exchanged glances, uncertain of what this good news might be. We have discovered a method to treat the virus. You are all saved, Yin Fangfang proclaimed. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers' eyes lit up. Instructor Yin, is it true? One soldier shouted, a hint of fear of disappointment in his voice. They dreaded the notion of being led to false hope, preferring silence over a hollow cheer in the face of death. It is indeed true. The gentleman beside me, Mr. Dongfang, is the one who previously provided us with combat suits. This time, he brings with him a remedy for the virus, Yin Fangfang announced. Applause erupted from the warriors, warmly welcoming Mr. Dongfang's arrival. Yin Fangfang gestured for silence, signaling the crowd to settle down. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Dongfang to say a few words, Yin Fangfang stated, stepping aside to allow Mr. Dongfang to take center stage. Mr. Dongfang, undaunted, approached the assembly. Greetings, everyone. I have come today to offer you reassurance. In the face of this crisis, the selfless spirit of sacrifice you have all displayed has profoundly moved me. As Instructor Yin mentioned, I see within you the hope of overcoming this virus. I solemnly promise that within 3 days, you will all receive treatment and regain your health. Furthermore, after the treatment, there will be no risk of reinfection. After a brief pause, Mr. Dongfang continued, however, I must present a small request. The production of the remedy necessitates time, and we can treat only approximately 1/3 of patients each day. Therefore, I hope for your understanding in prioritizing those with severe infections and those who exhibit rapid onset of symptoms. By tonight at the latest, the first batch of medication will arrive here. I urge our medical personnel to swiftly conduct assessments and compile the necessary list and order. After visiting the injured soldiers, the two proceeded to the square in front of the military district's main entrance. At this moment, soldiers from the Special Forces unit were gathering their spoils, the crystal cores. Chapter 107. Yin Jinping's Calculations. As far as the eye could see, the crystal cores formed small mountains, shimmering with brilliant light. How is the collection progressing? Yin Fangfang inquired of a soldier who was transporting the cores. Reporting to Instructor Yin, it will require some more time, the soldier responded, standing at attention. Once the crystal cores are collected, gather the bodies together, douse them with gasoline, and incinerate them. No burials are permitted, Yin Fangfang commanded. But, the soldier hesitated. Gasoline is quite precious at the moment. Execute the order, Yin Fangfang insisted, offering no further explanation. Understood. The primary cause of the ecological crisis lay in the viral contamination of microorganisms by the corpses of the deceased zombies. Although this action would not alter the final outcome of the microorganism's mutation, doing something was better than doing nothing. From the soldier's report, it was revealed that approximately 180,000 crystal cores had been acquired. This was a significant number, yet insufficient for Fang Chen. To heal all the injured soldiers, over 200 doses of targeted medicine and antigens were required. At a price of 200 crystal cores per dose, the total requirement came to nearly 500,000 crystal cores. Yin, we do not have enough, Fang Chen remarked. Yin Fangfang did not grasp the meaning behind Fang Chen's words. I calculated that the total medicine required exceeds 400 doses, amounting to nearly 500,000 crystal cores. Yet currently you possess less than 200,000. There is quite a shortfall, Fang Chen elucidated. Are you asking for payment? Yin Fangfang glared at him. Wow, what are you doing? Planning to rob us? I must clarify, a deal is a deal. I can save lives, but I cannot bear the financial burden. Fang Chen retorted, his gaze piercing. Why are you so obsessed with money? Yin Fangfang replied, her frustration evident. One cannot speak in such a manner. This does not even account for the expenses related to treating your father. That injection is quite costly, amounting to no less than 10,000 crystal cores. Furthermore, if I am devoid of crystal cores, the base cannot function, and should you require assistance later, I may lack the capacity to provide it. Fang Chen stated, his tone tinged with threat. Then what shall we do? You promised to cure everyone within 3 days. You cannot go back on your word, Yin Fangfang insisted. That is certainly not an option. I have not declared that I would not treat them. I can extend the medication to you on credit, but you must repay me for the crystal cores later. Fang Chen assumed the air of a wealthy landlord. You. Fine. Yin Fangfang, at a loss for words, could only concede. That is the spirit. I shall consider your father's injection a charitable act, a gift to you. However, once these crystal cores are tallied, please expedite their transfer to my aircraft. The base is eagerly awaiting these cores to produce the necessary medications, Fang Chen added. All right. Yin Fangfang, weary of his presence, shouted loudly. Report. At that moment, a soldier rushed over with news. Yin Fangfang responded. Instructor Yin, that woman has died. The soldier reported. Dead? How did she die? Yin Fangfang inquired, astonished. She had intended to question that woman about her motives, why she chose to assist those cultists in ensnaring the soldiers who protected them. But she never anticipated that the woman would perish first. It appears she took poison, the soldier replied. And the child? Yin Fangfang continued to ask. The child has also died. Yin Fangfang was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on the cruelty of the individual in question, harsh towards others, yet even harsher towards themselves and their offspring. How long have they been dead? She inquired. The body is already cold. They likely perished around midnight, the soldier replied. It seemed apparent that the leakage of information had dire consequences. Her survival was at stake. Very well, I understand. Arrange for a few individuals to find a suitable location for burial, Yin Fangfang commanded. Understood. The soldier promptly took his leave. Once all matters were concluded and the crystal cores were secured aboard the aircraft, Fang Chen hastily returned to the base. Yin Jinping did not awaken until evening. After a day of rest, his physical condition had largely recuperated. Subsequently, Yin Fangfang recounted to Yin Jinping the events that transpired following his unconsciousness the previous night, along with the results of today's interrogation. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Yin Jinping was consumed by a profound anger. However, Upon learning that Fang Chen had the capability to produce a remedy for the infected, he was filled with elation. Yet, when he heard that Fang Chen sought the crystal cores, he could only smile wryly and shake his head, though he bore no ill will. He did not endorse the notion of sacrificing the chicken for its eggs. Instilling fear to the point of death would prove detrimental to both parties involved. These crystal cores must be provided. Not only should they be given, but they must be gathered expeditiously. You should subsequently communicate with the Zhanfeng Assault Team and the Direct Special Forces Unit, instructing them to accelerate the collection of crystal cores. I am confident that as long as we continue to supply him with crystal cores, he will undoubtedly bring us even greater surprises, Yan Jingping instructed. Understood. Yan Fangfang acknowledged the order. Oh, and Fangfang, regarding Zongjingyu from the Southeast Military District, consider increasing their allocation. This will expedite our acquisition of crystal cores. In recent days, I have taken the Storm Strike team to the Northeast and Northwest military districts, and I anticipate considerable gains. Yan Jingping appears to be preparing to assist Fang Chen in promoting his venture. It is worth noting that the combat suits are sold to Zongjingyu at a price of 160 crystal cores each, yielding substantial profits. It would be imprudent to neglect such valuable resources. Relying solely on the soldiers under 1's command to hunt zombies would only yield meager earnings. Mobilizing everyone to collectively hunt zombies is a venture that promises immense returns, benefiting all involved. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Chapter 108. The second-generation Queen Bee. After Yan Fangfang's departure, Yan Jingping again communicated with the speaker, reporting the occurrences in the Southwest Military District. He emphasized several key points. 1. The existence of the Scarlet Cult. 2. The presence of high-level zombies. 3. The Scarlet Cult's capacity to control high-level zombies. 4. The significance of mutants in future warfare. However, regarding Fang Chen, the existence of combat suits, and Fang Chen's ability to treat the infected, Yan Jingping chose to keep this information confidential for the time being. He was uncertain of the reaction that the revelation of Fang Chen's existence would evoke. It was likely that it would lead to attempts at recruitment or competition, or even provoke reckless actions that could harm their interests. Fang Chen, being someone who responds better to kindness than to force, would not yield favorable outcomes in such a scenario. Thus, the current situation, which Fang Chen has deliberately crafted, remains quite advantageous. He understood well when he personally destroyed the base's walls that a common man is innocent, but possessing something of value can lead to peril. In order to unite forces from diverse regions and differing perspectives to collectively confront the ecological crisis, one must not position oneself in opposition to others. Furthermore, with Shaolin's meticulous detailing and assistance, the Firefly Project has engaged everyone without anyone realizing they have become part of the initiative. Following the report, the speaker decided to convene an impromptu meeting of the parliamentarians. Consequently, the responsibility for treating the injured was entrusted entirely to Yan Fangfang. Meanwhile, Yan Jingping took a flight, hastily making his way to Kyoto. Upon returning to the base with 180,000 crystal nuclei, Fang Chen commenced a series of adjustments to the facility. The production of pharmaceuticals, in reality, requires less than 10,000 crystal nuclei. Approximately 2 nuclei are sufficient to manufacture a single potion. Additionally, with the steady influx of crystal nuclei for combat suits from the Southwest Military District, his current stock has reached 400,000 nuclei, signaling that it is time to initiate the next phase of the plan. Shaolin, has the second-generation Queen Bee been completed? Commander, the second-generation Queen Bee will be assembled in 3 hours. Very well. Once the Queen Bee is assembled, redirect all the bee-ant robots on the production line to focus entirely on pharmaceutical production. Understood, Commander. Fang Chen stood before the glass wall of the production chamber, gazing at the colossal second-generation Queen Bee, his heart swelling with excitement. This is the true Queen Bee, in comparison to the first-generation Queen, which was spider-like in size. This new creation possesses far greater capabilities. Firstly, the range of control is vastly different. The first-generation Queen could only manage a limited number of bee-ant robots, barely sufficient for the base's various production needs, and it was unrealistic to expect it to accomplish more. However, with the deployment of the second-generation Queen Bee, a transformation ensued. It can extend its tentacles to envelop the entire urban area of Binjiang City. Consequently, all zombies within the city will be eradicated. Additionally, with the protection of the bee-ant robots, the entire urban landscape will become a no-go zone for all adversaries, including the undead. Although aerial defense remains unachievable at this juncture, it suffices for the present. Simultaneously, the production facility's capacity can be significantly expanded. His preliminary plan involves horizontally extending the base underground, using the boundaries of Binjiang City as a parameter. At approximately 1 o'clock a.m., Fang Chen instructed Xiao Lin to transport 400 doses each of targeted medication and antigens via aircraft to the Southwest Military District. Upon receiving the notification, Yin Fangfang had already dispatched personnel to await at the airport. Fang Chen's aircraft operates autonomously, negating the necessity for him to accompany the shipment. Medical staff have meticulously identified the soldiers exhibiting the most severe deterioration in their conditions and assigned them numbers according to the gravity of their ailments. Dongfang Chen has imparted the injection method for the medications to Yin Fangfang, confident in her ability to execute the task proficiently. By 5:20 a.m., the medications arrived at the quarantine zone under the escort of soldiers. The 400 infected soldiers, summoned by number, were seated on the playground, lined up according to their pre-assigned identifiers. Nearby, an additional 100 soldiers stood guard to prevent any potential transformations that might endanger others. In one corner of the playground, a row of long tables was arranged, where 20 medical personnel clad in protective gear were already in position, receiving the medications and undergoing training. The procedure commenced with the administration of the initial injection, the targeted medication. 20 medical personnel, on average, were responsible for 20 soldiers each. Thus, the administration of the first injection was completed in no more than an hour. The efficacy of the targeted medication manifests within an hour, while the optimal time for antigen injection is 2 hours post-administration. Consequently, after receiving their initial dose, the individuals returned to the queue to await further instructions. For those with mobility challenges, additional soldiers were assigned to assist with stretchers. By shortly after 8 in the morning, all 400 soldiers had received their injections. They were then relocated to a new isolation area, where they would undergo further observation and antigen testing over the next 2 to 3 days. Only after confirming the presence of antibodies would they be permitted to return to their original combat formations. The progress was remarkably smooth, and both the witnessing medical staff and the unvaccinated injured personnel felt a profound sense of relief. Not a single case of fatality had occurred among the most severely affected group, suggesting that the remaining individuals would likely fare similarly. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, the medical team continued to monitor the remaining 800 injured with utmost vigilance. Chapter 109. Lifting the gun ban simultaneously. After 5 hours of urgent deliberation, the Parliament issued a nationwide announcement that sent shockwaves across the country. The communique contained several key points. First, the Red Garment sect was classified as a threat to national security and a heinous cult that undermines the interests of the people. Second, the ban on firearms was fully lifted effective immediately. Third, the formation of civilian defense forces was encouraged to enhance self-protection capabilities. This meant that the construction of defensive structures and the establishment of armed groups would be entirely legalized. Fourth, empowering capable civil organizations to engage in the research, production, sale, or leasing of lethal thermal weaponry, including heavy combat equipment, marks a complete liberation of civilian forces. Simultaneously, the Scarlet Church has become widely recognized by the populace. The contents of the meeting were disseminated via satellite phone to all accessible resettlement centers, urging each center to publicly display the announcement and promote it vigorously. Upon the issuance of the announcement, a national uproar ensued. Reactions varied, with some applauding the decision while others lamented its implications. Due to constraints in raw materials, processing techniques, and manufacturing equipment, the overwhelming majority of resettlement centers lack the capacity for mass weapon production. At best, they can only fabricate rudimentary firearms with limited lethality through makeshift methods. Moreover, even in cases where certain resettlement centers possess advantageous conditions, the weapons produced cannot be sold and are restricted to personal use. For instance, some centers are situated within munitions factories or steel mills, allowing them to gather the necessary materials for firearm production through resource exchange. Yet this is confined to the participating centers. As for those without geographical advantages or resources, they are left with nothing but complaints and pessimism. As monetary value has become obsolete in this era, a few resourceful resettlement centers have conceived alternative methods of self-preservation. such as developing agriculture or light industry to trade food or essential goods for firearms and ammunition, although the quantities obtained are limited and the process lengthy. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. At this time, the Malin Resettlement Center presents a markedly different scenario. Upon receiving the news, Mayor Gong hastened to the Huadong Chamber of Commerce. "Boss Niu, I bring you delightful tidings," Mayor Gong exclaimed as he entered. "What joyous occasion warrants such enthusiasm?" inquired Niu Xingwang. "A splendid event. A monumental development," Mayor Gong replied, brimming with excitement. Once seated in the office, he recounted the recently received news regarding the lifting of the gun ban. Niu Xingwang's eyes brightened at the revelation. "Isn't this serendipitous?" Mayor Gong remarked. "Consider this. We can now secure all firearms, backed by currency and mercenary unions. This is the rhythm of ascension. Boss Niu, might you be interested in expanding your business?" Before Niu Xingwang could utter a word, Mayor Gong continued to elaborate fervently. "Mayor Gong, have you broached the subject of antigens with anyone else?" Niu Xingwang inquired. Mayor Gong paused, perplexed by the abrupt shift in conversation. After a moment's reflection, he sighed. Let us not dwell on that. I have pondered the matter of antigens thoroughly and have not mentioned it to anyone." Mayor Gong assumed Niu was reproaching him for not leveraging this resource sooner. Given that Niu Xingwang had become a veritable benefactor for both himself and the entire resettlement center, it was crucial to avoid any offense. Thus, he could only endure the implied criticism. "Oh, does Mayor Gong harbor any reservations?" Niu Xingwang inquired with a smile. "Boss Niu, our Malin Resettlement Center is merely an ordinary establishment. If word of the antigen matter were to leak, we lack the strength to safeguard it. I hope you can understand. It is prudent to wait until conditions are more favorable," Mayor Gong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Niu Xingwang nodded silently, not uttering a word. However, regarding the matters of the Chamber of Commerce and the Labor Union, might we not explore some avenues? Mayor Gong inquired tentatively. "Mayor Gong, I believe it is sufficient for us to stir things up a bit in Malin. The world is too chaotic at present. It is best we focus on our own affairs," Niu Xingwang replied. Upon hearing this, Mayor Gong sensed a shift in tone. What a splendid opportunity this is. How could it possibly be overlooked? He quickly probed further. "Do you harbor any concerns, Boss Niu?" "Mayor Gong, I think you have misunderstood me. I possess no such worries. It is merely that I am an ordinary citizen, lacking grand aspirations," Niu Xingwang responded nonchalantly. Mayor Gong grasped the situation. It seemed Niu was inclined to raise the stakes. After some contemplation, he understood the reasoning behind it. One cannot expect a horse to run swiftly while denying its sustenance. Thus, he proposed, "What if I were to arrange a position for you?" "Haha, Mayor Gong, you flatter me excessively. I am hardly capable of such responsibilities. My expertise lies solely in business, and I am rather perplexed by the intricacies of governance." Niu Xingwang laughed heartily, declining the offer. Is it that the position does not meet your expectations, or are you genuinely uninterested?" Mayor Gong pondered for a long while, unable to decipher it. "How about this? I could appoint you as the deputy commander of the resettlement office. Would that be acceptable?" Mayor Gong said, gritting his teeth. "Since you have brought it up, Mayor Gong, I shall not conceal my intentions. I plan to leave Malin," Niu Xingwang said as he sat up and leaned closer to Mayor Gong, speaking softly. Chapter 110. Preparing to depart for Binjiang Wat. Mayor Gong exclaimed, springing to his feet in astonishment. "Boss Niu, why would you wish to leave when you are thriving in Malin?" Mayor Gong anxiously inquired. "Mayor Gong, please remain calm and take a seat while I elucidate the matter," Niu Xingwang reassured him. "How can I not be anxious? Speak, and I shall listen," Mayor Gong replied, refusing to take a seat and continuing to stand. "What is your perspective on the 2055 Human Survival White Paper issued by the Council?" Niu Xingwang queried. Upon hearing the question, Mayor Gong regained some composure and returned to the sofa, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "Alas, it seems to me that this is merely an invitation for everyone to fend for themselves." "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" Niu Xingwang asked. "Isn't it obvious? Why provide you with a technical proposal? It suggests that you should establish your own base. Implicitly, it indicates that whether or not you can build it depends entirely on your own capabilities," Mayor Gong responded. "Is there anything else?" Niu Xingwang pressed on. "What more could there be?" Mayor Gong replied, narrowing his eyes, visibly irritated. "Ha ha ha, Mayor Gong, do not be so hasty. Allow me to pose another question. Why is the technical plan focused on constructing underground bases rather than above ground?" Niu Xingwang pointed upward, his question laden with meaning. Whenever he contemplated this, Niu Xingwang felt a sense of admiration. Long before the outbreak of the virus, Fang Chen had wisely chosen a location to construct an underground base, which has now grown to a formidable scale. Who could have anticipated that? Who could have accomplished it? If we were to consider the present, would you still wish to invest money in establishing an underground base? Regardless of who you are, no matter how wealthy or powerful, it is an unthinkable endeavor. Moreover, this technical proposal, compared to Dongfang Chen's plan, it is utterly incomparable. I had not considered that. Is there truly a distinction? Mayor Gong inquired, a look of bewilderment on his face. Certainly, there exists a distinction. Moreover, the disparity is substantial. Consider the air circulation systems, life support mechanisms, agricultural cultivation techniques. What do these signify? Niu Xingwang inquired. He was already aware of the imminent ecological crisis, foreseeing alterations in temperature, air quality, and even light exposure, rendering the surface of the Earth inhospitable for humanity. Otherwise, as a real estate developer, he would hardly grasp such complexities, much less display them here. What does it mean? Mayor Gong regarded him, utterly perplexed by his expression. When combined, they represent a closed, artificial environment. Niu Xingwang elucidated. Niu, what precisely are you trying to convey? Mayor Gong pressed, now agitated. This white paper subtly implies a transformation in the environment is imminent. The outside world will soon become uninhabitable for humans. Niu Xingwang articulated the crux of the matter. What? That is inconceivable. Mayor Gong's face contorted with disbelief upon hearing this. Then why does the white paper not instruct on establishing a surface settlement or producing firearms and ammunition? Wouldn't that be more economical? It wouldn't even necessitate the publication of this white paper. Niu Xingwang retorted. Indeed. Mayor Gong pondered for a moment. However, such matters seemed far too distant. Whether to believe or not, he lacked any concrete understanding. Observing Mayor Gong's insufficient interest, Niu Xingwang recognized that he had not elevated the significance of this issue to a level of utmost concern. Preparation leads to success, while lack of foresight results in failure. Mayor Gong, to be candid, I intend to construct an underground base. Niu Xingwang dropped yet another bombshell. Oh, what? This marked the third instance of astonishment for Mayor Gong. You heard me correctly, and the plan will commence shortly, Niu Xingwang declared. Where do you intend to construct it? Mayor Gong found himself at a loss for words, struggling to keep pace with Niu Xingwang's rapid thoughts. I plan to return to Binjiang, Niu Xingwang replied. Return to Binjiang? But there are zombies there, Mayor Gong exclaimed. Now we are equipped. I have no concerns, Niu Xingwang chuckled. Establishing an underground base is an enormous undertaking. Personnel, materials, supplies, and machinery are not so easily assembled. Mayor Gong cautioned. Indeed, but I can manage it, Niu Xingwang responded with an air of nonchalance. You can manage it? Truly, this real estate mogul is impressive. Even a gaunt camel is still a camel. If you can manage it, wouldn't it be better to build an underground base in Malin? Mayor Gong pondered, a frown creasing his brow. Is it possible not to proceed? Mayor Gong inquired. Certainly, unless you are willing to relinquish your position as mayor to me. Niu Xingwang jested, a smile playing on his lips. Currently, while each resettlement center nominally adheres to the directives of the council, in reality, they operate independently. Ah ha ha, Mr. Niu, you have quite the sense of humor, Mayor Gong replied awkwardly. I am not joking. Mayor Gong, consider this. If you were in my position, would you construct a base for others without charge? Perhaps once it is completed, you might find yourself without a place to call home. Niu Xingwang's words held a double meaning, subtly alluding to his own tragic circumstances from the previous year. He had tirelessly worked for months to establish a resettlement center in Binjiang, depleting all his resources in the process. In the end, the resettlement center was established, yet he found himself destitute and homeless, struggling for sustenance. Chapter 111, Discussions Before Parting. Secondly, it conveyed to him that unless he held the reins of power, he would prefer to relocate rather than consider constructing an underground base here. Naturally, Niu Xingwang possessed the capability to oust Mayor Gong from his position and assume the role of director of this resettlement center. However, what could he possibly gain from such an action? With Dongfang Chen's backing, he lacked nothing but human resources and influence. Why would he choose to adorn himself with the label of a rebel? This was his way of granting Mayor Gong a final opportunity, a last chance to decide. The mayor's vision and magnanimity had waned, rendering him incapable of continuing to lead the resettlement center. Should he cling to his power, Niu Xingwang would no longer squander time on him. Mayor Gong discerned the underlying message, Neo was expressing dissatisfaction while compelling him to make a decision. In the apocalypse, the absence of power equated to the loss of one's very foundation. Yet, if he could not relinquish this power, would Neo Xingwang depart, leaving the future of the Mailin Resettlement Center in jeopardy? He was acutely aware of Neo Xingwang's worth and the intrinsic connection between the future of the Mailin Resettlement Center and Neo. If he returned to Binjiang, would that not mean the withdrawal of both the Huadong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild? Mayor Gong sought to make one last effort. Neo Xingwang had already discerned Mayor Gong's choice. He would not relinquish his power. Mayor Gong reassured himself that the Huadong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild would remain here, continuing to realize their value. Furthermore, I plan to establish the chamber and guild in every resettlement center in the foreseeable future. Neo Xingwang does not conceal his ambitions. What? Mayor Gong is once again taken aback by Neo Xingwang's audacity. Truly, he speaks with such startling candor that it leaves one breathless. His purpose in visiting today was to discuss the expansion of the Chamber of Commerce and the labor union's operations, aiming to sell equipment and weapons to other resettlement centers while also promoting the currency of these centers. However, he was unprepared for Neo Xingwang's far-reaching vision and boldness, proposing to establish branches in every resettlement center. Such audacity reflects immense ambition and strength. At this moment, he realizes that he and Neo Xingwang are fundamentally different. While he seeks to be a local sovereign, Neo Xingwang aspires to hold dominion over the realm. Unbeknownst to him, Neo Xingwang is merely the focal point thrust into the limelight by Fang Chen. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of the Firefly project. Nevertheless, Mayor Gong, since I have resolved to relocate and establish an underground base, there are several points that require discussion with you, he stated. Mayor Gong regarded him in silence. Firstly, once the base is completed, the headquarters of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Union will be situated within my base, relegating the Mailin location to a mere branch. In truth, Neo Xingwang need not concern himself with the construction of the underground base. Fang Chen will handle everything. This is merely a pretext. Secondly, I will introduce a new digital currency to serve as the universal currency across all resettlement centers. I hope Mayor Gong can comprehend this. Without control over the issuance of currency, the risks for me would be insurmountable. Mayor Gong, unable to grasp this or offer any objection, remained silent. The Huadong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild do not recognize it. Thus, the electronic currency in one's possession amounts to nothing more than a string of meaningless digits. Without the computational support provided by the Huadong Chamber, the settlement of currency transactions cannot proceed. The issuance of currency necessitates a trust guarantee. These are not peaceful times. The shelter itself is struggling for survival and lacks the capacity and strength to provide such guarantees. It is akin to erecting a tall building. The foundation must be stable. What would happen if the structure were built on sand? Would it not collapse instantaneously? There is also a crucial point. The crystal nucleus has effectively become the standard currency. To speak candidly, only Neo Xingwang dares to exchange money for crystal nuclei in Mailin, while others do not. This is because acquiring crystal nuclei serves no purpose and generates no value. Even if one wishes to hold on to it, such a notion is impractical. Furthermore, Mayor Gong need not worry. All operations will proceed as usual, with no alterations whatsoever. In fact, I shall allocate additional resources to Mailin. Upon hearing this, Mayor Gong finally felt reassured. The best outcome would be no changes, as this would prevent disorder in his Mailin shelter. With the resources injected by Neo Xingwang, the shelter would remain vibrant. With that, I, Gong, shall not impose any further demands. Ultimately, Boss Neo is also from Binjiang, and I hope for fruitful collaboration in the future. Mayor Gong expressed these cordial sentiments. Certainly, I hope Mayor Gong will keep the doors of opportunity open, and we shall support one another. Neo Xingwang replied as he rose to his feet. Absolutely. The two smiled and shook hands. With this agreement settled, Neo Xingwang reported the outcome to Fang Chen, who was not surprised by such results and even perceived that Mayor Gong possessed a certain level of awareness. Should he choose to turn hostile, it would indeed be a grievous miscalculation, ultimately resulting in a futile endeavor akin to drawing water with a basket. Given the decision to establish both the Chamber of Commerce and the trade union along the riverside, Fang Chen must now strategize meticulously. The base operates in secrecy while the chamber and union remain visible. It is imperative that the two appear distinctly separate. Chapter 112. Yan Zhengping's Visit of Gratitude Shaolin. Regarding the redevelopment of Funing District in Bihai City, I intend to construct a large, independent base to serve as the headquarters for both the Chamber of Commerce and the Trade Union. Furthermore, the connectivity with our side must be kept as discreet as possible. I do not wish for anyone to discover the existence of an additional base. Understood, Commander. Let us first finalize the plans. Once the deployment of the second generation of the Bee Queen is completed, we shall commence construction immediately, Fang Chen stated. Certainly, Commander. By the way, how has the analysis of the medication we brought back progressed? Fang Chen inquired. This medication, acquired from the envoy, can control the virus infecting the hosts. The analysis is complete. It mainly consists of various antibiotics and immune-boosting components, along with a small quantity of crystal nucleus powder, Shaolin replied. What about its efficacy? Fang Chen asked. It can impede the spread of the virus. However, its effects are not long-lasting and require continuous administration. Additionally, the side effects are severe, potentially causing significant organ damage. With the trace biological energy provided by the crystal nucleus powder, it may not pose an immediate threat to life in the short term. Shaolin responded. Understood, I see. How is the status of the space station? Has the production task in the production chamber been completed? The worker bee robots have been successfully produced. Is it time to initiate the upgrade? Indeed. Very well. Let us commence the upgrade once all the supplies from the Southwest Military Region have been delivered. Understood, Your Excellency. Meanwhile, Yan Jingping returned to the military district after a meeting, and it was already evening. The soldiers in the quarantine area had treated 900 individuals, leaving just over 300 mild cases remaining. A weight lifted from his heart. Bring Rongpu in. Yan Jingping commanded as he entered his office. The messenger departed promptly. Rongpu, I have an important mission for you. Select 200 of the most skilled members from the wind-slashing assault team to accompany me, Yan Jingping instructed. Yes, Rongpu exclaimed with delight. This was his moment to shine, and he hurried off to prepare. Subsequently, Yan Jingping made a phone call to Fang Chen. He wanted to personally express his gratitude and hoped to extract further information if possible. On the morning of March 26, 2055, Yan Jingping, accompanied by 200 members of the wind-slashing assault team, boarded 5 transport helicopters and returned to Binjiang. They arrived at a relatively secluded safe house previously provided by Fang Chen, where they disembarked. The soldiers swiftly exited the aircraft, forming ranks and maintaining vigilance. Rongpu, you accompany me inside. The others will wait outside. Remain cautious, Yan Jingping ordered. Understood. Upon entering the courtyard, they found Fang Chen waiting at the entrance. The two exchanged warm handshakes, and the trio proceeded into the base. Xiao Chen, you certainly know how to orchestrate things. I must say, this is quite well concealed. Yan Jingping remarked as he stepped into the base. Indeed, one's life is of utmost importance. Should I not be vigilant? Fang Chen replied with a smile. Xiao Chen, my primary purpose for coming this time is to express my gratitude. Were it not for your assistance, I believe the Southwest Military Region would likely have been overrun. Furthermore, the timely treatment of the 232 soldiers infected by the virus was largely due to the medicine you provided. On behalf of the entire Southwest Military Region, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. With that, Yan Jingping rose and rendered a formal military salute to Fang Chen. Rongpu followed suit, offering a salute of his own. Enough of this formality, Commander Yan. Besides, my assistance was not entirely altruistic. I have indeed profited significantly from your resources. Fang Chen quickly stood up, urging Yan Jingping to take a seat. I have already instructed Fang to supply additional equipment to the Southeast Military Region. This way, both military regions can gather crystal nuclei at a much faster pace, Yan Jingping stated. Haha, Commander Yan has played a brilliant game, appearing to distance himself while secretly reaping substantial rewards, Fang Chen teased. It was only due to their familiarity that he dared to be so forthright. It appears you are well informed, Yan Jingping replied with an awkward smile. Indeed. However, it matters little. The price remains the price. The quantity of crystal nuclei one can sell is a testament to Commander Yan's prowess. Given the recent increase in equipment production capacity, you might consider being bolder and allocating more resources, Fang Chen suggested. Yes, I have come precisely to discuss this matter with you. Shortly, I shall visit the Northeast Military District and the Northwest Military District to showcase the combat uniforms. Do you harbor any concerns? Yan Jingping inquired. As long as you do not disclose the origin of the attire, I have no objections, Fang Chen replied. Very well, Yan Jingping nodded. What is your opinion on the Scarlet Church? Yen Jingping sought to glean some insights. Based on the information at hand, I suspect that the Scarlet Church is likely a mere front for a more formidable force operating behind the scenes. Fang Chen articulated his speculation. What leads you to this conclusion? Yen Jingping asked. The management within the Scarlet Church is quite lax, and the members appear to be predominantly recent recruits, lacking in loyalty. Logically, such a sect should not be able to sustain itself without a solid foundation. This was evident from the last interrogation, where even the saints and possibly the Holy Son might not be fully aware of all internal affairs. This suggests the existence of a more advanced concealed hierarchy above the Holy Son, Fang Chen analyzed. Your analysis is quite insightful. It seems there is indeed a powerful adversary lurking in the shadows. Consequently, survival in the future will be even more arduous. Yen Jingping lamented. There is no need for excessive pessimism, Commander Yen. The cycle of the cosmos unfolds as such. The more challenging the circumstances, the greater the trials we must endure. Our task is to exert ourselves fully and seize any glimmer of hope amidst this calamity, Fang Chen reassured. You possess a remarkable perspective, Yen Jingping admired. With no alternative, one must adopt such an outlook to survive, Fang Chen chuckled. Oh, by the way, have you recently developed any new equipment? Let the Storm Assault team be the first to experience it, Yen Jingping inquired. Soon, indeed. The base is currently undergoing modifications, once everything is ready. I assure you that Commander Yan's troops will be the first to try it, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Very well, it's a promise. After a brief exchange, Yen Jingping rose and departed for the Northeast Military District. In Yusa Province, at the Southeastern Military District Command in Kunfing City, Zhuo Shicheng asked. How is the recovery progressing in the military district these days? Councilman Zong, it is nearly complete. I am immensely grateful, Zhuo Wenshan responded. What are your plans moving forward? I intend to visit the Mail-in Resettlement Center, where the person in charge is my old comrade, Gong Kaming. He was the mayor of Binhai City and relocated the surviving citizens to Mail-in at the end of last year, Zhuo Wenshan explained. That sounds reasonable. At least it's a destination. I will arrange for a plane to take you there shortly. The journey is quite lengthy, and the route is not very safe. It would be challenging for the two of you to reach, Zhong Zhenghua contemplated. I truly appreciate your assistance, Councilman Zhong. Zhuo Wenshan exclaimed with joy. No need for such formality. This is all I can offer you at present, Zhong Zhenghua sighed. Zhuo Wenshan took a deep breath and nodded silently. The direct distance from Kunfing City to the Mail-in Resettlement Center is approximately 100 kilometers. Zhong Zhenghua dispatched a team clad in full combat gear to escort Zhuo Wenshan, and they arrived in less than an hour. Due to a prior phone call, Mayor Gong was already waiting at the helipad, which had been constructed on the rooftop by the Huiting Chamber of Commerce. Brother Zhuo, welcome. After disembarking from the plane, Mayor Gong hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands. Brother Gong, I have come to seek refuge with you. Zhuo Wenshan jested. Oh, what refuge are you talking about? We have been partners for many years. There is no distinction between us, Mayor Gong replied with a smile. Your development here is truly impressive. You've even constructed a helipad at the resettlement center. Zhuo Wenshan remarked in admiration. That was not our doing, but rather the Hua Tong Chamber of Commerce, Mayor Gong clarified. Hua Tong Chamber of Commerce. I have not heard of it, Zhuo Wenshan confessed. Do not worry, you will find out shortly. Come, let us head down. Today, we shall celebrate your arrival, Mayor Gong said, preparing to lead Zhuo Wenshan away. Brothers, why not join us for a meal? Zhuo Wenshan addressed the soldiers who had escorted him. Mayor Zhuo, there is no need to trouble yourselves. We must return immediately to report, one soldier replied. Mayor Gong uttered in confusion. Brother Gong, what is the matter? Zhuo Wenshan inquired upon hearing Mayor Gong's perplexed tone. Where did you acquire the uniforms you are wearing? Mayor Gong asked. Mayor Gong, have you seen this type of uniform before? The soldier responded, puzzled. Oh, I have, Mayor Gong replied. The mercenary guild members come and go daily wearing such attire, so I am quite familiar with it. However, what Mayor Gong did not anticipate was that even the soldiers from the Southeast Military District donned such uniforms. Could it be that the supplies in Niu Xingwang's possession were brought out from the military district? This was indeed a significant lead. Where have you seen them? Take us to see. The soldier urged anxiously. Hearing the soldier's urgent tone, Mayor Gong began to regret his unnecessary inquiry. If the supplies from Niu Xingwang are tainted, wouldn't that also lead to the contamination of one's own refuge? Oh, Mayor Gong, do not fret. We are also seeking sources for such garments, a soldier explained as he noticed Mayor Gong's apprehension. What? Are the goods from the Southeast military region procured from Niu Xingwang? Has he truly expanded his business to such an extent, even engaging with the military? No wonder he built an underground base without a hint of hesitation. Goodness! With a single sentence from the soldier, Mayor Gong's mind began to race with possibilities. Mayor Gong? The soldier inquired again upon receiving no response. Oh, we have plenty here. The mercenaries are all clad in such attire, replied Mayor Gong. If it poses no danger, then it would be prudent to do a favor. Really? Several soldiers hurried forward upon hearing this. Indeed, Mayor Gong affirmed once more. Then please, lead us to see them. We would be immensely grateful. The soldiers urged eagerly. Not a problem, follow me, Mayor Gong replied. To reach the street from the helipad, one must traverse the Huadong Chamber of Commerce Hall. Upon witnessing this, Gu Qingyi swiftly relayed the news to Niu Xingwang. Upon receiving the message, Niu Xingwang furrowed his brow. Chapter 114. The Arrival of Zhong Zhengyue. Soldiers? Which unit would come to the Mailin Refuge? Currently, they can only reach the Central Military Region and the Southwest Military Region. The Central Military Region's night group includes Xinwengang and Luo Air, while the Southwest Military Region has Yin Fangfang. Niu Xingwang grew concerned about any underhanded maneuvers orchestrated by Gong Kaming and immediately contacted Dongfang Chen. Soldiers? How many have arrived? Upon hearing that soldiers had arrived in Meilan, Dongfang Chen furrowed his brow. About a dozen, Niu Xingwang replied. Yan Jingping had just departed. It was unlikely he would reach Meilan so soon. Moreover, Yan Jingping's destination was the Northeast Military District, which had no connection to Meilan, and he had no reason to go there. It was highly probable that these individuals were from the Southeast Military District. For the time being, it would be prudent to continue observing and await further information before making contact. Dongfang Chen mused that a dozen individuals posed little threat. This is the mercenary guild established by a businessman in Meilan, Mayor Gong stated as he led the soldiers to the entrance of the guild. The soldiers surveyed their surroundings and indeed noted that the patrolling personnel were clad in combat uniforms. Recognizing the significance of this information, the soldiers reported it via satellite phone to Zhong Jingyu. Upon receiving the report, Zhong Jingyu became infuriated. What? A civilian force in a small resettlement site is all dressed in combat gear? Is there no justice? Is there no rule of law? Just days prior, he had procured 200 sets of uniforms from the Southwest Military District, and the payment had yet to be settled. To his astonishment, it appeared that others had already donned these uniforms on his territory. This led Zhong Jingyu to suspect that the uniforms had originated from the Southeast Military District. No wonder Yan Jingping had prohibited him from investigating the source of the equipment. It seemed he feared the discovery of this secret. How outrageous! The very fact that the uniforms were produced by his Southeast Military District, yet were being purchased in the Southwest Military District, was utterly preposterous. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He swiftly donned his coat, exited, and made a beeline for the Meilan resettlement site. Another arrival? It appears to be a high-ranking official. Niu Xingwang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Gu Qingyi's report. What wind has blown today? This is rather peculiar. Commander, it's right here. The soldiers stationed at the entrance greeted the arrival of Zhong Jingyu. Mayor Gong, at this point, was thoroughly exhausted. He had already waited for quite some time on the rooftop of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce for Zhuo Wenshan and his entourage. Before he could catch his breath, he was summoned back to welcome Zhong Jingyu. What a situation this is. He regretted speaking up. As he panted, he thought to himself. However, upon hearing the soldiers refer to him as commander, he was suddenly jolted. My goodness, the commander? Zhong Jingyu, the commander of the Southeast Military Region? A member of Congress? Mayor Gong was no novice in the political arena. He possessed some level of discernment. At that moment, he was oblivious to his fatigue. The arrival of a distinguished figure like Mei Lin was indeed a momentous occasion. Nevertheless, no one noticed Mayor Gong's eager gaze. Zhong Jingyu surveyed the scene, confirming that the patrolling personnel were indeed clad in combat attire. Zhang Yuan Kuei, seated in the union office, noticed the unusual activity at the entrance and descended the stairs. Mayor Gong, why are you at the door and not inside to sit for a while? Zhang Yuan Kuei inquired with a smile. Allow me to introduce a few individuals. This is the president of our mercenary union, Tian Sha. Mayor Gong hurriedly stepped forward to make the introduction. And who is this? Zhang Yuan Kuei asked. Looking at Mayor Gong, this is our Southeast Military Region Commander, Commander Zhong Jingyu, Mayor Gong introduced. President Tian Sha, I would like to inquire about the origin of the combat attire worn by your union, Zhong Jingyu asked eagerly. Commander Zhong, Our battle uniforms are all supplied by the Huiting Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yuan Kuei was puzzled and did not elaborate further. The Huiting Chamber of Commerce? Zhong Zhengwei had never heard of it. The Huiting Chamber of Commerce is a newly established entity by a merchant from our mail-in, Mayor Gong explained. Excellent. Mayor Gong. Please take me to meet the president of this Huiting Chamber of Commerce, Zhong Zhengyue said with delight. He thought to himself that the battle uniforms must certainly originate from this chamber. Senator Zhong, why don't we have a meal first, take a short break, and then I will accompany you over? Mayor Gong, having finally met a senator, was eager to forge some rapport. No need for a meal, just lead the way, Zhong Zhengyue commanded with an air of authority. Oh, very well. Mayor Gong, not daring to insist, hurriedly agreed. Thus, the group set off towards the Huiting Chamber of Commerce in a grand procession. At this moment, Zhong Zhengyue noticed the distinct atmosphere of Mailing's settlement. The streets were bustling with people, and various small vendors lined both sides. Such vibrancy was rare across the nation. However, he refrained from commenting. Historically, Yushu Province has always been a hub of commercial prosperity. Perhaps this entrepreneurial spirit is ingrained in their very essence. Before long, the group arrived at Niu Xingwang's office. Senator Zhong, this is the esteemed owner of the Huiting Chamber of Commerce, Niu Xingwang, Mayor Gong introduced. Boss Niu, this is Commander Zhong from our Southeast Military District. Commander Zhong, it is an honor to meet you. Niu Xingwang quickly extended his greetings. Chapter 115, Allaying Doubts. Boss Niu, I have come to inquire whether the battle uniforms of the Mercenary Guild are indeed supplied by your establishment? Zhong Jingyu spoke candidly. Indeed, that's correct. Niu Xingwang hesitated for a moment before replying. Splendid. Mr. Niu, may I inquire if this combat suit was produced by your company? Zhong Jingyu inquired eagerly. I apologize, Commander Zhong, but the combat suits are not manufactured by our Huadong Chamber of Commerce, Niu Xingwang responded. What? Not at all? Zhong Jingyu expressed his surprise. Indeed not. Commander Zhong, we are only responsible for sales and rentals, Niu Xingwang clarified. Then might I ask where your supply originates? Zhong Jingyu probed. Upon hearing this, Niu Xingwang realized that Zhong Jingyu lacked business acumen. It was rather inappropriate to directly inquire about someone's supply source. I apologize, Commander Zhong, but it's not that I wish to withhold information. Firstly, I am not entirely certain myself, as the supply locations are designated on an ad hoc basis. Secondly, we have an agreement that prohibits disclosing our sources. If we were to breach this condition, we would no longer be able to procure goods. Niu Xingwang fabricated an excuse. Zhong Jingyu remained silent, nodding secretly. This was quite similar to what Yan Jingping had conveyed. Then, may I ask the price of your combat suits? Zhong Jingyu continued his inquiry. Commander Zhong, revealing the price would be futile, Niu Xingwang replied. This was a message that Fang Chen had just sent to Niu Xingwang after overhearing their conversation. He was already aware of Zhong Jingyu's intentions to bypass Yan Fang in search of the source. What do you mean? Zhong Jingyu furrowed his brow. Because I am not responsible for military channels and cannot engage in business with the army, Niu Xingwang responded in accordance with Fang Chen's instructions. If you do not engage in military business, then who oversees the military channels? Zhong Jingyu questioned. I am not entirely certain. It is said that the individuals hailing from Sichuan are involved, replied Niu Xingwang. The reason for this assertion is that Fang Chen does not wish for anyone to perceive any connection between the Huadong Chamber of Commerce and the military, thereby preserving their mutual independence. Sichuan. Zhong Jingyu comprehended the implication. The individuals from Sichuan that Niu Xingwang referred to likely pertain to Yan Fang. It seems unavoidable to contend with that young girl, Zhong Jingyu mused. Indeed, Sichuan. Beyond that, my knowledge is rather limited, Niu Xingwang affirmed. Such information suffices at this stage, alleviating Zhong Jingyu's apprehensions while redirecting the matter back to the Southwest Military District. That's fine. I would like to hear your pricing here for comparison, Zhong Jingyu inquired, aiming to discern any discrepancies in costs between the two parties. As of now, I have not commenced external sales. I am only offering rentals, Niu Xingwang responded. What is the rationale behind that? Zhong Jingyu pressed on. Firstly, the currency issuance is still rather imperfect and may require adjustment. Secondly, the populace lacks the items I require, thus rendering them unable to make purchases. Consequently, the current strategy involves mercenaries obtaining certification from the guild and initially renting combat gear on credit, with the option to offset the rental fee upon acquiring crystal cores, Niu Xingwang elucidated. Zhong Jingyu nodded in acknowledgement of Niu Xingwang's explanation, considering him a conscientious businessman. Many others, however, might not concern themselves with the plight of the common folk. To procure equipment, one must venture forth to combat zombies without protection. There is simply no alternative. While this approach may be justifiable, it nonetheless transforms the enterprise into one steeped in bloodshed. Truly, Boss Neo embodies righteousness. Zhong Jingyu extolled. As a senior official of Huagua, he seldom lavishes compliments upon others as he does now. Commander Zhong has excessively praised me. I merely desire more individuals to earn crystal cores on my behalf, Niu Xingwang replied with a smile. If I am not mistaken, Boss Niu, you also possess the antigen. Do you not? Zhong Zhengyue shifted the topic. Commander Zhong is aware of the antigen? Niu Xingwang inquired, realizing that Fang Chen had already informed him of these matters. And thus it was not unexpected for Zhong. However, such a question was merely a natural human reaction. This statement startled Mayor Gong, who thought, it's over. If Congressman Zhong knows about the antigen, then the Malin settlement will likely be thoroughly dismantled. I have indeed visited Sichuan, and this batch of combat suits I brought back comes from there. I am well aware of the antigen situation, Zhong Zhengyue clarified. Niu Xingwang nodded symbolically before explaining. I apologize, Commander Zhong, but my antigen cannot be sold to the military. Zhong Zhengyue nodded, no longer pressing the issue. Since Yin Fangfang and Niu Xingwang were both suppliers, it no longer mattered to him where the goods originated. At the very least, he was now certain that both Yin Fangfang and Niu Xingwang were primary sources, which was sufficient. That's fine. Since Boss Niu cannot supply the military, I shall not insist. However, the matter of the antigen is quite significant. And as an ordinary civilian merchant, it may be challenging for you to safeguard your interests, Zhong Zhengyue stated. Thank you for the reminder, Commander Zhong. However, the Mercenary Guild will provide security for the Chamber of Commerce, so I believe the issues will be manageable, Niu Xingwang responded. Zhong Zhengyue chuckled and shook his head, thinking that Niu Xingwang had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Once the matter of antigens becomes widely known to the public, it is uncertain how many individuals, both overtly and covertly, will be preoccupied with it. Not to mention a mere mercenary guild, the entire Merlin Resettlement Center would be unable to withstand the pressure. However, what he remains unaware of is that Niu Xingwang's confidence does not stem from the Mercenary Guild. Once the independent underground base of the Fang Chen Trading Company is established, no one will be able to threaten the security of the company. Chapter 116. Upgrading the space station to level 3 within the underground base of Binjiang City. Commander, all pharmaceuticals have been delivered, and the aircraft has returned. Shall we proceed with the upgrade of the space station? Let us upgrade. Understood. After Shaolin's words, all images on the large screen vanished, and the screen displayed, upgrading space station, please wait. 10 minutes later. Commander, the space station upgrade is complete. Current level, level 3. Currently, the space station comprises 9 compartments, detailed as follows. Power compartment, level 3. Core compartment, light brain level 3. Central hall, level 2. Experiment compartment, level 2. Research and development compartment, level 1. Main control compartment, level 1. Production compartment, level 1. Quantum communication compartment, level 1. Mounting compartment, level 1. Well, let us first upgrade the central hall to level 3, remarked Fang Chen. Commander, the worker bees are currently under the control of the main control cabin and can simultaneously undertake up to 5 tasks. Shall we proceed with upgrades to multiple compartments? Inquired Shaolin. If all worker bees were to perform a single task at once, would it not expedite the process? Fang Chen pondered aloud. Indeed, Shaolin replied. Then let us first concentrate all worker bees and elevate the central hall to level 3, Fang Chen commanded. Understood, Commander. By the way, how many individuals have registered for the first batch of trainees? Since Fang Chen sent out recruitment messages to all infiltrators a week ago, he had not kept track of the registration status. The current number of registrants stands at 68. 68? That is rather insufficient, Fang Chen muttered. This amounts to barely recommending 2 individuals per person. Such a pace is unacceptable. Please send them another message urging them to expedite the recruitment of new talents. By April 1st, each person must recommend at least 5 individuals. Fang Chen reflected that it was time to set some expectations. Otherwise, the urgency of the task would not be recognized. Yes, Commander. 2 minutes later. Commander, the message has been dispatched. Fang Hua inquired whether soldiers in the unit could be considered. Shaolin conveyed this to Fang Chen. Inform her that as long as their character is commendable and their background is clean, there should be no issue. Fang Chen deliberated before responding. Initially, Fang Chen had not intended to recruit soldiers as infiltrators. However, upon further reflection, he conceded that expanding their ranks in this manner could indeed be beneficial. Although at present, there seemed to be no significant issues within the various military districts. One cannot guarantee that, with the passage of time, ambitious individuals will not emerge, nor can we exclude the possibility of infiltration by sinister cult forces. Thus, it is prudent to prepare in advance and prevent potential threats. Has the deployment of the second-generation Queen Bee been completed? Inquired Fang Chen. It has been fully deployed, came the reply. Have the plans for Funing District been finalized? Yes, the blueprints have been sent to your panel. Fang Chen opened the message and glanced at it. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Understood, Commander. Now that the second-generation Queen Bee has been deployed, it is time to cleanse the urban area of Binjiang. Order the Queen Bee to manufacture ant robots at full capacity and deploy them within the boundaries of Binjiang to eradicate all zombies, commanded Fang Chen. At your command, Commander. Currently, how many transport aircraft have been produced? 2, replied Xiaolin. Increase the production of transport aircraft to 10, instructed Fang Chen. Yes, Commander. The power research facility in the base produces only one type of engine, the anti-gravity engine. Therefore, all aircraft produced in the aviation manufacturing facility, whether they are his private jets or the transport aircraft intended for delivering supplies and trainees, are equipped with this anti-gravity engine. Fang Chen preferred simplicity. Since one anti-gravity engine could be compatible with most large-scale equipment, there was no need to complicate matters with a variety of engines. The second-generation Queen Bee is truly impressive, Fang Chen exclaimed. The limitations of the initial Queen Bee's capabilities have long been a source of frustration for Fang Chen, as undertaking one task necessitates the cessation of another. However, this issue has now become a thing of the past. What is the progress with the supercomputing center? Fang Chen inquired. The Queen responsible for the supercomputing center has completed the infrastructure phase and has commenced the manufacturing of quantum computers. Well, the current computational power is adequate, and there is no rush, he reflected. Should the number of infiltrators increase, and the operations of the Merchant Guild and Labor Union align with the established protocols, it is certain that the computational capacity will become insufficient. Nevertheless, there will be ample time. Xiaolin, I intend to design a new combat suit. Do you have any suggestions? He continued. If the research module of the space station is upgraded to level 2, we can release the technology for manufacturing memory fibers. Xiaolin replied. Chapter 117, Memory Fibers. Oh, please elaborate. Fang Chen expressed a burgeoning curiosity. Memory fibers are a synthetic material that possess both an excited state and a ground state. Under the control of electrical signals, it is possible to switch between these two states. What is the significance of this? Fang Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed. We can incorporate these memory fibers into the combat suit, configuring its form in both the ground and excited states at the outset of production. This would enable a one-click change of attire, Xiaolin elucidated. I see. So, in the ground state, the combat suit can be fashioned into the shape of any object? Fang Chen asked. Indeed, but it requires a certain volume. If it is too small, it cannot accommodate the combat suit, Xiaolin clarified. Understood. I shall ponder this further, he concluded. How long will it take to complete the upgrade of the central hall? 3 days, Xiaolin replied. Once the upgrade of the central hall is finished, priority will be given to upgrading the research chamber. Understood, Commander. Oh, by the way, after the space station is upgraded to level 3, is it not possible to increase the number of worker bees? Fang Chen inquired. For the time being, it cannot be increased. If all chambers are upgraded to level 3, the limit can be raised from 500 to 1200. All right, once the research chamber is upgraded, we shall proceed to upgrade the other chambers as well, striving to elevate all chambers to level 3. After the upgrades are completed, we will promptly increase the number of worker bees, Fang Chen commanded. Understood, Commander. Commander, Wukong requests to speak. Xiaolin suddenly reported. Wukong, name, Ho Wenbin, Infiltrator ID, 16, a veteran, comrade of Brother Zhang. Connect the call, Fang Chen replied. Boss, I have discovered something peculiar. Ho Wenbin reported. What peculiar thing? Fang Chen asked. Last night, over 20 individuals in the shelter were suddenly attacked by rats. Judging from the wounds, those rats appear to be zombies. Ho Wenbin stated. Zombie rats. Fang Chen comprehended that this indicated the virus had begun to infect the animal kingdom. Indeed, Ho Wenbin confirmed. Were the rats captured? Fang Chen inquired. No, the command center of the shelter has mobilized everyone to search, but so far, none have been found. I am aware of this situation. Please contact me with any further information. All right, boss. After ending the call, Fang Chen furrowed his brow. This situation is perilous. Mice are exceedingly elusive creatures, and eradicating them entirely cannot be achieved through mere human effort. This implies that, from this moment forward, various shelters will enter yet another peak of infection. Fortunately, the weather in the north remains relatively cold, and insects have yet to become active. Otherwise, the harm inflicted by the virus would be even more severe. The shelters in the south had essentially relocated to the north by last winter. The Southwest Military District was the last to withdraw, but Yan Jinping had borrowed several transport planes from the Southeast Military District, and most have now departed. It seems the pace must quicken. The Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild must swiftly establish a presence in the majority of shelters, Fang Chen mused. The challenges before him are numerous. 1. The underground base constructed for the Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild in Funing District, Binjiang City, requires a considerable amount of time to complete. 2. There is a significant shortage of managerial talent, relying solely on Niu Xingwang. It would be difficult to rapidly expand the business. 3. The current number of crystal cores is insufficient, while expanding the storage facilities within the base is feasible. The number of crystal cores is far from adequate for swiftly establishing branches of the Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild nationwide. 4. Cultivating the influence of the chamber and guild will also demand time. 5. If personnel development accelerates, the food production facilities within the base will require further expansion. And as food growth has its cycles, this too necessitates time. Time. Ultimately, everything hinges on time. I wonder if there are crystal cores within the bodies of animal zombies? Fang Chen pondered. Xiaolin, do you think that such small creatures as mice possess crystal nuclei within them? Indeed, every zombie inevitably harbors a crystal nucleus, Xiaolin replied. Shouldn't it be smaller than that of a human zombie? Fang Chen inquired. Yes, Commander, Xiaolin affirmed. The size of the crystal nucleus is directly proportional to the brain's capacity. Wait, you mean it correlates with brain capacity rather than body weight? Fang Chen asked. Precisely, Commander. It is not proportional to body weight, Xiaolin confirmed. It seems that most animals are unlikely to possess crystal nuclei larger than those of human zombies, Fang Chen remarked. Correct. Thus, should we reconsider our methods of recovering these crystal nuclei? Fang Chen questioned. Surely the nuclei from 100 mice cannot hold the same value as those from 100 human zombies? Not at all. The value of a crystal nucleus does not depend on its size, but rather on its energy density, Xiaolin elucidated. So, a first-tier mouse zombie's crystal nucleus is equivalent in value to that of a first-tier human zombie? Fang Chen asked. Indeed, crystal nuclei of the same tier possess equal value. Regardless of their origin, Xiaolin responded. Now I comprehend. Chapter 118. The Perils and Opportunities of Zombie Mice. Subsequently, Fang Chen re-established contact with Ho Wenbin to relay the earlier discussion. Following that, he disseminated information regarding the value of crystal nuclei to all operatives, including Niu Xingwang. Through a message alert, if all the zombie animals possess crystal cores, and these cores hold the same value as those of human zombies, then this matter becomes considerably simpler, even proving to be of great assistance to Fang Chen. Xiaolin, arrange for a portion of the bee ant robots to manufacture a batch of small bee queens suitable for both the commercial guild and the labor union. They should be designed in the shape of a tower-like launcher. I have grand plans, Fang Chen stated. Do you mean to disguise the bee queens as launchers? Xiaolin inquired. Precisely. Understood, Commander. How many do you require? Xiaolin asked. Let us start with 200. We shall discuss further if necessary, Fang Chen replied. Very well, Commander. His strategy was to donate a series of ultrasonic launchers to various shelters under the auspices of the Watheng Commercial Guild, providing one for each shelter. He instructed that, as long as the shelters buried these launchers underground, the continuous emission of ultrasonic waves would protect them from attacks by zombie animals. In reality, these launchers were, in fact, the bee queens. While they could not repel the zombies, they could command the bee ant robots to eliminate them. The end result would be indistinguishable from a genuine repulsion of the zombies, and the populace would remain oblivious to the difference. His intent was to utilize this advantageous momentum to deploy the bee queens. Given that the zombie animals possessed crystal cores, It would be feasible to issue remote commands to these bee queens to eradicate the zombies and extract energy from the crystal cores to manufacture additional bee ant robots and supplementary geothermal power stations. Thus, he could leverage official channels to facilitate the preliminary work of establishing a chamber of commerce and a labor union without the need for manpower and resources. Furthermore, it would serve as a splendid opportunity to promote the Huadong Chamber of Commerce. It was simply perfect. The subsequent and most pressing issue was to determine who would engage in discussions with the parliament and disseminate this information. The answer was evident: Yin Jinping. Fang Chen promptly dialed Yin Jinping's satellite phone. "Xiao Chun, is there something you need?" Yin Jinping inquired, having just arrived at the Northeast Military District, still settling in. Surprised by Fang Chen's call, he asked, "Commander Yin, a grave situation has arisen." Fang Chen replied with palpable urgency. "What has happened?" Yin Jinping's heart skipped a beat. "I have discovered zombie mice." Fang Chen responded. "You little rascal, you startled me." Yin Jinping exhaled in relief and teased, "At your age, are you still afraid of mice?" "Commander Yin, your manner of conversing truly wounds my spirit. I was merely trying to offer a kind warning, and you dare to mock me?" Fang Chen retorted, disgruntled. "Oh, a warning about what?" Yin Jinping probed directly. "Did you purchase your command? I shall pose a simple question. What would happen if zombie mice appeared in your military camp? Contemplate the rest at your leisure. Farewell." Fang Chen huffed and ended the call. Although Fang Chen had exaggerated to frighten Yin Jinping, one could not dismiss the possibility entirely. Moreover, without stating the gravity of the matter, Yin Jinping would likely not take it seriously. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Yin Jinping was immediately jolted. My heavens! What if there truly were zombie mice in the barracks? Wouldn't that spell disaster for everyone? By the time I returned to the southwestern military district, the entire camp could have succumbed to the reign of the undead. Such thoughts are too dreadful to contemplate. What has gotten into you, Yin? Have you been troubled by rodents at home? Commander Suwa of the northeastern military district remarked, noticing the sudden pallor on Yin Jinping's face, teasing him. Yin Jinping, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he hastily dialed Fang Chen, ignoring Suwa's jests entirely. When the call connected, he said, "Xiao Chun, I was in the wrong earlier. I owe you an apology." "Ah, Commander Yin, what brings you to call me so suddenly?" Fang Chen feigned ignorance. "Xiao Chun, was what you said earlier true?" Yin Jinping inquired earnestly. "What do you mean by true or false? I don't understand. Did you perhaps dial the wrong number?" Fang Chen responded, perplexed. Yin Jinping checked the number again. It was indeed correct. Goodness, this fellow is turning the tables on me. Yet, at that moment, Yin Jinping had no time for frivolities. His life was at stake. "Xiao Chun, I truly erred. I sincerely apologize. This is a matter of utmost importance. I cannot afford to jest." All right then, let us get back to the point. I can assure you, the matter of the zombie mice is indisputable. If my instincts are correct, it won't be long before every shelter is inundated, and in large numbers. I called to alert you to prepare in advance. Fang Chen emphasized the impending influx, crafting a vivid sense of horror. Upon hearing this, Yin Jinping fell silent. He anxiously paced back and forth in Sua Tenghua's office. Fang Chen remained silent, patiently allowing him to absorb the information. Chapter 119. First, deceive Sua Tenghua. Xiao Chun, do you have a solution? Yin Jinping pondered for quite some time, but could not devise a strategy to tackle these zombie mice. If one were to capture them, it would require an incessant 24-hour effort without rest, and even then, success was not guaranteed. There must be a way. It may just be somewhat costly, replied Fang Chen. Oh, what kind of method? Yin Jinping sighed in relief upon hearing that Fang Chen had a solution. I have 3 strategies: upper, middle, and lower. I'm curious which one Commander Yin would like to hear. Fang Chen inquired. Speak clearly. Yin Jinping feigned a reprimand. Very well. I have recently developed an ultrasonic emitter. Once deployed according to specifications, it can completely drive away the animal zombies, Fang Chen explained. That's excellent. Please provide me with a few units. Yin Jinping exclaimed joyfully. Why do you need so many? 1 unit should suffice, Fang Chen remarked. There are several military districts to consider. Yin Jinping clarified. Understood. However, the price is somewhat steep, Fang Chen cautioned. Though his intention was to distribute them freely as swiftly as possible, one must take things step by step, savoring each bite. If he offered them for free right away, the other party might suspect ulterior motives. How much? Yin Jinping inquired, though he understood that regardless of the cost, he would have to make a purchase. The presence of invisible zombies in the ranks was an unnerving sensation. 1,000 crystal cores each. Fang Chen quoted a price that was neither exorbitant nor minimal. That startled me. I had thought you were prepared to make a bold offer. Yin Jinping scoffed, pondering how this young man truly lacked business acumen. Such a life-saving item should undoubtedly commence at a minimum of 10,000 crystal cores. How dare he even mention 1,000? Commander Yin, I am presenting you with a grand gift. Your words wound my heart. Fang Chen began again. Yin Jinping soon realized the truth. Indeed, 1,000 crystal cores was mere trifling for him. However, other military districts would require them. Charging 10,000 crystal cores hardly seemed excessive, did it? It was akin to picking up money. The other military districts would surely appreciate their good fortune. I understand now. When I return, I shall reward you handsomely, young man. Yin Jinping chuckled. Commander Yin, I have yet to finish my statement. Fang Chen interjected. Oh, pray continue. Your military district possesses the financial resources, yet the shelters do not. Should a rat infiltrate the shelters? Oh dear. The thought is unbearable. Fang Chen feigned great concern. What suggestions do you have? Yin Jinping inquired, his brow furrowing. This indeed posed a dilemma. Although the shelters had ostensibly become self-sufficient, in the face of such catastrophic calamities, the nation must devise effective solutions. One cannot simply stand by and watch people perish. I have no suggestions. I am merely a merchant, driven by the pursuit of profit. The greatest concession I can offer is to provide you with this ultrasonic emitter at a reduced price. As for who bears the expense and how it is managed, that is beyond my concern, Fang Chen concluded succinctly. Very well, I understand. This matter requires further discussion. However, we shall take the initial order. Please expedite your preparations. I will have someone come to collect the goods shortly, Yin Jinping stated before ending the call. He was in the office of Su Tenghua, making it inconvenient to elaborate. Old Yin, what exactly is going on? You appear quite startled, he remarked. Su Tenghua had been listening attentively, yet failed to grasp the essence of the situation. Old Su, something has happened. Yin Jinping mimicked Fang Chen's tone, furrowing his brow, embodying a sense of impending crisis. What has transpired? Su Tenghua leaned in, eager to partake as a bystander. We've discovered zombie rats on our side, Yin Jinping declared. Zombie rats? Su Tenghua inquired, perplexed. Indeed, rats are social creatures. Just imagine. If one appears, how far can we be from a horde? Yin Jinping replied, fixing his gaze on him. That is certainly true. Su Tenghua began to comprehend. Once one emerges, it won't be long before all the rats transform into zombies. Coupled with their elusive nature, the potential devastation is unfathomable. Have you noticed any signs on your end? Yin Jinping feigned concern. Not yet. Su Tenghua responded, though anxiety churned within. Who could definitively say whether there were signs or not? It is fortunate if there are none. However, old Su, you must remain vigilant. Should anyone be bitten, it won't be long before chaos engulfs the entire military camp. Yin Jinping continued his charade of concern. Su Tenghua had begun to grasp the gravity of the predicament, his mind racing with strategies to counter this threat. A heavy silence enveloped them. Old Su, let us commence with you taking the first step. Yin Jinping thought gleefully, envisioning fortune smiling upon him. Old Yin, from what you just implied, do you already possess a plan to address this? After much contemplation, Su Tenghua could not devise any effective methods. A mere little mouse could potentially bring an entire trained army to ruin, which is no jest. Indeed, I am preparing to order a batch of ultrasonic emitters. These devices emit ultrasonic waves capable of repelling animal zombies, not just mice, but other creatures as well, Yin Jinping elucidated. Such a remarkable invention. Su Tenghua's eyes sparkled with excitement, resolutely deciding that he must acquire several from Yin Jinping, no matter the cost. Chapter 120. Su Tenghua frightened. I have just learned of this as well. However, it is rather pricey. Yin Jinping feigned a shake of his head, expressing his dismay. What do you mean? Is there still commerce in this day and age? Su Tenghua queried, bewildered. Of course, and it is quite a lucrative business. Yin Jinping shot him a sidelong glance, noting his naivety. Old Yin, enough of this. You traveled all this way just to jest with me, didn't you? Upon seeing Yin Jinping's expression, Su Tenghua suspected he was being led astray. Originally, I came here to bring you something wonderful, but judging by your demeanor, you clearly do not wish for it. If that is the case, I must return swiftly, lest mice invade my home. Having said that, Yin Jinping began to rise. Wait. I was joking. Sua Tenghua, alarmed, quickly stood to stop him. Yin Jingping, unfazed, resumed his seat on the sofa. This place is not like the South. Information is scarce. Please do not hold it against me, old Yin. First, tell me, where can one purchase this emitter? What is its price? Sua Tenghua inquired. He showed no interest in what Yin Jingping had brought. To him, aside from tobacco and alcohol, what else could be of value? His primary concern at present was the issue of the rats. The ultrasonic emitter, this device is not acquired with currency, but rather with crystal nuclei. You are aware of what those are, right? Yin Jingping inquired. Yes, I am. That substance grows within the brains of zombies. Though I am uncertain of its utility, replied Sua Tenghua. The upper echelons often share resources, so the matter of crystal nuclei is no longer a secret to them. One ultrasonic emitter costs a staggering 10,000 crystal nuclei, Yin Jingping declared. What? Sua Tenghua was taken aback. What does 10,000 crystal nuclei even mean? That would necessitate the extermination of at least 10,000 zombies. Since last year, it is questionable whether my forces have even eliminated that many zombies in total. This is exorbitantly expensive. Why? Do you still consider it costly? Once your barracks are overrun by rats, you will no longer find it so. In any case, I do not find it expensive. I have already ordered a dozen units, planning to place one in each military camp. Yin Jingping remarked dismissively. A dozen units equate to over 100,000 crystal nuclei. Sua Tenghua was alarmed and then asked, Lao Yin, where did you procure such a vast number of crystal nuclei? Precisely. You are beginning to understand. Yin Jingping thought to himself. What is 100,000 crystal nuclei to us? We can easily gather several tens of thousands any given day. It is merely a matter of 1 or 2 days. Yin Jingping feigned nonchalance. Lao Yin, you have gone too far. How could you engage in such actions? Are the lives of the soldiers not valuable? You dare send them out to gather crystal nuclei? Sua Tenghua could no longer contain his frustration. This was nothing short of absurd. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the expression of Zongjing Yu from before. Do you truly believe you hold such confidence? Would I dare gamble with the lives of my warriors without it? Yin Jingping scoffed. Then tell me, what is the source of your confidence? Sua Tenghua challenged. Rongpa. Enter. Yin Jingping dismissed further discussion, revealing his weapon. Rongpa promptly pushed the door open, stood firm, and saluted. Old Sua, come let me show you. This is my foundation of confidence. This is the remarkable item I have brought for you. Yin Jingping exclaimed as he motioned Sua Tenghua to join Rongpa. Subsequently, Yin Jingping reiterated the characteristics of the combat suit. No wonder you have the audacity to send others out to slay zombies. Sua Tenghua remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Yin Jingping chuckled. This is a remarkable item. With this, who would fear zombies? Sua Tenghua marveled. All right, I have delivered the message. I shan't linger any longer. You take your time to digest this, and I shall return. Yin Jingping declared. What? Sua Tenghua was taken aback. He had prepared himself for a confrontation, but Yin Jingping was simply pulling back. What is the matter, old Sua? Do you have something else to attend to? Yin Jingping feigned ignorance. No. Did you not bring me any of that equipment? Sua Tenghua inquired. I brought news, gasoline, and the like for you. What makes you think I would also fetch you equipment? What kind of wishful thinking is that? Yin Jingping teased. But you must tell me. Where can I procure this equipment? Sua Tenghua pressed urgently. Make this call. Yin Jingping handed over a business card belonging to Yin Fangfang. Isn't this your daughter? Upon seeing the name, Sua Tenghua remarked, indeed. Yin Jingping acknowledged. So, I have come to promote business for my daughter? Sua Tenghua realized the implication. Old Sua, let me emphasize a few points. First, this item is in high demand. Our southwest military region has yet to be fully equipped. If I were not inclined to conserve our strength, wouldn't it be more advantageous for me to keep it for myself? Second, while Fangfang oversees the channels, do you truly believe our military region possesses the capability to procure such items? Third, after you have engaged in battle with the undead, you will comprehend my perspective. You attended the recent meeting, and I can state unequivocally that without this equipment, our Southwest Military Region headquarters would likely have succumbed during the recent zombie siege. Enough said. I must make my way to the Northwest Military Region, so I shall take my leave. Yin Jingping rose to depart. Chapter 121. Zhongzhengwe. Installment payments. What about the ultrasonic transmitter? Sua Tenghua inquired. Contact Fangfang. We need to convene swiftly regarding this matter. Our military region may have strategies to cope, but there are still hundreds of resettlement sites nationwide. Should these sites fall under rodent attack, the consequences would be dire. I will report this to the speaker shortly. Let us discuss it further in the assembly. With that, Yin Jinping, accompanied by Rong Pe, departed promptly. He had no inclination to wander idly. The safety of the military region took precedence above all else. While aboard the aircraft, he issued directives to various military subdivisions, urging them to remain vigilant and conduct thorough inspections within the military region to eliminate any potential security risks. Subsequently, he made a call to the speaker, reporting the peril posed by the zombie mice and suggesting the convening of an emergency parliamentary meeting. Following that, he reached out to Zhong Zhengyue, reiterating the same information. Yin Jinping arrived at the Northwest Military District late at night. The commander of the Northwest Military District, known as Shinta Zhenghao, was often referred to as the Butcher of the Northwest. The two engaged in a discussion while dining in the office. Their conversation revolving around the combat suits and the zombie mice, matters that directly affected their safety, thus commanding their utmost attention. As dawn broke the following day, Yin Fangfang's satellite phone began incessantly ringing. The commanders of the Southeast Military District, Northeast Military District, and Northwest Military District hurriedly made their way to the Southwest Military District without delay. Fang Chen's business within the military district had truly taken off. Yin Jinping had returned to the Southwest Military District by plane the previous night. It was now 8 a.m., and he had only just laid down to rest. Commander, the commander of the Southeast Military District has arrived, requesting to see you, reported a messenger. Tell him to find Instructor Yin. I've already given my notice. I need to rest for a while and cannot see anyone, Yin Jinping murmured, still half asleep. Understood. The messenger complied and departed. Oh dear, my lovely niece. It has been ages since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful. Zhong Jingyue's voice boomed from outside before he even entered. Commander Zhong. Yin Fangfang quickly rushed to greet him, pondering how he could declare her more beautiful without even having seen her yet. Such flattery seemed excessively insincere. No need for formalities. Just call me Uncle Zhong. Zhong Jingyue chuckled. Commander Zhong, this is a work hour. Yin Fangfang politely declined. Oh, it's nothing. There are no outsiders here. By the way, Fangfang, I heard from old Yin yesterday that there are now zombie mice. Is that true? Whispered Zhong Jingyue. Indeed. Fangfang replied. Do you have any of those devices for repelling zombies in stock? Zhong Jingyue continued to inquire. They haven't arrived yet, Fangfang responded. How about we make a deal? Zhong Jingyue suggested, pulling Fangfang onto a chair and graciously offering her a glass of water. Commander Zhong, please go ahead, Fangfang said, feeling somewhat uneasy. You see, that device is rather expensive, priced at 10,000 crystal cores each. I calculated that I need at least 16 units, which amounts to 160,000 crystal cores. As you know, our Southeast Military District has only recently equipped combat suits, and it will take some time to gather that many crystal cores, Zhong Jingyue lamented. What does Uncle Zhong mean by that? Fangfang inquired. Uncle Zhong had informed her that the price for the device was set at 10,000 crystal cores each, while Fang Chen offered a price of 1,000 crystal cores each, resulting in a staggering profit of 9,000 crystal cores per unit. This made Fangfang feel somewhat guilty. How about this? You lend me the devices for now, and I will settle the crystal cores once we manage to gather enough. Zhong Jingyue proposed. But you haven't settled the payment for the combat suits from last time, Fangfang pointed out. The 200 combat suits only amounted to 32,000 crystal cores, which is not a significant sum. We can gather that in a few days. Adding this order, it totals 192,000 crystal cores. Uncle Zhong can round it up to 200,000 crystal cores. How does that sound? The remaining 8,000 crystal cores can be considered my interest. Zhong Jingyue pondered. However, we do not possess such a vast quantity of crystal cores to advance for you. Yin Fangfang expressed her predicament. In truth, her cost price was quite modest. 200 sets of combat suits amounted to 2,000 crystal cores, while 16 launchers totaled 16,000 crystal cores, bringing the grand total to a mere 18,000 crystal cores. Think of a solution, Zhong Jingyue reiterated as he handed her a glass of water. The volume of crystal cores in question was indeed substantial, and credit was out of the question. Yet, just a few days prior, they had rented 20 transport aircraft from her, with an agreed price of 50,000 crystal cores. Let us simply offset that amount. After that, we would still owe 142,000 crystal cores, which we could divide into 10 installments, each being 14,200 crystal cores. I shall not charge you interest, but you must leave 10 transport aircraft as collateral here. With each installment paid off, I will return 1 aircraft until the debt is fully settled. What do you think of this arrangement? Yin Fangfang proposed her premeditated plan. Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhong Zhengyue found it quite agreeable. Although the total was considerable, the installments of 14,200 crystal cores were manageable and could be resolved in a matter of days. If he could allocate some of the cores to procure additional combat suits in the interim, the acquisition of cores would accelerate further. Most importantly, he currently had no crystal cores on hand, and the soldiers could not afford to wait. Should disaster strike, they would have no recourse. As long as he could return with the launchers empty-handed for now, everything else could be negotiated later. Chapter 122, The Rambling Su Tenghua. All right, let us proceed with this plan. How about? Zhong Zhengyue inquired. Let me round up the figures for you. 8,000 crystal nuclei amount to 50 sets of clothing. If you take away another 50 sets, it will precisely total 150,000 crystal nuclei. Making the calculations simpler, you can take the 50 sets of clothing with you now, and when the launcher arrives, I shall arrange for a dedicated person to deliver it to you. What do you think? Suggested Yin Fangfang. Very well. I am grateful to you, my dear niece. Zhong Zhengyue said, relieved of a burden, and left with a cheerful demeanor. Before long, the commander Su Tenghua from the Northeast Military District arrived. My dear niece, allow your uncle to see if you have become more beautiful. His voice echoed in before he even entered the room. Yin Fangfang rubbed her forehead. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, she could hardly bring herself to respond. Commander Su. Yin Fangfang hurriedly greeted him. Call me Uncle Su. Why do you address me as Commander? Look at this girl. She is being so formal. Su Tenghua boomed jovially. Commander Su, it is currently working hours. Yin Fangfang indicated for him to be more discreet. And what of working hours? Is there a rule against chatting? Su Tenghua surveyed the room. Aside from the two of them, there was no one else present. Uncle Su, what brings you here today? Yin Fangfang quickly redirected the conversation. My dear niece, I have come specifically to bring you some wonderful gifts. Su Tenghua exclaimed, then called out loudly, bring them in. Immediately, 2 soldiers entered from outside, clearly dressed in heavy uniforms. They set down 2 packages, saluted, and promptly departed. Come, take a look. These few pieces are made of mink fur. Find a skilled craftsman to make you a mink coat. I assure you, it will keep you extremely warm. And also, here are several hens. In the military camp, what we cultivate ourselves is assuredly reliable. Initially, I intended to bring you some old mountain ginseng, but upon reflection, considering your youth, you have no need for such luxuries, and it would merely benefit the miserly old yen. Hence, I decided against it. Su Tenghua rummaged through his bag, extracting items one by one, his chatter seemingly endless. Uncle Su, how many crystal cores do you wish to purchase on credit? Yin Fangfang inquired directly, somewhat exasperated. After all, the first batch of combat suits was already on credit, a tacitly accepted norm. However, granting a smaller credit would foster goodwill, while excessive lending could breed animosity. Thus, Yin Fangfang resolved that regardless of who approached, the combat suits could be lent, a couple hundred would be acceptable, but beyond that, it would be out of the question. My dear niece is indeed wise. Come, have a seat, Su Tenghua responded, recognizing that Yin Fangfang had taken the initiative. He insisted she sit down. Dear niece, do you still have those combat suits your father showed me? I must tell you, they are practically tailor-made for our Northeast Military District. You see, it gets terribly cold up north. When winter arrives, soldiers are bundled up in layers, severely compromising their mobility. This combat suit, with its lightweight insulation, is truly a blessing for our warriors. Su Tenghua continued his lengthy discourse. 200 sets. I shall lend them to you first. Yin Fangfang cut straight to the point without further ado. One cannot help but praise my niece for her generosity, unlike that stingy old yin. How could he possibly father such a beautiful, intelligent, and understanding daughter? Sua Tenghua expressed his joy with a stream of chatter. Uncle Sua, do you have any other matters to attend to? Yin Fangfang was prepared to issue an eviction notice. By the way, I heard from old Yin that you have discovered zombie rats in your area. Sua Tenghua promptly redirected the conversation back to serious matters. The launchers cannot be extended on credit. Before he could delve into the topic, Yin Fangfang swiftly cut him off. She was acutely aware that the Northeast Military District likely could not even afford a single crystal core for a launcher. However, even if they could not afford it, they could not extend credit without collateral, just as they had done with Zhong Zhengyue. Ah, Fang, just moments ago I was praising you. And in the blink of an eye, your mindset has regressed. Suo Tenghua feigned sternness and continued. Comrades should understand and assist one another. Would Uncle Suo really default on your account? It was indeed true that Suo Tenghua could turn on a dime if he were granted credit for the crystal course. He would likely vanish without a trace. However, she was unafraid of extending credit for combat suits. Eventually, she would still need to make a purchase. And if payment was not settled, she would withhold the goods, leaving him no choice but to pay up. How many units do you require, Uncle Suo? Yin Fangfang disregarded his previous remarks and pressed on. 12 units, Suo Tenghua quickly responded. In that case, allow me to extend credit for 500 sets of combat suits. 12 launchers amount to 120,000 crystal cores, while 500 sets of combat suits total 80,000 crystal cores, making a grand total of 200,000 crystal cores. Is that correct, Uncle Suo? Yin Fangfang calculated as she spoke. Precisely. I knew it. My dear niece is quite forthright. Suo Tenghua exclaimed with delight upon hearing her agreement. Yin Fangfang hastily extended her hand to halt the conversation, saying, Uncle Suo, please do not rush. I have yet to finish my statement. Oh, pray, continue, replied Suo Tenghua, taking a seat and gazing at her. Chapter 123. The chaos of rodents is severe. A sum of 200,000 crystal cores is required to be paid in installments, divided into 10 payments of 20,000 crystal cores, to be settled within 10 months. Yin Fangfang articulated her terms succinctly. Suo Tenghua pondered briefly. Equipping 500 sets of combat suits would arm 500 warriors. Wouldn't it be feasible to amass several thousand crystal cores in a single day? A monthly payment of 20,000 crystal cores would be trivial indeed. Thus, he acquiesced. Very well. No problem. However, collateral is required, Yin Fangfang emphasized. With a resounding clap, Suo Tenghua slammed his hand on the table. My dear niece, do you take me for a debtor? For such a trifling sum, you demand collateral? Suo Tenghua's voice boomed. Uncle Suo, without collateral, I cannot release the goods. Uncle Zhong from the Southeast Military District used 10 transport aircraft as collateral, Yin Fangfang replied, maintaining her composure. Engaging in business negotiations necessitates a steadfast demeanor. It matters not who the counterpart is or their attitude. One must neither falter nor deviate from the plan. Should one show weakness or alter the established terms, the ensuing mess would be even more burdensome. Ah, Zhong Siyuan provided collateral? Very well, let's proceed with that. Suo Tenghua's spirits lifted once more. He was not merely thick-skinned, he was utterly shameless. In the end, Suo Tenghua left joyfully, having secured the 500 sets of combat suits. The launchers had yet to arrive, and she would only release the goods upon the arrival of the 10 transport aircraft. Shortly thereafter, Shintu Zhenghao from the Northwest Military District also made his appearance. The outcome of the negotiations mirrored the process of assimilation, a payment plan of 200,000 crystal nuclei, ultimately departing with several hundred battle suits in tow. Once the negotiations concluded, Yin Fangfang meticulously calculated the total accounts. This assessment left him utterly astonished. In just one morning, the signed contracts amounted to 450,000 crystal nuclei, and after deducting costs, the profit soared to over 300,000 crystal nuclei. What an exorbitant profit, Yin Fangfang lamented. This was far more lucrative than slaying zombies. It was no wonder his father chose to venture out personally to advertise. He had recognized the underlying profits. That very afternoon, Fang Chen delivered the first batch of 54 completed ultrasonic emitters. Yin Fangfang promptly informed the various military districts to collect their goods. Simultaneously, Yan Jinping swiftly arranged for aircraft to transport the equipment to the various military subdivisions within the Southwest Military District. The installation of the ultrasonic emitters proved to be astonishingly simple. One merely needed to find a suitable location, dig a hole in the ground, place the equipment inside, and cover it back up. Many were skeptical, questioning, is it really that straightforward? It requires no electricity, no adjustments, simply bury it? Yin Jinping harbored similar concerns and immediately called Fang Chen. Fang Chen reassured him that the machines were fully intelligent and required no human intervention. If he remained doubtful, he could excavate the soil to verify the presence of the emitter. To deceive effectively, one must commit fully. Crystal nuclei were not easily obtained. Yin Jinping promptly instructed the soldiers to reopen the filled pit, and as expected, the equipment was nowhere to be found. Of course, it was absent. The miniature queen bee, disguised as an emitter, had begun its subterranean extension after being buried, seeking a location to produce ant robots. Yin Jinping promptly dispelled his doubts. Meanwhile, at the resettlement center where Ho Wenbin was located, the Jiangning Resettlement Center in Jiangsu Province, an unprecedented invasion of rats occurred. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets and alleys of the center became infested with hordes of blood-red-eyed, zombie-like rats, their numbers beyond reckoning. Panic ensued as people screamed and fled in terror. Members of the security team hastily laid firewood along the sides of the road, dousing it in gasoline, hoping this measure would thwart the onslaught of the rodents. Those who could not escape in time were mercilessly devoured by hundreds, if not thousands, of rats, leaving only skeletal remains. Most of the vermin were held at bay outside, while people stood within various circles of fire, crying out in despair as they observed the chaos. The rats, ignited by the flames, screeched and dashed about, carrying tiny flames upon their backs, prompting frantic attempts from the onlookers to stamp them out, resulting in utter disarray. Yet, the firewood would eventually burn out, leaving an uncertain fate ahead. The Jiangning Resettlement Center had already reported the situation to the Southeast Military District, seeking military assistance. Upon learning of these dire circumstances, Zhou Jingyu broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. How precarious it was. Zhou Jingyu had a pledged aircraft in the Southwest Military District, so he swiftly arranged for the return of a launcher as soon as it arrived. During the deployment, he encountered confusion similar to that of Yin Jinping, though Yin had already grasped the situation and provided an explanation. Zhou Jingyu verified the information and confirmed that the launcher was indeed missing, indicating that the equipment was still functional. Otherwise, the investment in 10,000 crystal cores would have been a grievous loss. Nonetheless, a lingering sense of unease remained. Just then, the Jiangning Resettlement Center called for assistance, and a spark of inspiration struck him. He ordered the allocation of a launcher and dispatched an aircraft to expedite its delivery to the resettlement center. As the helicopter descended, the crowd erupted in joy, their hopes soaring. The street lay in disarray, littered with flames and swarming with both people and rodents. The aircraft could not land, and instead lowered a rope, from which soldiers descended using harnesses. Upon landing, the soldier wasted no time and immediately began to dig a pit in the ground. The onlookers observed his actions with curiosity, bewildered by his intent. "Commander, should we also dig a pit?" A bold individual ventured to inquire. "No need," the soldier replied, his hands still in motion. Soon, a deep pit was excavated, into which he placed the launcher before backfilling it. Once his task was complete, the soldier remained, standing within the fiery circle, awaiting the outcome. Clad in protective gear, he was unperturbed by the possibility of the rodents breaching the perimeter. 1 minute passed, then 2, before an hour slipped by, with no sign of movement from the encroaching zombie rats. What is happening? Is it ineffective? The soldier pondered, watching the dwindling flames with trepidation. The thought of failure weighed heavily on his mind, as he contemplated the potential injuries that could befall countless individuals, fearing the shelter might be lost. 2 hours later, the flames extinguished, and the zombie rats surged forth towards the ashes with reckless abandon. Though the fire had died, the embers still radiated considerable heat. As the rodents continued their assault, ashes swirled into the air, filling it with a peculiar, decayed odor reminiscent of charred remains. The people huddled closer together, bracing themselves. As the rats approached, despair settled over them, and they shut their eyes, anticipating the worst. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, no pain came. As everyone opened their eyes, they noticed that the mice, once abundant, were gradually disappearing, one by one, as if swallowed by the shadows. The dim light rendered it impossible for them to discern the manner of their vanishing. Night gave way to dawn, and the streets lay barren, devoid of the rodents. Soldiers contacted aircraft via satellite phone to expedite their departure. The thoroughfare was in disarray, shrouded in the remnants of smoke. Several squads of security personnel navigated the alleyways, meticulously checking each survivor. Those who bore bite wounds were to be transported to a newly established quarantine facility, where only death awaited them. In a single night, the mortality rate at the Jiangning facility exceeded 1/3, with 2/3 of the survivors afflicted by bites, an appalling tragedy. Yet, there was no alternative. This was the apocalypse. This was reality. The deceased had perished, and those who remained must continue to endure. Even in the face of rebellion, resistance proved futile against the overwhelming tide of despair. Survivors would never consent to coexist with an infected individual, for such a scenario would jeopardize their safety. As for compassion, I regret to express my sympathy, but please, do take your leave. The departing soldiers swiftly returned to the command center. How did it go? Zhong Jingyu inquired anxiously upon their return. Commander, the results were indeed beneficial. However, the soldier struggled to articulate his thoughts. However what? Zhong Jingyu furrowed his brow. It's just not as we had envisioned, the soldier replied, searching for the right words. In what way is it different? Zhong Jingyu pressed on. Well, the effects are somewhat sluggish, the soldier explained. In what manner is it sluggish? Zhong Jingyu inquired step by step, aware that the soldiers possessed a generally limited level of education. Thus he allowed them to organize their thoughts slowly. Logically, once the launcher was buried in the ground, it should have activated immediately, prompting the zombie mice to flee swiftly. However, in reality, nearly 2 hours elapsed before any change was observed in the mice. The soldier replied, "Oh, is that so?" Zhong Jingyu contemplated the scenario for a considerable time, concluding that a delayed activation could be acceptable, perhaps indicating an activation process that, once completed, would yield results. Is there anything else? Zhong Jingyu inquired. The soldier hesitated. There is, trailing off. What is it? Zhong Jingyu frowned. It's that the mice did not flee. Rather, they disappeared. The soldier forced the words out. He himself found it hard to believe, but the dim lighting at the time might have led him to overlook some details. Disappeared? Zhong Jingyu questioned, perplexed. How did they vanish? He continued to probe. They simply vanished into thin air. Commander, the light was rather dim. I truly saw them disappear. As for whether there were any other reasons, I cannot say, the soldier lamented. Zhong Jingyu furrowed his brow, deeply puzzled. He instructed the soldier to take some rest, and subsequently contacted Yin Fangfang. After listening to Zhong Jingyu's description, Yin Fangfang quickly grasped the situation. It was likely that the nanobots within the launcher required a production process, and the subsequently produced nanobots decomposed the mice, much like her tag. However, the decomposition occurred so swiftly that it appeared as if the mice had simply vanished. Nevertheless, since it was purported to be an ultrasonic launcher, the matter needed to be resolved satisfactorily. Uncle Zhong, perhaps it is too late and the soldiers misjudged the situation? Surely the mice must have burrowed underground. How could they simply vanish into thin air? It defies logic. Moreover, does it truly matter whether they disappeared or fled? What is essential is that it is effective, right? Yin Fangfang comforted with nonsensical reasoning. Indeed, Zhong Jingyu ceased to dwell on the matter. As long as those detestable zombie mice could be driven away. What significance lay in the underlying principles of the expulsion? He was not a scientist. Why waste his thoughts on such trivialities? Having confirmed the efficacy of the ultrasonic emitter, Zhong Jingyu felt at ease. However, in the spirit of experimentation, he had squandered one device and thus replenished his stock with Yin Fangfang once more. March 28, 2055, afternoon. Kyoto, the Parliament Building. Councillor Yin, please inform the Assembly about the situation concerning the zombie mice, the Speaker commanded. Chapter 125, Procurement of Emitters in Parliament. Yin Jinping succinctly introduced the characteristics and dangers posed by the zombie mice. With the zombies as a reference point, there was no need for the Assembly to deliberate extensively. Just yesterday, our southeast military region in Suyu Province, Jiangning City, experienced a catastrophic outbreak of a zombie mouse invasion. In a single night, casualties exceeded 70. A sight too horrific to behold. Zhong Jingyu affirmed the existence of the zombie mice. It is crucial to note that these zombie mice may merely be the beginning. Other animal zombies could emerge in the future, and we must take this matter seriously, Yin Jinping remarked. Whispers commenced among the attendees. The speaker rapped the gavel to restore order. Very well, Councillor Yin, please share your proposed solutions, the speaker instructed. Once again, it was the informant from last time who revealed a remarkable ultrasonic emitter. This device emits ultrasonic waves capable of effectively repelling animal zombies, including rats and other undead creatures. We have procured a batch and deployed them across various military divisions, Yin Jinping responded. Yin, do you have any idea about the true identity of this enigmatic individual? Director He Jinghui of the Security Department inquired. Regrettably, he only informs us of the location for each transaction at the last moment. We have conducted extensive investigations, yet have uncovered no clues, Yin Jinping replied. He Jinghui fell silent. If Yin Jinping could not uncover the truth, neither could his department. Pressing further would only reflect poorly on their capabilities. It appears that, aside from the military, there exist other factions within Huawei that possess their own satellites and potentially hold technology far superior to ours, Yi Jinghui remarked indifferently. Very well. Let us set aside the matter of the mysterious individual for now and focus on discussing our strategy against the zombie rats, the speaker suggested. Yen, are you certain that this ultrasonic emitter is indeed effective? Director Jing Cheng of the Cultural Department asked. Indeed, we have conducted on-site verification at the Jiangning shelter. Zhong Zhengyue replied on behalf of Yin Jinping. Jing Cheng furrowed his brows and nodded, choosing not to speak further. I wish to know, what currency did you use for this transaction? What is the price? Director Hu Qingying of the Health Department inquired. Crystal cores. 10,000 crystal cores per unit. Yin Jinping responded. A wave of commotion swept through the room. Bang, bang, bang. The speaker motioned for silence. That is exorbitant. 10,000 crystal cores. Who could possibly afford such an amount? The chief of public security, Yu Ming, stated that they were not naive. They understood that a single zombie yields only one crystal core. To acquire 10,000 crystal cores, at least 10,000 zombies must be slain, which is an utterly absurd proposition. Counselor Yin, by what means have you amassed such a vast quantity of crystal cores? Inquired Lu Feiying, the Secretary of Military Affairs. We possess combat suits, which I will present to everyone shortly. Once donned, these suits will prevent injuries from zombie scratches or bites, coupled with heavy firepower. Exterminating zombies will pose no challenge, Yin Jinping elucidated. That settles it, Counselor Yin. Lu Feiying nodded in agreement. Your military possesses the necessary equipment and firepower, enabling you to acquire crystal cores. However, it is evident that across the nation, almost no shelters possess such capabilities. It is crucial to recognize that when the zombie rodent outbreak occurs, the shelters will suffer the most severe damage. Hu Qingying, the Secretary of Health, remarked, implying that the military can afford such resources, while civilians cannot. This is precisely why I proposed convening this meeting. Whether out of concern for public safety or fundamental ethical considerations, we cannot encourage or indirectly promote the populace to hunt zombies for crystal cores without proper protection. Yet, the threat posed by the zombie rodent is imminent, as evidenced by the Jiangning shelter. We must swiftly equip every shelter with these ultrasonic emitters to ensure the safety of the public, Yin Jinping declared with righteous resolve. That may be the case. But where will the crystal cores come from? Chief Yu Ming pressed, fully aware of the daunting challenge posed by exterminating 10,000 zombies. This matter has been privately discussed by myself and several military district commanders. The crystal cores cannot be collected by various resettlement sites. Thus, it must be undertaken by our parliament, Yin Jinping remarked. I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Currently, only the military possesses this capability. So I propose that the responsibility for the crystal cores be shared among the 5 military districts, said Shun Tuzinghao from the Northwest Military District. Everyone harbored similar thoughts. Yet no one dared to take the lead. Nobody wished to be the first to propose it. However, Shun Tuzinghao was unafraid. I concur. Suo Tunghua expressed his agreement. With everyone in accord, I have no objections, Zhong Zhengyue stated. Naturally, I have no objections either, Yin Jinping replied. Since all are in agreement, it shall be decided thus. The chairman proclaimed. Following a series of negotiations, it was finally settled that 600 launchers would require a total of 6 million crystal cores, with each military district, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest, bearing 1.3 million, while the central military district would assume the remaining 800,000. Additionally, to alleviate the burden on the central military district, Yin Jinping generously provided 500 sets of combat gear as equipment support. Chapter 126. The conditions of Dongfang Chun. There were also Yin Jinping's own considerations in this. Although unspoken, everyone understood that he stood to gain from this arrangement. He recognized that unless he contributed something extra, there would be lingering discontent among them. In fact, he would net a profit of 4.2 million crystal cores from this transaction, a significant windfall. Thus, providing 500 sets of combat gear to the Central Military District was a mere trifling gesture. The method of allocation has been determined. However, it is impractical to wait for the military to gather a sufficient quantity of crystal cores before ordering the launchers. Thus, the most formidable challenge ahead lies in retrieving the equipment. This matter rests solely on Yin Jinping's shoulders. Whether he can procure the goods worth 6 million crystal cores on credit hinges entirely on his ability to negotiate with this enigmatic individual. During a brief intermission, Yan Zhengping contacted Fang Chen. Commander Dongfang, your calculations seem rather ambitious, don't you think? The last batch of targeted drugs and antigens has yet to be fully settled. And now you wish to acquire 600 launchers in one go. That amounts to 600,000 crystal cores. And without cores, production is simply impossible. Fang Chen remarked. The price for a single launcher from Yan Fangfang's side is 1,000 crystal cores each, totaling 600,000 cores for 600 units. However, the actual production cost for Fang Chen is merely around 60,000 crystal cores, a relatively modest sum. Moreover, with the ongoing zombie eradication plan in Binjiang City, the daily elimination of zombies contributes several thousand crystal cores, making the production of these launchers feasible. Although the value may appear insignificant to outsiders, it seems an astronomical figure. Thus, the ease of agreeing to such terms may foster a sense of dependence. And accumulating excessive debts could lead to complications in the future, a predicament Fang Chen wishes to avoid. State your conditions. Yan Zhengping understood that Fang Chen had devised a plan and chose not to beat around the bush. It's not a significant matter. You are aware of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild, correct? I intend to establish a branch in each of the resettlement centers. If we can officially announce this to the various resettlement centers, it will facilitate operations considerably. However, there lies a conundrum. I do not wish for anyone to perceive me as the mastermind behind the Chamber of Commerce, as you can understand. Fang Chen expressed. This is the principal motivation driving Fang Chen's fervor for this endeavor. The Chamber of Commerce and the trade union could sustain themselves independently, albeit with greater effort and persuasion and a considerable investment of time. Furthermore, with each resettlement center governing itself, it is inevitable that they will encounter various unsavory characters. If the parliament were to intervene, the process would proceed smoothly. Which resettlement center would dare to oppose the parliament? Especially given the current necessity for various forms of support from the parliament, their influence remains significant. Nonetheless, the crux of the issue lies in the potential conflation of the discussions regarding the launchers and the Chamber of Commerce. This would inevitably lead to the revelation of the enigmatic figure behind both entities. Such exposure would undoubtedly complicate the subsequent operations of both the Chamber and the Union. Thus, Fang Chen subtly indicated to Yan Zhengping that while this matter must be addressed, it cannot be presented to the parliament just yet. Apart from the parliament's need to defer payment for this batch of launchers, Yan Zhengping also seeks to facilitate this deal to achieve substantial profits. In this regard, Yan Zhengping possesses considerable maneuvering space. All right, I comprehend your intent. Allow me a moment to ponder, Yan Zhengping concluded before ending the call. Upon returning to the conference hall, all eyes turned to Yan Zhengping, eagerly awaiting his verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that the other party has declined our request for deferred payment. Yan Zhengping relayed. The assembly erupted into hushed discussions, with concerns mounting over the prospect of failing to secure the goods. The thought of being caught unprepared, akin to a mouse scuttling across the bed in the dead of night, was far from appealing. Thus, the collective sentiment was one of apprehension. As they could not afford the crystal cores, yet harbored hopes that Yan Zhengping would procure the necessary supplies. The substantial sum of money prompted the counterpart to deem the risk excessively high, resulting in a refusal. However, I have conceived a compromise, Yan Zhengping continued. The assembly hushed, awaiting his proposal. There exists a private organization known as the Huadong Chamber of Commerce. We have previously collaborated with them, and they have agreed to lend this sum of crystal core, Yan Zhengping stated. A private organization? Does such a robust entity truly exist within our nation? How is it that even our parliament must seek financial assistance from them? This sounds utterly implausible, remarked the Secretary of Civil Affairs, Shang Yangping. I am familiar with the Huadong Chamber of Commerce. It is situated within our southeast military district. I visited them recently and can attest to their financial capacity. All their personnel are clad in the aforementioned combat attire, remarked Zhong Zhengyue. The members of parliament were taken aback. What are their conditions? Inquired the Secretary of Finance. Chen Guanchuan. He understood that business thrives on mutual benefit. Merchants would never engage in ventures that lacked profit. They also have a partner organization, the Mercenary Guild. The two entities maintain a symbiotic relationship, with the chamber providing supplies and the guild ensuring security. In the near future, they plan to establish a branch in each resettlement center, hoping that the parliament will issue a notice to recognize the legitimacy of both the chamber and the guild. Upon hearing this, the parliament erupted in debate. Some perceived this as an obvious act of exploitation, brazenly negotiating terms with the parliament, which they deemed unqualified to do so. Others viewed it as a favorable development, potentially accelerating the flow of resources between resettlement centers. Yet, some expressed concerns that allowing this to flourish might jeopardize the political stability of the nation. The opinions varied widely. Chapter 127. Conditional approval by the parliament. Yin Jinping ceased to speak, observing the ongoing debate among the participants. Such matters often become clearer through discourse, as the attendees deliberated, naturally discerning the nuances of advantages and disadvantages. After 20 minutes, the atmosphere grew quiet. "Now, let us hear your thoughts," the speaker urged. "I believe this matter can be addressed. Since the issuance of the 2055 Human Survival White Paper, we have, in effect, strategically relinquished control over various resettlement sites. I trust everyone understands the rationale behind this. The Council alone cannot ensure the safety of all. Let us not overlook the more formidable ecological crisis looming ahead. The emergence of such grassroots organizations is, in my view, a positive development, significantly alleviating the pressures faced by the Council. I concur. Special circumstances warrant special consideration. The paramount issue at present is humanity's survival. Uniting all available forces to confront the ecological crisis will facilitate our triumph over this challenge. I dissent. Encouraging the excessive expansion of civil forces could lead to a situation where they become unwieldy, ultimately jeopardizing national security. Do you believe that simply opposing this will resolve national security issues? If we reject this course of action, it is likely that, within months, the majority of resettlement sites will echo the fate of the Jiangning Resettlement Center. One must ponder, if all lives are lost, what significance does safety hold? I believe we are addressing two distinct issues here. One pertains to the borrowing of core resources, while the other concerns whether to permit the expansion of civil organizations. Let us discuss these separately. The borrowing of core resources is a commendable proposal that could resolve our current dilemmas. Regarding the question of whether to allow civil organizations to expand, I believe it is not an issue at all. We have previously issued announcements permitting the free formation of defensive forces by civilians and the manufacture and sale of firearms and ammunition. Is this not an encouragement for civil organizations to grow stronger? Therefore, I assert that the primary problem lies in the fact that you have yet to recognize the reality of the situation, still clinging to the outdated mindset prevalent before the outbreak of the virus. You perceive the notion of civil organizations negotiating terms with the parliament as unacceptable, as a breach of rules that undermines your dignity. Thus, I express my support. The impassioned words of Minister of Agriculture Yao Wenkong left everyone momentarily speechless. A prolonged silence ensued, as internally, everyone hoped to agree, especially since it pertains to the personal safety of each individual. The sooner we implement it, the better. Very well. Let us proceed to vote. Those in favor of issuing the announcement, please raise your hands. Seeing no one speaking, the speaker deemed it time for a vote. 17 members voted in favor. Excellent, it is approved. The Secretary for Justice will draft the announcement and send it to all resettlement sites after review. Councillor Yin, the subsequent matters now rest in your hands. Once the launchers arrive, the 4 military regions will promptly arrange for helicopters to deliver them to the various resettlement sites. Esteemed colleagues, the situation is dire. Even a single day's delay could result in countless fatalities. I urge everyone to expedite the process and enhance efficiency. The commanders of the 4 military regions responded in unison. Very well. The meeting is adjourned. Fang Chen has prepared the goods, awaiting news from Yin Jinping. As expected, the message arrived swiftly. Subsequently, Fang Chen informed Niu Xingwang to engage with Yin Jinping to discuss the borrowing arrangements. The method of borrowing also mirrored the installment payment plan employed by Yin Fangfang. However, for the Southwest military region, it would not take long to recoup the hundreds of thousands of crystal cores, especially since there were 4 other military regions repaying them. The launcher equipment was projected to yield a total profit of 4.5 million crystal cores within 10 months, making it a lucrative venture. With an abundance of crystal cores, a continuous supply of equipment would follow. Otherwise, Yin Jinping would not exert himself so diligently on behalf of Fang Chen. In this regard, Fang Chen did not mind. The borrowing of crystal cores was essentially a transfer from one hand to the other. Each transfer multiplied the amount tenfold, ultimately returning to his own pocket. Given this, he decided to let the bullets fly a little longer. He had grander plans ahead, intending to gradually secure 2 seats in the parliament for the Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild. However, that was a matter for another time. One must take things step by step. This was merely a beginning, a promising start. Thereafter, Yin Fangfang personally transported the launcher back to the southwest military region. In the following days, aircraft from various military regions continuously shuttled back and forth, delivering 1 unit to each resettlement site and leaving only after the installation was completed on site. Soon after, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the nation from the parliament. The parliament acknowledged the legitimacy of the Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild, designating these 2 civil organizations as exemplary representatives of the sector. Simultaneously, they notified all resettlement sites that the Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild would establish branches in each location, urging the site managers to cooperate accordingly. Mayor Gong of the Mailin Resettlement Center was greatly astonished upon receiving the news. Kai Ming, this cattle magnate, is no ordinary individual. In just a few short months, his influence has already extended to the parliament. He must possess significant backing, Zhao Wenshan remarked. Kai Ming refers to Mayor Gong. His full name is Gong Kai Ming. Indeed, there is something else you might not be aware of. Previously, the cattle magnate sought to become the head of the Mailin Resettlement Center, planning to establish an underground base here as the headquarters for his business association. However, I did not acquiesce to his request, Mayor Gong continued. Chapter 128, The Anomalies at the Suiyang Resettlement Center. Is that so? It appears this cattle magnate has grand ambitions, Zhao Wenshan exclaimed. Yes. Who would have imagined that the parliament would advocate for him? Such a notion was inconceivable in the past. Times have changed, and we seem to be struggling to keep pace with the current dynamics, Mayor Gong responded. I cannot fathom how the parliament could consent to such an undertaking. It is utterly preposterous. What happened next? You declined his proposal, but surely the cattle magnate wouldn't abandon his plans for the headquarters? Zhao Wenshan inquired. He mentioned to me at the time his intention to establish branches nationwide. I thought he was being overly ambitious, yet it seems he was indeed well prepared. When I declined, he intended to return to Binjiang to construct an underground base there, Mayor Gong explained. Binjiang? Isn't that overrun with zombies? Zhao Wenshan queried. Given his assertiveness, it seems he must have his own strategies in mind. We shall observe how this unfolds. Zhao Wenshan nodded in agreement. In Mazhou, at the Suiyang Resettlement Center. Have you found it? A figure clad in a vibrant red cloak inquired. My lord, we have not located it, the man replied. How could this happen? The saint questioned. Filled with confusion. I am uncertain. It is quite eerie, the man replied. Continue the search. Dig 3 feet into the ground, if necessary. The saint commanded. Yes, sir. The man responded. In the underground base of Binjiang City, Xiaolin, what is the progress? Asked Dongfang Chen. Commander, the dispatch queens have activated 573 units, Xiaolin replied. How many have been sent in total? Dongfang Chen inquired. 612 units, Xiaolin answered. And what of the remaining 39? He pressed. According to the tracking data, 7 are located in Yundu City, 16 in Kyoto, and 12 in the northwest region, currently in motion. Additionally, 4 have self-destructed, Xiaolin reported. Well done. Should any anomalies be detected, initiate the self-destruction protocol immediately, Dongfang Chen instructed. Understood, Commander. Now, please activate the surveillance panel, Dongfang Chen commanded. Yes, Commander. Soon. The large screen refreshed, revealing an expansive satellite map, with the borders of Huagua clearly marked. Within the confines of Huagua, hundreds of small red dots densely populated the map. Each red dot represented a resettlement site or military division, with resettlement areas indicated in red and military zones in green. The colors have been adjusted, Commander. Xiaolin confirmed as the screen refreshed, revealing that the majority of the map was covered in red dots, with only a few scattered green points. It was evident from the map that south of the Yangtze River, there were virtually no resettlement sites, as all red dots congregated in the north. Rank the development levels of the queen bees from highest to lowest, displaying the list beside the map. Dongfang Chen gazed at the map and continued, stating that the development level of the queen bees is positively correlated with the resources they can acquire. These queens are equipped with only a minimal amount of crystal cores pre-installed within the concealed launchers during deployment. Their development entirely relies on their ability to gather materials and crystal cores independently, to ensure a steady energy supply for the queens. The production phase is designed with a priority on acquiring crystal cores. Otherwise, Once the energy from the crystal cores is depleted, the queen will be rendered obsolete, with no one capable of locating it underground. Thus, in the absence of crystal cores, the queens are unlikely to develop. As for resources, it is quite straightforward. The minerals within the soil encompass all the elements necessary for the queen's development, making them seemingly inexhaustible. The sole issue lies with the crystal cores. Under what circumstances can the queens acquire crystal cores? This occurs when there are zombies present within the vicinity of the shelter and its surroundings. In other words, in shelters that are under attack or pose a potential risk of attack, the queens can gather a greater number of crystal cores, accelerating their development. Conversely, in safer shelters devoid of zombies, the acquisition of crystal cores is significantly limited, resulting in slower development. Therefore, the development level of the queens also reflects the danger level of the shelter. Understood, Commander, replied Xiaolan. The screen refreshed once more. Suyang Shelter? Fang Chen was surprised to find Suyang Shelter ranked first. It was noteworthy that Jiangning Shelter in Jiangning City had just experienced a zombie rat infestation, yet it only ranked second. This was indeed rather unusual. He had previously visited the Suyang Resettlement Center, where he had observed a lack of education among the inhabitants. At that time, he did not perceive anything unusual about the place. Shaolin, instruct the Queen Bee at the Suyang Resettlement Center to create some surveillance nanobots. I must uncover the truth of what transpired there, commanded Fang Chen. Understood, Commander, came the reply. In the city of Mo, at the Suyang Resettlement Center. Your Excellency, we are in grave trouble. A man rushed in, visibly distressed. What is the matter? Inquired the envoy. The mice we have been breeding are all gone. The man responded. What do you mean gone? The envoy frowned. They have simply vanished. The man insisted. How can they possibly disappear? Each breeding chamber is constructed with a 20-centimeter thick reinforced concrete framework. Those mice could not have escaped through any hole. The envoy expressed his disbelief. They are indeed missing. The man reiterated firmly. Let us go and investigate, the envoy said, turning to leave. Chapter 129. The plan of the Red Robe sect is disrupted. The envoy first descended the ladder into the underground breeding chamber, followed closely by several others. Upon reaching the basement, they switched on the searchlights. What on earth is happening here? The envoy mused, perplexed. The beams illuminated every corner of the basement. Yet not a single mouse was found. Every wall was meticulously inspected, revealing no cracks or mouse holes. Could it be that these mice had simply vanished into thin air? The envoy pondered, baffled. Your Excellency, could this be related to that transmitter? The man queried. ISNT, that transmitter an ultrasonic device? Can ultrasound truly make mice disappear? The envoy retorted. The man stood speechless, at a loss for words. These mice had been cultivated with immense effort over the span of 2 months. And yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Have you not yet located the ultrasonic emitter? The envoy inquired. No, it is utterly perplexing. It feels as though that machine has sprouted legs and fled. The man replied. When personnel from the Southeast Military District arrived to deploy the ultrasonic emitter, they believed that a single unit could not possibly cause any significant repercussions in such a short time, hence they did not impede its installation. Their original intention was to dismantle it after the installation was complete and the team had withdrawn. However, to their astonishment, when they excavated the pit, it was found to be completely devoid of any equipment. Perhaps there truly is an issue with that ultrasonic emitter, the envoy pondered aloud after some contemplation. What shall we do now? The man asked. We can no longer remain at the Suyang shelter. You must hold your position and await my return for further instructions. With that, the envoy turned and departed. He needed to report this matter to his superiors. If the shelter could not harbor any zombies, it would not only impact his operation, but could potentially disrupt the larger plans from above. Perhaps even Fang Chen had not anticipated that his shrewd maneuver, executed with opportunistic finesse, would not only enhance his commercial influence, but also inadvertently dismantle a covert operation of the Crimson Church. The existence of the Queen Bee was a mystery to all, be it the Council, the Shelter, the military, or the Crimson Church. Yet, it was precisely these individuals who had contributed their efforts to implant the Queen Bee within various shelters. This masterstroke had irrevocably altered the landscape of power in Huawei's future. Without the presence of these Queen Bees, a significant number of shelters would likely face gradual extinction in the near future, while others would succumb to the control of the Crimson Sect. However, the current situation has changed. The enigmatic existence of the Queen Bees has unequivocally designated the shelters as no-zombie zones. Consequently, Not only have the majority of shelters been spared from disaster, but the Crimson Sect's plans to exert control through the undead have become unattainable. This has afforded Fang Chen the time necessary to devise his next steps. The space station has tasked him with establishing underground survival bases for most shelters within a 3-year timeframe, a mission both protracted and arduous. It is only with the protection of the queen bees that this plan can be executed. Otherwise, even if the underground bases are constructed, the threats posed by zombies in front and the destructive forces of the Crimson Sect behind would render survival precarious. April 1st, 2055, marks the deadline for enrolling the first batch of new recruits at the base. Shaolin, please report on the current enrollment status, Fang Chen instructed. Commander, a total of 240 individuals have registered, Shaolin replied. Ah, splendid. This figure is indeed more pleasing, Fang Chen remarked with satisfaction. How is the production of transport aircraft progressing within the base? He inquired further. Reporting to the commander, all 10 transport aircraft have been completed, Shaolin answered. Excellent. What is the status of the zombie clearance in the urban area of Binjiang City? Fang Chen continued. All zombies within the urban area have been eradicated, Shaolin responded. Good. Send a message to the operatives. Today, the base will dispatch aircraft to retrieve the new recruits. Please ensure they are prepared. Simultaneously, devise a comprehensive training and assessment plan. I wish to thoroughly understand the circumstances of each trainee through this evaluation. Additionally, I plan to select 50 exemplary trainees from this group to form the base's inaugural Special Operations Team. Kindly include this in your plan. Understood, Commander. After the message was dispatched, the operatives gradually returned their locations and timings. Shaolin organized the flight arrangements based on the schedule. At 10 o'clock a.m., a section of lawn in Binjiang City Park suddenly parted, revealing aircraft emerging from below, vanishing in all directions. Southwest Military Region Command. Yin Commander, I'm here to request personnel today, Fang Chen stated over the satellite phone. You rascal. It was agreed that you would borrow 10 commandos, including Rongpa. How is it that you have also taken away 30 of my elite soldiers? Yin Zhengping learned that Yin Fangfang had sent 30 trainees to Fang Chen. Commander Yin, I was unaware of this matter. Perhaps it was your daughter's independent decision? Fang Chen feigned ignorance, fully aware that Yin Zhengping would not object. In truth, Yin Zhengping was eager to place personnel in Fang Chen's base. It would be foolish to pass up such a splendid opportunity. Chapter 130. The arrival of Rongpa, I must tell you. These are treasures of our military region. You must train them well. Yin Zhengping instructed. Rest assured, it shall be done. Fang Chen concluded the call. Soon, Fang Chen's aircraft arrived at the Southwest Military District, where Rongpa and a contingent of 10 Special Forces operatives, along with 30 newly recruited trainees, boarded the plane. The aircraft promptly took off, transporting the 40 individuals directly to the urban area of Binjiang City. Upon arrival, the 30 new recruits were not permitted to enter the base immediately. After being dropped off at a square in the city, the plane ascended once more. Rongpa and the 10 Special Forces members proceeded directly to the underground base. Welcome, Instructor Rong. Fang Chen greeted with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Following their introduction, Rongpa took the opportunity to introduce each team member to Fang Chen. Subsequently, they made their way to the office area specially designated for the 10 instructors by Fang Chen. Instructor Rong, here is the monitoring screen, from which you can observe any street within the confines of Binjiang City and switch to any perspective you desire. The control joystick is located on the adjacent console. The operation is quite straightforward, akin to playing a video game, Fang Chen explained. This equipment is incredibly advanced. You can even manipulate the surveillance of Binjiang? That seems implausible. Rongpa expressed his incredulity. Of course not. The cameras are newly installed by me, Fang Chen chuckled. In reality, he had not installed any cameras. All the work had been completed by the second-generation drones. You truly are affluent, Rongpa remarked in awe. By the way, do you intend to utilize the entire Binjiang urban area as a training ground? He inquired further. Indeed, Fang Chen affirmed. Do not tell me you have eradicated all the zombies in Binjiang City. Rongpa found it hard to believe. However, since Fang Chen dared to use the city as a training ground, he must have had some assurance. You've guessed correctly, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Wow, how did you manage to achieve this? Binhai City must be classified as a second-tier city, right? The number of zombies in the urban area conservatively exceeds 1 million. Rongpa expressed his astonishment. Their assault team, despite months of effort, had not eradicated such a multitude of zombies. Yet, Fang Chen seemed to accomplish this effortlessly, without a single subordinate in sight. It was simply incredible. Ha ha ha, I possess a secret weapon, Fang Chen replied, opting not to delve further into the matter. So, what shall we do next? Rongpo inquired. The first order of business is to change our equipment, Fang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Soon after, several carts appeared before Fang Chen, seemingly without anyone directing them. The group had grown accustomed to the advanced technology present in Fang Chen's vicinity. He had previously promised Commander Yin that when new equipment arrived, he would ensure they were the first to experience it. Let us begin with the first item, Fang Chen said, smiling as he produced a silver belt. Type 2 Guardian Combat Suit. The onlookers gazed at the belt in confusion. Isn't this merely a belt? How can it be a combat suit? Rongpo questioned. Without offering an explanation, Fang Chen fastened the belt around his waist. In an instant, with a soft whoosh, a combat suit was donned beneath his clothing. Another whoosh, and the combat suit vanished. What do you think? Have you understood? Fang Chen inquired with a smile. This is... Rongpo began. One-click outfit change, Fang Chen explained. This is exhilarating. Rongpo exclaimed with delight. He had never been particularly fond of headgear. But the convenience of a one-click outfit change was simply remarkable. There are two activation methods for the one-click outfit change. One is manual and the other is automatic. The so-called manual method refers to the act of manually changing equipment when necessary. The demonstration I just performed illustrates this manual transformation. Fang Chen elaborated on the characteristics of the gear. Come on, Rongpo, attack me, Fang Chen beckoned to Rongpo. This. Rongpo appeared somewhat hesitant. It's all right, don't worry, Fang Chen encouraged with a gentle smile. Here I come, be careful. With that, Rongpo stepped forward and threw a punch at his chest. With a swift motion, Fang Chen retreated several paces. The onlookers focused their attention, noticing that the combat suit had somehow already adorned his body. Oh, they exclaimed in unison, astonished by the rapid response. Swiftly, Fang Chen retracted the combat suit. So, did everyone witness that? This is the second method of activating the combat suit, automatic deployment. In other words, when faced with an attack, the combat suit can be donned before the individual even has a chance to react. Rongpo deduced. Precisely. However, it is important to note that triggering the automatic mechanism requires a reaction time. If the attack occurs too swiftly, the combat suit may not deploy in time, resulting in your demise, Fang Chen explained. How long is the reaction time? Rongpo inquired. 1,000th of a second, Fang Chen replied. 1,000th of a second? Does that mean it can even withstand bullets? Rongpo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. However, there is one type of gun that it cannot defend against, Fang Chen stated. What kind of gun? Rongpo asked. The laser gun from our base. Fang Chen responded. Chapter 131, Bionic Mechanical Hand Grenade. This is also the second piece of equipment I am showcasing, the Guardian Type 2 laser gun. Fang Chen retrieved a robustly designed rifle from behind him, the Type 2 Guardian laser gun, weighing 14.3 kilograms and measuring 163.5 centimeters in length. Upon pulling the trigger, it could instantaneously emit a beam of high-energy laser, inflicting immediate burning damage upon its target, with temperatures soaring to 2,000 degrees Celsius. As Fang Chen spoke, he picked up the weapon, disengaged the safety, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. With a sharp pew, a brilliant beam shot forth from the muzzle, followed swiftly by a cracking sound as a test stone was obliterated. Unlike its predecessor, the Type 1 laser gun, the Type 2 emitted a crimson beam. Its most significant enhancement lay in its ability to avoid reflection from objects with melting points below 1,600 degrees, thus making it suitable for a myriad of combat scenarios. Another pew resonated as a distant mirror shattered in response. Oh, and it can penetrate the current combat suits, Fang Chen added. What? The crowd gasped. Having believed that combat suits served as absolute defensive armor on the battlefield, impervious to penetration. Now, the security of these suits was called into question. You must acclimate to this reality. For the foreseeable future, the destructive power of weapons will surpass the protective capabilities of equipment. With the advent of the Type 2 laser gun, traditional firearms will gradually lose their superiority, Fang Chen declared. Of course, combat suits are still necessary. Let us not forget that the primary function of a combat suit is not merely bulletproofing, but rather preventing penetration. It safeguards us against zombie attacks and viral infections. He concluded. The crowd nodded in agreement. Now, let us examine this, Oriental Chen remarked, retrieving a round metallic sphere slightly larger than a ping-pong ball from a box. It featured a button that, when pressed, would activate it. Without hesitation, Oriental Chen pressed the button, prompting the onlookers to instinctively take several steps back. Do not be afraid. As long as it is not thrown, the grenade will not detonate, he reassured with a smile. A collective sigh of relief was heard, as everyone was taken aback by Oriental Chen's seemingly reckless behavior. In a military setting, such a nonchalant activation of a grenade would surely earn one a stern reprimand. At that moment, Oriental Chen swiftly tossed the grenade away. The crowd hurriedly crouched down. Oh, I forgot to mention that for demonstration purposes, this grenade lacks a detonation mechanism and will not explode, he added. Mr. Oriental, could you not finish your sentence in one go? Rongpa stood up, expressing his frustration. Who knew you were all so timid? Oriental Chen chuckled. This is merely an instinctive reaction, Rongpa clarified. Oriental Chen nodded, continuing, come, everyone, take a look. The group followed him to the spot where the grenade had been thrown. Oh, they collectively gasped as they observed the state of the grenade. 6 remarkably slender claws had emerged from it, embedded firmly into the concrete wall. To enhance the explosive effect of the grenade, I have integrated a set of mechanical claws. Upon impact, these claws will be instantly activated, allowing them to grasp onto the target. The 6-toothed mechanical claw is exceptionally sharp, capable of effortlessly gripping cement, stone, and even steel plates, not to mention the flesh of zombies, as explained by Fang Chen. This is excellent. Previously, during the military's encounter with zombie attacks, our weapons were nearly ineffective against advanced zombies. With this grenade, our odds of success have significantly improved, Rongpa remarked. Indeed, the Type 2 laser gun and this bionic grenade have been specifically designed to counter the emergence of Tier 3 zombies, Fang Chen replied. The group understood the implications. Now, let us conclude the introduction of the equipment. To express my gratitude for your assistance, I have prepared a set of Type 2 combat suits and laser guns for each of you, along with 10 bionic mechanical grenades, Fang Chen announced with a smile. Haha, Mr. Dongfang, you are exceedingly gracious, Rongpa exclaimed, delighted and unpretentious. Once the distribution of equipment was complete, the discussion shifted to the main topic. Next, we will address the training of the new recruits. With the gifts laid out before us, everyone is now in high spirits, ready to comply with whatever Fang Chen proposes. I have prepared a detailed training and assessment plan for your review, he continued, handing out copies of the prepared documents to each individual. 20 minutes later. Mr. Dongfang, to be honest, my education is limited, and I find it difficult to comprehend your plan, Rongpa admitted, furrowing his brow, a sentiment echoed by the other 9, who nodded in agreement. No worries, I will explain it to each of you in detail. You are all seasoned veterans, and I believe you will quickly grasp the underlying principles. Fang Chen picked up the materials and began to elucidate them to everyone. Chapter 132. Training regulations encompassed a thorough 4-hour discourse, during which time was also allocated for addressing the queries of the attendees. Concurrently, the aircraft dispatched by the base gradually began to return, causing an increasing throng of individuals to gather in the outdoor square. At 5:30 p.m., Fang Chen, accompanied by 10 instructors, ascended the elevated platform in the center of the square. Greetings, everyone. I am Fang Chen, the chief instructor here, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. I trust that prior to your arrival, you were aware of the purpose behind your journey here. I also understand that each of you has established your own goals and plans. These aspirations are your hopes, as well as mine. Regardless of your past or the experiences you have endured, I express my profound regret for any misfortunes. However, I will not extend sympathy. We are all alike, ordinary individuals striving to survive in these dire times. I urge you to release the burdens of the past and approach this endeavor with a light heart. Through action, determination, and faith, strive for your future and the future of us all, for it is a future that belongs to each of us. Now, I shall outline the training process. The 240 new trainees will be randomly divided into 40 groups, each consisting of 6 individuals. We will employ both group scoring and individual scoring systems. Groups and individuals who accomplish the designated tasks during training will receive score-based rewards according to their performance. Real-time rankings will be established based on the total scores of groups and individuals. No one will be eliminated during the training. However, groups and individuals will be categorized based on their scores. The categorization of groups is as follows. The top 10 groups are designated as the Diamond Group. Groups ranked 11 to 20 are classified as the gold group. Those ranked 21 to 30 are referred to as the silver group. And groups ranked 31 to 40 are termed the bronze group. The classification for individuals is as follows. The top 60 participants attain the diamond rank. Those ranked 61 to 120 achieve the gold rank. Participants ranked 121 to 180 receive the silver rank, and those ranked 181 to 240 are awarded the bronze rank. The training is divided into 4 distinct phases. The first phase is the warm-up phase. The primary objective of this phase is to acclimate each participant to physical demands and practical scenarios, while also imparting strategies and tactics, familiarizing them with weaponry and equipment, and fostering a mindset of teamwork. The second phase is the adjustment phase. Given that group members are assigned randomly, there may be discrepancies in overall skill levels. During this phase of practical training, frequent adjustments will be made to group membership to ensure alignment between group and individual rankings. The adjustment process involves regrouping participants based on their current standings, from highest to lowest rank. Those who improve in rank will be transferred to higher-level groups, while those whose ranks decline will be moved to lower-level groups until a relative stability in group composition is achieved. The third phase is the stabilization phase. This phase entails differentiated training based on group capabilities. Higher-level groups will engage in more intense training with greater task difficulty, while lower-level groups will experience less intense training with simpler tasks. During this phase, the score gaps between groups will widen. Should any participant struggle to adapt or fall behind, minor adjustments will be made as necessary. The fourth phase is the sprint phase. The training is divided into 2 modes: drills and actual combat. Drills primarily focus on group confrontations, while actual combat involves executing real tasks. Upon the conclusion of the training, tasks are assigned based on each participant's performance, abilities, and personal traits. By the time the training content was fully introduced, it was already 8 p.m. The square, illuminated by several searchlights, resembled daylight. Next, we proceeded with random group assignments. Everyone attentively listened for their names and group numbers, standing firm in their respective lines. I began to announce the names. Rongpa called out, "First group, Lu Jinping, Miao Herong." As Rongpa recited the list, those mentioned swiftly stepped forward and raced to their designated groups. Once the group assignments were complete, the next step involved the administration of the antigen serum. The injection of the antigen was a coveted aspiration for all. Initially, they believed that only those who performed exceptionally well would qualify for the injection. To their surprise, it was administered to everyone. This revelation filled them with excitement. It is difficult to fathom the torment endured by an individual living under the constant threat of infection. For them, receiving the antigen injection symbolized the qualification to survive in this apocalyptic world. After the antigen was administered, a night of observation was mandated for safety. Numerous temporary tents had been erected in the square, where they would rest. Rongpa assigned 8 instructors, each responsible for 5 groups, with 1 instructor serving as Rongpa's assistant. Each of the 10 individuals diligently fulfilled their roles. An hour later, the group members gathered at their respective instructors' positions to commence the announcement of regulations and the distribution of equipment. At present, the trainees are equipped solely with standard camouflage uniforms and a pair of combat boots. The following morning, the training commenced in earnest. During the first 10 days, participants primarily engaged in drill exercises and theoretical courses within their respective camps, and time swiftly passed. 10 days later, on April 12, 2055, the trainees received their new gear, the Guardian Type 2 combat suits. Why were they issued the second generation of combat suits directly? On one hand, there is no distinction in protective capabilities between the first and second generations. On the other, the production line for the first generation had long been discontinued by Fang Chen, which now exclusively manufactures the second generation. Furthermore, the first generation of combat suits will no longer be available for external sale. Chapter 133. The commencement of real combat. Another 10 days elapsed, and the trainees were issued new equipment, the downgraded Guardian Type 1 laser rifles. The original Type 1 laser rifles were lethal. To prevent unnecessary injuries during training, Fang Chen specifically produced a batch of these modified, less potent laser rifles. Just how diminished is their power? When struck, they merely impart a warm sensation, causing no harm whatsoever. In this scenario, the trainees essentially do not require energy cell replacements, akin to having unlimited ammunition. For the sake of training exercises, certain modifications were made to the downgraded laser rifles. If an individual is detected as having been hit, the laser rifle becomes locked and cannot fire. Another 10 days passed, and the first phase of training was nearly complete. Following the completion of the phased assessment of formations, the trainees received the final piece of equipment for this stage, the bone wheat. This is the first generation of bone wheat capable of real-time intercom communication, which suffices for training purposes. On May 1st, 2055, the second phase of training, the group adjustment phase, officially commenced. From this juncture, the trainees embarked on a practical training segment. At dawn, a sudden chime resonated through their earpieces without prior warning. Attention, all trainees. Attention, all trainees. The second phase of practical training is officially commencing. You have 15 minutes to prepare. After that, the camp will be under attack. Repeat, you have 15 minutes to prepare. After that, the camp will be under attack. The announcement concluded, prompting everyone to swiftly rise, organize their gear, and vacate the camp. 15 minutes later, hundreds, if not thousands, of kangaroo-like figures, giant robots walking on two legs and armed with dual laser guns, flooded the square. Towering above the trainees, these robots bore rectangular electronic nameplates on their heads, all emblazoned with the same vivid red numeral, 1000. The bold trainees concealed themselves within nearby buildings, witnessing the relentless tide of robots swarm into the square, sending shivers down their spines. They had been informed during the first phase of training that the number on the robots' nameplates corresponded to their health points. A value of 1000 indicated that they could withstand 1000 attacks. When the number reached 0, it signified the robot's demise, allowing the trainee to exit the battlefield. Each robot eliminated by a trainee would yield 1000 points. The objective, to survive for 24 hours. After this duration, any trainee who remained unscathed would be rewarded with 100 points. The trainees received the mission prompt in their earpieces. Goodness, Mr. Dong is certainly investing heavily in training these newcomers. On the rooftop, Rongpa gazed upon the throngs of robots and mused. How splendid it would be to equip our troops with these machines. Is exterminating zombies not akin to harvesting crops? Such a waste. Truly a waste. He sealed his lips. Captain, shall we speak to the commander about procuring a batch of these robots? Inquired the aide beside him. Let us consider it later. We are yet uncertain of their durability. We must not end up with mere decorations like deaf ears, Rongpa replied. Upon their arrival at the camp, these specially trained robots wreaked havoc, dismantling the tents where everyone resided into disarray. This was a clear signal to all that restful days were not in the cards for the upcoming month. The robots could pinpoint the location of each individual. The lights on their heads flickered incessantly as they allocated targets. Subsequently, these robots formed small groups, each pursuing its designated target. Captain, do you think these robots can locate the rookies? The aide queried. They certainly can, came a voice from behind. It was Fang Chen. Mr. Dongfang. Isn't that a bit harsh? With an average of 5 robots per person, are you still calling it a locator? What chance do these rookies have of survival? Rongpa chuckled. After all, they are robots. I too am eager to witness how a confrontation between robots and humans unfolds, and which side prevails, Fang Chen remarked. It depends on the situation. In this context, the robots inherently possess an advantage in numbers and precision in locating each individual. These rookies stand no chance, Rongpa asserted. Let us await the outcome, Fang Chen concluded, refraining from further debate. Practice is the ultimate test of truth, the instructors responded as they returned to the base. The electronic screens in the office allow for real-time observation of every situation outside, as everyone gathers to watch and engage in discussion. This can be described as humanity's inaugural battle against robots, an experience devoid of prior contact, thus possessing significant educational value. The screens also display the live score fluctuations of the trainees. In today's 24-hour survival challenge, for every drop of health inflicted upon the specialized training robots, they earn 1 point, while those who successfully eliminate a robot receive an additional bounty of 100 points. Encouraged by such incentives, the trainees exhibit unwavering resolve, bolstered by the knowledge that their lives are not in jeopardy. Under these circumstances, the casualty rate among the trainees is notably high. After all, a single hit from a robot equates to a fatal outcome. Indeed, within just 10 minutes of the commencement, 20 individuals have already been struck down. Chapter 134. The trainee strategy on the map. Red dots signify the trainees, while blue dots represent the robots. It is evident that the red dots are consistently expanding outward, with some moving in clusters of 3 to 5, while others venture alone. Essentially, each red dot is closely pursued by several blue dots, resulting in a starkly one-sided massacre. "Captain, how long do you think we could endure if the roles were reversed?" inquired an instructor nearby. "If the number of robots were roughly equivalent to our own, or if the disparity were minimal, we might stand a chance. However, if they vastly outnumber us, it becomes untenable. You must understand that although 240 trainees are pitted against 200 robots, which superficially appears to be a ratio of 1 to 5, the reality is far more complex. As the number of eliminated trainees continued to rise, the pressure on the surviving participants intensified. Even though a few among the trainees managed to endure for a longer duration, the inevitable outcome remained, being besieged by thousands of robots. One might ponder, in such a dire situation, is there any possibility for their survival? Romper reflected. It seems, then, that either the majority must endure, or it is highly probable that none will survive, the instructor inquired. Indeed. However, I am confident they will swiftly come to this realization, Romper remarked, gazing at the screen. As anticipated, during the first day's survival challenge, 95 of the participants failed to last beyond 2 hours. Ultimately, the remaining few, despite initially managing to eliminate several robots, were swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of thousands that soon arrived, leading to their rapid demise. Following the total annihilation of the group, the day's exercise concluded. The results: combat duration of 3 hours and 20 minutes, with 5 robots eliminated. The 1,200 robots returned to base upon completing their mission. Given that it was merely the first day of the live exercise, the conclusion came rather early. The instructors gathered at each group's assembly point to summarize the day's battles. Based on the rankings from that day, the groups were restructured. Subsequently, supplies were distributed. However, without a camp to stay in, each trainee was left to seek their own shelter. At dawn on the second day, the 1,200 robots were released once more. The day's battle unfolded with significantly more order compared to the previous day. The top-ranking groups managed to hold out for a considerable time, yet ultimately, they were outnumbered and met with total obliteration. The results: combat duration of 4 hours and 30 minutes, with 18 robots eliminated. The instructors once again adjusted the groupings based on individual rankings, summarized the results, and allocated supplies. On the third day, the combat duration was 5 hours and 10 minutes, resulting in the destruction of 31 robots. On the fourth day, the battle lasted for 5 hours and 20 minutes, with 38 robots eliminated. However, by the 15th day, the tide of war shifted. After enduring a fortnight of relentless defeats, the top 10 teams, known as the Diamond Group, united. They chose a narrow street as their battleground, ambushing from the buildings on either side. A total of 60 individuals from the 10 teams gathered. Due to the significant number of participants, over 300 robots were attracted to the battlefield at the onset of the morning skirmish. The conflict began with urban warfare. As the robots arrived, all combatants opened fire simultaneously, concentrating their firepower on a single robot. Within mere seconds, its health was utterly depleted, followed swiftly by the destruction of the second and third. The robots were swift as well. Unable to eliminate them all, the team retreated into the buildings. They had previously set up layers of cover and obstacles in the stairwells, retreating upward while seeking opportunities to eliminate the advancing enemies. Thus, the surviving 13 individuals successfully endured for the first time, lasting 24 hours and annihilating a total of 547 robots. However, the following day, circumstances took a dire turn. Many members of the Diamond Group had yet to recuperate their strength when the next battle commenced. They were quickly overwhelmed and vanquished. Consequently, on the 16th day, the conflict concluded unusually early. All members gathered for a significant discussion, realizing that the current situation was untenable. Originally, the number of robots is 5 times greater than ours. If each of our groups were to act independently, we would soon be annihilated. Consequently, the number of survivors would dwindle, while the robots would proliferate. To endure for a mere 24 hours seems an insurmountable challenge. I concur that unless we can collectively ensure our survival to share the burden of firepower, we stand no chance of victory. However, the question arises, how do we proceed? We must unite and act in concert. Very well, you take the lead. We are ready to follow your command. Without pretense, we shall jointly appoint a commander. We will divide ourselves into 4 squads, the Diamond Squad as the first tier, the Gold Squad as the second, the Silver Squad as the third, and the Bronze Squad as the fourth. We shall designate this east-west street as our battleground. For there lies a bridge, a crucial passage for the robots. Initially, we will position 2 squads in ambush across the bridge, waiting for the robots to enter our firing range before unleashing concentrated fire to eliminate a portion of them. Once the robots encroach within 100 meters, we shall swiftly retreat. Simultaneously, the other 2 squads will provide cover and execute a second assault. This tactic will continue in succession. Chapter 135. The robots are annihilated. In summary, we shall engage if we are capable, and if not, we will withdraw promptly. Never engage in a futile struggle. Through alternating strategies, we will gradually eradicate them while maintaining our mobility. Agreed. Agreed. The trainees unanimously consented. Everyone has been holding their breath, enduring torment for half a month, and must express their feelings. The instructors at the base nodded in acknowledgement upon witnessing this scene. Remarkable indeed, within merely a fortnight, they have cultivated such a formidable sense of combat awareness. I fail to comprehend how, despite our daily rankings, competition and comparison do not arise among them. How can they still unite? Certainly, competition and comparison exist. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. However, I believe that pressure engenders motivation. In the face of an overwhelming multitude of robots, the instinct for survival compels them to stand on the same front. Indeed, adversity serves as the greatest catalyst for progress. In perilous circumstances, a group fosters a cohesive unity. It is rather in a comfortable environment that ideological divisions tend to emerge, remarked Fang Chen. The instructors nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Dongfang, do you think they will be able to endure until the end tomorrow? Rongpo inquired. Tomorrow will reveal the answer. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Rongpo chuckled and shook his head, unable to comprehend. After reaching a consensus, the trainees swiftly made their way to the prearranged combat zone. The instructors followed closely behind, distributing supplies without offering any guidance. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, everyone indulged in a restful slumber. With all 240 trainees gathered together, the following morning, 200 robots surged toward the bridge. Thus, the battle commenced, with the initial 2 battalions engaged being the bronze and silver groups. They took cover behind fortifications and opened fire in unison upon the advancing robots. Soon, over 200 of these mechanical foes were obliterated. As the robots drew near, they ceased firing and swiftly retreated to the rear of the diamond and gold teams. In this urban warfare scenario, the diamond and bronze teams exhibited no significant disparity in combat performance. It was a straightforward display of firepower, devoid of intricate combat techniques. After vanquishing more than 100 robots, the 2 teams began to withdraw towards the rear of the other 2 groups. The streets were cluttered with vehicles, serving as obstacles that significantly hampered the robots' mobility. The trainees utilized these cars as natural cover, continuously firing while retreating. Nevertheless, the attrition among the trainees was severe. After several rounds of withdrawal, they suffered a loss of 1/3 of their numbers, yet they had successfully exterminated 700 robots, a remarkable achievement. This was the most intense engagement in the past fortnight. Rongpo remarked, observing the images on the screen. This is merely the beginning, Fang Chen stated, leaving the others puzzled, though they nodded in silent acknowledgement. The battle lasted 2 hours, culminating in the trainees' annihilation of all robots. They stood in the street, shouting and celebrating, releasing the pent-up frustration of the past 2 weeks. Fang Chen smiled faintly, said nothing, and turned to leave. It was time for the instructors to take the stage. They reviewed the day's combat, elaborating on methods and techniques for mutual cover and cooperation on the battlefield. Additionally, they adjusted the groupings based on everyone's scores. In the subsequent 5 days, everyone employed the same tactical approach, diligently honing the combat skills they had acquired. However, on the 6th day, circumstances took a remarkable turn. 37 students began to exhibit extraordinary abilities. The majority displayed enhancements in strength and speed, while 2 individuals manifested control over elemental powers. One could conjure and manipulate flames, while the other wielded the forces of lightning. With these newfound abilities, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The students launched vigorous assaults, using vehicles as shields to engage in a relentless extermination of the robotic adversaries. This spectacle left the instructors at the base utterly astonished. My goodness, are these students monsters? Look at him, effortlessly lifting a car with his bare hands. And him, he was just here, and now he is over there. Is that instantaneous teleportation? Quick, look at that fellow. His jump must be at least 10 meters. Is this even human? Are these the aberrants? Incredible! Captain, have you also undergone a transformation? What are your abilities? One instructor inquired. Get lost. Rongpa shot him a sidelong glance, offering no response. The questioning instructor sheepishly smiled, rendered speechless. Captain, perhaps we should suggest to the commander that we form a squad of aberrants. Their combat prowess is exceptional. Another instructor proposed. This was mentioned some time ago. But due to the recent issues with the zombie rat infestation, the commander has been preoccupied, Rongpa clarified. I see. If we were to confront these youngsters now, I fear it would be exceedingly difficult to prevail against them. It is not particularly difficult. It is undoubtedly insurmountable. Can you single-handedly lift a car, sprint 30 meters in a mere second, or grasp lightning with your bare hands? You would be obliterated in an instant. Captain, you mentioned how formidable the mutants are. Does this imply that we will no longer have a role to play? Rongho remained silent. Chapter 136. The Mutant Cockroach as of now. The trainees have undergone their second phase of training for 22 days. In less than 2 months, 10 instructors have witnessed the remarkable transformation of these fledgling recruits from naivety to maturity. They feel an unprecedented pressure. It seems that there is little left to teach, as 1/10 of the trainees have surpassed their own abilities. However, there is no need for such concerns. Although the trainees' combat prowess has significantly improved, let us not forget that this is primarily due to the capabilities bestowed by the mutants. Without that factor, they remain mere soldiers. I believe that distinguishing victory from defeat on the battlefield involves numerous elements beyond mere strength. For instance, mindset, willpower, and experience are all crucial. These intrinsic qualities can only be acquired through the experience of countless battles and cannot be induced merely by the injection of a substance. This is the essence of practical combat training. Of course, should you desire it, I can readily provide you with a potion to expedite your transformation into a mutant. Oriental Chun articulated his perspective. Mr. Dong chuckled, stating, We are soldiers under Commander Yan's command and must adhere to orders. Without the directive from our superiors, we cannot administer the potion at will, one of the instructors firmly objected. This is it. You are all elite warriors, and I hope you will generously share your experiences. Dongfang Chen smiled. Rest assured, Mr. Dongfang, we will diligently train those young rascals. Everyone assured. That is good, since many have already manifested extraordinary abilities. It is time to elevate our training, Dongfang Chen declared. The instructors nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the current level of difficulty was indeed insufficient. Thus, in the final 7 days of the second phase, the training intensified once more. On the morning of May 23rd, they lay in ambush at the bridge, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. They had employed this tactic for a week and had no intention of altering their approach. At 7 a.m., a dark mass appeared in the sky, approaching rapidly. Take cover. Everyone hide. Someone shouted, causing chaos to erupt. Many, unaware of the situation, instinctively fled towards the building. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the sky, thousands of flying robots unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon the ground. Numerous trainees who had yet to escape were swiftly eliminated. Those who entered the corridor fared little better. Within, a multitude of small robots resembling spiders, each about 10 centimeters tall, had already appeared. Each bore a black electronic tag on its head, clearly displaying the ominous red number, 100. They were scattered everywhere, on the ground and walls, in numbers beyond counting. 15 minutes later, the battle sensei, this is utterly intolerable. Not only were we not informed in advance, but there were also ambushes lurking in the corridors. Who could possibly contend with that? Many trainees have expressed their dissatisfaction. You see, they still have much to learn. Mr. Dongfang stood before the electronic screen, addressing the 10 instructors. Mr. Dongfang, this is indeed somewhat oppressive. How many robots have you deployed? Look at these numbers. 5,000 flying robots and 30,000 spider robots. No one can withstand that, one instructor pointed out, gesturing at the figures displayed on the screen. Indeed, Mr. Dongfang, no one can compete with that. Another instructor concurred. It is entirely understandable to be outmatched, but under circumstances where one possesses a certain level of combat awareness and experience, is it not unreasonable to expect to endure for at least 15 minutes? Have you forgotten about the zombie siege? Have you forgotten the zombie infestation? How many times have you received prior notice? Do you think the zombies would spare you simply because you are unable to resist? Or would you seek to protest to the zombies because you cannot prevail? Mr. Dongfang retorted, leaving no room for a response. Instructors, Let me clarify for everyone. Today was intentional, designed to impart a lesson to these trainees. The battlefield is not static, nor is the enemy. At all times and in all places, one must maintain a heightened sense of vigilance and be thoroughly prepared for combat. These are merely training robots, devoid of infectious properties and lethality. However, on the battlefield, the situation will only escalate in severity. If this is the extent of your combat awareness and capability, I can responsibly assert that humanity is doomed. Allow me to share a piece of news with everyone. Just yesterday, we detected the presence of mutated cockroaches in numerous abandoned cities in the south. I emphasize, mutated cockroaches, not zombie cockroaches. Fang Chen declared. What exactly are mutated cockroaches? Rongpo inquired with a furrowed brow. Mutated cockroaches are a new species that arises from the amalgamation of traditional cockroaches and viral RNA. It is widely recognized that cockroaches possess remarkable reproductive capabilities. A single mutated cockroach can swiftly produce a multitude of offspring endowed with mutated genes. In recent days, you have witnessed the formidable nature of the mutants. Thus, one can boldly imagine the scenario in which millions of mutated cockroaches besiege human settlements. Remember, we are speaking of millions of mutated cockroaches, potentially possessing extraordinary abilities. Fang Chen painted a vivid picture of a cockroach siege. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they visualized such a scene. Chapter 137, Field Investigation. Do you still believe that today's training is mere harassment? Fang Chen asked. The crowd remained silent. That is precisely why I assert that this will become the norm for future battles. The circumstances they will encounter ahead will only be more dire than what we face now, he added. I must promptly report this situation to the commander, Rongpa stated. I have already informed him. If my assumptions are correct, your Zhangfeng assault team is likely already on site, Fang Chen remarked. Very well, Rongpa felt a sense of relief. Dongzhou Province, Guangchun City, May 23, 2055, 12:30 p.m. 20 fully armed soldiers descended from the helicopter, swiftly entering a state of alert. The province of Dongzhou, the southernmost inland region of Huaghua, had long since transformed into a human exclusion zone as of last year. Once all personnel had landed, the helicopter ascended into the sky. Everything appeared normal. The objective lay at 11 o'clock, advance. The entire squad crouched low, weapons raised, initiating their operation. They formed a tight circle, meticulously monitoring their surroundings. During daylight, zombies refrained from emerging. However, mutated species were a different matter. They feared not the sun and possessed extraordinary strength, necessitating heightened caution. Their destination was a residential building. According to their orders, a vast number of mutated cockroaches resided within. Their mission was solely to ascertain the presence of these aberrant creatures. Unless absolutely necessary, entry into the building was prohibited. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the exterior of the building, taking cover at the street corner. The squad leader produced binoculars, scrutinizing the area. It was still somewhat distant, and the cockroaches were minuscule. He could discern nothing. Disperse the bait, commanded the leader. One soldier retrieved a glass bottle filled to the brim with rice from his pack. With a vigorous throw, he hurled the bottle to the ground below, shattering it into countless pieces, the rice scattering across the pavement. After 20 minutes of waiting, still no sign of the cockroaches. Captain, do you think the sound of the bottle breaking frightened them away? Inquired a soldier. It's possible. Everyone, remain silent. We shall continue to wait, the captain replied. Another 20 minutes passed, yet silence persisted. Captain, should I go and take a look? Ventured another soldier. All right, be cautious. The soldier crouched low and approached the entrance, scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss. He turned back to his comrades, gesturing to indicate all was clear. However, at that moment, their eyes widened in alarm. Their throats constricted, desperate to cry out, yet rendered voiceless. Get down. The captain remained composed, his voice booming through the tension. Unbeknownst to the soldier, two enormous pincers had emerged from within the doorway, poised behind him. As he prepared to inquire about the unusual silence, the pincers tightened, ensnaring him and dragging him into the darkness of the building. A startled gasp escaped his lips, followed by a cacophony of gunfire echoing from within. The interior was shrouded in darkness, leaving the others in a state of uncertainty regarding the unfolding chaos. Captain, Tiger is in imminent danger. We must rush to his aid. One of the team members urged. Silence. We have no knowledge of the situation inside. If it is perilous, we could all meet our doom. The captain admonished. Before the teammate could respond further, a resounding crash reverberated from within the building. It was Tiger detonating a grenade. As the explosion reverberated, fragments of flesh and viscous fluids were propelled outward. Tiger! The team members cried in unison. Though the protective suits offered some defense against piercing threats, they could not entirely shield the wearer from the shrapnel produced by an explosion. The shockwave and intense heat could inflict significant harm, potentially shattering internal organs. After all, the combat gear merely encased an ordinary human. Captain, issue the command. The monster must surely be vanquished. Tiger is protected by his suit and may yet be unscathed. Move quickly, urged one of the team members. 10 of you, go to the entrance and take a look. Remember, do not venture too far. Safety comes first, instructed the captain. Understood. The 10 commandos swiftly dashed towards the building's entrance, concealing themselves on either side, carefully observing their surroundings. After detecting no immediate threats, they cautiously began to enter. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from within, akin to something dragging along the ground. It was Little Tiger. The scout in front signaled frantically, and another individual slipped inside. Together, they managed to drag Little Tiger out. Only then did they realize that his outer clothing had been shredded, revealing the black combat uniform beneath, his body smeared with a thick, yellowish-brown substance. Are you all right? One of the team members inquired. Hurry, go. Little Tiger weakly replied. Retreat, retreat. The team member shouted. The 10 operatives hastily pulled Little Tiger back. Just as they had made a short distance from the entrance, a swarm of cockroaches poured out from the upper windows, surging towards them. Fall back! Fall back! Move swiftly! The captain bellowed upon witnessing the scene. Call for a helicopter. He commanded. Provide cover. Free fire. The cockroaches moved with astonishing speed, varying in size. Some loomed at 1 meter tall and stretched 2 to 3 meters long, while smaller ones measured 20 to 30 centimeters. The larger cockroaches moved slowly, but the smaller ones darted with incredible agility. Chapter 138. The Pressure on Yen Jinping. Bang! 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 The 10 responding team members, including the captain, commenced free firing. The resilience of the cockroaches was astounding. Even those at the forefront continued their relentless pursuit despite the barrage of gunfire. Their claws resembled scythes, incessantly probing forward, slicing through the retreating crowd. Quickly, quickly! The captain shouted, continuing to fire his weapon. Prepare the incendiary grenades. This was a precaution they had taken before their departure, anticipating the possibility of an onslaught by the roaches. However, the situation exceeded their expectations. In their minds, how large could a cockroach possibly be? Perhaps 3 to 5 centimeters at most? Even if they could not eradicate them, surely with the protection of their battle suits, a few cockroaches could not inflict harm. Who could have anticipated that the cockroaches before them were at least 20 to 30 centimeters long? Was this truly a cockroach? This was the greatest confusion shared among them. As 10 of them drew near, the incendiary grenades were immediately hurled. The roaring flames obstructed the advance of the roaches. Some of the cockroaches caught fire, dashing about in a frenzy, inadvertently igniting others. Simultaneously, the 20 commandos, having regrouped, dared not linger and swiftly retreated. A helicopter awaited not far off, scattering a substantial amount of a mixture of soap powder and lime from the air as they waited. The surrounding area was blanketed in this white powder within a radius of several dozen meters. Up, up, up! The captain shouted. The soldiers boarded the helicopter in succession, and it ascended rapidly. The pursuing cockroaches halted at the perimeter of the powder, unwilling to advance. My dear heavens! Is this truly a cockroach? How can it be so large? The survivors, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, remarked. If these cockroaches were to proliferate, they would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to us, the captain stated. Our weaponry inflicts only limited damage on these cockroaches. Indeed, lime powder proves to be more effective. Another team member pondered aloud. Fortunately, we discovered this early enough, allowing ample time for preparation, the captain remarked. In the Sichuan province, at the command headquarters of the Southwest Military District in Yun City, Yen Jinping received reports from his team, his brow furrowed in concern. It seemed never-ending. Rubbing his forehead, he displayed evident fatigue. Nearly a year had passed since the virus outbreak, and it had been a relentless series of emergencies, one after another. Unexpected situations continued to arise, and he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The existence of mutated cockroaches had now been confirmed, and the outlook for human survival had grown increasingly dire. According to the soldiers' feedback, the cockroaches boasted thick armor and tenacious vitality. Despite the combined firepower of 10 individuals over a span of 1 minute, they had failed to eliminate even a single specimen. Should hundreds of thousands of cockroaches mobilize simultaneously, the only viable option would be the use of incendiary weapons and heavy artillery. However, the critical issue lay in the cockroaches' ability to reproduce incessantly, unlike zombies, where each kill resulted in one less foe. Currently, the stockpile of weapons and ammunition was dwindling, unable to withstand prolonged consumption. Moreover, there was another dilemma. Eliminating zombies yielded crystal cores, fostering a beneficial cycle that enabled the sustenance of warfare. Thus, the more one fought, the wealthier one became, and the greater the advantage gained. In stark contrast, combating cockroaches constituted a war of attrition, leading only to depletion and poverty, making it increasingly unaffordable to continue. A profound sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him, and he felt that the struggle for even a modicum of survival space for humanity had become exceedingly arduous. Perhaps humanity's future was already in jeopardy. He was suddenly beset by such thoughts, but he quickly quelled them. He could not entertain such notions. As the supreme commander of the military district, he bore the hopes of all. He must remain resolute in his beliefs and fight until the very last moment. It was at this juncture that he realized his daughter was indeed correct. Perhaps, to bring an end to this apocalyptic era, it truly depended on Fang Chen. Judging by the reports from Rongpu, Fang Chen had amassed a considerable capability for manufacturing combat robots, training recruits with 30,000 spider robots. What a grand endeavor! In all of Huagua, there was none to rival it. He remained oblivious to the fact that this line of thought was fraught with danger and exhibited a serious bias. Such inclinations could potentially sway his future direction and choices. As a legislator, he ought not to harbor such predispositions. In Binzhou City, at 1:00 p.m., the recruits gathered in the square, awaiting the arrival of their instructors. They were in search of an explanation. The ground in the center of the square slowly parted, revealing Fang Chen and 10 instructors emerging from below. Robots materialized from all directions, encircling the crowd. On the elevated platform, Fang Chen stepped forward. With a thunderous roar, tens of thousands of robots simultaneously came to a halt, extending their forelimbs in salute. This spectacle was overwhelmingly impactful for the recruits. Recruits, the explanation you seek has been provided, Fang Chen proclaimed, raising his hands in gesture. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of its meaning. You have all witnessed that I command these robots. I am their highest authority, and they possess the capability to annihilate you in an instant. Therefore, I must ask you all, what is the meaning of your existence? Even without you, I can thrive in this apocalypse, can I not? Fang Chen remarked. Chapter 139. The students' ideological work. The students fell silent, their heads bowed in contemplation. They had grasped Fang Chen's intent. The rigorous training over the past period had led them to a state of oblivion. They had deluded themselves into believing they possessed the strength to contend with the trials of this era. Yet, in truth, their spirits were frail and their fortitude but a fragile facade. Do you possess the right to demand justification? He asserted. Clearly, you do not. Fang Chen continued. I wish for you to comprehend that the one truly in need of justification is, in fact, I. I have provided you with the most optimal training conditions. Yet you have returned to me the most dismal of results. Given your current performance, it is difficult for me to envision how you might lead others to survive in such a tumultuous time. Enough of this idle talk. If any among you still feel a sense of unfairness, you may lay down your weapons and gear and depart from this place. Perhaps outside, you will discover the fairness you so desire. At this juncture, Fang Chen paused for a minute, observing if anyone would step forward, granting them the opportunity of choice. He held no fondness for coercing others. A minute passed, and no one chose to leave. Not bad. You possess more courage than I anticipated. Fang Chen remarked with a slight nod. Since no one has opted to depart, allow me to present you with a visual. With a wave of his hand, a colossal image materialized in the sky. The students lifted their gazes, entranced by the unfolding video. The scene depicted a city, its location unknown. At the outset, everything appeared normal, yet it was evident to all that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Look, someone whispered. In the distance, the street seemed to teem with something creeping forward. Soon, an increasing number of insects emerged, resembling a locust plague. Some scuttled on the ground while others soared through the air, leaving desolation in their wake. Even the zombies lurking in the shadows emitted chilling howls. Gradually, the insects drew nearer, becoming discernible. They were cockroaches, astonishingly the size of nearby automobiles. The streets were inundated with them, a dense mass stretching beyond sight. A collective shiver ran through all who beheld this scene, with no fewer than hundreds of thousands visible through the lens. Suddenly, the image vanished. Well, now you have all witnessed it. This scene is indeed real, occurring on a street in Guangxin City, Dongzhou Province. I ask you once more, do you still consider it unfair to confront tens of thousands of seemingly harmless spider robots? In the face of survival, fairness is merely an excuse for the weak. What you have witnessed is the stark reality, the challenge that lies ahead. You are not fighting for me. You are fighting for yourselves. This is merely the beginning. Now, I ask you, do you possess the courage? Fang Chen proclaimed loudly. Yes. The crowd responded. Good. This is the first and last time I will engage in such persuasion. From this point forward, there will be no more. If anyone still perceives this as unjust, feel free to leave. Disband. With a sudden clamor, all the robots simultaneously lowered their forelimbs and retreated in an orderly fashion. The trainees remained silent, many of them awakening to a profound sense of regret for their previous actions. In the short span of just over a month, they had forgotten their past fears and despair. As Fang Chen remarked, in perilous environments, a collective unity emerges, while it is in comfortable surroundings that ideological divisions take root. The demeanor of the trainees vividly illustrates the dangers brought about by complacency. Were it not for the formidable survival challenges they faced, it is unlikely that these individuals would have ever stood together, let alone undergone such rigorous training. The following day, training proceeded as usual. Having endured the previous day's trials, the trainees exhibited a newfound caution. With the looming threat of flying robots, the outdoors had become decidedly unsafe. They could only fortify themselves within the buildings, resolutely defending their positions. In pursuit of superior results and prolonged endurance, they constructed barricades from vehicles and utilized their own flesh and blood to buy time for their comrades, leaving no stone unturned in their efforts. Although triumphing over tens of thousands of robots remained an elusive goal, and sustaining their efforts for a mere 24 hours seemed a luxury, they were experiencing extraordinary growth through their relentless struggles. Mr. Dongfang, is there any new movement in the Funing district? Ronghua inquired, standing before the map. What do you mean? Fang Chen responded. I have observed that the streets of Funing district undergo changes daily. In recent days, there have been no abandoned vehicles left on the streets, Ronghua noted. You certainly have a keen eye. However, it seems our chief instructor has a bit too much leisure time on his hands, without carefully studying the performance of the trainees. You are instead observing my street, remarked Fang Chen with a smile. Just taking a look, Rongpa replied, unable to divulge that he had promised Commander Yin to gather more intelligence. Could Fang Chen be unaware of his little schemes? He was deliberately allowing him to see. Sometimes, proving your capabilities through direct means is less effective than allowing others to discover them on their own, which lends greater credibility and impact. Chapter 140. A tour with Rongpa if you wish to see. I can certainly take you there, said Fang Chen with a grin. This might not be appropriate. Rongpa glanced around, indicating that he still had work to attend to. Oh, in that case, let us not go. Fang Chen replied without pressing the matter. Let us go. Let us go. Rongpa quickly changed his tune. However, if we are to go, we must agree in advance that whatever we see must remain confidential. It cannot be disclosed to others. Fang Chen whispered. Generally speaking, once you share a secret, it ceases to be a secret. Rest assured, I can keep my mouth shut. Rongpa patted his chest. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Then let us use your mouth for some advertising, Fang Chen thought with a smile. Captain, where are you headed? Can I join? A certain instructor inquired as he approached. Count me in too. Another chimed in. Get lost. Do you not realize it is training time? What are you doing here causing a ruckus? Have you no sense of professional ethics? Rongpa reprimanded, causing the instructors to sulkily withdraw. So, Mr. Dongfang, when shall we depart? Rongpa quickly reverted to a cheerful demeanor. Let us set off now, Fang Chen responded. Turning away with Rongpa, the two entered the elevator. Fang Chen pressed the button, and the elevator began to move horizontally. Mr. Dongfang, does this elevator lead directly to Funing district? Indeed. After approximately 30 minutes, the elevator came to a halt. The two stepped out, finding themselves in an isolated space, with 4 walls, each adorned with a door. Aside from this, the area was devoid of any furnishings. The space measured roughly 10 meters square and stood about 5 meters high. Fang Chen approached the door across from them, which opened automatically. He stepped through, and Rongpa hurriedly followed suit. This was an office, modest in size, featuring a desk, a bookshelf, a sofa set, and a coffee table. Upon exiting the office, the sight that greeted Rongpa was blinding, as countless robots moved methodically throughout the expansive hall, diligently attending to their designated tasks. The scene resembled the bustling atmosphere of a train station during the annual spring festival travel rush. On either side of the hall, entrances appeared at intervals, concealing what lay beyond. "We are currently beneath Funing District," Fang Chen remarked. "What are they doing now?" Rongpa inquired. "They are constructing production warehouses," Fang Chen replied. "Production warehouses? Is it in such facilities that your weaponry is manufactured?" Rongpa asked. "More or less. However, these production warehouses are not meant for weaponry," Fang Chen clarified. "Then what are they for?" "These are warehouses for supplies, including crops and daily necessities," Fang Chen explained. "Are you suggesting that you can cultivate crops underground?" Rongpa exclaimed in astonishment. Before he joined the army, he hailed from a rural background. Although he had not engaged extensively in agricultural work, he had certainly seen pigs run, even if he had never tasted pork. He understood that farmers relied on the whims of nature for their harvests. While advancements in technology have assured farmers more consistent yields, cultivating crops entirely underground still presents a formidable technical challenge. Take, for instance, the issues of light and pollination. These would likely be insurmountable in subterranean conditions. Beyond that, he found himself at a loss for further contemplation. With your current protective measures, growing crops above ground should pose little problem, right? Rongpa inquired. He had only considered the potential threats from zombie attacks and mutated animals, remaining oblivious to the looming ecological crisis. Thus, he believed that cultivating above ground would indeed be a more convenient option. "There are certain matters you are yet unaware of, but I can divulge a fragment of the truth. It won't be long before the surface becomes inhospitable for crop cultivation. Our sustenance must be entirely produced underground." Rongpa nodded in acknowledgement. Currently, the underground base in Funing District is capable of sustaining a population of 100,000. I plan to use this as a model for future development of resettlement sites nationwide. We hope others can emulate this construction method, Fang Chen stated. "Are you suggesting that resettlement sites should also establish such bases?" Rongpa queried. "Certainly. Have you forgotten what I just mentioned? The surface will eventually become unsuitable for crop growth." Fang Chen replied with a smile. Rongpa, still somewhat bewildered, scratched his head and offered an awkward grin. Fang Chen did not delve too deeply, as it was not yet appropriate for Rongpa to grasp the intricacies of the ecological crisis. "Where would you like to visit?" "I can guide you," Fang Chen asked. "Why do you wish to take me on a tour here?" Rongpa responded, puzzled. Regarding the act of voluntarily divulging one's secrets, Rongpa expressed that this is rather abnormal. "Do you not wish to see? Allow me to present it to you in abundance," Fang Chen remarked with a smile. "Yet this is not your usual demeanor." Rongpa replied. "What do you perceive my style to be?" Fang Chen inquired. "You are enigmatic, and every endeavor appears meticulously orchestrated. Furthermore, you neither exceed nor fall short of your intentions," Rongpa articulated. "It seems your instructor Yen has imparted some wisdom upon you." Fang Chen smirked sideways. "He shared a few insights. The rest I have discerned on my own," Rongpa chuckled. "Since you have posed a question, I shall divulge a fragment of information. This knowledge is not intended for your eyes, but rather for your commander," Fang Chen stated. Chapter 141, A Special Performance. "Ah, you are aware?" Rongpa exclaimed in astonishment. Prior to his arrival, Yen Jinping had privately advised him to be vigilant and observant, urging him to uncover certain secrets within the base. However, this matter was known to no one else. "Whether or not you comprehend it is inconsequential. What matters is that I wish for you to be informed. Your own observations are far more beneficial than my mere narration." Fang Chen spoke ambiguously. "Is it not preferable for fewer individuals to be privy to secrets? Yet, why do you oscillate between being cryptic and openly revealing information? Does this not appear contradictory?" Rongpa queried. "Indeed, it is better for fewer to be aware of secrets. But do you believe I possess the capability to confront this apocalyptic reality alone? Even if I did possess such power, what significance would it hold if I were the sole survivor?" Fang Chen countered. Rongpa nodded in agreement, yet found himself at a loss for words. His brain cells have begun to dwindle. "I am not a savior, nor do I wish to become one. Just like those learners outside, their survival is not for me to decide. Ultimately, the true decision lies with themselves. The same applies here. I can illuminate the path to the future for you." but whether you tread upon it is entirely your own choice. After speaking, Fang Chen patted Rongpo's shoulder. He was somewhat perplexed. However, this could render the situation here a target of scrutiny. Your position may become precarious. Although Rongpo did not comprehend Fang Chen's intentions, he was acutely aware of the consequences of a secret being divulged. Will you then become my adversary? Fang Chen inquired with a smile, his tone oscillating between jest and seriousness. Rongpo faltered at the question, which had never crossed his mind. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Who could say for certain? He was a soldier, devoted to the duty of obedience. It matters not. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. I possess the interests that everyone desires, yet obtaining them without sacrifice is impossible, Fang Chen replied with a grin. Oh, and one more thing to convey to you. The secrets you are aware of are merely those I have chosen to reveal. Remember this statement. Fang Chen added. Rongpo struggled to digest this information, resolving to retain it in his mind for the time being. Come, I have prepared a performance for you, as the final stop of your tour. With that, Fang Chen led Rongpo into a chamber. Upon entering, they were greeted by an exceptionally large underground cell filled with thousands of zombies. Standing at the balustrade, they gazed down, their vision unobstructed. A cacophony arose as the zombies, detecting their presence, surged forth with frenzied abandon, only to be thwarted by the stout bars of their confinement. They could but extend their claws and gape menacingly. I have taken great pains to prepare this spectacle for your viewing pleasure. Be sure to savor it, jested. With a snap of his fingers, the performance commenced. Observed intently, yet perceived nothing amiss. What is this? He queried, perplexed. Continue watching, instructed. Nodded in compliance. The zombies, for reasons unknown, grew increasingly agitated, their limbs flailing wildly. Some suddenly collapsed, their forms gradually dissolving from the legs upward. One after another succumbed to this strange affliction, each leaving behind only a crystalline core. As more zombies vanished, the accumulation of these cores upon the ground steadily increased. It was as though the undead were subject to some arcane malediction, consumed by unseen entities. Within a mere minute, the scene was devoid of all but the crystalline remnants. This, exclaimed aghast. You see, remarked with a smile. I can reveal certain secrets to you, for I possess the means to do so with confidence. He employed a strategy of enticement and intimidation, revealing his power to dissuade any perception of weakness. How did you accomplish this? Pressed, as they departed the prison. Regrettably, I cannot divulge the method, demurred. I can only say that friends are met with hospitality, while enemies are greeted with naught but demise. He spoke with an air of nonchalant ease. It appears you're issuing us a cautionary warning. Rongpo offered a wry smile. Precisely. That is the sentiment. This will spare us from future difficulties. Fang Chen did not articulate his thoughts too explicitly. Well then, the tour has concluded. It is time for us to return. In the city of Mo, at the Suiyang Resettlement Center, a man inquired, Holy Envoy, what is the directive from above? The response came, it is not only here that we face challenges. The entire realm of Huabua is experiencing similar setbacks. It is worth noting that numerous European nations have already fallen completely under the dominion of our red-robed church. The higher-ups are exceedingly discontented. Should we fail to deliver satisfactory results in the near future, it is likely that none of us will fare well. But we have yet to clarify the matter regarding the rats. To act recklessly now would pose significant risks, the man urged anxiously. Our time is running short. Allow me to divulge a crucial piece of information. If we do not swiftly secure Yusu province, our entire faction will face collective elimination. Chapter 142. The dilemma of Zongjingyu. The weighty revelation from the Holy Envoy left the man utterly stunned. If that is the case, we must take the plunge. The man resolved himself. Now, for the next steps, the Holy Envoy whispered as he outlined the forthcoming plan. On the morning of May 25, 2055, in Yusu province, at the command center of the Southeast Military District in Kunfing City, a report was made. Enter. Commander, personnel from the Huiling Resettlement Center have arrived. Oh, what is the nature of their business? They claim there is an urgent matter that must be conveyed directly to the commander. Very well. Please escort them to the conference room, Zhong Jingwei instructed. What brings you here? He inquired. A middle-aged man, visibly distressed and balding, replied anxiously, Commander Zhong. Mayor Rong from Huai City has summoned us to report an exceedingly urgent matter. Please, go on, Zhong Jingwei urged. Last night, we were besieged by a multitude of zombies surrounding our Huiling shelter, the bald man disclosed. Oh, what were the casualty figures? Zhong Zhengyue asked, his brow furrowing. There were no casualties, the man answered. No casualties? Then what transpired? Zhong Zhengyue was bewildered. Commander, after the zombies appeared, they did not attack. They merely stood outside the city. By around 3 or 4 in the morning, they had all dispersed, the man elaborated. They did not attack, yet departed? Zhong Zhengyue expressed disbelief. Indeed, we witnessed it with our own eyes. The hills were teeming with zombies. There must have been hundreds of thousands, he asserted. And you have come today too? Zhong Zhengyue prompted. Our Mayor Roan believes this situation is highly unusual and seeks your assistance, Commander. Very well. Return for now. I shall dispatch personnel to investigate the matter further, and once we have results, we shall reconvene, Zhong Zhengyue replied, deferring the matter. In this current phase, such issues are particularly challenging to address. Logically, the Council has entirely delegated authority to each shelter. Therefore, the security of each shelter should rightfully be their own responsibility. However, the military bears the duty of maintaining regional stability. If a shelter does not proactively seek assistance, all parties can attend to their own affairs without interference. Yet, once assistance is solicited, failing to deploy troops would surely dishearten the populace. Deploying troops presents its own set of challenges. Currently, the number of combat uniforms available for the forces is limited. Should they be dispatched, the military command would face significant risks. Thus, Zhong Zhengyue finds himself in a precarious position. The painful lessons from the last support mission to the Matong resettlement site remain fresh in his mind, making it even less feasible to send soldiers without combat gear to aid the shelter. Commander Zhong, you must act swiftly. If those zombies return tonight, the resettlement site won't hold up, anxiously declared the bald man. Rest assured, I will make arrangements promptly, Zhong Zhengyue replied, trying to alleviate the tension. Thank you, Commander Zhong. We shall take our leave now. Once the visitors departed, Zhong Zhengyue felt a wave of pressure wash over him. He promptly organized a team of soldiers to investigate the situation in Huai Prefecture. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and called Yin Jingping. Old Yin, the resettlement site has requested assistance. How do you handle such situations on your end? Zhong Zhengyue asked directly. We cannot mobilize troops under these circumstances, Yin Jingping responded. Such an approach would dishearten the public, Zhong Zhengyue remarked. I must tell you, the thought of this issue infuriates me. A few months ago, Fang led a team to support a village and captured a group of bandits. Can you guess what happened next? Yin Jingping inquired. What happened? Zhong Zhengyue asked, intrigued. There were spies from the Red Dress sect among them. Damn it, they exposed the position of our military command. Yin Jingping exclaimed, his anger palpable. Was that during the zombie assault on your military base? Zhong Zhengyue recalled. Indeed, that was the incident. They employed a tactic of diversion, attempting to sneak past us. We narrowly escaped a successful ambush, sighed Yin Jingping. That night, we lost over 1,000 valiant officers and soldiers. Yin Jingping sighed, filled with regret, and spoke. But there are still hundreds of thousands of defenseless citizens in the resettlement centers. Zhong Jingyu comprehended Yin Jingping's sentiment, yet he remained in a quandary. Old Zhong, you are too much of a soft-hearted person. If every resettlement center comes to you for assistance, dispatching the soldiers to their aid would only jeopardize them. Should you fall into the enemy's trap, I assure you, it would be too late for remorse. Not only would you be unable to save anyone, but you would also plunge the entire Southeast military region along with the Central military region into an irretrievable abyss. You must think this through, Yin Jingping admonished sternly. Given that the Southeast military region is currently responsible for maintaining security in a significant portion of the Central military region, Zhong Jingyu's forces were relatively dispersed. Zhong Jingyu broke into a cold sweat at these words, narrowly avoiding a grave mistake. So, are you suggesting we simply let this matter lie? Zhong Jingyu inquired, seeking counsel. Old Zhong, if it truly comes to that, perhaps you should resign as the commander of the Southeast military region and allow someone else to take over. This line of thinking is perilous and will inevitably endanger everyone, Yin Jingping said without mincing words, showing no mercy to Zhong Jingyu. What are you saying? Zhong Jingyu retorted. Consider the 20,000 soldiers who supported the Matong resettlement center. In hindsight, much of the responsibility lies with you. Yin Jingping continued to speak harshly. His words were driven by concern for the safety of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Southeast military region, as well as for the numerous resettlement centers and citizens in both the Southeast and Central military regions. Chapter 143, The Headquarters Blocked. Zhong Jingyu was left speechless by Yin Jingping's rebuke. He is not wrong. In the apocalypse, being an overly good person is not feasible, especially for those in high positions. This cannot be entirely blamed on Zhong Jingyu. The perceptions of a general in times of peace differ greatly from those in chaotic eras. The ingrained sense of responsibility within him forbids him from becoming a cold-hearted individual. He cannot disregard the safety of the populace. His conscience is undergoing a profound interrogation. Old Zhong, you bear the lives and futures of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, as well as the security of half of Huagua at this moment. You must not allow yourself to be confused. One misstep, and redemption will be impossible. Yan Zhengping spoke with a gentle, yet earnest tone. Zhong Jingyu remained silent, quietly ending the call. For the entire morning, he sat in his office, lost in thought. Report. Enter. Zhong Jingyu said weakly. Commander, the team dispatched to Huai City has returned with news, the messenger reported. Speak. The reconnaissance team searched several streets and discovered an exceedingly abnormal situation. What situation? There were no zombies found in Huai City. None? Upon hearing this, Zhong Jingyu's frown deepened. The absence of zombies at this juncture is far from reassuring. The less visible they are, the more it suggests an irregularity. Order the team to continue their investigation. Yes. The messenger complied and set out. Before long, the messenger returned. Report. Enter. Commander, while the special forces directly under the military command were executing a hunting mission, they encountered an anomalous situation. Speak. This morning. Upon the arrival of the special forces in Mo City, they commenced their mission to hunt down zombies. However, it was perplexing that not a single zombie was found despite scouring an entire district of Mo City. What is happening? Zhong Jingyu found himself increasingly restless. This cannot be right. The zombies in Huai City have vanished, and now those in Mo City have also disappeared. Where could these zombies possibly have gone? Zhong Jingyu pondered in confusion. He commanded the special forces to expand their search radius, determined to uncover the reason behind the zombies' disappearance. Proceed. He ordered the messenger. It seemed evident that this incident was premeditated, a thought that grew more likely with each passing moment. Report. Another messenger arrived. Enter. Commander. Mayor Zhou Wenshan of the Mailin Refuge has urgently called, stating that a massive horde of zombies was discovered outside the Mailin Refuge last night, likely exceeding 100,000. The soldier reported. Report. Enter. Commander, we have received a distress call from the Suiyang Refuge. The messengers continued to arrive one after another. Zhong Jingyu felt overwhelmed. Given the current situation, it would be impossible for him to provide assistance. With so many refuges seeking help simultaneously, he could not trust that there was not some ulterior motive at play. He finally resolved to hold his ground and observe the unfolding events. As night fell, the command center's phone lines were inundated with calls. The messages were strikingly similar, each reporting that hordes of zombies surrounded the refuges, requesting military support. Zhong Jingyu ordered the soldiers to cease further reports and to simply register the calls. The night passed uneventfully with much ado about nothing. Before the dawn arrived, the zombies surrounding the refuge gradually retreated. They feared the sunlight, compelling them to seek concealment before sunrise. Early the next morning, the entrance of the command center was besieged by individuals dispatched from various shelters, all clamoring to meet Commander Zhong. However, Zhong Zhengyue did not grant an audience. Instead, he instructed the messenger to inform the crowd that he was already aware of the situation and was conducting further investigations. He urged everyone to return home and await updates patiently. Yet, no one dispersed. They remained at the gate until the afternoon, when they finally began to trickle away. This pattern repeated itself in the evening, with even more shelters making calls for assistance. The following morning, the number of people at the command center had multiplied. They disregarded explanations, presenting only one demand, a request for the military district to assign a contingent of soldiers to guard their shelters. Many had already brought tents, establishing a makeshift camp at the military district's entrance, ready to maintain a prolonged vigil, fearing that if the military agreed to deploy troops, their own shelters would be overlooked. Zhong Zhengyue felt overwhelmed, exasperated by the situation. Yet, he could not resort to force against ordinary citizens. Any outbreak of conflict could erode public confidence in the military. As the situation escalated, he found himself unable to make unilateral decisions and therefore reported the circumstances to the speaker. The speaker's response consisted of merely 8 words: prioritize appeasement and adapt as necessary. What did this mean? It was as vague as silence. In the ensuing days, the throng at the military district's entrance continued to swell, with representatives from nearly every shelter in the southeast and central military district establishing a presence. The situation had begun to spiral beyond control. On May 30th, 2055, at noon, in the underground base of Binjiang City, Mr. Dongfang remarked, "Today marks the final day of the second phase of training. I see that the list of group members is nearly finalized." Chapter 144, Farewell Banquet. The second phase serves as the regrouping stage, wherein the instructors will categorize participants based on their scores, ranked from highest to lowest. Throughout this period of practical training, the participants' rankings have stabilized, making any significant changes in standings unlikely. Indeed, after today's training concludes, your tasks will be deemed complete, Mr. Dongfang continued. In the afternoon, we shall host a celebration banquet, which will also serve as a farewell gathering. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all instructors for their unwavering dedication during this time. You are too kind, Mr. Dongfang, Rongpa replied. According to the training plan, the members of the Wind Cut Assault Team, serving as instructors, are only responsible for the first 2 phases of training. Upon completion, their duties will also conclude, allowing them to return to their military district. It is only fitting, Rongpa added. On behalf of all the trainees, I express our profound gratitude. With that, Mr. Dongfang shook hands with each instructor in appreciation. The weather is splendid today. Let us hold the banquet in the square. There will be ample food and drink for everyone to enjoy, Mr. Dongfang declared with a smile. The instructors did not decline the offer. As evening descended upon the square, the collective call rang out, "Attention! Salute!" With this command, all trainees saluted the 10 instructors. Comrades, as of today, our second phase of training comes to a close. We will now categorize everyone according to their performance. Following the establishment of the groups, your teammates will be definitively confirmed. In the forthcoming 2 months, you shall engage in further training within your designated teams. Now, I shall announce the roster. When your name is called, please gather at your respective group locations. Group 1. In the center of the square, Dongfang Chun proclaimed the list of members. However, by the time the list concluded, 84 students remained unannounced. Among these 84 students, their scores varied significantly, some high and others low. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. Among them were individuals with notably excellent performances, who did not seem to be on the verge of elimination. Yet there were also those with mediocre results, who appeared unlikely to be reassigned. Uncertainty loomed as everyone pondered the reason for their retention, their hearts filled with trepidation. Do not be troubled. I have other plans for the remaining 84 students, Dongfang Chen clarified, soothing the crowd. Among these 84, 30 students were dispatched from the Southwest Military District. For these 30, Dongfang Chun had no alternative arrangements. Upon completion of the training, they would return to the Southwest Military District. These individuals would serve as the embryonic form of a mutated squad from the Southwest Military District, a modest token of appreciation for Yan Jingping. Subsequently, these 30 were divided into 5 specialized training groups. The remaining 54 students were meticulously selected by Xiao Lin based on a comprehensive evaluation of their scores, personalities, specialties, and mutation attributes. Destined to become the inaugural batch of special forces for the base, undergoing specialized training. Apart from these 84, there were an additional 156 individuals who had already been assigned to groups. The 156 individuals were divided into 26 groups, each comprising 6 members. The final structure of the groups is as follows: Diamond Group, 2 groups, totaling 12 individuals; Gold Group, 4 groups, totaling 24 individuals; Silver Group, 8 groups, totaling 48 individuals; Bronze Group, 12 groups, totaling 72 individuals; Orientation Training Group, 5 groups, totaling 30 individuals. Beginning from the 3rd phase, we shall no longer maintain individual scores, but will instead rank based on group performance. Furthermore, the scores accumulated by your previous groups will be reset to 0. Thus, those groups currently leading should not grow complacent, while those trailing should refrain from self-pity. I look forward to your forthcoming performances. Your instructors have completed their tasks and will depart tomorrow to return to their military district. Henceforth, the time is entrusted to you. Today, there are no rules, no hierarchy. Everyone is free to revel and unleash their spirits. Tomorrow, the 31st, will be a day of rest for all. I now declare, all is dismissed. Dongfang Chun announced the dissolution with a resounding voice. As the command was issued, the entire square erupted in excitement. Having been restrained for 2 months, everyone was eager to break free. All surged towards the platform, lifting the instructors high into the air. To avoid being engulfed by the crowd, Fang Chen had opened the entrance to the underground base early and descended. He did not wish to partake in this exuberance. With his presence, the revelry would not fully flourish. Back in the underground base, he observed the scene on the screen of everyone indulging in drinks and could not help but smile wryly. He felt akin to a solitary sentinel, silently watching over the world around him. "Commander, all modules of the space station have been upgraded to level 3, reported Xiaolin. "Oh, is that so? Time certainly flies." Fang Chen mused, inquiring further, "How is the establishment of the supercomputing center progressing?" "The supercomputing center is expected to be completed within 2 days," Xiaolin replied. "Then let us proceed to transform the remaining 4 expansion ports in the central hall of the space station into production modules. Once constructed, they should be upgraded directly to level 3, Fang Chen declared, having already devised this plan. Currently, there are 4 idle expansion ports in the central hall. Utilizing them all for the expansion of production modules will expedite the construction process of the space station. Chapter 145. Autonomy of the Settlement, the next level of large connector. Linked to the central hall is the Material Transfer Hall. The Material Transfer Hall comprises 4 expansion docking bays, but can only interface with mounted modules intended for micro-unmanned transport spacecraft, functioning akin to a port terminal. Thus far, the amount of space debris available for collection around the space station has dwindled. Additionally, the worker bee robots are incapable of gathering resources from a considerable distance. This necessitates the use of micro-unmanned transport spacecraft to convey worker bee robots to more distant locations. Concurrent operation of multiple production modules will hasten the construction of the Material Transfer Hall. Furthermore, an increase in the number of production modules will elevate the upper limit of worker bee robot quantity. Presently, with certain modules upgraded to level 3, the count of worker bee robots stands at 1,200. Should 4 additional production modules be constructed, the number of worker bee robots could expand to 1,600. The space station shall proceed with its gradual construction, as its development is not urgent, constrained by the pace of progress on the ground. His most pressing concern at present is to establish the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce and the Trade Union, and to commence the nationwide promotion and establishment of their branches. "Commander, we have received news from the Lark at the Huiling Resettlement Center," reported Xiaolin. "What is the content?" inquired Fang Chen. "The message indicates that the Red Robe sect is planning a significant operation, potentially related to the recent zombie siege incidents," Xiaolin responded. "Have there been any unusual reports from the microbee units stationed at the resettlement center?" Fang Chen asked, his brow furrowing. "None at the moment," Xiaolin replied. "Is it possible to ascertain which resettlement centers have been besieged by zombies in recent days?" Fang Chen continued his inquiry. "Currently, it is not feasible to investigate," came the answer. "It appears we must expedite the Chamber's plans. The sensation of information blockage is truly unbearable," Fang Chen lamented. On June 1st, 2055, an event occurred that shocked the entirety of Huagua. 83 resettlement centers in the Southeast Military District and the Central Military District simultaneously declared autonomy. This announcement, upon breaking, left everyone astounded. In Yushu Province, Kuanfeng City, at the Southeast Military District Command, the reaction was one of disbelief. "What? Say that again. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Go. Have the guard unit drive those people away from the entrance." Zhong Jingyu exclaimed in fury upon learning of the resettlement center's autonomy. Just then, the phone in the command office rang. "Zhongxi, what the hell are you doing? You've thrown the entire Southeast and Central Military Districts into chaos," roared Suo Tunghua from the Northeast Military District over the line. "What relevance do the affairs of the Southeast Military Region hold for you? Why meddle in matters that do not concern you?" Zhong Jingyu, filled with ire, retorted immediately. "If you wish to perish, do so in solitude without dragging others into your troubles. Let me inform you, due to the chaos you have created, my resettlement centers are in disarray. I do not care about your circumstances. Rectify the situation at once. Should our Northeast Military Region suffer due to your actions, be prepared to face dire consequences." With that, Su Tunghua abruptly ended the call. Barely a minute had passed when another call came through from the Northwest Military Region's Shintu Zhenghao. This butcher from the Northwest was a man of few words, known for his decisive actions rather than idle chatter. Zhong Jingyu answered the phone, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Shen Tu's stern voice. "Counselor Zhong, the mess you've stirred has far-reaching implications. Please resolve it promptly." And with that, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhong Jingyu felt utterly aggrieved, more so than Do Yi. It was as if calamity had befallen him without cause. What kind of situation is this? To support is wrong, yet to withhold support is equally erroneous. The leaders of these resettlement centers are utterly nonsensical. They only care for those who provide assistance, yet condemn those who do not. The demand for autonomy without support is preposterous. Lawlessness reigns. The more Zhong Jingyu pondered, the more infuriated he became. Such blatant defiance against the military command and the council should be met with resolute opposition. This was his immediate reaction. However, upon further contemplation, he recognized that there were complexities to the situation. During this tumultuous period, when the public is rife with anxiety, the overt arrest of numerous leaders from the resettlement centers could incite widespread indignation and exacerbate the situation. Conversely, offering them solace might inadvertently embolden their audacity. Furthermore, acquiescing to their demands and fragmenting the troops to deploy them across various resettlement centers would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. Just as these thoughts plagued my mind, a call from Yin Zhengping interrupted my contemplation. Old Zhong, I have heard about the situation. I suspect there are unseen hands manipulating this, for it is improbable that so many resettlement centers would coordinate so seamlessly, coupled with the recent spate of zombie siege incidents. I believe the Red Robe sect is the most likely culprit, Yin Zhengping articulated. The Red Robe sect. Upon hearing this name, Zhong Jingyue gritted his teeth. Do not act hastily. My advice is to remain passive for the time being. Regarding the autonomy of the resettlement centers, it would be prudent to adopt a non-committal and cool approach. If you choose to suppress them, not only will you position the military against the populace, but you may also fall prey to the schemes of the Red Robe sect, which carries significant risk, Yin Zhengping advised. Chapter 146. Commencement of the third phase of training Binzhou City, Underground Base. Dear trainees, starting today, we will embark on the third phase of our training. From this juncture onward, our focus will primarily be on practical combat scenarios. This underground base will serve as your headquarters for rest and communication in the future. Allow me to first familiarize you with the layout. We are currently situated in the main hall, which features a conference area, a three-dimensional sand table, a leisure zone, and an assembly area. Upon entering through the first gate, one finds a relaxation area where individuals may locate their designated rooms and sleeping quarters according to the numbers they possess. The second gate leads to the training zone, which houses a gymnasium and several combat rooms, facilitating both individual and group training sessions. The third gate opens to the equipment area, where all weaponry and gear are systematically stored, allowing you to procure the necessary supplies. The fourth gate leads to the commuting zone, equipped with 10 transport aircraft for your convenience. The fifth gate grants access to the confinement and isolation area. The sixth gate opens to the dining and leisure area, featuring a grand hexagonal hall, each side adorned with a prominently displayed number. Today, there are no combat assignments, and after the gathering disbands, you are encouraged to familiarize yourselves at your leisure. Next, I shall introduce several commonly used pieces of equipment. The first is the second-generation bone wheat, an upgraded version of its predecessor, which boasts enhanced functionalities. At this moment, Fang Chen elucidates the usage of the second-generation bone wheat. Accompanying this, the digital ocular implant, essential for its operation, is also introduced. Following the explanation, he distributes these two pieces of equipment for everyone to don and become accustomed to. Once familiarity is attained, Fang Chen proceeds to introduce the Type 2 laser gun. Subsequently, he presents a counter device, approximately the size of a mahjong tile, designed to be worn on the chest, specifically for training purposes to tally combat performance. The final piece of equipment is a miniature unmanned reconnaissance drone. The reconnaissance drone is no larger than a fly, making it exceptionally portable. Its visuals can be synchronized in real time with digital ocular implants, facilitating reconnaissance during outdoor missions. Despite the trainees repeatedly overestimating the technological advancements here, they are compelled to recalibrate their perceptions each time they encounter new equipment. Simultaneously, they feel immense gratitude for the opportunity to be present in such an environment. Now, let us conclude the introduction of the equipment and proceed to the arrangements for the third phase of our mission. This phase is remarkably straightforward. The objective is to hunt zombies. When engaging in training missions, each participant must wear a counter, which will automatically record the number of zombies each person eliminates. While it is possible to forego this device, doing so will result in a score of 0. The collective score of each group will be the sum of its members' individual achievements. Additionally, I may issue some ad hoc tasks, for which points will be awarded. These points will be directly reflected in the group's overall score. Today, you will familiarize yourselves with the equipment and the surroundings. Formal training will commence tomorrow. Please remain vigilant for updates on the Bone Communicator, as your future assignments will be disseminated through this channel. One final note, the tasks assigned to each group may not be entirely identical, so it is imperative that you do not disclose your specific assignments to members of other groups. Failure to adhere to this guideline will result in the cancellation of your mission, and the group that leaks information will have its historical points reset to 0. Remember this well. With these instructions conveyed, Fang Chen departed, leaving the trainees to explore their surroundings with the wonder of a child discovering a grand garden. This base serves as a temporary rest area for trainees, with only a single entrance connecting it to the main base of Fang Chen. Similar to the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce in Funing District, it will operate as an independent facility. With the deployment of the second-generation Queen Bee, the production and control of bee ant robots have reached a staggering number. At this moment, within the depths of Binjiang City, numerous projects are concurrently under construction in a space ranging from 20 to 50 meters deep. From the virtual projection, the underground base resembles an enormous spider web, with silk strands serving as connecting passages and intersection points acting as transfer hubs. Some larger transfer hubs function as safe houses or specialized underground bases. Your Excellency, this morning, 83 resettlement sites within the jurisdiction of the Southeast Military Region and the Central Military Region have simultaneously declared autonomy, Xiao Lin reported upon returning to the office. Oh, it seems there is someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes, Fang Chen remarked. The specific circumstances remain uncertain, Xiao Lin replied. Is there a Suyang resettlement site among those that declared autonomy? Fang Chen inquired. During the previous deployment of the miniature queen bees, he had encountered the Suyang resettlement site, which, due to its lack of education, had been infested with a substantial number of zombies. This situation piqued Fang Chen's interest, leading him to ponder whether the sudden autonomy of so many resettlement sites was influenced by the Suyang site. Indeed, Xiao Lin confirmed. Chapter 147. Discussions with Zongjingyu. It seems the Southeast Military Region must be facing considerable challenges at this moment. It appears time has come to engage with Zongjingyu. Fang Chen contemplated thoughtfully. Xiao Lin, use a virtual number to call Zongjingyu, Fang Chen instructed. Understood, Commander, she replied, proceeding with the call. Who is this? A weary voice resonated from the other, and once the call connected. Commander Zong, it is a pleasure to speak with you. Fang Chen responded. Who are you? Zongjingyu's tone immediately turned frosty. I am the enigmatic informant who has repeatedly provided you with intelligence, Fang Chen elaborated. What? Zongjingyu exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it is I. The purpose of this call is to divulge some information to you, Fang Chen stated, maintaining his composure. Why would you share information with me? Zongjingyu expressed his skepticism. There are no free lunches in this world, nor are there altruistic individuals without ulterior motives. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, Fang Chen replied vaguely. What do you wish to convey? Zongjingyu pressed for clarity. I believe there is a connection between the autonomy of the resettlement site and the Suyang Resettlement Center. Fang Chen articulated. Suyang Resettlement Center? What is your basis for this? Zongjingyu inquired, unfamiliar with the details of the Suyang Resettlement Center. It is merely conjecture. Fang Chen admitted. Conjecture? That reasoning appears rather tenuous, Zongjingyu remarked skeptically. Haha, whether it is mere conjecture or not is inconsequential. I possess a method to validate this hypothesis, Fang Chen chuckled. What method? Zongjingyu's interest piqued, as he was in dire need of assistance. You can proceed in this manner. Fang Chen outlined his plan. After hearing the proposal, Zongjingyu remained silent for a considerable time. Fang Chen, unperturbed, sat in his office, patiently allowing him to process the information. In this context, the command post may be subject to a surprise attack, Zongjingyu contemplated before speaking. There is no need for concern. You do not believe that the ultrasonic emitters previously installed are merely decorative, do you? Fang Chen suggested. Can ultrasonic emitters actually repel human zombies? Zongjingyu inquired. Certainly, Fang Chen responded. What if it is not the Suizhou refuge? Zongjingyu continued to question. Why not give it a try? Fang Chen replied. All right, I understand now. Thank you. Zongjingyu expressed his rare gratitude. After ending the call, he noted down the incoming number and instructed a messenger to deliver it to the information department for investigation. before proceeding with his deployment. Messenger, contact the Suezhou Refuge in MZHU and inform them that the command post will dispatch an elite special forces unit to the refuge tonight. Please ensure they make the necessary arrangements and cooperate. Yes. Meanwhile, at the Suezhou Refuge in MZHU, a man reported, Your Excellency, we just received a call from the Southeast Military District Command, stating they will send troops for garrison tonight and requesting our cooperation. What should we do next? The envoy instructed, Inquire with other refuges to see if they have received similar notifications. The man responded, I have already contacted several refuges, and none have received such news. The envoy furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that they have uncovered something? The man asked. That is unlikely. It may simply be a coincidence, the envoy dismissed. But isn't that too coincidental? The man questioned, uncertainty in his tone. If the military randomly selected a refuge, why would they happen to choose ours? Isn't that rather fortuitous? Disseminate the information to other shelters so that everyone is aware, the envoy stated. But what if this is a test from the other side? Would we not be revealing our hand? The man hesitated. And what of the test? Since we have already declared autonomy, do you still hope to return to the past? The envoy retorted. That is not the issue. I merely worry that they may perceive all of this as our orchestration behind the scenes, the man explained. Without concrete evidence, would they dare to take action? If they truly do, I would be grateful to them. If everyone in the shelter lives in fear, would that not be a significant advantage? The envoy asserted. Very well. The man could only acquiesce. Thus, shortly after the news was released, numerous shelters began to call. Among them were many that had not declared autonomy. They were questioning the command center as to why those shelters that had announced their autonomy had dispatched troops for defense, while those that had not received no support. It seems the situation at the Suiyang shelter is quite dire. Upon hearing the report, Zhong Zhengyue slammed the table in anger. This is utterly brazen, shockingly arrogant. After receiving the notification, the Suiyang shelter swiftly disseminated the information. Clearly, they showed no regard for consequences, openly opposing the authorities. Zhong Zhengyue could not help but admire this mysterious person, curious as to how he had deduced this. Messenger, go and call the Suiyang shelter. Question them on why they leaked the information. Zhong Zhengyue continued to follow the plan. Understood. 5 minutes later, report to the commander. The head of the Suiyang Relocation Center stated, they believed that all relocation centers had received the notification, and it was not their intention to leak any information. The messenger conveyed the message. Chapter 148, Garrison outside the city. You shall respond to them that, in light of the adverse effects caused by their premature disclosure, we will alter tonight's garrison location. Furthermore, inform the other relocation centers, clarifying that our current deployment is to investigate the reasons behind the zombie siege. Everyone is advised to remain calm and await the results of the investigation. Understood. The plan did not entail an actual deployment at the Suiyang Relocation Center. It was merely a ruse to create a smokescreen. Even if the Suiyang Relocation Center had not leaked any information, alternative justifications would be sought to change the garrison location. Your Excellency, the Southeast Military District has called, reprimanding us and demanding a change in the garrison location, reported the man. Change locations? To where? The Excellency inquired. They did not specify. Could it be that our previous selection for deployment here was merely arbitrary? The Excellency pondered, sensing the complexity of the situation. Investigate. And do so promptly, the Excellency commanded. Yes. In Mo City, at the Mailin Relocation Center. What does the commander truly mean by this? Zhuowen asked. I am uncertain. Recently, various relocation centers have been clamoring for autonomy. It is unlikely that the military remains inactive, replied Mayor Gong. In my opinion, whether or not they achieve autonomy is inconsequential. In truth, given the current circumstances, the main directive of the Council still advocates for the autonomy of the relocation centers. However, the significance changes when words are spoken aloud, remarked Zhuowen. Indeed, without piercing through this veil, we appear as a unified entity. Yet, once the facade is shattered, disunity ensues, Mayor Gong concurred. What shall we do next? Zhuowen inquired. Since Commander Zhong has requested our cooperation, let us comply diligently, Mayor Gong replied. Very well. Zhuowen chose not to elaborate further. In the city of Mo, at the Suiyang Resettlement Center. Your Excellency, we have gathered the information. Commander Zhong has relocated the garrison to Mailin. I am already aware of this matter. What follows? I have made the necessary arrangements. There is no need for further inquiries. The envoy declared sternly. Yes, yes. The man responded anxiously. The envoy was reminding him to focus on his duties and refrain from unnecessary curiosity. As the afternoon unfolded, a series of transport helicopters arrived at the mail-in resettlement center. The aircraft landed on the helipad atop the Huatan Chamber of Commerce building. Mayor Gong had been awaiting their arrival on the top floor. Mayor Gong, I am here on behalf of Commander Zong to extend his greetings. He appreciates your cooperation and is currently occupied and unable to attend. A soldier reported as he approached Mayor Gong. I see very well. Should you require anything, please come find me at the command center, Mayor Gong responded. Realizing there was no longer a need for him to wait since Commander Zong would not be coming. Indeed, Mayor Gong, we plan to establish a garrison outside the city. So your only responsibility is to ensure the city gates remain accessible, the soldier explained. Stationing outside the city? That is perilous, Mayor Gong exclaimed in astonishment. Rest assured. We have a plan, the soldier responded with a smile. Very well, I shall personally convey the message. You need not worry, Mayor Gong assured. Thank you, Mayor Gong. The soldiers saluted before descending the stairs and proceeding directly out of the city. Your Excellency, we have just received word that the forces dispatched from the Southeast Military District have chosen to encamp outside the city, a man reported. How many have arrived? The envoy inquired. The exact number is unclear. However, several flights have come and gone, continuously bringing soldiers out from the Huating Chamber of Commerce. As of now, it is conservatively estimated that at least 10,000 have arrived, the man replied. Are they wearing those hooded uniforms? The envoy asked. Indeed, they are all donning hoods. The man affirmed. A formidable force of nearly 10,000 soldiers equipped in specialized attire. The envoy remarked. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night fell. Not far from the Merlin refuge, numerous tents had been erected. Mayor Gong stood atop the city walls, vigilantly gazing outward alongside patrolling soldiers. The camp remained eerily quiet, devoid of any movement. As the clock neared 8, faint rustling sounds began to emanate from the distant woods. They're coming. Mayor Gong's heart tightened. He harbored doubts about whether these soldiers could vanquish the zombies. After all, their numbers were significantly fewer compared to the horde of undead. As anticipated, 1, then 2. And gradually more zombies emerged from the forest, drawing ever closer to the military encampment. Why aren't they attacking? Mayor Gong muttered anxiously to himself. Patience, do not fret. They surely have a strategy. Let us observe, Zhou Wenshan reassured him from the side. Mayor Gong nodded in agreement. The encroachment drew nearer, ever closer. The horde of zombies had already breached the military camp. How could this be? Mayor Gong stood in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the ocean of undead engulfing the entire encampment. The temporary tents lay in ruins, yet the interiors were eerily vacant. Chapter 149, The Saint's Capture. Where is everyone? The Saint, covertly orchestrating the zombies, was momentarily taken aback. This is bad. Something is amiss. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Brother Zhua, why are there no personnel in the military camp? Mayor Gong pondered, perplexed. He had clearly seen a large contingent of soldiers departing the city during the day. I am uncertain, Zhou Wenshan replied, frowning and shaking his head. Do you think these zombies might lash out in anger at our shelter? Mayor Gong gulped nervously, his voice tinged with anxiety. That seems unlikely, Zhou Wenshan responded. Let us hope it remains so. Mayor Gong could only place his faith in the notion that the zombies would not become enraged. In Yusu Province, at the command center of Kuanfing City in the Southeast Military District, a vast multitude of zombies surged toward the headquarters, their advance unimpeded. No one. As the zombies invaded the military district, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. The Saint controlling the zombies was equally bewildered, lacking the means for long-range communication. They were oblivious to the circumstances unfolding on other fronts once the operation commenced. They may have fallen into a trap. Retreat, the Saint commanded. Just then, an unforeseen upheaval arose. The horde began to stir restlessly, their roars echoing in a cacophony. What is happening? The Saint was at a loss. With little time to ponder, he relayed the retreat order to the third-tier zombies. Regrettably, at that moment, the third-tier zombie did not heed his words. The Micro Queen had already prioritized the complete disintegration of the creature using her nanobots. Without the leadership of the third-tier zombie, the remaining zombies flailed about aimlessly, akin to headless flies, resulting in utter chaos. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. The hidden envoy, overwhelmed with confusion, felt a profound sense of dread regarding the military camp. He understood that losing control over the zombies signified the futility of the battle at hand. Consequently, he decisively rose and fled the scene. In the Yusu province, in the city of Imo, at the Suiyang Resettlement Center, it was now late at night. Two envoys, anxious and hurried, arrived here on their way to Meilin and the military district command. Had the battle concluded? That seemed implausible. The waiting envoys sensed something was amiss. Excluding travel time, they should not have engaged in combat for long. What was happening? Observing the flustered pair, the waiting envoy inquired. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances. There is not a single soul in the military camp outside Meilin, reported the envoy heading towards Meilin. What? No one there? The envoy bound for the military district was even more bewildered. What is the situation on your end? The waiting envoy asked. There is not a soul in the military district either. Yet, inexplicably, the zombies were attacked. The third-tier zombies I controlled were annihilated instantly. Annihilated instantly? The two envoys were taken aback. Yes, it was less than a minute from the moment we breached the military camp, and I could no longer sense the presence of the third-tier zombies. Did you catch a glimpse of the weapon used? The waiting envoy inquired. I saw nothing at all. The zombies vanished inexplicably. The envoy responded, overwhelmed by the multitude of incredible events that had transpired that night, leaving three envoys utterly perplexed. Something is amiss. The envoy awaiting news murmured as he pondered. What exactly has gone awry? Where have those soldiers disappeared to? Alarmed, the other two envoys echoed his concern. Surround this place. Not even a fly must escape. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of approaching footsteps. We are surrounded. The envoy heading to Merlin exclaimed with wide eyes. How could they possibly know our whereabouts? The envoy awaiting news appeared bewildered. Yet, time was no longer on their side. The door was forcefully flung open, and a throng of fully armed soldiers surged in, encircling the three. Bang, bang, bang. The trio attempted to struggle, but before they could unleash their might, the soldiers fired in unison. They were not killed, for they still held some value. Only their legs were shattered. The following morning, at the Southeast Military District headquarters, Zhong Jingyu arrived to find nothing but the remnants of the zombies' viscous fluids smeared across the fence, walls, and ground, along with traces of destruction. Not a single zombie corpse remained. Were it not for the lingering evidence, he might have thought the zombies had never come at all. At this moment, he finally believed the mysterious figure's words. The red-robed church's target was none other than himself. They created such chaos with the intention of distracting their attention and forces. Where are the prisoners? Asked Zhong Jingyu. Reporting to the commander, they are in the detention room. The soldier replied. Well, take me to see, he commanded. In the detention room, Zhong Jingyu addressed the captives. Are you the envoys of the Red Robe sect? It was his first encounter with members of the Red Robe sect. Humph. One envoy scoffed disdainfully. You've got quite a backbone. Zhong Jingyu paid no heed to the remark. Notify all the shelters that the mastermind behind the zombie siege has been apprehended. Request them to send representatives for a visit. He instructed the messenger beside him. Yes. Oh, and arrange a schedule. Let us receive a portion of them each day, rather than crowding them all together, Zhong Jingyu added. Understood. Ensure their tendons are severed, and assign medical personnel to stand guard around the clock. We must not let them perish too swiftly, he ordered the soldiers overseeing the captives. Yes. Draft a report detailing the intricacies of this matter. I shall present it to the council shortly. Yes, replied the secretary behind him. Now, let us proceed. Zhong Jingyu, disinterested in further interrogation, turned and departed. This conspiracy of the zombie siege concluded with the capture of 3 envoys. Yet, how could the entire Central Military District and Southeast Military District be swayed by these 3 envoys? They were merely the vanguard that had revealed themselves too soon. Subsequently, the head of the Suiyang Resettlement Center, Mayor Zhai Yuza of Mazhou City, and the commander of the Suiyang Resettlement Center, Pang Gaoxian, were dismissed due to mismanagement. Upon the suggestion of Zhong Zhengyue, Zhuo Wenshan was appointed as the new head of the Suiyang Resettlement Center, concurrently serving as the mayor of Mazhou City. This marked the first mayor to be dismissed following the outbreak of the virus. Although the siege event had ostensibly concluded, the aftershocks it generated had yet to dissipate. The tacit approval of the council regarding the autonomy of resettlement centers had become an unspoken understanding among the heads of each center. For them, this signified absolute power. At such a critical juncture, no one dared to provoke the ire of the council, for the risk of dismissal was indeed a heavy price to pay. The downfall of the Suiyang Resettlement Center's head served as a warning to all, signaling a clear message while also ringing alarm bells for those secretly engaging in covert maneuvers. The matter of autonomy was not yet ready to be discussed openly. Thus, operating as a local despot in the shadows was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Therefore, in the ensuing period, each resettlement center appeared to stabilize on the surface. 3 days later, on June 5, 2055, Fang Chen arrived by plane at the southeastern military district. This marked his first visit to the area. Zhong Zhengwei had long wished to meet this enigmatic figure and personally went to the military airport to welcome him. Shortly thereafter, a trapezoidal aircraft, devoid of propellers, descended vertically onto the tarmac. As the hatch opened, Fang Chen emerged. "Welcome, welcome. How should I address you?" Zhong Zhengyue greeted him warmly upon disembarking. "Fang Chen," he replied while extending his hand. "I did not expect Mr. Dongfang to be so youthful." Zhong Zhengyue complimented. "You flatter me, Commander Zhong." Fang Chen responded modestly. Eastern Chen replied with a smile. The two of them shared a vehicle back to the headquarters. "Report. Enter." The commander spoke. "The interrogation room is ready and can commence at any moment," the messenger reported. "Very well, let us proceed." The primary purpose of Eastern Chen's visit was to interrogate the 3 envoys. Thus, Zhong Jingyu accompanied Eastern Chen to the interrogation room. Following Eastern Chen's instructions, the soldiers confined the 3 envoys in separate chambers. In interrogation room number 1, you are fortunate to be the first, granting you the privilege of initial choice. As for me, I have brought you 2 vials of serums. With that, Eastern Chen retrieved 2 syringes from his pocket. This blue one I have named Qi Tianlu. As the name suggests, upon injection, you shall feel as though you are floating in an ethereal realm. However, joy always comes at a price. After the euphoria subsides, you will endure the excruciating agony of being gnawed by countless insects. That torment, I must say, is unbearable for most. Nonetheless, given your resilience, you might just withstand it. This green one is a restorative serum, capable of alleviating the side effects left by the pills you consumed. Each serum is singular in quantity. Thus, among the 3 of you, the one who speaks first shall receive the green serum, while the one who remains silent until the end shall be granted the blue serum. There is no need to rush your decision. As I mentioned earlier, you possess the privilege of first choice. It is now a matter of whether you can seize this opportunity. Having spoken, Eastern Chen exited the interrogation room. With the experience of previously interrogating envoys, he understood that gentle persuasion was futile. These individuals were simply obstinate. Thus, he had no intention of wasting words and opted for a more forceful approach. Room 2 for interrogation. Alas, your fortune is rather unfortunate, as you have been assigned to Room 2. Regrettably, Room 1 possesses the privilege of priority selection, which you do not enjoy. I bring you 2 vials of elixirs. This blue one, I have named Kishinal. He then reiterated the effects of both potions. Unfortunately, due to Room 1's priority, your chances of obtaining the restorative elixir are rather slim. However, I perceive Room 1 to be quite obstinate, so there remains a glimmer of hope for you. Additionally, with Room 3 as a fallback, should you seize the opportunity, I firmly believe the blue elixir shall not be required for you. Would you not agree? After speaking, Fang Chen exited the interrogation room. Chapter 151, Interrogation. Room 3 for interrogation. I regret to inform you that your luck is exceedingly poor, as you have drawn the last position. It is quite possible that the most unfortunate among you is indeed yourself. Fang Chen reiterated the effects of the 2 elixirs once more. Alas, you lack the privilege of priority selection. Your fate now rests upon the 2 individuals ahead of you. As long as they remain silent, you shall have an opportunity. However, I find this possibility rather slim. May fortune smile upon you. With that, Fang Chen departed the interrogation room. Mr. Dongfang, do you believe this approach will yield any results? They are all quite stubborn, Zhong Jingyu remarked. Do not overestimate them. I believe their performance will indeed astonish you, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Zhong Jingyu remained skeptical. Such tricks might suffice to deceive a child of 3. 10 minutes later, Fang Chen re-entered Room 1 for interrogation. It is time to make a choice. You have but this single opportunity, should you falter. The privilege of selection will be granted to the second candidate. I shall grant you 10 seconds to ponder. Upon finishing, Fang Chen produced a stopwatch and activated the timer. I declare, in less than 2 seconds, the first envoy made his decision. A judicious choice indeed. However, obtaining the elixir will depend on the veracity of your statements. Do not attempt to deceive me with false information. The consequences are dire. Do you comprehend? I understand. Very well, let us commence. Beside them, Zhong Jingyu widened his eyes in astonishment. This was indeed peculiar. Yet he quickly regained his composure and signaled the soldiers nearby to begin recording. What would you like to know? The envoy inquired. Let us discuss the recent zombie siege, Fang Chen replied. This tale begins with the installation of an ultrasonic emitter at the last shelter. Over the preceding 2 months, I secretly cultivated a batch of zombie mice in several basements of the Suiyang shelter. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, but one day, personnel from the military district arrived at the shelter, claiming they were to install an ultrasonic emitter to drive away the zombie mice. I dismissed it at the time, believing that ultrasonic waves could never contend with the zombie mice. To my surprise, shortly after the installation of that device, my carefully nurtured mice inexplicably vanished. Why did you cultivate zombie mice? Fang Chen inquired. It was a task assigned to me by the Holy Sun. He said these mice were intended for various shelters. Their existence would facilitate our future acquisition of control. Number 1 replied. Is the outbreak of the zombie rodent infestation at Jiangning Resettlement Center related to you? Fang Chen inquired. Not at all. There may be other saints engaged in similar activities, but I am unaware of the specifics. How did you ascertain that the military installed devices to repel the zombie animals at the resettlement center? Suiyang Resettlement Center is, in fact, under my control, Number 1 stated. What is your relationship with the head of the resettlement center? Fang Chen pressed on. He is one of our followers. Are you acquainted with Mei Wenhua? Indeed. What is his connection to the head of the resettlement center? Zhai Yuza. Fang Chen continued. Zhai Yuza was developed by Mei Wenhua. Number 1 replied. What? A sense of foreboding washed over Fang Chen. I ask you, is Mei Wenhua truly dead? This, Number 1 appeared flustered. How is it that, even at this juncture, you still wish to withhold information? Fang Chen threatened. No, I dare not. He is not dead. The saint gritted his teeth and divulged the answer. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen comprehended that they had previously colluded in a deception. Then where is he now? Fang Chen inquired further. I am not certain. The saint claimed to possess certain secrets and could not be allowed to perish. He was subsequently taken away by the saint. We are not authorized to know his whereabouts, Number 1 answered. And what transpired thereafter? Fang Chen pressed on. Once the military departed, we sought to dismantle the devices. To our astonishment, we found the devices inexplicably missing. Shortly thereafter, the rodents we had been nurturing also vanished. I am acquainted with this type of transmitter. Every shelter is equipped with one. Consequently, our plans would face severe disruption. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I promptly reported it. How do you communicate with the Holy Sun? Fang Chen inquired. Through the telegraph, replied the first saint. A telegraph? Fang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, a telegraph, the first saint affirmed. Now I understand, Fang Chen remarked, enlightened. No wonder the information we obtained regarding the Red Robe Church was so scant. The issue lay here. The telegraph had long been obsolete. Yet it seems someone has revived its use. Please continue, Fang Chen urged. Subsequently, the Holy Sun revealed a shocking piece of news. Upon learning this, several of us, saints, deliberated and felt compelled to take a risk by devising a plan for a zombie siege. What news? Fang Chen questioned. If we do not achieve substantial results in the near term, our branch will face collective elimination, the first saint responded. Elaborate on your plan, Fang Chen instructed. The first step of the plan is to drive the zombies to encircle the shelter, inciting panic within. This way, we can logically reach out to the military district for assistance, the first saint explained. It seems unlikely that just the few of you could create such a commotion, Fang Chen remarked. Certainly not on our own. To my knowledge, nearly every shelter has at least one saint lurking or exerting control, either overtly or covertly. The Holy Sun intervened to coordinate the unified execution of this matter across various resettlement centers. The first Holy Envoy explained. Zhong Jingyue was taken aback upon hearing this statement. The influence of the Red Robe Church is quite formidable. Therefore, was it you who orchestrated the blockade of the military headquarters by the resettlement centers? Zhong Jingyue interjected. Indeed. We disseminated certain information to the resettlement centers, suggesting that the southeastern military district's forces were limited, and if they did not act, they might end up with nothing. The first Holy Envoy replied. What if the military district remains inactive? Fang Chen inquired. Should the military refrain from deployment? The resettlement centers would undoubtedly express their dissatisfaction and lose faith in the military. In such a case, We could exploit this opportunity to exacerbate the conflict between the two parties and clandestinely take control of these resettlement centers. Hence, the subsequent autonomy of numerous resettlement centers was a result of your manipulation? Fang Chen questioned. Precisely. What if the military district were to station troops at the resettlement centers? Fang Chen posed a hypothetical question. If the military were to deploy, that would be ideal. In that scenario, the military district would undoubtedly be stretched thin, providing us with the opportunity to assault the command center. Moreover, the soldiers dispersed across the various resettlement centers would be limited in number, allowing us to eliminate them one by one. What is your ultimate objective? Fang Chen inquired. The ultimate goal should be to gain complete control over Huagua. The first holy envoy responded. A naive aspiration. Fang Chen chuckled. Do you have anything further to say? Fang Chen asked. No, the holy envoy replied. Fang Chen turned to leave. Wait. The holy envoy exclaimed in haste. What is it? Is there anything else you would like to add? Fang Chen inquired, turning his head. That medicine, the saint reminded. I cannot fathom how someone as naive as you could ascend to the position of a saint. Fang Chen scoffed, before exiting. Ah, you deceived me, the saint shouted from within. See him on his way. Commander Zongjing Yu instructed a nearby soldier. Commander, it appears that Zhai Yuza and Peng Gaoxian at the Suyang facility are undoubtedly members of the Scarlet Church. We must apprehend them swiftly, Fang Chen suggested. They have already been detained. There is no escape for them, Commander Zongjing replied. Fang Chen nodded and entered interrogation room number 2. Have you made your decision? You have 10 seconds to choose. Likewise, Fang Chen pressed the stopwatch. Humph. If you think to sow discord among us, you may as well save your breath. The second saint was obstinate. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen realized that further interrogation would yield no fruit, thus he ceased the stopwatch. I must admit, you possess a certain integrity, allowing such a splendid opportunity to fall to the third. The second saint ignored him. In truth, whether you speak or remain silent is inconsequential. The individual in room number 1 has already divulged everything I wish to know. Please present his testimony, Fang Chen remarked. A soldier glanced at Commander Zongjing, who nodded in agreement. The soldier stepped forward and placed the testimony before the saint. Given that the saint's arm had been broken, the soldier could only turn the pages one by one for him to read. After perusing the document, the second saint quietly closed his eyes. Do you see? To you, this may seem a method of gradual division. Yet, to me, you are merely a troop of jesters. Although you have lost your privilege of choice, I can still offer you a fleeting opportunity, a chance for a swift demise. It is entirely up to you whether you wish to cherish it. I have but one question. From which relocation center do you hail? Fang Chen inquired. Number 2 remained silent. In that case, I can only extend my sympathies. May fortune favor you, Fang Chen declared. Administer this potion to him. He retrieved a blue vial from his pocket and handed it to the soldier. Oh, and do remember to record the process. I require a copy for my records. Sometimes, without tangible evidence, others might presume my potion to be mere trickery. Fang Chen remarked with a smile. The soldier visibly shuddered at his words. This young man was indeed ruthless. Without further ado, Fang Chen proceeded into interrogation room 3. Congratulations. Number 2 has chosen silence. You now possess a chance for choice, he informed the third envoy. What did number 1 say? The third envoy inquired. He was quite astute and divulged everything, Fang Chen replied. So, it appears I am left with no escape? The third envoy asked. Not quite. The green potion remains. And you still have an opportunity to choose, Fang Chen stated. I must first receive the injection before I speak. The third envoy, unfazed by number 1's lack of access to the potion, prioritized his own situation. Very well. Fang Chen handed the potion to the nearby soldier. The soldier accepted the vial and promptly administered the injection. 10 minutes later. Oh, the third envoy exhaled contentedly. This potion is splendid. It has been an indeterminate length of time since I last experienced such a sense of comfort. Yet, regrettably, it is too late, remarked the third saint. May I inquire now? Asked Fang Chen. Feel free to ask, nodded the third saint. From which resettlement center do you hail? Fang Chen inquired. Huailing Resettlement Center, replied the third saint. Huailing Resettlement Center? Fang Chen was taken aback, for Chu Jingping was at Huailing Resettlement Center. Indeed, the third saint dismissed Fang Chen's astonishment, appearing indifferent and lacking curiosity. What role do you occupy there? Fang Chen pressed on. I hold no significant position. On the surface, I am merely a minor figure within the resettlement center, answered the third saint. How do you know those two? Fang Chen further questioned. Our superior is the same Saint Sun. Where is your Saint Sun located? Asked Fang Chen. I am uncertain. The lower ranks know little about the affairs of the higher-ups. Was the response. How do you typically communicate? Via telegraph. This was consistent with the answer provided by the first saint. Do other Saint Suns also communicate with their subordinates using telegraphs? I cannot say for certain, but it is likely. Are there any other saints at your Huailing resettlement center? I am unsure. Perhaps there are, perhaps there are not. Who can say for certain? Do you have anything else to add? Fang Chen found himself with no further questions. I wish to inquire if I will still have the chance to survive this, asked the third saint. I fear not. Fang Chen shook his head. Then, may I entrust you with a request? Inquired the third saint. I regret to inform you that you lack the opportunity to negotiate conditions. Fang Chen declined. I can exchange a secret. The third messenger hesitated for a moment before speaking. Let's hear it, Fang Chen said, piqued by curiosity. First, let me explain the conditions. If you can fulfill them, I shall divulge my secret. Very well, Fang Chen agreed. I have a daughter residing in the Huailing shelter. If I were to perish, her survival would be in jeopardy. Therefore, I implore you to adopt her. The third messenger stated his condition. How old is she? Fang Chen inquired. 8 years old. I can assist in finding her a family, Fang Chen offered. No, you must promise me that you will adopt her yourself, the third messenger insisted. Under different circumstances, Fang Chen might have declined, but the mention of a child caused him to hesitate. Why must it be me? Fang Chen asked. I know who you are. Though I do not know your name, I am aware of your enigmatic and formidable nature. Perhaps only by being with you can she truly be safe. The third messenger explained. You know me? Fang Chen replied, surprised. In his recollection, the Red Robe sect should not have been aware of his existence. Indeed, the third messenger affirmed. Then tell me, who am I? Fang Chen remained composed, suppressing his emotions. I know you possess a secret base. And both the combat suits and the antigens are products of your creation, the third messenger succinctly articulated. Though the statement was brief, it carried significant weight. Fang Chen was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Thus far, his base had not faced any assaults from the Red Robe sect. And even the mail-in shelter had not experienced any additional attacks. This implies that not many individuals ought to be aware of one's affairs. Furthermore, terms such as battle attire and antigens would remain unknown to him unless he had interacted with relevant personnel. From where did you acquire this information? Fang Chen inquired. There is an individual, exceptionally formidable, who once saved my life. I believe he must be one of your subordinates, the third saint remarked. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen deduced the situation. This person must indeed be Chu Jingping. Are you referring to the Lark? Fang Chen probed cautiously. However, uttering such a statement bore risks. Should his conjecture prove erroneous, it could jeopardize Chu Jingping's safety. It seems my intuition was correct. You are indeed the mastermind behind him. The third saint opened his eyes, affirming his assessment. Indeed, it was Chu Jingping who had informed him. The term master speaks volumes. Aside from the 40 or so infiltrators dispatched, few would address him in such a manner. Logically, this should not be the case. Chu Jingping could not possibly be unclear on significant matters. He had no reason to expose himself to a member of the Red Garment sect. Fang Chen contacted Chu Jingping through his digital ocular implant. Once the signal was established, Fang Chen activated the visual synchronization. Why would the Lark disclose this matter to you? Fang Chen inquired. Last year, when he first arrived at the Huailing Resettlement Center, he lived with us. He had a dog, an exceptionally formidable creature. The third saint seemed to be narrating, perhaps reminiscing. Life was exceedingly arduous at that time. During the bitter winter, with frigid temperatures, the adults managed to endure, gritting their teeth to survive the night. Yet, the children could not withstand it. For several consecutive months, Yaya had endured a dearth of decent sustenance, and as she was in her growth phase, she had become emaciated. Just as we were on the brink of despair, Lark arrived. He brought us an abundance of food, enabling Yaya to survive that winter. Chapter 154. The experiment of altered beings. I could discern at a glance that Lark was not a resident of the shelter. There was a spark in his eyes, and a fervor within his heart. Despite his efforts to disguise himself, our daily coexistence rendered his facade ineffective. He was enigmatic and formidable. Periodically, he would venture alone with his dog into the urban expanse of Huaizhou, returning with a plethora of supplies. On one occasion, he returned with his clothes tattered, covered in claw marks. We were terrified, yet to our astonishment, he bore no injuries. Later, he posed a question to me. Did I wish to adopt a different way of life? He suggested that if I was amenable, he could recommend me to a place where food was abundant and warm beds awaited. Most importantly, there were antigens available, with just one injection. We would be immune to the virus and become as resilient as he was. However, fate can be cruel. One day, a recruitment notice was posted within the shelter, its conditions alluring. I decided to apply. With Lark's support, my physical condition was robust, and I was successfully selected. Yet, little did I know that this was the beginning of my descent into darkness. I drank the holy water and consumed the pills, thereafter becoming a mere shadow of my former self. When I finally returned to my dwelling, a month had elapsed. Thankfully, under Lark's care, the child remained in good health. That night, Lark inquired of me why I had chosen to join the Scarlet Church. I did not withhold the truth, recounting the events as they unfolded. He sighed, offering no further comment. He expressed his need to enter the Scarlet Church and hoped I might assist him. Given my elevated rank within the organization, becoming a saint was a mere trifle. Arranging a minor position would be effortlessly accomplished. If it is indeed as you say, why have you not divulged the secrets of the spirit summoning technique to him? Fang Chen questioned. In March, Fang Chen had reached out to Lark to inquire about the spirit summoning technique. At that time, Lark was only aware of its existence, lacking knowledge of its execution. I have only recently mastered the technique myself, the third saint replied. Then, the intelligence Lark previously relayed regarding significant movements within the Scarlet Church was indeed imparted by you? Fang Chen asked. Yes, the third saint confirmed. Chu Jinping also sent a message. The situation is accurate. Upon seeing Chu Jinping's reply, Fang Chen nodded. I can agree to your conditions. Now, tell me what secret you wish to provide. The higher-ups of the Scarlet Church appear to be secretly conducting experiments on the transformation of individuals, the third saint stated. Transformation? What precisely does this experimentation entail? This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of such matters. I am not entirely certain. I came across this information by chance. Do you have anything further to add? Fang Chen nodded and then inquired, what about my daughter? The third saint asked with hope. I am afraid I cannot agree to assist with matters concerning your daughter, Fang Chen replied. Is that so? Very well. The third saint lowered his head in silence, closing his eyes. Perhaps it would be better for you to raise her yourself? Fang Chen added. Huh. Number 3 lifted her head, staring blankly at him, perplexed by his meaning. The toxins within your body have been eradicated by the medication. I will have the doctor reattach your hands, while your feet will require a prosthetic for the time being. With this arrangement, you can lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person, Fang Chen stated. Are you going to release me? Number 3 inquired in confusion. Indeed, Fang Chen affirmed. Why? You have provided us with intelligence. Your crimes do not warrant death, he explained. Thank you. Number 3 nodded, as if understanding, and expressed her gratitude to Fang Chen. Very well then. You shall remain in the Southeast Military District for a few days until your injuries heal and the prosthetics are fitted. I will have Lark take care of your daughter during this time, Fang Chen remarked. Understood. Number 3 had no objections. Fang Chen exited the interrogation room. Mr. Fang, are you truly going to release this number 3, who is a saint of the Scarlet Church? Zongjing queried. Commander Zong, we had previously agreed upon this matter. These individuals are under my jurisdiction, Fang Chen reminded him. Ah, that is not my intention. I merely wish to caution you. Such individuals can be perilous. You cannot solely rely on their words, Zongjing explained. Commander Zong, rest assured, I have my own considerations regarding this matter, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Very well. Do as you wish. Observing Fang Chen's confidence, Zongjing ceased to argue further. June 8, 2055. On this day, the Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild officially inaugurated their new headquarters. Several days prior, Niu Xingwang had dispatched invitations to various resettlement centers. This marked the first step for the Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild to step into the public eye. As dawn broke, the streets of Funing District in Binhai City were already bustling with activity, an unprecedented scene since the apocalypse. Numerous newly recruited greeters and security personnel, clad in matching uniforms, hurried to welcome the arriving guests. Chapter 155. Arrival of attendees. The Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild were the domains of Niu Xingwang and Zhang Yuankue. Fang Chen could only witness this splendid spectacle through a screen. Some of the resettlement centers in relative proximity opted to drive themselves. Naturally, the chamber had also arranged for 10 transport aircraft to facilitate the arrival and departure of participants from each resettlement center. In truth, the enthusiastic invitation extended by the chamber and guild did not elicit significant interest from the resettlement centers. After all, they were merely a civilian force. The current scene was largely due to the endorsement from the previous council. At that time, to swiftly acquire ultrasonic emitters, Yin Jinping had borrowed a substantial number of crystal cores from the Huading Chamber of Commerce. In return, the council publicly announced the legitimate status of the Huading Chamber of Commerce to all resettlement centers. With the council's backing, there was a modicum of respect afforded to the chamber. However, today's actual engagement left them profoundly astonished. If it were merely a civilian organization, its strength was indeed formidable. The possession of 10 high-tech transport aircraft alone was beyond the capabilities of any resettlement center. Moreover, it is truly astonishing that the Chamber of Commerce has established its headquarters in the city center. One cannot help but wonder, aside from Kyoto, which other city in the nation would dare to position its offices in such a location? Is this not akin to courting disaster? Hence, if the chamber has the audacity to undertake such a venture, they must either be quite foolish or possess formidable strength. Mr. Niu, I did not anticipate that within just a few months, you would have completed the headquarters, remarked Mayor Gong. A minor project. A minor project. Mr. Niu Shiwang replied with a modest smile. Mayor Gong returned a polite smile, also believing that the scale of the project must be relatively small, as he had not seen Mr. Niu recruit construction workers in Mailin over the past few months. He had once thought that Mr. Niu's intention to relocate the headquarters to Binjiang was merely talk. Mr. Niu, you must consider carefully. The city center is a veritable haven for zombies. Just managing these creatures will keep you quite occupied, Mayor Gong cautioned. Rest assured, Mayor Gong, the zombies in Binjiang have been thoroughly eradicated. There will be no issues, Mr. Niu Shiwang replied calmly. Thoroughly eradicated? Mayor Gong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, they have been completely cleared. We plan to keep the new headquarters open for visits around the clock. If the zombies were not dealt with, people would inevitably have reservations and would not dare to come, Mr. Niu stated. A grand undertaking indeed, Mayor Gong expressed, his thoughts becoming more agile. He even contemplated whether it would be possible to entice people back to Binjiang, his own territory. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. While conversing, Mr. Niu led several mayors and heads of resettlement centers who had arrived early to the entrance of the underground base. The underground base. Upon descending into the underground facility, the gathered crowd quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Huadong Chamber of Commerce had astonishingly constructed an underground base. It was almost beyond belief. Since the issuance of the 2025 White Paper on Human Survival, the concept of underground bases had remained merely theoretical. No one had truly embarked on such an endeavor. Why? Because it consumed an exorbitant amount of resources. Over 90 of the shelters struggled to provide basic sustenance, let alone the energy required for base construction. It was estimated that it would take an additional 2 hours for the guests to arrive. Now, esteemed mayors and leaders of the shelters, let us commence our exploration under the guidance of our staff. Refreshments have been arranged in the hall. Feel free to take a moment to rest if you find yourselves fatigued, announced Niu Xingwang. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The crowd responded eagerly, their anticipation to explore palpable. After an hour, the aircraft dispatched to greet the attendees began to return in succession. The newly arrived participants were all struck by the sheer scale and sophistication of the base. Unexpectedly, prominent guests made their appearance. Zhong Jingyue from the Southeast Military District and Yin Jingping from the Southwest Military District graced the occasion with their presence. Not long after, representatives from the Northeast and Northwest Military Districts also arrived, which was rather peculiar. Up until this point, the Huadong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild had not engaged directly with the Northeast or Northwest Military Districts, making their visit quite unusual. Subsequently, representatives from various departments, including civil affairs, military affairs, security, finance, energy, and culture, joined the celebration, with 16 out of the 19 parliamentary members sending delegates to commemorate the establishment of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce headquarters. This was a significant show of support. Niu Xingwang found himself somewhat speechless, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the occasion. It was indeed his first encounter with such a grand occasion. Fang Chen was equally taken aback by the uninvited guests. However, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. Each social stratum possesses its own circle, and every circle has its distinct survival rules. In their realm, the tenets of existence revolve around connections, intelligence, and execution. Thus, everyone clamored to participate. To join the fray was one aspect, while acquiring first-hand information constituted another. The gravest misstep in this sphere is to be unconventional and stand apart. For treading a path less traveled often incurs significant costs. Individuals of their standing would not be foolish enough to experiment with such risks. Instead, they would opt for the safer route, one that others have traversed. Chapter 156. The celebration commences. Niu Xingwang contacted Fang Chen through his digital ocular interface, inquiring whether adjustments to the plan were necessary. Fang Chen found himself contemplating this matter. He had orchestrated such a grand spectacle, inviting the heads of various resettlement centers to attend the inauguration of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild. His objectives were twofold. First, to further solidify and enhance the renown and influence of the chamber and guild. Second, to allow attendees to viscerally appreciate the strength of the organizations and the advantages of the underground base through a tour of the model units. This endeavor essentially mirrored the real estate business, a domain in which Niu Xingwang excelled. However, the presence of uninvited guests could potentially complicate matters. The advanced technological prowess revealed within the base, which surpasses the current capabilities of humanity, may incite the covetousness of those in power. Should the authorities propose the forcible requisition of these technologies, Fang Chen would undoubtedly refuse. This refusal could potentially lead to a conflict between the Merchant Association and the government, which would be detrimental to future developments. It is advisable to divert personnel as much as possible. The celebration will proceed as planned. Representatives from various resettlement sites are scheduled to tour the underground base following the conclusion of the festivities. Meanwhile, the parliamentary representatives will be handed over to the Mercenary Association for a visit after the celebration, which should hold considerable allure for them. I will make the necessary introductions to Brother Zhang. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Chen stated. Understood, replied Niu Xingwang. Subsequently, Fang Chen reached out to Zhang Yuan Kuei to explain the situation briefly. With all guests now present, there was no time for further arrangements. This was the only course of action. At 10 o'clock a.m., the celebration commenced. Good morning, esteemed guests. We are grateful for your precious time during this extraordinary period to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Huadong Merchants Association and the Mercenary Guild. The host ascended the stage once everyone was seated. Next, let us welcome Mr. Niu Xingwang, the president of the Huadong Merchants Association, to deliver his words of gratitude. A scattering of applause ensued. I apologize. I am a bit nervous. This is my first time experiencing such a grand occasion, and I hope I do not cause you to laugh, Niu Xingwang said, somewhat trembling. As he bowed, the applause grew warmer, encouraging him further. After several months of preparation, the Huadong Merchants Association has finally embarked on its official path of development. The journey to this day has been made possible by the unwavering support of Mayor Gong Kaming of Binzhou. Here, on behalf of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. At this point, Niu Xingwang bowed deeply. Mayor Gong, in turn, rose and offered a slight bow to the audience, eliciting a wave of applause that grew more fervent. With Mayor Gong's steadfast backing, the Huadong Chamber of Commerce has successfully taken root and flourished in Mailin. However, the chamber's rapid development is also attributed to the robust support from the parliament. Here, I would like to express my sincerest appreciation to the speaker and all the esteemed members of the assembly on behalf of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce. Niu Xingwang bowed again, and the applause intensified significantly. It is likely that the majority of the shelter directors present have yet to engage with the Huadong Chamber of Commerce and may not be fully aware of our initiatives. Therefore, I will begin with a brief overview of our primary business operations. As a vital complement to the functions of the shelters, the Huadong Chamber of Commerce has launched several key business sectors. The first initiative is the logistics of material transportation. We plan to invest in 200 large unmanned aerial vehicles within a year, establishing an aerial transport network capable of covering all shelters housing over 100,000 individuals. This will enable rapid material transfers between any shelters nationwide within a 6-hour time frame. Concurrently, we will establish a branch in each shelter as we expand our transport network. As the PowerPoint presentation unfolds, Niu Xingwang elaborates on this first initiative, prompting gasps of astonishment from the members of the shelters. Such grand ambitions, such formidable strength. The existence of 200 large unmanned transport aircraft raises questions about the strength of a civilian organization. Surely, even the parliament would hesitate to boast about such an accomplishment. Those who initially approached this matter with a sense of indifference believing that the Huatuan Chamber of Commerce was merely leveraging political connections for advancement, have now adopted a serious demeanor and are acknowledging the significance of this organization. The Huatuan Chamber of Commerce is undoubtedly formidable. Now, let us discuss the second line of business, crystal core recycling. This will be an enduring venture, with no limits placed on the quantity or time frame for recycling. Anyone, regardless of the number of crystal cores they possess, may exchange them at any branch of the Chamber of Commerce. The pricing for crystal core exchanges will be transparent and equitable, ensuring fairness for all. To facilitate flexible purchasing of goods from the Chamber, we will standardize the conversion of crystal cores into electronic credits, which leads us to the third line of business. The third line of business is the membership points card. Organizations and individuals wishing to engage in transactions within the Chamber must first acquire a membership points card. Only with this card can subsequent transactions be conducted. Furthermore, the points earned from exchanging crystal cores will be directly credited to the membership points card. Chapter 157, A Forceful Response. This essentially constitutes electronic currency. However, the Huatua government prohibits individuals or private organizations from issuing currency or tokens. Therefore, to ensure the smooth operation of this business, certain restrictions have been imposed. For instance, these points can currently only circulate within the Chamber of Commerce and trade unions, used for the exchange of other goods or services. As for whether they might one day function as currency, that remains a question for the future. In truth, once this electronic point system becomes widely adopted by the public, it will effectively embody the functions of currency, differing only in nomenclature. However, despite the subtlety of the previous remarks, several parliamentary representatives attending the celebration expressed subtle discontent. To ensure that member points can circulate seamlessly across various branches, we shall establish a dedicated network communication system. This system will facilitate data interoperability and additionally provide members with a value-added service. This constitutes the fourth service offered by our Chamber of Commerce, network communication. At this juncture, the atmosphere in the venue reached a crescendo as numerous astonished gazes converged upon the stage. Users who obtain a membership points card will automatically become members of both the Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild. By contributing a nominal amount of points each month, members can achieve nationwide connectivity. The mode of usage bears no distinction from the previous internet, yet it promises greater speed, heightened efficiency, and enhanced functionality. How is your data communication achieved? Inquired a participant, rising to pose the question. May I ask who you are? Nuxing Wang responded politely to the interruption. Oh, I am a representative sent by Counselor Wu Shengrong of the Department of Justice, the newcomer elucidated. Our network communication relies upon ground-based communication towers. As previously mentioned, we will establish branches of the Chamber of Commerce at every resettlement location, alongside setting up branches of the Mercenary Guild. Each Mercenary Guild branch will be equipped with a high-power signal transmission tower. These signal transmission towers will collectively form a network matrix, enabling seamless interconnection of data. As explained by Niuxing Wang, thus far, we have essentially covered the primary operations of our Chamber of Commerce. If anyone has questions, please feel free to pose them sequentially. Where do your unmanned transport drones originate? Someone inquired. Regrettably, that information is currently classified as a commercial secret and cannot be disclosed. However, you will naturally be informed of the status of the transport drones as the project progresses, Niuxing Wang replied. What purpose do you serve by collecting such a multitude of crystal cores? Another individual asked. These crystal cores will undergo extensive processing and ultimately be transformed into various products for sale within the Chamber of Commerce and the Labor Union, Niuxing Wang responded. You possess the technology to extract crystal cores. Why not make it public? Someone demanded sternly. I apologize, but that constitutes a commercial secret of our chamber, and we are under no obligation to disclose it, Niuxing Wang retorted icily. I believe your member point system essentially constitutes a covert issuance of currency. How do you respond to this? The member points are merely a convenience for the members of the Chamber and Labor Union, and are not accessible to others. This is an internal operation of our chamber, and I feel no need to justify it to you. Niuxing Wang shot back directly. I contend that this business should be overseen by the Parliament. Should it harm the interests of the general public, your chamber would be unable to bear the consequences. If the Parliament agrees to the public issuance of points in the form of currency, then our chamber would be willing to open its ports and accept parliamentary oversight. Niuxing Wang replied. The questioner fell silent. This issue, which does not warrant consideration, is evidently unattainable. The overarching policy of the Parliament aspires for the autonomy of the resettlement centers, rather than relying on parliamentary funding. Should a unified monetary policy be implemented, the matter would revert to its previous state. The intrinsic value of cold, hard numbers is entirely contingent upon the stability of parliamentary policies. However, this presents a paradoxical dilemma. If the Parliament possessed the capacity to stabilize the nation's economy, why would it resort to the path of resettlement center autonomy? Niu Xingwang dares to exert such formidable influence over the proceedings, buoyed by substantial backing. Nearly all attendees are parliamentary officials, who simultaneously desire the technological advantages the chamber offers while adopting an air of superiority. The current circumstances have shifted. The former sense of bureaucratic superiority is no longer viable. Strength constitutes a facet of authority and is indeed a decisive factor. I wish to inquire whether your unmanned aerial vehicles will be available for external sale. A soldier stood up to ask. There is currently no decision regarding the sale of unmanned aerial vehicles. However, I want to emphasize that even if they were to be sold externally, our chamber would not accept military orders, Niu Xingwang replied. The soldier reacted with displeasure at this remark. This officer should not misconstrue my words. What I mean to convey is that military affairs will be managed by others. I believe the commanding officers of several military districts are aware of this matter, Niu Xingwang clarified. The officer comprehended and ceased further discussion. Chapter 158. Zhang Yuan Kuei's public speech. However, Niu Xingwang's response hinted at deeper implications, revealing that this business association had already established connections with several military districts. A background that was unfathomably profound. It dawned on everyone that it would be prudent to avoid offending this association in the future. Now let us welcome Mr. Tiansha, the president of the Mercenary Guild, to introduce the operations of the guild to us. Greetings, everyone. The Mercenary Guild has been established as an effective supplement to the functions of resettlement centers. Surely, many of you can relate to the long-standing issue of inadequate defense forces at these centers. The root causes of this predicament are not difficult to discern. Firstly, there is the persistent problem of resource scarcity, which poses a considerable challenge for resettlement centers. Sustaining personnel requires substantial resources, encompassing daily training for security staff, accommodation, salaries, and medical support. This scarcity has rendered most resettlement centers incapable of assembling a robust security force. Secondly, there is the inadequacy of physical infrastructure. Essential facilities such as training grounds, transportation means, and defensive structures remain insufficient. I would like to inquire of those present, which resettlement centers have constructed large defensive fortifications in the past 6 months? How many vehicles are allocated for security purposes? Which centers have established dedicated office buildings for security personnel to facilitate their work and training? If the aforementioned issues are secondary, then I must address the most significant obstacle hindering the development of security forces at resettlement centers: the lack of weaponry and equipment. So far, the production capacity of weaponry is scarce, with barely 1 in 10 remaining, and it is predominantly inaccessible to the civilian populace, unless one possesses a geographical advantage. The majority of shelters are likely to have only a minimal presence of law enforcement, primarily armed with handguns and portable submachine guns. Moreover, the stockpile of ammunition is alarmingly low and non-renewable, meaning each round expended diminishes the total available. Consequently, unless absolutely necessary, individuals are highly reluctant to resort to the use of firearms. Some below nod in agreement, while others chuckle lightly, clearly struck by the profundity of the statement. Zhang Yuan Kuei's inherent composure and resolve lend him a natural persuasiveness. Thus, despite his modest oratory skills, the grounded nature of his content resonates powerfully. Furthermore, the security personnel recruited from the civilian sector possess limited expertise. In the absence of proper training, their discipline falters, and they remain unfamiliar with weapon usage, combat techniques, and even the most fundamental self-defense strategies. This leads to challenges in personnel management and elevated mortality rates. Speaking of mortality rates, another constraining factor is the medical conditions available. Security team members undoubtedly represent the demographic with the highest incidence of injuries, infection rates, and mortality risks among the populace. Coupled with a virus that approaches 100% lethality, this profession becomes a perilous undertaking. Were it not for the pressures of livelihood, few would opt to engage in such work. For our shelters, an additional limiting factor in resource allocation is that security forces operate as a purely consumptive entity. There is only expenditure, with no corresponding yield. This is a summary of the practical issues faced by most resettlement centers in developing security forces. Next, I will elucidate how we address these concerns through the introduction of the Mercenary Union's operations. The primary service offered by our Mercenary Union is equipment leasing. As the name suggests, individuals can rent weapons and gear from the Mercenary Union. The rental prices are disclosed in the form of a quotation, ensuring transparency and fairness for all. At this point, a light chuckle arose, as the term had just been used by Niu Xingwang. Currently, the variety of weapons and equipment provided by our union is rather limited. Allow me to take this opportunity to briefly introduce what we have available. The first piece of equipment is the Guardian Type 2 combat suit. At this moment, Zhang Yuan Kuei elaborated on the main characteristics and usage of the Guardian Type 2 combat suit. During his explanation, he invited a mercenary member to demonstrate its functionality live. This presentation caused quite a stir among the attendees. Thus far, only the soldiers of Yin Jinping's Southwest Military District and Zhong Jingyue's Southeast Military District have been equipped with the combat suit. The Northeast and Northwest military districts are only familiar with it through Yin Jinping's introduction and have yet to commence equipping their forces. However, they are aware that such equipment must be acquired through other channels and chose to remain silent at this moment. Among the heads of various resettlement centers, with the exception of Mayor Gong Kaming and Mayors Wu Wenshan, the others had never even heard of it. Therefore, the meeting had to pause at this juncture to allow the majority of attendees time to digest the information. A marvel. Truly a marvel. Indeed, it is the bane of zombies. With such equipment, the safety of the shelter can finally be assured. The crowd engaged in hushed conversations, clearly expressing their approval of this apparatus. Moments later, order was restored amidst the gathering. Zhang Yuan Kuei resumed his discourse. However, for this venture to progress smoothly, two prerequisites must be met. Chapter 159, The Mercenary Guild's Operations. The audience shifted their focus. The first prerequisite is that the lessee must first obtain certification from the Merchant Association and acquire a membership point card. Why is it imperative to secure the membership point card beforehand? Because the fees for equipment rental are directly deducted via the membership point card. This also elucidates the reason for the synergistic development between the Mercenary Guild and the Huadong Merchant Association. The second prerequisite is that individuals renting equipment for the first time must be guaranteed by their respective shelters. The crowd appeared puzzled, prompting Zhang Yuan Kuei to elaborate. As previously mentioned, there are costs associated with equipment rental. However, first-time lessees may be unable to cover these expenses. Upholding humanitarian principles. We do not advocate for members to hunt zombies to earn the necessary funds without first acquiring the equipment. So, how can we address this dilemma? We owe our gratitude to the Huadong Merchant Association. They are willing to provide a one-time interest-free point advance for members seeking to rent equipment, valid for 1 month. Provided that the lessee acquires a sufficient quantity of crystal cores within this period, they can repay the advanced points. However, to obtain this advance, the shelter must furnish a guarantee. Of course, you may wish to consider this from a different perspective. As long as one is a member of this establishment, the risks associated with guarantees are relatively minimal. Moreover, one can possess a reliable security team without the necessity of providing any resources. What significance does such risk hold? Upon hearing Zhang Yuan Kuei's words, the collective apprehensions were swiftly alleviated. He was indeed correct. The risks posed by the absence of security forces could be deemed greater than those associated with guarantees. This perspective was gleaned from the insights of Fang Chen and Niu Xingwang, as Zhang himself had yet to cultivate such expansive thinking. Now, having completed the introduction of the Guardian Type 2 combat suit, I shall proceed to present a weapon, the Guardian Type 2 laser gun. Zhang Yuan Kuei elaborated on the performance characteristics of the Type 2 laser gun. The impact of firearms pales in comparison to that of protective gear. Consequently, although the heads of various establishments found the weapon satisfactory and capable of being integrated into their operations without any financial outlay, they were not astounded. However, this time it was the military's turn to be unsettled. Yin Jinping remained composed, while Rongpu and his team, having returned from base training, brought pertinent information with them. Zhong Jingyu was also relatively unfazed, as he was privy to certain insider knowledge, thus not overly astonished. In stark contrast, the soldiers from the other two military districts rose en masse in surprise. The Type 1 laser gun was indeed somewhat superfluous for the military. Its applicability was not as extensive as traditional firearms, and its damage output was rather mediocre. Therefore, when Yin Jinping first encountered it, he exhibited little interest. The Type 2 laser gun, however, was a different matter entirely. Its range of applicability had significantly expanded, and most crucially, it had the capability to inflict damage upon high-tier zombies, a formidable prospect. The damage potential of traditional firearms, reliant on gunpowder, is inherently limited. Although heavy artillery inflicts considerable damage, its lack of mobility and excessive consumption are notable drawbacks. The Type 2 laser gun, however, serves as an impeccable substitute for conventional submachine guns, significantly enhancing the combat efficacy of the armed forces. Another pivotal aspect is the rechargeable energy cell, which considerably reduces reliance on ammunition, thereby ensuring greater sustainability. The Type 2 laser gun will be made available through specialized channels for military sales. So I urge everyone to remain patient, Zhang Yuankui reassured as he observed the military personnel rising. Upon hearing this, the audience gradually settled down. The combat suits and laser guns are standard equipment for mercenaries and can be rented as a complete set. These two items are fundamentally adequate for small-scale combat scenarios. Zhang Yuankui continued, now addressing some optional supplementary equipment, providing a brief overview. For those seeking further information, feel free to consult the Mercenary Guild later. The first item is a long-range intercom, Mercenary Edition, designed for operational communication, supporting both point-to-point and team modes. Its functionality is similar to that of the first-generation bone microphone. However, to facilitate usability, it does not feature a miniature implant design and can be worn freely. The second item is a small unmanned cargo drone, capable of transporting up to 10 individuals, intended to provide commuting services for mercenaries, with charges based on distance and duration. Currently, these are the rental equipment offered by the Guild. Next, let me discuss the second segment of the Guild's operations, equipment sales. We have secured the agency rights for this segment through the Huadong Chamber of Commerce. As the primary business of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce revolves around the sale and transportation of civilian supplies, we have assumed responsibility for the management of combat equipment. Among the aforementioned gear, with the exception of the small, unmanned aerial vehicle, the remaining 3 items will be available for external sale. The third line of service, security training and support. We offer paid training for security personnel deployed at shelters, encompassing physical conditioning, combat techniques, martial arts, and equipment usage. Additionally, we will recruit a certain number of individuals from various shelters to serve as resident mercenaries within the Mercenary Guild. These resident mercenaries will not only receive complimentary training, but will also be compensated with commissions distributed in the form of membership points. Furthermore, these mercenaries may provide security support to organizations and individuals in need within the shelters. Chapter 160, The Subtle Test of Zhong Zhengyue, the fourth line of service, public safety coordination. In the event that a shelter encounters a crisis, the Mercenary Guild will collaborate with the command center to address the situation and maintain public order. The fifth line of service, armed escort. This service is straightforward, offering paid armed escort for organizations and individuals. The fees will be calculated based on the assessed risk level, distance, and number of personnel involved. There are additional services that I shall refrain from detailing at this moment. Should anyone require further information, feel free to consult with the Mercenary Guild at any time. Oh, and a brief addition, we currently have a new batch of trainees undergoing practical training, utilizing the latest model of laser weaponry, the Type 2 laser gun. Once the meeting concludes, I shall arrange for a flight to take all officers for an on-site observation. Zhang Yuankui no longer sought their opinions. After the meeting, he would arrange for the staff to escort the military personnel directly to the Mercenary Guild. According to Fang Chen's instructions, the segment for visiting the underground base would be temporarily excluded for them. After stating this, Zhang Yuankui returned the stage to the host, expressing gratitude for the detailed explanation provided by President Tian Sha. He mentioned that this morning's introductions would suffice, and in the afternoon, President Niu of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce would elaborate on the specifics of establishing branches. Following this, it was time for lunch, and he invited everyone to proceed to the banquet hall. If there were any uncertainties, attendees could consult the staff nearby. The military's participation was deemed unnecessary in the afternoon session, so after the meeting concluded, they were directly escorted by the staff to the Mercenary Guild. Generals Yin Jingping and Zhong Jingyu chose not to attend, opting instead to find a private office to engage in casual conversation after their meal. Old Yin, I appreciate your reminder regarding the last incident. Otherwise, I would have nearly made a grave mistake, Zhong Jingyu remarked. Spare me the formalities. Where do you find such expressions of gratitude? Yin Jingping retorted with a smile. A mere brush of lips, and you thank me? Why not? Among the military districts. Your Southwest military district is overflowing with wealth. Do you truly regard my trifling status? Zhou Jingyu replied, maintaining his composure. That fortune is earned through the blood and valor of the soldiers. What connection do you have to it? Yin Zhongping shot him a sidelong glance. Enough of this. Regarding the launcher incident, your support for the Huadong Chamber of Commerce surely brought you considerable benefits. Zhong Jingyu countered skeptically. Do not speak carelessly. I merely conveyed the terms from the other party. The votes were cast collectively. Who truly offered support, and in what manner? Yin Jinping denied the implication. One point you have overlooked is that the Huadong Chamber of Commerce does not engage in military affairs. What business dealings could you possibly have with the Huadong Chamber of Commerce? You may deceive others, but not me, responded Zhong Jingyu. I assert that it exists. Do you have any authority over it? Yin Jinping decided against further elaboration, realizing that the more he explained, the more holes he would uncover. Thus, he resorted to a more rogue demeanor. I find it perplexing how Fang managed to establish a connection with Fang Chen. Zhong Jingyu seemed to be speaking to himself, but it was evidently directed at Yin Jinping. Are you acquainted with Fang Chen? Yin Jinping was taken aback. This fellow is usually quite cautious and seldom makes appearances in front of outsiders. How could Zhong Jingyu know? What is the matter? If you can know me, why can't I know you? Zhong Jingyu, seeing that Yin Jinping had taken the bait, smiled with satisfaction. However, Yin Jinping was not easily fooled. He understood that Zhong Jingyu could not have conducted any investigation. If the personnel from the security department could not uncover it, what grounds did Zhong Jingyu have? Thus, the most plausible explanation was that Fang Chen had reached out to him directly. But why would Fang Chen do that? It was likely related to the previous incident with the zombie siege. With this thought, Yin Jinping smiled slightly and replied, certainly. Why would you worry about my access to supplies? Zhong Jingyu inquired. What have I to be concerned about? I have previously informed you that Fang's possession of military agency rights was not orchestrated by me. I could not intervene. And you think you, Zhong Jingyu, hold an advantage over me? In the end, what happened? You must have faced a setback. Yin Jinping teased. Zhong Jingyu had not believed it before. But after his recent encounter with Fang Chen, he had come to accept it. His intention in saying this today was merely to seek confirmation. As long as Yin Jinping has not obtained the agency rights, he feels a sense of equilibrium within himself. What, I wonder, is the true origin of this Fang Chen? From my observations, the technology he possesses is something that even Huagua, prior to the crisis, did not have access to. To this end, I specifically requested the Archives Department to investigate the electronic records backed up in the military database, remarked Zhong Zhengyue. Oh, what did you find? Yin Jinping inquired with curiosity. Though he himself was uncertain. It seems you are equally in the dark, Zhong Zhengyue noted with a sly smile, observing Yin Jinping's expression. Cut the nonsense. Speak plainly. Yin Jinping shot him a glare. The records indicate that he was originally an outstanding graduate from Kyoto University. Parental information is absent, with a guardian listed as an elderly lady, presumably his grandmother. However, this lady passed away several years ago. According to Social Security data and tax information, he has not held a job nor had a stable income since his graduation, Zhong Zhengyue continued. Is there more? Yin Jinping pressed. Some information appears rather peculiar. Zhong Zhengyue teased. Get to the point. Yin Jinping urged. In the months leading up to the outbreak of the virus, he registered 23 companies almost on the same day and made substantial investments in a very short span of time. And then, Yin Jinping asked, feeling that the essential point had yet to be revealed. That's it. Zhong Zhengyue affirmed. Just that? Yin Jinping expressed his disbelief. Indeed, just that. Zhong Zhengyue confirmed. So, Lao Zhong, are you jesting with me? Yin Jinping glared at him, feeling as though he had been left with nothing of substance after all this time. How could that be? I must express that I perceive two significant points of suspicion in this matter. Zhong Jingyu leaned in and stated. What suspicions? Yin Jinping inquired with curiosity. The first point of suspicion is that, according to the records, Fang Chen possesses no substantial assets, yet he managed to mobilize tens of billions in a remarkably short period. How did he accomplish this? He continued, the second point of suspicion is that prior to the outbreak of the virus, he secured a municipal project through donations. And the contractor for this project happens to be the current president of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce, Niu Xingwang. What does this signify? Yin Jinping asked. Initially, I did not find it particularly alarming. However, someone mentioned something that sent a chill down my spine, Zhong Jingyu teased. What was said? Yin Jinping pressed further. A colleague from the archives casually remarked, "Could the purpose of donating to this project have been to construct an underground base?" Zhong Jingyu replied. Yin Jinping fell silent. If Fang Chen had commenced a series of actions to plan the construction of an underground base prior to the virus outbreak, it would render this situation exceedingly peculiar. "These are merely your conjectures," Yin Jinping remarked. "If they were merely conjectures, why would I even bother to speak? To substantiate my suspicions, I ordered an inquiry into the detailed records of this project. Can you guess what I discovered?" Zhong Jingyu asked. "What did you uncover?" "A set of blueprints for the construction of an underground base." Zhong Jingyu pronounced each word with gravity. "Did you bring the blueprints?" Yin Jinping inquired. He had visited Fang Chen's base before. He had harbored similar doubts in the past, yet he had not delved deeper into the matter. However, today, since Zhong Jingyu has already conducted an investigation, he can determine the nature of the project simply by examining the blueprints. If it is true that Fang Chen's underground base commenced construction prior to the viral outbreak, the implications contained within this revelation would be substantial. Here, let me retrieve it for you. With that, Zhong Jingyu extracted a stack of documents from his briefcase. Yin Jinping accepted the files and began to leaf through them page by page. Although he lacked expertise in design and could not decipher the blueprints, he could glean a general understanding of the project's layout. He flipped through the pages rapidly, searching for locations he might have visited. Suddenly, he halted on one particular blueprint. Indeed, this was the original layout of the second underground level, where Fang Chen's office is located. The project site matched the place Yin Jinping first arrived at when he came to Fang Chen, both situated at Binjiang Park. Yin Jinping set the blueprint down and fell into deep contemplation. "Old Yin, this matter is of great significance. If this underground base of Fang Chen was constructed before the viral outbreak, it indicates he had prior knowledge of the impending crisis. Consider the implications of this." Zhong Jingyu gazed at Yin Jinping, who returned the look. After a brief pause, he continued, "It implies that either he is a prophet, or the outbreak of this virus is somehow connected to him." Yin Jinping felt a surge of apprehension upon hearing this conjecture. A prophet? Such a notion seemed preposterous. How could such a figure exist in this world? They were resolute atheists, incapable of believing in such enigmatic phenomena. That presents another possibility. The outbreak of the virus may be linked to him. If this hypothesis holds true, it would elucidate why he possesses a profound understanding of the virus's characteristics, why he could produce antigen serum, and why he is aware of the traits of zombies. All these queries would find their explanations. However, even if he is indeed related to the matter, certain aspects remain perplexing. The equipment and weapons he has procured, how did they come into existence? Such endeavors necessitate a formidable research and development team engaged in extensive experimentation. Even the council has been unable to assemble a team with such capabilities, so what grounds does Fang Chen have? I believe the likelihood of him being a prophet is minimal. Otherwise, his reactions concerning the Red Robe sect would not appear so oblivious. Thus, it seems plausible that the outbreak of the virus could be significantly tied to him. Zhong Jingyu articulated his conclusion. Is it possible that Fang Chen possesses a powerful research and development team, and that these achievements are the results of their endeavors? Yin Jinping inquired. Even so, that does not account for why he began preparations for an underground base prior to the virus outbreak, Zhong Jingyu remarked. Chronologically speaking, the time he registered his company does not precede the emergence of the virus. You should be aware that the virus first appeared in Binjiang City. If my memory serves me correctly, the first infection was identified at the end of June last year, right? The records indicate that Fang Chen's investment project was initiated in early July, which presents no contradiction. Are you suggesting that within just a few days of the virus's appearance, he fully grasped the virus's characteristics and anticipated a widespread outbreak? Such a possibility is not entirely implausible. How formidable must his research capabilities be? Zhong Jingyu found it hard to believe. Allow me to share some intelligence with you, and perhaps you will be convinced, Yin Jinping remarked. Oh, Zhong Jingyu said. His curiosity piqued. Chapter 162. Yin Jinping's revelation. Over 2 months ago, Fang Chen borrowed 10 commandos from me through Fang, utilizing them as instructors to train the new recruits at his base. He did not mention that it was Fang Chen who directly negotiated this arrangement with him, as doing so might lead others to mistakenly assume a close relationship between them. Initially, this seemed like a trivial matter, and I paid it little mind. However, a few days ago, those 10 commandos returned and reported certain developments. The team leader disclosed that Fang Chen's base housed tens of thousands of combat robots. What? Zhong Jingyu was taken aback. Such a colossal military force, especially during these tumultuous times, could potentially disrupt the entirety of Huagua. Moreover, the project concerning combat robots had been under the research purview of the military-industrial sector of Huagua's military and political administration for many years, albeit without yielding substantial results until now. These robots exhibited remarkable agility and seamless coordination, showcasing formidable combat capabilities during drills. However, their efficacy in actual combat remains uncertain. Yet, based on past experience, everything Fang Chen has presented has proven to be anything but trivial. Hence, one can reasonably deduce that the combat prowess of these robots is unlikely to be subpar. It appears, then, that Fang Chen's formidable research prowess is beyond doubt. Zhong Jingyu conceded with a nod. Moreover, there are matters beyond your imagination, Yin Jinping remarked. What matters? Zhong Jingyu inquired. Right here, at this very location, Fang Chen has constructed a vast agricultural production warehouse, sufficient to ensure food supply for 100,000 individuals. And, at this point, Yin Jinping deliberately paused. And what? Zhong Jingyu pressed. And it operates entirely unmanned, relying solely on mechanized and intelligent production. Not a single person is present within the entire production base. Right here? Zhong Jingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is right here, Yin Jinping affirmed. How do you know this? Zhong Jingyu expressed skepticism. Because my associates have visited and witnessed it firsthand, Yin Jinping replied. His willingness to divulge this information stemmed from Fang Chen's lack of intent to conceal it. He intentionally utilized Rongpa to relay this intelligence, aiming to provide others with a glimpse of his capabilities. Rongpa also conveyed a message from Fang Chen. The secrets you are aware of are those I wish for you to know. Thus, whether he chose to conceal these matters held little significance. Should he remain silent, Fang Chen would opt to engage with the Southeast Military District or even other military districts, which would not bode well for him. Moreover, strength should either be concealed or, when revealed, should evoke a sense of caution among others. If one is perceived as a defenseless target, such a revelation would be tantamount to courting disaster, or at the very least, inviting trouble. Does this imply that the underground base in Binzhou is nearing one-third the scale of our Mozong Arc base? Zhong Jingyu pondered. You underestimate this place. In my estimation, its scale has long surpassed that of the Mozong Arc base. Yin Jinping remarked with disdain. This cannot be true. Zhong Jingyu found it hard to accept. He had thought his understanding of Fang Chen exceeded that of Yin Jinping, only to discover he was utterly outclassed. How can it be impossible? So far, the Mozong Arc base has only just begun construction, while this site is nearing completion. The pace of construction here is evidently much swifter than at the Mozong Arc base. Therefore, when our base is successfully established, what magnitude do you think this place will reach? That is one point. The fully enclosed agricultural ecosystem, agricultural division, is still in the experimental verification stage, isn't it? Meanwhile, this site has already commenced extensive construction of production facilities. To put it bluntly, the extent to which the Mozong Arc base can be developed remains uncertain, whereas here, it is a foregone conclusion. What if we propose to the council that Fang Chen participate in the construction of the Mozong Arc base? Zhong Jingyu suddenly suggested. Haha. Do you think the military was brought to the mercenary guild today for no reason? Yin Jinping replied. Are you implying that Fang Chen does not desire military involvement? Zhong Jingyu responded, coming to a realization. Precisely. We initially arrived uninvited. Perhaps this was not within his plans, Yin Jinping speculated. Zhong Jingyu nodded. For now, keep this information to yourself and refrain from mentioning it at the council. If discretion is not exercised, I fear it may position Fang Chen in opposition to the council, complicating matters further. Yin Jinping furrowed his brows and suggested, for this was the matter that vexed him the most. The prowess displayed by Fang Chen, he mused, was beyond the collective might of the Southwestern Military District. Should they find themselves on opposing sides, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Initially, Yin Jinping had chosen to endorse Fang Chen, having indirectly benefited from Yin Fangfang. However, at present, he was compelled by circumstance to undertake this role reluctantly. Chapter 163. A tour of the underground base. Another reason he hesitated to report Fang Chen's capability to construct an underground base to the council was the presence of certain members within the assembly, whose actions were excessively brazen and domineering. Should this matter be brought to the council, it would likely incite discord between the assembly and Fang Chen. Sigh. Perhaps it is best left unmentioned for the time being. Zhong Jingyu concurred, asserting that, at least for now, Fang Chen's existence was beneficial to Huagua. The intelligence he provided afforded them valuable preparation time, and the equipment and medicines he supplied had saved countless soldiers and civilians. As long as he refrained from malevolence. Let this matter remain confidential for the time being, Yin Zhengping remarked. Zhong Jingyu nodded in agreement. While the two engaged in casual conversation, the afternoon meeting commenced. Niu Xingwang took the stage to elucidate the matters concerning the establishment of branches at various resettlement sites. Initially, the heads of these sites showed little interest in this segment. However, following the morning's meeting, they gained a fresh perspective on the conveniences that the Chamber of Commerce and the Labor Union could bring to the resettlement centers. This shift in understanding led them to reconsider their previous stance, and after mutual discussions over lunch, there was a general consensus that the establishment of branches by the Chamber of Commerce at the resettlement sites was indeed a splendid initiative. At this moment, Gong Kaming was filled with regret, his insides twisted in anguish. All the glory that was rightfully his, belonging to the Merlin settlement, had been disregarded out of his fear of losing power, leading him to unwittingly push this opportunity away. After a complex deliberation of the pros and cons, he came to a realization. It was impossible for Niu Xingwang to establish the headquarters of the trade association at Merlin and construct such an underground base without possessing actual authority. However, if he were to relinquish the top position to Niu Xingwang, what significance would the development of Merlin hold for him? At least for now, Merlin had its first branch of the trade association, and power remained firmly in his grasp, which was sufficient. Now, allow me to outline some fundamental requirements for the establishment of the branch. Firstly, we require the settlement to provide at least 10 hectares of land for construction, intended for the offices of the Trade and Labor Association branches. Naturally, this will be compensated. In exchange, we will create a points account for the settlement and transfer the land funds into it, which the settlement can then utilize at its discretion. Secondly, the heads of the Trade and Labor Associations need to be assigned positions equivalent to deputy commander level by the settlement. This arrangement will enhance work efficiency and strengthen the collaboration between both parties. Thirdly, we seek to facilitate recruitment efforts for the branch. Lastly, the total population of the settlement should not be less than 100,000. Everyone is encouraged to consider this. And interested representatives may sign a letter of intent after the meeting. We will dispatch personnel for on-site inspections based on the sequence of the contracts. And we will expedite the establishment of the branch following these evaluations. After an hour of discussion and inquiry, everyone had a fundamental understanding. Subsequently, interested placement facilities hurried to sign the letters of intent with Gu Qingyi. The initial batch plan for construction comprised 20 branches, and the quotas were swiftly claimed. Those who were still observing and hesitating began to regret once the slots were filled. Such is human nature. When opportunities present themselves, individuals often hesitate, fearing they may be traps. Yet, once the opportunity is seized, they lament their earlier indecision. In summary, riding the wave of the assembly's momentum, the development of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce has successfully entered a fast track. Within 3 years, Fang Chen is poised to establish underground bases for the vast majority of placement facilities, having met the necessary preconditions for completion. Following the meeting, under the guidance of the staff, attendees began an orderly tour of the Chamber's headquarters underground base. The guide, adhering to prior training, provided an in-depth introduction to the electrical system, air circulation system, water recycling system, and production warehouse within the base. As understanding deepened, attendees subconsciously connected this underground facility with the 2055 Human Survival White Paper promulgated by the Assembly. However, the plans and technologies outlined in the White Paper paled in comparison to the Chamber's underground base, to the extent that they were hardly comparable. Along the tour, participants regarded themselves as outsiders, treating the site as mere spectacle. Yet, no one dared to envision establishing a similar base for their own placement facilities until they reached the production warehouse. Unlike the previous visit with Rongpe, where numerous robots were diligently at work, the transfer hall at this moment was remarkably pristine. This was the transfer hall of the production warehouse. As everyone observed, dozens of passage doors flanked both sides, each leading to distinct production warehouses. Now, please follow my lead as we proceed to warehouse number 1. The guide, while escorting the group towards the entrance of warehouse number 1, began to elucidate. The guide held a makeshift access card near the sensor window of the warehouse door. initiating the data verification process. Following a resonant mechanical sound, the warehouse doors gradually parted. One by one, the attendees entered under the guide's direction. Warehouse No. 1 is designated for wheat cultivation. This planting facility operates in a fully enclosed, unmanned production environment. Inside, it simulates the most conducive conditions for wheat growth, establishing a stable, closed ecological system, the guide explained. Chapter 164. The two legislators meet Fang Chen upon entering the warehouse. The crowd was left in awe, their mouths agape. They found themselves in a corridor. Similar to the main base's production warehouses, the corridor was lined with glass-sealed production units. Electronic screens on the doors displayed various environmental metrics within the warehouses. How advanced? They whispered among themselves. If there are enough of these production units, the food crisis will be completely resolved. Currently, the base has established and commissioned production warehouses encompassing 32 different categories of crops, including staple grains, vegetables, and poultry. Moreover, to extend preservation periods, diversify food types, and facilitate storage and transportation, we have constructed several food production lines. I am confident that before long, you will be able to witness our products. Little girl, someone inquired, do you mean that the food produced will be available for external sale? Indeed, the tour guide elucidated. The goods produced by the Chamber of Commerce will be distributed to various resettlement centers through a logistics network, and everyone can freely exchange their chamber points. The primary purpose of Fang Chen's invitation for the heads of the resettlement centers to tour the production warehouse was precisely this, to instill a profound sense of urgency in each leader, compelling them to collaborate with the Chamber of Commerce without delay. This objective, evidently, was achieved. Within the main base, Fang Chen was intently focused on the images displayed on the screen when suddenly, a request for a call interrupted him. Hello? He answered. Xiao Chen, are you at the base? Came the voice of Yin Zhengping from the other end. Fang Chen glanced up at the screen, where one of the displays showed the scene from Yin Zhengping's office, alongside Zhong Zhengyue. I am. Commander Yin, do you have something to discuss? Fang Chen replied. Today marks the establishment celebration of the new headquarters of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce, and I am here as well, Yin Zhengping stated. The Huadong Chamber of Commerce wields considerable influence, even managing to summon you, a legislator? Fang Chen chuckled. Spare me your banter, since you are on your own turf. It is implausible that you lack this information. I called to see if Zhong Zhengyue and I could take a look at your battle robots, Yin Zhengping explained. Very well. Then come over, Fang Chen responded. How do we get there? Yin Zhengping asked, gesturing to Zhong Zhengyue as they prepared to leave the office. Without Fang Chen's guidance, they would be unable to access the main base. By now, Fang Chen has acquired sufficient power for self-preservation, otherwise, he would not have arranged for so many individuals to tour the base. Through a telephone instruction, he led two individuals to an encrypted elevator. With a chime, authorization was granted. Accompanied by an electronic prompt, the doors of the encrypted elevator opened automatically, and the two stepped inside, selecting the button marked 0. Yin Zhengping pressed the button, and the elevator began its ascent. 30 minutes later, Fang Chen awaited their arrival at the exit. You must have excavated the entire underground of Binjiang City, haven't you? Yin Zhengping jested as he exited the elevator. Pretty much, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Yin Zhengping was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been joking, not anticipating that Fang Chen had indeed accomplished such a feat. Commander Zhong, we meet again. Fang Chen greeted Zhong Zhengyue. Goodness, your underground base is quite expansive, Zhong Zhengyue remarked in astonishment. It's decent enough to preserve one's life. One must exert a bit more effort, Fang Chen responded, half-jokingly. Haha. Zhong Zhengyue understood the insinuation and burst into hearty laughter. Please follow me. Fang Chen guided the two towards the training area. You must be eager to see this. He indicated a bionic spider robot that stood 30 centimeters tall in the center of the training zone. So small? Yin Zhengping expressed his surprise. This was not in line with his expectations. At 30 centimeters, it barely reached the height of a person's knee and was indeed not large. This combat robot may not be big, but it has its own advantages, Fang Chen explained. Oh, do tell, Yin Zhengping replied, somewhat perplexed. The larger the size, the greater the material waste, and the weight will significantly increase, leading to greater energy loss. Furthermore, as the volume expands, the target becomes more prominent and consequently more susceptible to attacks, resulting in a higher rate of damage. Fang Chen briefly elaborated on this. Indeed, Yin Zhengping concurred. Pray tell, last time you deliberately had Rongpa relay this information back to me. What was your intention? Yin Jingping inquired. What? Are you intending to turn the tables, Commander Yin? You sent Rongpa to probe into the secrets of the base, and I merely cooperated slightly. How does that make it my fault? Fang Chen chuckled. Enough, enough. I cannot argue with you. Just tell me, what was your purpose in intentionally divulging this information? Yin Jingping pressed. Haha, it's not just for you. Starting today, certain secrets of the base will be known throughout all of Huagua. Fang Chen laughed. Yin Jingping and Zhong Zhenyue exchanged astonished glances. Little Chun, you wouldn't have opened the base for those from the resettlement sites to visit, would you? Yin Jingping suddenly considered a possibility. Precisely. Fang Chen readily admitted. Chapter 165. Who is troubling whom, Little Chun? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how great the risks of such actions are? Yin Jingping's demeanor turned serious. How great could it possibly be? Fang Chen continued to jest. You can still laugh. You truly infuriate me. Yin Jingping shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated. Alas, youth certainly brings recklessness. Zhong Zhenyue shook his head. Fang Chen felt quite pleased with their reactions. The saying goes, concern breeds chaos. The fact that they worried for him at least indicated their genuine care. The two legislators need not be anxious. My decision to disclose a portion of the secret is not without purpose. Fang Chen adopted a serious demeanor, and the two turned their gaze towards him, awaiting his continuation. I have previously hinted that the ecological crisis will fully erupt in just over 2 years. However, this timeline does not mark the onset of the crisis, but rather the moment it reaches its full manifestation. This implies that, for a considerable duration prior to its true emergence, the ecological system of Blue Star has already been adversely affected, albeit initially in a relatively minor manner. The two nodded, having contemplated this issue themselves. The molecular light film takes 3 years to develop, indicating that even before its completion, it did not leave Blue Star unscathed. The impacts simply had yet to reach their zenith. Thus, my time is running short. My plan is to provide the relevant technology to the Huadong Chamber of Commerce, enabling them to undertake the construction projects for the underground survival bases at various resettlement sites. Fang Chen articulated his intentions. What? The two were once again taken aback. There is no need for such astonishment. The operational methods are not particularly complex, following the traditional pathways of the real estate sector in Huagua. Fang Chen remarked. This should have been the responsibility of the council, yet they decisively relinquished it. Their assessment concluded that constructing even one base would be an achievement. As for the various resettlement sites, they can only furnish a technical proposal, leaving the rest to be resolved by their own ingenuity. It is astonishing that Fang Chen intends to accomplish what the council deemed unattainable. Even so, your approach is rather reckless. Have you ever contemplated the repercussions of such actions? Not only might you fail to achieve your ultimate goal, but you could also find yourself the target of widespread disdain. Once the various shelters unite in their opposition, your situation will become exceedingly precarious, Yin Jingping remarked. Unite in opposition? Spare me. If they could truly come together, I, Fang Chen, would willingly concede. Fang Chen exuded unwavering confidence. While such unity is generally implausible, the current awareness of a substantial prize at Binjiang changes the scenario entirely. Yin Jingping remains steadfast in his conviction. It is identical. Have you ever witnessed individuals rallying together out of shared belief? When has there been a convergence driven by the desire to plunder? Thus, rest assured, such a scene will not transpire, Fang Chen reassured. You are dancing on the edge of a blade, Yin Jingping lamented with a shake of his head. Commander Yin, ever since your first arrival here, I have been dancing on that very edge, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Yin Jingping recalled the moment last year when he first flew here. And it was indeed a poignant memory. At that time, with a mere command, this base would have been utterly obliterated. My decision to reveal certain secrets at this juncture is the result of meticulous planning, a matter for which Commander Yin need not fret. To speak candidly, I would not disclose this unless I possessed the means to safeguard it. Noting the silence between them, Fang Chen continued. Should you truly accomplish this, you would have single-handedly salvaged the majority of the populace of Huagua. Such an achievement would be unparalleled in history. Yin Jingping ceased to dwell on the matter. I have not contemplated accolades. The true saviors of the people will not be myself, but rather, the people themselves, Fang Chen mused with a sigh. My greatest concern does not lie in the inability to safeguard this base. Rongpa should have conveyed to you that I possess the capability to obliterate thousands of zombies with a mere wave of my hand. Thus, I inherently possess the strength for self-preservation. However, should some oblivious individuals seek to exploit the base, it could potentially result in significant casualties. Fang Chen has articulated the crux of the matter. This is the primary reason for his audience with the two commanders. Yan Jingping was taken aback. He had not contemplated this issue. His persistent worry had been the exposure of Fang Chen's prowess, which could lead to considerable complications. Yet, he had never considered that the source of trouble might not be him, but rather those who seek to cause it. This presents another dilemma. Slaying zombies is distinctly different from taking human lives. Should Fang Chen raise a blade against the populace, the entire situation would assume a radically different significance. However, once conflict erupts, who can truly exert control? Do you wish for us to cooperate with you? Yan Jingping inquired. That depends on the will of the two commanders. In truth, such matters are of little concern to me. Anyone who wishes to stir trouble must first weigh their own capabilities. I shall speak plainly. Any uninvited guest shall meet their demise, 1 for 1, 2 for 2. However, should I proceed in this manner, it may place both of you in a precarious position, especially Commander Zong, given that this is the territory of the Southeast Military Region. Commander Zong may find himself in a difficult predicament. Fang Chen made his stance clear. Upon hearing these words, Zong Zhengyue felt a tightening in his chest. This statement was rather discomforting. After all, Fang Chen is merely a common citizen. And who is Zong Zhengyue? The commander of the Southeast Military Region and a member of the Council. To think that he is now being maneuvered by a mere civilian. The notion of requesting the military district to intervene in maintaining the tranquility of Binjiang, assisting in coordinating and thwarting potential troublemakers, while also extricating oneself entirely from the situation, is utterly preposterous. Fang Chen's stance is unmistakably clear. You may choose to disregard it, but you shall bear the consequences. What a shrewd calculation. Zong Jingyu mused. Fang Chen, having perceived Zong Jingyu's displeasure, merely smiled gently, refraining from further comment. He was confident that Zong Jingyu understood how to make his choice. At that moment, Yan Jingping remained silent. This matter bore little relevance to his Southwest Military District, unless a disturbance arose from the resettlement center on his side. However, once individuals from there arrived, it would devolve into a concern of the Southeast Military District, beyond his control. In this instance, he could neither actively speak on behalf of Fang Chen nor advocate for Zong Jingyu. He could only observe quietly. Very well, you arrange a station. And I shall dispatch a regiment to assist in defense, Zong Jingyu ultimately decided. He believed that this was not an act of concession to Fang Chen, but rather a necessary measure to ensure the safety of the populace when required. Should troublemakers truly emerge, and Fang Chen were to eliminate them all, it would be quite the spectacle. Commander Zong, assistance in defense is unnecessary. If a conflict arises, I will afford you a buffer period of 3 hours. This is the utmost concession I can offer, Fang Chen replied. A regiment of 1,000 men stationed at his base would require his vigilant oversight, and inevitably, he would need to provide support in terms of supplies, armaments, and ammunition. Was this not a losing proposition? He was decidedly unwilling to undertake such an arrangement. Then let it be so. Zong Jingyu concluded that this arrangement was acceptable. Military resources were already stretched thin, and he was reluctant to send personnel over. In truth, the disturbances caused by the resettlement center's individuals were secondary concerns. The two commanders pondered whether it was possible for military personnel to intervene. Fang Chen posed another question. Both commanders wore expressions of discontent. This seemed never-ending. Yan Jingping had contemplated this issue previously and had even broached it during a casual conversation with Zong Jingyu. Earlier that day, Fang Chen had led military representatives to the Mercenary Guild, hoping to prevent them from discovering other secret technologies at the base. He was not particularly fearful of the military causing trouble. Rather, he was concerned that such an occurrence would significantly disrupt subsequent plans. We certainly want to face this issue between our two military districts, Yan Jingping reasoned. Although Suwa Tunghua of the Northeast Military District and Shen Tu Jinghao of the Northwest Military District are both rather impetuous, they have never engaged in unscrupulous acts. They are unlikely to cause any trouble. And what about the Central Military District? What of the Council? Fang Chen inquired. This left Yan Jingping at a loss for words. His greatest concern revolved around this very issue, which Fang Chen had now made explicit. In chaotic times, ambition often flourishes. Fang Chen, with an air of mystery, interjected, seemingly provoking Yan Jingping. Perhaps the situation would not unfold as he hoped. Do you have a strategy to cope with it? Yin Jinping asked. In these trying times, where mere survival was already a formidable challenge, he sincerely wished for peace among the survivors. What strategy could I possibly devise? You cannot reason with the damned. Once one has resolved to become an ambitious individual, they must be prepared to forsake their life at any moment, Fang Chen replied. However, I fear that the weight of a single commander, Zhong, may not suffice to mediate such a conflict. Fang Chen cast a glance at Zhong Jingyu, who was in a state of utmost displeasure, having been incessantly mocked by Fang Chen. Xiao Chun, enough is enough. Let us not escalate matters further, Yin Jinping interjected. Commander Yin, it is not my desire to amplify the situation. Rather, it appears that some individuals are intent on stirring up trouble. Frankly, I am most reluctant to witness this outcome. My sole wish is for everyone to safely navigate this crisis, Fang Chen replied innocently. But sharing these sentiments with us is futile. The council is not within our dominion, Zhong Jingyu retorted. It is certainly of use. I merely wish to offer both of you a piece of advice, Fang Chen stated. What advice? Yin Jinping inquired. Follow your true intentions and do not allow yourself to be exploited by the ambitious, Fang Chen replied somewhat ambiguously. Both Yin Jinping and Zhong Jingyu fell silent, realizing that they were being schooled by a younger individual. Well, it is getting late. We should proceed to the performance, Fang Chen noted, understanding that the conversation had reached its limit. Delving deeper would serve no purpose and could lead to discomfort between the parties. Moreover, discussing matters that have yet to unfold seemed rather pointless. What performance? Zhong Jingyu asked. Surely, Commander Zhong does not believe that today's fortuitous opportunity will be easily overlooked by certain malevolent entities? Fang Chen chuckled. You mean the Red Robe sect? Zhong Jingyu suddenly grasped the implication. Precisely. Today, over 90% of the heads of resettlement sites from across Huagua are present. This represents an unparalleled opportunity to apprehend them all. Such a chance is unlikely to arise again. The Scarlet Church would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, launching an assault on Bijiang at any cost. Chapter 167, the performance begins. Indeed, the sun was on the verge of setting, and the show was about to commence. Fang Chen remarked with a smile. The two commanders followed Fang Chen into the teleportation elevator, transferring several times until they reached the top floor of a grand building. The view here was unparalleled. Standing before the windows of the penthouse, they could faintly discern the towering city walls of Funing District. These walls, constructed by Fang Chen, facilitated the establishment of defensive fortifications by robots. As the sun dipped below the horizon, warm golden light streamed through the windows, illuminating the faces and bodies of the group. They followed the light, observing the clouds on the horizon adorned in crimson hues, serene yet resplendent. In that moment, they experienced an illusion, as if the world was peaceful and beautiful. 10 minutes later, the sun had completely vanished, and the light gradually dimmed. The room's lights turned on automatically, and Fang Chen approached a large tea table, taking a seat to begin brewing tea. The two commanders, please come and rest for a while. The sun has just set. It will take them some time to arrive, Fang Chen said while arranging the tea utensils. You seem to be living quite leisurely, Commander Zhong Jingyu remarked as he settled into a tea chair. What can I do? When alone, one must find ways to pass the time. Fang Chen replied with a smile. The two men gazed at Fang Chen, observing his handsome features and tranquil demeanor, feeling an inexplicable stirring within. Though he was younger than their own children, the wisdom, serenity, and composure he exhibited left them feeling inadequate by comparison. The pair of profound eyes, as if capable of piercing through all, complemented by a faint smile at the corners of the lips, instills an extraordinary sense of tranquility. Perhaps, in ancient times, the feeling that Lu Su experienced while gazing at Zhuge Liang from the grass boat during the borrowing of arrows was akin to this. Amidst their banter, the towering vessels were reduced to mere ashes, nothing more. Are you prepared? Yin Jinping could not help but seek confirmation. At this moment, Binjiang harbored the majority of mid to senior managers from across the nation. Any minor mishap could yield dire consequences. Rest assured, it is foolproof. Fang Chen assured confidently. That is reassuring. Yin Jinping nodded, occasionally casting glances out the window, despite seeing nothing. Just past 8 in the evening, distant roars began to resonate. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. A multitude of zombies is approaching. The base is about to seal. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. A multitude of zombies is approaching. The base is about to seal. Accompanying the announcement were piercing alarm sirens blaring incessantly. The heads of various resettlement centers, who had just toured the base, felt a tightening in their chests upon hearing the broadcast. There is no need for alarm. The base is entirely secure. Now, please follow me to the observation deck, where you can witness everything unfolding outside up close, the guide reassured. This was, in fact, part of the program, serving as a precautionary measure. The aim was to provide everyone with a clear understanding of themselves and Huading Chamber of Commerce, so as to avoid making grievous errors. Everyone closely followed the guide to the observation deck. This place is not situated on the ground, nor does it possess windows. Instead, the walls are adorned with numerous screens, each displaying synchronized imagery. The perspective is that of a bird's-eye view. From the visuals presented in the video, one can observe that the roads outside the city are teeming with zombies who are frantically rushing forward. Not far away stands the city wall of Funing District. Amidst the horde, a few larger zombies can be seen, incessantly roaring as if issuing commands. The screens surrounding them depict similar scenes. Yet the varying environments suggest these are not the same location. This indicates that the encroaching zombies are advancing from multiple directions. It is at this moment they notice a word in the upper left corner of the screen, north. Glancing at other screens reveals east, west, and south. This implies that the zombies are surging forth from all sides simultaneously. A collective gasp escapes the crowd. This is the largest zombie assault they have ever witnessed. Even those who have experienced previous zombie sieges in makeshift shelters are drenched in cold sweat. Please, let there be no attack. Many silently hope. Unbeknownst to them, the earlier zombie sieges were orchestrated by the Red Cloak sect to create public pressure with no genuine intent to breach the defenses. However, this time is different. Their objective is to capture the leaders of these shelters in one fell swoop. Thus, this battle is inevitable. The underground base in Binjiang is facing its first siege, and Fang Chen feels a sense of anticipation. For him, this is akin to the Red Cloak sect delivering a fortuitous opportunity. Within 10 minutes, the zombies arrive in droves at the city wall. They have yet to launch an assault, awaiting further orders. The spectators within the observation deck, who had been engrossed in the live broadcast, gradually fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. These zombies seemed to be awaiting further commands. At the glass front of the top floor, Yin Zhengping peered through night vision binoculars, remarking as he observed, "Indeed, they are still waiting for more zombies to arrive," replied Fang Chen. "How do you intend to respond?" inquired Zongjingyu. "We cannot allow them to perish too swiftly. Otherwise, the audience will not be entertained," Fang Chen chuckled. Zongjingyu appeared perplexed. Chapter 168. The Wall Maze Tower Defense. A resounding rumble echoed, accompanied by a violent tremor beneath their feet. What is happening? The crowd at the observation deck grew anxious. However, the zombies on the screen remained still. The subtle vibrations from the ground intensified everyone's panic. There is no need for concern. The base is undergoing a series of adjustments, the guide reassured them. Upon hearing this explanation, the audience exhaled in relief. From their vantage point on the top floor, Zongjingyu and Yin Zhengping could distinctly witness the monumental transformations occurring within the city. Walls rose abruptly from the ground, flawlessly avoiding all existing structures. What is this? Zongjingyu stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Yin Zhengping was equally taken aback, rendered speechless. Just a little trick, preparing to play a game within the city, Fang Chen remarked with a smile. A game? The two men exchanged incredulous glances at Fang Chen's words. Others would be paralyzed with fear in such a situation, yet you still find time for games. Have you ever played tower defense? Monsters will spawn from the 4 entrances, north, south, east, and west, advancing along their designated paths towards the base. We can construct artillery platforms on the city walls to eliminate these monsters. What do you think? Sounds amusing, right? Fang Chen expressed his plan with a smile. Are you serious about this plan? Spending such a significant cost and building so many things just for amusement? Such extravagant folly. Upon hearing Fang Chen's description, both individuals shared the same sentiment. Alas, it is a pity that our offensive weaponry is rather limited, and the artillery cannot be upgraded. Fang Chen sighed in resignation. The two let out a sigh of relief, finally uttering something sensible. However, this is also advantageous. It spares us the burden of choices, as I dread making decisions. I have devised a type of laser cannon. If we construct several units, that should suffice, Fang Chen added. The two were immediately choked by his words. Listen, is that even a reasonable statement? Just one type of laser cannon? Our military doesn't even possess this variant. They cast him fierce glares. You wealthy fool. They secretly scorned him. Fang Chen, indifferent to the hostile gazes directed at him, continued, Commander Yin, which city gate should we open first? At that moment, Yin Jinping had no desire to engage with him. He had always held a strong aversion to such blatant displays of boasting. Wait, that is not right. We cannot construct the artillery just yet. Building it too early might scare the zombies away. Without awaiting Yin Jinping's response, Fang Chen suddenly added this remark. Yin Jinping shot him an incredulous glance, convinced that he was intentionally provoking him. Had it been one of Yin Jinping's soldiers, he would have long since delivered a sharp rebuke. How dare he act so smug? I detest pretentiousness the most. However, at this moment, he could not allow Fang Chen's arrogance to prevail. He must ignore him. I cleared out a section in the city center, delineating several large circles to initially introduce a horde of zombies. Once the area was filled, I would then set up artillery, ensuring an infallible plan. Fang Chen gestured towards the external scene, laying out his strategy with evident satisfaction. The two commanders silently observed his ostentation, their expressions increasingly hostile. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds erupted as adjustments were made to the city center's walls, genuinely forming several expansive circles. How could Fang Chen manipulate the walls at his whim? The two men grew increasingly perplexed. Initially, they believed these walls were pre-constructed hidden structures. Now, they realized that the walls could be controlled at will. This is utterly absurd. Is there no justice left? Even the city walls possess intelligence. The two commanders felt a profound sense of imbalance. Let alone intelligent walls. Even ordinary walls are not easily erected without considerable resources. The material costs are astronomically high. Comparing people leads to despair, and comparing goods leads to discarding. The two commanders exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other's sentiments. They put down their binoculars and turned towards the tea table. They chose not to watch any longer. Excessive observation was causing them distress. They would not grant him further opportunities for ostentation. Sitting down to enjoy some tea seemed a better way to soothe their nerves. Commanders, do not leave. The main event is about to unfold. Fang Chen was thoroughly engrossed in his performance when the two men decided to undermine him. With a smile, he shook his head and returned to them. Commander Zong, I believe it would be quite advantageous if the Southeast military region could also establish a base like this. Don't you think? Fang Chen took a sip of tea and exclaimed, Pfft. The tea that Zongjing had just sipped was immediately sprayed out. Fortunately, he managed to cover his mouth with his hand. Otherwise, the tea tray would have needed a thorough cleaning. Xiaochen, what do you mean? Are you proposing to establish a base for the Southeast Military District? Yin Jinping hurriedly inquired. He certainly could not agree to that. The Southwest Military District was the first to collaborate with Fang Chen. If a base were to be built, it should rightfully be initiated by them, not Zongjing. Did I say that? Fang Chen feigned innocence. Here we go again. Can't you drop the pretense for once? Yin Jinping thought to himself, glaring at him. Oh dear. Commander Yin, please do not misunderstand. We are old acquaintances. How could the establishment of a base exclude the Southwest Military District? Wouldn't you agree? Fang Chen reassured him, though it remained uncertain whether his words bore any truth. Chapter 169. The friendship boat capsized. I say, Old Yin, why are you making such a fuss? Xiaochen, please continue, Zongjing said as he wiped the water from his mouth. The friendship boat capsizes at a moment's notice. Commander Zong, I was merely speaking casually. If there are ideas to discuss, we can have a private conversation later. Fang Chen pretended to ponder, signaling that it was not the right time to elaborate. Xiaochen, what do you mean? Have I not always provided you with unwavering support? Take, for instance, the ultrasonic launcher. Was it not my insistence that made it happen? Yin Jinping was displeased upon hearing that the two intended to speak privately. Oh, are you referring to that matter? I had almost forgotten to ask. Have you returned the crystal core borrowed from the Huading Chamber of Commerce? Fang Chen blinked his large eyes in inquiry. Yes, I have. As for the other military districts, I am unaware. However, I have settled matters concerning the Southeast Military District. Speaking of this, Old Yin, you truly lack integrity. With merely a trifling sum, you still discussed installments with me and even held back 10 transport aircraft. What kind of conduct is this? Zhong Zhengwei, not grasping the underlying implications, launched a direct tirade against Yin Jinping. Yet, Yin Jinping harbored guilt within. While Fang Chen quoted a price of 1,000 crystal cores for the launcher, he was selling it at a staggering 10,000 crystal cores. Should this matter be brought to light, his Southwest Military District would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The Southeast Military District boasted a wealth of combat gear, with a high starting point and rapid acquisition of crystal cores. In stark contrast, the other three military districts, especially the Central Military District, were struggling. With insufficient manpower and an abundance of affairs to manage, their rate of crystal core acquisition was inevitably hindered. In truth, Yin Fangfang had already settled the crystal cores long ago. However, acknowledging this at present would be ill-timed, given that the 10-month installment period had not yet concluded. Consequently, Yin Zhongping was left speechless under the interrogation. He inwardly lamented his own indiscretion. Why bring up this matter? Enough, enough, gentlemen commanders, let us foster harmony for prosperity. Seizing the opportunity to play the peacemaker, Fang Chen stepped forward. Yin Zhongping cast a glance at Zhong Zhongyue, choosing not to respond, thinking to himself that this fool had once again fallen into Fang Chen's trap. Time was not on their side. The zombies outside the city were accumulating in greater numbers, and it was high time to let a batch in. Having achieved his objective, Fang Chen approached the window and began issuing commands. As the orders were dispatched, the four city gates, north, south, east, and west, swung open simultaneously, and the zombies surged forth. At this moment, the urban area of Funing District had been transformed into a labyrinthine route, divided by towering walls. The zombies surged in like headless flies, recklessly charging forward. Is this really the city? No, that cannot be right. When I visited during the day, there weren't this many walls. As the camera panned inward, the scene puzzled the spectators at the observation deck. The guide offered no explanation. Having not been trained on this aspect, she too was at a loss. However, witnessing the multitude of zombies flooding into the city made her heart race, and her complexion paled. With so many zombies entering the city, could we be in danger? Someone inquired. There's no need for concern. Everything is proceeding according to plan, she reassured, though her tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Observant individuals noted her distress. You are deceiving us, aren't you? Someone pressed. No. The guide hastily denied. As murmurs of skepticism arose, the crowd gathered closer. Clarify for us. Will there be any danger? One person demanded. There will not be. There will not be. The guide, still a young girl, had never encountered such a situation and was rendered pale with fright. Upon noticing the growing agitation among the crowd, Niu Xingwang rushed over. Everyone, please remain calm. The defenses of the Huading Chamber of Commerce are absolutely secure. Our invitation to the observation deck was intended to showcase the process of zombie eradication. Moreover, we aim to demonstrate that the strength of the Huading Chamber of Commerce is entirely reliable. Niu Xingwang proclaimed loudly. Witnessing the president of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce approach personally, exuding confidence, the crowd's emotions gradually stabilized. On what basis should we trust you? Someone inquired. The zombie corridor was meticulously designed by us. Does that not serve as proof? Niu Xingwang retorted coldly. The questioner fell silent. The logic was irrefutable. Since this passage was deliberately crafted, it surely contained contingencies. It was inconceivable to spend resources designing a path to doom. Very well, let us observe in silence. The forthcoming spectacle will undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on all of us, Niu Xingwang added, as the crowd ceased their doubts and redirected their attention to the video. To ensure clarity, the visuals employed an aerial perspective. It became evident from the footage that winding corridors were established in all four cardinal directions, with zombies racing through them as if navigating a labyrinth. Good heavens, has the Huadong Chamber of Commerce transformed the entire Binjiang city into a maze? Someone marveled. I truly cannot comprehend why such vast resources were expended to construct so many walls within the city, another whispered. Chapter 170. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Xiaochen. Is it not excessive to expend such great resources merely to demonstrate your strength? Yin Jingping inquired, observing the scene before him. The calculations depend on perspective. If it were solely an exhibition of prowess, it would indeed be wasteful. However, with so many zombies willingly delivering crystal cores, I cannot turn away the deity of wealth. That would be the true waste of the red garment sect's goodwill, Fang Chen replied. The two individuals nodded in agreement. If they did not first allow the zombies to enter, the unseen puppeteer might sense impending disaster and consequently frighten away a significant number of the undead, ultimately undermining their potential gains. The four concentric walls could easily encircle hundreds of thousands of zombies. They were eager to observe how Fang Chen would manage these creatures. Whether luring the wolf into the fold was a boon or a bane hinged on the ability of the one who beckoned the wolf to control it. Within the span of 1 hour, the zombies within the encirclement had nearly filled the area. Fang Chen decisively issued commands, and the gates at the 4 entrances gradually rose, effectively sealing the perimeter. The encircled zombies began to thrash violently against the surrounding walls, but the fortifications were far too robust to yield any results. Thus, spurred by the furious roar of a third-tier zombie, the horde began to stack upon one another. However, the considerable height of the walls rendered their attempts somewhat challenging. Each time they reached approximately 2/3 of the wall-less height, the weight became unbearable for those beneath, leading to the complete collapse of the makeshift slope. After several unsuccessful attempts, the third-tier zombies grew increasingly agitated, unleashing frenzied howls. Hearing the cacophony, the ordinary zombies began to converge in a singular direction, amassing densely as they devised a collective ascent. Simultaneously, those zombies still lingering in the corridor, realizing that their path ahead had vanished, also commenced their attempts to scale the walls. The moment had arrived. Fang Chen issued the signal. "Look over here." A voice rang out from the observation deck. The crowd turned in unison, witnessing an awe-inspiring sight on one of the screens. Artillery emplacements slowly rising from within the walls. Once elevated, beams of azure light shot forth from the cannon mouths, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The energy was overwhelmingly potent, vaporizing the zombies upon impact. Some were struck only in the head and torso, their dismembered limbs collapsing onto the ground. The onlookers at the observation platform were left utterly astonished by the spectacle. What formidable firepower! Could this be a laser cannon? How fortunate we would be if our shelter possessed such artillery. The zombies within the encirclement were swiftly eradicated, prompting the laser cannon to cease its fire. The entrance of the enclosure reopened, and the zombies, perceiving the opening, surged forward once more, creating a repetitive cycle. After more than an hour, the onslaught of zombies had been largely vanquished. It felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, remarked Yin Jinping as he lowered his binoculars. Indeed, concurred Zhong Zhengyue. It does seem somewhat wasteful. However, this method is the most effective for visual impact, making it rather suitable for demonstration, added Fang Chen with a smile. The original intent behind the creation of these laser cannons was not primarily to eliminate zombies. They hardly warranted such a grand display from Fang Chen. The true purpose of these laser cannons was for air defense. For ground protection, he preferred employing nanobots, which felt as gentle as a spring breeze, subtly nurturing without a sound. Yet, the nanobots fell short in defending against aerial assaults, a significant drawback. Once all the zombies were eradicated, the individuals at the observation platform finally relaxed. They were devoid of any lingering apprehension towards the Huadong Chamber of Commerce, lamenting their missed opportunity to secure one of the initial 20 collaboration slots. Some quick-witted individuals began to approach the heads of shelters that had secured slots, inquiring whether they could transfer their allocations. Unsurprisingly, they were met with outright refusals. "Boss Neo, what a grand gesture. Unexpectedly, within just a few short months, you have accomplished such a monumental project in Binjiang." Mayor Gong quietly approached Niu Xingwang and complimented him. It must be said that the shift in circumstances has occurred with astonishing rapidity. 6 months ago, Niu Xingwang was merely a down-and-out businessman in the Qinghe Anji office, unable even to afford a meal, let alone possess the qualifications to engage in conversation with someone of his stature. Remarkably, he soon found himself in a position where he could converse as an equal. Now, the tables have turned to the extent that he finds himself needing to curry favor. "This is all thanks to your support, Mayor Gong," Niu Xingwang remarked with an indifferent smile. Haha, not at all." Mayor Gong could only wave his hand, offering an awkward smile. In truth, he need not worry. Niu Xingwang is not the type to burn bridges. Although the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce has not been established in Meilan, I had previously promised to direct certain resources towards Meilan, and that commitment remains unchanged. Niu Xingwang said, half in jest, half in reassurance. "Ah, I have learned from you," Mayor Gong replied. Nowadays, it is indeed rare to encounter conscientious businessmen like Boss Niu. He felt no offense, offering another compliment. He had lost the standing to take offense. From this day forth, the Huadong Chamber of Commerce will be entirely recognized throughout Huagua. His only option was to ensure he was not excluded from this advantageous ride. Chapter 171. Conscience is expensive. You flatter me, Mayor Gong. I believe that no matter the time, there will always be conscientious businessmen. However, maintaining a conscience is an expensive endeavor, and most cannot afford it. Niu Xingwang lamented, a sentiment he deeply understood. During the construction of the resettlement site in Binjiang, money had lost its value. In order to pay the workers, He resolutely sold off all his equipment at a fraction of its value, batch by batch. Yet in the end, he gained nothing in return. Mayor Gong, as the chief overseer of several resettlement sites in Binjiang, displayed no signs of concern, even avoiding him entirely. One might ponder, is there no conscience left? A merchant with a sense of morality, unless endowed with unparalleled strength, cannot possibly survive in this desolate world. Mayor Gong inhaled deeply, revealing a look of profound dismay. At that moment, he had come to a complete realization. Niu Xingwang had been troubled by the events of the previous year, only briefly aligning with him out of necessity for business. Perhaps, at this point, Niu Xingwang's decision not to take advantage of his plight was the best outcome he could hope for. Niu Xingwang's demeanor served only as a continuous suggestion for him to abandon the pursuit of camaraderie. Somewhere outside Binjiang City, the Holy Sun received troubling news. Holy Sun, the situation is dire. The zombies that invaded the city have likely been eradicated, reported a messenger clad in a blood-red cloak. This amounted to nearly 1 million zombies. What force within the city could possibly annihilate such a horde in such a brief span of time? The Holy Sun furrowed his brow in concern. Upon evaluation, eradicating 1 million zombies in 2 hours would require at least 200,000 combatants. However, the southeastern military district could not possibly concentrate such a force to defend Binjiang, nor would they dare to recklessly venture inside to investigate. Soon, several more messengers returned, relaying the same alarming news. The plan has failed. You are of no further use, the Holy Sun stated coldly. What? Before any of them had the chance to plead for mercy, they abruptly lost their breath and fell lifeless to the ground. HM. The Son of Saints suddenly sensed an anomaly and looked up. In truth, several saints had long been targeted. Fang Chen realized that the zombies were besieging the city and that higher-level zombies required the control of saints. Therefore, he had previously instructed Shaolin to dispatch numerous miniature reconnaissance robots as soon as the zombies arrived, scattering them in all directions to locate the concealed positions of the saints. Thus, every move of the saints was under Fang Chen's surveillance. At that moment, Fang Chen was seated in his office, observing the actions of the saints through the images relayed by the miniature robots. The sudden collapse of several saints deeply affected him, causing his brow to furrow. Xiao Chen, what is the matter? Yan Jingping inquired, noticing Fang Chen's unusual expression. Fang Chen raised his hand to signal him to remain silent, as the Son of Saint was currently looking up at him. Of course, the Son could not see him. He merely sensed the presence of the miniature reconnaissance robots and was gazing in their direction. The reconnaissance robots were incapable of capturing sound. They could only relay images. Although Fang Chen was unaware of the identity of the young man before him, it did not hinder his ability to speculate. It was evident from the demeanor of the saints that this young man's status surpassed theirs. Based on the information Fang Chen had gathered, the highest-ranking figure in the Red Robe sect was indeed the Son of Saint. However, he was reluctant to draw any hasty conclusions, particularly because this young man was not wearing a mask nor a cloak. The reason for wearing masks and cloaks is due to the divine messengers and holy emissaries, who, as a result of consuming a certain elixir, have faces marred by veins, rendering them unable to reveal their true visages. From this perspective, it is evident that the Holy Sun exhibits none of these symptoms, thus rendering the mask unnecessary. After exchanging glances for several seconds, the Holy Sun suddenly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint, delicate smile. He then raised his right hand, extending his palm towards the direction of the miniature robot. Oriental Chen was perplexed by his intentions. Abruptly, the young man's gaze sharpened, and his hand swiftly transformed into a fist, mimicking a gripping motion in the air. Immediately thereafter, the screen flickered out, severing the connection between the main control and the miniature robot. Remarkable, Oriental Chen marveled. From what he observed, he sensed a strong possibility that this young man was indeed the Holy Sun. Unlike the holy emissaries, the aura emanating from the Holy Sun felt enigmatic and perilous. He quickly issued a directive to Shaolin, commanding additional miniature reconnaissance robots to proceed with exploration, while also instructing the swarm robots to carry a significant number of nanobots toward the earlier location. He was determined to apprehend that young man. Alas, much to his dismay, his instincts proved accurate. Upon the arrival of the reconnaissance robots, they found no one present aside from a few corpses of holy emissaries. He remained baffled as to how that young man had detected the reconnaissance robots. Logically, the miniature reconnaissance robots were no larger than flies, operating at an altitude of several meters. It was improbable for an ordinary person to notice them. It seemed the situation was becoming increasingly complex. Oriental Chun sighed inwardly. Chapter 172, The Peril of the Holy Sun. Xiao Chun, what has transpired? Yin Jinping asked once more, genuinely concerned that even the slightest mishap might arise during this zombie assault. He had discovered a significant lead, only to have it slip away. Fang Chen sighed. A significant lead? Are you referring to a high-ranking member of the Red Robe sect? Zhong Jingyu inquired. Indeed, I suspect it may be the son of the sect. Fang Chen replied. It matters not. If they have escaped, they have escaped. As long as the zombies are eradicated, a few insignificant minions pose no threat. Zhong Jingyu reassured him. Ever since witnessing Fang Chen effortlessly subdue those envoys, he had come to regard the Red Robe sect as rather inconsequential. Commander Zhong, we must not underestimate them. The Red Robe sect has cultivated such a formidable influence domestically. It cannot be attributed to a mere handful of minor players. I have always harbored the suspicion that those below the envoys are not truly members of the sect. They lack the fervent devotion and faith that adherents of other sects possess, Fang Chen articulated. The two commanders nodded in agreement, acknowledging their shared sentiment. However, the young man we encountered earlier was different, Fang Chen continued. You saw him? How did you see him? Zhong Jingyu glanced around, noting the absence of screens or anyone else nearby. Fang Chen's words evoked a sense of the uncanny, sending a chill down his spine. Oh, I have my own methods, Fang Chen chuckled. The unknown evokes fear. It seems that throughout history, humans possess this instinct to attribute the incomprehensible to the supernatural, irrespective of one's knowledge or experience. What distinguishes that individual? Yin Jinping inquired. He possesses immense strength, and his eyes are filled with a fierce aggression. Fang Chen articulated his feelings. How formidable is he? Yin Jinping pressed on. It is difficult to ascertain. The basis for judgment is woefully insufficient. However, he can effortlessly detect miniature reconnaissance drones, no larger than flies, soaring at heights of several meters, and can obliterate them in an instant, Fang Chen elucidated. Yin Jinping nodded, refraining from further questions. He lacked a clear concept of such power, uncertain of its level. Even so, that should not render you so troubled, should it? With your current capabilities, I believe you can manage, Yin Jinping remarked. Naturally, if that were the extent of it, it would be manageable. However, there is one aspect that poses a significant challenge, Fang Chen replied. What aspect? Yin Jinping queried. The young man is neither masked nor clad in a cloak. Fang Chen articulated each word with precision. The two commanders were perplexed, unable to comprehend the significance of this issue. What does that imply? Apart from the members of the Red Robes, don't we all appear this way? Zhong Jingyu chuckled. Indeed, the issue lies precisely here. We all share this appearance. Fang Chen emphasized, gazing intently at him. Zhong Jingyu suddenly fell silent, contemplating deeply, and was instantly filled with dread. What you mean is? Exactly. If the Saint Child is devoid of any side effects from consuming those pills, then there would be no necessity for him to don a mask. This implies he could seamlessly integrate among us, becoming one of our own. If this is indeed the case, our endeavor to eradicate the Red Robes would become exceedingly arduous. Fang Chen concluded. Indeed, the unseen enemy is far more formidable, particularly those who dwell among us without our awareness, Yin Jinping acknowledged. This also poses considerable risks for the promotion of the Chamber of Commerce. The rapid expansion in scale signifies a substantial influx of newcomers. Should some individuals take advantage of this situation, it could inflict significant damage on future plans, Fang Chen added. This is an inevitability, with an increase in numbers. The mixture of good and bad is unavoidable, Zhong Jingyu reassured. Yes, both commanders should remain vigilant. It is quite possible that someone among us could be the scion of the Scarlet Garment sect, Fang Chen suggested. Rest assured, the soldiers in our ranks were recruited prior to the outbreak of the virus, thus the Scarlet Garment sect has had no opportunity to infiltrate, Zhong Jingyu stated. Fang Chen smiled and refrained from further comment. The folly of humanity lies in the desire to teach others. As the performance concluded, the heads of the various resettlement centers gradually departed from the observation platform. Those who did not secure the initial batch of collaboration slots were sent back to their respective resettlement centers under the arrangement of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce. Mayor Gong's mail-in resettlement center had already fulfilled the construction requirements for both the chamber and the union, hence there was no necessity for them to remain. However, Zhuo Wenshan, who had recently been appointed as the mayor of Mazhou, and was also in charge of the Suiyang Resettlement Center, chose to stay. He was among the first to become acquainted with the Chamber of Commerce. Thus, he readily secured a collaboration slot. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now take some time to discuss the specifics of our collaboration. Before we proceed, I invite any questions you may have. I will first address the concerns that are most pertinent to you, ensuring a comprehensive understanding of this collaboration, which will aid us in efficiently organizing subsequent matters. Chapter 173. Recruitment of new members by the Merchant Guild. Niu Xingwang began, after the establishment of the guild branch. Will there be the construction of the artillery emplacements we just witnessed at our settlement? A member inquired. According to the current plan, both the Merchant Guild and the Mercenary Guild will each construct 2 artillery emplacements within their respective branches, Niu Xingwang replied. What if we require such construction? Would you undertake such projects? Came the follow-up question. At present, we are unable to take on such endeavors, Niu Xingwang responded. A silence enveloped the crowd, indicating their understanding. They believed that such technology would not be readily divulged by the guild. However, it was not a matter of reluctance to share. The artillery emplacements were simply unsuitable for the settlement due to their immense energy consumption. I can assure you that should our settlement face a zombie attack, the Merchant Guild and the Mercenary Guild will provide support to the best of our abilities, Niu Xingwang stated. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Niu Xingwang could not disclose the secrets of the ecological crisis, nor could he explicitly inform them that they would inevitably need to construct underground bases in the future, rendering the construction of numerous artillery emplacements largely ineffective. To facilitate the establishment of underground bases across various settlements, it was imperative to first invigorate their economies. Only when the economy flourished could the settlements gradually accumulate the funds necessary for constructing underground bases. Fang Chen could not bear the cost of building bases for them free of charge. Such an endeavor would be taxing and unsustainable, and they would not appreciate the gesture. Ultimately, as Fang Chen often stated, the only ones capable of saving them were themselves. Thus, the purpose behind the establishment of branches by the Merchant Guild and the Mercenary Guild was to rejuvenate the economy. The union governs the people, while the Chamber of Commerce manages resources, creating a synergistic approach that fosters a virtuous cycle. Through this method, Fang Chen extends its reach nationwide, uniting the resources of all of Huagua, thus accelerating its development. In turn, individuals are empowered to strive for their futures through their own efforts, securing the opportunity for survival. Will the Chamber of Commerce intervene in the internal affairs of our resettlement center? The Chamber advocates for resolving issues through democratic consultation. We shall not excessively interfere in the internal matters of the resettlement center, particularly those unrelated to our own operations. We will not engage in direct or indirect management of the resettlement center through violence, coercion, or intimidation. We promote peace and development and will not instigate internal conflicts within the resettlement center. These principles are clearly outlined in the cooperation agreement, which everyone can review. Niu Xingwang explained, what if, hypothetically, we wish to terminate the cooperation? What would the exit mechanism entail? Moreover, if we withdraw, can we reapply for collaboration? Such details are indeed specified in the agreement. However, to save time, I shall provide a brief overview. If the Chamber has not yet commenced investment in the resettlement center, cooperation can be cancelled at any time through amicable negotiation between both parties. Please note, however, that due to the substantial initial investment made by the Chamber, should we have entered the investment phase, the resettlement center must provide full compensation in the form of a crystal core if it wishes to unilaterally terminate the cooperation. During the compensation period, the Chamber will not withdraw from the resettlement center. Conversely, if we unilaterally terminate the cooperation, the initial investment will not be the responsibility of any party. We do not accept subsequent collaborations. Therefore, each placement center is granted only one opportunity for cooperation. Within a span of 2 hours, everyone sequentially deliberated on issues such as land transfer payments, tax matters, and information security, to which Niu Xingwang provided thorough responses. If everyone is clear on these matters, I will now allocate 10 minutes for contemplation. Should anyone wish to withdraw from the collaboration, now is the time to do so. After 10 minutes, we will discuss specific aspects regarding the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce divisions. Following a brief exchange, ultimately, no one chose to withdraw. Since everyone has made a final decision, we shall proceed to the main agenda. The first item is talent recruitment. We plan to initially recruit 200 individuals as reserve cadres for the Chamber of Commerce. This endeavor necessitates the cooperation of all present. As the first batch of cooperating placement centers, this can be regarded as a special benefit for everyone. The 200 individuals will be evenly distributed, with each placement center receiving 60 recommendation slots. It is essential to recognize that these individuals will likely become the backbone of the various Chamber of Commerce divisions in the future, which I believe will be extremely advantageous for all, Niu Xingwang implied. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood the implication. Indeed, this presents substantial benefits. Having personnel from one's own placement center in significant positions at other centers greatly facilitates personal development. Given our current manpower shortage, this matter must be handled with urgency. I will allow only 3 days for you to submit the list to me. Are there any requirements? The requirements are relatively lenient. A university degree or higher. Ages between 30 and 45, and in good health. There are no restrictions on the field of study or gender. In 3 days, I will arrange for flights to each resettlement location to bring individuals back to headquarters for training. Simultaneously, during these 3 days, we must also focus on another task, securing land for the construction of the Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Union. We will send personnel to each resettlement site to conduct inspections, and those who meet the criteria will sign contracts on the spot. Subsequently, we will arrange for equipment to be delivered according to the order of contracts signed to commence construction. Niu Xingwang stated, Chapter 174, a warning from Fang Chen. Is there a need for us to recruit construction workers from our resettlement sites? No. Our branches operate on a fully automated construction model, requiring no human intervention. Niu Xingwang replied. A collective gasp escaped the crowd upon hearing this. What kind of technological prowess is this? Fully automated construction? No human intervention needed? Why had no one heard of such advanced construction technology before? With these questions resolved, tasks were arranged efficiently and swiftly. Once the matters were settled, the Chamber of Commerce arranged for flights to return everyone to their respective resettlement sites. Meanwhile, the military and parliamentary representatives who had gone to observe the Mercenary Union also returned to the Chamber of Commerce after their visit. Yan Zhengping and Zhong Zhenyue also rose to bid farewell, departing the base alongside others. Thus, the inauguration ceremony for the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Union concluded successfully. Inside the main base, it was now late at night. Brother Niu, Brother Zhang, you've worked hard today. Come, let's raise a glass to both of you. Fang Chen lifted his cup. Cheers. The two men were not hesitant. They raised their glasses and drank in one gulp. Mr. Dongfang, your influence is truly extraordinary. In just a few months, you have not only constructed such a vast underground base by the river, but have also secured the support of the Parliament for our Chamber of Commerce and Labor Union. It is simply unimaginable, Niu Xingwang exclaimed. Indeed, it is hard to fathom. Not long ago, Xiao Chun was a regular patron at my store. To be honest, he was always quite frugal when shopping. Who would have thought he was such a hidden talent? Zhang Yuankue concurred. The rapid expansion of our Chamber's business can largely be attributed to the emergence of the zombie mice. Without this opportunity, achieving our current situation would have required tremendous resources, Fang Chen remarked. Absolutely. The zombie mice have indeed been a tremendous help to us. Just imagine their reaction if they were to discover that what we buried in the shelter is not an ultrasonic transmitter. What would they think? Zhang Yuankue said casually. He was not entirely sure what had been buried, only that it was a highly intelligent robot. Brother Zhang, please refrain from mentioning this in the future. Walls have ears. We must exercise utmost caution. From today onward, the matter of the ultrasonic transmitter should remain strictly confidential, Fang Chen stated with seriousness. Understood. Although the two were unsure why Fang Chen had suddenly become so cautious, they complied with his orders. Mr. Dongfang, is there something amiss? Niu Xingwang sensed that Fang Chen's reaction was rather unusual. You are not outsiders. It is fine to share this with you. Nonetheless, the request remains unchanged. This matter is of utmost importance and should not be discussed outside, Fang Chen asserted. Understood. The two responded solemnly, their demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Tonight's zombie attack involved a significant figure, Fang Chen continued. What significant figure? Zhang Yuankue inquired. A holy son from the Red Robe sect, Fang Chen revealed. A holy son? The two were somewhat taken aback, yet it was not entirely unexpected. Indeed, the gravity of this situation lies in the fact that our internal security is no longer absolute. From what we have learned today, the Holy Son does not wear a mask. This implies that he can easily infiltrate our ranks. This is precisely why I have forbidden you from discussing these confidential matters in any setting. Currently, the Merchant Guild and the Labor Union are in a phase of extensive recruitment, making it exceedingly simple for the adversary to blend in, Fang Chen elucidated. Do we have any countermeasures? Niu Xingwang queried. If there exists the possibility of unseen eyes lurking behind us at all times, it constrains our action significantly. We do have some measures, but they are not infallible. If the opponent exercises great caution and reveals no vulnerabilities, we may remain oblivious, Fang Chen replied. Take Guqingyi. For instance, there has always been something amiss with Mei Wenhua's secretive methods. Despite my suspicions, I have yet to detect any anomalies over this prolonged period. It appears we must remain vigilant at all times, Niu Xingwang lamented. This could also be a blessing in disguise. We have been living rather comfortably of late, and such complacency is not conducive to our well-being. With such adversaries constantly urging us forward, I believe we will thrive even more, remarked Fang Chen. Indeed, much like the zombie mice, they represent a crisis. Yet for us, they may also be an opportunity, Zhang Yuan Kuei asserted. In any case, this matter should not be discussed in public. Let us all feign ignorance, and I'll handle the rest, Fang Chen stated. Agreed. The two concurred. Subsequently, the two had much to attend to. We are racing against time. The urgency is palpable, and with the potential threat of hostile interference, we must hasten our progress. Fang Chen emphasized. Rest assured, both in public and private, we are duty-bound, Zhang Yuan Kuei replied. Zhang Yuan Kuei sincerely believed that the Merchant Association and the Mercenary Guild were engaged in a noble endeavor to save all of humanity. A lofty vision that captivated him deeply. Chapter 175, Finding a Way to Obtain Crystal Cores. Brother Zhang is a man of purity, one who dares to sacrifice his life for a noble cause. Fang Chen saw nothing wrong with this. With his support from behind the scenes, he could devote himself fully without reservations. 3 days later, on June 12, 2055, the first batch of 20 cooperative shelters had begun to send their lists back to the Merchant Association headquarters. Simultaneously, the inspection teams dispatched by the association completed the on-site verification of the construction land for each branch and signed the purchase contracts. The association did not provide actual funding. Instead, it stipulated in the contracts that upon the completion and activation of the branches, the land transfer fees would be credited to the members' accounts in the form of membership points. For the shelters, monetary resources held little value. They consented to engage in transactions using membership points, recognizing the potential of these points to acquire essential supplies and equipment. By relinquishing a modest parcel of land, they could secure tangible benefits, leaving no room for dissent. Fang Chen further instructed Niu Xingwang to borrow 60 university professors from the Ministry of Culture under the auspices of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce, predominantly specializing in economics, public administration, and trade. With no university classes currently in session, these esteemed academics were, in essence, unemployed. Thus, upon learning that the Hutong Chamber of Commerce required lecturers, the Ministry of Culture readily acquiesced, as it would alleviate some of their financial burdens. These professors were designated as instructors for the 200 reserve cadres about to undergo training. The construction of the branch offices was soon to commence. Although the micro-queen had been previously embedded underground, the developmental stages of each resettlement site varied. This disparity arose from the differing quantities of zombies that could be captured in the vicinity of these sites. Some resettlement areas encountered sporadic appearances of zombie humans or animals daily, providing the queen with opportunities to procure additional crystal cores and accelerate her development. Conversely, in locations where encounters with zombies were rare, the queen's growth faced significant delays. According to the agreement, the Chamber of Commerce was responsible for the construction of the branch buildings, necessitating that Fang Chen personally supply the requisite crystal cores. Initiating the construction of 20 branch offices simultaneously would require a budget of at least 2 million crystal cores, a substantial figure indeed. During this period of continuous base expansion, the consumption of crystal cores reached astronomical levels. Currently, the total number of crystal cores that Fang Chen can muster has dwindled to less than 3 million, which includes the 1 million cores obtained from vanquishing the undead that attacked Binjiang a few days prior. Clearly, extracting 2 million cores directly would be quite painful for him. What means might he employ to acquire more crystal cores? Fang Chen pondered. As it stands, the two principal sources of crystal cores are the Red Robe sect and the military. The military provides a relatively stable daily supply of cores, with a minor increase occurring periodically. However, this amount has reached its limit, as the soldiers equipped with combat suits are already operating at full capacity. Beyond this, the Red Robe sect remains the sole alternative. The attacks by the Red Robe sect serve as a fortuitous offering of heads to Fang Chen. How he longs for the Red Robe sect to strike with greater frequency, which would certainly be advantageous. Fang Chen lamented. Indeed, if the Red Robe sect does not come to him, he can create opportunities himself. An idea suddenly struck him. He promptly retrieved his satellite phone and dialed Zhong Jingyu. Xiao Chen, is there something you need to discuss? Zhong Jingyu inquired upon answering the call. Commander Zhong, how is the recovery of that envoy progressing? Fang Chen asked. He was referring to one of the 3 envoys captured at the Suyang shelter not long ago. Fang Chen had previously promised to release him and had even provided him with a prosthetic limb. His decision to spare the envoy's life was motivated by the belief that he had a fundamentally good nature and, more importantly, the hope that he could leverage this envoy to attract greater opportunities. It seems that this individual may indeed prove to be quite resourceful. The tendons of both hands had only recently been repaired and were still in the process of recovery, as Zhong Jingyu replied. How about this? I will dispatch a plane shortly to bring him over. The upcoming plan requires his assistance, Fang Chen stated. Very well. However, I must reiterate, one should not place undue trust in the followers of the Red Robe sect. Utilize him as needed, but remain vigilant at all times, Zhong Jingyu advised. Understood, I will be cautious, Fang Chen responded. Excellent. Then it is settled. With that, Zhong Jingyu ended the call. In less than 2 hours, the 3rd Holy Envoy was brought to the base, accompanied by 2 medical personnel, revealing Zhong Jingyu's meticulous nature. I am still unaware of your name, Fang Chen inquired. Wanpeng, the 3rd Holy Envoy replied. Is the prosthetic comfortable to use? Fang Chen continued his questioning. It is far better than I anticipated. I can walk like a normal person and even perform simple jumping movements, Wanpeng answered. That is good to hear. When conditions allow, I will assist you in regrowing your leg, Fang Chen remarked. Regrow it. Wanpeng was taken aback, uncertain of what the young man meant. Yes, regrow it. Just like growing 2 new legs, Fang Chen elucidated. My leg. Can it really grow back? Wanpeng asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Indeed, this is not an entirely implausible concept. On our planet, there exists a creature known as the axolotl. Within its body lies a type of macrophage that facilitates the regeneration of severed limbs. We are currently developing a superdrug based on this principle, aimed at assisting humanity in the repair of damaged organs. However, this endeavor requires time. You must be patient, explained Fang Chen. If such words were uttered by another, he would remain skeptical. Developing a medication is not an expedient task, and the notion that one can simply conjure it into existence is implausible. If it were that simple, there would be far fewer patients in the world. Yet, when such assertions emanate from the young man before him, he finds them credible. This is due to the fact that he can present the antigen for the immune virus and effortlessly alleviate the side effects he has experienced from consuming pills. This demonstrates his exceptional capability in pharmaceutical research. What do you require of me? Wanpeng inquired, fully aware that in this world, nothing comes without a cost. Particularly given his own identity as a saint of the Red Robe sect, he had even less reason to expect such treatment. You are a clever individual, Fang Chen remarked. Appreciating his quick understanding, he then proceeded to outline his plan. You cannot be serious, Wanpeng exclaimed, astonishment rendering him speechless. Do I appear to be jesting? Fang Chen replied, locking eyes with him. Yet I truly fail to comprehend your motives in this endeavor, Wanpeng stated. That is of no concern to you. Simply inform me of your decision, Fang Chen urged. Very well. I shall proceed, Wanpeng declared after a brief moment of hesitation. Determination etched on his face. A wise choice. Rest here for a few days while I prepare the necessary tools, Fang Chen instructed before departing. Days later, on June 18, 2055, in the afternoon, Fang Chen arranged for an aircraft to transport Wanpeng back to the Southeast Military District. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Why have you brought him back? Zhong Jingyu inquired upon hearing that Wanpeng had been returned. This individual is obstinate and unwilling to cooperate. You may handle the situation as you see fit. Fang Chen replied. I suspected as much. After all, he is affiliated with the Scarlet Church. It will not be easy to persuade him. Yet, perhaps this is for the best, as an overtly compliant demeanor paired with covert sabotage would lead to even greater losses on your part, Zhong Jingyu reassured him. Indeed, your insight is commendable, Commander Zhong. I appreciate your assistance, Fang Chen responded. Very well, let it be so. Zhong Jingyu concluded the conversation and hung up the phone. Bring him out. Execute the sentence, he commanded resolutely. Yes, sir. The soldiers acknowledged, escorting the prisoner away. Minutes later, a soldier rushed in, breathless. Commander, the prisoner has escaped. What? With so many watching, how could he possibly have fled? Zhong Jingyu thundered in anger. The prisoner possesses magical abilities. Our soldiers were incapacitated in an instant. The soldier responded, his voice trembling. He understood that such a claim would be met with skepticism, yet he could only recount the truth of what he had witnessed. Magical abilities? A mutant? Zhong Jingyu pondered, perplexed. If this third envoy were indeed a mutant, how had he been so easily captured in the first place? Commander, you should see for yourself. The situation at the scene is quite peculiar, the soldier urged. Let us go, Zhong Jingyu declared, promptly exiting his office. Upon arrival, he found several soldiers still unconscious, while a few medical personnel had just begun their examinations. On the gray walls of the execution ground were inscribed several vivid crimson characters. Heaven and earth are unfeeling. All things shall perish. Only my red lotus can redeem all souls. Each fallen soldier bore a painted red lotus flower upon their forehead. Wretched cultists, roared Zhong Jingyu. Suddenly, he recalled that during the interrogation, the third saint had mentioned having a daughter at the Suiyang shelter. Now that she had escaped, she would undoubtedly hasten to the Suiyang shelter in search of her father. Order the assault team to swiftly proceed to the Suiyang shelter and find this individual at all costs. Zhong Jingyu commanded. In the city of Mo, at the Suiyang shelter, Wan Peng returned to find 18 individuals awaiting him at the designated location. Among them was the Lark, Chu Jingping. Is everything clear now? Wan Peng inquired. It is indeed clear. The boss has already briefed us. I never anticipated we would fight side by side once more, Chu Jingping replied. All of this is thanks to you. Were it not for your intervention, I would likely be a lifeless corpse by now, Wan Peng remarked. Enough of the pleasantries. Time is of the essence, and the forces from the Southeast Military District will likely arrive soon, Chu Jingping stated. Very well. Let us depart. With a single command from Wan Peng, the 18 individuals swiftly followed him, his daughter Yiya included. These 18 were the first batch of infiltrators, while the second batch of trainees had yet to complete their training and had only recently become mutants with limited abilities. Thus, Oriental Chen had no choice but to select 18 individuals from the initial batch of infiltrators who possessed no special undercover identities to collaborate with Wan Peng in executing this plan. Over the past few days, the chosen 18 individuals arrived at the Suiyang Resettlement Center one after another, facilitated by the transport of an aircraft, awaiting Wan Peng's arrival. Chapter 177. Stirring the waters, each resettlement center had effectively deployed miniature queen bees. Under such circumstances, it was utterly impossible for the Red Robe sect to achieve control over the resettlement centers through the use of zombies for destruction. However, a dilemma arose. Oriental Chen understood that if the Red Robe sect discovered this method to be ineffective, they would undoubtedly alter their strategy. During the previous interrogation, the first holy envoy inadvertently revealed this point. He indicated that the upper echelons of the Red Robe sect might collectively eliminate their entire line of operation. What does this imply? It could very well mean the complete abandonment of the zombie control scheme. This was absolutely unacceptable. If the Red Robe sect ceased their repeated zombie assaults, how could Oriental Chen swiftly gather the crystal cores necessary for the construction of their branch? At this juncture, he desperately wished for the Holy Envoy to survive a while longer. Without the Holy Envoy actively delivering zombies to their doorstep, the speed of acquiring crystal cores would be significantly hindered. Moreover, devoid of external threats, how would the residents of the resettlement centers develop a sense of crisis or an urgent desire to construct an underground base? If the urgent desire to build the underground base dissipated, how could his countdown mission be completed on schedule? He could not play the role of a caretaker, doing everything for them and constructing the underground base. Such an approach would only breed a group of indolent individuals, content to wait for their demise. Thus, each resettlement center's initiative to construct underground bases must arise from their own urgent desire to do so, requiring them to expend their own funds and resources. One can only lament the inefficacy of the Red Robe sect, whose actions are maddeningly sluggish. It is in this context that Fang Chen conceived his ingenious plan, which serves multiple purposes. He instructed Wan Peng to establish a new sect, aptly named the Crimson Lotus Sect, and dispatched 18 infiltrators to serve as its guardians. The primary objective of founding the Crimson Lotus Sect is to directly oppose the Red Robe sect. The emergence of this rival will inevitably muddle the waters. He advised Wan Peng that the Crimson Lotus sect should exclusively recruit followers from the Red Robe sect, eschewing the inclusion of ordinary civilians. Should the Red Robe sect learn that the members of the Crimson Lotus sect, from its leader downwards, are defectors from their own ranks, their reaction would surely be one of relentless pursuit to annihilate the Crimson Lotus sect at any cost. The existence of the Crimson Lotus sect will undoubtedly provoke the Red Robe sect. With conflict arises the opportunity to harvest crystal cores. Furthermore, the Crimson Lotus sect will propagate apocalyptic rhetoric, inciting a degree of chaos within the resettlement centers. However, the performance must not be overly exaggerated. The goal is simply to prevent tranquility within those centers. Instilling a sense of crisis among the populace will facilitate the smooth progression of the commercial endeavors related to the construction of underground bases. This strategy not only undermines the Red Robe sect's influence and distracts their focus, but also opens another avenue for acquiring crystal cores, thereby creating favorable conditions for the fulfillment of the overarching plan. Is this not a case of achieving multiple objectives with a single action? In times of peace, deliberately instigating chaos would be unacceptable. Yet, in an apocalyptic era, any means employed, provided that the initial intent and ultimate goal are virtuous, is permissible. By the time the soldiers of the Southeast Military Region arrived at the Suiyang resettlement site, Wan Peng and his companions had already departed. Before their departure, they left an inscription upon the city wall, inscribed with the words, "Heaven and earth are indifferent. All things shall perish. Only my Honglian can redeem all souls." The soldiers reported the situation to Zhong Jingyu, who, upon hearing the news, was both furious and aggrieved. He mistakenly believed that the inscription was deliberately crafted to mock him. However, the fish had already slipped into the sea, making it increasingly difficult to capture them. For the moment, he could only command the soldiers to return temporarily. The Honglian sect, in its nascent state, was not yet a formidable opponent to the Red Robe sect, nor did it pose a threat to the safety of the resettlement sites. Hence, Fang Chen's initial plan was to generate momentum. He had designed and printed a plethora of flyers and constructed a clandestine stronghold in the urban area of which would serve as the headquarters for the Honglian sect. Consequently, for a period thereafter, the resettlement sites were abuzz with activity as flyers rained down from the skies. Those disseminating the flyers moved like phantoms, evading capture with ease. The content of the flyers primarily conveyed the following messages. 1. The Honglian sect is the predecessor of the Red Robe sect. 2. The slogan of the Honglian sect, "Heaven and earth are indifferent. All things shall perish. Only my Honglian can redeem all souls." 3. Why shall all things perish? Because the end times are approaching, and all life shall succumb, none shall escape. 4. The followers of the Red Robe sect are thieves who have pilfered the doctrines of the Honglian sect, betraying their true faith. They are publicly admonished to turn back from the precipice and return to the embrace of the Honglian sect. They possess methods to mitigate the side effects of treatment pills, which could potentially save them. Due to the plethora of information revealed in the pamphlet regarding the conflict with the Crimson sect, several heads of shelters convened for a seminar. Some opine that the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. The Crimson sect is a foe of humanity, while the Scarlet Lotus sect stands in staunch opposition to it. Thus, they should be considered allies of the shelters. Conversely, others expressed dissenting views. The doctrines propagated by the Scarlet Lotus sect espouse apocalyptic beliefs, which pose a threat to the peace and stability of the shelters, warranting classification as a cult. The two perspectives were equally compelling, leading to a stalemate in their discussions. Chapter 178. Everyone is led astray. How has the Scarlet Lotus sect emerged? Wasn't the fleeing saint an adherent of the Crimson sect? How could they so swiftly turn and join the Scarlet Lotus sect? Zhong Zhengyue found himself in a state of bemusement upon reviewing the intelligence on his desk. Could this be the machinations of Fang Chen behind the scenes? This thought suddenly crossed his mind, as all these events transpired after Fang Chen returned the fleeing saint. However, upon further contemplation, he deemed it implausible. He believed that the Crimson sect was fundamentally no match for Fang Chen, thus leaving him with no motive to orchestrate such a scheme. The notion that the Crimson sect had actually splintered from the Scarlet Lotus sect was baffling. Why had he never heard of this before? Zhong Zhengyue felt utterly perplexed, unable to make sense of the chaos. After a series of discussions with other senior military officials, he ultimately resolved to refrain from interference for the time being. As the saying goes, when dogs fight, they both come away with fur. Let the Scarlet Lotus sect and the Crimson sect continue their strife. Ideally, they would both suffer irreparably. This is a positive development for everyone. Thus, all were led astray, and the Red Lotus sect took root in the crevices of society. On the morning of June 23, 2055, the shelter was much like the days before, with new flyers scattered and swirling in the air. However, observant individuals noted that the content today was markedly different. This was a public announcement stating that the Red Lotus sect would hold a redemption ceremony on June 29th, aimed at liberating those persecuted members clad in red. Those who received redemption would be freed from their afflictions and would restore their normal physical condition and appearance. Ordinary people were unaware of the true plight of the red-clad members and the necessity for their redemption. Yet, from the information available, it became evident that these individuals were likely not typical human beings. This revelation proved to be quite damaging to the Red Lotus sect. The lower-tier devotees, messengers, and followers had never seen the true visage of the divine envoy and were now discovering that the envoy's superior was the holy envoy. Upon seeing the flyer, they began to suspect that the envoy had suffered severe side effects after consuming medication, resulting in a transformation of appearance. Hence, they donned masks and cloaked themselves in robes. Those who beheld the flyer among the envoys and holy envoys were not faring much better, as they had long been tormented by pain and were deeply troubled by their own appearances. Before joining the Red Lotus sect, they were ordinary individuals, lacking any profound conviction in the sect. Their compliance was merely a result of being controlled by substances. It was precisely for this reason that the method of disseminating the flyers could impact them. The flyers further specified that the location of the ceremony would be in the urban area of. The hour is 23:30. The Scarlet Lotus sect has always been elusive, akin to a dragon that cannot be seen. The followers of the Red Garb sect have been diligently investigating their whereabouts in recent days, yet have found no trace whatsoever. Thus, the Sacrament of Redemption on the evening of June 29th will mark the inaugural confrontation between the two sections. Sacrament of Redemption? A young man furrowed his brow. Surrounding him are several individuals adorned with masks and cloaked in blood-red garments. This young man is none other than the holy son of the Red Garb sect, who previously had a brief encounter with Fang Chen in Binjiang. The individuals by his side are undoubtedly holy envoys, distinguished from divine envoys by their crimson attire, as the latter don deep red cloaks. "What shall we do next, holy son?" inquired one of the holy envoys. "In the past few days, we have closely monitored the activities around the urban area of Mo City. Should we detect any suspicious individuals, we are to apprehend them immediately. I have two directives. First, those who betray the Red Garb sect must be executed without mercy. Second, we must ascertain the origins of the Scarlet Lotus sect and uncover the identities of those orchestrating these disturbances," the Holy Son instructed. It seems that the Holy Son is acutely aware that the contents of the pamphlet have struck at the vulnerabilities of both holy and divine envoys within the sect. If decisive action is not taken, an increasing number of individuals may defect from the Red Garb sect, which would be detrimental to their cause. "Holy Son, is it true that the pamphlet claims our sacred order originated from the Scarlet Lotus sect?" One holy envoy could not restrain his curiosity and posed the question. The Holy Son turned toward the inquirer, bestowing upon him a saccharine smile. "You, a holy envoy, would dare to ask such a foolish question? I can assure you that the foundation of the Holy Church is immensely formidable, incomparable to the nonsensical Red Lotus sect. Do you comprehend?" The Holy Son elucidated. Understood. Witnessing the sudden widening of the Holy Son's eyes, he felt a twinge of fear and replied, trembling, "It is good that you understand. Since you do, you may as well perish." With such wavering convictions, how could one ever aspire to the position of a holy envoy? The Holy Son pronounced, "Ah." The holy envoy suddenly cried out, yet before he could utter another word, he collapsed lifelessly. The other holy envoys trembled in terror. "Did you see that? This is the fate that awaits those who dare to question the Holy Church," the Holy Son warned coldly. "Indeed," they echoed in unison, refraining from further commentary. "Well then, go, keep a vigilant watch over. I want the detestable Red Lotus sect eradicated entirely from." The Holy Son commanded. Understood. Chapter 179. The Test of Zhuo Wenshan Commander. Since the Red Lotus sect plans to hold some form of redemption ceremony it indicates that their headquarters may very well be situated there. Should we not send someone to eliminate them all at once? A commander inquired. "No need for that. Let us set aside matters concerning the Red Lotus sect for now. I am rather curious to see if the Crimson-clad sect will make an appearance." Zhong Jingyu replied. However, if we allow them to operate freely, will it not embolden their arrogance? The commander questioned. No matter, let them cause a ruckus. The more tumultuous, the better. As long as the public remains uninvolved. Their commotion will only serve to our advantage. Zhong Jingyu waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The commander ceased further discussion. Report. Enter. Commander. Mayor Zhuo Wenshan of Mo City has arrived and wishes to see you, reported the soldier. Oh, very well. Bring him in, responded Commander Zhong Zhengyue. Fully aware that Zhuo Wenshan's visit was likely related to the matters concerning the Red Lotus sect. Commander Zhong, it has been quite some time, greeted Zhuo Wenshan warmly upon entering. Mayor Zhuo, what brings you here today? Inquired Zhong Zhengyue. Commander, I have come specifically to express my gratitude. I understand that my appointment as the mayor of Mo City and the head of the Suyang Resettlement Center was made possible largely thanks to your recommendation in the council. Zhuo Wenshan replied. It was merely a casual mention, and fortunate for you, Mayor Zhuo. The recent zombie siege fortuitously occurred in Mo City while you were present. So I simply brought it up, Zhong Zhengyue chuckled. What may seem trivial to you is, in fact, a matter of great consequence for us. I brought these 2 bottles of wine as a token of appreciation from my old partner, Gong Kaming, before my assignment in Suiyang. I do not typically drink, so I thought to present them to you, Zhuo Wenshan said, placing the bottles beside the desk. Mayor Zhuo, you are far too gracious. Zhong Zhengyue replied with a smile, accepting the gift without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the wine was not particularly rare, deeming it unnecessary to decline the goodwill. Oh, it's nothing of great value. Please do not take offense, Commander, Zhuo Wenshan laughed. Not at all. Please, have a seat, Mayor Zhuo. Certainly, Zhuo Wenshan said, taking a seat at the desk. Mayor Zhuo, I suspect there may be other matters you wish to discuss? Zhong Zhengyue inquired. Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you, Commander. I would like to know if you have heard of the Red Lotus sect? Zhuo Wenshan asked. The Red Lotus cult? I have not heard of it. Zhong Jingyu feigned contemplation for a considerable time before responding. Since he did not wish to involve himself in this matter, it was certainly prudent for him to distance himself entirely. He could not possibly reveal that individuals from the Red Lotus cult had recently departed from his vicinity, for such a confession would undermine his pretense of detachment. Is that so? Allow me to succinctly report the situation to you. Zhuo Wenshan was somewhat taken aback by Zhong Jingyu's response. To his knowledge, numerous shelters in the area had been inundated daily with pamphlets disseminated by members of the Red Lotus cult. As the supreme commander of the Southeast Military District, it was inconceivable that Zhong Jingyu would lack even this basic intelligence. Very well, Mayor Zhuo, please proceed. Zhong Jingyu adopted a serious demeanor. A week ago, a plethora of pamphlets suddenly appeared on the streets of the shelters. These pamphlets were distributed by a group claiming to be the Red Lotus cult. Proclaiming that the apocalypse was nigh, Zhuo Wenshan stated. Oh, such a thing has occurred? Do you have one to show me? Zhong Jingyu inquired. Indeed, I do. Zhuo Wenshan retrieved a pamphlet from his briefcase and handed it over. Zhong Jingyu accepted the pamphlet and examined it with great seriousness. This is rather inconsequential. It merely appears to reflect internal strife between the Red Lotus cult and the Red Garment sect. Zhong Jingyu remarked after perusing it. Please take a look at this one as well. Zhuo Wenshan presented another pamphlet. Zhong Jingyu accepted it and continued his examination. This is not significant either. Mayor Zhuo, if I may be frank, it would be best for you to refrain from meddling in matters of cults. Just manage your shelters adequately, Zhong Jingyu advised. The Commander Zhong seems to have overlooked a crucial point. In addition to being the head of the Suiyang Resettlement Center, I also hold the position of mayor of Mexi City. Given the gravity of the situation in Mexi, it is impossible for me to remain indifferent. Zhuo Wenshan expressed his concern. You are not entirely wrong in your assessment. What do you plan to do? Zhong Zhengyue nodded in agreement. My purpose in coming here is to ascertain the Commander's intentions. Should you have plans to eradicate the cult? The Suiyang Resettlement Center is prepared to offer its full cooperation, Zhuo Wenshan stated. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhengyue could not help but furrow his brow. Although Zhuo Wenshan spoke with subtlety, he had clearly overstepped his bounds. His true aim was to glean information about the military's forthcoming actions. Oh, how does Mayor Zhuo intend to offer such cooperation? Zhong Zhengyue inquired, his tone betraying displeasure. The matter is as follows. I intend to engage with the Huazhong Chamber of Commerce to secure a loan for the procurement of weaponry, so that we may swiftly assemble a militia. Our goal is to launch an offensive against the cultists hidden within the urban confines of Mexi by June 29th. Zhuo Wenshan articulated his plan. Chapter 180. a hint from Zhong Zhengyue. If you proceed in this manner, would you not be inadvertently aiding the Red Robe sect? Zhong Zhengyue questioned. It does seem so. Zhuo Wenshan was momentarily taken aback, only to respond after a moment's reflection. Were it not for the commander's reminder, I might have committed a grave error. Then, according to your perspective, what course of action should be taken? Zhuo Wenshan continued to inquire. I merely spoke offhandedly. Ever since the last incident concerning the autonomy of the resettlement center, I have largely distanced myself from such matters. I trust Mayor Zhuo comprehends my implication, Zhong Zhengyue replied. Zhong Zhengyue's implication was clear. He would not interfere in this matter. And how you all choose to handle it is of no concern to him. Understood. In light of this, I shall not impose further. Zhuo Wenshan rose to bid farewell. Mayor Zhuo, as long as you do not err on significant issues, I believe you need not overly worry about other matters. Zhong Zhengyue advised. His remarks subtly suggested that Zhuo Wenshan need not make a fuss and could treat the situation as if nothing had occurred. As for the turmoil in Mazhou City, no one would hold him accountable. Thank you for the reminder, Commander Zhong. I shall take my leave now. Zhuo Wenshan concluded as he departed. The Bell Tower district of Mazhou City serves as the heart of the city, where the Red Lotus sect has established its stronghold. Fang Chen had previously arranged for them to deploy a micro-queen bee in this location. In recent days, Wan Peng, the leader of the Red Lotus sect, along with 18 guardians including Chu Jingping, had been relentlessly occupied. Their mornings were spent flying to nearby resettlement sites to distribute flyers, while at night, they deliberately caused disturbances to attract the surrounding zombies. Once these zombies approached the stronghold, they would be exterminated by the queen bee. In recent days, they had also observed that a considerable number of Red Robe sect members had gathered on the outskirts of Mazhou City. They were dispersed at various entry points to the city, with the intent of intercepting any potential traitorous envoys or saints. The management of the Red Robe sect was relatively lax, primarily relying on drug control, leaving them uncertain about the likelihood and extent of any possible rebellion. Halt! Where do you come from? At one intersection, 5 saints confronted an individual. The individual donned a blood-red cloak, unmistakably a saintly envoy. Where he hailed from was of no concern to them. He commanded, "Stand aside." The obstructed envoy declared, "The Holy Sun has issued a decree. Any member attempting to infiltrate the holy sect in Mo City shall be executed without exception. Brothers, advance." Several envoys ceased their idle talk and engaged in combat. The assailed envoy remained unperturbed, adopting a horse stance, his legs slightly bent, and thrusting his hands forward. Suddenly, a flurry of sand and gravel erupted, as surrounding stones, both large and small, soared toward the approaching envoys. The assailants hastily halted their assault, crossing their arms defensively to shield against the incoming projectiles. 3 of them encountered particularly large stones, which sent them staggering backward. The other 2 were bombarded by a barrage of smaller rocks, compelling them to retreat as well. How can he be so powerful? The envoys marveled. Despite the side effects of the pills they had consumed, their abilities had nonetheless seen a considerable enhancement. Ordinarily, no average person stood a chance against them. However, the efficacy of the drug in amplifying their powers was limited. To continually augment their strength, they needed to maintain their regimen. Thus, in essence, they were merely semi-mutants. In contrast, the envoy before them clearly possessed the abilities of a true mutant. "You are no match for me. Best step aside," he proclaimed. "Humph. Betraying the Red Robe sect leads to a dead end." One of the obstructing envoys stubbornly retorted. "You amuse me to no end," he replied. "Might I inquire what benefits the Red Robe sect has bestowed upon you that compels you to serve them so willingly? They deceived me and transformed me into this wretched, unrecognizable form. My hatred for them has long since festered. In the past, the desire to survive seemed futile. However, the present offers us a chance to redefine our choices. Does it not?" The saint spoke. "Cease your beguiling words. Regardless of what you say, you shall not pass here today." The obstinate saint paid no heed to his words. "Humph. Stubborn and unrepentant. What about the rest of you? Do you share his sentiments?" the saint inquired. The other 4 saints exchanged glances, remaining silent. Unlike the divine messengers, who had succumbed to the virus and survived only by consuming the antidote, their animosity towards the Red Robe sect was relatively mild. However, their loyalty was equally lacking, as their rank prevented them from gaining substantial insight into the sect. In contrast, many saints were deceived into their current plight. They were coerced into drinking the holy water and ingesting the pills, transforming from once healthy individuals into their present state. Thus, resentment lingered in their hearts. Noticing the silence among the four obstructing saints, the saints sensed their wavering resolve and continued to stoke the flames of discord. I propose a course of action for your consideration. The sole barrier before us is he alone. If we unite our strength to subdue him, we can seamlessly enter the city. This is your only opportunity. Think wisely about seizing it, the saint incited. Chapter 181. The Rise of the Crimson Lotus. Upon hearing these words, the obstinate saint grew anxious. He nervously glanced at the four beside him and implored, "Do not be deceived by his words. Without the antidote, survival is utterly impossible for you. The Red Lotus sect has made their intentions abundantly clear. They possess the means to heal the afflictions that plague us, and soon we shall no longer require this wretched medication. We will have the opportunity to reclaim our humanity and embark on a fresh chapter of our lives. Do not hesitate, join forces with me, and eliminate him," declared the saint envoy. A few stood in indecision, grappling with their choices. "Should you dare to rebel, I shall report to the Holy Sun, and you will all face execution," the obstinate Holy Sun threatened. His threat, rather than being inconsequential, instilled a profound fear within them. Ha ha ha. Do you understand now? Those Holy Suns act with treachery and cruelty, never regarding us as human beings. If you do not rise against them, only death awaits you. What are you waiting for? Act. Having spoken, the saint envoy took the initiative and assaulted the obstinate Holy Sun. Alone. The obstinate Holy Sun was no match, being sent sprawling with a single strike. What are you still dawdling for? Act. The saint envoy urged. The earlier hesitation of the several holy envoys had now become an opportunity for them. With no further options, they were compelled to rebel. The four exchanged glances, nodded, and charged at the obstinate Holy Sun, swiftly ending his life. Thus, four obstructive holy envoys, led by another, hastened towards the city center. This scene unfolded repeatedly in the outskirts. Soon, 7 or 8 holy envoys assigned to blockades joined the ranks of the rebels. Useless. All of you are worthless. The Holy Sun erupted in fury upon learning that numerous holy envoys had gone dark, having dispatched so many to pursue and intercept the traitors within the sect. It was infuriating to discover that many had been swayed. This is truly a farce of the highest order. He would never permit the Crimson Lotus sect to successfully conduct their redemption ceremony, regardless of its authenticity. The mere fact that the Crimson Lotus sect is able to hold such a ceremony would be tantamount to a slap in the face for their Scarlet Church. While the followers below may be oblivious, he, as the Holy Sun, is acutely aware of the truth. The Crimson Lotus sect is nothing but a nonsensical plagiarist, utterly incapable of being compared to his own sacred order. He resolved that no matter the cost, he must eradicate all those rebels in. Thus, he commanded the holy envoys from the 17 surrounding cities to covertly mobilize, directing all the zombies from their respective cities towards, ensuring their arrival by the 29th. He needed to swiftly quell the matter concerning the Crimson Lotus sect to provide an account to his own sacred church. The date of June 29th soon approached. Within the stronghold of the Crimson Lotus sect in the after days of relentless hunting for crystal cores, the Queen Bee had developed sufficiently to handle the impending redemption ceremony that night. Over 30 rebellious holy envoys had gathered there. To maintain a semblance of mystery, Wanpeng and his group refrained from direct contact with these envoys. Everyone was awaiting the arrival of night, a night that stirred the hearts of all. The military district and the refugee shelters had refrained from sending anyone, unwilling to involve themselves in this affair. Strangely, no one from the Scarlet Church had infiltrated the city, perhaps out of concern that more individuals might be swayed to their cause. As the sun gradually set, night fell. Zhong Zhengyue paced anxiously in his office, his mind restless. The command center within the refugee shelter was filled with individuals, each wearing a furrowed brow. Though they did not dispatch scouts, they stubbornly awaited news that might never arrive. As night fell, hordes of zombies surged toward the heart of, having commenced their charge. "Are we ready?" Wanpeng inquired. "All set," Chu Jingping replied. "Excellent. Let this fiery red lotus incinerate all malevolence in the world," Wanpeng declared. "All set. I knew I had not misjudged you," Chu Jingping praised. The two clasped hands tightly. At 8:30 p.m., the vanguard of the zombies had reached with 3 hours remaining until the commencement of the redemption ritual. "Ascend the red lotus," Wanpeng commanded. A gravity-defying drone, transformed into the shape of a red lotus, swiftly activated and quietly ascended. "Illuminate." With a single command from Wanpeng, The exterior of the lotus radiated a crimson glow, transforming the surrounding kilometer into a sea of blood. The gathering of red-clad rebels nearby were utterly astonished by this sudden spectacle. A miracle, truly a miracle. In the face of such visual impact, their preconceived notions were completely cast aside. One individual knelt, offering reverence, and soon others followed suit, all succumbing to the same act of worship. Of course, this red lotus was merely ornamental. It could neither vanquish the zombies nor heal the saints. Its sole purpose was to enhance the ritualistic ambience. Chapter 182. The complete performance under the illumination of the red lotus. The zombies were transformed into a grotesque shade of crimson. They came rushing from all directions toward the position of the crimson lotus. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. They drew ever closer. Just as the zombies stepped within a 200-meter range, an extraordinary event transpired. It was as if a curse lay upon that 200-meter mark. Any zombie that crossed into that territory vanished without a trace, as though utterly disintegrated by the crimson light. Although Wanpeng was already aware of the underlying phenomenon, he could not help but be profoundly awed by the spectacle before him. It was astounding. What, buried beneath the earth, could possess such power? In the presence of this force, the zombies appeared as mere ashes, easily swept away. This was the essence of Wanpeng's thoughts. This truly is a miracle. Under its radiance, all malevolence is laid bare. Observing from the sidelines, the assembled saints expressed their admiration in hushed tones. In reality, it was merely the nanorobots released by the miniature queen be executing their disintegration task. In the preceding days, Wanpeng and the Guardians had created noise each night to lure the surrounding zombies, all to assist the queen bee in dismantling them and acquiring energy cores. The energy harvested from these cores could be utilized to produce more nanorobots. They were merely following the directives of Fang Chen, lacking a complete understanding of the queen bee and the nanorobots. They only knew that the entity buried in the ground could eliminate zombies and ensure the safety of their stronghold. Although the 18 infiltrators were seasoned veterans of the base, it was their first time witnessing such a scene up close. They were aware of Fang Chen's extraordinary ability to annihilate zombies in an instant. Yet witnessing it firsthand rendered them acutely aware of how peculiar and formidable such a power truly was. What on earth was happening? How did the zombies vanish? Was that truly a red lotus? The group of crimson-clad holy envoys, who secretly manipulated the zombies from the shadows, sensed that something was amiss. They observed a red object floating in the distance, radiating a dazzling crimson light. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed a red lotus. The red glow emitted by the lotus illuminated the ground, causing the zombies to inexplicably disappear. This phenomenon undeniably suggested that the lotus possessed extraordinary mystical powers. Reluctantly, they issued commands to the zombies to halt their advance beyond the danger zone, refraining from further incursions. It was currently 21:10. With still over 2 hours remaining until the commencement of the redemption ceremony, they could afford to wait a while longer. In the mere 40 minutes since 2030, a thick layer of crystals had already spread across the ground within a 200-meter radius of the red lotus. Play the audio, Wanpeng commanded. Observing the zombies cease their advance, Wanpeng understood that several holy envoys were already watching from the periphery. He was familiar with this situation, having been one of them not long ago. The Red Lotus aircraft began to play a pre-recorded audio message. Heaven and earth are indifferent. All beings shall perish. Only I, the Red Lotus, can redeem all souls. The Crimson Cult has stolen my Red Lotus doctrine, acting in defiance and poisoning lives. Their sins shall lead to their demise. You, mere mortals, lacking understanding, shall not be judged for now. One must not remain obstinately ignorant, aiding the tyrants in their cruelty. Rather, one should hasten to pay homage and seek refuge in the Red Lotus to atone for one's transgressions. The assembly of observing holy emissaries felt a twinge of unease upon witnessing this spectacle. In comparison to the Red Lotus sect, the Scarlet Cloth sect appeared utterly inferior. This is the essence of a sacred faith. This is the strength that a sacred faith should possess. This is the compassion that a sacred faith ought to embody. They were increasingly convinced that the Scarlet Cloth sect had pilfered the doctrines of the Red Lotus sect, concocting a counterfeit cult. Unfortunately, they had unwittingly become adherents of this sham sect. Suddenly, a voice thundered, and a figure swiftly soared towards the Red Lotus. It was none other than the young Holy Sun. Act, commanded Wanpeng. The 18 lurking guardians had long awaited this moment, and upon receiving the command, They surged forth in unison. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing and explosive energy as the 18 unleashed their unique abilities, each employing diverse and intricate techniques. The Holy Sun, faced with such an onslaught, found himself unable to withstand the multitude of attacks, retreating in haste. To maintain the guise of their performance, the 18 guardians donned cloaks of vibrant crimson, even more resplendent than those of the holy emissaries. To conceal their combat attire, they also masked their faces. The Holy Sun staggered back 200 meters before finally regaining his footing, yet still stood over 400 meters away from the heart of the Red Lotus. Who dares approach? Do they intend to steal the sacred artifacts of the Red Lotus sect? Shouted Xu Jinping. His words were clearly laced with malice. The adversaries were merely intent on causing disruption, with no intention of theft whatsoever. However, since the intention is to besmirch the reputation of the Red Robe sect, one might as well proceed with full force, allowing baseless accusations to flow freely. At this moment, the Holy Sun felt a deep sense of frustration. Theft? Impossible. I did not. Stop spreading such nonsense. The onlooking holy envoys were evidently deceived by the scene before them. Chapter 183. The Red Lotus is mistaken for a sacred artifact. Goodness, this is irrefutable evidence. The Red Robe sect is indeed a band of thieves, and this Holy Sun dares to steal someone else's magical artifact. The resolve of the holy envoys solidified further. It was indisputable that the Red Robe sect was pilfering the doctrines of others. This was not theft, it was outright robbery. The Red Robe sect is truly nefarious. The rebel holy envoys, observing from the sidelines, reached their conclusions. A group of rabble dared to openly slander the holy sect's Holy Sun, truly deserving of their fate. The Holy Sun declared fiercely, "Humph! Only my Red Lotus sect can be deemed a holy sect. Do you think you are worthy?" Xu Jinping interjected, engaging in dialogue with the Holy Sun while subtly guiding the narrative. The ignorant are fearless. Let us show you the might of the holy sect. As he spoke, the Holy Sun placed his left hand, palm forward, against his chest, while extending 2 fingers of his right hand above his left palm, murmuring incantations, Amo Palikosa, Husicapolian. Amo Palikosa, Husicapolian. The 18 guardians exchanged glances, bewildered by the incomprehensible mutterings of the Holy Sun. Suddenly, the Holy Sun thrust his 2 fingers forward, and a dramatic change ensued. The ground trembled violently as a colossal beetle emerged from the earth. How large was it? At least 10 meters in length and over 2 meters in height, its body a deep brownish black. The carapace upon its back is adorned with hues of azure and brown, embellished with a scattering of white spots. The pattern resembles a canvas sprinkled with stars across the night sky. Naturally, no one harbors the inclination to admire this artwork. The onlookers, upon witnessing this colossal beetle, are gripped by an unsettling dread. The carapace gleams with a lustrous sheen, reflecting the crimson light emitted by the Red Lotus. The saint leapt forth, landing atop the beetle's back. "Luha!" he exclaimed, pointing ahead. Although the surrounding individuals could not comprehend his words, they surmised that he intended for the massive beetle to charge forward. The 18 guardians exchanged glances, entirely unconcerned. Was this not a fortuitous coincidence? Had they not unwittingly positioned themselves in the line of fire? Should the assault come from the skies, targeting the Red Lotus aircraft, they would indeed face considerable trouble. Yet, here emerged a beetle, seemingly intent on delivering them a feast. This was the genuine sentiment of the guardians. Their position lay within a mere 200 meters, and even if they remained motionless, it was unlikely the beetle could harm them. Thus, they nodded in tacit understanding, solidifying their resolve. The stage was set for a grand confrontation. The saint had commanded the beetle to charge, yet the 18 individuals ahead remained utterly unresponsive. Was this not illogical? A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped the saint. However, he remained uncertain of the adversary's underlying strength. The arrow was nocked. There was no turning back. Regardless of the foe's reliance, he would not retreat. To do so would undoubtedly sway the watchful saints toward the Red Lotus, a scenario he would never permit. In no time, the beetle approached within a 200-meter radius. The crystals scattered on the ground distinctly marked this boundary. As soon as it crossed the 200-meter threshold, the beetle erupted with a piercing, shrill cry. Its body convulsed violently, causing the saint's son to lose his balance and leap backward in haste. This sudden turn of events startled him greatly. The beetle had begun to roll on the ground, and it was evident to all that it had been provoked and was nearing its end. Within a minute, this colossal beetle, exceeding 10 meters in length, lay completely overturned, its belly exposed, motionless on the ground. Why had the beetle not been entirely dismantled by the nanobots? The energy expenditure required to decompose such a massive creature was substantial, and there had yet to be any crystal cores harvested. Thus, the queen had only destroyed its nervous system. The saint's son spat out a mouthful of blood, evidently affected by the beetle's demise. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. What had transpired? How had this enormous creature met its end? They were puzzled. All eyes turned skyward, realizing that the red light emitted by the crimson lotus had brought about its death. What they did not comprehend was that the beetle's demise had no connection to the red light. Yet, it was precisely this aura of mystery, strangeness, and power that was intended to be cultivated. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the saint's son finally regained his composure and gazed upward. A divine artifact. He had never anticipated it to be a genuine relic. The crimson lotus must be seized at all costs. A sense of avarice stirred within him. Yet he was acutely aware that the beetles he had nurtured were now lifeless, and he had sustained injuries as a result. At this juncture, seizing the crimson lotus from his adversary required a clever strategy. All saints, heed my command. Unleash the crimson veil to obscure the red light. The Holy Son proclaimed with fervor. It must be said, the Holy Son possessed a keen intellect, though regrettably, he had erred in his approach. Upon receiving the directive, the saints manifested, conjuring the crimson veil as they soared towards the direction of the crimson lotus. Beneath the shroud of the crimson veil, the intensity of the red light indeed diminished substantially. Command the zombies to advance. The Holy Son issued another order. The 18 guardians stood motionless, entirely dismissive of the opponent's strategy. The zombies surged into the circle in relentless waves. As one group entered, another gradually vanished. They could penetrate a maximum of 10 to 20 meters inward. Why is this happening? The Holy Son pondered in confusion. The red light had visibly weakened, yet the lethality remained unabated. Wait a moment. The source of the attack must originate from the ground. The Holy Son discerned a peculiar pattern. All the zombies were disappearing from the bottom up. First, their feet vanished, causing them to lose balance and topple forward, and then their entire forms dissipated. Is there something amiss with the ground? The Holy Son speculated. However, this did not elucidate why the beetles had perished rather than vanished. No, there is certainly something wrong with this ground. An epiphany struck the Holy Son. Initially, he had ventured into the range of the red light and had remained unscathed, merely obstructed by the dozen or so individuals before him. Cease all attacks, he commanded urgently. The holy emissaries hastily retracted the crimson veil, gasping for breath. It appeared that the exertion required to control the red curtain was quite taxing physically. The Son of the Holy One produced a cylindrical device, and, upon pulling a string, a signal flare shot swiftly into the sky. Upon exploding, the flare emitted an intense white light, illuminating the entire city as if it were midday. However, this brightness was fleeting, as the sky soon returned to its somber hue. He resolved to launch an aerial assault, but it was evident that he could not succeed alone. Opposite him stood 18 mutants, a formidable challenge to confront. Thus, reinforcements were imperative. What? Planning to summon aid? I advise you to spare your efforts and retreat to the embrace of the Red Lotus sect, scoffed Xu Jinping. Humph. Laugh now, but soon enough. It will be your turn to weep, retorted the Sun dismissively. Regrettably, you shall not have the opportunity to witness it. Xu Jinping commanded, attack. At a signal, 6 guardians soared forth, launching themselves at the Sun. However, the Sun was no novice. In one-on-one combat, he clearly held an advantage over any single adversary. Nonetheless, facing 6 opponents simultaneously proved to be a daunting challenge. Lingyue, you cannot even handle a few insignificant pests. What use are you? Came a sudden call from the distance. Accompanying this shout, a man with a bushy beard appeared before him in an instant. Simultaneously, 6 sharp spears, resembling insect legs, darted toward the 6 guardians. The speed of the spears was astonishing, leaving the guardians no time to evade, and they were struck down. Thanks to their combat suits, the spears did not penetrate their bodies but, upon impact, bounced off and embedded themselves into the asphalt below. The 6 guardians were all injured by that strike, hastily retreating towards the inner circle. The man with the bushy beard murmured softly. His spear was exceedingly sharp, and logically, those struck by it should have been easily pierced. Yet, to his astonishment, the individuals before him appeared unscathed. Master, I have brought shame upon you. The Holy Son, slightly wounded, bowed in pain. The bearded man ignored him, instead focusing on the crowd within the circle. "There is something peculiar about you all. Confess. How did you manage to withstand my attack?" he inquired. "And who might you be? The Red Lotus sect is conducting business here. Outsiders should leave at once," Chu Jinping declared. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. A newly established sect daring to act so audaciously." The bearded man found this laughable. Upon hearing his words, Chu Jinping and his companions felt a wave of unease. Who was this man? How did he know that the Red Lotus sect had only recently been founded? With questions swirling in his mind, Chu Jinping activated his digital eye, reaching out to Fang Chen. Fang Chen grasped the general situation and learned that the Holy Sun referred to this man as Master. He speculated that he might be a higher-ranking figure in the Scarlet Robe sect, though he was uncertain about the man's level of power. Consequently, he issued an order for everyone to join forces and probe the bearded man's capabilities. "You rebels dare to slander the Red Lotus sect? Prepare to pay with your lives." Chu Jinping, upon receiving the command, no longer hesitated and attacked alongside the others. "Humph! You overestimate yourselves," the bearded man scoffed. With a flourish, he thrust his hands upward, causing the spear embedded in the ground to quiver momentarily before breaking free and soaring into the air. Immediately thereafter, as if summoned from the ether, 8 additional spears emerged, bringing the total to 14, swirling around the man with the bushy beard. With 18 individuals drawing near, the bearded man pointed decisively, and the 14 spears surged forth, aiming menacingly at the group. Though they were undaunted by the prospect of being pierced, the sheer force of the assault was enough to inflict significant harm. Reluctantly, they were compelled to alter their course and evade swiftly. The spears, having missed their target, were summoned back by a flick of the bearded man's finger. From the technique displayed, Fang Chen discerned that this man was undoubtedly a psychic controller, and his prowess had reached the 3rd tier. "Be cautious. He is a 3rd-tier psychic controller," Fang Chen conveyed his assessment to Chu Jinping. "3rd tier," Chu Jinping exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. They had believed themselves to be among the earliest of the mutated, yet they remained at the 1st tier. The emergence of a 3rd-tier mutant was an unexpected development. Chapter 185. The Moth to the Flame Attack. Everyone, be careful. This is a 3rd-tier psychic controller. "Retreat," Chu Jinping commanded. As they dodged the spears, the group heeded Chu Jinping's directive and swiftly retreated towards the center. It seemed they had gained some insight. "If you kneel and concede, I may consider sparing your lives and recommending you for membership in the Holy Sect," the bearded man declared, suspending the 14 spears in midair. "What of the 3rd tier? If you dare wreak havoc in the Red Lotus sect, be prepared for death," Chu Jinping retorted defiantly. "Stubborn fools. Then meet your demise." The bearded man extended his fingers, and the spears launched forth once more. Chu Jinping glanced at the others, and they nodded in unison, as if they had reached a collective decision. As the spear approached, 14 out of the 18 individuals surged directly towards it. They did not flinch, but reached out their hands to grasp the weapon. The spear, crafted from the razor-sharp claws of insects, was lined with menacing barbs along its sides. Attempting to seize it barehanded would not only be futile, but would also likely result in severe injury. However, clad in protective gear, they were unconcerned about the possibility of lacerations. The bearded man observed this audacious act with a furrowed brow. They dared to grasp the spear with their bare hands. There was a significant secret behind these individuals. He realized that the 18 before him possessed average combat ability. Logically, they should have been incapable of countering his spear, indicating that their prowess must stem from external means, likely linked to the attire they wore. Once the 14 had secured the spear, the remaining 4 charged towards the bearded man. In an instant, the 4 were sent flying. Upon landing, they clutched their chests to alleviate the pain before once again launching themselves forward. "Humph! Near moss drawn to a flame," the bearded man scoffed. Once more, the 4 were struck down. They struggled to rise and charged again. In the face of absolute strength, any resistance was futile, the bearded man mocked. Yet, at that moment, he sensed something amiss. Where had the other 14 gone? They had just been grasping his spear. "No, I can no longer feel my spear." The bearded man had no time to use his mental faculties to investigate, as the 4 charged at him once more. He could only unleash a flurry of strikes to repel them momentarily. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 individuals were once again sent flying. It appears that these few are intent on diverting my attention through relentless assaults. But what, pray tell, is their true objective? The bearded man swiftly realized the situation. He closed his eyes to sense the presence of his spear, yet he felt nothing. In the fleeting moments of distraction, 14 adversaries charged at him from all directions. Seeking death, the bearded man was thoroughly enraged. Bang, bang, bang. He remained vigilant, monitoring every movement around him, swiftly dispatching each assailant that approached. However, the sheer number and their rapid speed ultimately allowed one to breach his defenses. A guardian successfully closed in and grasped him tightly. The bearded man unleashed fierce strikes. Yet he could not shake off his assailant. Soon after, a second, a third. 7 or 8 individuals surrounded him, plunging the battle into a stalemate. "Master!" The Holy Sun cried out, rushing forward. Observing this, the remaining 10 gritted their teeth and lunged at him, blocking his path. Both sides bore wounds. With several guardians restraining the Holy Sun, Chu Zhongping struck down with a palm, sending the Holy Sun hurtling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. The bearded man's fury erupted. He concentrated immense power, releasing it in a single, forceful surge. The 7 or 8 guardians clinging to him could not withstand the onslaught and were all flung away. With such feeble strength, "Do you dare to contend with my holy sect?" the bearded man mockingly proclaimed, stretching his limbs as he continued to taunt. The battle had reached a critical juncture. All 18 guardians were injured, and their wounds were grave, struggling on the ground. The Holy Sun fell heavily to the ground, gravely injured. Now, the only one capable of continuing the fight was the bearded man. "Master, that red lotus in the sky is extraordinary. We must acquire it," the Holy Sun urged. Upon hearing his words, the bearded man glanced upwards, then lowered his head and declared, "Surrender the method to control the red lotus, and I may consider sparing your lives." "Never. You thieves who pilfered the doctrines of my red lotus sect now seek to seize our sacred artifact. We shall never allow you to succeed," cried Chu Jingping defiantly. "Facing death, you still spout nonsense. Then meet your demise," the bearded man hissed through clenched teeth. "Stop!" Another voice resonated. The bearded man halted his actions and turned towards the sound. There stood a figure draped in a blood-red cloak adorned with golden trim, hovering beneath the red lotus. This individual was Wanpeng. "Who are you?" the bearded man inquired. "Until the evil is vanquished, the red lotus shall not fade. Your sins are countless. Your blood debt's heavy. Only by swiftly repenting can you hope to preserve your lives," Wanpeng proclaimed. His voice, amplified by the red lotus's ethereal presence, resonated like celestial music, captivating the hearts of all who heard it. The bearded man furrowed his brow in contemplation. How strange. How can this voice be so resounding? What immense power must one possess? Chapter 186. Wanpeng's moment of glory. The ceremony of redemption is about to commence. Lost souls, step forward to pay homage. Wanpeng continued. Those who had already rebelled swiftly approached the red lotus, kneeling in reverence. "Traitors! All of you are traitors." The Holy Sun seethed, gritting his teeth in fury. "May the flames of the red lotus consume the wicked," Wanpeng declared, sweeping his right hand forward, his voice reverberating through the heavens. Suddenly, the crimson lotus radiated an overwhelming brilliance, casting its luminous glow farther and wider. In the distance, the holy emissaries, along with the bearded man and the Holy Sun, squinted against the light. The disk, crafted from crystal cores and spanning a radius of 200 meters, began to expand. As the disk extended outward, the zombies on the ground crumbled and vanished like grains of sand, accompanied by the spreading light of the crimson lotus. Wanpeng emanated an aura of power that was nearly insurmountable. Such divinity, such profundity. The emissaries of the Red Robe sect stood utterly dumbfounded. God, this is the true manifestation of divinity. This notion firmly took root in their minds, impossible to extricate. "I pledge my allegiance," shouted an emissary from afar, swiftly rushing towards the crimson lotus to kneel in reverence. "I pledge my allegiance. I pledge my allegiance." At that moment, the hearts of the people surged like a flood breaking a dam. One person's allegiance inspired many others. In an instant, a significant portion of the emissaries had joined the ranks of the rebels. "This is outrageous." The bearded man, witnessing the scene, advanced to slay these traitors. "Do not be disrespectful," Wanpeng declared, gracefully waving his right hand. With a thud, the bearded man collapsed. My leg. The Holy Sun cried out, terrified by the unfolding events. To him, his master had always seemed immensely powerful. Yet he could hardly fathom that this individual from the Crimson Lotus sect could so effortlessly defeat his master with a mere gesture. Too formidable. Simply too formidable. In truth, Wanpeng had done nothing. The credit lay entirely with the 18 Guardians of Equality. They launched a relentless assault against the bearded man, employing their bodies as shields with the intent of drawing nearer to him. As they approached, they activated the tags on their bodies, attaching the nanobots to the bearded man. This was their sole method to defeat him. The nanobots did not initiate immediately, waiting for this precise moment. In coordination with Wanping's movements, their aim was to create an illusion of boundless magical power. Under the Red Lotus, all is pure land. You must not recklessly commit acts of slaughter. Hasten your retreat, Wanping proclaimed, his voice resonating with a penetrating force that left the Holy Sun bereft of any courage to continue the fight. Realizing that the adversary intended to spare him, it was wiser to withdraw promptly. There would be opportunities to settle accounts later. The Holy Sun dared not linger, resolutely rushing to assist his master, exclaiming, "Master, we must depart." Seeing the two retreat swiftly, Wanping paid them no mind. This was Fang Chen's directive. They were still unfamiliar with the Red Garment sect and could not afford to let such a significant opportunity slip away. As the two sustained injuries, several microbots equipped with data transmission capabilities had stealthily infiltrated their flesh. These would journey to the brain, seeking a concealed location. The two would serve as vital tools for Fang Chen to comprehend the Red Garment sect. "You must hasten to pay homage and embrace the Red Lotus to atone for your sins." Wanping addressed the holy envoy still standing foolishly at a distance. Now, even the Holy Sun and his master had retreated in defeat. They had no courage left to resist. Thus, they hurried to kneel beneath the Red Lotus in reverence. The clock struck 23:30. The appointed time had arrived. "You are commanded to listen." Sitting cross-legged, with eyes closed in deep contemplation, Wanping commanded. The assembly of holy envoys promptly rose and settled into a meditative posture upon the ground. The 18 guardian protectors likewise joined in this sacred act. The heavens are indifferent, and all beings are doomed. The Red Lotus descends, illuminating the realms. Wanping rambled on, his words a mere jumble of sounds. He himself grasped little of their meaning, and those beneath him understood even less. In essence, it was all pretentiousness. As the congregation devotedly meditated, embracing the ritual of redemption, a multitude of nanobots, laden with minute doses of medicinal agents, continuously infiltrated their bodies. Within a span of mere minutes, each individual had absorbed a sufficient quantity of the antidote to counteract any adverse effects. As they closed their eyes in sincere reflection, a wave of comfort began to wash over them, a long-forgotten sensation of ease enveloping their beings. They marveled at the might of the Red Lotus sect, expressing relief at having made the right choice. The ritual of redemption concluded. From this moment forth, you shall be adherents of the Red Lotus sect. The individuals behind you are the 18 guardians of our faith. You must adhere to the tenets of our teachings. Do not transgress lightly. Remember this. Remember. Upon finishing his words, Wanping soared into the air and vanished. "Now rise," Xu Jinping proclaimed. The holy envoys opened their eyes, standing with newfound vigor. "We pay our respects to the guardians," exclaimed some of the more astute envoys, eager to curry favor. "We pay our respects to the guardians," echoed the others, imitating the gesture. Indeed, following the ritual of redemption, the residual afflictions in your bodies have been largely alleviated. Should anyone still feel discomfort, feel free to speak up. Xu Jinping addressed them. "Guardians, we feel splendid. Indeed, guardians, we have never felt this comfortable before." Chapter 187. Recruiting the saints. Very well, since that is the case. Everyone please come forth to register. Each of you will receive a form to clearly document your personal information. Xu Jinping announced as he produced a stack of forms for distribution. The forms required them to fill in their names, places of origin, and other fundamental details, including the time of joining the Scarlet Church and their positions therein. Half an hour later, the forms were finally completed. Xu Jinping conducted a final tally, revealing that a total of 78 saints had been admitted to the Scarlet Church that evening, while not a single divine envoy had been included. "Gather around, everyone. We shall hold a meeting to arrange certain matters," Xu Jinping called out after collecting the necessary information. The crowd promptly surrounded him. "Some among you still have control over third-tier zombies, while others have already lost theirs. Those who no longer possess third-tier zombies must swiftly regain control of one. For those who do possess them, I require you to venture into other cities to gather lower-tier zombies," Xu Jinping instructed. "Why is that?" someone inquired, perplexed. "Isn't the Scarlet Church not a threat to humanity? Why must we control those zombies? Are we merely escaping from one perilous situation only to enter another?" Do not misunderstand. Our gathering of zombies serves a different purpose. In essence, remember this. The Scarlet Church will never truly become enemies of humanity. At most, we will merely intimidate. Xu Jinping clarified. Why is that? Another voice questioned. Have you forgotten the Master's words just now? You must adhere to the edicts of the Guardians. Do you understand? Xu Jinping responded firmly. Indeed, we must not forget, came the unified reply. The envoy of the Holy Order spoke, silencing any further objections. I implore you to remember this. The commands of our faith must be executed. Regardless of whether you comprehend the reasons, the tasks at hand must be fulfilled. Do you understand? Xu Jinping shouted. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. From this moment forth, this place shall serve as the headquarters of our Red Lotus sect. Each of you shall select a room to rest in. We shall commence our actions tomorrow, Xu Jinping instructed. In the southeast military district, the various shelters spent a sleepless night. They awaited news from the urban area yet none arrived, for they had not sent scouts to investigate. At dawn the following day, the shelters that had distributed leaflets received new ones. The primary contents of these leaflets were as follows. 1. The redemptive rites of the Red Lotus sect have been successfully completed. 2. A total of 78 envoys of the Scarlet Sect have been redeemed. 3. Heaven and earth are indifferent. All beings are destined to perish. We hope that all may embrace the Red Lotus sect and attain eternal life. Essentially, the leaflets were filled with grandiose claims aimed at enticing everyone to join. The leaders of the various shelters convened once more. What did I tell you? This Red Lotus sect must not be allowed to grow. One leader exclaimed. Now that the Scarlet Sect is weakened, the Red Lotus sect has become audacious. Another leader responded. What good does it do to say such things now? The followers of the Scarlet Sect could not contend with them. Can we? A third leader interjected. Enough with the bickering. The atmosphere in every shelter is fraught with anxiety. We must devise a plan to respond. Another voice chimed in. What plan can we formulate? The Red Lotus sect operates freely in the city. Can you capture those distributing leaflets? Or can you send people to besiege them? The crowd engaged in a cacophony of voices, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, embroiled in a heated debate that yielded no effective solutions. At the Southeast Military District Command. Report. Come in. Commander, we have news. Speak quickly, commanded Zhong Jingyu, rising to his feet. The Red Lotus sect's redemption ritual has proceeded smoothly, successfully subverting 78 scarlet-clad apostles and annihilating millions of zombies, reported the soldier. Zhong Jingyu was taken aback by the revelation of 78 subverted apostles. Previously, their collaboration with the Mail-In Resettlement Center had required considerable effort, involving numerous personnel and even compromising their own stronghold, resulting in the capture of merely 3 apostles. The Red Lotus sect had managed to achieve a staggering figure right from the outset. Is there more? Zhong Jingyu inquired. Today, the Red Lotus sect distributed new pamphlets across various resettlement centers, aggressively spreading apocalyptic propaganda and brazenly misguiding the populace to follow them, the soldier reported. Indeed, as anticipated, the Red Lotus sect is far from a negligible threat. Zhong Jingyu seethed with indignation. Report. Come in. Commander, Mayor Zhuo Wenshan from the Suiyang Resettlement Center has arrived. Requesting an audience, the soldier announced. What brings him here again? Zhong Jingyu frowned. He had felt displeased during Zhuo Wenshan's previous visit, and now, just days later, he questioned the necessity of this encounter. Let him in, he decided after a moment's hesitation. Commander Zhong, I apologize for the intrusion. Zhuo Wenshan entered, offering an apology, seemingly aware that his prior actions had been somewhat excessive. Chapter 188. Training concluded. Mayor Zhuo, I wonder what brings you here today? Zhong Zhengwei stated plainly, eschewing pleasantries. I have come regarding the matter of the Honglian sect, Zhuo Wenshan replied. Mayor Zhuo, I have already made my position abundantly clear. I will not intervene in the affairs of the Honglian sect, Zhong Jingyu asserted. You may not be aware, Commander Zhong, but the Honglian sect has brazenly distributed flyers at the resettlement center this morning, misleading the common people into following them. If we do not take action, the hearts of the populace may waver over time. Zhuo Wenshan implored urgently. Mayor Zhuo, this is an internal matter for your resettlement center. I believe you should seek the root cause and solutions from within, Zhong Zhengwei declined. Are you implying that you will completely refrain from intervening in the affairs of the resettlement center henceforth? Zhuo Wenshan's tone turned cold. Indeed, Zhong Zhengwei replied. Is this your decision alone, or does it reflect the council's stance as well? Zhuo Wenshan pressed further. Whether it is my decision or that of the council, the intent remains the same, Zhong Jingyue left no room for negotiation. Thus, it follows that any decisions made by our Su-Yang Resettlement Center will not be questioned by either the military district or the council. Zhou Wenshan sought further confirmation. Correct. Zhong Jingyue affirmed. Very well. Commander Zhong, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Zhou Wenshan, recognizing Zhong Jingyue's resolute stance, prepared to depart. Mayor Zhou, take care. Zhong Jingyue saw him off directly. At the underground base in Binjiang City. Gather. Upon hearing the assembly command, the trainees swiftly made their way to the hall of the base, forming orderly lines. Esteemed trainees, as of today, you have completed 3 months of training. It is now time to part ways, proclaimed Fang Chen. A profound silence enveloped the room. Over the course of these 3 months, you have undoubtedly acquired fundamental survival skills. Provided you are not overly foolish, I have every confidence that you will thrive in this apocalyptic world. I wish to make it abundantly clear that my intention in training you was deliberate. However, I am not one to impose upon others. After all, a forcibly harvested fruit lacks sweetness. You are now presented with a choice, which will be your final opportunity to decide. Now, heed my command. Those unwilling to obey orders or unwilling to take risks in executing missions, step forward. Fang Chen announced. The trainees exchanged glances. Yet none took a step forward. Very well. All members of the ordinary group, turn around. Fang Chen called out once more. The ordinary group consists of 156 individuals, excluding the 30 specifically trained by the Southwest Military District and the 54 handpicked for the Special Operations Team. This group of 156 promptly turned to face the opposite direction. Listen to my command. Those willing to join the base, willing to undertake the base's missions, and even willing to sacrifice their lives for this cause, step forward. Fang Chen shouted with vigor. This time, more than half of the participants took a step forward. Excellent. Those who have stepped forward, please step out of line. The rest, reform your ranks. You shall line up over here. Fang Chen gestured towards another vacant area. The willing trainees quickly made their way to the designated space and stood at attention. Let's count off. 1, 2, 93, 94. A total of 94 ordinary trainees expressed their willingness to join the base. There remain 62 individuals who have yet to express their stance. However, their silence signifies the most commendable attitude. These 62 individuals bow their heads in shame. As I previously mentioned, I am not one to impose upon others. You possess the freedom to choose, and I respect your decisions. There is no need for embarrassment. You need not lower your heads. Shortly, I will arrange for flights to transport you away. I hope that upon your return to your hometowns, you will use your strength to safeguard your communities. Regrettably, before your departure, you must return all equipment. This is not due to my frugality or reluctance to part with these items, but rather because, without the protection of the base, you would be unable to safeguard them. Indeed, the knowledge of their existence may even pose a threat to you. The adage that a common man is innocent, but possession of precious items brings guilt, encapsulates this principle, Fang Chen declared. The assembly fell into silence. Very well. I shall grant you 10 minutes to gather your belongings. After 10 minutes, all must convene in the commuting area, where the aircraft will transport you back to your designated locations one by one. Dismissed, Fang Chen instructed. The 62 individuals swiftly exited the hall, returning to the resting area to prepare. It was not that Fang Chen was eager for their departure, but rather that the forthcoming arrangements were not suitable for those intending to withdraw. Thus, facilitating their early exit was the wisest course of action. The remaining individuals, lacking Fang Chen's orders, could only wait in place. 10 minutes later, 10 aircraft took off in succession, departing the base. Once the planes were airborne, Fang Chen commenced the next phase of his plans. Among the remaining 178 individuals, the composition is as follows. Ordinary trainees, 94. Directed training for the Southwest Military Region, 30. Preparatory members of the base's Special Operations Team, 54. Next, a video will be presented. Fang Chen issued instructions to Xiaolin, and the large screen in the hall began to display an animated video on the ecological crisis. Chapter 189. If one day faith collapses, this is the reason Fang Chen allowed those unwilling to join the base to leave first. They understood that knowledge of this matter could lead to intelligence leaks and even incite societal panic. But why not allow the 30 directed trainees from the military to avoid this? Fang Chen considered their future potential roles, thus deciding not to conceal the truth from them and to implant this concept within their minds. Moreover, military personnel are unlikely to easily divulge such information. After viewing the video, everyone was left in stunned silence. Well, the video has concluded. If anyone has questions, please feel free to ask, Fang Chen stated. Boss, is what was said in there true? Indeed, Fang Chen replied. How much time do we have left? This question had previously been posed by Yin Fangfang. A maximum of just over 2 years, Fang Chen responded. Boss, what should we do now? That is an excellent question. Last year, I devised a comprehensive plan. However, for the plan to proceed smoothly, we require everyone's cooperation, Fang Chen said with a smile. Boss, please give your orders. The gravity of the situation finally dawned upon everyone, and the cohesion of the group surged significantly. This is perhaps one of the few advantages of the apocalypse. People are remarkably easy to unite. As long as you provide them with even a glimmer of hope, it is sufficient to forge an indomitable collective will. There is no rush. Let me first address the matter of the directed training participants. Fang Chen glanced at the 30 cadets from the Southwest Military District. You are soldiers of the Southwest Military District. I do not intend for you to remain at the base. There are some confidential matters I wish to convey to you. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I hope you will keep this in mind. If one day your faith crumbles, you may come to me. Fang Chen stated. The soldiers grew uneasy, exchanging glances without voicing their thoughts. Perhaps it is difficult for you to accept. Perhaps you find it incomprehensible. Perhaps you do not wish to hear it. That is of no consequence. The unfolding events, the fate of humanity, the harshness of the ecological crisis, none of these will shift due to individual will. Truth be told, I hope you never come to understand the meaning of my words. But please believe me, I am not a deity, and I cannot control all of this. Fang Chen concluded. Well, that is all I have to say. You may take your leave. Members of the directed training group received the order, and all dispersed. Fang Chen announced. The 30 military cadets stood at attention, offering a formal salute to Fang Chen. Even if they felt that his final remarks were disconcerting, they still regarded him as a person worthy of respect, despite perhaps being younger than themselves. Now, it is just us remaining. Let me first outline the arrangements for your upcoming tasks. Fang Chen approached the line of 94 ordinary trainees. You are all here by recommendation, correct? You are familiar with those who recommended you? He inquired. The group nodded in agreement. I can now reveal to you that they are among the oldest members of this base. They arrived here when it was first established, back when conditions were quite rudimentary. Remarkably, nearly a year has already passed. Fang Chen reflected. The trainees, lacking a clear understanding, merely observed him in silence. They also possess a concealed identity, referred to as infiltrators, Fang Chen continued. The trainees exchanged glances, indicating that they had never encountered this term before. In truth, even to this day, the base's notoriety remains relatively modest, with few individuals aware of its existence. It pales in comparison to the illustrious reputations of the Huading Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild. Consequently, the exposure of the infiltrators' identities holds little significance. Despite this, none of the dispatched infiltrators have ever disclosed their identities. Why is that? It is not due to Fang Chen's exceptional management or the organization's stringent structure. The primary reason lies in their profound sense of an unwavering confidence in overcoming the ecological crisis. These two elements bestow upon them a steadfast conviction and indomitable will. They are not merely laboring for Fang Chen. They are striving to realize their own value. This is why Wan Peng remarked that upon first seeing Chu Jinping, he immediately recognized him as not belonging to the settlement. The reason is simple. There is a spark in Chu Jinping's eyes. What does that spark signify? They possess knowledge that surpasses that of others, wielding formidable power and support, mastering the methods and pathways to alter their destinies, and discerning the direction of the future. Thus, the question arises, why do some individuals struggle to survive in dire circumstances while others navigate such environments with remarkable ease, setting their sails high? The disparity does not stem from a profound difference in mentality among individuals, but rather from the differing resources at their disposal. From this day forth, you shall assume the role of new infiltrators, akin to your recommenders, tasked primarily with 3 objectives. Firstly, you may freely affiliate with any organization. Remember my words, any organization. Whether lawful or unlawful, all are permissible. Once joined, you shall remain undercover. Secondly, you are required to periodically relay talent to the base. Anyone you trust may be discreetly transported to the base, where they will receive complementary antigen and training. Upon successful completion of the training, they will emerge as new infiltrators. Just as you did upon your arrival. Lastly, and most crucially, your primary assignment is to gather intelligence. Having outlined the tasks, Fang Chen began to introduce the equipment that had not been encountered during the training period. The focus lies primarily on two items, the tag and the mechanical dog. The mechanical dog has limited combat capabilities and can only provide output in simpler battle scenarios. Its principal function is to recharge other equipment. Within the mechanical hound resides a crystal nucleus decomposition apparatus, capable of autonomously converting the crystal nucleus into energy. The energy for the tags and laser weapons is derived from this source. The design of the mechanical hound facilitates ease of transport. As for the second-generation bone wheat, digital ocular implants, and Type 2 combat suits, they have already been equipped during training and require no further introduction. The production of the tags necessitates time. Thus, this batch of operatives must remain at the base for an additional night. Well, I have provided all necessary introductions. Should there be any uncertainties, feel free to engage in discussion amongst yourselves. If there are collective uncertainties, you may contact me via the digital ocular implants, and I shall provide clarification. All operatives, stand at attention. Dismissed. Once the assignments for the operatives were concluded, only the 54 Special Operations team members at the base remained. Follow me, instructed Fang Chen. The group lined up and followed him as he led them away from the training base, directly to the main base. It was only upon their arrival in the training area of the main base that the prospective Special Operations members realized that the underground base they were familiar with in Binjiang was merely the tip of the iceberg. Upon reaching the training zone, the members were formed into ranks. From this day forward, you shall become the inaugural Special Operations team here, and I shall serve as your supreme commander. You may refer to me as Commander. Henceforth, the title of boss is unnecessary. Yes, Commander. The crowd responded in unison. Next, I would like to introduce someone to you. Dai Gu, come forth, called Fang Chen. Dai Gu is Dai Zheng, the individual Fang Chen encountered outside the base prior to his departure to Mexico. At that moment, he, accompanied by his daughter Dai Litong, was in search of his base. His comrade's son, Ding Yuan, was among the first batch of infiltrators at the base. After Fang Chen brought them to the facility, he assigned them to the living quarters without any specific work arrangements. Once this group of trainees completed their training, the Special Operations team happened to require a manager, and Fang Chen thought of him. This individual was Dai Zheng, a veteran. He had previously served in the elite Raptors assault team under the command of the Northwest Military District Headquarters. With his rich combat experience, he was undoubtedly the ideal candidate to be your instructor. From this day forth, he shall be your captain, declared Fang Chen. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Excellent. Now, let Captain Dai take over the following arrangements. With that, Fang Chen ceded the main position to Dai Zheng. Attention, everyone. Stand at ease. Dai Zheng commanded in a robust voice. His authoritative presence was something Fang Chen could not match. After all, Fang Chen had emerged from a scholarly background, exuding a certain bookish air. His method of maintaining authority was rather straightforward yet harsh, keeping a certain distance from everyone. In contrast, Dai Zheng emanated an inherent military demeanor that naturally instilled a sense of valor and vigor among the group. Thus, everyone promptly stood at attention. Fang Chen silently nodded in approval. This was the right approach. If left to his own devices, Dai Zheng would surely lead them like a flock of sheep. Comrades, I will now call out the names of those who will step forward. Dai Zheng divided the 54 individuals into 2 teams of 27, designating a deputy captain from each. Fang Chen refrained from intervening further and turned back to his office. The matter has reached a conclusion. The supercomputing center has been established, and it is time for the transition. A brief service interruption is necessary to switch from the old server to the new one. Consequently, Fang Chen has communicated the upgrade message to all stakeholders, including the lurking agents, the Flourishing Chamber of Commerce, and Zhang Yuan Kuei of the Mercenary Guild, to avert any unnecessary panic. Notification: the communication server is about to undergo an upgrade. During this period, Bone Wheat and Digital I will experience temporary functionality anomalies. Please be advised. Upgrade date: June 30th, 2055, at 21:30. Estimated duration: 3 minutes. The existence of the supercomputing center is a closely guarded secret by Fang Chen. Therefore, he could not disclose the true nature of the upgrade in the notification and opted to refer to it simply as the communication server. Shaolin, everything is in order. We may proceed with the switch to the supercomputing center. Understood, Commander. 3 minutes later, Commander, The transition to the supercomputing center has been completed. The space station is now ready for the upgrade. Shall we proceed? Xiao Lin inquired. Upgrade. Fang Chen responded. 10 minutes later, the space station's upgrade was successfully completed. The current structure of the space station is as follows. Power Module, Level 4. Core Module, Quantum Brain Level 4. Central Hall, Level 3. Facilitating communication between modules. Experiment Module, Level 3. Providing technical solutions to the ground. Research and Development Module, Level 3. Offering research and development solutions for both ground and space station. Control Module, Level 3. Managing tasks for drones, ground space vehicles, etc. Production Module, Level 3. Total of 5. Manufacturing functional equipment. Quantum Communication Module, Level 3. Establishing quantum communication with the base, supercomputing center. And Spacecraft. Payload Module, Level 3. Accommodating 1 micro ground space vehicle. Material Transfer Hall, Level 3. Utilized for material transfer and expansion of the payload module. Dedicated payload module for transport vessels, Level 3. Total of 4. Accommodating 4 micro unmanned transport vessels. Nowadays, supercomputing centers have successfully transitioned to quantum computers. By utilizing quantum communication capsules, it becomes possible to achieve superluminal communication between space stations and the ground. What is superluminal communication? It stands in contrast to traditional contact-based communication methods. For instance, when individuals engage in face-to-face conversations, they communicate using sound waves. This method is the most ancient and the slowest, with sound traveling through air at a speed of 340 meters per second, representing the fastest rate of communication between the signal transmitter and receiver. Subsequently, telephones and networks emerged, relying on electromagnetic waves for communication. The speed of electromagnetic wave propagation reaches up to 300,000 kilometers per second, equivalent to the speed of light. Regardless of whether information is conveyed through sound waves or electromagnetic waves, the communication speed remains within the confines of light speed. This mode of communication necessitates that the transmitter and receiver establish a connection without exceeding the speed of light, thus termed contact-based communication. Quantum communication, on the other hand, relies on superluminal effects. This method of communication imposes no limitations of distance or time, regardless of how far apart the transmitter and receiver may be, or whether there are obstacles in between. Real-time interaction can be achieved. Establishing quantum communication between the supercomputing center and the space station marks a significant milestone. Red oxygen possesses a particularly intriguing property known as magnetic field annihilation. Once the molecular light membrane outside the atmosphere of blue star is fully formed, electromagnetic communication between satellites and the ground will be completely severed. However, quantum communication will remain unaffected by this phenomenon. This underscores the significance of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild's operations as a crucial component of the entire plan. Each branch of the Mercenary Guild will establish a vast matrix network through its signal towers. This matrix network can facilitate real-time communication with the supercomputing center, which, in turn, can exchange data with the space station via quantum communication. Thus, communication between the signal towers, the supercomputing center, and the space station will be seamlessly integrated. Consequently, even upon the complete formation of the molecular light membrane, the space station will retain a certain degree of control over the ground. The extent of this control will ultimately depend on the achievements of Fang Chen. His objective in this regard is to encourage as many individuals as possible to join this network. The more individuals who join, the more comprehensive the information he can command, thereby enhancing his control over the ground. The number of participants in this network will hinge upon the breadth of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce's coverage. To acquire sufficiently comprehensive information, the Chamber's stance must remain neutral, whether domestic or foreign, whether aligned with righteous forces or antagonistic ones. It is preferable for all to engage with the Hutong Chamber of Commerce's operations. This indiscriminate approach may lead some factions to criticize the Chamber for lacking a definitive stance. However, a gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Ultimately, the understanding of others is inconsequential. When an individual lacks comprehensive knowledge of the situation, their comments or opinions are rendered utterly meaningless. Currently, the space station has reached its full capacity with 5 production modules, and there are 600 worker bee robots. With the supply transfer hall and 4 unmanned cargo spacecraft, these worker bee robots can venture farther to gather materials. Xiaolin, upgrade all the modules to level 4, ordered Fang Chen. Understood, Commander, she replied. The collection speed of the 1-600 worker bee robots has increased to 8 times that of the initial 200. However, there are still numerous modules that require upgrading, making the process quite lengthy. Nevertheless, the upgrading will not impede the progress of ongoing operations. On July 1st, 2055, in Malin Resettlement Center, Mayor Gong inquired, Brother Zhua, what brings you here today? Zhou Wenshan responded, just passing the time. Thought I'd pay you a visit. That doesn't seem like you. You look troubled. Something must be bothering you, Mayor Gong observed. Is there anyone from the Red Lotus sect distributing flyers in Malin? Zhou Wenshan asked. Not at all, Mayor Gong replied. Chapter 192. A private conversation. The Red Lotus sect has been causing quite a stir, especially in. It would be implausible for Gong Kaming to claim ignorance of this. Yet, it is peculiar that no one from the sect has come to distribute flyers in Malin. Really? That can't be true. Not even once? Zhou Wenshan expressed his disbelief. Absolutely not. Mayor Gong chuckled. This is quite strange. Zhou Wenshan's frown deepened. What is your reaction to this, Brother Zhua? Are you hoping for trouble to befall Malin? Mayor Gong pretended to scold. Alas. It appears that Zhou Wenshan truly is out of luck. Originally, in Haizhou, the resettlement center was obliterated by zombies. Now, having finally seized the opportunity to become the mayor of Mazhou, it seems this city has not known a moment's peace. Zhou Wenshan lamented. Brother Zhua, I must interject here. You are not the only one distributing flyers. Many resettlement centers in the vicinity face similar challenges. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will surely straighten out. Why do you torment yourself with such futile worries? Mayor Gong advised. You speak so lightly. If the Red Lotus sect were to venture into Malin, I would like to see how you would manage. Zhou Wenshan retorted indignantly. Whether they come or not, my stance remains unchanged. I tell you, rather than wallowing in despair, it would be far more prudent to expedite the collaboration with the Huatua Chamber of Commerce. When the common folk see hope, how can the Red Lotus sect stir up trouble? Look at Malin. As the economy flourishes and the lives of the people improve, do we not find that many problems dissipate? Mayor Gong asserted. Indeed, you have a point. Zhou Wenshan nodded. A fly does not alight upon an egg without seams. To prevent the Red Lotus sect from infiltrating, we must address the livelihood issues of the populace. Certainly, otherwise, why would the Red Lotus sect refrain from coming to Malin? They understand that their efforts would be in vain. Mayor Gong boasted. In truth, the absence of the Red Lotus sect in his area was due to the presence of the Huatua Chamber of Commerce, which had a branch here. Numerous resettlement centers were closely monitoring Malin's developmental trajectory to inform their own decisions, a practice colloquially known as copying homework. Thus, it would be wise for Malin to maintain order. As for whether anyone will speculate about the connection between the Chamber of Commerce and the Crimson Lotus sect, let them think what they will. Fang Chen is still contemplating how to collaborate with the Scarlet Church. Won't that stir up quite a commotion? Regarding this, Fang Chen expressed that they have grown accustomed to such scrutiny. When the time comes, as long as the Huatung Chamber of Commerce issues a statement maintaining neutrality, that will suffice. As for any discontent or protests, let it be. If one possesses the ability, then refrain from cooperation, and we shall see who survives in the end. Brother Gong, I came to see you today to discuss another matter, Zhou Wenshan stated. Oh, please, Zhou brother, go on, Mayor Gong replied earnestly. It is this. I visited the Southeast Military District today. At that moment, Zhou Wenshan recounted the words of Commander Zhong Xingyu. Commander Zhong really said that? Gong Kaming furrowed his brow. Indeed. Consider this. If this is the will of the council, do you comprehend what that signifies? Zhou Wenshan inquired. Gong Kaming remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. It signifies that we, the resettlement centers, have been utterly abandoned. He fixed his gaze intently on him. His Gong Kaming was taken aback by this revelation. Yet, upon reflection, it indeed holds such truth. I suddenly recalled the 2055 Human Survival White Paper promulgated by the Council 3 months ago. Do you think it is possible that the purpose behind the issuance of this white paper was to compel each resettlement center to fend for itself? Zhou Wenshan remarked. To be candid, such sentiments have already become mainstream in private discussions. I have attended several gatherings of resettlement center leaders and heard numerous remarks along these lines. However, this did not seem to bother anyone. Rather, they welcomed it, as Mayor Gong remarked. Why is that? Inquired Zhou Wenshan. Think about it. When those above relinquish control, how is it any different from a local despot? As long as one does not go too far, within this small domain, one can indeed do as one pleases. Yet, This matter is one that can only be comprehended intuitively, not articulated. It is simply that Zhai Yuza of the Suiyang Resettlement Center was rather foolish, insisting on voicing the notion of autonomy at such a time, which ultimately led to his dismissal. One might wonder, isn't it more appealing to be a local ruler behind closed doors? Gong Kaming remarked. So that is how it is. Then, do you, Brother Gong, believe that the Huading Chamber of Commerce is beneficial for collaboration or should remain independent? Zhuo Wenshan queried. And what do you think, Brother Zhua? Mayor Gong countered. Each option has its merits and drawbacks. If one chooses not to collaborate, internal affairs of the resettlement center would remain unperturbed, offering greater freedom. However, this would also compromise safety. Conversely, if collaboration occurs, safety would be ensured, yet it runs the risk of inviting trouble. Zhuo Wenshan articulated. Brother Zhua, you are mistaken, profoundly mistaken. Mayor Gong asserted. Oh, where's the error? Zhuo Wenshan asked, puzzled. If there is no collaboration, the resettlement center faces a dead end. Only through cooperation can there be a chance for survival, Mayor Gong elucidated. What do you mean by that? Zhuo Wenshan inquired, confused. Allow me to remind you. Consider the 2055 Human Survival White Paper we just discussed, Mayor Gong stated. In truth, this information had been relayed to him by Niu Xingwang. At that time, Niu Xingwang had shared insights regarding plans to establish an underground base in Binjiang. Though it was only a hint, it was sufficient for Mayor Gong to grasp the crux of the matter. The white paper? Zhuo Wenshan paced back and forth, mulling over it for quite some time. Yet he was unable to decipher its meaning. Brother Gong, just say it outright. Zhuo Wenshan sighed. I must ask you, what is the purpose of this white paper? Mayor Gong inquired. Isn't the white paper simply disclosing some technical plans? It is undoubtedly a guide for us on how to establish the base. Zhuo Wenshan replied. Establish what kind of base? Mayor Gong pressed. Why? An underground base, of course. What a question, doesn't everyone already know? Zhuo Wenshan chuckled. Indeed, an underground base. Gong Kaming emphasized as he looked at him. Zhuo Wenshan was taken aback. What was amiss with the underground base? Is there a problem? Do you know why it is not an above-ground base? Mayor Gong posed a question reminiscent of what Niu Xingwang had asked him previously. Why? Zhuo Wenshan responded, puzzled. Let me ask you again. Do you know where the personnel of the Central Military Commission have gone? Mayor Gong queried. Zhuo Wenshan pondered for a moment, shook his head, and asked, do you know? I do not know either. Gong Kaming laughed. You. Well then, Brother Gong, just tell me directly. Stop keeping me in suspense. Zhuo Wenshan urged. Anxious. Even though I am unaware of the whereabouts of the Central Military Commission's personnel, it does not hinder me from making a hypothesis. Could it be related to this plan? If I recall correctly, the issuance of the white paper coincides closely with the timing of the military district S adjustments. Does it not? Mayor Gong suggested. Are you implying that the troops of the Central Military Commission have gone to construct the underground base? Zhuo Wenshan asked. It is highly probable. Mayor Gong remarked. But why is that? Given the current circumstances, the annihilation of the zombies is merely a matter of time. I see no necessity for establishing an underground base. Zhuo Wenshan replied. Not long ago, you visited the headquarters of the Huadong Chamber of Commerce in Binjiang. What did you think of their underground base? The scale of the project is immense, beyond what an ordinary person could undertake, Mayor Gong responded. Then why would the Huadong Chamber of Commerce go to such lengths to construct an underground base? Mayor Gong inquired. To showcase their financial prowess, I presume. Zhuo Wenshan answered without hesitation. Brother Zhua, I confide this matter to you alone. It is of utmost importance, so please do not let it slip. Mayor Gong whispered. Rest assured, speak freely. Zhuo Wenshan declared, thumping his chest. The true reason behind the council's issuance of the white paper is that in the near future, the surface will become uninhabitable for humanity, Mayor Gong stated. What? That can't be true. Zhuo Wenshan expressed disbelief. Otherwise, why would the white paper provide you with a construction plan for a life support system? Isn't it essentially instructing you to build a completely isolated underground base? Mayor Gong explained. Gong, are you being serious? Zhuo Wenshan sought confirmation. Contemplate it yourself. Mayor Gong shot him a glance. Zhuo Wenshan fell silent, deep in thought. No wonder Zhong Zhengyue has shown no interest in the settlement matters. If that is the case, it all makes sense. I must say, based on my analyses during this period, there is little hope from the military or the council. The white paper is merely the council's final explanation regarding the settlement. Zhuo Wenshan concluded. The only entities we can genuinely rely upon are the Huadong Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild. They possess the capability to construct an underground base for us, Mayor Gong remarked. Indeed. Zhuo Wenshan has finally come to a realization. As for the Red Lotus sect, in my opinion, it poses no significant threat. As long as Brothers Wu expedites the collaboration with the Huadong Chamber of Commerce and revitalizes the economy of the shelter, everything will naturally fall into place, Mayor Gong stated. Thank you for your enlightening words, Brother Gong. I feel as though a veil has been lifted. Today, I shall treat you all to a splendid meal, Zhuo Wenshan declared, his spirits lifted. This was precisely the effect that Fang Chen desired. The destructive potential of the Red Lotus sect must be amplified. In doing so, the development of the Chamber of Commerce will hasten. In the urban area of Mo City, after a day of recuperation, the first batch of red-robed emissaries who had joined the Red Lotus sect had largely regained their strength. They were now gathered in the hall of the base. Ever since Wan Peng made a fleeting appearance the night before last, he had not shown himself again. All matters were being managed by the 18 Guardians. The reason for this, of course, was that Wan Peng was merely a Fade, lacking any formidable power, far inferior to the 18 Guardians. If his level were to be revealed before the congregation, it would inevitably lead to exposure. Thus, the best course of action was to maintain an air of mystery. Unless absolutely necessary, he must remain unseen. In the hall, the 18 Guardians stood upon the stage, while 78 disciples were arranged in 2 rows below. Chapter 194. The Transformation of Spirit Summoning Technique Before Assigning Tasks. I wish to clarify a few matters with you. Chu Zhengping stated, Our Red Lotus sect's leader, filled with compassion, has granted you the opportunity to survive. However, should there be any who defy the command, I shall eliminate them without hesitation. Of course, as long as you comply with the orders and adhere to the management, the benefits to be gained are numerous. Chu Zhengping wielded a rod, offering a sweet reward. Now, those who still maintain control over the third-tier zombies shall stand to the left, while those who do not shall stand to the right. The 78 envoys swiftly took action. Upon final tally, 32 individuals still retained control over third-tier zombies. Your foremost task, consisting of 46 individuals, is to promptly regain control of a third-tier zombie, Chu Zhengping instructed, addressing the right side. The envoys exhibited expressions of concern. Is there a problem? Chu Zhengping inquired sternly. Lord Guardian, we currently have no means to employ the summoning technique, one envoy responded. Why is that? Chu Zhengping pressed further. After the Master restored our bodies, the efficacy of the holy water has diminished. Moreover, the summoning technique requires a living being as bait, the envoy elucidated. No matter, we can resolve this issue for you, Chu Zhengping replied. The envoys were taken aback, pondering whether they would be required to consume the holy water anew. We possess alternative methods to control the second-tier zombies, allowing you to bypass the process of luring the zombies, Chu Zhengping clarified. So that is the case. The envoys comprehended. This method was proposed by Fang Chen, whose approach was straightforward yet brutal, directly controlling the second-tier zombies with robots and securing them on elevated platforms. In this manner, even if the individual performing the summoning technique had not consumed the holy water, they would remain unharmed by the zombies. Simultaneously, this approach directly eliminates the need to lure second-tier zombies onto the high platform using live bait. Thus, the Saint Envoy can ascend the platform and immediately perform the summoning spell. This is made more efficient as casting the summoning spell also requires the absorption of a significant number of ordinary zombies' cores, a step that Fang Chen has conveniently bypassed. He possesses an abundance of cores, allowing him to simply scatter them across the ground. Consequently, the summoning spell has been rudely simplified. By merely capturing a few second-tier zombies and forcibly placing them on the platform, the Saint Envoys can effortlessly execute the summoning spell. This method is secure, efficient, and conserves both time and effort. You shall accompany this guardian. The second-tier zombies have already been prepared for you. Simply cast the summoning spell, commanded Chu Zhengping. Yes. The crowd bowed respectfully, and then followed another guardian out of the hall. You 23 shall freely form groups and disperse to collect zombies. My only requirement is that before nightfall, each of you must assemble a team comprising at least 10,000 zombies, Chu Zhengping instructed. Guardian, to launch an attack on Mazhou. We have already gathered zombies from numerous surrounding cities, and it may be impossible to amass such a large number in such a short time, a Saint Envoy stated. You need not worry about that. I will arrange for planes to transport you to designated cities. There, you must complete the gathering of zombies, Chu Zhengping clarified. The Saint Envoys appeared somewhat hesitant. If you encounter any members of the Red Robe sect, we will intervene. You need only to diligently fulfill this task. Xu Jinping further explained. We shall comply with the Guardian's decree. The group of Saint envoys expressed without further trepidation. Then you shall accompany these 15 Guardians on their journey. Xu Jinping has arranged for another 15 Guardians to escort them to the designated city. The deployment of such a multitude of Guardians serves to facilitate the handling of any potential encounters with the emissaries of the Scarlet Church, in accordance with Fang Chen's directives. The primary objective of the Red Lotus sect is to gather the zombies. It has been over 20 days since the initial batch of 20 shelters entered into a cooperative agreement with the Huafeng Trading Association. To avoid delaying construction, Fang Chen has already dispersed 1 million crystal cores to establish branches of the Trading Association and Mercenary Guild within each shelter. However, this amount remains insufficient. An additional investment of at least 1 million crystal cores is required. This translates to an average shortfall of 50,000 crystal cores for each shelter. Given the current limited profitability of the Huafeng Trading Association, Fang Chen has devised this strategy involving the Scarlet Church. The cities assigned to these emissaries are precisely those that have signed cooperative agreements with the Trading Association. Fang Chen's initial objective is to instruct these emissaries to drive the zombies toward the various shelters that have already partnered with them. In doing so, they not only instigate panic but also provide sufficient crystal cores to facilitate the construction of the branches, achieving two objectives with a single endeavor. On July 2, 2055, at 10 o'clock p.m., Mayor Zhua, something has gone awry. A secretive figure rushed in, flustered. At that moment, Zhou Wenshan was already asleep. As the Mercenary Guild branch at the Suyang shelter was still under construction, the underground geothermal power generation facility had not yet been officially commissioned. Consequently, the Suyang shelter was without power. What is it? Why the panic? Zhou Wenshan emerged from his room clad only in a tank top. It is currently summer, and without the comfort of air conditioning or fans, even in just a tank top, Zhou Wenshan finds himself drenched in sweat. Chapter 195. The Emergence of Zombie Bats. Mayor Zhua. Outside, there are countless zombies approaching. The secretary gasped, panic evident in his voice. What? How many? Zhou Wenshan's forehead glistened with even more sweat. It seems to be around several tens of thousands. The secretary replied. Several tens of thousands? Zhou Wenshan was taken aback. Is this truly considered a multitude? This doesn't seem right. Aren't there usually hundreds of thousands each time? Why is it only a few tens of thousands this time? It must be that the nearby zombies were all eliminated by the Red Robe cult. Zhou Wenshan pondered. After all, just a couple of days ago, the Red Robe cult had relocated the surrounding zombies to counter the Red Lotus cult. In the end, they were all annihilated by the Red Lotus cult. Perhaps this could be regarded as a service to by the Red Lotus cult. Zhou Wenshan could only console himself with such thoughts. During this period, Zhou Wenshan's courage had also grown. A mere few tens of thousands of zombies were hardly a cause for alarm. Let us ascend the city walls and take a look, Zhou Wenshan declared. Although he did not regard them as a threat, should they indeed launch an assault, it would be a considerable challenge. As of now, the Mercenary Guild had yet to be established, and the city's defenses relied solely on their own efforts. Previously, a number of crystal cores had been provided by the zombie rats, resulting in a relatively minor gap at the Suyang shelter. Thus, only 3 envoys, accompanied by approximately 30,000 zombies, had been dispatched to create chaos here. The remaining 20 envoys, each controlling third-tier zombies, were divided into groups of 5 and sent to 4 different shelters. From atop the city walls, Zhou Wenshan observed as the zombies gathered near the city gate. Howls and clanging echoed ominously. The zombies howled while relentlessly battering the city gates. Are the gates blocked? Asked Zhou Wenshan. Blocked, replied the secretary. All right, let's head back, Zhou Wenshan declared. He glanced at the zombies. Their attempt to storm the shelter by stacking atop one another was utterly futile. Their numbers were insufficient. The Saints had controlled the zombies outside the city for several hours. The Queen Bee had decomposed a portion of the zombies, sufficient to meet the construction demands for a few days. The remaining zombies were taken back by 3 Saints. It was not feasible for the Micro Queen Bee to decompose all the zombies at once, as they needed to continue harassing other shelters the following day. A steady trickle of deliveries over several days would be more effective. On July 2, 2055, at 2225, in Yunda City, Sichuan Province, at the headquarters of the Southwest Military District. What is that? A soldier on duty in the watchtower noticed a dark cloud rapidly approaching in the night sky. Sound the alarm. The soldier, peering through binoculars, suddenly shouted. A piercing alarm echoed through the air. What is happening? Yin Zhengping quickly exited his office, inquiring. Report, Commander. The watchtower reports an unidentified flock of birds swiftly approaching from the sky, the messenger relayed. Unidentified birds? Yin Zhengping pondered, slightly perplexed. Typically, birds were active during the day and seldom ventured out at night. It could be bats, the messenger suggested. Bats. This is bad. Relay the order. All soldiers must return to their quarters and secure all doors and windows immediately. Yin Zhengping commanded. Understood. 2 minutes later. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of bats relentlessly crashed against the doors and windows. A sudden crash echoed through the soldiers' dormitory as glass shattered, allowing a swarm of bats to invade the interior. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted. Soon, the second and third dormitories faced the same fate. It was a horde of zombie bats. Yin Zhengping finally discerned through the window that these bats were marred with dried blood, and their eyes glowed a menacing red. Commander, quickly retreat to the inner room. It's perilous here, a soldier urged. Yet, Yin Zhengping paid him no heed, his heart racing with urgency. The echoes of frantic cries emanating from the dormitory areas signified that the zombie bats had breached several quarters. This was a dire situation, the only thought occupying Yin Zhengping's mind. Father. Yin Fangfang rushed in, visibly distressed. Fangfang, ISNT Xiao Chun's ultrasonic emitter capable of driving away the airborne zombies? Yin Zhengping inquired. Yes. Yin Fangfang nodded, though she alone understood that the true repellent against the zombies was not the ultrasonic waves, but rather nanobots. Yet, the nanobots were incapable of soaring into the skies. Was that not the reason why Dongfang Chun invested heavily in constructing numerous laser cannons in Binjiang City? Relay the command. Instruct the military's Special Operations Unit to employ flamethrowers. Burn them down, Yin Zhengping declared through gritted teeth. Understood. The Special Operations Unit was already fully equipped in combat suits. With their protective gear, at least their lives would be safeguarded. Yin Zhengping recognized that evasion was futile. Sacrifice was inevitable, thus, he resolved to take the initiative. He intended to eradicate this batch of bats at all costs. A few minutes later, flames erupted outside the building, illuminating the night sky. A group of soldiers, wielding flamethrowers, relentlessly directed streams of fire into the sky. The zombies, already drenched in oil, ignited rapidly upon contact with the flames. The night sky was ablaze with flickering embers, each one resembling a bat set alight. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gasoline mingling with the nauseating odor of charred flesh. Chapter 196. Yin Zhengping's sense of defeat this night was destined to be the second sleepless night for the Southwest Military District. The previous nocturnal assault by the Red Robe sect had at least involved human zombies. By establishing multiple layers of barricades, they managed to eliminate over 100,000 zombies at the cost of more than 1,000 lives. However, this time, the bad zombies soared through the air. Their numbers were vast, their movements swift, rendering effective defense a formidable challenge. By 8 o'clock the following morning, the casualty report was released. In just a few hours from midnight to dawn, the military headquarters had suffered over 200 casualties. Some were injured in the head, others in the back, and some sustained wounds to their posteriors, most of them inflicted by scratches or pecks. To date, only 213 had succumbed to their injuries. Yin Zhengping, his eyes bloodshot, sat silently at his desk, lost in thought. Yin Fangfang stood steadfastly beside him, refusing to leave his side. Just as they had dealt with a zombie rat, another zombie bat emerged. Fangfang, why does it seem like this will never end? Yin Zhengping reclined in his chair, gazing wearily at the ceiling. Dad, you are exhausted. You should rest for a while. Yin Fangfang expressed her concern. Fangfang, contact Xiao Chun and provide him with a detailed account of the situation here. Urgent to arrange for a batch of targeted medications and serums. Our soldiers require prompt treatment. Yin Zhengping replied, still staring at the ceiling, his voice heavy with despondency. Father, I've already made contact, Yin Fangfang replied. Fangfang, do you think that Dad, as the commander, has failed miserably? In the Southwest Military District. If we were to lose Xiao Chun, I wonder how many people would remain? Perhaps not a single soul would be left. First, we faced a zombie attack, and then a nocturnal assault by bats. Without the combat suits, I cannot fathom any viable response. Time and again, relentless blows have left Yin Zhengping, this man of steel, battered and bruised. He has succumbed to profound feelings of defeat and helplessness. Father, do not speak like that. You will forever be my great hero, Yin Fangfang said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yan Jingping shook his head, choosing not to respond. Fang. It has been exactly 1 year since the first confirmed case of the virus infection appeared on July 1st of last year. Do you have any idea how many soldiers we have lost in the Southwest Military District during this year? Yan Jingping inquired. Not entirely, no. Yan Fang admitted, shaking her head. She had only officially joined the Southwest Military District after returning from the Dongfang Chun base at the end of last year. Prior to that, she had been engaged in biological research in Kyoto and was not fully aware of the earlier events. A total of 386 soldiers have sacrificed their lives. Yan Jingping responded. Before your official appointment as the chief instructor of the Southwest Military District, nearly 6,000 had already perished. Yan Jingping added, Father, such circumstances will become increasingly rare in the future, Yan Fang asserted. Indeed, they will become less frequent. After much contemplation, I have made a rather regrettable decision, Yan Jingping declared. What decision? Yan Fang asked. I intend for Dongfang Chun to construct an underground base for our Southwest Military District, Yan Jingping stated. Father, Dongfang Chun may not agree. He is rather avaricious, and he certainly wouldn't engage in anything that offers no benefit to him, Yan Fang replied. Avaricious? You misunderstand him. Yan Jingping glanced at her before returning his gaze to the ceiling. The timing is not right. He indeed would not consent. However, for every night that the underground base remains unbuilt, our soldiers face increasing peril. Thus, I plan to take a calculated risk. What kind of risk? Yan Fang inquired. To collaborate directly with the Huiting Chamber of Commerce, Yan Jingping declared. Father, that is out of the question. Dongfang Chun deliberately assigned this portion of the business to us precisely because he wants to keep the Huiting Chamber of Commerce separate from the military. Now, you propose to have them assist us in constructing the base, which would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. He would certainly not agree, Yan Fang asserted without hesitation. You are mistaken. I am not concerned about Dongfang Chen's approval, but rather the council's, Yan Jingping replied. Yan Fang was perplexed. During the last celebration for the establishment of the Huiting Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Dongfang Chun inadvertently let slip a remark that I believe was intentional. He intended to convey that he wishes to establish a base for the military. However, the military district is not our private affair. Such a significant project must be reported to the council for deliberation. As it stands, the technological prowess that Dongfang Chun has revealed far exceeds the current capabilities of our nation. Therefore, any collaboration with the Huiting Chamber of Commerce on this matter would undoubtedly face opposition from the council. Due to this, the military may face an immense risk of leaks. It is imperative to understand that once the military is under surveillance, the consequences can be dire, as Yan Jingping elaborated. Yan Fang nodded, beginning to comprehend some aspects. It must be said that Dongfang Chun is exceedingly cunning, not wanting the parliament to trouble him while simultaneously seeking a foothold within the military. He has cast this issue upon me in Zhongzhengwei. One could argue, is this fellow not utterly wicked? Yan Jingping inquired with a smile. Chapter 197. First-level gene programming. Father, do you not think that Dongfang Chen's actions are inherently contradictory? Why would he choose to act this way? Yan Fang pondered, unable to grasp the reasoning. This is precisely what I admire most about him. In our nation, we uphold the principles of proper relationships, sovereign and subject, father and son, etched deeply into our cultural heritage, forming the universal values of our people. But have you ever considered that these concepts are, in fact, dialectical? When they foster societal advancement, they are deemed correct. Yet, when they hinder progress, they become erroneous. It is only recently that I have come to this realization, Yan Jingping remarked. Yan Fang was somewhat taken aback. Her father had actually employed the term admire. This had never occurred to her before. What does this have to do with our national values? Yan Fang struggled to understand. Then let me ask you, does Dongfang Chen's interference in military affairs not constitute a breach of boundaries? Yan Jingping questioned. Yan Fang was at a loss for words. This is the conflict within your values. You find yourself unable to answer this question because, on one hand, your understanding informs you that Dongfang Chun has indeed overstepped his bounds. On the other hand, stemming from the current situation, you are exceedingly reluctant to acknowledge this fact. Yan Jingping analyzed. Indeed, Yan Fang conceded. So, what is the answer to this dilemma? Has he truly crossed the line? Yan Jingping returned to this question. Yan Fang was at a loss for words, utterly perplexed. What difference does it make whether a boundary has been crossed? If saving these soldiers is possible, Even amidst widespread condemnation, what harm is there? Yan Jinping mused, almost as if speaking to himself. Therefore, in order to ensure the survival of the soldiers, do you intend to bypass the parliament and collaborate directly with the Huading Chamber of Commerce? Yan Fangfang finally grasped Yan Jinping's intent. Yes, indeed. Yan Jinping nodded with a smile, pleased that Yan Fangfang could perceive this. However, this approach may lead to significant challenges within the parliament. Yan Fangfang expressed her concerns. No one is without flaws, and nothing is perfect. The balance of gains and losses must be weighed. Initially, this matter could have been postponed, but the emergence of the zombie bats has compelled me to act without delay. Compared to my own troubles, the survival of the soldiers is undoubtedly of greater significance. It seemed as though Yan Jinping had made a final decision. Yan Fangfang took a deep breath and silently nodded. Very well, accompany me on this journey. Yan Jinping stood up, adjusted his attire, and stated. Subsequently, the father and daughter boarded a plane, heading towards the riverfront. Commander, the experimental and research modules have been upgraded to level 4, unlocking the critical technology, gene programming. The current unlocking stage is level 1, Xiaolin reported. What applications does the level 1 gene programming technology encompass? Fang Chen inquired about the stage where complete programming of acellular microbial DNA or RNA chains can be achieved. The primary application scenario is the research and development of viruses. Xiaolin responded, researching viruses? What is the specific process? Fang Chen explained. The first step involves modeling based on requirements. This phase entails pre-encoding the DNA or RNA chains within a computer. The second step is compilation, where the structure of the DNA chain is compiled and its biological characteristics are analyzed. The third step is reproductive diagnostics, wherein simulations are conducted in the computer based on its biological characteristics, providing a comprehensive analysis of the 5 stages: adsorption, injection, synthesis, assembly, and release. The fourth step is adaptive diagnostics, which involves simulating scenarios in the computer based on its biological characteristics, tracking the evolutionary trajectory of viral strains, and assessing their danger index. The fifth step is optimization of encoding, where the DNA sequence is refined based on the diagnostics from the third and fourth steps. And the second and third steps are repeated until the DNA encoding reaches an optimal state. The sixth step involves designing a cultivation scheme based on its biological characteristics. The seventh step is the cultivation of the original strain. The eighth step is the production of viral strains. After listening to Xiaolin's introduction, Fang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, grateful that such technology was in his hands. The potential consequences of someone utilizing this technology to manufacture viruses on a large scale are simply unimaginable. This is undoubtedly Pandora's box, not to be opened lightly. Xiaolin, may I pose a question to you? Why does the Nata civilization seek to explore the genetic coding technology that is antithetical to life? Fang Chen inquired. In his view, the development of viruses transcends mere anti-human implications. Should a virus escape containment, it could profoundly impact the entire biosphere. Your Excellency, Commander, as the simplest form of life, studying the DNA of viruses and their biological characteristics is crucial to unraveling the essence of life, Xiaolin replied. Xiaolin, is it possible to utilize this technology to recompile the SBDV, one neurotropic virus within a computer, seeking methods to synthesize crystal nuclei? Fang Chen pondered aloud. If the infected zombies can synthesize crystal nuclei in their brains, then researching this virus to uncover the principles of its crystal nucleosynthesis could enable us to mass-produce these nuclei. Chapter 198. Yan Jinping visits the Huading Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, Your Excellency, Commander. As long as we obtain the complete DNA sequence of the SBDV, one neurotropic virus, we can simulate its biological characteristics on a computer, Xiaolin affirmed. Excellent. Please expedite this matter. Fang Chen exclaimed with delight. Understood, Your Excellency, Commander, Xiaolin replied. The queen bee eliminates numerous zombies daily, thus obtaining a virus sample poses little difficulty for her. At the headquarters of the Huading Chamber of Commerce in Binjiang City, President Commander Yan from the Southwest Military District is here to see you, Gu Qingyi announced upon entering. Commander Yan? Please, do invite him in. Niu Xingwang responded, somewhat puzzled, as he rarely had the opportunity to interact with Yan Jinping. The esteemed legislator and commander, if there were matters to discuss, would typically seek out Fang Chen directly. Boss Niu, I hope you can forgive my sudden visit, Yan Jinping stated upon entering. Following him was a female officer, none other than Yan Fangfang. Although Niu Xingwang had returned to the base rather late and had only met Yin Fangfang a few times, they were not acquainted well. Commander Yin, you are too kind. Please, have a seat. Niu Xingwang replied courteously. No need to sit. My visit here is merely a formality. I am aware that you possess a special passage. Take me to Shao Chun, Yin Zhengping stated succinctly. This. I cannot make that decision. Niu Xingwang quickly communicated with Dongfang Chun through his digital ocular implant. Upon receiving approval from Dongfang Chun, Niu Xingwang opened the secret passage behind his office, leading towards the main base. Inside the main base, Dongfang Chun inquired, Commander Yin, is there something urgent that requires my attention? Shao Chen, last night our southwest military district was assaulted by zombie bats. Yin Jinping replied. Zombie bats? Dongfang Chun was taken aback. Flying zombies are indeed a formidable challenge at present. The micro-queen bees within each military division and shelter can only manage terrestrial threats, leaving them powerless against aerial assaults. Indeed, their numbers are substantial. The only weapon we currently have to counter these bats is the flamethrower. However, the military district's fuel reserves are dwindling, and I fear we will not be able to sustain this for long, Yin Jinping lamented. This was the first time he had spoken in such a disheartened manner. This situation is indeed troublesome. I apologize, Commander Yin, but I currently have no viable solutions. Dongfang Chen stated. No, you do. Yin Jinping insisted. I have a query, Dongfang Chen remarked. Indeed, I find your underground base quite appealing. Yin Jinping chuckled. Oh, so this was your intention all along. Have you made up your mind? Dongfang Chen inquired with a smile. Whether I have or not is of little consequence. Lives are at stake, and I cannot afford to wait any longer, Yin Jinping replied. Alas. Very well. However, the timing is not yet opportune if we are to proceed. It must be done discreetly, Dongfang Chen stated. That would be most agreeable, sparing me from complications, Yin Jinping responded. Very well then. Allow me to ponder how this matter might be executed more effectively, Dongfang Chen said, falling into contemplation. Yin Jinping did not press him further. Nearby, Niu Xingwang was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the conversation's context. Half an hour later, Dongfang Chen asked, Commander Yin, how many military districts do you currently have? 12. Yin Jinping answered without reservation. 12. This presents a challenge. Establishing an underground base in each district would require substantial resources, Dongfang Chen noted. Do you have any suggestions? Yin Jinping inquired. What is the total troop strength? Dongfang Chen asked. 220,000, Yin Jinping replied. This represents the greatest risk in collaborating with Dongfang Chen, as many military secrets may be compromised. Yet, having made a decision, Yin Jinping no longer hesitated. The optimal course of action is to consolidate the forces, Dongfang Chen suggested. Consolidate the forces? Yin Jinping fell into deep thought. Such a maneuver is rather impractical. Mobilizing such a significant force necessitates reporting to the military and political office. Consequently, the prospect of proceeding discreetly becomes quite unrealistic. Yin Jinping reflected for a moment before speaking. If that is the case, we must first construct an underground defense facility for each military division, Dongfang Chen remarked. Could you elaborate? Yin Jinping inquired, intrigued. It would essentially resemble a vast underground air raid shelter, albeit with superior configurations. It would include fundamental air circulation, water recycling, and electrical systems. While it may not support prolonged habitation underground, it should suffice to handle the zombie bats. Dongfang Chen elucidated. Yin Jinping listened attentively, nodding in agreement. This is indeed a viable solution. Having such an underground defense structure would at least address our most pressing concerns. We can gradually enhance the underground base thereafter. Yin Jinping commented. As it stands, this is our only option. Nevertheless, the number of crystal cores required to construct these underground facilities is not insignificant, Dongfang Chen noted. Chapter 199. Lingyue and Lingluo. The quantity of crystal cores necessary for these underground defense structures is indeed substantial. What is the cost? Yin Jinping inquired. Each underground facility requires a minimum of 500,000 crystal cores, Dongfang Chen replied. 500,000. That is no trifling sum. No wonder you advised me to consolidate forces. Yin Jinping exclaimed. For one military division, that amounts to 500,000 crystal cores. With 12 divisions, it totals 6 million. Even though I have earned a considerable amount from other military districts, gathering such funds will not be an easy task. I have a compromise in mind. Among the 12 military districts, each pair of adjacent districts shall share a single underground facility. This arrangement not only addresses immediate needs, but also reduces certain expenses. However, this necessitates temporarily consolidating the two military districts. Fang Chen remarked. This is indeed a feasible approach, Yin Jinping concurred. The intent behind this method is not particularly strong, and there is a rationale for reporting it to the military and political office. Nevertheless, this is not a sustainable solution. The fundamental strategy must focus on acquiring more crystal cores, Fang Chen stated. After all, the number of zombies is finite. Currently, it is summer, and the prevalence of mutated cockroaches in the south poses significant risks. Therefore, our soldiers must advance northward. Over the past few months, the zombies in the surrounding cities have been largely eradicated, Yin Jinping explained. Have you considered breeding some zombie mice? Fang Chen inquired. Breeding zombie mice? Yin Jinping frowned. Isn't this something the Red Garment sect previously attempted? Indeed, mice are small and reproduce rapidly, as long as the population is substantial. I believe the acquisition of crystal cores would not be slow, Fang Chen elaborated. But once these mice undergo zombification, eliminating them becomes quite challenging. Yin Jinping responded. You need not concern yourself with that. As long as you raise them well, I have a method to eliminate them and obtain the crystal cores, Fang Chen asserted. Really? Yin Jinping's eyes lit up. Of course, it is true, Fang Chen smiled. Excellent. This will give our soldiers some tasks to occupy them, Yin Jinping chuckled. I can provide you with food to sustain the mice, Fang Chen offered. Feeding mice with food? Are you aware of the number of individuals nationwide who still struggle to secure a meal? Meanwhile, you waste food by feeding it to rats. Yin Jinping could hardly believe his ears. Commander Yin, please do not misunderstand. The food I refer to consists of the byproducts left over after food processing, explained Fang Chen. Now I understand, Yin Jinping replied. However, although these are byproducts, I still need to collect some crystal cores, Fang Chen added. Haha, you truly are a money-minded fellow. Yin Jinping jested. There is another matter. For the construction of the underground base, let Yin Fang handle the coordination for now. The situation at Huading Chamber of Commerce has only just begun to unfold, and the first batch of 20 shelters is still under construction. If news of a collaboration with the military were to leak at this time, it could lead to complications, Fang Chen remarked. I have no objections. As long as we can expedite the establishment of the base, Yin Jinping stated, showing no concern. Master, how are you faring? The Holy Sun inquired. Since fleeing from Mazhou on the evening of June 29th, the Holy Sun had been making his way northwest with a bearded companion. They had now arrived in Ganlan province, which is under the jurisdiction of the Northwest Military District. I can still endure, the bearded man replied absently. Master, do you know the rank of the leader of the Red Lotus sect? The Holy Sun asked. I am uncertain. When he made his move, I did not sense any energy fluctuations. I suspect he is at least above the 5th rank, the bearded man responded. Hiss. The Holy Sun gasped in disbelief. Master, how is this even possible? In the span of a single year, how could one ascend to the 5th tier? He found it hard to believe. He had just recently achieved the 2nd tier, convinced that no one could possibly rival him. To his surprise, in his very first confrontation, he faltered. Perhaps our assumptions were mistaken. The Red Lotus sect may not merely be an assembly of inept individuals hastily gathered together, remarked the bearded man. Yet, did not the higher-ups proclaim that this cultivation method was exclusive to our holy sect? Questioned the Holy Sun. Since its inception nearly 2 millennia ago, who could guarantee that the scriptures within the sect have not been disseminated? The bearded man replied. The Holy Sun nodded in agreement. The defeat in Mo Prefecture starkly illustrated that attempting to replicate foreign strategies by controlling zombies to dominate Huagua was evidently unfeasible, continued the bearded man. Master, as long as number 1 remains, we shall be invincible, stated the Holy Sun, Lingyue. Lingyue, I have yet to inform you that Lingluo has arrived in Huagua, the bearded man disclosed. How did he come here? Holy Sun, Lingyue frowned. The failure in Huagua has become a reality, and the elders are quite displeased. The bearded man noted. Master, this was your idea, was it not? Lingyue inquired. Lingyue, I implore you to recognize your position. The elders' orders are not for you to question. Moreover, Lingluo is your junior brother. You should not regard him as your adversary, the bearded man admonished. He is nothing but a complete hypocrite. Does he even qualify to be my enemy? Lingyue seethed at the mere mention of Lingluo. Brother, your words may deeply wound our junior brother. A voice from afar drifted in. Lingluo? Lingyu gritted his teeth. I pay my respects to the master. Lingluo swiftly appeared and performed a deep bow to the man with a bushy beard. Enough of the formalities. The bearded man replied. Thank you, Master, Ling Luo said. Brother, is it not a bit excessive to speak ill of your junior before a master? Ling Luo cast a glance at Ling Yu. Junior, you unjustly accuse me. Ling Yu retorted. I have not spoken ill of you. I merely state the facts. It seems, dear brother, that your bias against me runs deep. Ling Luo replied graciously. Nevertheless, I believe that one day you shall alter your perception of me. That day shall never come. Ling Yu showed no mercy. Enough of your quarrel. Ling Yu, you must return to the main sect. The elder wishes to see you. The bearded man interjected. Ling Yu, taken aback by the words of the bearded man, thought to himself, I never imagined that even the master would doubt me. The journey from Yusu province to Ganlan province spans 2,000 kilometers. Throughout the journey, the bearded man had not mentioned the elder's request to see him. Yet, as soon as Ling Luo arrived, he brought it up. Why was that? The reason lay in the bearded man's paralysis, which made him wary of Ling Yu's intentions. Ling Yu, why do you stand there in a daze? The bearded man scolded with a frown. Yes, master, Ling Yu responded, bowing slightly in reluctant compliance. Hurry and go, the bearded man insisted, glaring. Despite Ling Yu's simmering indignation, he could only endure. He shot an angry glance at Ling Luo before turning to leave. Master, your legs. Ling Luo inquired after Ling Yu had departed. Injured by a master, fortunately, I managed to preserve my life, remarked the bearded man. Master, are you suggesting that there are individuals within the Red Lotus sect who surpass your prowess? Inquired Ling Luo. Indeed, if my conjecture holds true, they are at least fifth-tier mutants, the bearded man responded. It appears that Hua country is truly a land of hidden talents, Ling Luo observed. Precisely. In this regard, Ling Yu's understanding falls short. He naively attempts to control the entirety of Hua country with zombies, a notion far too simplistic, the bearded man stated. Master, my senior brother merely acted hastily. However, he possesses considerable ability, Ling Luo defended. There is no need for you to speak on his behalf. Let us depart. The bearded man commanded. Yes, master. At the underground base in Binjiang City, the conversation among the trio was now playing on a loop in Fang Chen's office. Who is number one? How is it that they remain undefeated? Fang Chen seized upon a critical point in Ling Yu's words. Once again, there is mention of a master and an elder. It seems the hierarchy within the Scarlet Robe sect is quite extensive. Your Excellency, the genetic analysis of the SPDV, one neurophage virus has concluded, and we have obtained the method for synthesizing the crystal core, reported Xiao Lin at that moment. Oh, so soon? Please elaborate, Fang Chen replied, somewhat surprised. The analysis results were acquired in just one day. It seems the speed of quantum computing is indeed remarkable. From the analysis, the essence of crystal core synthesis is the continuous aggregation of biological energy by the virus within the host, Xiao Lin explained. Is that all? Fang Chen asked. That is all, Xiao Lin responded. That cannot be. If the essence of the crystal core is biological energy, then the size of the core should vary according to the amount of energy, Fang Chen contended. Why do the crystal cores of zombie mice and zombie humans hold the same value? Inquired Fang Chen. The value of the crystal core is related to its energy density, not its energy magnitude, replied Xiao Lin. In that case, raising cockroaches to cultivate crystal cores would indeed be more cost-effective, Fang Chen mused. Since the sizes of the crystal cores differ, yet their value remains the same, it stands to reason that the cost of raising smaller animals would be lower. Your Excellency, according to the results of genetic analysis, only mammals can undergo necrosis and produce crystal cores, Xiao Lin clarified. Is that so? Then mice are indeed the more economical choice. Fang Chen realized. Your Excellency, there are other methods for artificially synthesizing crystal cores, Xiao Lin stated. Oh, pray tell, Fang Chen urged. By analyzing the DNA sequences of viruses, we have identified the key genetic fragments necessary for crystal core synthesis. We could use this genetic code to engineer new viruses that can produce crystal cores within insects. This would significantly reduce the production costs, Xiao Lin explained. That's not feasible. Stage 1 of gene coding technology is far too perilous for application in viral research. It may be suitable for analytical simulations, but not for practical use. Fang Chen firmly rejected the notion. Chapter 201, Phase Construction. The speed of viral mutation is exceedingly rapid. Once disseminated, it could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. This risk is absolutely unacceptable. However, in reality, he was overthinking. Although viruses mutate swiftly, their biological nature inclines them towards symbiosis. This implies that once a virus finds a host, it does not desire the host's demise, as this would lead to mutual detriment. In truth, the evolutionary trajectory of viruses consistently tends toward heightened transmissibility coupled with reduced lethality. However, the process of viral evolution is seldom gentle, often accompanied by the tragic loss of countless lives. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that genetic encoding technology reveals a facet of its anti-biological nature, transcending the realm of science and delving into the constraints imposed by ethical and moral considerations. "Very well, Your Excellency," replied Xiaolin. 3 days later, on July 6, 2055, Yan Jinping's troop mobilization plan submitted to the Military and Political Affairs Bureau received swift approval. He fabricated a rationale to consolidate 220,000 troops from 12 military districts into 6. Upon receiving this intelligence, Fang Chen ordered Dai Zheng to lead a special operations team to the Southwest Military District to oversee the construction of underground defensive structures. Previously, during the installation of ultrasonic emitters, miniature queen bees had been placed within each military subdivision. However, these miniature queens had scarcely developed, as the emergence of a zombie within the ranks was exceedingly rare. Currently, Yan Jinping possessed a stockpile of 1 million crystalline cores. The actual construction costs for the 6 military subdivisions amounted to 3 million cores, leaving a deficit of 2 million. Thus, Fang Chen proposed a scheme to rear mice in order to earn additional crystalline cores. Over the past few days, Yan Jinping had undertaken no other tasks, instead dispatching personnel to excavate pits in search of mice. They also set numerous traps within the military district, baited with food. The traps were designed with a one-way entrance. Once a mouse entered, it could never escape. The strength of numbers proved advantageous. Within 3 days, soldiers across various military districts scoured their surroundings, successfully capturing approximately 10,000 healthy mice. They commenced the breeding and propagation efforts according to the mouse cultivation methods provided by Fang Chen. This endeavor provoked considerable dissent among the soldiers of various military divisions, as they could not fathom the rationale behind expending effort on mouse breeding, an utterly unprecedented and unheard-of undertaking. Nevertheless, Yan Jinping remained unfazed by their discontent. The primary motive behind Fang Chen dispatching Dai Zheng and his special forces to the Southwest Military District was to ensure confidentiality. The matters concerning the queen bee were not suited for public knowledge. Thus, it was imperative for trusted personnel to handle the crystal cores discreetly, ensuring that their whereabouts remained unknown. Upon arriving at the Southwest Military District, Dai Zheng first sought out Yin Fangfang, who had prepared 1 million crystal cores. Dai Zheng took possession of these cores and loaded them onto an aircraft. The special forces then divided the cores into 6 groups aboard the plane, subsequently packing and sealing them in boxes. These boxes, filled with the crystal cores, were then transported to 6 military divisions, including the command headquarters. It was not until around 10 in the evening that the entire shipment was completed. After fulfilling this task, Dai Zheng returned to the Binjiang base. Fang Chen instructed Xiaolin to relay commands to the micro queen bee in the 6 military districts, and soon after, the placed crystal cores were completely relocated. Early the following morning, the underground defensive works within the military divisions quietly commenced. The term quietly is apt, as the construction of the underground fortifications by the queen bee occurred in complete silence, leaving no visible traces of activity on the surface. To maximize efficiency, the underground defenses were designed in a 5-segment structure, allowing each segment to become operational upon its completion. One could envision the entire subterranean space being partitioned into 5 sections, constructed sequentially, one by one. This is due to the inadequacy of 1 million crystal cores to complete the entire project, resulting in a shortfall of 2 million cores. Simultaneously, the supporting water circulation system, air circulation system, and power system must be prioritized for construction. However, the soldiers cannot afford to wait too long, as the risks are considerable. It is of utmost importance to finish a portion of the project to at least provide a shelter for everyone. If they were to wait until 3 million crystal cores are gathered before commencing construction, it is uncertain how many soldiers might perish unjustly, a notion that Yan Jinping finds utterly unacceptable. After the crystal cores were delivered, Yan Jinping anxiously awaited the arrival of someone sent by Fang Chen in his office. However, even by the next day, no one had arrived, nor had any news come through. Fang, what on earth is this little Chen up to? The crystal cores were taken away yesterday. Why is it taking so long for them to send someone for the construction? Yin Jingping inquired. Dad, do not fret. It has only been half a day, Fang reassured him. Moreover, equipment has already been brought in last night. Someone should arrive shortly. What Fang referred to as equipment was, in fact, the packaged crystal cores. She was also unaware of the specific circumstances and had sent a message to Fang Chen, but had yet to receive a reply. Yin Jingping was so anxious that he felt as though he were on fire, wishing fervently to see the base completed immediately. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was still sound asleep on the large bed at the base, having no habit of rising early. Chapter 202. The Enhanced Human Laboratory. It was not until shortly after 10 o'clock the next morning that Fang Chen finally finished his breakfast and arrived at the office. Your Excellency, Commander, Fang Hua has sent a message inquiring when construction can commence, reported Xiaolin. What is the current progress of the Southwest Military District project? Fang Chen inquired. The Queen Bee is currently manufacturing the Bee-Ant robots, and the geothermal power station has commenced construction, Xiaolin replied. How long will it take to complete the first phase of the project? Fang Chen asked. It is expected to require 2 weeks, Xiaolin answered. Can we transport the Bee-Ant robots from our main base to expedite the construction process? Fang Chen queried. I regret to inform you, Commander, that the supercomputing center cannot directly control the Bee-Ant robots. It can only send commands to the Queen Bee level. Moreover, Bee-Ant robots produced by different queens cannot transfer control among themselves. Therefore, even if we transport the Bee-Ant robots there, the Queen Bee will be unable to exert control. Xiaolin explained. Can multiple queens work in coordination? Fang Chen asked. Yes, Xiaolin responded. Then calculate how many queens would be needed to complete the project within 3 days, Fang Chen instructed. 1,000, Xiaolin promptly answered. So many? What about 4 days? 300, she replied. Why does extending the time frame from 3 to 4 days reduce the requirement by 700 Bee-Ant robots? This is because each additional day allows for the production of a significantly greater number of Bee-Ant robots, thus drastically decreasing the demand for queens, Xiaolin elucidated. In 5 days? 100. Very well. In that case, you are to immediately produce 600 miniature queens. Once production is completed, I will instruct Dai Zheng to dispatch them to the various military subdistricts. Additionally, send a message to Yin Fang, indicating that the project has been initiated, with the first phase of the underground works to be completed within a week, Fang Chen stated. In the Northwest Military District, in the province of Ganlan, lies the city of Golden. Within its confines, in the subterranean parking structure of a certain office building, Ling Luo proudly introduced his mentor seated in a wheelchair, saying, Master, this is my transformation laboratory, which has yielded remarkable results thus far. Ling Luo had ingeniously converted the underground parking lot into a biochemical laboratory. Indeed, it appears that sending you to pursue scientific research was a most astute decision, remarked the bearded figure, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the impressive underground facility. The parking area had been partitioned into numerous glass enclosures, where several individuals clad in white lab coats busily conducted various experiments. Where did you acquire all these people? The mentor inquired, for he was entirely unversed in the realm of scientific inquiry. In today's world, as long as one offers sustenance, finding individuals is no longer a challenge. Ling Luo replied with a smile. The mentor nodded appreciatively. Master, shall we give it a try? Ling Luo proposed with a mysterious grin. The bearded figure paused momentarily, then playfully chided. Ling Luo, I am currently a cripple. Do you truly wish for me to serve as a sparring partner for your transformations? After all, your master is a level 3 mutant, and such an opportunity is rare. Ling Luo chuckled. Very well, let us proceed. The mentor did not decline. Upon arriving in Huagua, the elders had assigned him a task to evaluate the results of the transformation experiments. However, an unexpected injury in Mo Prefecture had hindered the execution of this mission. In a testing chamber enclosed by iron bars, the bearded figure sat in his wheelchair, facing a transformed individual bound by chains. Master, please be cautious. Ling Luo remarked with a smile, and the mentor nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Luo pressed the remote control, and the locking mechanism on the iron chain was released. The liberated cyborg instantly descended into a state of frenzy. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and his visage was marred with streaks of blood. The muscles on his shoulders, arms, and thighs bulged prominently, exuding an aura of immense strength. With a thunderous roar, the cyborg charged towards the bearded man. Although the bearded man's legs were incapacitated, his prowess remained intact. With a deft flick of his 2 fingers, he directed the iron chain behind the cyborg to slither towards him like a serpent. In an instant, the chain coiled around the cyborg's feet. While the cyborg continued to run, his foot became ensnared, causing him to stumble and fall forward, landing heavily in a most undignified manner. The cyborg's fury intensified as he rose, straining against the chains that bound him. The bearded man, with a flick of his fingers, swiftly maneuvered another chain to tighten around the cyborg's neck. The iron chain wound around his throat multiple times. The cyborg grasped the chain with both hands, desperately attempting to free himself, yet to no avail. The bearded man deftly gestured left, twisting the chain in that direction. The cyborg was yanked violently, crashing against the left railing. Following this, the bearded man directed his fingers to the right, and the cyborg collided with the right railing. A forward thrust of his fingers reeled the cyborg back, pinning him against the rear railing. Ling Luo observed intently from outside the enclosure. This cyborg was the most successful specimen within the laboratory thus far. Yet, when confronted with a third-tier mutant like the bearded man, he possessed no means to retaliate. Gradually, the cyborg's eyes narrowed into slits, and coupled with his golden-rimmed glasses, he emanated an aura of extreme cunning. Chapter 203. The art of rearing mice in a mere 5 minutes, it became a personal showcase for the bearded man. The subject of transformation was bound tightly, struggling in vain against his restraints. Applause erupted from Ling Luo, who observed from outside. "Master, before you, my transformed subject is utterly devoid of any ability to retaliate," Ling Luo remarked. "That is due to my advantage in realm. Were we to be equal at the first level, I might not necessarily prevail against this transformed individual," the bearded man replied. "Master, you are undoubtedly the strongest," Ling Luo praised. "You are quite the flatterer." The bearded man chuckled, though it was evident that he appreciated the sentiment. "Master, allow me to escort you to your quarters for some rest." Ling Luo deftly shifted the topic. After receiving a response from Fang Chen, Yan Jingping felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. A week's deadline seemed manageable, and he resolved to focus on the task of rearing mice. The gestation period for mice spans approximately 3 months, after which the young can reach maturity and reproduce within another 3 months. Each breeding cycle may yield 4 to 8 offspring, yet the average lifespan of a mouse is merely 1 year. Fang Chen had provided Yan Jingping with a straightforward yet effective method for rearing, accompanied by a schematic for constructing a breeding cage. The cage was designed with 2 levels, separated by a barrier with gaps of about 2.5 centimeters. This barrier was finely crafted and coated with lubricant. The upper edge featured a designated area, lined with straw, serving as a nursing zone. A large dish was placed centrally, designated as the feeding area, with the nursing and feeding zones interconnected solely by the barrier. The mouse, wishing to traverse from the breeding area to the feeding zone, must scale the fence. The soldiers responsible for nourishment consistently dispense food within the feeding zone. Larger mice successfully navigate the fence and reach the feeding area to consume the offered sustenance. In contrast, the younger mice, hindered by their diminutive size and lack of agility, often tumble through the gaps in the fence to the lower breeding cage. This phenomenon effectively categorizes the mice into juvenile and adult groups. Between the 2 levels, several climbing rods are present, enabling the juvenile mice, upon reaching a certain developmental stage, to ascend back to the upper tier. Thus, without human intervention, the natural distinction between juvenile and adult mice can be maintained through the regulation of food distribution, ensuring the continuous propagation of their lineage. Given the remarkable reproductive capacity of mice, the population within a single breeding cage can multiply by at least 4 times within a short span. To stabilize the mouse population, the time for harvesting has arrived. The upper breeding cage features a door that can be independently operated. Once a month, this door opens, allowing a portion of the adult mice to be released into a quarantine enclosure. Within this enclosure reside several infected mice. Under the onslaught of these infected individuals, the released mice are swiftly overwhelmed and succumb to infection. After 15 days, these infected mice have typically synthesized crystal nuclei. Subsequently, these quarantine enclosures are transported to the designated slaughter area. The ensuing operations no longer require the oversight of Yan Jingping. Within a mere 10 minutes, all the mice in these enclosures will have transformed into crystal nuclei, albeit with 1/10 of the yield deducted by the queen bee to cover the costs of decomposing the mice. In this comprehensive system, Yan Jingping has only a few tasks to undertake. 1. The extensive production of breeding cages. 2. utilizing the initially bred mice as breeding stock to propagate a greater number of mice. 3. Assigning soldiers specifically to ensure proper feeding. 4. Regularly scheduling soldiers to transport the isolation cages to the designated quarantine area to prevent the escape of the zombified mice. Each military district housing the breeding mice is equipped with a slaughterhouse. This ensures that from breeding to slaughter, the mice remain confined within the breeding area. The establishment of the slaughterhouse serves merely as a formality, designed to obscure any suspicion regarding the disappearance of the mice. The requirements for the slaughterhouse are minimal. A completely sealed facility suffices. Soldiers transporting the isolation cages need only drive into the slaughterhouse and securely close the main entrance behind them. The remainder of the process can be managed independently by the queen bee. Periodically, Yen Jinping dispatches individuals to the Huatan Chamber of Commerce to retrieve leftover food waste from food production back to the Southwest Military District. Thus, the entire closed loop of breeding mice to obtain crystal cores is effectively established. As long as the number of breeding cages is sufficiently high, the potential quantity of crystal cores remains remarkably substantial. To further stimulate the mice and enhance their reproductive vigor, Yen Jinping has specifically instructed the addition of an appropriate amount of aphrodisiacs to the diet of the adult mice. This, too, reflects a ruthless pursuit of acquiring crystal cores. Consequently, the 6 military districts, post-consolidation, have successfully transformed into 6 extensive breeding bases under Yen Jinping's stringent directive. At first, the soldiers were bewildered, but as they witnessed an incessant stream of crystal cores being extracted from the breeding area, their understanding dawned. Consequently, the despondent expressions that had once marred their faces vanished, replaced by a palpable vigor and resolute spirit. The task of nurturing mice was evidently not a trivial pursuit. It was, in fact, the paramount duty at hand. An abundance of mice meant a wealth of crystal cores, and a plethora of crystal cores translated into ample equipment. There was no time for respite. They must persist in welding the cages. This encapsulated the soldiers' genuine sentiments. Chapter 204. A swarm of ants in the Southwest Military District, Hanzhong Province, Jingmen City. Summer had set in, bringing with it sweltering heat. At this juncture, temperatures in Hanzhong had soared above 39 degrees Celsius. Jingmen, situated in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River, serves as a vital transportation hub in central China. The intricate network of rivers and lakes renders this inland city exceptionally humid. Chongjing County, located on the southern bank of the Yangtze River in the eastern part of Jingmen City, has long been a significant distribution center for goods. Following the outbreak of the virus, a temporary command center was established here, known as the Chongjing Resettlement Center. On July 16, 2055, at 14:35, the security personnel at the resettlement center were diligently patrolling the city walls, as per usual. This period marked the peak of the day's heat. After completing their rounds atop the walls, the team gathered in the shade of the corner tower to seek refuge from the sweltering sun. This weather is truly unbearable, lamented one officer seated on the ground by the wall. Imagine if we could enjoy a cold beer right now. That would be delightful. Another chimed in, and perhaps a plate of peanuts and a couple of slices of pig's head meat to accompany it. Came the playful retort. Now that's something we dare not even dream of. A year has passed, and I can scarcely remember the taste of meat. One of the team members replied, but as the words left his mouth, he felt a sense of unease. Nearby, other soldiers were stifling their laughter, their faces masked with mirth. The team member quickly rose to his feet and turned around, only to find that the captain had arrived. "Captain," he exclaimed, straightening his posture in embarrassment. "What is this laziness during duty hours? A group of you gathered here like this. Go patrol immediately," the captain reprimanded sternly. "Yes, sir." The team members promptly adjusted their uniforms and lined up, preparing to patrol. "Captain, there's a situation," one soldier called out, casting a sidelong glance towards the outskirts of the city, sensing something amiss. The captain, alerted by the shout, hastened to the edge of the city wall to investigate. The area outside had become overgrown with wild grass and towering shrubs, left unattended. Gazing into the distance, he was alarmed to see the vegetation dissipating at an alarming rate, replaced by an expanse of dark brown that blanketed the ground. The distance was too great to discern clearly. The captain quickly retrieved his binoculars for a closer look. Hiss! Upon seeing the sight before him, he gasped in shock. "Sound the alarm!" he shouted urgently. Without hesitation, a soldier dashed towards the duty booth. Due to a lack of electricity, The walls of the shelter were equipped with security alarms for rapid response. These alarms consisted of a series of loudspeakers, a control panel, an alarm switch, a battery, and solar panels. Wail, wail. Upon pressing the alarm, a deafening siren resonated throughout the shelter. People emerged from their quarters and peered over the city walls. But regrettably, nothing was visible. No one knew what had transpired. Most individuals believe that it is merely a malfunction of the alarm system, as it is well understood that daytime is generally safer. However, the blaring sirens did not cease. Instead, they continued to sound one after another. Make way. Everyone, step aside. Soon, a security guard sprinted rapidly along the main road within the city, shouting loudly as he ran. Witnessing this scene, a sense of tension enveloped the crowd. Could something truly be amiss? This was unexpected. Zombies do not emerge during daylight hours. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Report. An unusual situation has been detected outside the city. The guard burst into the command center, calling out emphatically. What is happening? Inquired Team Leader Fan, striding over. Team Leader. Outside the city, there are countless insects. The guard, wiping his brow and catching his breath, replied. What insects? Upon hearing this, Team Leader Fan felt a wave of relief. Just insects? What is there to be alarmed about? The guard reiterated the captain's assessment. Ants. Nonsense. Just ants. And you're frightened to this extent? You startled me. Team Leader Fan's irritation flared as he smacked the guard on the head. No, Team Leader. You must come and see. They are everywhere. It's terrifying. The guard protested. Let us go. We need to investigate. Team Leader Fan propelled a bicycle forward and rode towards the city gate. Due to a scarcity of gasoline, they made do with the little they had, rarely using vehicles. 15 minutes later, Team Leader Fan finally ascended the city wall. The captain hurried over to greet him. Ignoring the captain, Team Leader Fan walked directly to the edge of the wall and gazed out into the expanse beyond the city. It is too distant to see clearly. Team Leader Fan extended his hand to seize the binoculars from the captain and gazed outward. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Indeed, the mountains were swarming with ants. Though they were referred to as ants due to their resemblance, there was an unsettling difference. Some were considerably larger, appearing to rival the size of a car. The smaller ones, obscured by distance, were merely indistinct patches of dark brown. How long have they been in sight? Inquired Team Leader Fan. For over half an hour. We promptly activated the alarm upon our discovery, the captain replied. Team Leader Fan nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced at his watch. It was 16:20, aligning with the approximate half hour since the alarm was sounded. Chapter 205. The Great Toothed Ants in half an hour. How far have these ants advanced? Team Leader Fan queried. Not much further. I have been observing them. After progressing a certain distance, they ceased their advance, the captain responded. Team Leader Fan nodded and continued. You take this satellite phone, report any developments promptly. If there's an issue, I will also reach you on this line, so be attentive. He handed over a hefty, antenna-equipped vintage satellite phone. Understood. The captain accepted the phone with due respect. After conveying his instructions, Team Leader Fan hurried back. Mayor Su, I have critical information to report. He communicated through the office phone to Su Zhongshan, the mayor of Jingmen City. Proceed, Mayor Su replied. It is as follows. We have just discovered a multitude of colossal ants emerging from the outskirts, advancing towards the shelter, remarked Team Leader Fan. Colossal ants? How many? Inquired Mayor Su. They are sprawling across the hills, as far as the eye can see, responded Team Leader Fan. There was silence on the other end of the line. Half a minute later, I shall head over immediately, declared Mayor Su. Mayor Su was at the Baisha shelter in Jiangbei, gazing across the river at the Chongjing shelter. Between the two shelters spanned a grand bridge, the Chongjing Bridge. It would take approximately half an hour for Mayor Su to travel from Baisha to this location. An hour later, he stood atop the southern city wall of the Chongjing shelter. During this hour, the ants had not advanced. Have they remained still all this time? Mayor Su queried. Indeed. They have been stationary for over an hour, reported the captain. Mayor Su furrowed his brow, uncertain of the ants' intentions and whether they might assault the shelter. Do you have any experts in biology here? Mayor Su inquired. The medical team should have some, replied Team Leader Fan. Go and fetch a few. Mayor Su commanded. Certainly, I shall do so at once. Team Leader Fan turned and departed. Another half an hour passed. Team Leader Fan returned to the city wall with 3 individuals. Mayor Su, I have brought the people, announced Team Leader Fan. Several doctors, do not be alarmed. The reason for summoning you today is to seek your insights on a matter. Please take a look first. Mayor Su said courteously, handing his binoculars to one of the doctors. The doctor accepted the binoculars and gazed in the direction indicated by Mayor Su. The scene before him startled him. The doctors beside him took turns examining the telescope, and the expressions on their faces revealed an unsettling reality. Doctors, my question is, are these ants dangerous? Mayor Su inquired. The doctors exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Do not be anxious. Speak freely as thoughts come to you, Mayor Su encouraged, though his inner turmoil was palpable. Mayor Su, judging by the appearance of the ants, they closely resemble a common species found in our region, the bulldog ant. The most distinctive feature of this ant is its broad mandibles. However, a doctor hesitated. However, what? Mayor Su pressed, his urgency evident. However, this species typically measures only a few millimeters to a few centimeters in size, unlike these ants, which range from a few centimeters to an alarming 1 or 2 meters in length. We have never encountered ants of such magnitude, the doctor explained. Then do these ants exhibit any aggression? Mayor Su asked. Mayor Su, just look at their formidable mandibles. Their large jaws possess immense biting power and an astonishing speed of attack. Ordinarily, such ants, while aggressive, pose little threat to humans. Yet, at this moment, we cannot be certain. After all, their size is simply unprecedented. Another doctor interjected. Why have they ceased their movement? Mayor Su questioned, more concerned about the potential threat to the shelter than the ants' characteristics. The answer is quite straightforward. As you gaze into the distance, the landscape has transformed into a hue of ochre, indicating that all the vegetation has been devoured. It seems they are now satiated and preparing to build their nests, replied a younger physician. Build nests? Mayor Su felt a chill run down his spine. That cannot be allowed. If these ants establish nests there, our settlement will surely be doomed. Mayor Su, there's one more thing you must heed, the first doctor interjected. What is it? Mayor Su inquired. Some of these ants possess wings, the doctor said, his voice tinged with uncertainty, unsure whether his words would exacerbate the situation. Upon hearing the term winged, Mayor Su was suddenly engulfed by a sense of vertigo. It was the first time he had ever experienced such profound fear towards winged insects. If these ants were to assault the settlement, is there any means of defense? Mayor Su posed his final question. The three doctors pondered, shaking their heads, their brows furrowed in deep concern. Chapter 206, Team Leader Fan's Proposal. Mayor Su, I have a potential solution, though I am uncertain of its feasibility, one physician stated. Do share. Mayor Su's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. We could establish an isolation strip of about 10 meters on the outer side of the wall, the doctor suggested. How would we implement this? Mayor Su asked. We would clear all nearby weeds and shrubs, laying them on the ground. Then, we could mix in some dry wood, plastic, and rubber, followed by dousing it with gasoline and igniting it. Once it has burned for a while, we would extinguish it with water. In this scenario, the remnants that have not completely burned will emit a strong odor. As long as there is sufficient distance, it should provide a degree of protection, the doctor explained. Mayor Su, after listening, began to ponder deeply. There are several challenges within this matter. Firstly, mobilizing the public to clear the weeds poses risks. Should ants decide to attack during this time, those working may encounter danger. Secondly, materials such as plastic and rubber are not readily available. They must be collected from door to door. It remains uncertain how much can ultimately be gathered. Thirdly, the supply of gasoline is limited. To establish a 10-meter-wide isolation zone south of the city wall, a significant amount of gasoline will be required for spraying. It may necessitate the complete depletion of the stock at the shelter. If this plan fails, the days ahead will be exceedingly difficult. How confident are you? Mayor Su inquired. Well, Mayor Su, to be honest, I lack confidence, the doctor admitted, somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Mayor Su felt a significant chill in his heart. If there is no confidence, then the risk is not worth taking. Mayor Su, I do have a suggestion, said Team Leader Fan. Oh, speak. Mayor Su turned to Team Leader Fan. I believe the safest method would be to retreat north of the Yangtze River and then assign personnel to firmly hold the Chongjing Bridge. Defending an entire city stretches the front line too long and consumes too many resources, but guarding a bridge shortens the front line considerably, Team Leader Fan proposed. After considering this suggestion, Mayor Su's eyes brightened. This method is excellent. Very well. Let us not delay. You must now make arrangements to mobilize everyone to move through the north gate toward the Chongjing Bridge. I shall return to Jiangbei and organize a new shelter for you. Mayor Su commanded. There are numerous industrial parks in Jiangbei, all of which have been abandoned. Thus, locating a suitable site for a new resettlement center is not an overly challenging task. Excellent. Team leader Fan accepted the order and hurriedly departed. It is now 18:10 in the afternoon, and during this season, the sun sets in the Hanzhong region around 2040. Only 2.5 hours remain for safe outdoor movement. Once the sun sets, the zombies will emerge, and if the relocation is not completed by then, the danger will significantly escalate. Mayor Su is torn between whether to wait for the night. The current situation is precarious. Sticking out one's head may invite danger, while retreating could also lead to peril, leaving him in a dilemma. However, upon reflection, this area belongs to the outskirts of Jingmen City, where the population density is relatively low and the likelihood of encountering zombies is minimal. Yet, should they remain here, a potential siege by zombies would undoubtedly result in a dead end. Weighing the options, moving towards Jiangbei offers a more proactive and secure choice. Therefore, Mayor Su resolved his indecision and swiftly made his way to Jiangbei. Today is a race against time. The Baisha Resettlement Center, where Mayor Su is located, is one of the first 20 centers established in collaboration with the Huadua Chamber of Commerce. 3 days ago, Xu Jinping had already dispatched 5 envoys to Jingmen City. Accompanying them were 5 third-tier zombies controlled by the envoys. These 5 third-tier zombies were newly controlled through the enhanced summoning technique. To improve efficiency, the envoys without third-tier zombies collectively performed the summoning technique in Mazhou. Xu Jinping then arranged for planes to transport them to the cities housing the 20 collaborative resettlement centers. For 3 consecutive days, these 5 envoys have been scouring the urban expanse of Jingmen City in search of low-tier zombies. However, the number of zombies in Jingmen has dwindled significantly. This is due to the presence of a military subdivision from the Southwest Military Region, located 50 kilometers west of Jingmen in Penjiawan. Over the past few months, they have conducted numerous extermination missions in Jingmen, eliminating the majority of the undead. Nonetheless, given that Jingmen was once a sprawling metropolis with a population exceeding 20 million, it remains feasible to gather tens of thousands of zombies with some effort. By last night, the 5 envoys had nearly each amassed around 10,000 zombies and planned to stage a feigned assault on the Baisha Resettlement Center that evening. This night would prove quite daunting for Mayor Su. Around 6 in the evening, the northern gate of the Chongjing Resettlement Center on the southern bank of the Yangtze River swung open wide, with citizens bustling out of the city, laden with bags, rushing towards the Chongjing Bridge. From a distance, the crowd appeared as a writhing dragon, snaking along the main road and continuously advancing northward. Guardian, I have a report to make. One envoy contacted Xu Jinping via the second-generation bone wheat. Since aligning themselves with the Red Lotus sect, these envoys have undergone a remarkable transformation. Although they still donned the crimson cloaks of the Red Church, they now wore protective suits equipped with digital ocular implants and second-generation bone wheat. Previously, when they undertook missions, they had no means to communicate with their superiors and could only relay information through telegrams upon their return to base. At this moment, it is no longer necessary. Communication can occur anytime and anywhere, whether through voice or video. It is undeniably convenient. Xu Jinping responded. He had consistently shown little regard for these envoys, and were it not for the demands of the plan, he would have been disinclined to manage these individuals at all. Setting aside the bloodshed they were implicated in, their fickle nature alone rendered Xu Jinping utterly disinterested. Furthermore, excessive courtesy towards them might lead them to believe themselves important, resulting in a situation that could become difficult to manage. Indeed, Protector, the Chongjing Resettlement Center in Jingmen City has suddenly opened its gates, and the populace is surging out of the city, presumably seeking to cross the Chongjing Bridge to relocate to the north of the river, the envoy reported. The Chongjing Resettlement Center falls outside our purview. You need only execute the plan to disrupt the Baisha Resettlement Center and disregard the rest, Xu Jinping instructed. However, the Baisha Resettlement Center is located to the north of the river, and I am concerned that this may provoke some chaos, the envoy cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Jinping commanded, investigate the situation at the Chongjing Resettlement Center. Understood. The envoy readily agreed, pleased to be entrusted with a task by the Protector. In this era, those without value found it increasingly difficult to navigate life. Now that the residual effects of the envoys had been remedied, they could easily disguise themselves as ordinary citizens, blending into the crowd to gather information. An hour later, the envoy reported, Protector, I have ascertained the situation. Indeed, Something has occurred at the Chongqing Resettlement Center. What has transpired? Xiao Jinping inquired. This afternoon, a multitude of colossal ants emerged to the south of the Chongqing Resettlement Center. Upon investigation, I confirmed their presence. These ants vary in size from a few centimeters to an astonishing 1 or 2 meters in length, covering the landscape as far as the eye can see. The head of the Chongqing Resettlement Center expressed concern that these ants might launch an assault, prompting him to lead the populace in an urgent evacuation to the northern bank of the river. The envoy stated, "Understood. You shall proceed with the disruption plan, exercising discretion to maintain distance from the populace to avoid inciting chaos." Xu Jinping replied affirmatively. Xu Jinping swiftly relayed this intelligence to Fang Chen. Utilizing the micro-queen distribution map displayed on the screen, Fang Chen was able to assess the nationwide distribution of resettlement centers. Each center had covertly embedded a micro-queen under the guise of deploying ultrasonic emitters. From the distribution map, it was evident that the Chongqing Resettlement Center was the southernmost facility in the Hanzhong region. Apart from Yin Jinping's command post to the southwest, no other resettlement centers were present. The area south of the Yangtze River had essentially transformed into a no-man's land. Fang Chen surmised that the giant ants, akin to the giant cockroaches, were mutated insects. The warm and humid climate of the south greatly facilitates the proliferation of these creatures. In their quest for more living space, they would undoubtedly continue their northward migration. The decision made by the Chongqing Resettlement Center was undoubtedly prudent. Rather than entrenching themselves in place, retreating to the northern bank of the Yangtze River and utilizing it as a natural barrier would be more strategic. As long as these gigantic insects do not cross the river, the numerous resettlement centers in the northern region can remain temporarily safe in the short term. In other words, safeguarding the front line along the Yangtze River equates to preserving the living space of all Huagua citizens. However, relying solely on the efforts of 1 or 2 resettlement centers to defend this line would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. This defensive struggle is not solely the concern of the resettlement centers along the Yangtze, but rather a collective endeavor of all Huagua people. It appears that, when necessary, one must stoke the flames of action. Fang Chen pondered this matter, recognizing that the head of the Baisha Resettlement Center would undoubtedly report it to higher authorities. Nevertheless, he speculated that this information would likely only reach Yin Jinping of the Southwest Military District. As long as no major disturbances arise, Yin Jinping would refrain from reporting this matter to the council. Thus, the flames must ignite at this moment. True to form, upon returning to the Baisha Resettlement Center, Mayor Su promptly undertook 2 actions. The first was to send personnel to find new resettlement options for the populace of the Chongqing Resettlement Center. The second was to report this situation to the Southwest Military District. Upon receiving the news, Yin Jinping, as Fang Chen had surmised, chose to disregard it. He was wholly focused on breeding mice at that moment, consumed with thoughts of developing crystal nuclei, completely indifferent to other matters. Why was this so? It was because his troops remained exposed to the threat of the zombie bats, a situation that left him feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Moreover, those mutated ants were not zombies and did not produce crystal nuclei. The resources required to eliminate those ants would deplete an immense amount of weaponry and ammunition, rendering it a losing endeavor, which further dissuaded him from getting involved. After receiving Yin Jinping's dismissive response, indicating a preference for self-resolution, Mayor Su felt a chilling sense of despair. Without the assistance of the military, it would prove exceedingly challenging for them to hold the Chongqing Bridge. Chapter 208. Everyone must contribute. How can one defend without weapons? Are they to engage in hand-to-hand combat with mere ants? Such an endeavor would be akin to leading sheep into the jaws of a tiger. The only weapons he could produce in quantity were stones and wooden sticks, which would be laughable against the ants. Weapons. A spark of inspiration lit up Mayor He's mind. He may lack weaponry, but others do possess it. That would be the Huading Chamber of Commerce. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Gu Qingyi, the secretary of Niuxing Wang. During their participation in the Huading Chamber's celebration and the signing of the cooperation agreement, the provided contact numbers only connected to secretaries. Gu Qingyi was responsible solely for recording and relaying information, without any decision-making authority. Soon, this news reached Niuxing Wang. He had just been on the phone with Fang Chen, who insisted that pressure must be applied to the military, particularly the Southwest and Southeast military districts. This is due to the fact that the Yangtze River line has become entirely within the sphere of influence of these 2 military districts. The rationale is straightforward. Everyone must contribute to the collective effort. Should the Yangtze River line fall under the control of these mutated insects, all individuals north of the river would inevitably become food for the insects. After all, the battle against the mutated insects is fundamentally a war of attrition, devoid of any crystal cores to be gained. Fang Chen would not be foolish enough to repeat the mistakes made during the previous zombie mouse incident by attempting to shoulder the burden alone. Following Fang Chen's directive, Niu Xingwang promptly reached out to Yin Zhengping. "Boss Niu, is there something urgent you wish to discuss?" Yin Zhengping inquired. "Commander Yin, the Baisha resettlement site in Jingmen City has just contacted our chamber, intending to rent a batch of weaponry. I called to inquire about the situation in Hanzhong." Niu Xingwang remarked, unable to directly command Yin Zhengping due to his own insufficient rank. His approach was to subtly convey the dangers posed by the ants breaching the Yangtze River, hoping to elevate Yin Zhengping's awareness. "Oh, this matter is for you to decide. It pertains to the internal affairs of the resettlement center, and we shall not interfere. However, some incidents have occurred in the Hanzhong region. The Chongjing resettlement center in Jingmen has encountered giant ants, and it seems they are considering renting equipment to eliminate them," Yin Zhengping responded. "What? Giant ants?" Niu Xingwang feigned surprise. Yin Zhengping was momentarily taken aback by his exaggerated reaction. "What do you mean by that?" he inquired. "A lucrative opportunity, Commander Yin. Are you interested in a collaboration?" Niu Xingwang eagerly proposed. "What sort of opportunity?" Yin Zhengping asked. "Consider it. If the giant ants successfully breach the Yangtze, they will undoubtedly advance relentlessly. Given the meager resources of the resettlement center, how can they possibly contend with such formidable foes? At that point, there would be a pressing need to procure or lease a substantial amount of weaponry. Is that not a lucrative venture? The saying goes, when the cannon fires, gold flows in, does it not?" Niu Xingwang excitedly illustrated the potential future scenario. The crux of his statement lay in the assertion that the giant ants would indeed advance unchecked after breaching the Yangtze, although he articulated it in reverse. The intended effect was undoubtedly positive. Who is Yin Zhengping? He is a member of the council and the commander of the military district, and it is inconceivable that he lacks such a broad perspective. Indeed, when Niu Xingwang mentioned the phrase "to advance straight through," Yin Zhengping felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This was bad news. With his eyes wide open, Yin Zhengping came to a realization. "Commander Yin, what do you think? Shall we collaborate?" Niu Xingwang inquired once more. Yin Zhengping remained silent, and Niu Xingwang understood that his earlier words had achieved their intended effect. "Very well. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong our conversation. We will discuss the collaboration later." Yin Zhengping concluded the call in haste. Niu Xingwang's phrase had awakened him. This was no longer merely an issue concerning the resettlement site. It could potentially jeopardize the survival of the entire nation. Missing the crucial window to prevent the mutated insects from crossing the river would lead to irrevocable regret. He donned his coat and headed straight for the airport. He needed to meet with the speaker. This matter required face-to-face discussion. On the way, Yin Zhengping contacted Mayor Su of Jingmen City, informing him that this issue was under internal deliberation and advising him to remain vigilant and in touch. He also mentioned that a team had already been dispatched to assist him. Subsequently, he ordered the special forces directly under the command of the headquarters to set off immediately for the Baisha resettlement site, emphasizing the urgent need to construct defensive fortifications on the northern bank of the Chongjing Bridge. Upon receiving Yin Zhengping's call, Mayor Su's mind buzzed with confusion. What was happening? Hadn't he been instructed to handle matters independently? Why was there suddenly a call for military intervention? Could it be related to the Huadong Chamber of Commerce? That seemed unlikely. Did the chamber possess such considerable influence? Just as he pondered this, the phone rang again. The caller was Gu Qingyi. She informed Mayor Su that the Huadong Chamber of Commerce was considering leasing a batch of equipment to them, but the rental fees would be deducted from their member accounts. Due to the successful collaboration between the Baisha Resettlement Center and the Hutong Chamber of Commerce regarding the establishment of a branch, a portion of land has been relinquished, yielding a significant sum in land transfer fees. This funding has been stipulated in previous contracts to be deposited in the form of member points into the accounts of the Resettlement Center's command. Consequently, their accounts are now replete with points. Chapter 209, Arrival of the Special Forces. Excellent. Mayor Su felt a sense of relief wash over him. First, Yin Zhengping declared the mobilization of troops, and now the Hutong Chamber of Commerce had consented to lease their weaponry. The odds of successfully defending against the An invasion had significantly improved. At 20:20 in the afternoon, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of crimson. The sun-baked ground exhaled waves of heat, while the bustling populace scurried about like ants on a hot skillet, anxious and restless. "Everyone hurry! Those at the back, keep up!" Team leader Fan shouted fervently, brandishing a funnel-shaped megaphone, urging the crowd onward. After 2 hours, half of the populace had yet to cross the Chongjing Bridge, which filled him with mounting anxiety. "Discard anything unnecessary and accelerate your pace. The zombies will emerge once darkness falls. Our time is running short. Push yourselves harder, run faster." Team leader Fan continued to bellow, his face and body drenched in sweat from the sweltering heat. As he shouted, he and his group gradually made their way towards the bridge. On the other side of the bridge, Mayor Su had been waiting anxiously for about half an hour. He frequently glanced skyward, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yan Jinping's troops. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the thunderous roar of helicopters approaching from the horizon. "Here they come." Mayor Su's eyes brightened at the sight. He procured a pair of binoculars and gazed towards the source of the sound. Dozens of helicopters formed a V-shape as they methodically approached from the southwest. It seemed there were quite a few people, Su thought to himself. As the sun's silhouette vanished completely beyond the horizon, the helicopters finally descended. One by one, armed soldiers clad in combat uniforms emerged from the aircraft, swiftly organizing themselves in formation on the adjacent open ground. A man in military attire dashed directly towards Mayor Su. Having previously encountered combat uniforms at the Huading Chamber of Commerce, Su was unfazed by the soldier's attire. As the officer approached, he promptly removed his combat gear, revealing a youthful and handsome face. "Greetings, Mayor Su." The young officer saluted. "Hello." Mayor Su extended his hand for a handshake. "Mayor Su, under Commander Yan's orders, we are tasked with constructing defensive fortifications on the northern bank of the Chongjing Bridge. This area is now under our control, and you should vacate and return to the resettlement site as soon as possible," the officer stated. "Not just yet. The residents at the southern bank of the Chongjing resettlement site have not fully crossed the bridge, and I must remain here to oversee the situation." Mayor Su declined the officer's kind offer. "Very well, Mayor Su. Please stay safe," the officer replied, not insisting further, and with a polite nod, he turned to leave. They were now racing against time. The sun was about to set, and they needed to expedite the construction of the fortifications. Meanwhile, Yan Jinping's aircraft had also arrived in Kyoto. In the Kyoto Parliament building, within the Speaker's office, "Councillor Yan, is there something urgent that prompted your visit?" Chairman Bailey Ji inquired. Yan Jinping was momentarily taken aback. The tone was rather unusual. In previous private conversations, Bailey Ji had always referred to him as Old Yan. But today, the tone felt markedly distant. However, Yan Jinping had pressing matters on his mind and chose to overlook these subtleties. "Chairman Bailey, I have come to discuss a matter of great importance with you," Yan Jinping began. "Oh, what is it?" Bailey Ji responded. "It has come to my attention that a species of giant ants has emerged in the Jingmen area of Hanzhong, and their numbers are alarmingly high. I am concerned that these ants may launch an assault on the resettlement centers. Therefore, I have come to seek your guidance on whether we should deploy troops to intercept them," Yan Jinping articulated with courtesy. "Mr. Yan, did the council not already reach a conclusion that each resettlement center would address their own issues without further intervention from the council?" Bailey Ji remarked with a hint of indifference. "That is indeed correct. However, this situation is unlike any we have encountered before," Yan Jinping replied. "In what way is it different?" Bailey Ji inquired. "The giant ants are social creatures, possessing a reproductive capacity that surpasses that of rodents. Should these ants breach Jingmen, with the Yangtze River no longer serving as a natural barrier, the entire Central Plains region could very well become their hunting ground. It is critical to note that over 90 of the resettlement centers in the entirety of Huagua are situated north of the Yangtze River. If such a scenario were to unfold, the consequences would be dire," Yan Jinping explained. "Mr. Yan, you are being overly cautious. They are merely ants. Do you truly believe they could consume humans?" Bailey Ji remained unmoved. Yan Jinping frowned. Today, Bailey Ji emanated a palpable sense of distance. Moreover, it seemed as though the sense of responsibility he once bore for the world had vanished completely. "Brother Bailey, what is happening here?" Yan Jinping sought to voice his confusion. "Councillor Yan, we are presently within the confines of the Parliament building, engaged in discussions of public affairs. I urge you to be mindful of your address," Bailey Ji interjected, cutting off Yan Jinping's inquiry. "Very well, Mr. Speaker. In my view, this matter has transcended the internal issues of individual resettlement centers. It pertains to the very survival of the entire nation of Huagua. I believe that, regardless of the cost, we must resolutely prevent these ants from breaching the Yangtze River front. Yan Jingping articulated his perspective. Chapter 210. Bailey G's stance. I believe you are viewing this matter too simplistically. From a broader perspective, the ecological crisis is the foremost challenge confronting all of Huaghua. In our endeavor to find a final refuge for humanity before the impending crisis, we have already incurred significant costs. Should we choose to interfere with the various resettlement centers at this juncture, we would merely revert to the old path of last year. I ask you, after the ecological crisis erupts, will you possess the means to safeguard the safety of those resettlement centers? Does the parliament have such capability? Bailey G queried. This left Yan Jingping speechless. He was uncertain whether such capability would exist in the future, but at present, it certainly did not. Counselor Yan, this matter cannot be resolved based on personal preferences or whims. The responsibilities we bear extend beyond the gains and losses of a single city or locality. They are integral to the continuity of civilization itself. I implore you not to be confused in this regard, the speaker continued. The continuity of civilization also requires the agency of individuals to fulfill it. If humanity were to perish, how could civilization endure? Yan Jingping still sought to persuade Bailey G. This is manageable. The military administration and the civil administration are currently collaborating to draft a personnel list for the Mozong Ark base. I can issue an order to ensure the protection of those on the list, allowing for their relocation to the Mozong region whenever necessary. Bailey G articulated his proposal. This list delineates which individuals from Huaghua are qualified to enter the official Mozong Ark base for survival. The list comprises exceptional talents from various fields, including technicians, workers, and students. Given the extensive number of individuals involved and the necessity for stringent confidentiality, the workload is substantial and time-consuming. Bailey Speaker, this is uncharacteristic of you, Yan Jingping remarked, as if he no longer recognized his old comrade. Oh, pray tell, in what way is it uncharacteristic? Bailey G inquired indifferently. I sense no trace of the fervor that once burned within you, Yan Jingping replied. Yan, the current situation is complex and dire, and my position is highly unique. Thus, you must understand that certain matters are beyond my discretion, Bailey G asserted. Are you suggesting that this issue has not crossed your mind at all? Yan Jingping asked. Seeking confirmation. Indeed, Bailey G maintained his impassive demeanor. I demand the convening of a special assembly of members. Yan Jingping's tone grew frosty. According to the Huaghua Parliamentary Act, in matters of national security, members have the right to request a special assembly. I fear you lack the authority to do so, Bailey G countered. Why do you say that? Yan Jingping pressed. According to the Huaghua Parliament Act, wartime armament regulations, in times of emergency, the speaker possesses the highest command authority and a veto power. Bailey G retorted, Brother Bailey, your actions may lead Huaghua into an irreversible abyss. Yan Jingping thundered. Member Yan, I must reiterate, please address me as Your Excellency. The speaker, Bailey G replied coldly. Very well. Speaker Bailey, I hope you will not come to regret today's decision. Yan Jingping, sensing Bailey G's obstinacy, ceased his words and departed with a flick of his sleeve. In Jingmen City, at the Chongjing Bridge, it was now 21:30. As night fell, the last wave of citizens, in a state of panic, finally reached the northern bank of the river. The special forces under the command of the Southwest Military District began to seal off the bridge, laying wooden spikes and sandbags across its surface. Due to the limited width of the bridge, they constructed segmented defensive works to maximize their interception capabilities. Every 10 meters on the bridge, a sandbag barrier was erected, with wooden spikes positioned on the outer side and heavy machine guns mounted atop the sandbags. Such fortifications were laid in several layers. By the time all the work was completed, it was nearly midnight. The citizens at the Chongjing resettlement site had all arrived at the newly designated shelter, which was only 2 kilometers away from the Baisha resettlement site. Meanwhile, 5 observers, who had been watching from a distance, finally seized their opportunity. Under the leadership of 5 third-tier zombies, over 50,000 zombies began to swarm towards the Baisha resettlement site. At that moment, Mayor Su had just settled down to rest when he was roused by a member of the security team. What? Zombies? Mayor Su exclaimed, overwhelmed. Could the zombies not choose another day? Mayor Su pondered, feeling a sense of frustration. He hastily donned his attire and ascended the city walls. The sound of relentless banging echoed as the zombies congregated at the city gates, attempting to force their way in. Gather everyone and barricade the gates with stones. Mayor Su commanded. The captain on duty promptly took his leave to execute the order. Having experienced many such encounters, Mayor Su was well aware that various shelters frequently faced zombie assaults, yet it was exceedingly rare for them to successfully breach the city. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Are our attacks perhaps too gentle? One envoy, hidden in the shadows, inquired of another. Indeed, they are somewhat lenient. However, the Lord Guardian has decreed that no casualties are permitted. Would you dare allow the zombies to invade the city? The other envoy replied. I would not. The questioning envoy hastily responded. Then that settles it. The second envoy concluded, falling into silence. Chapter 211. A trap for Zongjingyu Yusu Province, Kunfeng City. Southeastern Military District Headquarters. Old Yin, why are you here at such an hour instead of sleeping? Zongjingyu yawned as he spoke. Old Zong, I must tell you. You need to immediately arrange for troops to patrol along the northern banks of the Yangtze River. You will oversee the downstream area while I manage the upstream. We must swiftly seal off the entire Yangtze front line, Yin Jinping stated directly. What nonsense is this? Zongjingyu was taken aback by the remark, rubbing his eyes. He thought he might still be dreaming. What are you talking about? Why block the Yangtze? Zongjingyu queried. The situation is urgent, so I will be brief. Today, at the Chongjing Resettlement Center in Jingmen City, Hanzhong Province, a plethora of gigantic ants was discovered. If these ants were to reach the north of the Yangtze River, the consequences would be dire, remarked Yin Jinping. You are overthinking it. They are merely ants. What harm can they possibly inflict? Responded Zongjingyu with a sidelong glance. Humph. Have you considered that north of the Yangtze, there are no natural barriers? Should the swarm march forth unchecked, how would you defend against it? Yin Jinping retorted, noticing Zongjingyu's nonchalant demeanor, which irked him further. After much deliberation, he felt as if he were merely an unyielding barber's clipper, fervently agitated. You may have a point. Zongjingyu conceded thoughtfully. However, as you know, our southeast military region is also responsible for maintaining order within the central military region, and our forces are quite dispersed. It is exceedingly difficult to allocate troops to secure the Yangtze at this moment, he added. You cannot spare the forces now. But what will you do once the ants cross the river? Yin Jinping shot him an irritated glance. This Zongjingyu found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, have you reported this matter to the council? I approached Bailey Ji, but that fellow is impervious to reason. It is utterly futile to communicate with him. Yin Jinping candidly expressed. That should not be the case. Logically, this situation transcends the concerns of just one or two resettlement centers. It requires collective effort, Zongjingyu insisted. Bailey Ji cannot possibly lack such awareness. Indeed. Yet, the reality remains as it is. What can you do? Yin Jinping replied. Then let us propose an emergency council meeting. What can he say when faced with such a situation? Zongjingyu declared, resolute in his disbelief. He referenced the wartime military regulations, claiming he possessed supreme command authority and a veto power. Yin Jinping exclaimed, how absurd. When did Bai Li Ji become a dictator? Upon hearing this, Zongjingyu became enraged. Let us set aside such debates for now. Our priority is to secure the front along the Yangtze River. Should we miss this golden opportunity, we may find ourselves unable to control the situation. Yin Jinping replied, without the agreement of the council, I lack the authority to adjust our strategic deployments. Zongjingyu found himself in a dilemma. You all are so inflexible. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. Must we allow ourselves to be stifled? Yin Jinping exclaimed in frustration. Think it over, think it over. Zongjingyu, not angered, began to pace thoughtfully. Yin Jinping observed him moving restlessly beneath his gaze. How about this? I will first deploy aircraft to bomb all the bridges spanning the river. With such a wide expanse, I refuse to believe these ants can sprout wings and fly over. A spark of inspiration struck Zongjingyu. After all, there are hardly any shelters south of the Yangtze. It matters little to me. You know, that could indeed be a solution. Yin Jinping reflected calmly for a moment. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Zongjingyu, undeterred, picked up the phone and placed the call. Soon after, dozens of bombers took off from the southeast military district, heading directly towards the various major bridges along the Yangtze. If we are to bomb, let it be thorough, leave not a single one standing. Yin Jinping too seized the phone, issuing the same command. In any case, there was no time to deliberate further. The bridges must be destroyed, for it is better to be prepared. Of course, this did not include the Chongjing Bridge in Jingmen City. By 3:00 a.m., all the bridges spanning the Yangtze River from upstream to downstream had been utterly destroyed. What do you plan to do next? Inquired Zhong Jingyu. What can be done? We shall return to the southwest military district. After all, even if ants were to cross the river, it would hardly concern me. Why should I make a fuss over it? Yan Zhengping expressed his lingering frustration. He was not mistaken. Aside from certain regions in Hanzhong Province and Sichuan Province, the majority of resettlement sites in the southwest military district had already been relocated to the lower altitude areas of Lokhang. Even if ants were to traverse the Yangtze, the most significant losses would be borne by the central military district and the southeast military district, followed by the northwest and northeast military districts. As for the southwest military district, Yan Zhengping felt the impact would be minimal. Old Yan, this seems rather unfair, doesn't it? Are you saying this predicament is now my responsibility? Zhong Jingyu expressed his discontent. This is indeed your issue. The vast central plains north of the Yangtze belong to you and Shintu. I am merely a bystander. Yan Zhengping retorted. No, you must defend the upper reaches of the Yangtze. At this point, Zhong Jingyu's urgency surpassed that of Yan Zhengping. Very well. I shall return and relocate the resettlement sites in Hanzhong to the Lokhang area to spare myself the worry, Yan Zhengping declared. Chapter 212. A private meeting of military district commanders. What shall I do if you withdraw? Zhong Jingyu asked. You might seek out Shintu. His territory is quite substantial. Should he not contribute as well? Yan Zhengping suggested a clear path for Zhong Jingyu. Zhong Jingyu understood that Yan Zhengping was attempting to ensnare him. However, he recognized the necessity to remain involved. Even aware of the trap, he felt compelled to step into it. Old Yan, I believe I have grasped your true intentions for coming here, have I not? Asked Zhong Jingyu, regarding him intently. That's utter nonsense. I merely came to relay a warning. Concerned that you might be overwhelmed by the ants, Yan Zhengping firmly denied. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Zhong Jingyu retorted, continuing. In the lower regions, I will arrange several patrol teams for round-the-clock surveillance. The troops directly under the command of the headquarters can be summoned at any moment. If any situation arises, I will dispatch personnel immediately. This was the best course of action Zhong Jingyu could devise at present. Such a strategy might suffice when the ant population is sparse, but should multiple colonies attempt to cross the river simultaneously at different locations, this plan would prove inadequate. Nevertheless, for the time being, it seemed unlikely that any significant disturbances would occur. Very well, let us contact Shintufu and Suwa Tonghua and have them join us. This matter requires their contribution as well. Relying solely on the two of us is insufficient. Each of us will oversee a segment of the defense zone. Striving to firmly contain these mutated ants within the southern region of the Yangtze River, Yan Zhengping proposed. Old Yan, have you considered that this approach presents us with two issues? Zhong Jingyu inquired, his brow furrowing. Oh, pray enlighten me. Yan Zhengping replied, his gaze fixed upon him. Firstly, we have stirred up quite a commotion without reporting to the military and political department. If the council seeks accountability, we will find ourselves in dire straits. Secondly, without proper notification to the military and political department regarding military actions, we are certain to be denied the allocation of weapons and ammunition. This battle will be arduous. In a purely attritional conflict, how long can we possibly endure? Zhong Jingyu analyzed. I believe that circumstances should be assessed individually. If Bai Liji seeks to establish a dictatorship, then we shall amplify the situation. When matters escalate, even if he is the speaker, he may not be able to suppress it. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. I refuse to believe that the members of the parliament are blind. Yan Zhengping declared with righteous fervor. Indeed, my esteemed ancestor has expressed his support for you in this matter. Zhong Zhengyue proclaimed, thumping his chest. Zhong Zhengyue, who had a contentious relationship with Suwa Tonghua, decided to take the lead himself. He had also prepared for the eventuality that should the parliament hold him accountable, he would shoulder the responsibility alone. A night devoid of correspondence passed, while the colossal ants lingered in Chongqing, showing no inclination to venture northward. It was not until morning that Shintu and Suwa Tonghua arrived at the southeast military district. Old Yan, why the urgency to summon us at such an hour? Suwa Tonghua bellowed upon entering. Shintu, ever serious, remained silent after taking a seat in the office. His demeanor was characterized by stoicism and few words. Please, take a seat. Yan Zhengping invited them to sit down. Suwa Tonghua disregarded Zhong Zhengyue entirely. They bore no personal enmity, merely a mutual disdain that sparked tension at the slightest provocation. The situation unfolded thus. Yesterday afternoon in Jingmen City, located in the Hanzhong region, a considerable number of gigantic ants were discovered. The smaller ones measured a few centimeters, while the larger specimens exceeded 2 meters in length. The sheer volume of ants was staggering. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass remained unscathed, as they devoured all consumables in their path. Based on my analysis, these ants may continue to spread northward, Yin Jinping articulated. Then why not deploy several bombers to obliterate them outright? Suo Tenghua remarked. The situation is far from simple. These ants, both those we have discovered and those yet to be found, indicate that if one colony exists, many more must surely follow. It would be unwise to launch an unprepared assault on them. Yin Jinping responded. What do you intend to do then? The eradication of these ants is not the primary concern. The paramount issue is that they must not cross the Yangtze River. Yin Jinping emphasized the crux of the matter. Suo Tenghua fell silent, deep in contemplation. Shintu Fu, twirling the beads in his hand, appeared to be pondering as well. You are correct. These ants absolutely must not traverse the river. Even a single ant crossing the Yangtze would pose a considerable threat to the entirety of Huaghua, Suo Tenghua asserted, taking a definitive stance. Indeed, Shintu Fu echoed succinctly. Since we are all in agreement, let us deliberate on how to address this matter, Yin Jinping proposed. Wait, why don't you consult Bailey Ji about this? Suo Tenghua inquired, aware that Yin Jinping and Bailey Ji shared a long-standing camaraderie, making it logical to approach him directly. I have, but he does not endorse this course of action, Yin Jinping replied. Suo Tenghua was taken aback, as was Shintu Fu, furrowing his brow. The gravity of the situation was apparent upon reflection. None had anticipated Bailey Ji's stance would be so opposing. Chapter 213. The catalyst of conflict. Bailey Ji invoked wartime military regulations, intending to act unilaterally. Currently, the situation is urgent, and I lack the time to engage in lengthy discussions with him. Thus, I sought your counsel. Yin Jinping elucidated the circumstances. Old Yin, what you are doing is indeed overstepping your authority. You must comprehend the purpose of our gathering here. To put it bluntly, this resembles circumventing the parliament to conduct a clandestine meeting, which contravenes parliamentary regulations, Su Tenghua remarked. What do you propose we do? If we continue to debate, regardless of the outcome, we might as well assume that by then the ants have already crossed the Yangtze River. At that point, what significance remains in determining right from wrong? Yin Jinping inquired. Shintu, what is your perspective? Su Tenghua turned to the side where Shintu Jinghao stood. Let us act first and report later. Shintu Jinghao replied. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Su Tenghua declared, striking the table to assert his stance. Excellent. In that case, the upper reaches of the Yangtze River in the Tibet region should pose no issues. From Sichuan eastward along the Yangtze, each of our 4 military districts will be accountable for a segment, dispatching several patrol teams for meticulous surveillance. Furthermore, we will each allocate a regiment to provide timely support. Yin Jinping articulated the defense plan he had devised with Zhongyue. Our northeast military district is relatively distant. We can send personnel, but you'll need to devise a solution for the supply of provisions, Su Tenghua stated. That is acceptable. We will provide the necessary supplies for residence and sustenance. But you must prepare your own weaponry, Yin Jinping replied. Currently, all military districts are facing ammunition shortages, and without logistical support from the military and political department, the coming days will be challenging for everyone. Agreed. Su Tenghua concurred. Brother Shintu, it is the same on your side. We shall provide the base and living supplies, while you prepare your own weapons and ammunition, Yin Jinping confirmed to Shintu Jinghao. Agreed. Shintu Jinghao replied succinctly. This is not the time for petty calculations. Disunity among the ranks renders any endeavor futile. The commanders of the 4 military districts thus formulated a strategic deployment for patrolling the Yangtze River without the sanction of a parliamentary resolution. The instigator of this matter was Yin Jinping, who would naturally bear the inescapable responsibility should the parliament pursue accountability, thus igniting a conflict between him and the legislative body. In the following period, they delineated their respective patrol segments. Yin Jinping's southwest military district was tasked with the upper reaches. Suo Tenghua's northeast military district took the first segment of the middle reaches. Shintu Jinghao's northwest military district was assigned the second segment of the middle reaches, while Zhong Jingyue's southeast military district was responsible for the lower reaches. Originally, Shintu Jinghao was meant to oversee the first segment of the middle reaches, but Suo Tenghua insisted on not being adjacent to Zhong Jingyue, leading to a necessary exchange between the two. Once the 4 military district commanders finalized this arrangement, they departed to their respective domains. After returning to the Southwest Military District, Yin Zhongping organized the patrol duties and then immersed himself in his rodent breeding enterprise. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon on July 17th, a colony of large-toothed army ants began its northward migration from the southern side of the Chongjing resettlement site. After advancing approximately 5 kilometers, they established a new encampment. By this time, the Chongjing resettlement site had entirely become their habitat. Yin Fangfang, a biologist by profession, upon learning of the emergence of large-toothed army ants in the Hanzhong region, gathered a few individuals to conduct an investigation. After halting their aircraft 2 kilometers from the colony of the large-toothed ants, they ascended to the nearest tall building. Yin Fangfang employed the reconnaissance capabilities of her digital ocular implants to meticulously analyze the movements of the ant swarm. Occasionally, she would take out binoculars for a closer inspection. Subsequently, she retrieved a notebook and began to sketch and jot down observations. These visuals were simultaneously shared with Fang Chen. "What is the status of Xiaolin, the micro-queen at the Chongjing shelter?" Fang Chen inquired. "The micro-queen at the Chongjing shelter remains in its initial state, struggling to develop due to a lack of crystal nuclei," Xiaolin elucidated. Fang Chen then reached out to Chu Jingping, seeking information on how many zombies the several saints in Jingmen City had managed to assemble. Chu Jingping's response was a staggering 40,000. During a feigned assault on the Baisha shelter last night, they had brought along 50,000 zombies, resulting in the micro-queen their decomposing 10,000 for the establishment of the branch of the Commerce Guild and the Mercenary Union within the shelter. Originally, Fang Chen had planned for a few saints to dispatch a portion of zombies to the vicinity of the Chongjing shelter at night, intending to deliver some crystal nuclei to the micro-queen there. However, with all bridges along the Yangtze River destroyed, this plan became untenable. Retrieving crystal nuclei from the Southwest Military District through Yin Fangfang would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications. On the surface, it appeared that there were no humans or defensive weapons near the Chongjing shelter, rendering the delivery of crystal nuclei seemingly futile. The existence of the micro-queen was best kept known to as few individuals as possible. Thus, Fang Chen had no choice but to command the Special Forces team at the base to undertake the task. He instructed Dai Zhang to arrange for several individuals to transport 5 large crates containing a total of 50,000 crystal cores directly to the Chongjing settlement. The containers housing the crystal cores were specially reinforced and welded with steel plates on the exterior, designed to withstand the impact of aerial drops or potential damage from swarming ants. Chapter 214. Employing the queen bee to investigate the ant colony. Why were crystal cores sent to the miniature queen bee at the Chongjing settlement? Because Fang Chen sought to discern the reason behind the ants' prolonged presence in that location. They could not possibly be resting there without cause. While nothing appeared amiss on the surface, there might be intricate secrets concealed beneath. Yin Fangfang posited that the ant colony might begin to nest or reproduce once they had procured sufficient sustenance. However, the precise objective remained to be further investigated. Evidently, the most straightforward approach at this juncture was to allow the miniature queen bee to develop, subsequently producing a multitude of tiny robotic bee ant scouts for reconnaissance. At approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, Dai Zhang, accompanied by personnel and the crystal cores, arrived above the Chongjing settlement. The base's aircraft, utilizing anti-gravity engines, operated in near silence, enabling it to fly at low altitudes without alarming the ants. The 5 iron crates filled with crystal cores were directly deployed to the center of the settlement, landing with a resonant thud. The nearby ants, startled by the commotion, hastily scurried toward the crates. Thud, thud. They attacked the iron boxes with their broad mandibles, but alas, they were utterly incapable of inflicting any damage. An increasing number of ants surrounded the crates, launching their assaults in vain. After the crates were dropped, Dai Zhang ordered the aircraft to return to the base. Subsequently, Shaolin issued commands to the Micro Queen Bee through the Supercomputing Center. Upon receiving the directives, the Micro Queen Bee commanded the ant robot units to transport the cores to the subterranean hive. Thereafter, the Queen commenced the mass production of ant robots utilizing these cores. As the number of manufactured ant robots increased, the range of exploration available to the Queen expanded correspondingly. By the following morning, around 9 o'clock, the situation beneath the Chongjing shelter had been largely elucidated. When Fang Chen awoke and arrived at the office, the first thing that captured his attention was the 3-dimensional projection displayed on the large screen. "Your Excellency," The underground conditions near the Chongjing shelter have been thoroughly investigated, Xiao Lin reported. These ants have indeed been engaged in this endeavor for the past 2 days. Fang Chen remarked in awe as he observed the projection on the screen. Indeed, Your Excellency, Xiao Lin replied. The screen revealed a labyrinthine structure, continuously extending like roots, resembling an underground castle. Ants are truly the innate architects of nature. Such an undertaking is nothing short of a miracle in the biological realm, Fang Chen stated. From the analytical data, it appears that a queen ant is present within the underground nest, actively breeding a significant number of new worker ants. It is anticipated that by afternoon, they will continue their migration northward, Xiao Lin informed. Understood. Notify Yin Fangfang to swiftly alert the station soldiers on the northern bank of the river to demolish the Chongjing Bridge, Fang Chen instructed. Aye, Your Excellency. Fang Chen had initially contemplated instructing the micro-queen bee to eliminate the queen ant directly. Upon reflection, should the queen ant perish, the ant colony would descend into chaos, a scenario that could potentially yield uncontrollable consequences. Furthermore, during the process of evolving a new queen, the colony may develop wings, which, to a certain extent, heightens the peril faced by the colony. Moreover, with a limited crystal core, the diminutive queen bee cannot possibly dismantle such a vast number of ants. Thus, alternative strategies must be devised to contend with these ants. Yushu Province, Yujing City, 10:20 a.m. Look quickly, a voice exclaimed from the aircraft. Another person, hearing the shout, glanced downwards. Oh my goodness. The individual felt a tightening in their chest. Contact the command center. A soldier shouted to the pilot. Unit 73518 calling headquarters. Unit 73518 calling headquarters. Due to the overwhelming noise of the aircraft, the pilot bellowed. This is headquarters. Unit 73518. Please proceed. Numerous unidentified organisms have been discovered on the southern bank of the Yangtze River in Yujing City. Repeat. Numerous unidentified organisms have been discovered on the southern bank of the Yangtze River in Yujing City. The pilot reported loudly. Headquarters has received your report. Please continue reconnaissance. Understood. Following the response, the aircraft continued its flight along the Yangtze River, heading eastward. Subsequently, dozens of transport planes took off from the southeast military district, heading towards Yujing City. Yujing City, the capital of Yushu Province, is also a major metropolis in Huaghua. The Yangtze River flows through the heart of this city. Therefore, should unidentified organisms be discovered here, the implications would undoubtedly be severe, as similar creatures could also emerge north of the river. They could only hope that these were not ants. Shortly thereafter, news reached the stations of the other 3 military districts. Each district had already dispatched a regiment to the front lines along the Yangtze River, so upon receiving the information, they swiftly made their way towards Yujing City. The Southeast Military District, being the closest, was the first to arrive at the scene. Soldiers gazed down from low altitudes, feeling a sense of surprise. Hurry! Descend to the northern bank and establish defensive fortifications. An officer commanded. Subsequently, the aircraft reached the northern bank of the Yangtze River and hovered at a low altitude. The soldiers descended one by one, using the ropes to reach the ground. The first soldiers to land quickly sought cover and took up positions for vigilance. Chapter 2:15. Ammunition for assimilation. Fire at will. The officer ordered. The soldiers, now on the ground, opened fire with rapid gunshots. In midair, the airborne insects were struck and plummeted into the river. They turned out to be mutated cockroaches. Although the Yujing Yangtze River Bridge had been demolished, the distance between the severed ends was only about 20 to 30 meters. The creatures had congregated at the southern end of the bridge, then took to the sky, heading towards the northern side where the soldiers had landed. Gunfire erupted as the cockroaches soared northward. Those that fell into the river, though injured, continued to struggle valiantly in the water. Look, what is that? A soldier pointed towards the water's surface. They saw the cockroaches being relentlessly attacked by a swarm of small fish with sharp teeth, quickly being torn to shreds. A chill ran down the spines of the observing soldiers. At this moment, they realized that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the water lurked a perilous threat, more dangerous than that found on land. Report to command. A significant number of mutated cockroaches have appeared in Yujing City, attempting to traverse the Yujing Yangtze River Bridge. Their numbers are overwhelming. Our ammunition may not last long. We urgently request aerial support to bombard the southern side of the bridge. The officer announced as he grasped the satellite phone. Be sure to hold the northern side of the bridge. Air support will arrive shortly, commanded Zhong Jingyu. Understood. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers scattered on both sides of the bridge, continuously firing into the air. Some cockroaches that fell into the water were consumed by small fish. Yet many that remained intact began to crawl onto the northern riverbank. Their bodies were coated in grease, making it difficult for them to sink. You several. Secure the riverbank and ensure that all cockroaches that crawl ashore are exterminated, ordered the officer. The cockroaches had thick exoskeletons and exhibited remarkable vitality, making them hard to kill. Consequently, it often took dozens of bullets to bring down a single cockroach, leading to a significant depletion of ammunition. Soon, a regiment from the Northwest Military District and another from the Northeast Military District arrived in succession, directly engaging in battle. The mutated cockroaches, large in size, were easy to target, and they congregated densely at the break in the southern end of the bridge, alleviating the pressure on the soldiers' defenses. The most troublesome aspect was that the cockroaches continually falling into the water would drift downstream with the current, necessitating the deployment of a portion of the soldiers to pursue them along the riverbank. Even the injured cockroaches cannot be allowed to easily reach the shore. Should they lay eggs on the northern bank, the consequences would be dire. 20 minutes later, fighter jets arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The southern bank was subjected to a relentless barrage, resulting in a chaotic shower of severed limbs and yellowish fluid. The remnants of the Yujing-Changjiang Bridge on the southern bank collapsed entirely under the bombardment. Due to the dense concentration of cockroaches, this wave of bombing proved exceptionally effective, annihilating over 80 of them. The battle persisted for an hour, and all cockroaches attempting to crawl towards the northern bank were dispatched and discarded into the river. Even the corpses could not be permitted to remain on the shore, as one might carry a multitude of eggs within, posing an ongoing threat even in death. At this juncture, one must also express gratitude towards the small fish in the water. Their diligent efforts spared the soldiers considerable trouble. Without them, the soldiers would have had to retrieve the cockroach bodies for incineration. This approach was untenable. Sitting in his office, Zhong Jingyu felt a wave of frustration. Just for this single encounter, 5 fighter jets and a regiment from each of the 3 military districts had been deployed. The fuel and ammunition expended weighed heavily on his mind. If this continued, the Southeast Military District would find itself impoverished. Moreover, the military political department would not provide any support for these weapons and ammunition. It was purely a drain on resources. Originally, he had considered leveraging this situation to gain some advantages from the Southwest Military District. However, given that this skirmish occurred within the territory of his Southeast Military District, it would be difficult to justify asking Yan Zhengping for assistance. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Suo Tenghua. Zhong Zhenghua answered the call. Zhong Siyuan, I don't care. You must find a way to resolve the issue with the weapons and ammunition. This situation is unbearable for anyone. Su Tenghua shouted over the phone. It was initially agreed that each military district would handle its own weapons and ammunition, but now, witnessing a significant depletion of their stockpiles, dissatisfaction loomed large. Did we not agree that each military district would manage its own armaments? Zhong Jinghua deflected. Resolve it already. A single round of operations costs tens of thousands of rounds. Who can endure this? Su Tenghua insisted vehemently. I don't care. You need to find a solution. Otherwise, I will withdraw my personnel. Su Tenghua was resolute, ignoring Zhong Jingyue's protests. Aren't you being unreasonable? Zhong Jingyue felt a pang of guilt. Stop lecturing me with your useless arguments. Think of something quickly. With that, Su Tenghua hung up the phone abruptly. Zhong Jingyue rubbed his forehead, feeling the pressure mount. Chapter 216. Yan Zhengping is suspended Southwest Military District Command. Yan, you have quite the audacity. The troops are not your private army. Your unilateral actions show a blatant disregard for the council. Chairman Bailey G reprimanded over the phone. Bailey G, one may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak carelessly. How have I acted unilaterally? Yan Zhengping retorted, not yielding to his superior. Humph. Shintu Jinghao has already contacted me. Do you think you can conceal this? Bailey G pressed on, unperturbed by Yan's disrespect. Yan Zhengping furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Shintu Jinghao would reach out to Bailey G. Oh, what did he say? Yan Zhengping inquired. The military deployment along the Yangtze River was orchestrated in secrecy by you, correct? The 4 military districts are collaborating in a grandiose operation. It seems that the position of speaker ought to be bestowed upon you. Bailey G remarked. Indeed, it was my design. What do you intend to do? Yan Zhengping, choosing to be forthright, no longer concealed his intentions. As the Supreme Commander in times of war, I hereby announce the temporary revocation of your position as the Commander of the Southwest Military District, along with the cessation of all other parliamentary duties, pending a period of reflection. Shortly, the documents from the Military and Political Affairs Office will be delivered. Act accordingly. With that, Bai Li Ji hung up the phone. Yan Jingping ended the call with a sigh, leaning back in his chair. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, a sensation akin to liberation, yet also wearisome. Lu Feiying of the Military and Political Affairs Office was taken aback upon receiving the speaker's order. This was a parliamentary member, the commander of the Southwest Military District. To dismiss him so casually? Is this a jest? Soon, he learned the true circumstances. It turned out that Yan Jingping had bypassed the parliament, directly uniting with the other 3 military districts to initiate a joint military operation. This was a grave transgression. Such actions are indistinguishable from rebellion. Su Tenghua chose to directly request ammunition from Zhong Zhengyue, while Shen Tu Jinghao, undeterred, boldly approached the speaker for the same. This audacious request led to Yan Jingping's dismissal. It was not that Shen Tu Jinghao lacked intellect. Rather, he was entirely unafraid. What is there to fear? If one is discontent, then let them act. Upon receiving the notification, Lu Feiying immediately contacted the Northeast, Northwest, and Southeast military districts to verify the situation. As the Military and Political Affairs Office inherently possesses the authority to oversee military action reporting and approval, the commander of the Northeast Military Region, Sua Tenghua, and the commander of the Southeast Military Region, Zhong Zhengyue, vehemently denied the existence of such military actions. Only Shen Tu Jinghao from the Northwest Military Region was candid, eschewing any circumlocution. Not only did he confirm the existence of these military maneuvers, but he also urged the military administration to expeditiously arrange for weaponry, ammunition, and aviation fuel. This left Lu Feiying with a throbbing headache. The oaf was utterly senseless. At such a critical juncture, he was still fixated on acquiring supplies. Had only a few others denied it, he might have found a way to stall or mediate the situation. However, with both Yan Jingping from the Southwest Military Region and Shen Tu Jinghao from the Northwest Military Region acknowledging the reality, he found himself at an impasse. Soon, the document regarding Yan Jingping's dismissal was dispatched to each member of the assembly, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Given that the military region commanders held fixed seats, they concurrently served as assembly members. Thus, Yan Jingping's removal implied the necessity of appointing a new commander for the Southwest Military Region. This news swiftly circulated through the upper echelons of Kyoto. In these times, the position of a military region commander was a lucrative one, granting substantial power. Securing such a role meant that an entire family could thrive amidst the chaos of this apocalypse. In no time, everyone's thoughts became animated. The military administration was bustling with activity, and Lu Feiying felt as though his head might explode. Ding ding ding, hello? Old Yan, Bai Li Ji truly dares to act decisively. What now? Zhong Zhengyue inquired over the phone. He had received the notification and immediately reached out to Yan Jingping. We shall proceed with the previous plan and continue to defend the Yangtze River front, Yan Jingping replied calmly. This is not a sustainable solution. Without the support of the parliament, our ammunition supply is precarious. Zhong Zhengyue found himself in a dilemma. Why was only Yan Jingping dismissed, while the commanders of the Southeast, Northeast, and Northwest military regions faced no repercussions? This was due to Yan Jingping convening a military meeting in private, a violation of parliamentary regulations that constituted a serious political issue. The other 3 military regions merely deployed operational forces directly under their command, which did not contravene any laws. Furthermore, they possessed the authority to mobilize these operational forces without needing to report to the military administration. Given the current circumstances, imposing broad penalties could adversely affect troop morale. Even now, the other 3 military regions continue to patrol the banks of the Yangtze River without objection from the parliament, provided they treat this mission as an internal matter of their respective military regions. However, this arrangement also means that they would be unable to secure corresponding ammunition supplies from the military administration. I am working on the issue of weapons and ammunition, for now. Just hold on a little longer, Yan Jingping said. Very well, Zhong Zhengyue replied. With Yan Jingping's assurance, Zhong Zhengyue felt considerably relieved. At least Yan Jingping remained unaffected by the situation. Chapter 217. The Mozong Arc imposed martial law. Dinglingaling. The call was from Sua Tenghua. Old Yan, let me tell you. This matter is far from over. Mark my words, if anyone dares to covet your position as commander, I will make them regret it. Suo Tunghua declared. Look at you. Acting like a bandit. Is the parliament your personal domain? Can you dictate who takes the position? After a lifetime in the military, you still lack this fundamental awareness? Yin Zhongping chuckled, reproaching him. It's not quite that simple. This matter is not our fault. Why should we be afraid? Even the supreme authority must adhere to the rule of law, correct? Oh, you say that whoever you wish can simply be dismissed? The parliament cannot be dictated by a single individual. Su Tunghua expressed his indignation. I am mentally prepared for this situation, so rest assured. If my own position can ensure the safety of the entire Jiangbei, it is worth it, Yin Zhongping remarked with a smile. What a disheartening sentiment. I must tell you, this matter cannot be brushed aside. Take this opportunity to rest a while. We shall continue our efforts together later, Su Tunghua suggested. Together has become Su Tunghua's catchphrase. One cannot help but wonder what he intends to pursue with such fervor. Very well, let us proceed thus for now, Yin Zhongping replied with a chuckle. Preparing to end the call. Wait a moment. Are we still proceeding with the patrol along the Yangtze River? Su Tunghua inquired. Naturally. This matter is vital to the safety of all resettlement sites in Jiangbei. We cannot afford to be lax, Yin Zhongping affirmed. However, the issue of weapons and ammunition poses a significant challenge. The military and political department will undoubtedly refuse to approve even a single bullet. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution, Su Tunghua lamented. I am already devising a plan regarding the weapons and ammunition. Please hold on for now, Yin Zhongping assured him. Understood. Su Tunghua agreed without hesitation. Their commitment to the Yangtze River Patrol was not merely out of respect for Yin Zhongping. It stemmed from a collective understanding that safeguarding the Yangtze equates to safeguarding the populace. Should the river fall into jeopardy, the loss of life and displacement would be catastrophic. The gravity of such consequences fueled their indignation on Yin Zhongping's behalf. Meanwhile, in the northwest, Shun Taheo had not made a call. He was not one to offer comforting words. At this moment, he was en route to Kyoto. On July 18th at 1725, Shintu Jinghao arrived in Kyoto by military aircraft. Do you remember the incident from a decade ago? He asked, seated opposite the speaker in the office. Of course, I remember. What is the matter? The speaker inquired. Shintu furrowed his brow and continued. How did you handle it back then? Why are you bringing this up? That is ancient history. The speaker retorted. Do you wish to experience it again? Shintu questioned. This time, the circumstances are different, and the situation has changed as well, the speaker replied. Changed? Is this the situation you have longed for? Shintu expressed his discontent. What nonsense are you spouting, Shintu Jinghao? The speaker demanded angrily. Provide me with an explanation. Shintu insisted. I have nothing to explain. There is no need for me to justify myself to you. The speaker firmly declined. Observing the speaker's resolute stance, Shintu ceased further discussion and departed. That evening at 2150, after returning to the Northwest Military District, Shintu immediately led a team to the Mozong area, imposing a lockdown on the construction site of the Mozong Arc Base. Shintu Jinghao, what are you doing? Upon learning the news, the speaker quickly called. What do you mean? What am I doing? Shintu replied. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? This behavior amounts to a military mutiny. Are you aware of that? The speaker sternly questioned. I believe you are mistaken. I just received intelligence indicating that spies from the Red Robe Church have infiltrated the construction crew, and I am currently conducting an investigation. Shintu asserted. Enough of your nonsense. Since the arrival of these warriors in the Mozong region, they have never departed. So how could there be spies from the Red Robes? The speaker is well aware of his intentions and is utterly unconvinced. For the sake of confidentiality, only the main forces of the Central Military Region and 2 divisions, each from the Northwest, Northeast, and Southwest military regions were sent to construct the underground base in Mozong. In addition, a few experts from various departments such as military and political affairs, as well as cultural divisions, were also dispatched. Upon their arrival in Mozong, all personnel were subjected to strict control, making it exceedingly difficult to leak information, and it is nearly impossible for anyone to infiltrate from the outside. Thus, it is evident that Shintu Jinghao is merely performing a dance of swords with ulterior motives. Your Excellency, the security of the base is paramount. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. There must not be the slightest error, Shintu Jinghao asserted. His implication was clear. He would take his time to investigate and would conclude only when he had clarity. The speaker was momentarily speechless. He could not compel Shintu Jinghao to withdraw, as the latter had justifiable grounds for refusal. The Mozong Arc base was of absolute confidentiality and could not afford any disturbances. Counselor Shintu, I hope you comprehend the gravity of the Mozong Arc base. You must not act impulsively. The speaker could only soften his tone. Rest assured, Speaker Bailey, I will handle this matter with utmost caution, Shintu Jinghao retorted, returning the sentiment in kind. Chapter 218. The threat from Dongfang Chun somewhere outside the borders. How many times have I told you not to make phone calls? Ling Yue answered the phone. Saint, things have escalated. I had no choice but to make this call. The voice on the other end of the phone inquired, what has transpired? Ling Yue furrowed her brow. That Shintu Jinghao is utterly foolish. He resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement. He has just placed the Mozong Arc base under martial law, clearly opposing me. The voice continued, what is happening? Ling Wei replied, the situation is as follows. At that moment, the individual on the line recounted the sequence of events leading to Yin Jinping's dismissal. You have acted too hastily in this matter. Yin Jinping is, after all, a member of the council and the commander of the Southwest Military Region. He has deep roots in Huagua. It is not something that can be resolved with a mere word from you. Ling Wei responded, you speak the truth. My original intention was to create chaos within the council. For when the council is in disarray, Huagua would follow suit. However, with Shintu Jinghao seizing control of the Arc base, I believe this matter cannot escalate further. Should the base be exposed, our plans may be jeopardized. The voice on the line explained, the Arc base must not encounter any issues. Otherwise, our entire strategy will unravel. You have not been compromised, have you? Ling Yue inquired with concern. No, came the response. Very well. Shintu Jinghao's control over the Arc base is merely an attempt to negotiate with you. You have already handled Yin Jinping's situation too rigidly. From here on, adopt a more conciliatory approach and strive for a resolution swiftly. Once this matter is concluded, you must remain low-key and avoid drawing attention. All calculations can be made after the completion of the Arc base. Ling Wei commanded, understood. Let it be as you say. With that, she ended the call. At the Binjiang underground base, Dongfang Chun had finished listening to the recording. He leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Has Yin Jinping encountered trouble? Could the individual referred to as number 1 be? The information gathered remains insufficient. The construction of the signal tower requires time. Until then, the only channels for acquiring information are the infiltrators, along with the chambers of commerce and labor unions. The disruption of the ground network has severely limited Xiaolin's ability to obtain further information. Military satellites are exclusively managed by the Information Department under the Military and Political Affairs Bureau, and the location of the control center remains undiscovered by Dongfang Chun, rendering eavesdropping impossible. Nevertheless, the decision to release the bearded man and the so-called Saint Ling Wei was indeed astute. Through recent surveillance, he has consistently acquired several valuable pieces of intelligence. Firstly, from the dialogue between Ling Yue and the bearded man, he learned of an individual code-named Number 1. Subsequently, he intercepted information from the bearded man regarding the existence of a modified human laboratory situated in the city of Huangjin in Ganlan province, which is exceedingly significant intelligence for him. Now, regarding the current situation, he has not only intercepted news of Yin Jinping's predicament, but also deduced that this Number 1 is a high-ranking member of the council. Although it can be inferred from the conversation that this Number 1 may possibly be the speaker, the notion is rather astonishing, and he finds it hard to believe. However, verifying this is remarkably straightforward. Once Yin Jinping listens to this recording, the truth shall be revealed. He dialed Yin Jinping's number. Xiao Chun, is there something urgent? Yin Jinping answered promptly. Commander Yin, there have been some discrepancies in the recent transaction accounts. The differences are quite substantial. If it is convenient, I would appreciate your presence for a personal verification, Dongfang Chen replied. Eastern Shin must not mention Yin Jinping's dismissal, as this matter is confidential. To bring it up would be tantamount to acknowledging surveillance of the parliament. Moreover, the events of the first are of critical importance, and Yin Jinping's communications are undoubtedly being monitored. Thus, this matter should not be discussed over the phone. This issue has been under Fang Fang's purview, so you should coordinate with her directly, Yin Jinping stated. If it were a trivial matter, I wouldn't have called you. How about this? Both you and Yin Fangfang should come over. If the accounting issues are not resolved, the subsequent supply might be suspended, Eastern Shin remarked. Yin Jinping did not respond immediately. The phone fell into silence for nearly 30 seconds. Eastern Shin remained patient, allowing him time to ponder. I have some matters to attend to. It's inconvenient for me to come over at the moment, Yin Jinping finally spoke. Commander Yin, are you intentionally trying to evade me? Your words lead me to suspect you may be attempting to deceive me, Eastern Shun replied bluntly. What do you mean by that? Yin Jinping was displeased. He began to doubt whether Eastern Shun was aware of his dismissal and was seeking an excuse to terminate cooperation with the Southwest Military Region. Since Commander Yin has nothing to hide, I believe that reviewing the accounts together should not pose a challenge. If Commander Yin insists on not attending, then I fear there is no further need for our collaboration, Eastern Shun concluded before hanging up. Bang! Yin Jinping slammed his hand on the table in frustration. A threat. This is an outright threat. Yin Jinping could hardly believe that. Immediately after his dismissal, the first to take advantage of his misfortune was none other than Eastern Chen. Chapter 219. Journey to Bijang Base. Father, did you call for me? Yin Fangfang swiftly arrived at the office, already aware of Yin Jinping's dismissal. Without regard for the setting, she referred to him as Dad. Fangfang, has there been any issue with the transactions with Dongfang Chen during this period? Yin Jinping inquired. Not at all. Everything is proceeding smoothly, Yin Fangfang replied. Just now, Dongfang Chen called to inform me that there are discrepancies in his accounts, and the amounts are significantly off. Yin Jinping remarked with unease. Impossible. I have meticulously verified each transaction, and every time, the exchange has been settled without any issues. How could there be a problem? Yin Fangfang retorted. At that moment, Yin Fangfang received a message from Dongfang Chen in her digital ocular implant. Find a way to bring your dad over. It's urgent and highly confidential. Do not make it public. Upon reading the message, Yin Fangfang suddenly recalled, Oh, Dad, I just remembered. There is indeed a transaction that doesn't match up. I have been investigating for a while, but couldn't pinpoint the issue. Initially, Yin Jinping had concluded from Yin Fangfang's resolute response that Dongfang Chen intended to sever ties with him. However, this new revelation from Yin Fangfang caused him to furrow his brow once more. You always tend to be careless, my child. Let me ask you again, is there truly a problem with the accounts? Yin Jinping pressed. There is indeed a problem. Yin Fangfang answered with unwavering certainty this time. Then let us go. We shall address this together, Yin Jinping stated. At 1900 hours in the afternoon, Yin Jinping and Yin Fangfang arrived at the Binjiang base. Commander Yin, it is indeed quite a challenge for you to come here. Dongfang Chen stepped forward to greet him. Humph. Yin Jinping ignored him, still in a fit of anger. Dongfang Chen did not take offense and led the two men into the office. Commander Yin, allow me to share something with you first, Dongfang Chen said. Yin Fangfang is one of our own, so there is no need for discretion. I have told you countless times to refrain from making phone calls. Saint, the situation has escalated. I had no choice but to make this call. As soon as he heard the beginning of the recording, Yin Jinping sprang to his feet. His hands clenched tightly, his expression exceedingly grave. Yin Fangfang also sensed the gravity of the situation. The mention of the ARC base was unfamiliar to her, but it referenced her father and several military district commanders, indicating the far-reaching implications of this matter. Fangfang, please step outside for a moment, Yin Jinping instructed. Only 19 members of the council are privy to the matters concerning the ARC base. Thus it was imperative for Yin Fangfang to withdraw. Oh, Yin Fangfang replied and turned to leave. Where did this recording come from? Yin Jinping asked, frowning. I exerted some influence and successfully intercepted a call from a saint of the red robes, Dongfang Chen explained broadly. He could not disclose the recent events concerning the zombie siege or the conflict between the red robes and the Crimson Lotus in Mo City, nor their connection to himself. Yin Jinping nodded, choosing not to press further. Commander Yin, this matter is of great consequence. I sincerely apologize for having to bring you here in such a manner. Dongfang Chen clarified. You acted correctly. It is I who misunderstood you. Yin Jinping expressed his strong approval. The reason for your invitation today is to verify whether the person on the phone is indeed the speaker, Dongfang Chen inquired cautiously. You need not concern yourself with this matter. It involves military secrets, and I cannot provide any explanation, Yin Jinping replied. Is the Mozong ARC base mentioned in the call also classified? Dongfang Chen asked. Indeed, Yin Jinping responded. Dongfang Chen nodded. Although Yin Jinping did not provide a direct answer, his demeanor clearly indicated that the individual on the line was undoubtedly the speaker. Commander Yin truly possesses remarkable resolve. Willing to undertake such great risks to safeguard the Yangtze River's defense, Dongfang Chen remarked. The speaker had already briefed the Sun on the unfolding events. Thus, revisiting the topic would pose no issues. Your intelligence is remarkably timely, alleviating many of my uncertainties. However, There are numerous aspects you may not fully grasp, and I prefer not to elaborate. This matter is of utmost importance, and I trust you will maintain complete confidentiality, Yin Zhengping cautioned, disregarding Fang Chen's compliments. Had this been an ordinary individual, he would have likely resorted to confinement. However, facing Fang Chen, he was neither inclined nor capable of such an action, and could only resort to a reminder. Commander Yin, I have taken your warning to heart. These matters are of little consequence to me. As long as no one provokes me, harmony will prevail for all, Fang Chen replied, unfazed by the admonition. While Yin Zhengping was somewhat displeased by Fang Chen's nonchalant response, he chose not to pursue the matter further. For any subsequent issues, please communicate through Fang. Your channels are more secure, Yin Zhengping remarked. He was aware that their communication devices were quite advanced, having been utilized by many within the Southwest military region. Indeed, Fang Chen replied. Following a brief meeting, Yin Zhengping and Yin Fangfang swiftly returned to the Southwest military region. At this critical juncture, it was inappropriate for him to be away from the base. Chapter 220. The ants begin to cross the river on the morning of July 19, 2055, after 2 days of advancement. The giant tooth ants had pushed northward to the banks of the Yangtze River. Although Yin Zhengping had been dismissed from his position, the special forces stationed at the northern side of the Chongjing Bridge remained intact until the new military region commander assumed office. The 4 military regions continued to execute the planned patrols along the Yangtze's coastline. Previously, Yin Fangfang had issued orders to demolish the Chongjing Bridge. At this moment, the swarm of giant tooth ants lingered along the riverbank, searching for a way to cross. From the northern shore, the once lush green banks of the Yangtze had transformed into a dark, ominous mass. No one dared to be complacent, for Yin Fangfang had long since instructed that the ants possessed the capability to traverse the river, necessitating heightened vigilance among all. Look, the ants are entering the water, someone shouted. An officer seized a pair of binoculars and gazed towards the southern bank. Indeed, a multitude of ants was ferrying thick logs into the river. How astute! It was their first encounter witnessing ants utilizing the buoyancy of wood to cross. Though they were reluctant to believe it, the reality unfolded before their eyes. As a log submerged, a swarm of ants encircled it, forming a colossal congregation. They continuously shifted their formations, propelling the wooden structures forward. Remarkably, the flowing river did not disperse them. It was truly extraordinary. Before long, the surface of the river began to erupt with splashes, and the swarm of ants suddenly descended into chaos. What could be the cause? Everyone was perplexed. There was something in the water. The keen-eyed quickly discerned the anomaly. Suddenly, with a tremendous splash, a gaping maw brimming with sharp teeth opened wide and then snapped shut. In the blink of an eye, a group of ants attempting to cross the river vanished from the surface. All were left in stunned silence. What manner of creature was that? That mouth must have been at least 20 meters wide. How perilous the river is! A profound fear enveloped everyone regarding the waters. Thankfully, none had ventured in. Otherwise, they would have surely been devoured in an instant. The ants on the opposite bank seemed utterly oblivious to the threat lurking beneath the surface, continuing to surge in clusters toward the water. Open fire, commanded the officer. The soldiers stationed on the northern bank began to unleash a barrage into the river. Ants struck by the gunfire plummeted into the water, their viscous fluids mingling with the river, luring even more fish. The leading ants fell one after another, significantly hampering their crossing speed. Excellent. Splendid. The officer exclaimed, exhilarated by the bloody scene in the river. He had not anticipated that the fearsome creatures in the water would provide such substantial assistance in this defensive battle. Captain Zhang, I have brought some men to join the fray. It was none other than Mayor Su. Mayor Su, this is a battle, not a game. It would be best if you refrained from complicating matters at this juncture, a military officer advised. Rest assured, Commander Zhang. The individuals I have brought are all from our Jingmen City's security system, and they are thoroughly trained, Mayor Su asserted. That will not suffice. Ammunition is scarce, and we lack surplus weaponry. You cannot be of assistance, the officer replied. We possess our own equipment, Mayor Su declared. What? The officer felt as though he had misheard. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself, Mayor Su said confidently. Let us go. The officer chose not to argue further. This, tactical gear? Laser guns? The officer was taken aback. The special forces directly under the Southwest military region were among the first to encounter such equipment, and thus were somewhat knowledgeable. Indeed, they were just delivered by the Huat Un Chamber of Commerce, a total of 1,000 sets. Mayor Su remarked with a smile. Excellent. Splendid. They will be under your command. Accompany me for efficient management, the officer responded with delight. With protective gear in hand, what is there to hesitate about? Let us proceed. Very well. Mayor Su readily agreed. This is a matter of Jingmen City. Out of both obligation and reason, I must contribute. Zhi in an instant. The river's surface was illuminated by flickering red beams. The destructive power of the Type 2 laser guns had significantly increased. A single shot could eliminate an ant. Furthermore, their precision was exceptional, and they possessed no recoil. Most importantly, there was no ammunition expenditure. Once the energy cell was depleted, it merely required recharging. When compared to traditional firearms, the advantages were strikingly evident. Remarkable weapons. The officer gazed upon them with envy. With the addition of these 1,000 personnel, the onslaught of the ants had been decisively suppressed. In the span of half an hour, countless lifeless ants, aided by the aquatic inhabitants, succumbed to their fate. The dismembered remains of these ants littered the river surface, continuously swept downstream. A significant portion of the ammunition had already been expended, yet the opposing ants remained in overwhelming numbers. Soon, bombers dispatched by the Southwest Military District arrived over Jingmen City, releasing a multitude of bombs from the skies, causing the terrain on the opposite bank to be ravaged by the bombardment. The ant population dwindled dramatically, and their assault finally ceased. Victory was secured. The soldiers and security personnel of the shelter stood at the water's edge, raising their weapons and cheering joyously. Unbeknownst to them, however, within the subterranean ant nest across the river, a winged ant had just emerged from its egg. Following it were the second, then the third. Chapter 221. The energy charging cabinet. When reinforcements from other military districts arrived, the battle had already concluded. During this defensive operation, the superiority of the laser guns was unanimously acknowledged by both the military and the shelter. As for the energy rods required for the laser guns, the Huading Chamber of Commerce had installed several large charging cabinets at the Baisha shelter. By simply inserting the energy rods that required charging, they would soon be replenished. Beside the cabinets, there was a counter that automatically recorded the charging frequency. The shelter only needed to pay monthly based on the number of charges. This arrangement effectively alleviated everyone's concerns regarding energy. The installation of the cabinets required time, which accounted for the slight delay in the arrival of Huading's laser guns. How does one operate this? An officer visited the Baisha shelter to inspect the charging cabinets. This area requires a card swipe for access. Mayor Su spoke as he handed a membership card to the officer. The officer accepted the card and placed it against the sensor area. With a chime, a voice prompted, "Please insert the energy rod that requires recharging." Following this announcement, a square compartment, measuring 10 centimeters on each side, sprang open, reminiscent of lockers in a supermarket. The officer received a depleted energy rod from a nearby comrade and inserted it into the compartment. The fit was precise, with a groove ensuring it could not be inserted incorrectly. Once the energy rod was in place, the system instructed, "Please close the compartment door." The officer complied, securing the door. A moment later, the voice continued, "Please retrieve the new energy rod." With a click, another compartment opened, and a fresh energy rod ejected slightly, about 2 centimeters, preventing it from falling to the ground. The officer retrieved the rod, which displayed a full charge of 100. The voice reiterated, "Please close the compartment door." The officer followed the instruction once more, completing the exchange of energy rods. He nodded in approval. With this cabinet, equipping each soldier with several energy rods would fully satisfy the operational needs. "How long does it take to recharge the energy rods?" the officer inquired. "I have yet to compile the data, but according to the Huading Chamber of Commerce, a single energy rod should recharge in no more than 10 minutes, replied Mayor Su. 10 minutes. The officer exclaimed, "If that's the case, it poses no challenge at all. By assigning a few soldiers to continuously swap the energy rods, we can ensure sustained operational output from the combat unit." But where does the energy for the cabinet come from? Is it reliant on electricity? The officer continued to inquire, expressing his uncertainty regarding the availability of electricity at the resettlement site. The representatives from the Huadong Chamber of Commerce stated that the energy for the cabinets was not to be our concern. We merely needed to pay promptly according to the charging frequency. Mayor Su shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge on the matter. The officer nodded thoughtfully, clearly intrigued, planning to report back to Yin Jinping upon his return, advocating for the military district to also be equipped. The laser gun undeniably serves as an excellent alternative to traditional submachine guns. It is indeed somewhat dramatic that the ordinary security personnel at the resettlement site possess equipment more advanced than their own. Who could one possibly appeal to regarding such an issue? In the Northwest Military District, Senator Shinta stated, the projects at the Mozong Ark base must not cease. As they pertain to the future of the entire Huagua, I hope you will not act impulsively. Your Excellency, the speaker replied over the phone. I have already instructed my men to expedite the process. With 300,000 soldiers from the Central Military District, plus 60,000 from the other military districts, and accounting for experts from various fields, the total number is less than 400,000. At the current pace of screening over 1,000 individuals daily, I estimate completion within a year, Shintu Zhenghao earnestly responded. This statement was clearly an exaggeration. A year dedicated to screening would render the situation dire. Commander Shintu, are you not afraid of being dismissed from your position? The speaker retorted, visibly displeased. Feel free. Shintu Zhenghao dismissed the concern, ending the call. He was certainly unafraid of dismissal, for such an outcome could plunge the entire Northwest region into chaos. He could not mention Yin Jinping, as doing so would transform his actions into an overt threat against the council, altering the nature of the situation entirely. This matter can only be instigated by the speaker himself. As for why Shintu Zhenghao dares to act in such a manner, beyond his obstinacy, there are indeed unique historical reasons behind it. The Shintu family once held sway as a regional power in the Northwest, and through the tireless efforts of the previous generation, a peaceful unification was achieved with the founding of the Huagua nation. Furthermore, Shintu Zhenghao has discerned certain anomalies regarding the speaker. During his visit to Kyoto to meet the speaker, he alluded to an event from a decade prior. What exactly transpired 10 years ago? It was merely a casual remark from Shintu Zhenghao, with no corresponding incident existing. He inquired of the speaker, do you recall what happened 10 years ago? The speaker's response was, of course, I remember. This raised significant concerns. Shintu continued, what actions did you take at that time? The speaker declined to respond. At that moment, Shintu had already reached the conclusion that there was something amiss with the speaker. Why, then, did he choose to probe further? This was prompted by a curious observation made during the last assembly meeting. The speaker had consistently used his left hand to strike the gavel, yet on that occasion, Shintu noticed the gavel had been placed to the right. Chapter 222, Yin Jinping's restoration to office. Initially, he did not pay much heed to this matter. However, the speaker's stance on the Yangtze River Patrol and the sudden dismissal of Yin Jinping naturally led him to connect these events. Thus, he personally traveled to Kyoto, seeking to ascertain the truth on the spot. This ruse indeed revealed underlying issues. Therefore, the imposition of martial law at the Mozong Ark base was not solely to gain leverage in negotiations, but also served another crucial purpose, to escalate the situation. The underground base in Binjiang. After Yin Jinping departed, Fang Chen reached out to Ling Zhenhai. At that moment, in order to facilitate Zhang Yuankuai's return to Meilin to oversee the establishment of the mercenary guild, Fang Chen specifically instructed Ling Zhenhai to head to Kyoto, thereby supplanting Zhang Yuankuai's plans to infiltrate the city. Brother Ling, has anything unusual occurred in Kyoto recently? Fang Chen inquired. Boss, the upper echelons in Kyoto have been particularly active lately. From the information we've gathered, it seems there are vacancies among the leadership, and many individuals are vying for those positions, replied Ling Zhenhai. It is only natural that there would be ambitions following Yin Jinping's dismissal from his post as commander of the Southwest Military Region, Fang Chen remarked. Yin Jinping has been dismissed? Ling Zhenhai expressed astonishment. Indeed, that transpired yesterday, Fang Chen confirmed. No wonder, Ling Zhenhai understood. I need you to investigate a matter. Fang Chen stated. Boss, just say the word. I will send a few assistants to aid you shortly, along with some specialized equipment. The details of the mission will be sent to you via email, and I urge you to complete it in the shortest time possible, Fang Chen instructed. Rest assured, boss. I will ensure the task is accomplished, Ling Zhenhai assured him. At the command headquarters of the Southwest Military Region. Brother Shintu, I didn't expect you to call. Yin Jinping was somewhat taken aback by Shintu Zhenghao's call. He was aware that Shintu Zhenghao was not one to offer comforting words lightly. Old Yin, I'm calling because I have something important to discuss with you. At that moment, Shintu Zhenghao recounted his deductions. I am already aware of this matter. Yin Jinping replied. You know? Shintu Zhenghao found it hard to believe. Indeed, the current situation remains unclear. I suggest we refrain from acting hastily, Yin Jinping proposed. I share this sentiment. At present, I have placed the entire Mozong Arc base under strict surveillance, awaiting his next move, Shintu Jinghao stated. Initially, I intended to contact you regarding this matter, but had yet to devise a suitable rationale. It appears you have taken the initiative. This decision is prudent, as it minimizes risks to the greatest extent possible, Yin Jinping remarked. Within the Arc base, there are still 20,000 soldiers from your southwest military district. I hope you can issue an order to coordinate with my actions, Shintu Jinghao urged. Certainly, I shall inform both the northeast and southeast military districts shortly. These 60,000 troops will be temporarily at your disposal, Yin Jinping replied. Very well, Shintu Jinghao concluded, hanging up the phone. Subsequently, Yin Jinping reached out to the southeast and northeast military districts to elucidate the situation. Thereafter, each military district issued their respective orders. Once authorized, Shintu Jinghao redeployed the 60,000 soldiers from the base and equipped them with firearms to enforce a broader state of emergency in the Mozong region. Although he claimed that spies from the Red Robe cult had infiltrated the Arc base, this was merely a pretext. In reality, he did not conduct any inspections of the base. All soldiers and scientists were simply resting temporarily. While some felt a hint of unease, no one expressed dissatisfaction, and the atmosphere remained tranquil. Around 8:30 p.m., the speaker's phone rang again. Counselor Shintu, please articulate your conditions. What conditions? Shintu Jinghao inquired. The conditions for resuming operations at the base. I am at a loss for your words. The imposition of martial law at the base is solely for security reasons, and I harbor no intentions of coercing the parliament. Shintu Jinghao certainly cannot acknowledge this. Yin Jinping may resume all his duties. The conversation on the other end was straightforward. The safety of Arc base surpasses all else, and the comprehensive investigation will require some time, Shintu Jinghao remarked, though a hint of negotiable leeway had already emerged. The matter of patrolling the Yangtze River can be brought forth for discussion in the meeting. The voice on the other end retreated a step further. I believe that if the other 3 military districts could cooperate, the speed of the investigation might significantly increase. Shintu Jinghao also took a step back. Then please expedite the process. I plan to convene a parliamentary meeting the day after tomorrow, and I hope the investigation can conclude before then. After uttering these words, the call was terminated. Shortly thereafter, the Military and Political Affairs Office received the order for Yin Jinping's reinstatement. Lu Feiying observed this dramatic turn of events with a bemused smile and a shake of the head. Thus, the matter of Yin Jinping's dismissal concluded rather ambiguously. The unrest in Kyoto swiftly subsided following the issuance of this notification. On the morning of July 20th, 2055, in the Kyoto Council building, through the concerted efforts of the 4 military districts, the parliamentary meeting was finally convened. Chapter 223. The proposal for patrolling the Yangtze River Pass. Today's parliamentary meeting primarily revolves around the proposal put forth by Councillor Yin concerning the patrolling of the Yangtze River frontline. For the specifics of this matter, let him provide an introduction to everyone, the speaker announced. Honorable members, 4 days ago, Mayor Su of Jingmen City in Hanjin Province reported that a significant number of mutated ants have been spotted at the Chongjing resettlement site, located 5 kilometers from the southern bank of the Yangtze River. These ants are of considerable size and possess formidable attacking capabilities. Wherever they roam, they devour all vegetation in their path. I have dispatched personnel to the site to capture some photographs, which I invite you all to examine. Yin Jinping rose and approached the large screen, where a presentation commenced, displaying both distant and close-up images of the giant toothy ants. The members of Congress were profoundly shocked upon viewing the photographs. Just the day before yesterday, these ants were poised to cross the Yangtze River, intending to extend their reach into the northern regions. Fortunately, we had preemptively established a blockade on the northern bank, thwarting their crossing attempt. At this juncture, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. It is indeed fortunate that they did not cross the Yangtze. However, one must consider that where there is one group, there may well be 2 or 3. I do not believe these ants are merely an isolated incident. Let us now turn our attention to this. Yin Jinping switched the slide again, revealing images of mutated cockroaches. Similarly, just 2 days prior in Yujing City of the Southeast Military Region, a large swarm of mutated cockroaches attempted to traverse the Yujing Yangtze River Bridge. Fortunately, the vigilant soldiers on patrol detected them in time, or the consequences could have been dire. From these 2 defensive engagements, I have drawn several conclusions. Firstly, the region south of the Yangtze River enjoys a warm and humid climate, highly conducive to the proliferation of insects. It is likely that various species of mutated animals have already emerged. Secondly, these creatures are characterized by rapid reproduction and a tendency to dwell in groups. Thirdly, they exhibit no aversion to sunlight and are capable of activity around the clock. Honorable members, the Yangtze River will serve as a natural barrier against these mutated creatures. Should they breach this barrier, the northern regions will no longer be secure. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a long-term patrol along the Yangtze to safeguard the lives and property of our citizens. Yen Jinping has expressed his viewpoint. Everyone is aware of the situation. Now, let us proceed to share our opinions, the speaker stated. I concur. Once these insects cross the Yangtze, we will have no defenses left, implying that no place will be safe. This would result in incalculable losses for the various shelters, with dire consequences, remarked Minister of Health Hu Qingying. I disagree. It has been previously concluded that the safety of the shelters is to be managed independently, and the Parliament will no longer intervene. If that is the case, why are we still addressing these matters? Questioned Minister of Finance Chen Guangquan. I believe you are misrepresenting the concept. The rationale for supporting the autonomy of the shelters is due to the limited capacity of the Parliament to ensure their safety. At the same time, delegating authority is beneficial for unleashing the initiative of the shelters, thereby enhancing their survival rates. However, this does not imply that our decision is an attempt to shirk responsibility or that we are indifferent to the safety of the public. These are entirely different concepts. I advocate for patrolling the Yangtze to maintain safety and stability in the northern regions to the greatest extent possible, stated Minister of Civil Affairs Wu Xingruo. I agree. I concur. Very well, let us proceed to the vote. At last, the Parliament passed the proposal by Yen Jinping regarding the patrol of the Yangtze River with a vote of 16 in favor. Following the approval of this proposal, the 4 major military regions would receive support from the Military and Political Affairs Department for their fuel and ammunition needs. The most pressing concern had finally been resolved. From that day forth, the Yangtze River would enter a phase of regular patrol operations. In a secluded courtyard in Kyoto, the atmosphere was contemplative. Who says there is no clothing? I share my garments with you. May no one know, and let the years pass peacefully. Hello, I am the Sea King. One introduced. Greetings, I am Dai Zhong, responded the other. In accordance with the commander's orders, I have brought you personnel and equipment, all of which are here. All right, thank you, replied Ling Zhenhai. Please, no need for gratitude. For the sake of safety, I will keep a transport aircraft stationed in the outskirts of Kyoto. Should you require it, feel free to utilize it at any time, Dai Zhong affirmed. Understood, Ling Zhenhai acknowledged. He had already reviewed the mission email. The matter was of great significance, and caution was paramount. This location had been transformed into a safe house, offering absolute security. If danger arises, you may seek refuge here, Dai Zhong continued. Got it. Ling Zhenhai nodded affirmatively. With the handover complete, I shall take my leave. Wishing you success in your mission. Dai Zhong extended his hand. Thank you. Ling Zhenhai reciprocated, and the two clasped hands firmly. 7 days later, on the night of July 27, 2055, in a deserted villa in Kyoto, a sudden intrusion occurred. Who goes there? Came the call, followed by a cacophony of distress. The door to a room was violently kicked open, and 7 or 8 individuals clad in combat attire burst into the space. Outside, there were still a dozen guards stationed. How is it? There is still breathing. The individual has lost consciousness. That is good. Take them away. Go. One person lifted the unconscious figure from the bed, while the others followed closely behind, providing cover as they departed swiftly. To avoid leaving any traces, the bodies outside were also removed. Chapter 224. By Li Ji arrives at the Southwest Military District, they transported the bodies to a safe house, stacking them within. Boss, we have succeeded, reported Ling Zhenhai through his digital ocular interface. Have the Special Operations Team escort him to the Southwest Military District immediately, and you must conceal yourself as soon as possible, commanded Fang Chen. Understood. Following the orders, the Special Operations members rushed to the helipad on the outskirts of the city. Having arranged everything, Ling Zhenhai also hastily vacated the safe house. It wasn't until the next morning that the replacement personnel arrived at the villa and discovered the anomaly. The entire city of Kyoto was subsequently placed under lockdown. Saint, something is amiss. What has happened now? Ling Yu asked, frowning as she answered the call. Making this call carries significant risk. He had repeatedly instructed that unless it was of utmost importance, this call should not be made. Yet the person on the other end had called again. Number 1 has been abducted. What? Ling Yu's temper flared. It is absolutely true. The replacement personnel reported today that the entire villa is deserted, and our people have vanished as well. Ling Yu frowned. This was a serious matter. Your identity may have been compromised. Who have you encountered in the past few days? Think carefully, Ling Yu inquired. Xingtu Zhenghao. What did Xingtu Zhenghao discuss with you? Ling Wei inquired. The person across from her recounted the conversation in detail. 10 years ago, Ling Wei frowned. Indeed, he asked if I remembered. Fearing the exposure of my identity, I vaguely replied that I did. There is likely deception at play. His inquiry was a test of your awareness, Ling Wei concluded. What shall we do now? If all goes as anticipated, this matter may very well have been orchestrated by Xingtu Zhenghao. Immediately seal off Kyoto. Not a single fly shall escape. Simultaneously, dispatch teams to meticulously search every street. We must locate the individual. Ling Wei commanded. What if they have already departed from Kyoto? For the Northwest Military District. I will assign others to oversee that. You focus on resolving the situation in Kyoto, Ling Wei replied. Understood. Meanwhile, the anti-gravity aircraft carrying the Special Operations Team had successfully arrived at the Southwest Military District. Fang Chen had previously informed Yin Zhengping of this operation. At this moment, Yin Zhengping anxiously awaited at the command post of the Southwest Military District. Upon the aircraft's arrival, the soldiers formed two lines, standing with their backs turned inward, facing outward. This arrangement was primarily for confidentiality, signifying that the mission was of particularly high security. The Special Operations Team members disembarked from the aircraft, carrying a stretcher. Silence enveloped them as they swiftly made their way toward a nearby ambulance. In the military district's special care ward, two military doctors conducted thorough examinations. Shortly, they emerged from the ward. What is the matter? Yin Zhengping hurriedly approached as the military doctor emerged. The two physicians were acutely aware of the identity of the patient lying on the bed, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Commander, this is akin to the situation you encountered during the previous attack. It appears that he has inhaled a significant amount of a neurotoxic substance, resulting in profound unconsciousness. However, judging by the symptoms, this condition seems to have persisted for quite some time, the doctor conveyed delicately. Hallucinogenic agents? Yin Zhengping comprehended, casting a glance at Daizhong. The last time he had inhaled a hallucinogen, it was the medication provided by Fang Chen that had restored him. Commander Yin, this is a message from Mr. Dongfang. Daizhong stepped forward, presenting a small box. He referred to Mr. Dongfang, a title befitting the commander, mindful that it was not appropriate to address him in such a manner before the military. Your employer indeed possesses remarkable foresight. Yin Zhengping chuckled as he accepted the box. My employer mentioned that the contents of this box are worth 10,000 crystal cores, Daizhong remarked with a grin. He neither mentioned payment nor dismissed the notion. Ha! That lad. Convey to him that the crystal cores will not be lacking. Yin Zhengping laughed heartily, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart, his spirits considerably elevated. Mr. Dongfang also indicated that this medication demands substantial energy from the body. Thus, it is imperative to supplement it with some nutritional solution during administration, Daizhong added. Then I must rely on you two doctors. Yin Zhengping entrusted the box to the military physicians. Yes, sir. They saluted and accepted the box before re-entering the ward. 3 days later, on July 30th, 2055, Yin Zhengping boisterously shouted as he entered the ward, Brother Bailey, how are you feeling today? I feel splendid, even better than before. Bailey Ji paced back and forth in the hospital room, engaging in stretching exercises. That's good. Here, I brought you some breakfast. Let us have a bite together, Yin Zhengping remarked as he placed the lunchbox on the table. Old Yin, there hasn't been any significant turmoil in Kyoto recently, has there? Bailey Ji inquired while eating. Kyoto remains under martial law. They must be searching for you, Yin Zhengping replied. This incident is largely due to your efforts. Otherwise, the entire Huagua would be facing immense peril, Bailey Ji acknowledged. It's quite embarrassing. This matter was initially discovered by Xingtu Zhenghao. When I went to Kyoto to see you, I was so agitated that I overlooked these crucial details, Yin Zhengping lamented. Chapter 225. A visit to the Southwest Military District. Do not blame yourself. Such an unfathomable occurrence is beyond anyone's imagination, Bailey Ji reassured him. Currently, the Northwest Military District is also in disarray. Numerous cult members are rampantly active around the Ganlan region. Had we not preemptively deployed 60,000 soldiers from the 3 military districts to maintain local order, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued, Yin Zhengping stated. They are likely probing into my whereabouts, Bailey Ji chuckled. Indeed, what are your plans moving forward? Yin Zhengping inquired. Kyoto must remain stable. and the Mozong Arc Base cannot afford any mishaps. The optimal course of action is to achieve a silent transition, Bai Li Ji articulated. Yan Zhongping nodded in agreement. The most straightforward approach would undoubtedly be to storm the parliament building and seize that counterfeit directly. However, such an act would surely make the matter public knowledge, tarnishing the reputation of the parliament and, by extension, the entire nation of Huagua. Furthermore, it would incite chaos throughout Kyoto and the central military district. Who truly benefits from this? Who is deceiving? Whom should one trust? In summary, a cult member lacks the qualification to discern truth from falsehood. My physical condition is deteriorating. In the coming days, accompany me to Kyoto. This matter must be resolved swiftly, Bai Li Ji stated. Certainly, given that the other party is already on edge. Encountering him will not be an easy task. To prevent conflict and escalation, I suggest we devise a detailed plan prior to our departure, Yan Zhongping advised. Indeed. After breakfast, Yan Zhongping guided Bai Li Ji around the military camp. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Bai Li Ji donned military attire along with a mask and cap. His visage is likely known to nearly everyone in the entire nation. Old Yan, how has the Southwest Military District come to this? Bai Li Ji remarked. Observing the surroundings with a critical eye. Do not rush to conclusions. I fear that should you learn the reasons behind this, you would be eager to emulate my methods. Yan Zhongping chuckled. You must be jesting. Me, learn from you. Ridiculous, Bai Li Ji scoffed. What should a military district look like? Every area ought to be orderly and systematically arranged. Yet here in the Southwest Military District's command center, makeshift structures abound, haphazardly scattered. This resembles a bustling marketplace rather than a military establishment. Don't believe it? Yan Zhongping inquired playfully. Old Yan, it is just the two of us now. Heed my advice. And rectify this situation promptly. I shall send personnel from the Military and Political Affairs Department for inspection. Should it remain in this state, I will have no choice but to relieve you of your command, Bai Li Ji warned. Follow me, Yan Zhongping retorted, now feeling defiant. Upon observing Yan Zhongping's lack of comprehension, Bai Li Ji shook his head but nonetheless followed suit. The two soon arrived at a warehouse, where a contingent of soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Such a sight was uncommon. The heavy presence of guards within a military zone indicated that the contents within were of significant importance. Bai Li Ji furrowed his brow in contemplation. Salute. The soldier commanded. Open the door, Yan Zhongping ordered. Yes, sir. Two soldiers saluted and hurried to unlock the entrance. The pair stepped inside. What is this? Bai Li Ji inquired upon seeing several large crates within the warehouse. Let us open and see, Yan Zhongping replied with a mysterious smile. Bai Li Ji, intrigued by his enigmatic demeanor, approached one of the crates and opened it directly. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he beheld a crate brimming with blue crystals, gleaming like a trove of radiant gemstones, exuding a dazzling azure light. This is a crystal core? Bai Li Ji asked. Indeed, Yan Zhongping affirmed with a smile. Observing his reaction, unfazed by the expression on his companion's face, Bai Li Ji moved to another crate and opened it. To his astonishment, it too was filled to the brim with crystal cores. He opened yet another crate, only to find the same. Are all of these crystal cores? Bai Li Ji queried. Precisely. Yan Zhongping continued to respond with a grin. Having been in a state of unconsciousness for half a year, Bai Li Ji was still unfamiliar with the applications of crystal cores. His recollection was that these cores were extracted from the heads of zombies, but their purpose remained a mystery to him. Old Yan. How many zombies must have been hunted to amass such a quantity of crystal cores? Bai Li Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Since the beginning of July, Yan Zhongping had been nurturing mice, and just a few days prior, he had reaped a modest harvest of several tens of thousands of crystal cores, hardly a substantial amount. Thus, Bai Li Ji was taken aback. His perception was still rooted in December, when acquiring a crystal core bore a hefty price due to the high casualty rate among soldiers. How many were needed? Merely several tens of thousands. Yan Zhongping chuckled. Several tens of thousands? Just that? Bai Li Ji could hardly believe his ears. Yan Zhongping, aware that Bai Li Ji's understanding was frozen in time from months prior, proceeded to elucidate the events that had transpired and the utility of the crystal cores. Old Yan, why do you want me to see these? Bai Li Ji inquired, eyes wide with incredulity. Didn't you say that my military district was lacking? I thought it prudent to report to you. Yan Zhongping replied with a grin. What do you mean? Bai Li Ji was puzzled. These crystal cores are produced from those mobile units outside, Yan Zhongping explained. What? Produced? This thing can be manufactured? Bai Li Ji questioned in disbelief. Indeed, Yan Zhongping affirmed. Do you think I am so easily deceived? While I have been asleep for quite some time, I am aware that crystal cores grow from the brains of zombies. Li Ji remained skeptical. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to see for yourself, Yin Jinping proposed. The two exited the warehouse and made their way to one of the mobile units, which was under constant surveillance by soldiers. Everyone, step outside, Commander Yin commanded. Yes. The soldiers saluted and promptly withdrew. Upon entering the mobile unit, Li Ji was immediately assaulted by an unpleasant odor. Upon closer inspection, he noticed rows upon rows of cages, each filled with mice. Each cage stood 30 centimeters tall and was divided into 2 levels. In order to conserve space, several cages were grouped together and stacked neatly. The activity room was filled with the incessant squeaking of numerous mice. Are you raising mice in the military district, old Yin? Li Ji exclaimed in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how the Southwest military district had transformed into such a state, utterly shattering his worldview. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Yet, Yin Jinping merely smiled faintly, showing no signs of remorse. I truly wish to relieve you of your position right now. Li Ji regarded him as if he were a stranger. Well then, make sure you don't come crying to me for methods to raise mice later. Yin Jinping feigned a threat. Requesting your methods? Have you lost your mind raising mice? Li Ji was becoming increasingly displeased. What if I told you that those crystal cores you just saw originated from these mice? Yin Jinping inquired. Mice Li Ji was about to retort, but halted abruptly. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, a glimmer of realization crossed his face. Ah, what a brilliant idea. Li Ji's expression transformed from one of gloom to radiant sunshine. Indeed, it was advantageous. There would be no need to dispatch personnel to hunt zombies, thus saving both ammunition and fuel. Moreover, as the number of zombies diminished, the mice could be bred in abundance. Furthermore, hunting zombies required well-trained soldiers, while raising mice was a task even an elderly person could manage. With this method, wouldn't the crystal cores be an endless supply? Wait, a thought suddenly struck Li Ji. Raising so many mice will require a considerable amount of food. Where do these grains come from? Li Ji inquired. The issue of food is easily resolved. We have reached an agreement with the Huazhong Chamber of Commerce. They sell us all the leftover trimmings from their food processing plants at a low price, Yin Jinping replied. By specifically mentioning our Southwest military district, Yin Jinping aimed to convey a warning against any nefarious intentions. These trimmings belong solely to our Southwest military district. Utilizing waste is indeed an excellent solution. Li Ji's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. But for these rats to generate crystal cores, they require corpse transformation, correct? They must be slaughtered as well. How do we address this? Li Ji continued to pose his queries. The process of corpse transformation is straightforward. We have designated isolation cages, which will contain several already transformed zombie rats. Simply placing the new rats inside will naturally lead to their transformation, Yin Jinping explained. As for the slaughtering, that is not our concern. The Huazhong Chamber of Commerce has constructed a slaughterhouse within the military district. Once the transformed rats are sent there, they will all be converted into crystal cores within 10 minutes. Naturally, a few zombie rats will remain in the cage to serve as breeding stock for the next batch of transformed rats, Yin Jinping elaborated. So, in that case, isn't it manageable for just a few individuals to oversee such a large operation? Li Ji questioned. Not just a few. Our soldiers work in 3 shifts. Each shift consists of 5 individuals, requiring 15 personnel for each breeding facility, Yin Jinping replied. His arrangement was rather lax, as the workload did not genuinely necessitate 15 people. The military district may lack many resources, but personnel were abundant. Assigning a few extra individuals was inconsequential. After all, it was better for everyone to complete their tasks with ease. Li Ji looked down upon his ostentatious behavior. 15 individuals entail little expense. Indeed, even 150 would not be considered significant. Old Yin, let us return to the office, Li Ji declared, turning to exit. What, no further inspection? Yin Jinping inquired, hinting at something deeper. No need to look again. Come, let us sit in your office, Li Ji insisted, leaving no room for debate. Eager to reach the office, Yin Jinping chuckled, shaking his head, aware that his interest had been piqued. In the office, Li Ji requested, Old Yin, please show me the combat suit you mentioned earlier. He aimed to assess the veracity of Yin Jinping's claims. Yin Jinping summoned a soldier, who demonstrated the suit on the spot. Li Ji expressed his astonishment, realizing that in just a few months, Such an impressive creation had been developed. With the combat suit validated, he felt confident that other claims were likely credible as well. Yan Jingping waved his hand, signaling for the soldiers to withdraw. Old Yan, I believe the method of raising rats has merit, Bai Li Ji pondered after a moment of contemplation. Of course it does, otherwise. Would I invest so much time and effort into this endeavor? Yan Jingping replied matter-of-factly, seemingly oblivious to Bai Li Ji's intent. What I mean is, if there is a good method, it should be disseminated throughout the army, Bai Li Ji boldly asserted. Did you not just say I was raising rats to indulge in delusions? Yan Zhengping countered, tossing the remark back. Did I say that? I have no recollection. Bai Li Ji frowned, attempting to recall, though he appeared completely unaware. Had he not understood the situation, he might have been deceived by Yan Zhengping's performance. Act. Show me your performance. Yan Zhengping smiled and pointed at him, saying, I'm discussing serious matters. Bai Li Ji interrupted him. I believe there is no need for widespread dissemination. Yan Jingping's demeanor turned serious. No need. Why? Bai Li Ji was perplexed. We can make the breeding methods public and encourage each shelter to engage in farming, Yan Jingping suggested. After pondering for a while, Bai Li Ji replied, letting the shelters take on the farming is indeed a mutually beneficial approach. It provides them with tasks while significantly increasing the yield of the crystals. However, this matter must be approached with caution. I believe it is inappropriate for the council to take the lead. The overarching principle of self-sufficiency and showcasing their abilities must remain unchanged. We cannot allow them to develop a reliance on the council again. Therefore, I think we should refrain from intervening in this matter and let the military district handle it. Yan Zhengping nodded. This was Bai Li Ji, a man with profound insights. In Binhai City, at the headquarters of the Huadua Chamber of Commerce. Today marked the final day of training for 200 reserve personnel recruited from various shelters. Shortly after 8 in the morning, the trainees gathered in the auditorium. Today was their graduation ceremony. The auditorium of the chamber bore a resemblance to that of a cinema. The stage was modest and positioned low, while the audience seats ascended in a tiered fashion. This venue was typically utilized for online meetings, multimedia teaching, and large conferences. It could accommodate over 600 individuals. And the rear seats were equipped with LCD screens and speakers to ensure that those seated further back could see and hear clearly. As the meeting was about to commence, everyone had taken their seats. They felt a tinge of anxiety, uncertain about the nature of the tasks that awaited them. This past month had been the most comfortable period they had experienced in nearly a year. Here, they were free from the dread of nocturnal zombie attacks and the daily struggles of securing 3 meals a day. They had been granted a lifestyle reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era, and within their hearts, they fervently wished for this existence to continue. They had resolved internally that, should an opportunity arise, they would seize it with unwavering determination, regardless of the sacrifices required or the exertion needed. They were committed to striving for the chance to remain in this haven. However, they were acutely aware of the intense competition that lay ahead. At this moment, seated in the studio, none among them were novices. Each had been an academic achiever or a standout in their respective fields before the collapse of civilization. The challenge of distinguishing themselves from such accomplished individuals was formidable. Silence enveloped the room. No one engaged in conversation or pleasantries. They sat in their designated places, anxiously awaiting the proceedings. Before long, the substitute instructors entered collectively and took their seats at the front. The expressions of these instructors were equally grave, revealing that their own anxieties surpassed those of the students. After the students completed their training, they would inevitably be assigned to various positions within the business association, with promising futures ahead. Yet, the instructors were plagued with concerns about their own destinies. Would they be sent back to Kyoto after the course concluded? No one wished to return to Kyoto, for those days had been unbearably difficult. Kyoto was under martial law, and all residents were confined to their homes, forbidden from venturing outside. They receive only a meager supply of essential provisions each day, making it a struggle to fill their stomachs. Moreover, the variety of resources is scarce. Obtaining something truly beneficial often demands an exorbitant price. In stark contrast to Kyoto, this place feels like paradise. Here, they can move freely, with an abundance of supplies at their disposal. Additionally, they earn wages, which can be used to procure anything they desire. The atmosphere is amicable, devoid of the need to gauge anyone's mood or to grovel over trivial matters. Previously, they were intellectuals who inherently resisted such a system. However, during their time in Kyoto, they were compelled by the harshness of life to conform. One professor in his 50s, in a desperate bid to find a fever-reducing medication for his beloved, actually knelt before a 30-something supply worker. That experience remained etched in his memory for a lifetime. Consequently, the professors responsible for imparting knowledge have privately communicated, seeking opportunities to remain here. If the students were to discover the current sentiments of their instructors, one wonders what their reactions would be. Their rivals are not merely their fellow trainees, but also their own teachers. Chapter 228. Professor Li seeks Niu Xingwang. Once the instructors were seated, the host swiftly ascended to the center of the stage. Good morning, esteemed mentors and dear students. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has already passed. The host delivered an impassioned discourse, yet neither the students nor the mentors paid heed. Next, let us warmly welcome the president to deliver the graduation address. Applause fills the air, and at this moment, the atmosphere becomes vibrant. The most anticipated announcement is about to be made. From the enthusiastic claps of the students, it is evident that you have awaited this moment for quite some time. Upon taking the stage, Niu Xingwang humorously remarked, eliciting laughter from the students. To be candid, I have conducted numerous meetings in the past. The audience has often comprised leaders from various organizations, laborers at construction sites, or employees from within the company. However, this is my inaugural experience addressing a graduation ceremony. Niu Xingwang stated, prompting more laughter from the crowd. During this period, I believe the foremost question on everyone's mind is regarding the future arrangements. Will one be able to remain within the Chamber of Commerce? The gathering fell silent, listening attentively. This matter, I must clarify, was previously communicated. I instructed not to disclose any details regarding future arrangements. Why is this the case? It is to instill a constant sense of urgency and awareness of potential challenges. Do not presume that job security equates to complacency. It is worth noting that even if you secure a position, a lackadaisical attitude may expose you to the risk of termination at any moment. Now, I shall elucidate the forthcoming work arrangements. The Huadong Chamber of Commerce has established branches in the respective placements where each of you is situated. It is anticipated that within the next few days, the construction of the branch offices will be completed in succession. Naturally, progress at the Mercenary Union is also nearing completion. In the forthcoming period, you shall be assigned to the branches of the Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Guild corresponding to your designated settlement. I hope you will diligently and pragmatically integrate the knowledge acquired with practical work experience, thereby evolving into competent employees. Those who excel in their positions and achieve outstanding results will have the opportunity to work at headquarters. At this point, Niu Xingwang paused. Sensing the fluctuating emotions of the students present, they discerned that this meant all had been hired, and there was no competitive rivalry among them. Some girls, overwhelmed with excitement, covered their mouths as tears streamed down their faces. Before the apocalypse, they had been academic achievers, the pride of many. However, with the onset of the New World, societal values shifted. Highly educated individuals found themselves less favored than a mere security patrol officer. With no clear path to success, their options were limited to marrying someone at random. Yet now, they were presented with new possibilities. They were indeed fortunate. Each settlement accommodates only 60 slots, making their selection from hundreds of thousands a remarkable 1 in 10,000 chance. Of course, you have other options as well. Beyond the initial 20 cooperating settlements, we will subsequently open more opportunities for collaboration. At that time, key personnel from other branches will also be selected from among you. Thus, the potential for growth is immense. Niu Xingwang continued, stating that he had but one expectation of you. Treat the Chamber of Commerce as your own home and regard its affairs as your own. Can you all commit to this? Yes, they responded. A thunderous cheer erupted from the scene. Indeed, the voices were resounding, indicating a palpable confidence among the attendees. Niu Xingwang smiled and declared, "Today, I grant you all a day off. Feel free to explore the chamber and observe. Your employee cards have been preloaded with a month's salary, along with last month's wages, and there are also considerable points accrued. Should you wish to procure items, you may do so and take some back. However, I advise against excessive purchases, as soon enough, every branch of the chamber will have these goods available." Upon the conclusion of Niu Xingwang's speech, the host offered a few closing remarks, marking the end of the graduation meeting. Ultimately, all the participants rose, bowed to their mentors, and then gathered for a group photograph. Throughout the proceedings, the subsequent arrangements from the mentors were never mentioned, leaving them burdened with unspoken concerns. When the students approached to greet and take photos, The mentors merely responded with perfunctory pleasantries. One audacious individual boldly exited the studio, making their way toward Niu Xingwang's office. "Professor Li, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Niu Xingwang, noticing an academy mentor approaching, hurriedly rose to greet him. "President, I have come to inquire about the forthcoming plans for us mentors," Professor Li asked. "To be candid, Professor Li, this matter is still under internal deliberation," Niu Xingwang replied. Somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, are there difficulties involved?" Professor Li inquired. "Indeed, there are certain challenges. Since you are here, let us explore the matter further." Niu Xingwang gestured for Professor Li to take a seat. "Please, President, continue," Professor Li responded as he settled down. Chapter 229, Where There Is Need. There is hope, esteemed professors. You are all leading experts in the industry. Frankly, the Chamber of Commerce is in dire need of numerous qualified talents. And I sincerely hope you will choose to remain, declared Niu Xingwang. Upon hearing this, Professor Li's eyes instantly sparkled with renewed hope. Where there is need, there is hope. However, as you are undoubtedly aware, we were initially seconded from the cultural department. Thus, since it is a secondment, there must be a return. Niu Xingwang added, making a complete 180-degree turn in his approach. Professor Li's expression dimmed, his brow furrowing as he nodded in understanding. "This is something we have contemplated. In fact, we considered negotiating with the cultural department to see if it were possible for everyone to stay here long-term," Niu Xingwang asserted, making yet another about-face. Professor Li seemed to glimpse hope anew, fixating intently on Niu Xingwang. "However, I am currently uncertain about everyone's sentiments. If the group wishes to return to Kyoto, would I not be inadvertently causing trouble despite my good intentions?" Niu Xingwang inquired. "Rest assured, President, I solemnly state that everyone's sentiments align with mine, if feasible. We all wish to remain within the chamber," Professor Li hastily clarified. "Is that truly the case?" Niu Xingwang exclaimed with delight. "Indeed," Professor Li affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Do you have any other requests?" Niu Xingwang asked. "What other requests could there be? As long as we can stay, everything else is negotiable," Professor Li responded. "I see. In that case, I have a suggestion for you." "Professor Li, do listen," Niu Xingwang proposed. "Certainly, please proceed," Professor Li replied. "In this manner, I aspire to establish a school here in Binjiang, to be named Hutong Business College, specifically dedicated to training talents for our business association. What do you think?" Niu Xingwang inquired. "An excellent endeavor," exclaimed Professor Li, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Isn't this akin to finding a pillow when one is drowsy? If the esteemed professors are willing to join our Hutong Business College, I believe this venture holds substantial feasibility." "Absolutely. I would be delighted. You see, my weary old bones dread idleness. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, how could I possibly refuse?" Professor Li responded with great joy, eager to commit. "What about the other professors?" Niu Xingwang asked. "I shall speak to them. Rest assured, once they learn of this, they will be so elated that they won't be able to sleep a wink," Professor Li assured, the clouds of concern lifting from his face, leaving him feeling considerably relaxed. "In that case, I must trouble you, Professor Li. Here, I pledge that for those willing to come to Binjiang, our association will provide housing. We shall offer each person a 200-square-meter independent apartment in our underground facility," Niu Xingwang promised. "Such space is unnecessary. A place to reside will suffice," Professor Li humbly declined. "Their expectations are modest. As long as they can stay, that is sufficient," Niu Xingwang insisted. "Indeed, in due time, everyone's families can be brought over," Niu Xingwang added. "What?" Professor Li exclaimed in astonishment, rising from his seat. "What is it, Professor Li?" Niu Xingwang inquired. "Families. They will also be accommodated?" Professor Li asked incredulously. "Only immediate relatives, and anyone willing to come may do so. It is not about arranging jobs, but they can reside at the facility," Niu Xingwang clarified. "Not a problem. Not a problem," Professor Li exclaimed, waving his hand excitedly while hastily wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I apologize for being a bit too emotional," he added after dabbing at his eyes. "It's quite all right, Professor Li. How about this? I will discuss what I have said with everyone when you return and hear the opinions of the other professors. If they indeed share this sentiment, I will proceed to converse with the cultural department. In my view, the issue should not be significant. Why do I say this? Because currently, the cultural department does not have sufficient positions available, nor is the material reserve adequate. If everyone can come to Binjiang, it would alleviate some of the pressure on the cultural department," Niu Xingwang remarked. "Indeed, that makes sense. Very well, I shall return and speak with everyone. Once there is a resolution, I will come back to find you, Professor Lee stated, his eagerness palpable as he wished to share the good news with his colleagues. All right, I will await your message, Niu Xingwang replied with a smile. August 1st, 2055 marks a historic day for the Chamber of Commerce. On this day, the first batch of 20 cooperative resettlement centers, as well as the Mercenary Guild branch, will simultaneously commence operations. To bolster the reputation of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce, the leaders of each resettlement center will personally attend and participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. At this moment, the Baisha Resettlement Center in Jingmen City is particularly bustling. The people here have already recognized the strength of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce, leading to a rapid establishment of brand influence. Early in the morning, the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce was already crowded with people. To be precise, it was not just the entrance. The vicinity within a kilometer radius was completely packed. People continued to arrive from all directions. Chapter 230, the grand opening of the branch of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce. The Baisha branch of the Hutong Chamber of Commerce celebrates its opening with great fanfare. On-site membership registration. Recharge 10 to receive 1 bonus. Recharge 100 to gain 110 points. Each 100 points grants a chance to win fabulous prizes through a lottery. As individuals flocked to the first-floor department area, a cacophony of marketing pitches echoed around them. It was as though they had been transported back to the pre-apocalyptic era. However, the scene before them felt somewhat disjointed. The department area was meticulously maintained, illuminated by a dazzling array of lights that rendered it opulent. In stark contrast, the shoppers appeared disheveled and ragged, their faces gaunt from prolonged malnutrition. "Oh, how delicious this pastry smells. If only I could have one," exclaimed one. "Is that a bun? My goodness, there are buns." At this moment, the crowd's interest was solely focused on the dining area, even if they could not afford to buy anything. The fragrant aromas were a delight to their senses. If fortune smiles upon me, perhaps I might find half a bun left uneaten by someone else. The noodles section was already teeming with people, and the meat section was so crowded that it was nearly impossible to find space to stand. Good grief. Is that chicken? There is still chicken available in this day and age? Someone gasped. Braised pork. Stewed ribs. I can't take it anymore. If I keep looking, I might just bite my own tongue. How cruel. They are grilling lamb skewers. Must they be so heartless? Many stood by, watching with mouths watering, eagerly swallowing the drool that flowed forth. Greetings to all esteemed customers, and welcome to the Huadong Chamber of Commerce. All transactions within the chamber shall exclusively utilize membership cards. Those wishing to obtain a membership card are kindly invited to consult at the service desk. An advertisement resonates through the airwaves. However, most choose to feign ignorance. They too aspire to acquire membership cards, yet find themselves devoid of means to do so. Thus, they can only watch in silence. Exciting news, exciting news. In a bid to swiftly restore normalcy to the Baisha Resettlement Center, the Command Center has determined to offer small, interest-free point loans to residents aged 16 and above, yet below 60. Those in need are encouraged to inquire at the service desk. Another announcement echoes forth. To ensure that everyone is informed, these messages are broadcast in a continuous loop. What? Point loans? Interest-free? Let us investigate. Upon hearing this news, the populace begins to congregate at the service desk. The area is already staffed with numerous personnel prepared to assist. They provide detailed explanations to those seeking information. The small, interest-free point loans vary according to individual circumstances, assessed primarily based on age, educational background, and marital status. Those aged between 30 and 50, possessing a degree, and married are eligible for the highest loan amount, reaching a staggering 300,000 points. Other conditions yield progressively lower amounts, though the minimum stands at 100 points. After comprehensively understanding the details, the majority opt to proceed with the application. Survival takes precedence. Other considerations can be addressed at a later time. Several staff members operated simultaneously at the counter, ensuring a swift processing of membership cards. Those who received their cards, disregarding all else, rushed into the dining area, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. If they merely stood by, no one would have the opportunity to eat, and their spirits would dwindle. However, as more and more individuals emerged with bowls and skewers, their mouths glistening with grease, the situation became intolerable. Watching passively was not an option, it was simply unbearable. In this atmosphere of stimulation, an increasing number of people flocked to the service area, clamoring to acquire membership cards. Concerns over potential pitfalls or deceit were cast aside. After all, if everyone else was obtaining one, why should one be left behind? This wave of small, interest-free loans quickly depleted the points in the shelter's membership accounts. Yet, the command center remained unfazed. These points were meant to circulate. Once individuals possessed points, they were endowed with the conditions necessary to unleash productive potential. As points flowed through the system, value was created, and the shelter's tax revenue could flourish, invigorating the market. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds at the Huayutong Chamber of Commerce, the mercenary guild appeared somewhat desolate. The guild's leader remained unperturbed, patiently waiting. After all, individuals who borrowed points from the command center would eventually need to repay them, and to do so, they would need to find work. At which point the mercenary guild's operations would become bustling. The situation at the Baisha shelter was relatively favorable. With combat equipment already familiar to the security personnel, the populace was not averse to it. Thus, sporadically, a number of individuals would wander into the mercenary guild. However, no one dared to rent the guild's weapons and equipment, as they were uncertain of their purpose. The situation in other resettlement centers is not as favorable. In some facilities, only a handful of visitors attended the trade association tour in the morning. However, this scenario underwent a complete transformation by noon. Those who had initially visited, after satisfying their appetites, disseminated the news far and wide, observing the enticing dumplings and pastries in the hands of the messengers. The surrounding individuals could not resist and gradually made their way to the trade association. The information spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. And under the allure of delectable treats, the foot traffic at the trade association reached an astonishing level within mere hours. Chapter 231. The Red Lotus Cult intensifies its assault overall. The grand opening celebration of the trade association was deemed a resounding success. Each resettlement center had witnessed a substantial influx of citizens registering as members. The central database of Fang Chen indicated that on August 1st alone, the membership registrations had surpassed 1 million, averaging over 50,000 per resettlement center. With the secondary dissemination of this information among the populace, it is expected that this figure will soon be surpassed. While the trade association thrived, the envoys of the Red Lotus cult remained active. That evening, the envoys from various cities received a call from Xu Jinping, initiating a vigorous assault on the resettlement centers. This time, they were determined to act decisively. After a period of gathering intelligence, the smallest among the 20 cities had amassed a staggering 10,000 zombies, while the larger ones were nearing 1 million. To achieve optimal results, Fang Chen had dispatched all transport aircraft from the base days in advance to divert the zombie horde. To maintain secrecy, these operations were scheduled to commence only after nightfall. In the Eastern Realm, Chen orchestrated the production of numerous containers within the base, subsequently dispatching them to cities rife with zombies. The envoys then herded a portion of these undead into the containers, sealing the doors securely once filled. Heavy-duty cables were lowered from aerial transporters, hoisting the containers aloft for high-altitude transit to cities with fewer zombies. This cycle continued repeatedly. The envoys, of course, were oblivious to the origins of these transporters, attributing them solely to the profound resources of the Crimson Lotus cult. After several days of meticulous coordination, the zombie population in nearly every city had escalated to over 300,000. As the number of zombies dwindled, the feasibility of launching such a large-scale assault in the future grew increasingly tenuous. Nevertheless, Chen had already conceived a new strategy, and testing had commenced. On the night of August 1st, shortly after 10 o'clock, as the various shelters settled into silence, the zombies amassed at the city gates, poised for an assault. In Jingmen City, at the Baisha shelter, alarms rang out. The patrolling security personnel had detected unusual activity beyond the walls. This time, the influx of zombies was greater than ever before, and an ominous aura of menace pervaded the air. The wailing of the alarm pierced the night sky, stirring the residents within the shelter into a state of agitation. Mayor Su, upon learning of the impending zombie threat, remained unfazed, scolding the patrolling guards for their overzealousness and dramatics. "Shut off the alarm. Is it just a few zombies? Why raise such a ruckus?" He bellowed from the city gate tower, his voice echoing before his presence arrived. "Mayor Su, this situation is different," one of the guards replied, their tone laden with concern. "Oh, in what manner is it different?" As he spoke, Mayor Su gazed towards the city outskirts. Indeed, it was different. A frown creased Mayor Su's brow. Typically, the zombies' roars were loud, yet they could be discerned as mere attempts to instill fear, The ultimate outcome was always more thunder than rain. However, this time was unlike any other. The growls were deep and menacing, evoking a sense of genuine peril. Notify all team members equipped with combat suits and laser guns to assemble swiftly. Mayor Su commanded with urgency. They have been informed. They should be arriving shortly. A team member replied. Good. Remain vigilant. We must not allow the zombies to breach the city walls. Mayor Su emphasized. Understood. Before long, the zombies had amassed significantly, launching a ferocious assault on the walls. Their movements were alarmingly swift, as if fueled by some primal energy. As the horde climbed ever higher, they drew perilously close to the battlements. Mayor, this is dangerous. You must leave at once, shouted the head of security. Absolutely not. I will not abandon the shelter. Mayor Su resolutely refused to depart. Take the mayor away, the head of security ordered. Yes. Two team members stepped forward, seizing Mayor Su and lifting him away. What are you doing? Let me go. Release me at once. Mayor Su protested desperately, thrashing about in vain. Mayor, with our combat suits for protection, we will hold the battlements. Please, do not worry. The captain reassured him. Thus, Mayor Su was forcibly escorted back. Strangely, the special forces stationed at the bridgehead of the Southwest Military District were completely unscathed by the zombie onslaught. Similarly, the newly relocated residents of the Chongjing shelter, 2 kilometers away, remained unharmed. However, they did not come to provide support. The Chongjing Resettlement Center was beyond their reach, and the soldiers lacked the authority to intervene. Yan Jinping's order was to secure the mouth of the Yangtze River, explicitly forbidding any form of assistance to the resettlement center. The officers were perplexed by this directive, yet they refrained from questioning it. Their duty was to execute orders. The envoys, observing from a distance, experienced a tumultuous anxiety. Tasked with carrying out the protector's command to unleash the undead upon the resettlement center, they simultaneously feared for the safety of its inhabitants, dreading potential casualties. It was an exceedingly challenging predicament. Team members, lacking protective gear, tirelessly delivered energy bars, collecting the used ones to recharge. Keep your eyes peeled. Prioritize attacking the zombies that are nearing the wall. The captain bellowed, issuing commands. Chapter 232. Tasting sweetness suddenly, the captain spotted a zombie climbing up and dashed over, plunging his blade into its eye before extracting it and kicking the creature off the wall. 2 more over here. He tirelessly patrolled the ramparts, patching the gaps in their defense. The odds were staggering, 1,000 against 300,000. Yet, the envoys remained vigilant, carefully calibrating their assault. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, they hastily tempered their offensive. When they perceived a momentary respite among the defenders, they intensified their efforts. Ultimately, their aim was to apply pressure while ensuring the defenders could hold their ground. The battle raged on until dawn, when the zombies hastily retreated. After several hours of confrontation, nearly 100,000 zombies had perished. However, 50,000 of the zombies had been discreetly dismantled by the micro queen bee. The remaining 50,000 zombies served as a modest benefit for the shelter, allowing them to experience the advantages of hunting zombies, thus invigorating their efforts. The task of dealing with these 50,000 zombies occupied them for an entire day. It was not until dusk that the crystal cores were fully extracted. 50,000 crystal cores amounted to 5 million points, a significant sum for the shelter at this juncture. These were all crystal cores. Mayor Su ascended to the city gate tower, gazing down at the substantial pile of crystal cores, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This battle was exhilarating. Mayor Su was thoroughly pleased. With the protection of combat suits, there were no casualties. Only a few individuals had minor sprains that would heal with a few days of rest. With 0 fatalities, capturing 50,000 crystal cores was a cause for celebration for Mayor Su. He ordered that all participants in the battle be rewarded with 500 points each, while those responsible for logistics would receive 100 points each. With a grand gesture, Mayor Su announced this. Upon hearing the news, the soldiers erupted in a thunderous cheer. A few hundred points was no small matter. 1 crystal core equated to 100 points, which could purchase a considerable amount of necessities. Yet, it was not merely the points that stirred their excitement. Their enthusiasm stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, they had never experienced such a resounding victory before. Previously, when zombies attacked, their primary strategy had been evasion. The extermination of zombies was a rare occurrence. To kill even 1 or 2 was a testament to great skill. Last night, over 50,000 zombies were eradicated, marking an unprecedented achievement. In reality, the number reached a staggering 100,000, with 50,000 being discreetly withheld by the Merchant Association. However, it cannot truly be termed as clandestine. The settlement was able to acquire 50,000 due to the generous contributions of Fang Chen. Thus, it is not entirely accurate to claim that the Merchant Association profited from the situation. Had it not been for their strategy of casting a long line to catch a big fish, encouraging the residents of the settlement to actively pursue crystal cores, this opportunity would not have been theirs to seize. Fang Chen could have effortlessly cleared the area in no time. The excitement among everyone stemmed partly from the fact that this was the first time rewards were granted upon the completion of a task. Previously, efforts had been solely for survival, and merely having food to eat after fulfilling a mission was considered a significant achievement. Those unwilling to toil could leave, as there were plenty of individuals eager for the work. In this harsh reality, members of the security team were in high demand. The entry requirements were minimal, and who wouldn't strive to secure such a position, not for the sake of wages, but to provide for their families and protect them from harm. 100 points was not an insignificant amount, with 5 points for a pound of pork and 2 points for a pound of flour. These 100 points could cover the weekly provisions for an entire family. Mayor Su had no use for the crystal cores. What he desired were the points. Thus, he hastily summoned representatives from the Hutong Merchant Association. The staff on site began counting and packaging the cores. Once the tally was complete, the total was reported to Mayor Su: 503 million points. Upon seeing this figure, Mayor Su was overjoyed. After accounting for the rewards, he estimated he would still retain around 4 million points. A combat suit costs 20,000 points, meaning that 4 million points would equate to 200 combat suits. If such successes were to continue, one could only imagine the remarkable transformation the settlement would undergo. This victory has rekindled the long-buried ambitions of Mayor Su. The conditions in other shelters are largely similar. Many of these establishments failed to procure combat uniforms in advance. Fortunately, with the opening of the Mercenary Guild, they can now rent them. However, due to the lack of prior training, adaptation takes some time, resulting in a temporary decline in combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, with the special care of the emissaries, all challenges were ultimately surmounted without significant peril. After experiencing the initial sweetness of success, the 20 collaborating shelters began to entertain ambitions of their own. Possessing crystal cores equates to possessing everything: weapons, ammunition, equipment, and supplies. With such resources, many aspirations become conceivable. The other shelters, which have yet to forge partnerships, gazed enviously at the results, and some even wept bitterly, lamenting their missed opportunities. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of misfortune. Witnessing others feast while their own shelters struggle to provide even the most basic sustenance is a particularly bitter pill to swallow. Why didn't they act more swiftly? Why hesitate for that fleeting moment? The desire to chastise oneself is palpable. Such sentiments are shared by all, yet they can only stew in envy, left with no alternative but to eagerly prepare for the next opportunity. Chapter 233: The Hot-Selling Mosquito Repellent Bracelet, as anticipated. The first product to fly off the shelves at the Merchant Association is a small gadget, the Mosquito Repellent Bracelet. With summer upon us, the likelihood of being bitten by mosquitoes and contracting viruses is exceedingly high. Previously, people resorted to primitive methods, igniting mugwort in their living spaces to drive away pests through smoke. This method not only caused discomfort, but also yielded less than satisfactory results. It is speculated that those who attract mosquitoes easily have largely perished by last year. Consequently, since the onset of summer this year, instances of individuals contracting viruses from mosquito bites have become quite rare. Perhaps this is the most primal form of natural selection, merciless, yet subtly preserving the continuity of species. In this context, the introduction of mosquito-repellent wristbands by the Chamber of Commerce has completely altered the landscape. Priced at merely 10 points each, these wristbands are now affordable for nearly everyone. Despite their diminutive size, they wield significant efficacy. The mechanism behind their operation is quite straightforward. Once donned, the wristbands absorb the body's infrared radiation and convert it into energy. This energy is sufficient to perpetually emit electromagnetic waves and ultrasonic frequencies, which, while imperceptible to humans, effectively repel common mosquitoes. They require neither charging nor maintenance. Simply wearing them serves as a deterrent against these pests, a veritable boon for all survivors. On the day of the Chamber's launch, all shelters collectively sold 2 million wristbands. In response, various branches of the chamber devised a strategy to assist the shelters in capitalizing on this information gap to achieve modest profits. Presently, only 20 shelters have partnered with the chamber. However, the demand for these wristbands is universal. They could easily sell to other shelters, profiting from the price differential. Why would the chamber pursue this course of action? Because many shelters remain underserved, and summer will soon wane. If they do not capitalize on the peak season to sell their products, they may find it challenging to move stock when the weather turns cold. For the shelters, this presents a pressing need, a necessity that cannot be ignored. Casually selling, is it too much to expect a doubling of profits? As for the other relocation centers lacking points, that is easily resolved. The business association can offer specialized point loans. Each relocation center may apply at the association's headquarters for a loan to procure emergency supplies in the short term. However, this loan will incur a certain interest rate. When the association later establishes its presence in the relocation centers, the repayment will be deducted from the land transfer fees. In this manner, they can utilize future points to address present needs. Upon hearing this proposition, the cooperating relocation centers were filled with excitement. Having tasted the benefits of points, who among them would now complain about having too many? This indeed exemplifies the advantages of being the first to venture into uncharted waters, as the rewards are most abundant. Consequently, this news began to circulate rapidly among various relocation centers. On the morning of August 3, 2055, many heads of relocation centers flocked to the Business Association's headquarters in Binjiang. Their purpose was singular and straightforward: to apply for point loans. The staff at headquarters had long prepared everything, awaiting the signing of contracts. It was a streamlined process, submitting information, reviewing applications, and processing membership cards, all in one continuous service. Fang Chen estimated that the single-hand bracelet product would conservatively sell 500 million units. At a price of 10 points per bracelet, this amounts to a sales figure of 50 billion points. The exchange rate of points to crystal cores stands at 100 to 1. Calculated accordingly, this could yield an income of 50 million crystal cores. Moreover, the production cost is negligible. The bracelet itself does not require the embedding of crystal core energy, nor does it necessitate the utilization of crystal core energy for operation. It merely entails a slight wastage of materials, and additionally, the workshops responsible for manufacturing these bracelets consume a modest amount of energy. The raw materials, derived from soil and rock layers by the industrious robotic bees, result in a negligible loss, perhaps even less than a single point per bracelet. Thus, despite its diminutive size, it is precisely this compactness and essential nature that propel it to become a bestseller. Its revenue-generating potential is certainly comparable to that of combat suits. Another motive behind this endeavor is to mitigate the spread of viruses and to reduce human casualties. Naturally, he does not position himself as a savior. Altruism must also yield profit. If profit is unattainable, he candidly states that he cannot afford to save lives. While he busily accumulates points in various shelters, a significant event is brewing in Kyoto. After a brief period of recuperation in the Southwest Military District, Bai Li Ji has quietly returned to Kyoto, which remains under martial law. The imposter Bai Li Ji, despite being the nominal speaker, has issued orders to the Central Military District, effectively sealing all official entry and exit points. Meanwhile, the Red Robe sect is clandestinely infiltrating various social circles in Kyoto, discreetly gathering intelligence. With both overt and covert operations in play, several days have passed without a trace of information. The mysterious group that invaded the villa and rescued individuals seems to have evaporated into thin air, eluding all efforts to locate them. Moreover, it raises further questions. If Bai Li Ji has indeed escaped, why has no one sought retribution? Even if others remain unaware of the situation, it is highly likely that Shen Tuzhonghao is already privy to the inside story. Yet, even he has shown no signs of awareness. Having resumed the construction of the Mozong Arc base just a few days prior, which is quite perplexing, the counterfeit Bai Li Ji sat in the office, feeling as though he were perched on pins and needles. The situation was exceedingly nebulous, and he sensed that a crisis was gradually encroaching upon him. Yet he could not discern from where it would ultimately erupt. Chapter 234. In the dark of night. Allies arise, Mr. Speaker. Ling Jinhai saluted, his excitement palpable. Even during his time in the military, he had never encountered such a high-ranking official. This was the supreme commander of Huahua. During the previous rescue, he had remained unconscious, and thus they had not truly met. This was the safe house established by Daizhong during his last visit to Kyoto. On the surface, it appeared unremarkable. Yet beneath it lay a micro-queen bee implanted, along with a sufficient quantity of crystal cores. Of course, this configuration was solely for defense against ground assaults, leaving it vulnerable to aerial strikes. Therefore, as a precaution, he had commanded that a concealed laser cannon be constructed. What is your name? Bai Li Ji inquired, immediately recognizing that the individual before him was a seasoned soldier. Mr. Speaker, my name is Hai Wang. Ling Zhenhai replied. Hai Wang, is that a code name? What is your true name? Bai Li Ji asked. Mr. Speaker, my true name is no longer in use, Ling Zhenhai responded. Bai Li Ji nodded, refraining from further questioning. Some soldiers, in order to remain undercover for extended periods while executing covert missions, repetitively brainwashed themselves, embedding their assumed names into their subconscious. This was necessitated by the mission and the need for security. He could comprehend it. You are quite exceptional, Bai Li Ji commended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ling Zhenhai saluted once more. Now, let us discuss the plan, Bai Li Ji stated. Speaker, Ling Zhenhai stated, given the current situation, the entire Kyoto is under martial law. According to reliable sources, numerous cult members are still lurking in the shadows, probing for your whereabouts. Bai Li Ji nodded slightly, remaining silent. This was within expectations. Now that he had returned, the pressing question was how to proceed in a manner that minimizes impact while capturing the imposter, which required further contemplation. Their sole strategy was to find an opportunity to approach the imposter and swiftly apprehend him, achieving a silent return. The last thing they desired was a large-scale conflict. On one hand, the authority over the central military district stationed in Kyoto still rested with the imposter. Any outbreak of conflict would result in significant casualties. On the other hand, the position of the speaker was highly sensitive, with every action drawing national attention. Any blunder would only embarrass the council. Therefore, from every perspective, a silent return was the only viable option. The council building had been completely sealed off in recent days. We have carefully studied the situation, and infiltrating quietly poses considerable difficulty, Ling Zhenhai continued. Bai Li Ji remained silent, listening intently. Thus, the best strategy for now is to enter openly, Ling Zhenhai proposed. Openly? Bai Li Ji regarded Ling Zhenhai with curiosity. Yes, someone must go to see the speaker openly, and then bring the person inside, Ling Zhenhai asserted. That may not be easy. Bai Li Ji replied. They are certainly not fools. While entering openly may not be difficult, the challenge lies in the fact that doing so would limit the number of people who could accompany them and prohibit the entry of weapons. In his view, entering without personnel or weapons is akin to leading lambs into a tiger's den. Indeed, I surmise that at most, we could only bring one individual inside, Ling Zhenhai remarked. One person? Bai Li Ji found this hard to believe. What difference is there from suicide? Precisely. Hence, the choice of this individual is of paramount importance, Ling Zhenhai stated. Oh, Bai Li Ji discerned that Ling Zhenhai possessed a solution. Chairman, are you familiar with the Dark Knight? Ling Zhenhai inquired. Dark Knight? The chairman had no recollection. Naturally, he could not recall, as Dark Knight was established under the orders of an imposter, spearheaded by the military and political department within the central military district. At that time, all members of Dark Knight were meticulously selected from various resettlement centers across the nation. Considerable effort was indeed expended in locating these asymptomatic carriers. Ling Zhenhai recounted the origins of Dark Knight to Bai Li Ji. I see. Bai Li Ji comprehended. However, under such circumstances, it seems we may not be able to mobilize the Dark Knight team either, Bai Li Ji pondered before continuing. Chairman, allow me to introduce someone. Come in. Ling Zhenhai smiled. Bai Li Ji turned his gaze towards the entrance. Reporting. Captain Tian Gang of the Dark Knight team is here to report. Shenwen stepped in and saluted. This. Bai Li Ji was at a loss. How could the captain of the Dark Knight team be present here? Chairman, there is no need for concern. Tian Gang is one of our own, a trustworthy comrade. Ling Zhenhai reassured him with a smile. Did you know all along? Bai Li Ji voiced his doubts. Unless you were aware that the chairman was an imposter from the very beginning. How could you have placed personnel within Dark Knight so early on? This is the captain, not an ordinary squad member. To appoint a captain to the Night Shadow in such a short time is utterly impossible. The sole explanation is that this captain must have been embedded long ago. Possibly even a figure of considerable seniority. It is purely coincidental. I have known Tian Gang for quite some time, and it just so happens that this operation can utilize our connection, explained Ling Zhenhai. He could not divulge the true reason. which is that another individual is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Chapter 235. Zhong Jingyu reinforces Kyoto. Bailey G nodded. Indeed, it seems that providence is at play. That impostor likely never anticipated that the night shadow he personally assembled would become a formidable blade against him. In light of this, the situation becomes considerably more manageable. Bailey G affirmed. Yes, to ensure thorough preparation, we require the cooperation of the Southeast Military District, Ling Jinhai stated. Bailey G nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom of being well prepared. Thus, he contacted Yin Jingping, hoping that Yin could convey his orders to Zhong Jingyu. Why did Bailey G not reach out to Zhong Jingyu directly? Because, until now, only Yin Jingping was privy to the entire situation. To minimize risks as much as possible, having Yin Jingping relay the message provided the highest level of security. On the night of August 3, 2055, Kyoto experienced its most tumultuous evening in months. After a period of calm, the haunting cries of zombies echoed once more. It was unclear when so many zombies had emerged in Kyoto again. People hurriedly secured their doors and windows, trembling in the darkness of their homes. All were fervently praying that the zombies would not seek them out. Kyoto had not been evacuated. They remained within the city. Zombies may emerge from any direction and could potentially assault any human habitation. The troops stationed by the Central Military District in Kyoto swiftly gathered and guarded various transportation arteries. However, given the city's vastness, the number of soldiers dwindled significantly as they dispersed to every intersection. What is happening? How could there be zombies? The imposter speaker felt a wave of anxiety upon receiving the report from the military district. The followers of the Red Church in Kyoto fell under his jurisdiction. Thus, the presence of zombies on the streets was entirely within his control. Yet today, something felt amiss. He secured the doors and windows, retrieving the telegraph machine to establish communication with the envoys in Kyoto. However, after reaching out to numerous contacts, the responses were all the same: ignorance of the situation. Could it be a spontaneous assault by the zombies? He felt uncertain. Consequently, he issued orders for the envoys to impose control and swiftly quell the zombie uprising. Unfortunately, events unfolded contrary to his wishes. No one understood the cause, and the zombies that night exhibited an unusual defiance. It seemed as though some malevolent force was at play. Just as the envoys subdued the lower-tier zombies, another uprising ensued, repeating in a relentless cycle. The imposter speaker was vexed by this predicament when the phone rang, heralding yet another distressing matter. Zhong Jingyu from the Southeast Military District was on the line, requesting the mobilization of troops to assist in the defense of Kyoto. At that moment, the imposter grasped the reality. There was undoubtedly some foul play afoot. How could Zhong Jingyu possess such timely information, and why was he so solicitous? He must have uncovered the underlying truth. Claiming to come to Kyoto for support, he was likely there to seize power. This was an eventuality that could not be permitted. If the troops were to enter the capital, the consequences would be dire. The safety of Kyoto is within the full capability of the Central Military Region to manage. You need only to oversee your own jurisdiction, remarked the imposter speaker. Understood. Zhong Jingyu replied succinctly before hanging up the phone. Though he verbally acquiesced, he secretly dispatched personnel towards Kyoto. 3 hours later, it was already 0:10. The phone rang again. The imposter speaker remained in his office, frazzled and overwhelmed. Orders had been issued, yet events were not unfolding as he had anticipated, which was quite vexing. What is it? The imposter speaker answered the call. Commander, tens of thousands of troops from the Southeast Military Region have arrived at the Southern District 3, requesting entry into Kyoto. Came the voice of an officer from the Central Military Region. As they were part of the military hierarchy, they referred to him as commander rather than speaker. What? Tell them to return to their respective stations immediately. They are not to enter Kyoto. The speaker was infuriated by this news. Zhong Jingyu was truly two-faced, professing obedience while secretly orchestrating underhanded schemes. It was utterly preposterous. The imposter speaker ended the call, seething with rage. Commander, the speaker has issued a directive. You are to lead your troops back to your stations and must not enter Kyoto, an officer shouted from his post. Zhong Jingyu ignored him, neither advancing nor retreating, remaining there as if unaffected. The officer across from him, feeling helpless, could only repeat his message over and over. There was little he could do. The opposing side was formidable, and he dared not provoke them. Before long, a horde of zombies surged forward, launching an assault on the soldiers stationed at the post. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers, disregarding all else, opened fire towards the horde of zombies. This was precisely what Zhong Jingyu had been anticipating. Messenger. Relay the order to assist our brothers in the Central Military District in exterminating the zombies. Zhong Jingyu commanded. Understood, responded the messenger as he departed. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. As the soldiers from the Southeast Military District joined the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The advancing zombies were soon eradicated. Thank you, Commander Zhong. An officer approached and saluted. Now, you continue your duty. We must advance into Kyoto. The zombies pose a grave danger, and the Central Military District lacks sufficient manpower, which could result in civilian casualties. Zhong Jingyu stated. But, Mr. Speaker, the officer hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Zhong Jingyu responded, visibly displeased. The soldiers nearby stepped forward, yet did not raise their weapons. It is a tradition in Huagua not to aim firearms at one's comrades unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 236. Zombies disrupt and intercept fail. They numbered only a few dozen, while Zhong Jingyu commanded tens of thousands, a stark disparity in strength. They understood that if Zhong Jingyu insisted on entering Kyoto, they would be powerless to stop him. The fact that they could engage in civil discourse was already a significant concession on their part. Commander Zhong, I apologize, but it is my duty. I cannot allow you to pass. The officer remained steadfast. This matter does not concern you. We are all soldiers of Huagua, and I do not wish to see our own turn against each other. Please stand aside. Zhong Jingyu asserted. The officer stood firm, unmoving. Assign a few to keep watch over them. We shall continue our advance. Zhong Jingyu commanded, no longer willing to engage in further dialogue. The officers were acutely aware that their numbers were woefully insufficient, akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. This realization, albeit disheartening, alleviated their burden. Commander Zhong's assertion held truth. When celestial beings clash, mere mortals such as themselves are insignificant in the fray. Thus, they resolved to remain uninvolved, adopting a laissez-faire attitude towards the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Zhong Zhengyue, leading his troops into the city, wore a troubled expression. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Why was the true Bailey G able to command the zombies? The recent undead had evidently acted in concert with his movements, a most irregular occurrence. He had always believed that only the followers of the red-clad sect possessed such power over the undead. However, this was not the moment for inquiries. He would have to postpone his questions until after the turmoil subsided. The counterfeit Bailey G, upon realizing that Zhong Zhengyue continued his advance, felt a surge of panic. The zombies were increasingly unruly, and attempting to control them to impede Zhong Zhengyue proved futile. He could only dispatch troops from the military district. At this juncture, he had little choice but to issue swift orders to the military district. Upon receiving the command, the military district was utterly perplexed. Was it not advantageous for the southeastern military district's forces to come and provide support? With their assistance, would not the zombie uprising be quelled swiftly? Why then? Was there a need to withdraw defenses from various residential areas to intercept Zhong Zhengyue? Such reasoning was baffling. Could it be that Zhong Zhengyue harbored ulterior motives? This notion arose among the senior officers of the Central Military District, inducing a cold sweat. Nevertheless, soldiers are bound by duty to obey orders. Pondering such matters was futile. It was imperative to mobilize forces promptly. Even so, the task was fraught with difficulty, as the streets and alleyways were teeming with zombies. Upon meticulous observation, one would discern that Zhong Zhengyue's forces encounter little obstruction from the zombies, who retreat at the mere approach of their troops. This phenomenon enables an astonishingly rapid advance. In stark contrast, the Central Military District is besieged, with each small squad thwarted at every turn by the relentless hordes of the undead, rendering any attempt at withdrawal exceedingly arduous. Consequently, the command center's 2 successive interception orders have been met with dismal failure. How is it that Zhong Zhengyue progresses with such swiftness? Do the zombies not assail them? An officer within the command center, upon reviewing the intelligence, voiced his perplexity. His words unleashed a veritable storm of speculation. This confirmed suspicions that Zhong Zhengyue is undoubtedly embroiled in significant issues, possibly even colluding with the Red Robe sect. Unbeknownst to them, the reality stands in stark opposition to their conjectures. What shall we do now? Our forces are ensnared by the zombies, and it appears we cannot extricate ourselves swiftly. Another officer raised a pertinent concern. The situation is dire. If I am not mistaken, Zhong Zhengyue's objective is the Parliament building. Since our current method of obstruction has proven ineffective, we should instead instruct all squads to converge towards the Parliament, fortifying the periphery of the edifice. I concur. Agreed. Orders were dispatched, and upon receiving them, each squad hastened towards the Parliament with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Lizzie commenced preparations for action. Speaker. It is our turn to take the stage, reported Ling Zhenhai. Very well, let us begin, responded Bai Lizzie, having experienced grand spectacles before. He remained unfazed by such trivial skirmishes, revealing no trace of inner turmoil. Upon receiving the instructions, Ling Zhenhai promptly notified Shen Wengang. Shen Wengang retrieved a satellite phone and dialed out. Reporting to the commander, "This is Tiangang of the Night Squad. I have a situation to report." "Speak," the commander urged. "Our squad has identified a suspicious target in Zone 2. Should we proceed with the capture?" Shen Wengang inquired. "Suspicious target? Capture immediately." The imposter speaker responded with enthusiasm. Understood. He held considerable confidence in the Night Squad, which he had personally assembled, comprised entirely of mutants. Their combat prowess was undoubtedly unparalleled, making the task of dealing with ordinary individuals exceedingly simple. Upon learning that the Night Squad had located a target, the imposter speaker felt a sense of relief wash over him. No matter how tumultuous the situation with Zhong Zhengyue became, as long as that individual was apprehended, the chaos would soon be quelled. At 2:25, Shen Wengang called again. Reporting to the commander, "The suspicious targets have been captured. There are 2 individuals. However, what?" The imposter speaker inquired eagerly, his heart elated at the news of the capture. However, concerning the appearance of this person, Shen Wengang feigned a look of difficulty. The imposter speaker quickly grasped the implication. He sensed a hint of doubt stemming from the appearance of Bailey G. Chapter 237. Successfully arrived at the Parliament building. Shen Wengang's words had been premeditated. Although he had already deployed several smokescreens, the situation had unfolded too smoothly, inevitably raising suspicions. With unfavorable news circulating in other areas, the Night Squad's swift success seemed almost implausible. By framing it this way, Shen Wengang was able to alleviate some of the speaker's doubts, subtly indicating that the Night Squad was entirely unaware of the true nature of the events unfolding. Moreover, Shen Wengang harbored doubts regarding the appearance of the target, which indirectly confirmed that they had indeed apprehended Bai Li Ji. "You need not concern yourselves with this. Bring him here immediately." The speaker refrained from elaborating, for an explanation at this juncture might incite complications. Understood. Shen Wengang acknowledged the command. At 2:40 a.m., the Night Squad arrived at the foot of the legislative edifice, where layers of sentinels had been established outside. Halt. As the vehicle carrying Shen Wengang and his entourage reached the outermost checkpoint, it was stopped. The vehicle came to a standstill, and Shen Wengang alighted. "Please present your identification," the soldier on duty requested. Shen Wengang produced his credentials and handed them over. The soldier glanced at the identification before returning it. "Please hold for a moment. I must seek confirmation," the soldier stated. Shen Wengang nodded in acquiescence. The soldier retrieved a phone and made a call. "This is a directive from the speaker. Let him verify it as he pleases." Thus, Shen Wengang patiently awaited. After a brief interval of 1 or 2 minutes, the soldier returned. "You are cleared to proceed," he announced. The remaining soldiers swiftly opened the barriers. Along the way, they encountered 2 additional checkpoints, yet they managed to pass through each without incident. What should have been a few hundred meters took them no less than 20 minutes to traverse. Ultimately, they arrived at the base of the legislative building. The Night Squad, comprising 6 members, escorted 2 individuals from the vehicle and approached the entrance. As anticipated, they were once again halted. "Which one is the principal offender?" inquired the intercepting soldier. "Him," Shen Wengang indicated. The individuals in custody were Bai Li Ji and Ling Zhenhai. To prevent any disturbances, both were fitted with hoods. The soldier preparing to remove the hoods for verification was halted. "Wait," Shen Wengang immediately intervened. The soldiers guarding the entrance, witnessing this scene, instinctively reached for their firearms. And the atmosphere grew tense. "The speaker has issued an order. No one is permitted to inspect," Shen Wengang asserted. The soldiers, filled with doubt, promptly retreated into the building to seek clarification. 10 minutes later, they emerged, nodding in affirmation. Naturally, they were forbidden from inspecting imposters. Who could remain unperturbed upon removing the hood to reveal another speaker? "Let them pass," commanded the intercepting soldier. The other soldiers behind him sighed in relief, stepping aside to create a pathway. At last, Shen Wengang and his entourage ushered by Li Ji and Ling Zhenhai into the parliamentary building. "Report. Enter," the imposter exclaimed, exhilarated. He had awaited this moment for far too long. With the captives finally in hand, his heart could finally find repose. 6 members of the night organization escorted the 2 hooded figures into the room. "Remove their hoods," the imposter commanded. Shen Wengang approached and unveiled the identities of the individuals. Upon seeing their faces, the imposter was elated. Indeed, what a challenge this has been. Bai Liji and Ling Zhenhai squinted, adjusting to the indoor lighting, and surveyed their surroundings. This was his office, now occupied by an intruder. He casually walked over to the sofa and sat down without opposition. The imposter frowned, but chose not to protest. "Take him outside first," the imposter directed, pointing at Ling Zhenhai. However, no one moved. It was at this moment that the imposter sensed something amiss. After Bai Liji seated himself, he crossed his legs and extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it. The 6 members of the night organization regarded him in silence. "What are you doing?" the imposter demanded sternly. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone was aware of his true nature and chose to ignore him. "Cuff him," ordered Bai Liji. "Yes." 2 members of the night squad responded, advancing towards the imposter. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" the imposter shouted loudly. The 2 team members remained undeterred, steadily closing the distance. In a desperate bid, the imposter dashed towards the inner side of the desk, where an alarm was hidden. A single press of the alarm would summon reinforcements from outside. Suddenly, a sharp dagger flew through the air, embedding itself into the desk, halting his advance. The assailant was Luo Er, who had been beside Shen Wengang. After more than 6 months of training, she had matured significantly. During missions, her demeanor was no longer playful, but rather serious. "I advise you to surrender willingly to avoid unnecessary suffering," Shen Wengang stated. The 2 team members continued their approach, now brandishing handcuffs. The imposter comprehended the situation fully. The commotion in the city tonight was merely a diversion to distract him, orchestrated by them to gain access to the parliament building. However, he could not fathom when the night squad had aligned themselves with them. Nevertheless, this was not the time for contemplation. "You think capturing me will be that easy?" the imposter retorted, exasperated, as he raised his hands. And crimson curtains swiftly descended from the walls of the office. It turned out he had been well prepared.